magical beasts and dangerous dungeons, it's not just the warriors or mags who keep things going. There are unsung heroes, people who don't wield swords or cast spells but still hold society together. One such hero? Honku, Lu Fan's aunt. Though she's only 8 years older than him, she's been raising Lu Fan ever since he arrived in this world. Day in and day out, she pours her soul into her little steamed bun shop, working tirelessly just to fund Lu Fan's education. She's not a fighter, but her spirit? Indomitable. Lu Fan hasn't forgotten her sacrifices. That's why today matters. That's why he's determined, no, desperate, to awaken as a combative professional. He wants more than just survival. He wants to repay his aunt with a better life, one without flour-dusted aprons and aching legs. Suddenly, the teacher's phone rings mid-speech. With wide eyes and excitement he can barely contain, he turns to the class and declares, "The awakening platform is ready." Cue absolute chaos. Students leap from their chairs like it's the last day of school. Cheers echo through the halls as they stampede toward the platform. But in the back corner of the classroom, one student doesn't move. Lu Fan stays seated, eyes calm. The teacher walks over, puzzled. "Lu Fan, you re the top student. You've got nothing to worry about." But Lu Fan isn't hesitating because he's scared. It's because, bam! He just awakened a system out of nowhere. Super treasure map system activated. Lu Fan stares blankly. What? Now? Before he can process this surprise upgrade, the teacher slams a hand on his desk. "Lu Fan! You all right?" Snapping out of it, Lu Fan quickly nods. "All good, sir. Just visualizing success." Then, like a man on a mission, he dashes toward the awakening platform. As he runs, he reflects, of course, I'd get a system. I am a transmigrator, after all. Classic. But system analysis could wait. First things first, awakening ceremony. As the students gathered, they gawked at the colossal glowing crystal at the center of the platform. This was the medium for awakening, an ancient artifact that would determine their future. Tension crackled in the air like static. The teacher tried to keep everyone calm, but between dreams of glory and fears of disappointment, no one was listening. Lu Fan overheard a student whispering, "I hope I get a hidden class, maybe even a Saint-tier combat class." His buddy chuckled and brought him back to earth. "Yeah, and I hope I wake up with six-pack abs. Let's just try not to get chef or latrine cleaner, all right?" Soon, the ceremony officially began. The Grandmaster stepped onto the stage, his voice carrying over the crowd like a battle horn. "Let this year's awakening ceremony begin." He motioned toward a figure in flowing robes, the priest conducting the ceremony. As the priest walked up, students couldn't help but gawk at his dominating presence. This guy didn't look like a mere support class. He looked like he could tank a dungeon boss solo. Lu Fan's newly awakened system chimed in again, giving him a shiny new ability, Eye of Appraisal. "Let's test this bad boy." He focused on the priest. Instantly, information popped into view. Level 29 professional skills, professional awakening net worth, 5 million dragon coins. Lu Fan blinked. 5 million. My aunt would have to steam buns till the next era to make that much. Before he could dwell on the staggering wealth gap, the headmaster raised his voice again, signaling the start of the roll call. Names were being called one by one. First up, Jing Dao, the golden boy of Section 25. Rumored to have god-tier attributes, Jing Dao was the student everyone loved, and loved to envy. Watch, he's definitely getting something epic. As Jing Dao stepped onto the stage, the priest began chanting. The massive crystal pulsed with energy, glowing brighter and brighter, until, with a sudden whoosh, a fireball shot out. Pyromancer! The crowd gasped. A combative profession, and a rare one at that. The girl screamed, hearts pounding. Jing Dao conjured a small fireball in his palm and smirked. He was basically printing date requests at this point. Lu Fan watched the scene unfold, his jaw tight. This was what power looked like. This was the difference between struggle and success. If I can awaken a combative class, he thought, I can change everything. But the universe wasn't handing out fireballs to everyone. As the ceremony continued, most students ended up with subsistence professions, herbalist, tailor, miner, and so on. Useful? Absolutely. Glorious? Not quite. These were the people who made the world turn, but they didn't exactly get groupies. Lu Fan realized the truth. Despite all the dreams and hype, combative professions were rare. Most would leave this ceremony with nothing more than calluses and humble paychecks. And soon, it would be his turn. Awakening as a combative professional meant everything in this world: fame, power, fortune. It was the golden ticket out of mediocrity. Meanwhile, a subsistence profession meant you would likely end up working 9 to 5 just to survive. Still, not everyone saw it as a curse. A student ahead of Lu Fan whispered to their friend, honestly, even a subsistence profession isn't so bad. Better than a reinforcing class if you were re-broke. They brought up Li Ping from Section 3. Her family was already struggling financially, and yet she awakened as a reinforcing professional, a class that required tons of money just to level up. Skills? Useful. Maintenance? Bank breaking. For someone like her, it might have been better to get a profession like tailor or apothecary. At least she could earn a steady living. Lu Fan overheard and felt his stomach tighten. His family wasn't well off either. If he ended up with a profession that required wealth to grow, he'd be stuck right from the start. Just then, the headmaster's voice rang out across the platform, "Lu Fan, step up!" As he walked toward the awakening pedestal, the atmosphere shifted. The girls in the crowd suddenly took notice. One of them whispered, "Wait. Is Lu Fan actually hot?" Another giggled, "Smart, handsome, and mysterious. Please let him awaken as something cool." But Lu Fan was focused. No distractions now. He stepped up to the glowing crystal, inhaled sharply, and placed his hands on it. No point being nervous now, he told himself. The priest resumed his chant, and in the next moment, everything changed. A vision exploded in Lu Fan's mind. A red dragon with blazing yellow eyes locked onto him. The earth trembled. Students stumbled, grabbing each other for balance. Golden light poured from the crystal, completely engulfing Lu Fan. Then, a dragon appeared. Not in the vision. In real life. A golden dragon, born from the awakening light, soared above the ceremony grounds. Gasps filled the air. Teachers dropped their notepads. The crowd froze. A hidden profession? One of the female teachers turned to Teacher Lee, wide-eyed. "Your section produced a hidden professional." Teacher Lee nearly fainted from joy. Hidden professionals were legendary, rare, powerful, and capable of altering the fate of kingdoms. If Lu Fan awakened as a dragon blood warrior or a dragon language mage, he wouldn't just be famous, he'd be historic. They hadn't seen someone awaken as a dragon blood warrior in over 10 years. The dragon roared. A sound so thunderous it shook the sky and made students cover their ears. Then, as suddenly as it came, the beast vanished. The headmaster bolted toward Lu Fan, barely containing his excitement. "Tell me, did you awaken as a dragon blood warrior? Or dragon language mage?" Lu Fan looked up. Calm. Stoic. Then sighed. "No. I awakened as a dragon tamer." Silence. Like someone hit the mute button on reality. The headmaster blinked. "You or what?" A few students whispered. Others straight up laughed. "Isn't that the most worthless hidden class in existence? You get a whole light show for that." Despite the ceremony ending in such dramatic fashion, Lu Fan found himself walking alone through the old town of Ganghai City later that day. His system interface hovered beside him like a personal HUD. Profession, Dragon Tamer level, 10 special skill, can tame dragons and dragon-like creatures. Net worth, 239 dragon coins, and not exactly the salary of a future legend, Lu Fan muttered. Flashbacks of the ceremony haunted him. Shocked teachers, mocking students, even his own doubts echoed in his mind. Sure, he had a hidden class, but it was the least useful one of the bunch. Why? Because dragons are ridiculously rare. And if you do find one? Good luck not becoming crispy toast. Dragons weren't pets. They were apex predators. Tamers needed absurd strength, charisma, and sheer luck just to get close, let alone gain loyalty. Some clueless students still didn't get the issue. Wait, if Dragon Tamer is one of the 3 great hidden professions, why is it so looked down on? Another student answered bluntly, because most people never even see a dragon. Taming one? That's fantasy-level nonsense. The headmaster, though clearly disappointed, tried to console Lu Fan. He gave him a gentle pat on the shoulder and said, "It's still a hidden profession, Lu Fan. Boundless potential. Maybe you can start with sub-dragon species? Grow stronger from there. It wasn't much, but it was something. And for Lu Fan, that was enough. Because no matter how weak or useless people thought his path was, he was going to prove them all wrong. But Lu Fan knew better. All the headmasters talk about potential didn't mean much without a real dragon. Sub-dragon species? Just glorified beasts with an attitude problem. Nowhere near the majestic, terrifying power of a true dragon. And the worst part? In the entire 800-year history of the Dragon Kingdom, dragons had appeared, sure. But a dragon tamer actually taming one? Not even once. Humans, no matter how strong, were still ants in a dragon's eyes. Lu Fan knew chasing the dream of taming a giant dragon was like chasing clouds, pretty, but pointless. He glanced at his system window. All his skills were locked. Why? Because he hadn't tamed a dragon yet. Classic catch, 22. He sighed, thinking about his aunt, Han Siyu. She'd worked herself to the bone to pay for his schooling, hoping he'd one day break free of poverty. And now? He couldn't even give her a better life. He couldn't even give himself a better skill tree. Lost in thought, Lu Fan suddenly found himself standing at the front door of their home, no memory of walking there. He blinked, shook the fog off, and forced a smile onto his face. "I'm home," he called out, voice cheerful. Or at least, trying to be. And then came Aunt Han Siyu. Now let me tell you, Han Siyu was a force of nature. The moment she saw Lu Fan, she launched at him like a missile made of love and flower dust, locking him in a tight hug. "You're back. Tell me everything. What profession did you awaken?" She beamed, eyes full of excitement. Lu Fan opened his mouth to answer, but before he could speak, she cut him off. "Hey, it's okay. Even if you didn't awaken a combat class, that's fine. Honestly, I'd prefer you weren't out there risking your life every day." Her words were warm, comforting, but they hit Lu Fan like a truck. "No, Auntie," he said, louder than he meant to. "I did awaken a combat class. I became a dragon tamer." He braced for disappointment. Instead, Han Siyu looked like she'd just won the lottery. "That's amazing. So what if you don't have a dragon yet? It just means you're strong enough to even be chosen by that profession." She pulled him into another hug. "You'll get into college, and I'll keep supporting you like always. And if you decide not to go, that's fine too. We'll run the steam bun shop together." Steam buns over dragons? Honestly, tempting. Lu Fan felt a lump in his throat. His eyes stung. He didn't deserve someone this kind, this selfless. "Don't cry, dummy. Dinner's getting cold," Han Siyu teased. Lu Fan finally looked at the table. She'd cooked a feast, way too much for one person. She must have spent hours preparing it, hoping to celebrate his awakening. He sat down, trying to enjoy it. But the guilt lingered. Later that night, Lu Fan lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling. His thoughts circled like vultures. Han Siyu was only 26, yet she'd been working tough, low-paying jobs for years. Her hands were covered in cuts and bruises. He remembered once, she'd hidden a burn from him so he wouldn't worry. "I want to change her life," he whispered. But how? Without a dragon, being a dragon tamer meant nothing. Frustrated, Lu Fan slammed his fists into the mattress. If I just had a dragon, I could really do something. Then, ding! A notification from the system popped up, completely out of nowhere. "Congratulations! You've received your first day reward, Divine Level Treasure Map." Lu Fan blinked. Wait, what? He quickly remembered something important. His system wasn't just about dragon taming. It was called the Super Treasure Map System. At the ceremony, he'd only used the appraisal function. He hadn't even checked out the treasure map features. His hands trembled with excitement as he tapped the treasure map icon. What if this wasn't just some gimmick? What if this treasure map actually led him to a dragon? A map, a lie, and a stampede. The system finally explained itself. Turns out, the treasure maps were ranked beginner, intermediate, advanced, and divine. And here's the kicker. 3 low-tier maps could be fused into one higher-level map. Pretty neat, right? Lu Fan barely had time to process that when another notification popped up. "You'll receive 1 random treasure map each day, graded and located randomly. Reach the marked area to receive a reward tied to your profession." Wait, tied to his profession? Lu Fan's eyes widened. If that was true, this treasure hunt could actually lead him to a dragon. For the first time in days, hope sparked in his chest. Maybe, just maybe, this super treasure map system wasn't some gimmick. Maybe it was his golden ticket from being the weakest to standing at the top. He clicked on the divine level treasure map. A glowing map burst open in front of him, highlighting one specific location. Mount Shiabas. Lu Fan knew the place. It wasn't too far from Shanghai City. If he caught the last suburban bus, he could be there by dawn. The next morning Han Siyu stretched, still in her nightdress, and flicked on the light. Her hair was a mess. She shuffled out and saw a note on the dining table. She glanced toward Lu Fan's room. Empty. Her heart sank as she read the letter. Auntie, I've gone to Mount Shiabas. This might be my only shot to change my fate. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. She clutched the note tightly, eyes brimming with worry. Meanwhile, a bus rumbled through the misty mountain roads. Lu Fan sat alone, unaware that a group of shader-looking individuals was eyeing him from the back seats. But he wasn't thinking about them. He was thinking about his aunt. About the pain in her hands. About the life she deserved. And about the dragon that could change everything. He stepped off the bus at the barren outskirts of Mount Shiabas. The place looked deserted. No birds. No wind. Just eerie silence. Perfect setting for a horror movie, he thought. Then, bump! Someone knocked into his backpack. Lu Fan spun around. Two strangers stood there. A muscular man with a scar and a petite girl with fox-like eyes. They looked like the kind of people who robbed you before they asked your name. Lu Fan stepped back, hand on his weapon. Before he could react, a third figure, a grizzled old man with an eye patch, appeared behind him and grabbed his shoulder. You alone, kid? Want to team up? Lu Fan shrugged him off fast. No thanks. I work alone. He narrowed his eyes. These three weren't adventurers, they were dungeon robbers. And he was walking gold to them. The girl grinned, pulling out a knife. You sure? You might want to rethink that. The eye patch man leaned in. It's dangerous out here alone. You might not make it back. Lu Fan was sweating inside but didn't show it. He had to bluff. Hard. I'm a summoner, he lied. I can summon elemental creatures. I don't need help. The trio froze. For a moment, nobody said anything. Then the man chuckled. Oh? Well, that changes things. The girl winked and blew him a kiss. Hope we meet again, handsome. Lu Fan, momentarily flustered, 100% relieved. Yeah, sure, great. Let's never meet again, thanks. As they disappeared into the forest, he thought to himself, this wilderness is dangerous. But not as dangerous as getting stabbed in the back. The encounter rattled him. Without real power, he was nothing but easy prey. He opened his system map and picked up the pace. As Lu Fan ventured deeper into Mount Shiabas, he spotted something majestic and terrifying. A herd of power horn horses. Level 8 magical beasts. Graceful, massive, and very territorial. Lu Fan knew the drill, don't poke the horses. Don't get poked by the horses. He quietly veered off course, taking a long detour around them. The longer route made him anxious, but better anxious than trampled. Or so he thought. Soon, he found himself facing a group of giant horn antelopes. Stronger, faster, and known for their bad temper. He moved slowly, carefully, one step at a time. Squelch! A tiny frog underfoot screamed out its pain with a dramatic ribbit of betrayal. The antelopes snapped their heads toward him, eyes full of murder. Oh no! Next thing he knew, Lu Fan was running for his life. Through bushes, over roots, lungs burning. Spotting a flat rocky ledge, he dove. Thud! Dust exploded around him as the herd thundered past, narrowly missing him. Panting, he lay there, heart racing. I can't even handle an angry antelope, he clenched his fists. This is what being powerless feels like. But he wasn't done. Not yet. Because somewhere out there, on this mountain, was his first real treasure. And maybe, just maybe, his first real dragon. Lu Fan stood alone, staring at the spot where he nearly became roadkill under a pack of angry antelopes. Catching his breath, he whispered to himself, if I miss this opportunity today, my fate might end up like that poor frog, and just then, ding. System notification, you've arrived at your designated treasure map location. Lu Fan's eyes locked onto two massive rocks ahead. A faint red glow flickered between them, just like on the map. Behind those rocks was a narrow cave. Inside? A pitch-black egg, pulsing softly, cracking slowly. No way. A dragon egg? Before he could even react, his system confirmed it. Unidentified black dragon egg, level unknown. Lu Fan's heart thudded. This was it. This was the moment. If he could tame this dragon, he'd go from bottom feeder to apex predator overnight. But before the excitement could settle, a rustle in the grass snapped him back to reality. Lu Fan turned, cleaver in hand. From the shadows emerged a bloodthirsty grey fox, its red eyes glowing with primal rage. It snarled and leapt, fangs wide, catching his cleaver in its canines with a metallic clang. The fox lunged again. Lu Fan twisted, flinging it to the ground. Panting, he activated his appraisal skill. Bloodthirsty grey fox, special skills, triple claw strike, bloodthirst recovery, triple claw strike? And it heals by draining blood? Great. Just great. He glanced back at the dragon egg. The cracks were widening. If I can just stall the fox until it hatches. But the fox wasn't waiting. It darted forward, fast as lightning. Lu Fan raised his arm, slash. Pain exploded as the claws tore into his forearm. He gritted his teeth. He couldn't let it recover. Not now. The fox lashed out again, strike 1. Lu Fan braced. Strike 2, blocked by his cleaver. Strike 3, he barely dodged, rolling aside just in time. Now! With every ounce of strength, Lu Fan swung his cleaver down, crack. The blade slammed into the fox's skull. Blood sprayed. The creature collapsed with a twitch. System notification, you have defeated a bloodthirsty grey fox. Plus 120 EXP. Lu Fan staggered backward, covered in blood, heart racing. But just as he caught his breath, 3 shadows appeared behind him. Slow clapping echoed. Nice work, Dragon Boy. Lu Fan turned, of course. It was them. The dungeon robbers. The girl smirked. The muscular guy cracked his knuckles. And the eye patch man looked far too amused. Lu Fan immediately took a defensive stance. Don't get any ideas. I'm not joining your gang. The girl giggled. Relax. No need to be so nervous. She leaned in with a smirk. We know you lied about being a summoner. Eye patch chimed in, grinning. A real summoner wouldn't get scratched up by a fox. You're not fooling anyone, kid. Lu Fan cursed silently. They'd figured it out. Still, he played it cool. He nudged the fox's corpse toward them with his boot. Take the fur and scram. I'm not in the mood. The eye patch man picked it up and chuckled. Worth maybe 80 dragon coins. Nice try. He locked eyes with Lu Fan. But we're not here for this. We're here for that. Lu Fan's stomach sank. He turned his head slightly. Sure enough, the muscular guy and the girl were staring at the dragon egg. They are after the divine treasure too. Before he could react, the muscular thug charged. Boom! The punch landed square in Lu Fan's chest. His cleaver flew from his hand as he crashed to the ground, gasping. Dazed and dizzy, he opened his eyes to find the girl on top of him, knife pressed against his throat. Don't move, or you'll bleed. The eye patch man crouched beside him, smug. You underestimated a dungeon robber's nose for treasure. Then the muscular guy called out from the cave. Hey, boss! You won't believe what I found. He stood over the cracking dragon egg, his shadow looming ominously over the treasure that could have changed everything for Lu Fan. Lu Fan's worst fear had come true. His enemies had reached the dragon egg first. And now, lying on the ground with a knife to his throat, it seemed like the end. Finish him off, the eye patch man barked. The girl leaned in, blade glinting. You handsome. But it's time to say goodbye. But Lu Fan wasn't going down like this. Behind them, the dragon egg cracked wide open, and in a burst of light, something shot into the sky like a meteor. Everyone froze. Above them hovered a massive black silhouette, wings outstretched, eyes burning like twin furnaces. A dragon. A real, full-grown dragon. Panic struck the robbers instantly. The eye patch guy hurled a potion into the air. The dragon dodged it like it was swatting a fly. The muscular thug roared and tried to punch the creature. Bad move. Whoosh! The dragon opened its jaws, unleashing a searing blast of energy that incinerated him mid-air. Ashes. The eye patch man was paralyzed with fear, watching his buddy's crispy remains fall to the ground. The dragon turned its gaze on him. No. Please? Too late. Even the girl was trembling now. The knife dropped from her hand. Lu Fan didn't waste the chance. With one powerful shove, he knocked her aside and got back to his feet. You guys really picked the wrong target, he growled. He sprinted toward the dragon. It hovered in place, unsure of whether to fry him or not. Lu Fan raised his hands. Dragon taming technique. A golden light radiated from his palms. Even the dragon flinched, confused. Then, he touched it. System notification, Black Dragon Covenant tamed by Lu Fan. New skills unlocked, Dragon Claw, Dragon Fong Strike, Dragon Inspiration. The girl stumbled backward. What? Who are you? Lu Fan turned, finally smirking. I'm not just a summoner. I'm a dragon tamer. The dragon growled and leapt toward her. She panicked, tripping over herself. I didn't know it was a dragon egg. I swear. I'm sorry. But Lu Fan's voice was cold. You schemed against innocent people. You can join your friends. He pointed. Finish her. Boom. The dragon obeyed. The dust cleared. Lu Fan sat alone on a cliff's edge, wrapping a bandage around his torn arm. Beside him, the dragon rummaged through his bag like a curious puppy. He lifted the creature with both arms, laughing in disbelief. You're way too lively. If you'd re this strong now. Imagine when you level up. He hugged it tightly. Maybe being a dragon tamer isn't such a weak class after all. But something was off. The dragon stared at his wound, then gently licked it. A soft red aura surrounded its body. Then, whoosh! Wings spread. Magic swirled. And right before his eyes, the dragon transformed. Standing there was a stunning girl, with elegant black wings, a long sleek tail, and eyes that sparkled like obsidian fire. Lu Fan blinked. Wait. What? Yup. Plot twist. His dragon just turned into a girl. All hail the waifu tamer. Lu Fan was speechless. His newly hatched companion, now a human-like girl, stood before him, tilting her head like a confused puppy. She didn't speak human language yet. Just nodded at everything he said. This is adorable, and kind of terrifying. While she fluttered around like an over-caffeinated child, Lu Fan opened his system to check his newly unlocked powers. Dragon taming lets him form bonds with dragon-type beasts. Dragon Claw transforms his arm into a massive claw whose strength depends on his current dragon. Dragon Fong Strike channels dragon energy for a devastating blow. Dragon Inspiration boosts both his and his dragon's attack and attributes by 30%. No wonder I'm crushing the power charts now, he muttered. Then, curiosity took over. He tapped on his dragon's profile. And boom, her stats popped up. Lu Fan couldn't believe his eyes. He stared at the dragon girl, his dragon girl, while her ridiculously overpowered stats glowed on the interface like cheat codes. Strength, 342 agility, 267 spirit, 359 endurance, 373 at level 1. Talk about broken, but it didn't stop there. Her skill set was even more outrageous. Mighty Jaw Assault, she lunges forward, bites hard, and causes continuous bleeding. Lava Flame spews fire non-stop while healing herself. That's right. Damage and sustain. Black Dragon Heritage reduces all incoming damage by 50%, immunity to all debuffs, and boosts self-healing by 500%. Bloodline Connection grants 10% of her attributes directly to Lu Fan. That means he just got stronger too. Lu Fan blinked. Is this a newborn or a final boss? He checked again. Yep, it was real. The bloodline connection not only gave him a 10% bonus from her, but apparently doubled his own base stats. That explained why he suddenly felt like he could dropkick a mountain. No wonder I feel like I could take on a whole army. This is the true power of one of the 3 strongest hidden professions. All those haters calling Dragon Tamer the weakest class? Joke's on them. They haven't seen this dragon. And right at that moment, he saw her chewing on her own eggshell. Still got that baby brain, huh? Even though she had a human form, she was clearly still just a newborn dragon. Curious, innocent, and hungry. Lu Fan realized there was still one big thing left. I need to give you a name. He paused, watching the first light of dawn stretch across the sky. A little black dragon, born just before sunrise. Shia, he said softly. Your name is Shia. The dragon girl paused mid-bite, looked up at him, and smiled. Wide, bright, and innocent. Like she was thrilled to finally be someone. Lu Fan's heart melted. He patted her head, grinning. Glad you like it. All right, Shia, you hungry? She nodded, finishing off the last piece of shell like a crunchy snack. Let's go hunt some monsters then. Can't go home on an empty stomach. Lu Fan stood up, tightening the straps on his bag. His mind flashed to the upcoming university entrance trial, his shot at the Southern Province's top scholar title, and a seat in the Dragon Kingdom's most elite institution. But he knew one thing, he wasn't ready yet. We need to level up. Fast. He turned to Xia, who fluttered up beside him. With a mischievous grin. Next stop, Mount Xia Basin. Word is, the monsters there taste better than eggshells. They barely made it 10 steps before a loud noise echoed through the forest. Rustling. Thudding. Growling. Lu Fan snapped his fingers, pulling up the interface. Detected, Plains hyenas nasty creatures. Real troublemakers. They came with 2 dangerous attacks, rending bite, causes ongoing bleeding. Putrefaction applies a disease debuff, weakening both defense and healing. But if you beat them? Loot drop, canine teeth, 95 dragon coins each. Lu Fan gulped. These guys are definitely tougher than that bloodthirsty grey fox from before, and I barely walked away from that fight. Just as he considered backing off, he looked up and froze. Wait, where's Xia? Already airborne. The dragon girl was in full flight, eyes glowing, wings spread wide, and wearing a grin that screamed, I call dibs on the snacks. Lu Fan sighed. Yep, definitely still a newborn. But one thing was clear, this duo was no longer prey. They were the predators now. Lu Fan could tell, Xia wanted to lead this fight. He smiled, stepping back as she soared into the sky. With flames building in her belly and hyenas roaring below, one thing was certain, Mount Xia Bass holds no danger, not for the strongest dragon Tamer and his dragon. The hyenas didn't stand a chance. High above, Xia's form glowed with molten energy. Then, lava flame exploded from her mouth, blanketing the field in searing fire. The beast screeched and collapsed, dropping loot and XP like burnt pinatas. Ding! Lu Fan reached level 11. Ding! Xia hit level 3. With a grin, Lu Fan told her, all right, no more time on these small fries. Let's go find the real threat. Their eyes turned to a shadowy cave nestled in the mountainside. That's when he felt it, killing intent. From within the darkness, 3 glowing eyes stared them down. No, not 3 eyes, 3 sets. The beast stepped forward, massive, fur blazing with crimson streaks. The 3-headed blood lion. Level 25. Each head snarled independently, dripping with menace. This elite monster wasn't just for show. It had roar, buffs its own defense and attack. Trample, a massive area damage. Triple flame, 3 waves of fire-based AoE that melt anything dumb enough to stand still. Defeating it meant 790 EXP, and rare drops like Blood Lion's Tooth and Blood Lion Skin. Normally, it'd take a whole party of elite hunters to even attempt this. But Lu Fan wasn't normal anymore. I've got Xia. That's more than enough. He gave the order. Xia let out a low growl of approval. The battle began. The Blood Lion central head howled, casting roar, boosting its power, then started charging triple flame, a slow but deadly cast. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes. That charge time, we can interrupt it. He turned to Xia. Let's coordinate. Take the heads, I'll follow through. In an instant, Xia's body ignited, flame spiraling around her as she reverted to her dragon form. She shot forward like a bullet from a cannon. Mighty Jaw Assault! She bit into the central head, then clamped her claws around the other 2, pinning them down. System notification, triple flame successfully interrupted. Lu Fan charged in, cleaver glowing with energy. Time to end this. He leapt and shouted, Dragon Fang Strike! A blast of dragon aura surged through his weapon, landing squarely into the beast's chest. The lion staggered, then crashed. Down, defeated. Xia landed beside him, shifting back into her human form, panting but smiling. Lu Fan hit level 14. Xia jumped to level 9. Before they could even rest, a new system notification flashed, treasure map system activated. A new map has been sent to your inventory. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow, a sly grin forming. An exclusive Dragon Tamer treasure, huh? This day just keeps getting better. He turned to Xia. Ready for some treasure hunting? She nodded eagerly, clearly still buzzing from the fight. Scene shift, deeper in Mount Xia Bass 3 figures stood near a jagged rock formation. A blue-haired girl looked impatiently at the cave in front of them. Are we really going to let this opportunity slip by? Her uncle, a burly warrior named Sunu, crossed his arms and shook his head. The fortuitous realm needs 5 people to open. We don't have enough. He suggested sending Miss Kai, their rogue companion, back to Shanghai City to recruit more. But Kai shook her head. Even if I sprint at top speed, the trip's a full day. The realm will vanish before I'm back. That's when we learn the girl's name, Qin Shio. Her class remains a mystery, but she's clearly no ordinary rookie. She spoke calmly but firmly. Fortuitous realms appear randomly, and the loot is better than any regular dungeon. If we miss this, we won't get another shot. Sunu tried to cheer her up. You're top university material, Qin Shio. You'll have your pick of secret realms. But she wasn't convinced. Her eyes lingered on the glowing runes of the cave entrance, opportunity slipping through her fingers. Back on the mountainside, Lu Fan and Xia had no idea their paths were about to cross. Qin Shio was inches from losing her chance at greatness. The fortuitous realm was right there and still missing one member. Suddenly, rustling. Sunu and Miss Kai spun around, weapons raised, ready for a fight. But it wasn't a monster. It was Lu Fan, casually strolling by like he was out for a picnic. Sunu blinked. A kid? Out here? He warned Lu Fan, this mountain isn't for casual hikers. You should head BA. Before he could finish, Qin Shio stepped in. With practiced poise, she introduced herself as part of the Qin family of Shanghai City, the wealthiest clan in the region. And then, out of nowhere, she made an offer, join us in the secret realm of chance. You don't even have to lift a finger, just be the 5th member. We'll pay you 100,000 dragon coins. Lu Fan paused mid-step. If the Qin family is willing to pay that much, the treasure inside must be insane. Qin Shio explained further. They'd already found a paladin as the 4th member but were still one short. Time was ticking. If they didn't get 5 people soon, the realm would disappear. Sunu, already walking toward the glowing purplish portal, waved Lu Fan over. Hurry up if you want to get paid. These kinds of opportunities don't wait. But Lu Fan wasn't easily bought. He smiled and replied, I'm not interested in money. I'll join if we split the rewards based on contribution. Dead silence. Miss Kai blinked. Wait, you want us to divide the loot by strength? Lu Fan nodded. Exactly. Qin Shio tilted her head, eyeing him with a puzzled look. This guy looks weaker than any of us. Is he confident, or just delusional? But they were desperate. She extended her hand with a smile. Fine. We'll go with your plan. And the 100,000 dragon coins are still yours, out of sincerity. Lu Fan shook her hand, sealing the deal. Internally, he made a decision. He wouldn't summon Shurao Yi yet. Revealing a legendary dragon in front of strangers? That was a recipe for jealousy, or worse. Better to wait until we have the loot. Then I'll let them see what real power looks like. Inside the secret realm of chance, the group stepped into the portal and emerged into a haunting wasteland. Dead trees. A choking purple fog. And silence so heavy you could hear your heartbeat. System notification, entered, Morning Village, level 20 fortuitous realm. Difficulty, solid. Group entry, 5 minimum, required. Qin Shio whispered, it's so quiet. I can only hear us. Miss Kai analyzed the air. No wind. No animals. Even the fog's too still. Something's wrong here. Sunu, glancing sideways at Lu Fan, frowned. He doesn't even have a weapon. Is he planning to punch monsters to death? But Lu Fan just smiled. He raised his hand. Whoosh! Flames coiled around his arm as a massive black machete appeared in his grip. Its blade shimmered with dragon scales, glowing with an ominous red hue. System notification, equipped, dragon scale cleaver, epic quality weapon, no level requirement. Exclusive to Dragon Tamers, Dragon Blood Warriors. Skill, Dragon Blood Armor, partially transforms user into a dragon. Boosts all dragon-related skills. Plus 65 strength, plus 30 stamina. Everyone froze. Miss Kai took a cautious step back. Qin Shio's eyes widened. Sunu muttered, an epic weapon? At his level. Lu Fan smirked inwardly, thanking the advanced treasure map triggered by the Blood Lion. That fight had been tough, but it paid off. Now let's see how much you all underestimate me after this dungeon. Lu Fan's flashy weapon had left everyone stunned, especially Sun Go, who blurted out, wait, are you sure you're just a material hunter? You look like a transfer student from some elite academy. Miss Kai rolled her eyes. Why do you even care? If he tries anything sketchy, I'll personally turn him into zombie chow. But before the bickering could escalate, wham! A hand burst from the dirt, grabbing Sun Go's ankle. He jumped back, startled. From beneath the ground, rotting corpses began clawing their way up, corrupt zombies, level 15 monsters with terrifying skills, hug and bite, they grapple and claw while sinking their teeth in. Corpse poison, every attack poisons the victim, slowly draining HP. Zombie conversion, anyone who dies from the poison turns into one of them. Each kill gave 620 EXP, a corruption poison sack, and 256 dragon coins. Nice loot, but the cost could be fatal. Qin Shio shouted a warning to Sun Go as more zombies erupted around them. But the paladin Jigu wasn't about to let anyone fall. Shield raised, he leapt forward like a tank on wheels, absorbing the initial wave. Status check, Jigu, level 20 knight. Profession, fighter role, wall with a pulse. Miss Kai and Sun Go quickly fell back to support. Nice block, Jigu! Sun Go shouted, charging in next. Sun Go, level 28 warrior, began slicing through zombies with massive swings, while Miss Kai, level 23 rogue, danced through the chaos, blades flashing. Meanwhile, Lu Fan remained calm. His system interface flickered in his vision, revealing everyone's battle stats and actions in real time. Knight in front, warrior and rogue flank, good formation. Sun Go's close to a profession change. They're more capable than I thought. Suddenly, Qin Shio stepped forward. Her staff glowed, and a golden aura enveloped her. She rose slightly off the ground, eyes closed in concentration. Oh, we're charging up the big gun, Lu Fan thought. Then, boom! She cast Holy Light Star Rain. Brilliant star-like energy rained down, exploding on impact, wiping out zombies by the dozens. At the same time, her allies glowed as their wounds healed. Sun Go and Miss Kai had to dive out of the blast zone just to avoid getting roasted by friendly fire. The zombies were annihilated. Qin Shio turned to Lu Fan with a proud smile. That's my profession. System notification, revealed, hidden class, Holy Light Mage balance dual role. Moderate healing plus area damage. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow. A hidden profession again? And it's a hybrid. He complimented her on the holy damage, particularly brutal against the undead. But the celebration didn't last long. Rumble. The ground shook. Hard. From beneath the soil, a blood-red hand erupted, clawing at the air. System alert. Blood zombies, level 20 elite monsters rewards, 140 EXP, blood corpse poison sack, 90 dragon coin skills, blood sucking bite, heals itself while damaging the victim. Corpse poison, as before, inflicts continuous poison damage. Blood fury, temporarily boosts strength and agility by 40%. The monsters that emerged were bulkier, faster, and clearly out for blood. Their glowing eyes locked on the team. They're not just here to fight. They're here to wipe us out. Sun Go took command instantly. Miss Kai. Protect Qin Shio and Lu Fan. As the team regrouped for the coming onslaught, Lu Fan knew one thing for sure: if we don't pull out everything we've got, we're not walking out of this realm. Jigu, with me. Sunu's voice cut through the chaos. They couldn't let the zombie horde break their front line. Both he and Jigu charged forward, weapons blazing with energy. Sunu slashed with a powerful full moon slash, severing a zombie's arm clean off. Jigu aimed straight for the heart, driving his sword deep into the creature's chest. For a moment, it looked like they'd done real damage. But then, the zombies grinned. Not in pain. In delight. Jigu tried to pull his blade back, but the zombie wasn't letting go. Its chest began absorbing the sword, like it was devouring metal. Before they could react, a sinister laugh echoed through the mist. The zombies began growing larger, and corpse poison leaked from their mouths. System alert, corpse poison activated drains party HP and heals zombies per second. Qin Shio's eyes widened. This isn't normal. I can't cleanse this. We need a priest's clarity skill to dispel corpse poison. Jigu groaned as the poison spread up his arm. His HP bar dropped rapidly. Help me. I can't break free. Let go of your sword, Jigu. Sunu yelled. Now! Jigu released his grip just in time. Sunu yanked him back, barely avoiding the zombie's next strike. Miss Kai, cover us! But Miss Kai was already overwhelmed, fending off two zombies that lunged at her with clawed fingers glowing green. The situation was spiraling out of control. Then, amid the madness, a voice broke through like a calm breeze through fire. "Hey, Sak, chill. Don't trouble Miss Kai." Everyone turned. There stood Lu Fan, one eye glowing a crimson red, his legendary machete glowing with golden fire in his hand. He wasn't scared. He wasn't flustered. He looked like he was about to take the entire undead army head-on by himself. Sunu panicked. "Get out of there! Those are red blood zombies." But Lu Fan didn't flinch. He lunged. Slash! His machete cut clean across the zombie's throat, severing it with surgical precision. The creature collapsed, dead before it even realized what hit it. The team was stunned. Sun Go stared, jaw on the floor. Did that Anubi just one-shot a red blood zombie? Lu Fan casually handed Jagu his sword back. "Don't back down. Keep moving forward," he said with a smile that screamed confidence. Sunu blinked. "Okay, seriously, what's your level?" Lu Fan's eye still glowed faintly. "I'm just a normal level 14 student." No one believed that. Jagu, barely conscious, was quickly tended to by Qin Shio, who worked to stop the poison spread. As she healed him, she overheard Lu Fan talking about coming to Mount Shia Basin for practice before the big exam. Her mind raced. Level 14? That's my age group, but how does he hit harder than Sunu, who's level 28? Before she could get an answer, a zombie lunged at her from behind, grinning with poison-dripping teeth. "Qin Shio, move!" Miss Kai shouted. But she didn't have to. Lu Fan was faster. He dashed in, pinned the zombie to the wall, and took it out with a single precise swing of his machete. He turned to the group. "These things are going to keep evolving. We need to end this quickly. I'll take the front. Everyone else, hold your positions." Sunu hesitated. But Qin Shio remembered something. Rumors. Whispers back in Jianghai City. A hidden class. A powerful young tamer with dragon blood. Could it be Lu Fan? She wondered. She smiled. "We'll count on you then." With Lu Fan taking point and Sun Go covering him, Qin Shio could finally focus on healing, while Miss Kai secured the rear. Lu Fan introduced himself. The moment they heard the name, the group's suspicions clicked into place. He was the rumored dragon tamer. But even now, Qin Shio still couldn't figure out one thing: how can the weakest class in the system be the strongest person in this realm? Fast forward, the team pushed forward, carving through wave after wave of blood zombies, finally reaching the village center, a place where the ground pulsed like it was alive, and even the shadows whispered warnings. Lu Fan stepped forward, glowing aura blazing, machete ready, and the real battle was just beginning. Lu Fan stood still, his eyes narrowed as the eerie silence around them deepened. The corpse poison was worsening, and Qin Shio's healing spells couldn't stop it. The teleportation gate wouldn't open until they took down the secret realm guardian, but time was running dangerously thin. Jagu's condition was critical. If they didn't hurry, he'd die. And come back, as a zombie. Miss Kai voiced what everyone was thinking. Where is this secret realm guardian anyway? As if summoned by her words, Jagu, barely conscious, spotted a threat. Behind you. Sunu. Then he collapsed. Before Qin Shio could even stabilize him, a red beam of light burst from a mound of debris. From within the rubble, it emerged. A monstrous iron-skinned zombie. Multiple heads. One glowing crimson eye. And charging like a freight train. Boss identified, iron-skinned zombie, Gel V. 20 EXP, 13, 720 dragon coins, 40. It wasn't just a brute. This thing had corpse poison assimilation, meaning it could absorb infected targets to regenerate. Worse, steel skin boosted its defense by 40%. Miss Kai gasped. "This is it. The Guardian." Lu Fan quickly put the pieces together. Xiao's worsening condition must have attracted it. "We have to take it out before it absorbs Jagu," he shouted. Sunu didn't hesitate. He activated Moonlight Slash and launched forward, but the attack bounced off. Not even a scratch. Luan followed up with his dragon aura ignited, jamming his black machete into the zombie's glowing eye. Still nothing. The steel skin was turning it into a walking tank. Lu Fan quickly opened his status window. There it was, Dragon Blood Armor. A high-tier transformation skill that could partially awaken his dragon lineage. Meanwhile, the boss had locked onto Jagu. It moved in fast, ready to assimilate. "Qin Shio." Lu Fan yelled. Coordinate holy spells with me. Qin Shio raised her staff and began chanting. Lu Fan's arm started transforming, scales forming, claws sharpening. Sunu, protect Jigu. Miss Kai, support. With fire pulsing through his veins, Lu Fan's right arm completed its transformation, a gleaming, scaled dragon claw crackling with energy. Together, he and Qin Shio launched their combo attack. She unleashed holy starlight rain, raining divine energy down as Lu Fan leapt into the air, going for the crimson eye. But just before impact, the unexpected happened. The iron skin zombie started to shed its metal armor. Its iron flesh cracked and fell away like rusted plates, revealing raw, faster-moving muscle underneath. It's shedding its skin to move faster. Miss Kai shouted. Sunu's eyes widened. That explains everything. It fuses and absorbs to maintain its mass. But that armor, it's not the real body. Luan nodded. Which means, the original zombie somewhere inside all that bulk. And just then, it was revealed. The real zombie head, grotesque and rotten, appeared beneath the falling armor. Its glowing red eye throbbed like a beacon of death. Lu Fan. The eye. Qin Shio cried out. Without wasting a breath, Lu Fan sprinted forward, his dragon hand blazing with power. He soared through the air, eyes locked on the real core. Boom! He punched the crimson eye with all the fury of dragon fire. The creature shrieked, an inhuman screech that shook the ground. Its body ignited from within, flames bursting through its many heads. Ashes rained down. The Guardian was dead. Lu Fan landed softly, calmly reversing his transformation, and retrieved his machete like it was just another training session. Silence. Everyone stared, stunned. A freshman had just taken out a level 20 secret realm boss. Even Qin Shio, wide-eyed, whispered, that power. I've never seen anything like it. Not even from the top-ranked players. They didn't just survive. They witnessed a monster fall to a myth. As the dust settled and the remains of the iron skin zombie crumbled to ash, Qin Shio stared at Lu Fan with new eyes. Who exactly are you? She wasn't the only one wondering. But before she could ask further, something shimmered in the smoky air, a silver treasure chest, the iron skin zombie's reward box. Qin Shio let out a sigh and turned to Lu Fan. As promised, we'll divide the loot fairly. And? I owe you an apology for underestimating you earlier. Sunu added, half joking. Honestly, Lu Fan could have soloed the entire realm. The rest of us were just background decoration. Lu Fan laughed lightly, brushing off the compliment. Thanks, Sunu. Qin Shio, you handle the distribution. You're the leader. Qin Shio nodded and opened the chest, but what they found inside left them all blinking. Strength potions. Several of them, but all normal quality, boosting strength by just 2 points each. Rare antidote potions, strong enough to cure corpse poison. And a single equipment drop, morning bracelet, excellent quality, level requirement, 10 plus 16 strength, plus 17 endurance. Miss Kai raised an eyebrow. This is it? For defeating the boss of the secret realm of chance? That's it, kinda lame. Even Sunu looked disappointed. You'd expect something more epic. This feels like dungeon leftovers. Lu Fan frowned, uneasy. Something felt off. Still, Qin Shio moved forward, asking Sunu to help Jigu drink an antidote potion. As Sunu helped the weakened warrior recover, she handed Lu Fan the morning bracelet. You earned this. And take a few potions too. Lu Fan accepted them with a quiet nod, impressed by the Qin family's sense of discipline and fairness. They're a proper team. I respect that. But even as everyone relaxed, Qin Shio's expression darkened. Where's the portal? We beat the Guardian, but there's no way out. Lu Fan had just slipped on his new bracelet when he froze. Something was coming. Before anyone could react, Miss Kai casually suggested, maybe the portal's elsewhere? We can scout. Wait. Don't move. Lu Fan barked, sharp as steel. He was staring at his system window. We haven't cleared the realm yet. The system says we're still in danger. Sunu blinked. How can there still be a boss left? We wiped everything. But Qin Shio interrupted, her voice uneasy. I can feel something. A presence. It's heavy, cold, wrong. The group turned to her. A holy light mage sensing darkness? Not a good sign. They followed the feeling, moving cautiously toward the lakeside of Morning Village. The further they went, the creepier it got. The place was cloaked in fog and decay, the lake itself reeking like a sewer from hell. Maybe we missed this spot earlier, Sunu muttered, already regretting it. As they neared the water, a shadow shifted beneath the surface. Something massive. Something alive. A huge, tentacled monster rose slowly from the depths, its body covered in pulsing, grotesque eyes, each one glowing with a crimson pupil radiating pure rage. The water rippled with hatred. This thing was mad. Mad that they killed its minions. Suddenly, boom! Tentacles shot out from the ground, writhing with blinking eyeballs, lashing at the group. They barely dodged in time. Miss Kai screamed, "What is that thing?" Lu Fan opened his system to scan it. Nothing. Level, unknown name, unknown. Even the status window didn't recognize the creature. This wasn't a normal boss. This was something else. Something ancient and hungry. Turns out, Lu Fan was right all along. This wasn't over, not by a long shot. As the monstrous tentacles lashed wildly, Sunu barely managed to dodge them. Okay, yep, that thing's definitely the real final boss. He stepped forward, crimson sword in hand, trying to shield the others. But the tentacle monster didn't care. One swipe sent Sunu flying like a ragdoll, crashing into the dirt with a painful grunt. Their strongest warrior? Down. That was a bad sign. Before anyone could react, the tentacles changed course, aiming straight for Qin Shio. Frozen in shock, she couldn't move. It's too fast. Boom! Like a thunderbolt, Lu Fan appeared out of nowhere, grabbing her just before the tentacles could crush her. He held her tight as they both tumbled to the ground. Qin Shio blushed. He actually saved me again? No time for romance. Another wave of tentacles slammed them both to the side. The group regrouped, checking on Qin Shio. Miss Kai rushed over. "Are you okay?" Meanwhile, Lu Fan, ever the MVP, was already back on his feet. But then, the air shifted. From the river's surface, a dark purple aura began to rise. The water bubbled, and every instinct in their bodies screamed, "Run!" Too late. Out from the depths emerged a colossal abomination, its body wrapped in grotesque tentacles. But at the center stood a woman, long hair flowing, hands shackled by ancient iron chains. Her face twisted in anger and sorrow. The grieving specter. Level 25 boss. Strength, 27 agility, 183 spirit, 50 stamina, 266 her passive aura. Brutal. Corpse aura reduces all attributes of living beings in the realm by 20% just by existing. Her active skills? Worse, chain whip, massive burst damage. Resentment explosion, blasts enemies back and infects them with corpse poison. Miss Kai stood frozen. That's the real boss. Behind her, Jigu groaned, finally regaining consciousness and trying to stand. "Let me fight." But Sun Go stopped him. "No. You just recovered. I'll protect you. Let us handle this." Jigu protested, but Sun Go held firm. "You've done enough. Don't push yourself now." Meanwhile, no one noticed the tentacles curling above Sunu's head until the last second. He glanced up and barely blocked with his sword. Too close, but the battle wasn't waiting. Lu Fan, seeing the others barely hanging on, knew it was time to go all in. He gripped his legendary black machete and locked eyes with the boss. If she's a zombie, there has to be a core. A true body, then he saw it. The real body of the grieving spectre, hidden in the mass of tentacles, still partially human. That was the key. With a mighty leap, Lu Fan charged. The boss shrieked, her mouth opening in a grotesque distortion, unleashing a corpse Kai envelopment. The debuff hit everyone hard, dropping their stats across the board. Still, Lu Fan pushed forward. Tentacles lunged at him like spears, but he was too fast, dodging, weaving, climbing one of the iron chains wrapped around her. Even the boss seemed stunned by his boldness. "Lu Fan, watch out for the shackles!" Qin Shio shouted. Too late. The boss snapped one of the submerged chains like a whip, chain lash. It smashed into Lu Fan, throwing him off balance. He began to fall, but he refused to let go. Gripping his machete, he used the chain to swing back into action. Now the boss was angry. Really angry. Tentacles flew everywhere. Chains lashed like lightning. Miss Kai and Jigu tried to block them, but Jiaji's shield shattered under the sheer force of a single hit. The team was breaking. Still, Lu Fan was climbing. Still fighting. Still going. If I can reach her, I can end this. As Lu Fan charges toward the specter's true body, he suddenly notices a tentacle sweeping toward Sun Go and the others. It's fast. Too fast. The monster sneers, keep resisting, and your whole group dies. Lu Fan's fury explodes. Everyone, get out of the way. His body surges with dragon energy as he activates Dragon Strike once again. His blade glows with golden fire, slicing through the tentacle with one powerful arc. The boss lets out a monstrous shriek, wounded, but far from finished. Suddenly, chains whip toward the team, striking with relentless fury. They lash out like lightning, forcing everyone to scatter. Realizing brute strength isn't enough, Lu Fan takes it up a notch. Time to stop holding back. Dragon Blood Transformation activated. His right hand morphs into a gleaming dragon claw, thick with scales and raw power. With a roar, Lu Fan shatters the chains attacking the team, sending the broken links flying like shrapnel. He lands with a thud, the battlefield trembling beneath his feet. Sunu watches, stunned. This boss, she's too strong. We can't win like this. We need a plan. Even Qin Shio is worried. Lu Fan, we're in no shape to keep fighting. If we don't leave now, we won't survive. But the grieving spectre is far from finished. She glares at Lu Fan, chains twitching like angry snakes. Lu Fan doesn't flinch. You all need to retreat. Head to the village, we've cleared out the zombies there. He turns to Sunu and Miss Kai, assigning them the task of protecting the group. Qin Shio steps forward, visibly conflicted. You're staying here? Alone? Lu Fan just offers a half grin. Don't worry, I'll handle her. I always do. Miss Kai nods. It's the only way. Qin Shio, come with us. Still hesitating, Qin Shio looks back at Lu Fan. But she knows there's no changing his mind. Then Lu Fan raises his clawed hand high and the sky ignites in flames. A flaming aura engulfs the battlefield, swirling like a vortex. The team watches in awe. Lu Fan isn't just powering up, he's opening a portal. Even without her debuff, we're still outmatched. So I'm calling someone who's not. From the portal, a shadow emerges, massive, winged, and lethal. Xia, come join me for some fun. Boom! Out bursts Xia, Lu Fan's legendary black dragon. Her wings whip up a storm as she slams into the battlefield with a deafening roar. The team? Absolutely. Speechless. Wait, he had a dragon this whole time. And not just any dragon, she is even bigger and more terrifying than when we first saw her. Without wasting a second, she lunges forward, grabbing the boss's tentacles in her razor-sharp jaws and tearing through them like paper. Lu Fan didn't want to reveal Xia to the team just yet, but desperate times, right? The grieving spectre tries to retaliate, lashing more tentacles, but Xia flares her wings and bats them aside like gnats. Then she leaps forward, claws flashing, and rips through the boss's defenses. Blood splatters. Tentacles snap. The boss screams, her body starting to leak cursed black blood. She is not done yet. She lets out a thunderous roar and charges again, activating her giant assault skill. With terrifying speed, she slams into the boss, biting deep and inflicting continuous bleeding damage. Every bite weakens the boss further. The spectre flails, her attacks becoming wild, desperate. But it's too late now. Because Xia is just getting started. With a mighty roar, Xia tears through the last of the chains, launching the spectre boss backward into the watery abyss she crawled out of. The lake goes silent. Ripples fade. For a moment, it's over. The secret boss of the realm of chance has been defeated, or so it seems. Sunu's mouth hangs open, eyes wide. 2 hits. He took her down in just 2 hits. Even Jaga looks like he's seen a ghost. So that's the power of a dragon. No way. The team is caught between fear and awe. All their lives, dragons were stories, omens of destruction, death in the sky. But Lu Fan just summoned one like it was his pet dog. Qin Shio begins piecing it all together. Wait, the rumors about a dragon tamer in Zhanghai City. That's him. Lu Fan, the so-called worthless dragon tamer. Yeah, worthless? Doesn't look like it now. Lu Fan kneels beside Xia, giving her a gentle pat. Great job, girl. Her massive eyes blink slowly, content. Suddenly, the world flickers. The screen transitions, 3 centuries into the past. We enter the tragic origin of the grieving spectre. She was born in a serene, quiet city protected by the church. Life was peaceful until the plague struck. Her grandfather died first. Then the lake, once a place of laughter, turned into a graveyard. Corpses floated ashore faster than they could be buried. Desperate, she turned to the dark arts, not to destroy, but to heal. She wanted to save her people. Instead, she was branded a dark witch. Her magic let the living say goodbye to the dead. But she couldn't stop death itself. The church twisted her kindness into a crime. 2 knights came with chains. "You're to be judged," they said. Confused and betrayed, she cried out, "Why are you punishing me? I just wanted to help." The knights bound her and threw her into the lake. As she sank, her last thoughts were of betrayal and pain. Back to the present, Lu Fan stares into the lake, the water once again calm. Sunu steps forward. "We can finally leave, right?" The bosses did. But Lu Fan doesn't move. His eyes narrow. No, it's too soon. Bubbles begin to rise. Lots of them. Before anyone can react, a violent eruption breaks the surface, and the boss's silhouette bursts into the sky like a cannonball. Lu Fan and Xia whip their heads upward, startled. The boss hovers above, arms outstretched, surrounded by a swirling aura of water and rage. Sun. Ghost Blade is out in an instant. The team falls back into formation, eyes wide with dread. Xia growls, wings extended to shield the team. Then, a colossal form rises from the lake. A woman made entirely of roaring water, her eyes glowing with red vengeance. A status window flashes before them, Grieving Spectre Boss, Phase 2 Level, 25, Nightmarish Difficulty, Strength, 286 Agility, 249 Spirit, 435 Endurance, 399 new abilities. Lamentation Impact releases a curse that can instantly kill. If it fails, it still deals massive damage and may inflict poison, bleed, or stun. Deep Aquatic Pressure manipulates lake water to form prisons, trapping players. Body of Resentments nullifies all physical damage. Will of Resentment awakens all corpses within the secret realm. Sunu gulps. Her stats just went through the roof. He grips his sword tighter. Jaga and Qin Shio look shaken, taking cautious steps backward. Miss Kai's dagger trembles in her hand. She's entering her next phase. The real fight has only just begun. Lu Fan's dragon blood pulses. Round 2 starts now. The Grieving Spectre Boss raises her arms high, the sky darkening as her fury boils over. Boom! She unleashes her deadly skill, Deep Aquatic Pressure. From her watery form, a massive water giant emerges, hurling titanic water orbs down at the party like divine punishment. Just as one is about to obliterate the team, Xiaoi spreads her wings wide, activating her immunity skill, Restriction. The water explodes on contact, but the team remains unharmed. A system window pops up in front of Lu Fan. Black Dragon Lineage skill activated. Incoming damage reduced by 50%. Immune to harmful effects. Self-healing increased by 500%. Okay, that's just unfair, mutters Jaga, half impressed, half terrified. One orb crashes down beside Miss Kai. She leaps away, but water slithers after her like a serpent, trapping her in a watery cage. Qin Shio gasps in horror. Miss Kai stabs at the water, but her dagger passes through without effect. Sun Go joins in, slashing with all his might. Nothing works. Physical attacks are useless. Qin Shio exclaims. She's using Body of Resentments. Miss Kai's strength fades. Water seeps into her lungs. She closes her eyes. I'm sorry, Shio? I messed up. But Qin Shio steps forward, tears welling up. No. I should be the one apologizing. I led us here. This is all my fault. She falls to her knees, clutching her staff helplessly. That's when Lu Fan speaks up. Calm. Firm. Are you really giving up now? After all we've been through. Another orb falls, this one for Sunu. Before he can dodge, he's sealed inside his own watery tomb. The team is cornered. Morale is crumbling. I'm the only mage, Qin Shio admits. And my magic isn't strong enough. Sunu, still trapped, grits his teeth. Guys. She's immune to physical damage. We're sitting ducks out here. He looks toward Lu Fan. Can you use magic? But before Lu Fan can reply, the boss unleashes Lamentation Impact. A deadly hand of water stretches toward him. Xiaoi moves like lightning, throwing a wing in front of him. She glares like, seriously? Again? A system notification pops up. Black Dragon Immunity triggered instant death, blocked corpse poison, blocked bleed and stun, blocked. Lu Fan casually slips his hands in his pockets, unfazed. Another alert, damage reduction, 50% status effect immunity, active self-recovery, plus 500%. Man's got cheat codes, Sun Go mutters inside his bubble. Sunu yells out, if you can't use magic, what can we do? Lu Fan grins. I can't. But my dragon can. Everyone's jaws drop. Miss Kai stares, blinking in disbelief. You're a dragon tamer. That word suddenly hits different. The once worthless title now sounds more like a god-tier rank. The boss tries another sneak attack. Bad move. Lu Fan clenches his fist, a fireball igniting in his palm. He locks eyes with the boss, his fiery aura rising. A dragon's power isn't something humans can comprehend, he says coolly. The water woman launches another lamentation impact. Xiaoyi tanks it. Again. Another system pop-up, all harmful effects nullified. And now? It's Lu Fan's turn. Xiaoyi, activate dragon inspiration. The ground trembles. Flames spiral around them. A system window flashes, dragon inspiration activated. Stat boosts, strength, 968 1, 258 agility, 767 970 spirit, 959 1, 246 endurance, 976 1, 268 Miss Kai. What the hell kind of numbers are those? Xiaoyi, Lu Fan commands, pointing toward the boss, unleash your lava blaze. Xiaoyi roars. Her wings glow red-hot. Then, boom! She exhales a burning torrent, lava and fire swirling together, scorching the water boss. The flames eat away at her form. Slowly, her watery body starts to evaporate, the steam screaming into the air. Not only is lava blaze dealing continuous elemental damage, it's also healing Xiaoyi with every burn. Wait, her fire heals her too. That's cheating. Jaga cries. But Lu Fan simply watches, eyes glowing like embers. The tide of battle has finally shifted. And now? The dragon is just getting started. The sky burns in swirling flames as the boss's monstrous form finally begins to disintegrate, consumed by Xiaoyi's unrelenting fire. At the lake's edge, Qin Xiao stands frozen, mouth agape. Xiao joins her, both staring at the inferno like it's the end of the world, or the beginning of a new one. As Xiaoyi's flames intensify, the watery prisons that trapped Miss Kai and Sun Go begin to steam and evaporate. Miss Kai stumbles free, soaked and speechless. Sunul, his face grim, looks skyward. This power, it's catastrophic, he murmurs. Suddenly, boom! The boss begins to implode, her body unable to withstand the searing heat. In a final act of desperation, she triggers her ultimate skill, Will of Resentment. She's trying to resurrect the corpses in the realm. Qin Xiao yells. But it's too late. The colossal water woman crumbles into ash and steam, leaving behind only a purple haze as she vanishes completely. And in her place? A glowing portal hums into existence. Right beside a gleaming treasure chest. High above, Xiaoyi reverts to her human form, floating midair with a proud smirk. A system notification flashes, Black Dragon Realm level increased details, classified of course. Lu Fan chuckles, clapping his hands together. Nice work, Xia. Another alert dings, level up. Plus 5 levels gained, not too shabby, he grins. Smoke fills the battlefield, the lingering remnants of a hard-won victory. Qin Xiao rushes over to Miss Kai, who coughs weakly but smiles. Sun Go points toward the portal. It's over, he announces. Go stands up, brushing ash from his shoulder. Everyone okay? He asks. But then, a noise. Shuffling. Groaning. Behind them. They turn. The village zombies, previously defeated, have risen again, brought back by the boss's will of resentment. Oh, come on, Sun Go groans. But before panic can spread, a familiar shadow soars overhead. Is that all the dragon? Sun Go asks, eyes wide. Xiaoyi, now in her true dragon form, dives toward the horde, her mouth glowing. She has got this, Lu Fan assures calmly. And she does. Lava blaze erupts once more. A burning storm sweeps across the zombies, reducing them to ashes within seconds. Zombies that gave us so much trouble, she's just melting them like butter, Qin Xiao whispers in awe. Lu Fan walks over, hands in his pockets, smirking. Yep, that's Xiaoyi, the black dragon. He turns to Sunul. No. Need to be tense. She's got everything under control. Then, he looks toward the treasure chest, rubbing his hands. Now, according to the rules. I pick first. He pauses, looking back with a smirk. Anyone got a problem with that? Qin Shio shakes her head. No objections here. Lu Fan steps up, opens the chest, and it glows with heavenly light. Everyone gathers around, anticipation thick in the air. Inside, they find some serious loot. 1. Holy Light Staff, excellent quality, plus 32 spirit, plus 19 stamina level requirement, 10 ability, Holy Light Seal, binds a target with Holy Light. Duration scales with spirit stat. Perfect for our magic squad. Lu Fan nods at Qin Shio. 2. Twilight Robe, excellent quality, plus 35 spirit, plus 15 stamina level requirement, 10 ability, Light Flow, generates a light barrier. Strength scales with spirit. Hey, defense matters too, right? Sun Go says, eyeing it hopefully. 3. Ring of Morning, rare quality, plus 57 spirit, plus 21 stamina, plus 12 strength level requirement, 15 ability, Morning Aura, marks a target. Anyone attacking them builds resentment points, causing effects like poisoning, bleeding, dizziness. That's terrifying, Miss Kai mutters. And amazing, Sun adds. 4. Job Transfer Scroll, item rarity? Function, unlocks a new class or transforms current job path that's going to change someone's life, Lu Fan murmurs. As the team stands around the chest, mouths hanging open at the bounty, the air finally begins to settle. Victory is sweet. The danger is gone. And the real adventure might just be beginning. Among the treasure, one item shines with mysterious potential, a rare consumable scroll capable of transforming a normal profession into a hidden one of the same class type. The kind of item players could only dream of. Without hesitation, Lu Fan picks the job transfer scroll, and as he lifts it, a blue energy pulses from his body. System notification, job transfer scroll acquired. Qin Shio steps forward. You don't have to do this, she says gently. The loot's yours by the rules. But Lu Fan just smiles. Relax. I'm not trying to win generosity points. The rest of the gear is loaded with spirit stats, it suits you way better. Qin Shio, touched, glances down at the chest. If it weren't for you, we might not have made it out alive. Lu Fan watches curiously as she reaches into the chest again, this time, pulling out the Ring of Morning. She holds it out. Then take this. You deserve more than just one reward. He accepts it without a second thought, closing his eyes briefly as the cool energy flows into his palm. Qin Shio blushes, still clutching her staff. What else are you hiding, mystery man? She wonders silently, gazing into his eyes. Elsewhere, Shaoi is giggling while teasing Jiago, chasing his tail in Dragon Girl mode. Uncle Sun Ji Yu, watching Lu Fan from a distance, nods thoughtfully. That kid, he's something else. Miss Kai joins them, smiling. Time to head back. Later that night, Lu Fan returns to the familiar sight of his Aunt Han Siyu's bun shop. The moment she sees him, she rushes over and hugs him tightly. You're back. Finally, she says, voice trembling. Surprised but warmed, Lu Fan pats her back. Whoa, easy. I'm still covered in wilderness grime. I don't care, she cries. You left without telling me anything. I thought I'd lost you. Feeling a pang of guilt, he gently wipes away her tears. I'm sorry. I won't disappear on you again. Nearby, Shaoi is curled up adorably, soaking up the attention as Han Siyu strokes her head. She's too cute, Han Siyu laughs. Hard to believe she's a fearsome dragon. Tell me about it, Lu Fan chuckles. Then, he pulls something from his inventory, the job transfer scroll. Auntie, I chose this for you. Han Siyu blinks in surprise. What? For me? Lu Fan nods. If you use this, you can upgrade to a hidden profession. No more toiling away in a bun shop. You deserve better. She shakes her head. Quickly. No way. This thing must be worth a fortune. Sell it. Use it to buy equipment for your big exam. But Lu Fan just pulls out his phone. Already covered. He flips the screen toward her, his bank balance glowing with digits most players only dream of. I sold materials I collected. Plus, Qin Shio promised a 100,000 dragon coin bonus. He smiles. We're not going to worry about money anymore. Han Siyu stares, wide-eyed. And then, oh my, you really grew up. She hugs him again, tears of joy falling this time. Then I'll use it. For you. She takes the scroll and opens it. Immediately, a radiant blue light explodes from the parchment, wrapping around her like a divine aura. Her hair and clothes lift, suspended in the energy. She gasps, floating above the ground as the scroll dissolves into pure power. Lu Fan shields his eyes from the brilliance. Did it work? He asks. From within the light, Han Siyu turns to him, smiling softly. Yes. I succeeded. The air settles. The light fades. And everything changes. As the blue light faded, Han Siyu floated gently to the ground. Her profession had changed, she was now an enchantment chef. Lu Fan's eyes widened. A hidden profession? That's amazing. What can it do? Han Siyu beamed, still feeling the residual warmth of the transformation. It's called enchantment cooking. I can cook meals that grant buffs, speed, strength, even magic resistance. Lu Fan grinned. Your food was already legendary. Add buffs to it, and you'll turn into a 5-star buffing machine. Stop flattering me, she chuckled, playfully waving him off. But before Lu Fan could continue, he suddenly paused and looked around. Wait, where's Xiaoyi? Cut to the kitchen. Xiaoyi lay on the floor, stomach bloated, surrounded by empty plates and bun crumbs. She had snuck in, devoured every single dish, and promptly passed out in a food coma. Classic Xiaoyi. Meanwhile, that same night at the Qin family villa, Qin Xiao sat across from her father, Qin Shanhai, in his luxurious study. Swirling a glass of champagne, he asked calmly, "Is it true? A dragon tamer named Lu Fan summoned a black dragon to save you?" Qin Xiao nodded, her voice tinged with guilt. "Yes. I let my pride get in the way. If not for him, we'd all be dead." She clenched her fists. "We both have hidden professions, but the gap between us is like a firefly to the moon." Qin Shanhai turned to the window, silent for a moment. "Have you told anyone else about the dragon?" "No. I promised Lu Fan. Our family won't say a word." He smiled faintly, turning back toward her. "Good. The moment news of a dragon gets out, chaos will follow. Please," Qin Xiao added, eyes pleading. "Don't tell anyone. He saved our lives." Her father laughed softly. "Relax. I'm not the villain of your coming-of-age arc. So, how do you plan to repay him?" She explained the 100,000 yuan reward she'd promised him. Generous, Qin Shanhai nodded. "Take a purple tongue card and visit him personally tomorrow. Make it formal." She raised a brow. "Why not come with me if you're so curious about him?" He winked. "Because unlike you, I have a mountain of meetings. But I'd love to meet your dragon boy someday." Classic dad move. The next morning. The peaceful quiet of Han Siyu's bakery is interrupted by the arrival of two strangers, a short girl with a high-class aura, holding a magic staff. Her tall assistant, clad in sleek black armor, carrying a suspicious-looking suitcase. They step into the shop just as Han Siyu is kneading dough. "Sorry," she smiles warmly, peeking through the door. "No steamed buns today." But the girl wrinkles her nose in disdain. "This dump? Are you sure this is the place?" "Yes, Princess Jinshu," the assistant replies nervously. "Our intel confirms it." Han Siyu, puzzled, asks who they are. Without warning, the assistant pushes the door open, hitting Han Siyu in the arm. "Ouch," she yelps, clutching her elbow. The pair stride in like royalty barging into a village inn. "We're looking for someone," the princess announces. "A dragon tamer. Name, Lu Fan." From upstairs, Lu Fan hears the commotion and races down. He sees Han Siyu holding her arm, in pain. "Auntie, what happened?" Han Siyu tries to downplay it. "It's nothing. Just a bump." The princess scoffs at the rustic surroundings. "The smell in here, how do people survive like this?" Lu Fan glares. "Who are you people?" The assistant steps forward. "This is Princess Jin Shu of the Tai Kingdom. I am Chu Hong Tai, her assistant." The princess smiles confidently. "I've come all this way to offer you an opportunity, a breakthrough that could change everything." Lu Fan raised an eyebrow. He had faced monsters, bandits, and arrogant nobles, but this? This was new. Princess Jin Shu gave a smug smile, then snapped her fingers. Her assistant, Chu Hong Tai, knelt down and unlocked the suitcase with a dramatic click. Inside lay a gleaming dragon egg, pulsating faintly with energy. Lu Fan's eyes widened. A real dragon egg. He could feel the mana pulsing from it. He even started to sweat. The princess pointed at him. Accept my request, and this egg is yours. But in exchange, you'll be my servant. You will obey my every command without question. Seriously? Spoiled princess energy was off the charts. Chu Hongtai stood up proudly, cradling the egg like it was a crown jewel. The princess, meanwhile, started flexing her royal muscles. This is a reward from the armored dragon lair. It's the only dragon egg in the world. Back in reality, Han Siyu was visibly furious. Excuse me. You want to make my nephew your servant? Lu Fan, staying calm, opened his status window and scanned the egg's details. Species, armored dragon trait, 30% damage reduction attack, 1 move, a slow, wide area tail sweep mobility, poor combat potential, lower than a wyvern. This thing's basically a walking shield, he muttered. A dragon? More like a bulky lizard in cosplay. But Jinshu misread his silence. Speechless, aren't you? It's powerful, I know. Lu Fan cut her off, deadpan, powerful? Its only feature is defense. I'm not sure it even qualifies as a dragon. Jinshu gasped like she'd just been slapped with a noodle. Do you even understand what a dragon egg means to a tamer? Han Siyu watched this drama unfold, completely baffled by the absurdity of it all. How can a child like her think ordering people around makes sense? Lu Fan placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, auntie. I'll handle it. The princess wasn't done with her delusions. A dragon tamer without a dragon is worthless. Join me, and I'll make you the strongest man in history. Fame, power, it can all be yours. Lu Fan, still calm, gave the most Lu Fan response ever, no thanks. Boom. The refusal hit her like a magical brick to the face. What? Are you really turning down the chance to make history? Lu Fan folded his arms. If you're done, you can leave now. I'm not interested in your offer, or your egg. Chu Hongtai stepped in, scowling. The princess gave you a chance, and you spit on it? You ignorant fool. I won't be anyone's servant, Lu Fan replied coolly. Respect is earned, not bought with cheap deals. Princess Jinshu's face twisted with rage. Teach him a lesson, she ordered. Chu Hongtai cracked his knuckles and stepped forward, ready to throw hands. Han Siyu quickly stepped between them, pleading, please. Don't fight. He just doesn't want this, can't you see that? But Chu Hongtai wasn't listening. Out of the way, old woman. He shoved her to the side. She stumbled and cried out, falling hard against the counter. Lu Fan froze. Then, his blood boiled. He rushed to her, eyes wide with concern. Auntie! Are you okay? She nodded, holding her red, swollen cheek. I'm fine, but that boy needs to be taught some manners. Chu Hongtai sneered. You dare defy Princess Jinshu? You lowly commoners don't know your place. Han Siyu screamed, Lu Fan. But it was too late. In a blink, Lu Fan stepped forward, his black machete gleaming in his hand. He slashed. A burst of wind followed. Blood sprayed. Chu Hongtai stumbled back, cheek bleeding, eyes wide with disbelief. Lu Fan pointed his blade straight at him. You laid a hand on my family. I won't show mercy. Just as Lu Fan's blade drew blood, Han Ku rushed in, grabbing his arm. Lu Fan, don't act impulsively. But it was too late for diplomacy. The bratty Princess Jinshu, completely clueless about what had just happened, still demanded answers. What's wrong with Chu Hongtai? I told you to teach him a lesson. Chu Hongtai, stunned from Lu Fan's earlier attack, now realized this wasn't just some random commoner. This boy was dangerous. Then, with zero hesitation, Lu Fan stepped forward, reached out, and slapped the princess. Hard. The sound echoed like thunder. Everyone froze. I don't care what royal playground you crawled out of, Lu Fan growled. Shut your noisy mouth, take your trash, and get out of my home. Slap. Even her ancestors probably felt that one. Chu Hongtai saw red. You dare lay a hand on the princess. He lunged, but Lu Fan wasn't done. With one swift motion, Lu Fan swung his black machete, knocking the spear wand out of Hongtai's hand like it was a toy. The bratty princess sat on the ground, still cradling her cheek, absolutely seething. Her face twisted with fury. "You idiot," she screamed at Chu Hongtai. "Does this look fine to you? Kill him. I don't care if we never find another Tamer again, just kill him." Hongtai wiped the blood from his mouth and stood. "Yes, princess." Elsewhere. Back in Lu Fan's room, his phone wouldn't stop ringing. Inside the house, Xiaoi, our sassy black dragon waifu, rolled her eyes. Does he ever mute his phone? The caller was Qin Xiao, pacing the streets, confused. That's the number he gave me. Why isn't he picking up? She glanced around, trying to remember where his house was when, boom. A wall nearby exploded. Debris scattered. People screamed. Chu Hongtai had just been launched through it like a meteor. Qin Xiao stared. "You look terrible." Locals pointed and whispered, "A foreigner's causing trouble." The princess snapped, "Go away, all of you. Stop staring." And through the dust, Lu Fan walked out like a boss. Big black machete in hand. Calm. Confident. Chu Hongtai fell to his knees. I can't defeat him, his attributes are too high, but the princess wasn't ready to quit. Then let me help. She began chanting. Dark energy swirled around her like a vortex of rage. Lu Fan watched closely. That energy, it's the exact opposite of Qin Xiao's holy spells. Suddenly, Qin Xiao appeared, running toward him. "Lu Fan. Are you okay? What are you doing here?" Before he could say more, Princess Jin Shu finished her incantation. All that twisted energy flowed into Chu Hongtai. He screamed, convulsing from the power overload. A blinding light exploded around them. Lu Fan and Qin Xiao shielded their eyes. A status window popped up, Chu Hongtai, Guardian Knight, Combat Class, Princess Jin Shu, Advanced Spiritual Witch, Combat Class, when the light faded. Chu Hongtai had transformed. Muscles doubled. Aura darkened. Eyes glowing. He was no longer human, he was a monster. "I'm here to help," Qin Xiao said firmly, stepping in front of Lu Fan. But Hongtai lunged at them with unnatural speed. "Qin Xiao, take care of my aunt." Lu Fan shouted, pushing her aside. The ground exploded where he had just been standing. Debris flew everywhere. Sliding back, Lu Fan narrowed his eyes. His attack power, it's off the charts. I'll need dragon inspiration and dragon claw to survive this. The princess stood nearby, shrieking, "Kill him! Kill him and I'll finally calm down." Hongtai yanked his staff from the dirt, ready to strike again. But before he could move, a blur of black shot from the window. Xiaoi, our dragon waifu, had arrived. In a flash of light, she returned to her original dragon form, wings unfurled, scales gleaming. The princess and Chu Hongtai froze. It's a real dragon," Princess Jin Shu clutched her staff, stammering. "Useless trash. Hold him off, I'll cast another spell." But before her chant could even begin, Xiaoi roared. A thunderous, god-tier roar that shook the entire street. The blast wave knocked the princess off her feet, cancelling her spell instantly and blowing her wig of entitlement into another dimension. We pick up right where we left off, with Shirao Ei, our legendary dragon waifu, fully unleashed. Activating her dragon bloodline skill, Xiaoi gained 50% damage reduction, immunity to all debuffs and, wait for it, 500% boosted self-healing. Talk about plot armor on steroids. Without even flinching, she grabbed Chu Hongtai and body-slammed him into the ground. He squealed like a spoiled toddler who just dropped his lollipop. "Let me go." Being the good dragon she is, she obeyed, but only after launching him like a meteor toward Princess Jin Shu. He crashed into the road beside her, creating a massive crater and zero sympathy from anyone. At this point, he honestly owed Honu, Lu Fan, and every pedestrian within 5 blocks an apology. Seeing her elite warrior flattened like a pancake, Princess Jin Shu's eyes widened. For the first time, reality hit her. Wait, real dragons exist. Not just those gene family lizards with scale allergies. Before she could faint from realization, Lu Fan stepped in. Walking slowly toward her, his black machete in hand, eyes full of fury, and aura screaming final boss mode. "Weren't you the one planning to kill me to vent your anger?" he asked coldly. Jin Shu backed away in fear, only to trip over her own ego and land on her royal butt. "Stay away from me," she cried, now all tears and trembling. "You attacked my attendant, injured him, humiliated me and threatened me. Oh, now she wants to play the victim? Classic. You're now an enemy of the Thai kingdom, she wailed dramatically, like a villainous rejected in episode 1. But Lu Fan wasn't fazed. Not even a blink. He flexed his machete and asked calmly, trying to scare me. As he reached her, his gaze hardened. You sent your man to harm my family. I don't care if you're a princess or a god. I'll repay every act of yours. With interest. The princess was frozen in fear. And as if the moment wasn't intense enough, Xia was in the background, charging up a fireball the size of a truck. Lu Fan raised his blade, ready to strike. Lu Fan. A voice echoed from the sky. Qin Shan Hai, Qin Xiao's father, descended on a majestic griffin, heading straight toward the scene. Dad! It's dangerous! Xiao shouted. Xia noticed the incoming figure and locked onto him like a turret. Her fireball aimed and locked on. No, Xia, stop! Lu Fan ordered, holding out his hand. Right then, he sliced through the princess's staff, cutting off her power source just as easily as he cut her confidence. The fireball vanished as Xia held her fire, and Qin Shan Hai landed safely. Call back your dragon, Lu Fan, he said, gesturing to the bystanders. There are civilians here. This place isn't a battlefield. He glanced at Xia with awe. So this is a real dragon. Even his poor griffin trembled like a chihuahua in a thunderstorm. Qin Xiao ran up to Lu Fan, grabbing his arm. Please, come with me. Lu Fan nodded. Xia immediately reverted to her human form, calm and composed as if she didn't just nearly vaporize royalty. Scene shift, Han's bun shop. Lu Fan sat down with Honu, recounting everything. She explained that Qin Shan Hai knew the princess and that Xiao had called him, hoping he could help resolve the conflict. That brat's not gonna let this go, Lu Fan muttered. Just then, Qin Shan Hai entered. You sure know how to stir things up, kid, he said with a wry smile. This time, it wasn't my fault, Lu Fan said. She picked the fight. Han Ku cut in, asking the important question, so, how's this being handled? Qin Shan Hai replied, they're both in the hospital. And yes, we'll have to explain everything to the Jin family. That name hit the room like a cold wind. The Jin family. Honu asked, worried. Aren't they just merchants? Not just merchants, Qin Shan Hai replied. They've got power. Political influence. They're deeply tied to the Thai kingdom's upper elite. The room grew tense. But Lu Fan? Still cool as ever. I'm not compromising my dignity over a dragon egg. Let her bring the whole kingdom if she wants. Qin Shan Hai smiled. You've got guts, Lu Fan. I admire that. And for once, the room wasn't filled with tension, but with respect. After the dust settled, Qin Shan Hai lit a cigarette with casual confidence, exhaling a cloud of smoke as he laid out the terms for Lu Fan's safety. I can keep the princess off your back, for now. But I can't do it alone. You have a condition to meet. Lu Fan, curious, raised his cigarette like a question mark. What condition? Qin Shan Hai's eyes gleamed. Become the South Province champion in the grand exam. He was clear and unwavering. I'll hold the princess at bay until then, but only if you beat every top student in the entire South Province. Before Lu Fan could respond, Qin Xiao added with a serious tone, it won't be easy. There are countless elites. But if you're champion, that's when I'll really step in. Lu Fan's face hardened with determination. I understand. I accept. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Princess Jin wailing. Pacing furiously, phone pressed to her ear, she screamed accusations. Qin Shan Hai is obviously protecting Lu Fan. He hasn't been punished yet. The voice on the other end tried to soothe her, promising to escalate the matter to higher officials. No, she barked. Put pressure on the kingdom's top brass. This is my command. Lu Fan will pay for this humiliation. Despite her rage, deep down, we all know, even her entire empire wouldn't stand a chance against Lu Fan and his dragon. Scene shifts to the third middle school, day before the grand exam. The playground buzzed with nervous energy. Groups formed, whispers floated. Then, a hush fell as Lu Fan walked back onto campus. Whispers erupted, is that Lu Fan? The bun seller? He used to be top tier, but no school wanted him now. Why is he even trying the exam again? Lu Fan barely blinked at the gossip. Nostalgia hit him briefly, but he stayed relaxed, like a dragon who's already won. Suddenly, the headmaster's booming voice cut through the chatter. Settle down. The South Province Grand Exam is about to begin. Lu Fan stood among a sea of students, thoughts deep. He remembered the treasure maps he'd been collecting, all intermediate level and unused. A plan formed, combine 3 intermediate maps to create a high-level treasure map for exam prep. Lost in thought, a familiar voice snapped him back. Teacher Lee approached. Lu Fan, you're in the Grand Exam. Yeah, been training hard, Lu Fan replied. Impressed, Teacher Lee handed him a rare teleportation stone. I believe your fighting spirit might rival even the professionals. The stone had cool features, use it in the trial secret realm, and it teleports you to the first floor of the Heavenly Tower. Use it in the Heavenly Tower, and it sends you back to the trial secret realm platform. Teacher Lee's tone grew serious. Professions matter here. This exam isn't a game. One wrong move can mean injury. Or worse. Find a reliable teammate, and don't hesitate to use that stone to escape if things get dangerous. Lu Fan nodded. Got it, I'll be careful. As Teacher Lee walked off, whispers circled again, this time doubting Lu Fan's strength. But Lu Fan was unfazed. He wasn't here to just scrape by, he wanted to win. Top score. Champion title. Just like he promised Qin Shan Hai. Then, from across the yard, a new voice called out his name. Lu Fan turned at the call and saw Qin Xiao approaching, accompanied by a girl he hadn't met before. Curious, he greeted them both and asked, is she your teammate? Qin Xiao introduced her without hesitation. This is Ta Xiaoman, my best friend and a level 1 combat professional swordsman. Ta Xiaoman smiled politely and said hello, but before she could elaborate, Qin Xiao cut straight to the point. Lu Fan, do you want to team up with us for the trial? Ta Xiaoman blinked, surprised by the invitation. Lu Fan, however, politely declined. Thanks, but I'm going solo this time. I set this challenge for myself. Waving goodbye, he headed off to the exam site, leaving Qin Xiao a little disappointed. She mused that teaming up with someone like him might actually slow him down. After Lu Fan left, Ta Xiaoman whispered to Qin Xiao, puzzled, why did you invite someone from the weakest profession? Qin Xiao just smiled knowingly, he's stronger than he looks. I think he might even be the top scorer in the southern province. Ta Xiaoman gasped, teasing her, are you falling for the dragon tamer himself? Blushing, Qin Xiao denied it, but her reddened cheeks gave her away. Ta Xiaoman laughed. The scene shifted to the Grand Exam's trial secret realm. Lu Fan strode confidently through the portal, feeling like the real boss here. Up on a giant screen, Principal Bai Hunggu addressed the gathered students. He explained the 4 portal difficulty levels: normal, all projections, no fatal injuries, score multiplier 0. 9x. Hard, real monsters begin, teleportation stone can be used to exit safely, score multiplier 1. 0x. Most students choose this. Fear, more ferocious monsters, not recommended for solo challenges, score multiplier 3. 0x. Safety over sharing scores. Nightmare, the toughest challenge, left implied. Suddenly, a loud laugh broke out. Hong Wu, a level 14 Kaiyong master with a hidden profession, confidently declared, watch me set the highest score in the exam. Ta Xiaoman watched in awe. Qin Xiao explained, Hong Wu is the #1 expert at #1 middle school and ranks top 5 in the province. As a Kaiyong master, he's deadly versatile, great at attack and defense. Hong Wu's bold claim dampened spirits. Many students sighed, thinking only lower rankings were left for them. Cut to Principal Bai Hunggu's office, screens tracked students' progress. The principal of #1 middle school laughed boastfully, Hong Wu is our strongest, top scorer for sure. He gave a nod to Qin Xiao as a rising star, expecting her to be top 3. But Principal Bai Hunggu felt wistful. If only Lu Fan had awakened another hidden profession, he might have taken first place. His thoughts were interrupted by Qin Shan Hai, who mentioned a promising candidate for the top spot. Curious, the #1 school principal asked who. Qin Shan Hai answered, Lu Fan, the dragon tamer from #3 school. This left Principal Bai Hunggu stunned. The #1 school principal scoffed, all the students have already entered the tower, but Lu Fan hasn't. Is he giving up? He dismissed Qin Shan Hai's faith, snorting, what could a dragon tamer possibly achieve? Glancing at the scoreboard, he noted, Hong Wu's already on the 4th floor, ranked 1st. Suddenly, Principal Bai Hunggu leaned in toward the screen, eyes wide. Wait, he's not giving up. Everyone turned toward the monitor. Lu Fan wasn't hesitating. He was waiting. Waiting for the final portal, the nightmare trial. The portal shimmered into view, casting a dark red glow across the sky. A massive notification appeared above it, nightmare trial open, score multiplier, 9. 9x. The room went silent. Then chaos broke out. The principal of number 1 school jumped from his seat. Is that kid insane? That trial's a one-way trip. He turned to Principal Bai Hunggu in panic. Stop him. He'll die in there. But it was too late. With calm confidence and the faintest smile, Lu Fan stepped into the portal. Principal Bai Hunggu's face darkened. No one who's entered that trial has ever come back intact. He recalled the last attempt, 8 years ago. The challenger had been devoured alive by a ferocious beast, not even his bones remained. The number 1 school principal scoffed. Did he even study the rules? He's clearly lost his mind. He side-eyed Qin Shanghai. Maybe your judgment needs a reality check. Lu Fan isn't even in the same league as Hong Wu. But Qin Shanghai merely smirked and leaned back in his seat. Let's not jump to conclusions. The exam's just getting started. He added with a wink, let's focus on your invincible Taekyon master for now. Principal Bai Hunggu turned toward him. Why do you trust Lu Fan so much? But before he got an answer. Inside the nightmare trial, first floor fog thick as soup. Shadows moving. Red eyes glowing. Then, thud. A massive paw hit the ground. Lu Fan stepped forward, unfazed. He could sense them, at least 10 monsters circling him. The fog parted, revealing a pack of snarling black wolves. Level 10. Sharp fangs. Fast movement. Their most dangerous traits. Bite attack inflicts continuous bleeding. Night howl increases all allies' attributes and resets their skill cooldowns. The wolves roared and lunged. Lu Fan didn't flinch. Let's see what you've got. He raised his massive black machete. Dragon Fang Strike. A blinding slash tore through the fog. In one sweeping motion, every single wolf was cut down. Notification popped. First floor complete. Nightmare trial Sky Tower plus 990 points control room. Silence. Then, chaos. The principal of number 1 school gawked. Wait, what? 1 hit. What is this kid? Even Principal Bai Hunggu looked stunned. Could it be did he find the legendary dragon? On the scoreboard, Lu Fan's name soared upward. Rank 2 to 990 points. Everyone in the surveillance room now had their eyes glued to Lu Fan's feed. He took down level 10 black wolves like they were puppies. Suddenly, the door opened. A tall figure entered, wearing a detective's coat, cap low, glasses on, and a briefcase in hand. He didn't say a word at first, just stood in the corner. Qin Shanghai turned and immediately sat up straight. The man finally spoke, Kaiyan Slong, special investigator from Long D. He slowly removed his cap, his sharp eyes locking onto Qin Shanghai. I'm here for someone. A person of interest. Where's the Dragon Master, Lu Fan? A stat screen appeared behind him, Kaiyan Slong, level 57, combat specialist back inside the tower. Lu Fan moved forward through the thick fog of the nightmare trial's first floor. And just like that, the real nightmare had only begun. Inside the dense fog of the nightmare trial, Lu Fan marched confidently, his massive black machete slashing through thorny vines. In his other hand, he held up his system map, the screen glowing faintly as he tracked his location. Then it pinged. You have reached the location marked on the treasure map. Lu Fan's eyes lit up. Another notification followed, Heil treasure map detected. Exclusive treasure nearby. He grinned. Finally! The vines thinned out ahead, and nestled between them was an ancient book, gleaming with embedded gems and pulsing with energy. He reached for it. You have acquired, skill book, accelerated growth. The book shone brilliantly as if it recognized its destined wielder. Passive skill, accelerated growth doubles pet experience gain. Enhances growth rate permanently. Without hesitation, Lu Fan opened the book. Energy burst out and enveloped him, flowing into his veins like wildfire. He smiled. This is exactly what Shirao Yi needs. Ever since they left Morning Village, his dragon companion had been leveling up too slowly. But now? With this passive skill, she'd evolve at twice the speed. Lu Fan could already imagine the look on his opponents' faces. Back in the surveillance room, Principal Bai Henggu, Qin Shanghai, and the mysterious envoy Xin Xiong all stared at Lu Fan's screen. Xin Xiong broke the silence. Principal Bai, I'll bring him back. Now. I'm taking him to Long D. Bai Henggu raised an eyebrow. He's still taking the exam. It's better we wait. I'll take responsibility as his administrator. But Xin Xiong frowned sharply. You can take responsibility, but you can't suffer his punishment. Bai Henggu froze. Punishment? What punishment are you talking about? Before he could reply, Qin Shanghai stepped forward and gently grabbed Xin Xiong's arm. Old friend, let's step back a moment. We can talk this out. But Xin Xiong pulled away forcefully, his face cold. Don't interfere, Qin Shanghai. Don't test me. If you get involved, the Jin family and the higher-ups in Longdi won't be pleased. Gasps filled the room. Officials from number 1 middle school stared. What did Lu Fan do? One finally asked. Xin Xiong didn't answer. His eyes locked onto Qin Shanghai, who now stood tall and silent, staring straight back. I don't understand why you're protecting him, Xin Xiong growled. But step aside. Qin Shanghai didn't flinch. You'll have to go through me. Xin Xiong's patience snapped. Bring Lu Fan out. Now. I'm busy, and I don't want to waste time. Just then, Qin Shanghai calmly took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a slow drag. Old friend, is that what I still am to you? Xin Xiong paused mid-step, visibly agitated. Political tension buzzed in the air. The room knew now, this wasn't just about a student. It was about alliances, secrets, and the ever-tightening grip of the Jin family. Qin Shanghai's voice turned deadly serious. Once Lu Fan's truth comes to light, the Jin family, Long Di, none of them will matter. The room froze. Xin Xiong's face twisted in fury. You're talking nonsense. There's no truth. You're defying a Long Di envoy. He turned to leave, but Qin Shanghai grabbed his arm again. If I'm going too far, so be it. I'll accept the consequences. The air between them turned electric. A system window flashed. Qin Shanghai, level 57 knight, Xin Xiong, level 57 swordsman. They were evenly matched, but emotionally, the battlefield was tilted. Xin Xiong's voice lowered into a threat. I'll report this to the top. You'll regret it. Before fists could fly, Principal Bai Henggu stepped in between them. Enough. This is a major exam. You must not disrupt it. Everyone tensed. For now, the storm was paused, but not calmed. Meanwhile, inside the nightmare trial, Lu Fan calmly advanced, unaware of the storm brewing above him. But he could feel it. Something big was coming. Qin Shanghai leaned forward, eyes locked on Xin Xiong. Tell me something, old friend, aren't you even a little curious about Lu Fan's secret? The one powerful enough to shake the very foundations of Longdu and the Jin family. Xin Xiong stiffened. He turned back to the monitor, brows furrowed. Wait, is he really in the nightmare level of the trial? The words hit like a thunderbolt. That's suicide, Xin Xiong muttered, stunned. Only a lunatic would challenge that level. What gives this kid the right? What makes him so special? Inside the tower, Lu Fan stood in front of a massive, ancient gate etched with dragon scales and glowing runes. It pulsed with danger. He took a deep breath. Time to test my limits. With his new passive skill activated, his mind was clear. A quick glance at his status screen confirmed it. Passive skill acquired, accelerated growth, plus 100% EXP gain for summoned pets. He smirked. No better time to give Xia some battle training. Back in the surveillance room, the principal of number 1 middle school broke the silence. Didn't you see him wipe out a dozen beasts in a single move earlier? That wasn't luck, that was talent. Even Xin Xiong couldn't deny it. His expression twisted in confusion and unease. Suddenly, Lu Fan's voice echoed from the monitor, "Come out, shall we?" In a flash of black light, the massive black dragon appeared, horns gleaming, scales like obsidian, eyes glowing with raw fury. Her roar shook the very tower. Everyone in the surveillance room froze. Even the ever-calm Xin Xiong staggered backward. That's a dragon, a real dragon. Xiaoyi raised a claw, her muscles flexing. With a single earth-shaking strike, she smashed the gate to pieces. Rubble exploded outward like a storm. The path to the next floor was now wide open. Qin Shanghai wiped the sweat off his brow. Now you've seen it. This is Lu Fan's secret. Everyone stared, dumbfounded. Not a single person could speak. He's not just a dragon tamer. He's the only tamer in history with a real dragon. Principal Bai Hungu, normally unshakable, finally spoke up. Lu Fan really tamed a giant dragon. Inside the trial, second floor Xiao's wings spread wide as she let out a blast of flame breath, scorching everything in sight. The plant monsters shrieked and wilted instantly. Lu Fan charged forward, his black machete cutting down. Beasts with precise, brutal efficiency. Second floor cleared, plus 50,000 points. Back in the control room, everyone's eyes shot to the leaderboard. Number 1, Lu Fan, 50,000 points. Number 2, Hong Wu, 27,550 points. Number 3, Qin Xiao and Dao Xiaoman, 12,570 points. Lu Fan and Xiaoyi kept climbing. By the 13th floor, it was an all-out massacre. Xiaoyi mowed down enemies with fire and claw. Lu Fan's blade sliced through monsters like paper. No hesitation. No mercy. 13th floor cleared, the surveillance room remained silent, too stunned to speak. Principal Bai Hungu murmured, This isn't just about the dragon. Lu Fan's raw strength alone is terrifying. I'd bet his attributes are over 100 across the board by now. He looked toward Qin Shanghai, voice low, even without the dragon, Lu Fan might be number 1 in all of Shanghai City. Xin Xiong stood frozen. Qin Shanghai turned to him with a knowing look. So, tell me now. After witnessing this, do you still want to take Lu Fan to the higher-ups of Longdu? Xin Xiong lowered his head slightly, his voice softer than before. Now. I understand. I finally see why you dared to defy the Jin family. Xin Xiong stood quietly, the image of Xiao's destruction replaying in his mind. He whispered to himself, half in disbelief, I've truly witnessed the power of a dragon. Qin Shanghai nodded with a knowing smile. He pulled out a crystal drive and said calmly, I'll send a video segment of Lu Fan's major exam to the teacher. From now on, there's no need for any special envoy to mess with Lu Fan or the Jin family. He turned to Xin Xiong. You should return. Xin Xiong's eyes narrowed. Teacher? You mean Northmark Jing, don't you? Qin Shanghai simply smiled, not confirming, yet not denying. Inside the tower, nightmare trial, floor 20 Lu Fan stood in a pitch-black corridor. A strange purple light flickered at the end, and began to move toward him. Warning, high-level magic detected. It was a spell, launched by a dark sacrifice, a level 15 elite enemy. The status window flickered, black curse, decreases enemy stats by 50%. Increases allies' stats by 25%. Merge into darkness, grants invincibility for 15 seconds. Dark control, full command over allied Dark Knights. Dozens of shadowed figures stood behind the sacrifice, glowing eyes locked on Lu Fan. But Lu Fan just smirked. Xia? Let's turn up the heat. Lava blaze. Xiaoyi let out a roar, her body glowing orange as flames surged around her. She fired lava blaze, a stream of molten destruction that incinerated everything in its path. The best part? Lava blaze, continuous damage plus self-healing active, total carnage and regeneration. A true dragon multitasks. Within seconds, the entire corridor was turned to scorched rubble. All enemies, gone. 20th floor cleared, Xiaoyi, level up, 11, Lu Fan, level up, 16, Lu Fan looked at his dragon with pride. We're just getting started. Let's conquer the heavenly tower, together. Fear trial, 50th floor. Meanwhile, on the fear trial side, a huge explosion rocked the battlefield. 50th floor cleared, it was Hong Wu, basking in the destruction. He grinned smugly, flexing for the invisible cameras. This year's grand exam is tough, but come on. These monsters should be on the 70th floor, not here. He mentally brushed aside every competitor. Qin Xiao's my only threat, but she's in a team. Her points will be halved. First place? It's mine. He chuckled and spoke loudly toward the viewing crystal, Principal Bai Hungu. Better start calling the top universities. Your future no. One is ready. Too bad, no one was watching. Surveillance room. The principals had their attention fixed elsewhere. The 50th floor, the murmured Principal Bai Hungu. This is where most professionals in the southern province fall. The principal of First Middle School nodded. It's a true threshold. Even if Lu Fan passes it, he'll slow down. The difficulty spike is brutal from here. Back to Lu Fan, 50th floor of the Nightmare Trial. A snowstorm whirled around him. The landscape was covered in deep ice, creating an eerie silence. Lu Fan checked Xiao's status window and blinked in surprise. New skill unlocked, shape transformation. This wasn't just a power-up, it was a game-changer. Xiao now had 4 separate forms. Young Dragon form, boosts all stats, cuts energy cost by 50%. Dragon Maiden form, formed by their blood pact. Also, definite waifu material. Destruction Dragon open form E-50% strength, plus 100% spirit. Gain skills, Daylight Incineration Lava Eruption World-ending form E-50% spirit, plus 100% strength. Gain skills, Earthbend Fearful Roar. Lu Fan stared at the forms, speechless. She's not a pet anymore. She's a one-dragon apocalypse. Suddenly, the ground shook. Giant boulders stirred. 3 massive figures formed from the snow and rock, each one an amethyst mountain giant, level 20. Their eyes glowed blood red. Skills detected, mountain arm, devastating frontal strike. Landslide, large-scale area collapse. Amethyst rock, reduces magic damage by 50%, immune to armor pierce. Lu Fan tightened his grip on his machete. All right, then. Let's see how these giants handle a dragon with 4 modes. Back in the surveillance room, Principal Bai Hunggu leaned forward, concern etched on his face. How is Lu Fan going to handle 3 nightmare-level bosses at once? The principal of First Middle School nodded in agreement. I thought the 50th floor would slow him down. Even so, Lu Fan's score has already surpassed the rest. If this keeps up, he'll not only top Jianghai City, but likely become Southern Province's top scholar. He sighed wistfully, adding, why isn't such a promising student from our First Middle School? Ah, that classic academic rivalry. Some things never change. Back on the 50th floor meanwhile, Lu Fan stood face to face with the colossal amethyst mountain giants. Their status windows blinked ominously, skill charging, mountain arm, a crushing frontal assault was coming straight at him. But did Lu Fan panic? Not even slightly. So, this is what halfway up the tower feels like. Time to bring out the big guns. Just as the attack was about to connect, Xiao leapt forward. She raised her left claw and caught the massive blow, sending shockwaves rippling across the frozen battlefield. Lu Fan stood calm and composed in the eye of the storm. All right, Xia. Try out your world-ender form. Xiao let out a thunderous roar. Suddenly, her body erupted in crimson flames. Her silhouette twisted and reformed, turning pitch black with glowing, blood-red eyes. In the surveillance room, Principal Bai Hunggu sat up straight. Lu Fan's dragon is transforming. The system notification chimed. Transformation complete. World Ender form active. Strength 456-2, 912 spirit 1, 424 712 new skills. Earth Shatterer. World ending raw. Even Qin Shan Hai couldn't hide his awe. That transformation, it's terrifying. Gives me chills. Battlefield carnage. Lu Fan, now synced with his dragon's strength, readied himself. One of the mountain giants lunged at him from behind. Without even looking, Lu Fan sensed the movement and jumped into the air, dodging with ease. Skill activated, Dragon Inspiration, boosts Lu Fan and Xia's stats by 10%. Now supercharged, Lu Fan ordered, Xia, bite its head off. No dramatic build-up. No extra commands. Just raw execution. Xiao obeyed. With one mighty snap of her jaws, boom! The giant's head shattered like glass. In the control room, jaws dropped. That was a level 20 boss, the First Middle School principal gasped. And she crushed it like it was nothing. Principal Bai Hunggu ran the numbers. To pierce an amethyst giant's defense, that dragon's attack power must have exceeded 2,000. As the first giant fell, the second tried to grab Lu Fan, but again, he sidestepped with graceful agility. He followed up with Dragon Claw, slamming his opponent with such force that the ground cracked open in a shockwave explosion. Back in the viewing chamber, Qin Shan Hai turned to Qin Xiong. Aren't you glad you didn't try to take Lu Fan away earlier? Qin Xiong remained silent, his eyes locked on the screen. The end is near. As Lu Fan danced around the battlefield, Xiao prepared her next move. Skill activated, world-ending roar, applies vulnerability debuff to enemies. The remaining giant staggered, visibly weakened. Lu Fan took aim, preparing to strike the final blow, but before he could act, Xiao reared back and slammed the earth with both claws. Skill activated, Earth Shatterer. The impact split the ground wide open. A massive black pit yawned beneath them, pulling the last giant in. And just like that, all bosses eliminated, floor 50 cleared. Lu Fan stood at the edge of the pit, wind howling around him, his dragon roaring beside him. As smoke still curled from the destruction of the 50th floor, the system chimed in, Black Dragon has leveled up, LV. 12, Lu Fan has leveled up, LV. 16, Lu Fan's eyes lit up with excitement. Nightmare mode was definitely the right call. He realized something key, with every floor getting harder, his own power would keep skyrocketing. Victory wasn't just rewarding, it was supercharging him. Suddenly, another announcement echoed, Congratulations! You have cleared floor 50. Without hesitation, Lu Fan turned toward the glowing portal, Xiaoyi following close behind like a shadow forged in fire. Back in the monitoring room, Qin Shan Hai crossed his arms with a smirk. So much for the dreaded 50th floor. Didn't even slow him down. The principal of First Middle School added, That dragon. Her strength goes beyond anything I've studied. It defies common logic. Principal Bai Henggu turned to Special Envoy Qin Xiong, who had spent years in the battle-hardened Dragon City. With your experience, can you estimate the Black Dragon's true strength after transformation? Qin Xiong's face was unusually serious. I've seen monsters in Dragon City that could tear through legions. And yet, compared to them, this dragon's transformed strength? At least 500 points, bare minimum. Gasps filled the room. The principal of First Middle School nearly choked. 500. Our entire stat sheets look like child's play compared to that. Bai Henggu nodded slowly. Just as I thought. Her stats are only going to keep growing. Then the principal added something that grabbed everyone's attention. Now that Lu Fan has cleared floor 50, the X+1 mode kicks in. Qin Shan Hai raised a brow. X plus what now? Bai Henggu explained, the Trials architect designed this mode to mimic real secret realms. After floor 50, every floor labeled a X is followed by a boss floor, the +1. It keeps challengers in a constant state of mortal peril. And in nightmare mode? Both the X floors and the +1 floors are packed with nightmare-level bosses. Not just one per floor, of multiple. All with enhanced strength and AI. Qin Shan Hai gave a dry laugh. Sounds brutal. But why worry? Lu Fan's out there turning nightmare bosses into fertilizer. Elsewhere in the tower, Lu Fan was doing exactly that. Wielding his massive black machete, he hacked through a heavily armored boss like it was a training dummy. Meanwhile, Xiaoyi, his pitch-black, flame-wreathed dragon, sank her teeth into the head of a different monster like it was a crunchy snack. The system blared again, cleared floor 70, Xiaoyi has leveled up, LV. 13, Lu Fan has leveled up, LV. 18, in the surveillance room, Qin Shan Hai whistled. The Tower of Heaven was designed to be unbeatable past floor 50. But with that dragon by his side, Lu Fan doesn't need tactics, just targets. Lu Fan casually wiped the blood from his mouth, eyes sharp with focus. Xia, let's move. With a growl of delight, Xiaoyi responded, splitting a monster's head like it was a ripe melon. Principal Bai Henggu leaned forward, his voice low with disbelief. He's at floor 78 already, in mere minutes. The First Middle School principal shook his head. This year's Heaven Tower was supposed to be the hardest version ever crafted. I doubted anyone could reach the 80s. He paused, then chuckled bitterly. Guess I'll be eating those words now. Rampage mode, activated just then, the atmosphere shifted. Xiaoyi let out a world-ending roar and went into full rampage mode. Flames poured from her mouth like volcanic wrath, lighting up the tower's stone halls in apocalyptic red. The nightmare-level bosses, previously oozing intimidation, were now fleeing like panicked rats. Monsters ran. Xiaoyi hunted. And Lu Fan? He walked through the inferno like a god among mortals. The system's voice cut through the tension like a blade. 76th floor cleared, the boss this time? A giant worm-like monstrosity, all fangs and scales. It didn't even get the chance to blink. One strike from Lu Fan's dragon blood armor, and boom, it was over. Xiaoyi has leveled up, LV. 14, Lu Fan has leveled up, LV. 19, Xia casually held the boss's severed head like a bored butcher showing off her catch. Back at the principal's office, Principal Bongu sat in silence, staring at the monitor. He finally spoke, so many geniuses have come this far, only to fall short. They burned everything, pushed to the edge, and still perished. Qin Shanhai nodded solemnly. The 70s and 80s floors, once you reach them, you read too deep in to turn back. It becomes a one-way path. Bongu folded his arms, watching Lu Fan screen. But this one, he's different. He might actually do it. First in a decade to reach the end. System notification, entering floor 99, and just like that, the scene shifted. Lu Fan stepped onto a broken battlefield. It was a desolate, ruined hall, crumbling staircases, shattered pillars, and a massive obsidian throne in the distance. Surrounding it, for headless knights, each wreathed in blue flames. Silent. Menacing. Armed to the teeth. They didn't need eyes to see, just bloodlust to feel. Each one had a nightmare toolkit, penetration strikes with deadly multipliers, auto-trigger counterattacks, lightning speed assaults, and the worst of all, a beheading skill that instantly killed anyone under 57% HP. And to make things more fun, they shared boosted HP pools and armor. Yeah, Lu Fan muttered, cracking his neck. Real welcoming committee. But Lu Fan wasn't shaken. He recognized this floor. It mirrored the Shattered Kingdom, a realm swallowed in flames centuries ago by the undead. History class ends now. Without delay, the axe-wielding knight charged. Its glowing weapon shimmered with the instant kill curse. Lu Fan had no control skills. Only raw power. So he went head first. He leapt into the fray, black machete singing through the air. The first strike? A scratch. The knight instantly healed. Worse, the slash triggered a counterattack. The knight struck back, hard. But Lu Fan braced himself, blocking at the last second. Seeing an opening, he roared, "Shia, fire!" She answered the call. Flames burst from her maw, consuming the throne room. In infernal rage, the whole floor trembled, stone cracking under molten fury. Good girl, Lu Fan grinned. But it wasn't over yet. The dual-blade knight screamed, for the king, and dashed in, lightning charging its weapons. Sparks erupted as it clashed with Lu Fan's blade. He held his ground, but barely. The other knights were closing in. No more games. Shia, Lu Fan ordered, prepare your ultimate. The dragon began to pulse, channeling chaos itself. The 99th floor, final phase. Shia unleashed a massive lava blaze, waves of heat warping the air. The knights didn't flee. They charged. And they burned. Flames swept through the hall like a tidal wave. Blackened armor crumbled, ash filled the air, and one by one, the nightmare knights fell to pieces, reduced to nothing but melted metal and fading blue sparks. Floor 99 cleared. Shaoi has leveled up, LV. 15, new skill unlocked, Black Flame Judgment. Lu Fan has leveled up, LV. 20, Lu Fan read the system window, eyes wide. You're evolving faster than me, girl. Shia gave a low, satisfied growl, already glowing with her newfound power. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, silence. Total silence. Then the door to the 100th floor swung open on screen. The principal of First Middle School dropped his pen. Qin Shanhai, usually full of snark, whispered, "We're witnessing history." Even Bongu, the calm and collected veteran, looked visibly shaken. It's happening. In the surveillance room, the principal of First Middle School stared, slack-jawed. Hold up, this was never supposed to be possible. Meanwhile, at the top of the tower, Lu Fan stood tall on the 100th floor, a shattered kingdom strewn with skeletal remains. At the heart of the ruin, a towering throne crumbled but still held its dark majesty. Embedded in the throne was a gleaming sword, which Lu Fan yanked free. The moment he pulled it, a powerful aura erupted, swirling like a storm around him and Shia at his side. The scene before them sitting on the throne was the World Annihilation Emperor, a terrifying level 60 boss, radiating overwhelming power. Surrounding him were 500 demon soldiers, a restless, undead army ready to defend their master with their last breath. Lu Fan's secret weapon. Lu Fan glanced at Shia's stats. Her new skill, Cataclysm, was a 3-stage assault of total destruction. First, a ground-shaking impact that wreaked havoc, then an engulfing flame that burned enemies to ashes. Finally, a massive area detonation that obliterated anything left standing. Lu Fan's grin widened. Time to unleash some real chaos. Shia's transformation. With a fierce nod, Shia transformed into her destruction dragon form. Flames roared and swirled around her like a living volcano. The system flashed with her boosted stats and fresh skills, all things incinerate and lava burst included. Back in the surveillance room, principals Bai Hong and Qin Shanghai watched, stunned. Is that a whole new level of terrifying? Bai Hong muttered. Lu Fan's been holding back this kind of firepower all along. Qin Shanghai gasped. Battle begins. The demon commander barked orders, rallying the undead army to defend their emperor. But Lu Fan didn't hesitate. He grabbed a skeleton soldier like a baseball bat. Xia, cataclysm, now! The destruction dragon let out a deafening roar, soaring high as hellfire rained down in waves. The aftermath: the system's casualty counter exploded, soldiers incinerated left and right. Flames spread like wildfire. Undead army shrank from 500 to less than 200 in moments. Xia's relentless assault burned the battlefield, healing herself amid the inferno. With a final explosive detonation, the last enemies were swallowed whole by flames. Silence fell on the surveillance room. The principals marveled. A mere student wielding this much power. Unimaginable. Qin Shanghai's eyes widened as the system updated, 42 soldiers remaining. 37. Suddenly, the demon commander stepped forward. Kneel before your king, he demanded. Lu Fan's response gripping his dragon sword tight, Lu Fan's smirk only grew. She pressed the attack, each enemy falling swiftly, until only devastation remained, nothing but scorched earth and broken bones. The score Bai Hong too watched, deep in thought. Even the four horsemen wouldn't stand a chance. The principal from First Middle School stared in disbelief. 989, 500 points. The highest in 30 years. Bai Hong muttered, this year's test is the hardest yet. The reward better be at least 3 rare artifacts. The final challenge. Lu Fan surveyed the ruin, sword in hand. Trash cleared. Now, show yourself, the Annihilation Emperor. Smoke curled away as a terrifying figure emerged from the shadows. The final boss radiated suffocating, sinister energy, stomping the ground with earth-shaking force. Sword drawn, it locked eyes on Lu Fan. The look said it all: you're dead. System alert: only one undead soldier remains. The boss charged, building momentum to strike. But Lu Fan was ready. He activated dragon armor. His arm transformed, scales rippling, fingers sharpening into wicked dragon claws. An intense aura erupted, crackling with black dragon power. Smirking, Lu Fan stretched his claws forward and signaled to Xia. Gear up. Black Dragon Xia fixes the boss with an intimidating stare. Claws extended, ready to pounce. The Annihilation Emperor swings his massive sword with all his might, aiming to end Lu Fan in one brutal strike. But Lu Fan blocks effortlessly, dragging his dragon claws along the blade with a sharp clang. Seizing the moment, Lu Fan commands, Xia, strike now. All things incinerate. With a roar, Xia flaps her colossal wings, unleashing fiery tornadoes that slam into the boss with devastating force. The Annihilation Emperor is sent hurtling backward, crashing into debris and plunging his sword deep into the ground to halt his slide. Shocked, the boss realizes his strength is fading rapidly. The source? Lu Fan's rare lament ring, draining the enemy's life force relentlessly. Lu Fan, with a cocky grin, points to the glowing ring and taunts, this power drain? It's just getting started. System confirmation, lament aura is in full effect. This rare ring, requiring at least level 15 to wield, is a total game changer, boosting Lu Fan's spirit, stamina, and strength, sapping his foes at the same time. Desperate and enraged, the boss snarls, cheater. Using dirty tricks. Lu Fan remains unfazed. Calm and collected, he orders Xia to unleash the second stage of All Things Incinerate. Xia roars louder, flapping her wings with even greater fury. Fire tornadoes erupt and explode all around, detonating near the boss and smashing him into the shattered throne. The Annihilation Emperor barely holds on, bracing for a counterattack. Lu Fan's dagger gleams. He draws it back, gathering every ounce of energy. Bursting through the flames, he lunges forward in a devastating surprise attack. The boss tries to block, but it's futile. With ruthless precision, Lu Fan drives his dagger deep into the boss's chest, pinning him against the cold stone throne. The boss gasps, defeated. System declares, victory. All undead soldiers have been annihilated, 0 remain. Level up. Black Dragon Xia ascends to level 17. Lu Fan reaches level 22. Triumphant, Lu Fan strides to the throne. One foot rests on the armrest, one hand on the fallen emperor's shoulder. With flair, he yanks the dagger free. It's over, Xia. Back in the surveillance room, silence reigns. Principals and teachers are stunned. Bai Hongtu's face is pale with disbelief. no one has ever scored 1,000,000 points in the last 30 years. The first middle school principal is speechless. Mr. Qin Shanghai crosses his arms, smirking. Our school's reputation? About to skyrocket. Lu Fan casually walks away from the battlefield. Dagger resting on his shoulder, hands in his pockets. Turning to Xia, he grins playfully. Time to go home. Hey, have you been craving Aunt Hank's cooking? Xia roars happily, eyes shining as she flaps close. Definitely missed it. System announcement, level 100 cleared. A treasure chest materializes before Lu Fan. Inside, 3 incredible items await: Wrath of the Ice Dragon King, a rare blue skill book teaching devastating ice magic that freezes enemies and slows their movements. Lu Fan grins, control skills sooner than expected. Rare Spirit Wind Ring, boosts agility, stamina, and spirit, includes a skill increasing speed by 35%. Perfect for Lu Fan, though Xia can't use it. Legendary Flames and Frost Cloak, massive stat boosts and incredible protection against fire and ice, enhancing damage against those enemy types. Lu Fan drapes the cloak over his shoulders, slides on the ring, and clutches the skill book. Feeling unstoppable, he pulls out his teleportation stone and opens a portal back to the school. Back in the surveillance room, Lu Fan appears. He greets everyone coolly and asks Principal Bongu, "Can I head home now and wait for the results?" Teachers stare in astonishment. Bai Hong steps forward, pride glowing from his face. "Lu Fan, you are the pride of this school. Your photo will hang on our wall of fame." And with that, a legend is born. Back in the surveillance room, the first middle school principal pipes up with a smirk, "Wait, doesn't the wall of fame usually honor heroes who've died fighting monsters? Are you cursing Lu Fan by putting him up there already, Bai Hong?" Bai Hong shoots back, not missing a beat, "Mind your own business. Lu Fan's broken records and his future? Immeasurable." The first middle school principal chuckles and waves it off. "Well, this exam definitely made Lu Fan famous." Mr. Qin Shanghai approaches with a serious expression, nodding in respect. "I tried preparing for this exam mentally, but Lu Fan's power. I'm still blown away." Lu Fan, locking eyes with Qin Shanghai and setting aside all emotions, asks coolly, "Have all the conditions been met? Does that mean the Princess of Tai Kingdom won't throw any more tantrums?" Qin Shanghai smiles, eyes closed. "You'll have your piece. I've got my part covered. The teacher should already have the message." Lu Fan raises an eyebrow, curious. "Teacher? Which teacher?" Qin Shanghai just places a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Don't worry about that now. Focus on which academic institution you want next." Meanwhile, in the shadows, a man quietly adjusts his cap and walks away. It's Qin Slong, the special envoy from Longju. The principals quickly gather around Lu Fan, buzzing with excitement. Top 10 academic institutions will be fighting tooth and nail to recruit you. Don't forget wealthy merchants from the southern province, they'll be all over you, trying to build connections. They warn Lu Fan to watch his back and beware of their true motives. The first middle school principal excitedly blurts out, "Hey, Lu Fan. Can you call out Black Dragon Xia? We want to see her in person." Principal Bai Hong cuts in sharply, "No way. If Xia shows up here, she might accidentally level the whole school." All eyes turn to the ranking board. Lu Fan sits firmly on top with an insane 1.3 million points. Bai Hong can't help but gush, no one's come close to this record in 50 years. Cut to the far north, level 60 territory in the Dragon Realm at a fortified base. Marcus Tu Jing, the northern frontier marquis, sits sipping wine with a weathered, grey-haired face. He watches battle recordings of Lu Fan and Black Dragon Xia, a rare smile crossing his lips. Suddenly, a knock interrupts. A man in a jacket enters, carrying reports. Apologizing for the interruption, he hands over the files. Tu Jing's expression shifts instantly, becoming serious. He asks, "Any new evidence?" The man confirms, everything Qin Shanghai deduced is spot on. Tu Jing reads, eyes darkening. The reports detail a conspiracy involving Princess Ta Jingu and her inner circle. Even more shocking, Lord Ruan Chongfeng, a high-ranking official in Dragon City, is deeply tangled in the plot, secretly supporting the Jin family. Tu Jing's grip tightens around his wine bottle until it cracks. His jaw clenches as he mutters, "Ruan. A scheming traitor." The white-haired subordinate explains, "Ruan and the Jin family pretend to maintain friendly relations, but behind the scenes, Ruan's granting them privileges. Furious, Tu Jing shatters the bottle into pieces and stands, fury blazing in his eyes. Ruan Chongfeng has been backing Princess Jingu, letting her run wild. Tu Jing declares, strip Ruan of all titles and power. Dragon City has no place for him. He dares Ruan to face him personally if he dares complain. And warns, if the Jin family tries to meddle again, the Griffin squad will be the first to greet them. The stage is set. Power struggles beneath the surface threaten to shake the realms, while Lu Fan's legend only grows. The subordinate, wide-eyed but understanding, nods and steps back respectfully. But Tu Jing isn't finished yet. Pointing firmly at the door, he orders, keep close tabs on which school Lu Fan chooses. Make sure that institution provides him with all the resources he needs. Outside, the red moon hangs heavy over the snowy northern landscape, casting an eerie glow. Tu Jing reflects quietly, this young dragon tamer, Lu Fan, has brought a rare glimmer of hope to the north. I look forward to meeting this legend someday. But with so much on my plate, who knows when that will be. Meanwhile, in a lavish hotel suite far away, Princess Jingo sits on her bed, phone in hand. Suddenly, the call comes, and the news hits her like a ton of bricks. Ruan Chongfeng has been dismissed. By none other than Mark Jing. Panic flashes across her face. The caller quickly tries to soothe her nerves, but there's some good news. Curious but frustrated, Jingu demands to know what it is. The caller reveals, with the exam results soon to be released, we discovered another dragon tamer in Qinghao City besides Lu Fan. Princess Jingu's panic morphs into wicked intrigue, a sly smile creeping across her lips. This could be a game changer. Maybe this new dragon tamer will be easier to manipulate. Back at the trial site of 3rd Middle School, Luan bids everyone farewell and vanishes into a portal. Out steps Hong Wu, freshly declared a pass on the South Province exam, scoring an impressive 89,500 points and reaching the 72nd floor of the horror level. Bursting with joy, Hong Wu already daydreams of fame, top universities battling to accept me, flashy awards, maybe even a shot at the stars. In his mind's eye, he sees the 1st Middle School principal praising him as the undisputed champion. He's convinced the buzz around him must be all about his incredible score. But reality hits differently. Approaching the principal with a proud smile, Hong Wu announces his score eagerly. The principal gives him a concerned look and asks quietly, "Is your training complete?" Hong Wu nods confidently. The principal places a reassuring hand on his shoulder, "You did exceptionally well and will easily get into a top university. But you need to know your limits and take care of those injuries." Hong Wu is stunned, trying to decode the unexpected reaction. After a moment, he realizes the message, stay. Humble. Grateful, he thanks the principal, understanding that humility will serve him well on his journey. Fast forward 7 days, the day the nightmare exam results are announced. As Lu Fan and Aunt Hank open their door, they're immediately engulfed by a mob of reporters and excited fans. Hank's face twists in alarm as journalists swarm her. Fans push forward, eager to hand Lu Fan gifts, one even holding out a fancy box and inviting him to visit his estate. Reporters shout questions about his university plans while more fans try to shower him with presents. The chaos is real, and Lu Fan stands at the center of a storm he never expected. Just then, Mr. Qin Shanghai arrives, adding fresh energy to the growing excitement surrounding Lu Fan. He announces with a broad smile, the university entrance exam results are about to be officially released. And let me be the first to call Lu Fan the top student in the entire South Province. Seeing the overwhelming crowd, he suggests moving indoors to continue the conversation in a more private setting. Aunt Hank, relieved by the change of pace, leads the way. Inside, Mr. Qin Shanghai pulls out 6 grand prize boxes, each filled with an astonishing 50 million yuan, an honor befitting the best student in the province. He urges Lu Fan to accept the gifts, emphasizing, this incredible achievement deserves the highest recognition. Lu Fan glances at his phone and notices a notification, he's officially secured 1st place. Although his total score remains classified, it's known that Chun Tanzi, a fierce rival, trails behind him in 2nd place with 215,628 points. Mr. Qin Shanghai continues, on top of this prize money, Principal Bai Hong has sent additional special rewards to celebrate your victory. Lu Fan's eyes gleam with curiosity as the first gift is unveiled, a skill book titled Roar of the Blue Dragon King. This powerful spell unleashes a lightning attack that paralyzes enemies and stacks power for a massive follow-up strike. Lu Fan can already imagine how this skill will perfectly complement Shiroyi's magic, melding ice and thunder for devastating combo effects. Next up, a legendary thunder potion. This rare elixir boosts Lu Fan's lightning power and permanently increases his power attribute by 20 points. He knows this will make his thunder magic a fearsome force on the battlefield. The third prize, Green Wind Armor. A rare armor piece with impressive stamina and strength bonuses, capable of deflecting impact damage. Mr. Qin Shanghai explains that every item was carefully handpicked by Principal Bai Hong himself. But that's not all. The final prize is revealed, a pair of legendary Flashwing boots. These boots grant lightning-fast movement with a 30-second recharge time and come equipped with Flashwing Leap, a skill that allows the wearer to dash across a 50-meter radius at breakneck speed, also with a 30-second cooldown. Holding the briefcase packed with these epic rewards, Lu Fan marvels at how such powerful tools are usually reserved for high-ranking magicians. Determined not to waste this chance, he resolves to master these gifts, knowing they will be game-changers for both him and Shirao Yi. The system confirms his acquisition, rewards obtained, Dragon King's War Skill, Lightning Flashwing Boots, Green Wind Armor, and Legendary Thunder Potion. Just as Lu Fan tries to wrap his head around the flood of powerful new items, Chinchio bursts into the room, excitement practically radiating from her. She's got some wild news that promises to shake things up even further. The scene kicks off with an astonishing revelation. The presidents of 10 major universities have descended upon Jianghai City and are already at Lu Fan's house, eagerly waiting for a personal interview. Aunt Hank stares in disbelief. All this for one student. Meanwhile, Chinio awkwardly explains her presence, and Lu Fan, still recovering from the exam madness, raises an eyebrow. Aren't we moving a bit fast? The results just dropped. Mr. Qin Shanghai, ever the smooth operator, steps in when the university president saw footage of your, shall we say, electrifying performance. They dropped everything and rushed here. He leans closer with a grin and a hushed tone. That video? Only senior officials and the Dragon Capital have access. Let's keep it that way. Then, switching to business, he adds, as for Princess Jingu, the situation is under control. And a certain mysterious teacher is eager to meet you. With a hand on Lu Fan's shoulder, Mr. Qin Shanghai assures, no need to worry. Everything will be arranged smoothly. Just then, Chinio approaches Lu Fan, nervously holding out a purple card. I wanted to thank you earlier, but well, Jingu kind of ruined the moment. Lu Fan's eyes widen. Their previous deal was for 100,000 dragon coins. This card? Worth a jaw-dropping 10 million. Mr. Qin Shanghai laughs heartily. This is the Qin family's way of saying thank you, in style. He then shares another surprise. An escort will arrive in the evening to take Lu Fan to Jian Park, where a luxurious villa awaits, awarded by the city for topping the entire province. Hank, now overwhelmed, steps in between Lu Fan and Chinio, who turns beet red and snaps, Dad, stop teasing. Lu Fan and I need to go. We've got an appointment with the academy officials. Meanwhile, deep in the forests near Shannao City, a black jeep skids to a halt. Out steps Princess Jingu, cloaked in arrogance, flanked by her elite guard. Report. What's the status on the other dragon Tamer? Hong Tai, her loyal subordinate, salutes and reports, Chun Tanji has reached level 19, and his armor dragon is at level 14. Jingu raises an eyebrow. Impressed. Dragon tamers really are full of surprises, leveling up like maniacs. Cut to Chun Tanji himself. He's locked in a fierce battle with a monstrous beast. The ground shakes with each blow. Leaping high into the air, Chun avoids a devastating strike, then counters with a critical hit, level up to 20. Watching from afar, Jingu nods. Not bad, at least I didn't waste that dragon egg. Chun bows respectfully. I will not bring shame to the royal family. But Jingu isn't here to hand out compliments. You'd better not. The last one failed miserably. She then makes a grand announcement. Chun Tanji shall now wield the dragon lance. The air grows tense. Anyone got a problem with that? Hong Tai replies instantly, as you wish, your highness. With the legendary spear and his armor dragon, Chun Tanji feels invincible. Lu Fan, I'm coming for you. Jingu's thoughts linger on Lu Fan. His score is classified, but rumors say it's over 300,000. TCH. Her rage simmers. Engrave Lu Fan's name into your soul. Do not rest until you defeat him, and bring me that black dragon, Shia. She leans in, voice icy, succeed, and you'll be the greatest dragon tamer in Tai, second only to me. Chun bows deeply, I swear it. As she turns to leave, Jingu sneers, at least you had the brains to take my offer. Unlike him. Before departing, she sends Kai Hongtai to Shanghai City. Find out which university Lu Fan plans to attend. Fail, and you are re-finished. Kai nods grimly, knowing the stakes. Back in Shanghai, at the stunning Qin family villa, Lu Fan and Chinio walk through the garden. Chinio, cheeks flushed, glances at him and quickly blurts, "So, have you picked a school yet?" Before he can even open his mouth, she waves her hands nervously, I mean, it's not me. It's my dad. He's just super curious, that's all. Lu Fan chuckles. Looks like fame isn't his only problem now, love might just be knocking too. As Lu Fan and Chinio strolled through the elegant Qin family villa, Chinio hesitantly brought up something her dad suggested. He thinks we should apply to the same academy so we can look out for each other. Lu Fan, ever cool and collected, nods with a smile. Teamwork is important. We've made a solid team before, especially in, say, sudden monster ambushes in the middle of nowhere. Chinio chuckles but can't hide her worry. She doesn't know Lu Fan's exact score, but she fears the distance between their abilities is growing. Inside, she makes a silent vow, no matter what, I'm going to catch up. I'll apply to the same academy as him. I have to. Lu Fan, reading her determination, gently smiles. Sounds like a good plan. With that, he pushes open a grand door and walks straight into a chaotic interview that felt more like a royal auction. Inside, a chubby man draped in priest robes jumps up with excitement. Lu Fan. It's really you. That entrance exam video? Legendary. Sitting beside him, a mysterious masked woman calmly adds, you re the first dragon tamer in history to actually have a dragon companion. The entire nation's watching you now. She cuts to the chase, as top scorer of the southern province, have you decided which academy to join? Lu Fan opens his mouth to speak, but the fat man from Jiangnan Academy can't hold back. Why even think about it? Come to Jiangnan Academy. We're offering 10 million dragon coins per year, unlimited potions, and entry to our exclusive secret realms. The masked woman scoffs, trying to bribe him with spare change. Please. We're heads of the top academies in the Dragon Kingdom, not merchants at a street fair. Red-faced and flustered, the fat man fires back, fine. Northern Academy will double it. 20 million dragon coins annually, and access to our Snow Kingdom's top secret realm, reserved just for him. And just like that, the room erupts. One head yells, we've got better resources. Another jumps in, we'll let him explore 3 hidden secret realms a year. Even the janitor outside probably wanted to throw in a scholarship. Amid the chaos, Lu Fan stands there, dumbfounded. I thought this was an interview, not a bidding war. Then, silence. Gayan, the composed head of Dragon Capital Academy, steps forward and drops a bomb. Dragon Capital Academy controls this year's national trial quota, and we're offering it too. Lu Fan. The room freezes. The fat man stumbles a step back. Wait, you're serious? The national trial? For him? The masked woman slams the table. This is outrageous. He just changed professions. Other nations have been training their candidates for years. Lu Fan raises a hand like a student asking a question. What exactly is the national trial? Gayan explains, calmly but with weight behind every word, the national trial is a collaboration between 23 nations. Once every 3 years, each country selects a young warrior under the age of 25. No national-level experts allowed. It's a trial by fire, deadly, rare treasures hidden within, and the whole world watching. He pauses, then adds, and those who pass don't just graduate. They become national-level experts. The envoy from Northern Academy, now sweating bullets, pleads with Lu Fan, join us. We'll ensure your training for the trial starts immediately. The Jiangnan envoy looks about ready to faint. This is unfair. You can't use the trial as bait. Gayan doesn't flinch. From top scorer in the province to ruler of the Dragon Kingdom. That's the path we offer. Just as Lu Fan tries to process all of this, a system notification blinks in front of him. Ding! New treasure map acquired. Location? Map quality, high sender, unknown. Lu Fan stares blankly. Well, that's not ominous at all. Lu Fan blinked in surprise. A new divine treasure map? It had been ages since the first one changed his life, leading him to Black Dragon Shear's egg. Now, curiosity bubbled in his chest. As he examined the glowing map, excitement surged. It's located inside Dragon Capital Academy. That settled it. Gayan, still watching him closely, asked, "So, are you satisfied?" Lu Fan gave a calm yet decisive nod. "Yes. I've made my choice, I'll join Dragon Capital Academy." But before Gayan could start celebrating, Lu Fan added, "I do have one more request." Gayan tilted his head, curious. As long as it's not outrageous. For days later, Lu Fan stood outside Hank's steam bun shop, closing the shutters for the last time. The familiar creak of the hinges felt final. Hank sighed, her voice nostalgic. "I never imagined I'd leave this place after so many years." Dusting off his hands, Lu Fan replied with a soft smile, "We've got a villa now. And savings. There's nothing holding us back." She looked at him, eyes misty with emotion. "Feels like just yesterday you were a scrawny kid knocking on my door. And now look at you." Just then, a car pulled up, and out jumped Chinio and Taimon, waving like overexcited tour guides. "Time to go, Aunt Hank. Dragon Capital awaits." Taimon beamed. She announced that not only had she applied to Dragon Capital Academy, but so had she and Chinio both passed, and all thanks to Lu Fan. "We're officially classmates now." "Oh, and Chinio's family even chartered a private plane for us. Fancy, who?" Chinio blushed furiously, trying to shut her up. Hank, surprised by everything, turned to Lu Fan. "Wait, you really asked Gayan to help me get in?" Lu Fan nodded. "You've always been more than just family. You deserve this." Gayan had agreed to vouch for Hank, though the final say still belonged to the academy. But it was a shot, and that was enough to bring tears to Hank's eyes. "Back then, I dreamed of going to an academy like this. I just never thought I'd get the chance." Lu Fan gently patted her shoulder. "Then don't cry. Let's start this new life." Chinio smiled and shouted, "Okay, team. On the plane, we've got treasure to chase and classes to sleep through." The plane landed in Dragon Capital, a bustling metropolis so alive and electric that Hank couldn't stop staring out the window. "Is this really where we're going to live?" she whispered, awestruck. Chinio pointed out the market where rare recipes were sold like hotcakes, while Lu Fan's eyes locked onto the towering spires of Dragon Capital Academy in the distance. But the peaceful moment shattered when a luxury car rolled up. Out stepped none other than the bratty Princess Jingu, with Hong Tai opening the door and Chun Chenji standing stiffly beside her like a bouncer with something to prove. Jingu's eyes locked onto Lu Fan. Her irritation was palpable. "Great. Why is she everywhere I go?" Lu Fan sighed internally. Chun Chenji took a step forward, clearly spoiling for a confrontation. But Jingu snapped, "Stand down. Without Ron Chongfeng's backing, we don't start anything here." Grumbling, Chun Chenji backed off, for now. Chinio leaned in, whispering to Lu Fan, "Wasn't she the princess who came to study in our kingdom?" "My dad mentioned someone like that." Taimon, sensing the tension, tilted her head. "So what's her problem? Did someone snatch her last dumpling?" Before Lu Fan could answer, Gayan arrived, eyebrows raised at the awkward standoff. "You don't know each other." She seemed genuinely surprised. Lu Fan, Chun Chenji, you are both dragon tamers. The twin stars of the southern province. Lu Fan blinked. "He's a dragon tamer too." Before the shock wore off, Chun Chenji stepped forward, barely hiding his contempt. "I've heard your name more times than I care to count." Lu Fan, drained from the trip, rubbed his temples. "Can we not?" "We've just landed." Hank eagerly agreed, tugging his arm. "Let's go before this turns into a duel." Gayan nodded and offered to show them their accommodations personally. "If anything isn't to your liking, let me know. Orientation begins tomorrow." As they left, Jingu huffed and dramatically turned on her heel. "I'll handle my own arrangements," she snapped, walking off with her entourage. Lu Fan glanced at her retreating figure. Why do I get the feeling this year's going to be anything but peaceful? The group finally arrives at the dormitory district, but this isn't your usual showbox room with bunk beds and instant noodles. Gayen gestures toward a pristine gated section with elegant villas lined up like royalty on parade. Welcome to the first-year villa zone, she announces. There are only 30 villas in total, and who gets them? Only the elite, the top 30 scorers from the entrance exam. Lu Fan? Naturally ranked number 1. His reward? Villa number 1, the crown jewel of the campus. Meanwhile, Chun Chenji, despite his twin-starred hype from the southern province, only made 18th overall. He's been booted to Villa 18. Lu Fan, barely hiding his smirk, thinks it's poetic justice. Twin stars? Please. One of us still has dignity left. Just then, Chinio and Taimon share the bad news: we didn't make it into the top 30. Guess it's the student dorms for us. Gayen nods sympathetically but adds, well, the villas are definitely nicer. That's when Hank strikes. She clings to Lu Fan's arm like a seasoned negotiator and bats her eyelashes. Miss Gayen, since Lu Fan is living alone, can we stay with him too? Record scratch. Chinio and Taimon go full tomato mode, blushing like their crush just read their diary out loud. Gayen, to her credit, considers it professionally. There's no rule against it, as long as the villa's official resident doesn't object. Hank turns to Lu Fan with her secret weapon. You really want to give up my special cookies, Lu Fan folds like wet paper. I don't mind. Victory. Hank cheers and grabs Chinio and Taimon in a group hug. This will be perfect. It'll boost our teamwork for realm expeditions too. And there it is. Your long-awaited harem arc just launched. Our gigachad Lu Fan has unintentionally assembled Team Chaos. Trying to justify the situation, Lu Fan tells the girls, the dorms are really far. If you stayed there, I'd have to walk half the campus just to see you. Chinio blushes again and agrees, while Taimon, still clinging to her big sister energy, adds sternly, fine, but no funny business with Chinio. I will be watching you. Just when things start settling in, a shimmering screen appears in front of Lu Fan. It's the Divine Treasure map, and the location it points to. Villa number 2. Next door. Lu Fan turns to Gayen. Who lives in Villa 2? She explains that she only oversees the southern province students. Villa 2 belongs to someone from another region, but she thinks it's just one girl. Lu Fan gulps. I'll go check it out. Hank giggles, bring back a souvenir. The girls, though smiling, go oddly quiet. Lu Fan senses the shift and quickly clarifies, I'm just curious who the second-ranked student is, okay? That's all. As he walks off, Hank whispers with a grin, is our boy finally growing up? Taimon huffs, annoyed. 3 girls already live with him and he still wants to meet the new neighbor. Lu Fan, meanwhile, just wants to find the treasure, honest. He's standing in front of Villa number 2, a cake in hand like a nervous delivery boy on Valentine's Day. Hope she likes sweets and lets me in before she finds the treasure. The door creaks open, and standing there is a girl dressed completely in black. Silent. Unblinking. Zero emotion. Lu Fan flashes his best smile and introduces himself. Hi. I'm Lu Fan from Jianghai City in the southern province. I live next door. The girl just stares. Awkwardness intensifies. Trying to salvage the moment, he offers the cake like a peace treaty. This is for being neighbors. A sweet start to our neighborly friendship. No reply. Just blank eyes and a quiet breeze. Lu Fan chuckles nervously. Great. Either she's shy or she's deciding if I'm edible. Still trying to play it cool, Lu Fan offers a warm smile and extends the cake. Let's be friends. Maybe get to know each other better. Right then, the system throws in a twist. Party popper, ding, this cake boosts agility by +3 on first use. Hold up, it's a stat-boosting dessert. Lu Fan just handed over a small fortune in calories and combat efficiency. Even so, the mysterious girl continues to stare at him like she's assessing his soul. Finally, she reaches out, takes the cake, and speaks in a soft voice, Jianyang, from Yinbei province. Lu Fan nearly stumbles back, her voice is way too cute for her intimidating vibe. Now flustered, he blurts out the first excuse that comes to mind, I'm thirsty. Can I come in for a glass of water? Brain, why did I say that? Mouth, too late, boss. But to his surprise, Jianyang simply steps aside. Lu Fan bows in thanks and slips in. But the moment she turns to close the door, poof. He vanishes like a rogue on a timer. Lu Fan sprints through her house like a burglar in a stealth game, treasure map in hand. First stop, the bedroom. Clothes on the bed. No treasure. Not what I'm here for. Probably. Next, bathroom. Nothing but minty soap. Then, jackpot. He opens a barely used room and there it is, a jade dragon egg shimmering with power. The system confirms it, bullseye, treasure map target located. Without a second thought, Lu Fan grabs the egg just as Jianyang returns, with the promised water. Lu Fan panic switches to his awkward exit plan. You know what? I'm not thirsty anymore. But thanks. See you at the freshman ceremony. Bye. And he dashes out like he's late for a test. Jianyang stands there, glass in hand, confused. She notices the open bedroom door. Clothes still on the bed. Was he actually just a pervert? Back at Villa Number 1, Lu Fan examines the jade egg with Xiao Yi. Holding it in his hands brings back memories, just like when he found Xiao Yi's egg. He activates his dragon taming skills. The egg begins to crack, and out pops a tiny jade dragon, glowing softly with mystical energy. The system rolls out the stats, life spring, constant healing for all allies. Jade light, removes debuffs, buffs all stats by 30%, adds 3 layers of damage blocking blessings. Natural assimilation, absorbs traits from gear. Jade dragon bloodline, doubles all dragon skill effects and increases healing by 500%. Blood contract, plus 10% attribute. Bonus to Lu Fan himself. Lu Fan's jaw drops. This isn't a fighter, it's a team-carrying medic from heaven. With over 600 spirit points, its buffs are massive. Paired with Xiao Yi, Xia's spirit attribute could hit nearly 12,000 mid-battle. And the best part? It can grow even stronger by assimilating equipment. While Lu Fan is nerding out over stat sheets, Xiao Yi is busy playing with her new sister. Until the baby dragon chomps down on her thigh. Hey! No biting your big sis. Lu Fan quickly intervenes and decides to name the new dragon. You'll be called Xiao Pei. Xia's little sister from now on. Xia, unimpressed, glares at Xiao Pei, who growls back like a chihuahua challenging a tiger. Lu Fan facepalms. Okay, both of you, chill, or we'll wake the whole villa. The next morning, Lu Fan, Chinio, and Taimon are walking through the lively campus. It's the day of the freshman enrollment ceremony. Lu Fan mentions that combat and life professions attend separate ceremonies. Chinio confirms that their beloved baker mage Hank is off attending her own. Taimon then narrows her eyes at Lu Fan with a smirk. So, about all that noise coming from your room last night, Lu Fan tries to explain, it was just a baby dragon hat, but before he can finish, 2 students suddenly spot Chinio and Taimon. Whoa! Is that really them? Looks like trouble, or fans, is approaching fast. As Lu Fan, Chinio, and Taimon stroll into the ceremony hall, a pair of wide-eyed boys spot them and nearly fall over themselves. Bro, they're campus belle level. If I could get a girlfriend like that, I'd risk my life in a secret realm, no hesitation. The other guy quickly pulls him back to reality. Yeah? Good luck dating both when there's a dude walking right beside them. Lu Fan? Still blissfully unaware that he's the source of every guy's envy today. Inside the auditorium, Chinio reminds Taimon that teacher Gayan said hidden professions sit up front. Taimon sighs and waves her off. Guess I'll hang in the back, then. Don't want to cramp your mysterious, chosen one energy. Lu Fan scans the room and spots a familiar scowl. Hong Wu, the loudmouth martial artist from the Shanghai City entrance exam. Lu Fan offers a calm, polite smile. Hong Wu? Practically vibrating with rage. Ever since his principal mocked him for placing way below Lu Fan, his pride has been burning like a volcano with caffeine. And now, he's face to face with the reason for his humiliation. Meanwhile, Taimon sits alone, glancing toward the front rows. She nervously wonders, why are all hidden professions grouped together? Does this mean Lu Fan and Chinio will be side by side every day? Not that she's jealous or anything. She totally is. Suddenly, Lu Fan notices a quiet figure sitting right in front of him, Jianyang. He greets her with a nervous smile. Chinyo turns in surprise. Wait, you know her. Lu Fan explains she's from Villa number 2, their next-door neighbor. Chinyo's jaw drops. No way. That's Jinyang? She's ranked 2nd overall. Beautiful and strong. Wow, clearly, this neighborhood is stacked. In the back rows, other students start whispering. Man, just being here at Dragon Capital Academy means you're surrounded by goddesses. Yeah, but it's not like we stand a chance. Should we ask for their contact info? Dreams of flirting are short-lived as a tall, sharply dressed man steps onto the stage. He radiates authority and power. Good morning. I am Xiao Xinming, level 78 Thunder Mage, Vice Principal of Dragon Capital Academy and Professor of Combat Magic. ZAP. Even his glasses feel electrified. He skips the fluff and dives right into the rules. Your ID cards will now be distributed. They are not just identification, they store personal points, which serve as the Academy's currency. Teacher Gayan moves through the rows, handing them out. Lu Fan glances at his 13,539 points. Points can buy weapons, potions, secret realm access, and more, Xiao Xinming explains. These are based on your entrance exam scores. Suddenly, a student rises, fuming, that's not fair. Some provinces had easier entrance exams. We were at a disadvantage. Xiao Xinming doesn't flinch. We account for that. Each province is adjusted by a difficulty coefficient. The hardest trial, this year, from the southern province, gets the lowest coefficient. Their scores are divided by 96. Lu Fan reflects. So 13,539 is what I get to start with. Not bad, but not permanent. Xiao Xinming isn't done. These points are temporary. In 1 month, the freshman assessment will be held. The top 30 will join the blue class. The room erupts in whispers. What's the blue class? Special secret realms. Exclusive skills. They get to live in the villa zone. Suddenly, even students who had no clue before are fired up. Lu Fan does the math. I'm first place now, which qualifies me. But if I drop out of top 30, I'll lose Villa #1, no pressure, right? The tension in the room thickens like fog on a battlefield. Vice Principal Xiao Xinming cracks a grin as he explains the rules of the prestigious blue class. You think being in blue class makes you safe? Think again. Anyone can challenge you. Lose, and your spot is gone. The crowd stiffens. Oh, and by the way, refusing a challenge? Not an option. The auditorium erupts as a giant screen flashes the names of the current blue class top 30. Right at the top? Dragon Tamer Lu Fan, rank 1. The murmurs start instantly. He's the top scorer? Seriously? Wait, isn't that the guy always surrounded by those pretty girls? How'd that guy beat everyone else? Some try to look him up online, nothing. No test footage. No score breakdown. Must be some spoiled noble with connections, one student mutters. I heard he has a dragon. Even an earth dragon is crazy strong. The seeds of jealousy begin to sprout. Elsewhere, Chun Chenji whispers to Jingu, so, when do you want me to take care of Lu Fan? Jingu plays it cool. Not yet. We probe first. He's still an unknown variable. Meanwhile, Chinyo leans over to Lu Fan with a smirk. So, the vice principal just painted a giant target on your back. You ready for that? Lu Fan exhales, dropping back into his seat. Yeah, definitely didn't see this coming. Jianyang, ever silent, watches everything unfold with calm eyes. As the ceremony ends, Lu Fan shifts gears. Let's go check out the secret realm hall. Maybe I can find materials to evolve Xiao Yi. But just as he turns to leave, Lu Fan. A familiar, angry voice echoes through the hall. It's Hong Wu, the martial artist from Shanghai City. He's pointing right at Lu Fan, eyes burning. Blue class members can't refuse a challenge, right? Then let's fight. Lu Fan blinks, mildly confused. You seriously challenging me? Right now. Hong Wu steps forward, full of fire. No records. No scores. You've got to be some fraud with a few minor subdragons. I'll prove it. Lu Fan sighs, hands still in his pockets. Chinyo, step back. Hong Wu smirks. You got guts, I'll give you that. Let's make it interesting, 200 dragon coins. Lu Fan raises an eyebrow. That's it? Is this a fight or a vending machine bet? But he shrugs and agrees, knowing 200 coins is a lot for someone like Hong Wu. The crowd encircles them like kids around a schoolyard brawl. Lu Fan's a summoner, right? Let's see if he's all hype. Watching from afar, Jingu whispers to Chun Chuenji, watch everything. This fight is our first glimpse into Lu Fan's real strength. Hong Wu clenches his fists. Golden energy flares around him, charging his body like a human power plant. 1, 2, Taimon turns to Chinio, nervous. Does Lu Fan even stand a chance? Chinio chuckles, leaning on her staff. Oh, you're in for a show. 3. Hong Wu explodes forward, a golden comet of martial rage. His fist blazes with chi energy, aimed straight for Lu Fan's chest. Lu Fan doesn't flinch. He just watches. Calm. Focused. Still hasn't taken his hands out of his pockets. Hong Wu roars, pouring everything into his attack. QI strike. His technique is designed to double damage at weak points. His Kai levels spike. The ground cracks beneath him. But just before impact, Lu Fan vanishes. Hong Wu stumbles forward, punching nothing but air. What? The audience gasps. Chinio grins. Told you. The entire arena is frozen. Hong Wu stands wide-eyed, his brain scrambling to understand, how did Lu Fan just disappear? Was that or the blink technique? That's something only second-tier mags use. Before Hong Wu can even finish the thought, Lu Fan reappears, right behind him. I've heard Chong-style martial artists are solid in close combat and range defense, Lu Fan says calmly, voice almost bored. Hong Wu spins, startled, only to be met with Lu Fan's piercing gaze and a glowing blue aura pulsing around him like pressure waves from another realm. Lu Fan gives a slight smirk and mockingly waves. This is it? That's all you've got? Gasps ripple through the student crowd. They weren't expecting this, not from him. Burning with rage, Hong Wu roars, activating his chi rising wave technique. His fists fire forward like cannons, each punch sending a destructive ripple of force through the air. The more he punches, the stronger the waves get. But Lu Fan? He's already gone. Sliding between the strikes like a phantom, inching closer with every breath. Hong Wu panics. I need to stop him before he summons a dragon. But here's the twist, Lu Fan doesn't need a dragon. He stops just in front of Hong Wu, eyes calm, body coiled like a loaded spring. Let me show you how unbreakable really breaks. Hong Wu braces himself, flaring his solid as a rock technique. A radiant golden aura explodes around him. His body becomes a fortress, each point of Kai boosting his defense to absurd levels. Come at me. I'm not moving. Bad idea. Lu Fan's leg blurs in motion, boom. A single kick to the chest. Hong Wu's shield of Kai shatters like glass. He flies back like a missile, crashing into the floor with a violent thud, blood seeping from his lips. Silence. The audience? Stunned. Lu Fan just one-kicked one of the Academy's top martial artists without even summoning his dragon. A brown-haired student leans to his friend. Wasn't this supposed to be a summoner fight? His blue-haired buddy gulps. Bro, that was a summoning of pain. Another student pales, eyes locked on Hong Wu's broken form. Is he dead? Hong Wu groans, barely conscious. Lu Fan walks over, calm as ever, hands still in his pockets. He bends down, pulls out his ID card, and places it gently on top of Hong Wu's. A bet is a bet. 200 dragon coins, claimed. A system window pops up, plus 200 dragon coins, total 13. 739. Hong Wu props himself up just enough to glance at the screen. What he sees next crushes his soul. Entrance exam multiplier, 96x total points, 1, 321, 824. He stares in horror. 1.3 million. Compared to Lu Fan, Chun Chenji's 210,000 is embarrassing. Hong Wu's jaw hangs slack. His pride crumbles. His arms tremble. His entire life choice feels like a mistake. He collapses back, spirit broken. On the sidelines, Jingu observes coldly, hands on her hips. Assessment. Chun Chenji's face tightens. He hasn't even summoned his dragon. With your support, maybe a 70% chance of beating him. Jingu scoffs. Not good enough. Meanwhile, Lu Fan casually strolls away, hands back in his pockets like he just walked out of a grocery store. Qinxiu and Taimang fall in step behind him. Behind them, Hongwu still lies on the ground, eyes open in disbelief, haunted by regret. Why did I ever mess with that guy? Later, the trio enters the secret realm center of Dragon Capital Academy. Inside the towering stone hall, mystical light pulses from every corner. Qinxiu stands at the entrance, staff in hand, eyes gleaming with joy. Lu Fan, Hank's already inside. Behind her, Taimang strolls in, hands behind her back, a slow, amused grin spreading across her face. She saw everything. And now she knows Lu Fan is no ordinary summoner. Inside the secret realm center, a tall, elegant girl storms into the hall. Hank. Her eyes search frantically until they land on Lu Fan. Are you hurt? Who dared to challenge you? Lu Fan, calm as ever, lifts his tablet with a casual smile. All good. Just a minor interruption. Taimang joins in, practically bouncing with excitement, cheeks flushed pink. It was epic. He sent Hongwu flying, like Air Mail Express level flying. Qinxiu snickers, teasing Taimang. Didn't you say Lu Fan reminded you of Uncle Sono? Thought he was unbeatable. Taimang blushes deeper. Okay, maybe Lu Fan's stronger. But now I really want to see his dragon. Qinxiu smiles knowingly. Trust me, Xiao Yi is even more terrifying than you think. Lu Fan steps forward, tablet raised. Found a secret realm, perfect for leveling up. Everyone gathers around as the screen displays the info. Poisonous Spiderwood Forest, level 45 realm entry cost, 45 points team size, minimum 5 Lu Fan's points, 13, 739 a realm known for its insane difficulty and deadly terrain, basically, the place adventurers go to write their own funerals. Lu Fan sighs, muttering under his breath. If it weren't for Hongwu, would already be leveling Black Dragon Shia. Hank steps forward, worry in her voice. Lu Fan, this isn't a training ground, it's a death trap. But Lu Fan, ever the confident storm, flashes a smile. Don't worry, I'll protect you all. Taimang, ever practical, points out the math problem. We're 4 people. We need 5. Lu Fan turns to Qinxiu. Got any ideas? Qinxiu scans the hall and spots a girl sitting cross-legged near a pillar, tablet in hand, focused and calm. Jinyang. As they approach her, Lu Fan wears his most harmless grin. Hey there, long time. Jinyang cuts him off with a glare colder than frostbite. You again, pervert. A record scratch moment. Everyone freezes. Lu Fan gulps. Oh no, not this again. Hank stares, stunned. Qinxiu blinks in confusion. Taimang folds her arms, eyes narrowing. Okay. Spill. What did you do? Lu Fan waves his tablet like it's a white flag. It was a total misunderstanding. She walked in when I was, never mind. It looked bad, okay? Trying to redirect, he reminds Jinyang, you're still looking for a team, right? We need one more. You need a group. Let's team up and dive into Spiderwood. Jinyang eyes him with a frown. For a moment, it seems like she'll reject him on principle. But then? Fine. But stay out of my personal space. Lu Fan nearly collapses with relief. Hank clasps her hands together, smiling. Phew. That could have gone way worse. Lu Fan straightens, hand on hip, grinning. Does this count as team building? Qinxiu chuckles. You just convinced the top student from Yinbi province. Yeah, I'd say that counts. Taimang nods, arms crossed. You've got serious negotiation skills, even if they come with accusations. Jinyang walks to the portal terminal, not waiting for anyone. Lu Fan steps up to help, but she swats his offer away with a cold look. I can manage. She inserts her ID. The system beeps. Jinyang, points 8, 744 main exam score, 802, 110 even. Lu Fan whistles under his breath. And I thought my score was high. The portal flares open, swirling with green and violet energy, pulsating like a living heartbeat. One by one, they step inside. The moment they enter, Hank covers her mouth. The air, it's sharp. She's right. The atmosphere feels toxic. Every breath tastes like metal, and the trees ahead pulse with faint venomous glows. In the distance, shadowy webs stretch between twisted trees, like something is watching. The poisonous Spiderwood Forest has begun. And somewhere deep inside, something far more dangerous than spiders is waiting. Dense mist, gnarled trees, and the eerie stillness of death. Welcome to poisonous spiderwood forest. Shinshio gripped her magical staff, her eye scanning the darkness as the team moved forward. Every shadow looked alive. Every gust of wind carried the whisper of something dangerous. Lu Fan, hands in his pockets, casually followed Jinyoung, who led the way with silent confidence. Taiman, walking alongside, glanced at Lu Fan and asked in her usual calm tone, "Why this realm? Out of all 49, you picked this one? It's a level 45 death zone." Behind them, Qin Shio said nothing, but the way she held her staff in a white-knuckled grip spoke volumes. Hank, on the other hand, was clearly struggling to stay calm. Her backpack clinked with every step as she clung to it like a life preserver. Lu Fan flashed his usual grin. "I searched the entire secret realm list. This one's the best for XP farming. Translation: high risk, high reward. Classic Lu Fan move." Taiman nodded, not pushing further. Just checking. Not judging. To break the tension, Hank suddenly reached into her bag and pulled out a sealed pouch. "Snack break. I made experience-boosting travel biscuits." Everyone paused. "Wait, food that boosts EXP." Lu Fan's eye sparkled. "You're a walking cheat code." He, Shinshio, and Taiman each grabbed one and took a bite, eyes widening as the delicious flavor hit. Hank beamed. "Made them with help from my life professor. 20% XP boost for 3 hours. Lucky I didn't mess up the enchantment this time." Lucky for them, not so much for her classmates, who got burnt bricks instead of biscuits. Meanwhile, Hank walked over to Jinyoung, biscuit in hand. She offered it with a warm smile. Jinyoung blinked, caught off guard. "Why are you being so nice?" She glanced at the biscuit, then looked back at Hank. "That cake Lu Fan gave me, was that yours?" Hank nodded proudly. "Yep." "Want more?" "I can make extra." Just then, Shinshio and Taiman chimed in. "She's amazing at cooking. You should totally stop by our place sometime." For a second, the cold, stone-faced Jinyoung actually smiled. A rare, genuine moment in a place built to kill. But the warmth didn't last. Suddenly, Lu Fan's head snapped to the side. Something was moving, fast. "Everyone, get ready." The bushes rustled violently. Out slithered a massive black-scaled python, its green eyes glowing like toxic gemstones. Easily level 40, and loaded with 91,200 EXP. Taiman stepped forward, sword gleaming. "Mine." Hank quickly shoved the biscuit bag back in her satchel. Shinshio called out, "Wait! These monsters are high level. We need to strategize." Hank nodded nervously. "I can make resistance-boosting food, but I need time and ingredients." Lu Fan raised a hand and shook his head calmly. "No need." A glowing ball of energy formed in his palm, pulsing with power. The others stared, unsure what he was doing. Jinyoung's eye sharpened. His summoning, moments later, with a crackle of light, a small yet regal dragon appeared. Tiny, proud, perched right on Lu Fan's head. Taiman blinked in confusion. "Wait, that's it?" "That's the dragon." The little beast flared its wings dramatically, more adorable than terrifying. Lu Fan chuckled. "Get off my head, Xiao Yi. Time to show them what you can really do." Qin Shio's eyes went wide in shock. "Wait, that's not Black Dragon Xiao Yi." The tiny dragon perched on Lu Fan's head was different. Hank blinked, amazed. Where did this dragon even come from? Why haven't I seen it before? Jinyoung remained silent, her gaze locked on Xiao Yi with a quiet intensity. Suddenly, the black-scaled python prepared to strike. Taiman braced herself, sword ready. Lu Fan didn't hesitate. Sheer, emerald light, now. The dragon's gem on Lu Fan's hand shone brilliantly. The python lashed out its massive tail at Taiman, but just before impact, a green shield shimmered into existence, blocking the blow. The force threw Taiman backward, but the shield absorbed the hit completely. Shinshio rushed to her side, hands glowing, ready to heal. She noticed 3 green leaves hovering above Taiman, one flickered and vanished as the shield took damage. Taiman slowly sat up, realization dawning. The shield protected me, a system notification blinked clearly, J-Dragon Shear's Emerald Light activated, 3 layers of Emerald Blessing applied. Blocks damage, removes debuffs, boosts attributes by 30%. Lu Fan smiled confidently. As long as she is with us, no debuffs or injuries can hold us back. Qin Shio, marveling as she healed, whispered, "This isn't just a support dragon. It's a game changer. Stronger than a level 2 priest." Tamer stared in awe. Even a small dragon like Shia can shield damage and boost stats. The moment of awe didn't last long. The black scale python crept forward, jaws wide, ready to snap. Hank gasped. "Watch out! It's coming!" Lu Fan drew his dagger, eyes blazing with determination. But before he could charge, a brilliant red beam sliced through the fog, piercing the snake's open mouth. The python convulsed and collapsed. Jinyang stood calmly, bow drawn, having just saved the day with a perfect shot. The group stood stunned, watching the giant serpent crumple. Jinyang revealed her combat class, Swordmaster. In her hands, the Bloodbreaker sword gleamed with epic quality. It boasted 39 strength 126 agility armor breaker, ignores 30% of enemy defense agility boost, plus 40% speed. Lu Fan nodded in respect but had no time to linger. Jinyang spun around, sword raised for another strike. "Hank, duck!" Hank turned too late. A massive spider, eyes gleaming with malice, reared its razor-sharp leg to strike her. Jinyang's sword slammed down, intercepting the blow just in time. Without hesitation, Lu Fan lunged, pulling Hank to the ground. They rolled clear of the spider's attack. The creature pulled back, revealing a silver-armored exoskeleton. This was no ordinary spider. It was the silver-armored spider, level 40, worth 15,750 EXP. Its deadly abilities included Poisonous Fangs, mandible-piercing silver armor, immune to armor-breaking effects. Lu Fan helped Hank to her feet, both catching their breath. Jinyang advanced, eyes blazing with fierce determination. The spider struck again with mandible piercing, but Jinyang dodged effortlessly. It tried once more, but she slipped out of range, leaving it open. Lu Fan moved in, dagger ready. He caught Jinyang's eye and urged caution. Her mind raced, analyzing the beast's patterns. With a swift, precise strike, Lu Fan jabbed beneath the spider's jaw. Seconds later, the spider collapsed, defeated. Jinyang didn't stop moving. She flipped midair and warned Lu Fan sharply, "Stay alert. There's more coming." But it wasn't over. From the shadows, more silver-armored spiders emerged, skittering through the bushes like a metallic plague. Their eyes glowed with menace. Jinyang landed gracefully, her expression sharpening. Without a word, she conjured 2 new weapons into her arsenal: Breaking Army Greatsword, level 21 epic, capable of unleashing Mountain Shaker, dealing 210% damage and splashing to nearby enemies. Water-Cold Sword, level 14, dealing ice damage and slowing enemies' movement. She turned to Luan and the rest of the group, her voice steady and serious. "This isn't just a wave. It's a warning." Beyond the lesser spiders loomed a colossal web, thick with shadow. And at its center, a beast. The Black Web Hunter. Level 46, dripping with menace. 39, 110 EXP, and skills that made even the bravest flinch: Poison Fang, venom that ate away at health, web bind, sticky traps that left victims helpless. The ground shook as a spider lunged, but Lu Fan and Jinyang didn't wait to be cornered. With 3 swords hovering protectively around her and Shia clinging to Lu Fan's back like a heroic backpack, they rushed into battle. Lu Fan spared a glance at Jinyang's arsenal. Her weapons aren't just rare. They're forged for war. Before he could ask, a spider attacked. They dodged effortlessly, Jinyang midair, Lu Fan rolling like a rogue. She looked at him, eyes sharp. Swordmasters can forge and level their own weapons. I started with a rusty stick. Then, without skipping a beat, she spun through the air, ice swirling around her. With a wave, she conjured a frozen arrow, launching it at the spiders. The frost burst, freezing several spiders mid-lunge. Landing like a ninja on ice, she turned to Lu Fan, "Cool story time's over. Eyes up." Lu Fan grinned. Even in chaos, she was as composed as a dragon tamer. Just then, a spider crept behind her, jaws wide, venom dripping. "Jinyang, duck!" Too late. But Lu Fan was faster. He intercepted the attack with his dagger, steel clanging against fang. "Shia! Emerald light, now!" The little jade dragon soared into the air, tiny claws glowing. A wave of emerald energy burst forth, wrapping around Jinyang. 3 shimmering leaves floated above her, protection granted. She looked back, speechless for once. You just cast a priest-tier buff, with a baby dragon. Choosing offense over gratitude, she clenched her fists and activated Mountain Shaker. Her breaking army greatsword surged ahead, impaling a spider's armored chest, crushing it in one earth-shaking blow. With her water-cold sword still glowing, she twirled it like a ribbon of ice and sliced another spider clean through, frost trailing behind. "Thanks for the buff, Dragon Boy." Lu Fan chuckled. "You're welcome, Swordstorm." He admired her combat flow, breaking army for offense, water-cold for control. Together, she was a walking hurricane. Meanwhile, Xia fluttered beside Lu Fan, glowing faintly. "Congratulations! Xia has leveled up to level 2. Just as the team started catching their breath, a terrified scream echoed. "Help!" Lu Fan and Jinyang turned instantly. Hank was surrounded. Paralyzed by fear, Hank had fallen to the ground. But Qin Shio and Taiman weren't letting her go down alone. Qin Shio gripped her magic staff. "Taiman, shield her!" Without hesitation, Taiman stepped forward, sword raised, ready to defend Hank with her life. Lu Fan's pulse surged. "Jinyang, find the Black Web Hunter." "I've got them." Jinyang, catching her breath and clutching her chest, flashed him a grin. "Go get them, hero. I'll handle the Spider King." She turned toward the ominous web in the distance, swords gleaming. The true boss fight was about to begin. The spiders advanced, fangs bared and legs twitching, but Taiman stood firm, sword drawn, shielding Hank with all her might. Behind her, Qin Shio's staff glowed with arcane power as she prepared her support magic. Just as the situation turned grim, a soft green glow lit up the air. Xia appeared, floating above Hank like a tiny guardian angel. With its tiny claws raised, it cast emerald light, summoning 3 shimmering leaves that shielded Hank from harm. Meanwhile, Lu Fan dashed through the chaos, slashing at spiders with precise dagger strikes. "Xiang! Stay away from the webs," he shouted. "Get caught, and it's game over." Jinyang blinked, surprised by his concern, but the moment was short-lived. For webs shot toward her like homing missiles. She deflected 3 with her swords, the 4th grazing her arm, leaving a burning, sticky cut. She winced. The pain was sharp, but her spirit sharper. Clutching her arm, she retreated into the woods, her eyes still blazing with focus. Lu Fan's heart dropped. "Xia, heal her." But before he could chase her, Qin Shio's voice rang out. "Lu Fan! Help Jian! We've got this covered." Taiman, now the queen of parrying, blocked spider strikes like a pro while shouting, "Go already! We're not newbies." Lu Fan made his choice. He bolted into the forest, Xia flapping beside him like a jade firefly. The trees closed in around him, webs hanging like ghostly curtains. Then he saw it. The Black Web Hunter's lair. A monstrous web, strung between trees like a sick joke. And at the center, Jinyang. She stood wounded, blood trickling down her arms, one sword snared in the sticky web while she clutched the other tightly. Her gaze burned with rage, but she was clearly at her limit. "Not on my watch," Lu Fan muttered. He rushed forward, signaling Xia. The little dragon cast emerald light again, protective leaves circling Jinyang, lighting her up like a warrior saint. She looked back, breath heavy, frustration flickering across her face. "I don't need saving," she snapped. Cue karma. The Black Web Hunter launched another web bind. The sticky silk zoomed toward her. Lu Fan moved instinctively, appearing by her side in a blur. "You don't. But maybe you need backup." He raised his arm and unleashed his secret weapon. Dragon Claw. His hand transformed into a draconic gauntlet, gleaming with scale-like armor and raw power. Jinyang's eyes widened. "That's not normal." With a roar, Lu Fan slashed downward, severing the webbing and crushing several spider legs with one blow. Her trapped sword dropped free. Jinyang stared in stunned silence. "He's stronger than I thought." Her sword began to glow. She raised it high. "Mountain Shaker, now." Lu Fan nodded. This was their moment. He activated Whisper of Wind, his agility jumping by 15%, and dashed toward the beast. Jinyang followed, sword gleaming. Dragon Fang strike from Lu Fan, his weapon glowing with channeled dragon breath, striking with explosive force. Mountain Shaker from Jinyang, earth-rending power, splashing damage to all nearby enemies. Together, they were a storm. With one final synchronized attack, they cleaved the Black Web Hunter clean in half. The monster's body slumped, twitching, then disintegrated into shimmering particles. Jinyang's Bloodbreaker sword pulsed, absorbing the kill. Her strength and agility spiked. She looked at Lu Fan, cheeks flushed. Not bad, for a dragon tamer. Lu Fan grinned. Not bad yourself, for someone who didn't want help. Just then, ding. System notification, Dragon Shia has leveled up to level 3. The tiny dragon tugged at Lu Fan's sleeve, fluttering with pride. Lu Fan couldn't help but smile. At this rate, you'll be level 5 before we're even out of this realm. After a few more monster kills, Shia had clearly gained more confidence, and more spark. Jinyang stepped closer, her expression thoughtful. She looked at Lu Fan, not the fighter, not the protector, but the person. Hey! Can I ask you something? After the battle, Jinyang quietly confessed something unexpected, how vulnerable she had felt during the fight. Her voice was steady but soft, the words tinged with humility. I thought I had it under control, but I'm glad you were there. Lu Fan, surprised by her honesty, was about to respond when the rest of the team arrived. Qin Shio's staff glowed proudly as she declared victory. All silver-armored spiders eliminated. She gave Lu Fan a quick, flushed smile. And everyone's safe. Even Hank. Speaking of Hank, she beamed. I leveled up. Lu Fan turned to Jinyang, praising her bravery and strength. But she looked puzzled at first. He smiled warmly. Being strong doesn't mean standing alone. We're a team. No one fights alone. Her expression softened. She looked at him differently now, less like the reckless tamer she once underestimated, and more like a true comrade. Maybe even more than that. High above, Shia perched proudly on Lu Fan's head, little eyes flicking between teammates like a tiny guardian general. Hank, ever the curious one, pointed out something odd. Why didn't you use emerald light on yourself? Lu Fan placed a hand on his hip, closed his eyes, and smiled. Didn't need it. Taiman, hands firmly on her hips, rolled her eyes. Yeah? Try using it on everyone next time, hero. At Lu Fan's cue, Shia activated Fountain of Life. The gem on its chest pulsed, and a soft wave of emerald energy swept over the team. Wounds faded. Fatigue melted away. Even the air felt lighter. Qin Shio sighed in relief. Now this is the kind of magic I like. Taiman closed her eyes, placing a hand dramatically on her stomach. Careful, Lu Fan. Your head's glowing green. You're starting to look like a walking salad. Lu Fan laughed. Shia, skip her next time. The group burst into laughter, even Jinyang cracked a rare smile. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, the team approached the edge of a steep cliff, the forest falling away into mist. Lu Fan stood with his hands on his hips, Shia still firmly stationed on his head like a tiny commander. Taiman held the tablet, frowning. The map ends here. What is this supposed to be? Lu Fan didn't answer. He just stared. Qin Shio stepped beside him and looked down, and her expression shifted. Then they all saw it. At the base of the cliff, partially veiled in poisonous mist, was a massive web. It stretched like a glistening battlefield, crawling with hundreds of spiders. And at its center? The screeching spider mother, Lu Fan muttered. He pulled up her status window. This wasn't just a brute. The queen spider had abilities like regenerative feeding and collective fury, giving buffs to every spider in her army. She was the hive mind and the ultimate threat. Jinyang joined them, peering over the cliff with steady eyes. It doesn't matter. Big or small, we deal with the minions first. Hank stepped up too, though her knees trembled. Qin Shio gently put a hand out. You don't need to look. But Hank shook her head, fists clenched. I do. Even if it scares me. Taiman blinked at her, impressed. Girl, that's gutsy. Even seasoned fighters would be running for the hills. Still, the moment Hank peeked over the cliff, gurgle. She immediately spun around, leaned against a tree, and threw up. Qin Shio was at her side in a second, rubbing her back. Lu Fan winced, trying to smile. She's trying her best, aunt or not. Xinyang, watching quietly, nodded. We clear the small spiders. Then go for the queen. Taiman opened the tablet again, reading out loud. According to shared logs from other teams, this realm usually takes 4 days to clear. She paused. Long-range fighters are supposed to lure spiders out while the others pick them off. Hank groaned, still holding onto the tree for dear life. 4 days? You've got to be kidding me. My snack stash won't even last till tomorrow. Lu Fan chuckled. Looks like hunger's going to be our first enemy. In the tense silence before battle, Hank tried to lighten the mood. Hey, did anyone ever tried roasted spider legs? Might be crunchy. Qin Xiao nearly fainted. That's disgusting. Why would you even say that? Hank shrugged. Gallows humor. It helps. But humor faded as Lu Fan suddenly raised his hand toward the sky, a confident smile cutting through the tension. He clearly had no intention of dragging this fight out over 4 days. Jin Yang tilted her head. You've got a plan? Tamer, still clinging to her tablet like a lifeline, squinted. Please tell me it doesn't involve dying. Qin Xiao's eyes widened. Wait, are you summoning Black Dragon Xia? Lu Fan didn't answer with words. Flames exploded around them as Lu Fan extended both hands upward, shouting with power. The air cracked with energy, and the ground trembled. Then, a thunderous roar. Descending through a vortex of fire and smoke came Xia Yi, the black dragon in her destruction form. Her massive horns curved like blackened blades, and her fiery wings spanned wider than a house. Her arrival was monumental. Even Tamer was speechless. That's not a dragon. That's a myth. The spider mother screamed in response, shrieking so loud it echoed through the forest. Her army obeyed instantly. Waves of glowing-eyed spiders surged forward, launching web attacks toward Xia Yi. But Lu Fan was ready. Xia Yi, light them up. With one powerful flap of her wings, she ignited the air itself. The sticky webs burned mid-flight, the forest below catching fire in her wake. The sky turned orange from the heat. Hank clutched Lu Fan's arm. That's insane. Tamer could barely speak. More like legendary. Even Jin Yang, always calm, had to admit, this wasn't the dragon they knew. This was a monster slayer. Lu Fan turned to little jade dragon Xia, grinning. Time to take her even higher. Xia activated Emerald Dragon Heritage. Her gemstone flared brilliantly as emerald light radiated, coating Xia Yi in glowing energy. Then Lu Fan used Dragon's Inspiration, buffing her by 30% across all attributes. With a sky-shattering roar, Xia Yi surged with new power. Her stats spiked: Strength, 2, 937 Agility, 4, 117 Spirit, 992 Endurance, 5, 728. The boost was unreal. Flames curled off her scales, and with a sweeping dive, dozens of spiders vaporized beneath her. The forest floor turned to ash. But the spider mother wasn't idle. Her 8 eyes glowed deep red. Another roar, and the cliffside exploded in motion as her swarm climbed fast. Lu Fan placed a firm hand on Hank's shoulder. You're doing great. Qin Xiao, protect her. Qin Xiao nodded, staff glowing. We've got this. Lu Fan turned to Jin Yang, flashing a cocky grin as he drew his dagger. Let's go clean house. Without hesitation, Jin Yang summoned 3 swords, floating with power. Then, they jumped. The 2 heroes dropped into the chaos. Lu Fan's dagger slashed with precision, every swing taking out a spider. Beside him, Jin Yang's swords danced through the horde, slicing with elegance and speed. They landed at the base of the cliff, spider carcasses raining around them. But it wasn't over. More spiders emerged, surrounding them on all sides. Xia Yi, do it! Lu Fan commanded. Black Dragon Xia Yi descended like a meteor, activating the second phase of Great Cataclysm. She opened her jaws wide, and unleashed a blast of pure destruction. Fire exploded across the battlefield. Trees vanished. Spiders turned to cinders. Even the earth cracked from the impact. The forest shook with fury, but Lu Fan and Jin Yang kept pushing forward, little Xia hovering behind them, providing buffs and support. Then, 2 system notifications flashed in the air. Little Dragon Xia has reached level 4, Black Dragon Xia Yi is ready to unleash final phase, Great Cataclysm, Infernal Crown. The heat became unbearable, but no one backed down. Jin Yang could hardly believe it. She's not a dragon. She's a walking apocalypse. Back up top, the fight wasn't over. Tamer swung her sword, cleaving through any spider brave enough to climb. Beside her, Qin Xiao chanted spells, forming barriers and shields to protect the cliffside. This is insane! Tamer shouted. Can't we just skip to the loot chest? No skipping, Qin Xiao replied, panting. We're re-grinding this one to the end. High on the cliffside, Qin Xiao called down to Lu Fan, her staff pulsing with energy. We'll hold the line up here. Just finish that thing. Lu Fan nodded, trusting her words. He turned to Jin Yang. Let's end this. Together. The Spider Queen hissed, her massive legs stabbing the earth. Clearly, she was done waiting. With a screech, she launched forward, spewing venomous green bile that splattered all around them. Lu Fan and Jin Yang dove aside, just barely dodging the corrosive blast. The poison sizzled on the rocks where they stood. Lu Fan grimaced. That thing means business. Without hesitation, Lu Fan raised his hand toward Jin Yang. You're not going down today. From above, little jade dragon Xia responded, her emerald gem flashing. A swirl of green light enveloped Jin Yang, and 3 shimmering jade leaves floated gently above her head, emerald light activated. Jin Yang blinked. You cast a buff on me. Only the best for my sword-slinging partner, Lu Fan said, grinning. But their moment was interrupted. The Spider Queen seized the chance and fired a web straight at Lu Fan. He slashed with his dagger, slicing it midair, but not fast enough. The sticky strands grazed his cheek, drawing blood. He winced, then wiped the cut. Okay. That's it. No more playing around. Xia. Burn it all. Black Dragon Xia Yi roared, then triggered her brutal ultimate, burning of all things. For massive tornadoes of fire spun outward from her body, engulfing the battlefield. Spiders disintegrated on contact, trees vanished into smoke, and the entire sky glowed orange with destruction. Up above, Xin Yang stood frozen in awe. That's not a skill, that's a natural disaster. Even from a distance, they could feel the intensity of Xia's power, the heat so overwhelming it distorted the air around them. As she continued her aerial assault, the last waves of spider minions were reduced to ash. Then, 2 system notifications appeared. Little Jade Dragon Xia has reached level 5, new skill unlocked, Emerald Blessing. Lu Fan barely had time to process the info when he noticed something strange. Why's her gem glowing, that bright? Suddenly, Jade Dragon Xia began to float. Her body twisted in midair, glowing more intensely than ever before. Her wings expanded, her tail shimmered with new energy, and her entire form morphed into that of a green-haired humanoid girl, graceful and glowing like a forest spirit. Lu Fan shielded his eyes from the light. No way, is this a full evolution? As the glow faded, standing in midair was the new Jade Dragon Xia, in her humanoid ascended form. Her energy had skyrocketed, her presence calm yet overpowering. Great, Lu Fan chuckled, now I've got 2 dragon wafers. Double the fire, double the chaos, Jin Yang added dryly. But there was no time to appreciate the upgrade. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. A huge claw burst from the earth, swiping toward Jin Yang. Reflexes kicked in, she leapt, barely avoiding it. Lu Fan rolled beside her. From above, Xin Yang landed, 3 glowing emerald leaves now floating around her too. She looked baffled. Wait, what are these? Let me explain. That was Jade Dragon Xia's new ability, Jade Blessing. It coats allies in 3 layers of jade energy, boosting the power of their next 3 attacks. Xin Yang, never one to waste good buffs, activated hers immediately. With a determined look, she launched her 3 enchanted swords, now charged with jade energy, straight at the Spider Queen. The result? Catastrophic. Her Bloodbreaker sword, which hadn't even left a dent earlier, now sliced straight through the Spider Queen's silver armor like a hot knife through butter. The Queen screeched in pain and staggered backward, venom dripping from the deep gash. Now that's what I call an upgrade, Xin Yang said with a smirk. Lu Fan stood still for a moment, watching Xia in her evolved form lighting up the battlefield. A proud smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Look at you. Level 5 and already carrying the squad. He gently patted her head, and Xia closed her eyes with a small smile, basking in the warmth of the moment. But as always, peace in the forest of venomous spiders was short-lived. With an ear-splitting shriek, the Spider Queen re-emerged, even more furious than before. She reared up and blasted a fresh wave of venomous spray, pooling acid so corrosive it could reduce their HP to 5% per second just by standing near it. Lu Fan's eyes narrowed. Dodge, now. In one fluid motion, he leapt aside, barely avoiding the acidic flood. Xia zipped upward like a green blur. But they both knew dodging wouldn't win this fight. It was time to end it, for real. Xia. Lu Fan called, buff Xiao Yi. Hovering midair, Jade Dragon Xia nodded and zipped down. Black Dragon Xia Yi, cloaked in roaring fire, locked eyes with the Spider Queen like a predator sizing up its prey. Xia perched on Xiao Yi's head, focused, and activated her Jade Blessing. Instantly, 3 emerald leaves shimmered above Xiao Yi's head. The entire atmosphere changed. You could feel the power. Xiao Yi's flames exploded outward, her wings stretching wide as her aura amplified. With a ground-shaking roar, she triggered her most devastating move, Everything Burns. For tornadoes of fire spiraled outward, spinning toward the Spider Queen like raging infernos. The sheer heat warped the air. Jinyang had to raise her arms to shield her face, her expression part fear, part awe. Damage inflicted, 10,432. The Spider Queen screeched, collapsing under the overwhelming power, spitting blood as her legs curled in agony. Lu Fan saw the opportunity. Now! He dashed forward, Jinyang and Xinyang following close behind. As they closed in, the boss spider tried to rise, but it was already over. Lu Fan leapt, his dagger glowing with Dragon Fang Strike, empowered further by Bloodpact enhancement. He drove the blade into the spider's skull with precision and force. The impact was so intense, the earth rumbled. The Spider Queen let out one last, blood-curdling cry, before collapsing, limbs twitching, eyes dull. But Xinyang wasn't done yet. Still empowered by Jade Blessing, she summoned her 3 swords with a snap and launched them into the spider's open mouth. Splat! Slice! Splatter! The blades tore through its insides like butter, delivering the finishing blow. Lu Fan landed gracefully, brushing dust from his shoulder. Around him, victory notifications exploded in a flurry of light. Black Dragon Xia Yi has reached level 18. Jade Dragon Xia has reached level 7. Lu Fan has reached level 23. Level ups all around. Xinyang, still reeling from the carnage, turned to Lu Fan. Okay, real talk. How many points did you score during the major exam? Lu Fan flashed a grin and shrugged. About 1.3 million. Xinyang's jaw dropped. A bead of sweat rolled down her cheek. 1.3 million, she whispered. Lu Fan chuckled, looking far too casual for someone who just annihilated a queen-level boss. Maxed out the score cap on nightmare difficulty. But hey, who's counting? He turned away, that mischievous sparkle still in his eyes. This is just the beginning. With the venomous forest finally cleared, the team regrouped at the cliffside. Lu Fan waved to the top. Chinio, Ta Xiaoman, bring Hank down. As they gathered, Jade Dragon Xia floated over to Lu Fan and gave him a gentle hug, her emerald eyes soft with affection. But then, uh-oh. From behind, Black Dragon Xia Yi narrowed her eyes. Jealousy mode activated. She stomped over, grabbed Xia by the arm, and ripped her away from Lu Fan like an older sister snatching candy from her little sibling. Enough cuddles. He's my Tamer. Xia blinked, confused, while Lu Fan awkwardly rubbed the back of his head. I didn't know dragons had rivalry mode. Our poor MC, Lu Fan, was left standing in the aftermath of a classic dragon girl tug-of-war, utterly bewildered. What just happened? Did I get fought over by dragons? Meanwhile, Jinyang, who had been silently observing everything, kept her usual calm. But inwardly, she was re-evaluating everything. There's such a massive gap between my power and his. He's basically a walking cheat code. But enough about brooding thoughts. Let's talk about loot. Thanks to Aunt Hank's epic dinner buff, which probably deserves its own S-tier ranking, the team not only leveled up insanely fast, but they also scored rare materials and treasures. As the boss spider's corpse dissolved into sparkly pixels, a shiny treasure chest materialized. Naturally, Ta Xiaoman sprinted toward it with the speed of someone spotting a 90% off sale. Her face lit up like a Christmas tree as she flung the chest open. Jackpot! Behind her, Shinio glanced at Lu Fan with a quiet frown. Seeing both Xia and Shirai practically glued to him didn't exactly boost her mood. Even Xinyang, the usually aloof one, had started blending into the team's rhythm, silently acknowledging their bond. With their mission complete, the crew finally returned to Dragon Academy. As they walked through the gates, Shinio clutched her staff and smiled softly at Jinyang. Hey, you mind sharing your contact info? Jinyang, as mysterious as ever, raised a brow and replied coolly, I don't use a phone. Before things could get awkward, Ta Xiaoman jumped in with a grin. No problem. We'll just show up at your place next time we need a mage. That evening, they gathered at Lu Fan's mansion, where Aunt Hank had prepared another mouth-watering feast. The table was filled with stamina-boosting dishes, glowing like they had their own health bars. While everyone dug in, Jinyang, poking at her plain rice, glanced at the girls around Lu Fan. Do you all seriously live with a pervert? Lu Fan choked on his drink. What? That's a misunderstanding. Qin Xiao and Ta Xiaoman burst out laughing, clearly loving every second of his flustered defense. Black Dragon Xia? Sprawled on the floor, belly up from overeating. Jade Dragon Xia Fi? Curled up beside the couch, softly snoring. Aunt Hank? Queen of Feasts. 10/10. Fast forward, 2 weeks later. Lu Fan had fallen into the rhythm of academy life. Between classes and late-night forest raids, he had become Dragon Academy's unofficial MVP. Jade Dragon Xia hit level 13. Lu Fan climbed to level 24. Combat theory, strategy, and grinding? All part of the daily grind. With the freshman assessment looming just days away, the team headed back into the secret realm for one final showdown. Lu Fan and Black Dragon Xia launched a devastating synchronized strike against another spider boss. The explosion rocked the cave, shattering the spider into pieces. Hovering above, Xia nodded, signaling the clear. Lu Fan gave the cue. Xiaoman, pop that chest. System messages rolled in like a dopamine flood. Xia has reached level 14. Black Dragon Xia Yi has reached level 19. Lu Fan has reached level 25. But they weren't the only ones leveling up. Ta Xiaoman, level 22. Qin Xiao, level 22. Aunt Hank, yes, even her level 18. Lu Fan smirked, already planning next steps. Next goal, Xia Fi to level 15, Shirai to 20. We're almost there. As Xiaoman opened the treasure chest, she gasped. Inside was a complete set of venomous spider armor, the one she'd been farming for over a month. She didn't waste a second suiting up. This is going to change everything. The armor came with a built-in passive that could web and poison enemies, draining HP over time. A total game changer for her. Qin Xiao smiled to herself, imagining Xiaoman tearing through the assessment like a stylish tank. Aunt Hank clapped her hands. All right, time to head home. Dinner's on me. Lu Fan, hands in his pockets and eyes on the stars, chuckled. Don't forget, tomorrow's the freshman assessment. Let's rest up. Ta Xiaoman raised a fist, full of energy. Let's crush it. Back at the academy gates. A familiar figure appeared, Professor Gayan, wearing her usual sharp look and curious smile. Lu Fan, Deputy Director Xiao wants to see you. Urgent matter. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow. Right before the evaluation. Still, he followed. Gayan, walking ahead, just smirked. You'll find out soon enough. As they strolled through the quiet academy halls, they passed a pair of gossiping students. Hey, did you hear? Someone from the Azure class posted a new evaluation result today. Lu Fan blinked. The Azure class? Weren't they upper year elites? Whatever was happening, it was serious. And something told him it was going to change everything. As Lu Fan followed Professor Gayan through the academy, the sound of nearby gossip caught his attention. Did you hear? It's all about number 73, Hung Wu. Gayan raised an eyebrow and glanced back at Lu Fan. Does this student chatter bother you? Lu Fan gave a sheepish smile. A bit. I haven't exactly spent much time in class. Translation, I've been too busy leveling up, saving my team, and surviving magical spider jungles. Gayan laughed softly as they ascended the stairs. Well, that's probably why you missed the new campus craze. All thanks to you, by the way. Wait, what? Apparently, ever since Lu Fan's duel with Hung Wu, a betting system had exploded among the freshmen. Students began wagering academy points on combat outcomes. It's now the hottest trend at Dragon Academy, Gayan smirked. Lu Fan's jaw dropped. He'd unintentionally created an underground fantasy fight league. I just beat the guy once. Before Gayan could respond, she pointed ahead with a chuckle. There, in the hallway, was a tragic sight. Hung Wu. Once the proud fighter. Now, crying while mopping the floor. He lost so many points that he's working off debt just to eat, Gayan said, amused. And just to twist the dagger, she added, you know, your strength is now officially rated as 100 hongs. He's stuck at 1 hong. Lu Fan stared blankly. I don't even know what to say. Eventually, they reached the vice principal's office. Gayan gave him a reassuring nod and motioned toward the door. Good luck, Lu Fan. This one's big. Inside, Vice Principal Xiao Xinming sat looking unusually tense. As Lu Fan stepped in, Xiao leaned forward. The national test has been moved up. Lu Fan blinked. What? Originally scheduled for 5 months later, the national test had been pushed up by 2 months, by none other than the Tai Chi nation. Why? To coincide with the third transformation of Jin Shingen, the eldest son of the powerful Jin family. Jin was close to reaching level 60, which would make him a monstrous force nearly unbeatable at this stage. He's about to become a third transformation professional, Xiao said grimly. Lu Fan's expression darkened. He understood the implications. A second transformation was strong, but a third? That was God tier. Xiao Xinming, clearly frustrated, clenched his fists. They're targeting the Dragon Kingdom. It's unfair, but we've never backed down. Before, he looked Lu Fan dead in the eye. You need to reach level 30 and complete your second profession transfer in 2 months. Or we're done. No sugarcoating. Just cold, brutal reality. Lu Fan stood silent, thoughts racing. The task felt monumental. But then, he smiled. Good. That means I've got 2 months to prove I belong with the elites. Xiao's eyes lit up with hope. He stood, clapped Lu Fan on the shoulder, and gave him one final word: crush the freshman evaluation tomorrow. Show them who you are. The next day, the freshman evaluation conference, the academy was electric with energy. Hundreds of students packed into the grand evaluation hall. Vice Principal Xiao took the stage. His face was serious, but his voice rang out loud and clear. This evaluation is critical. Follow the rules. Show your strength. Then, with a press of a button, a giant system window exploded onto the screen behind him. 2 vs 2 arena mode, a glowing bracket map spread across the screen. Top team, 5,000 points each. Second place, 3,000 each. Third, 2,000 each. Instantly, the hall erupted. Some students cheered. Others groaned. A team match. I thought we'd be solo. Who's gonna carry me? Lu Fan crossed his arms, eyes narrowed. This wasn't just about points anymore. This was the first step on a very narrow, very dangerous path to the top. And he wasn't planning to lose. The moment the 2v2 tournament format was revealed, chaos broke out like a Black Friday sale at a sword shop. Bro, team with me. Dude, we're both healers. We'll get steamrolled. Yeah, not every duo was destined for greatness. Meanwhile, Chinio strolled over to Lu Fan with her usual cheerful confidence, her staff glinting under the lights. We don't need more than 5 in our team setup. We've got this. Lu Fan grinned. Especially since Aunt Hank's into non-combat stuff. For 2v2, you and I are a perfect match. Before they could keep strategizing, Vice Principal Xiao's voice thundered through the hall like a dragon on caffeine. Some of you still don't understand teamwork. Silence fell instantly. But don't worry. You'll learn fast. Because round 1 begins this afternoon. Gasps. Whispers. Someone dropped their potion. What? Today? As the students scrambled, Professor Gayan calmly took her place near the exit, overseeing registrations like the goddess of organized chaos. Lu Fan and Chinio made their way to her. Chinio greeted Gayan with a wave, her usual brightness unwavering. Lu Fan, hands in pockets, gave a casual nod and a confident smirk. But then... Cue the drama in trance. A purple-haired student slid into the frame like he was auditioning for a K-drama. I am the 7th-ranked dual swordsman, and I humbly ask you to be my partner, she. He clutched his heart dramatically. Even the wind seemed to pause for effect. She, A. K. A. Jiang Xinyang didn't even blink. No. The poor guy crumbled like a stale cookie. Before the awkward silence could linger, Dao minutes skipped over, all cheer and sunshine. Let's go register. On the way, they passed another student sulking in a corner. Let me guess, Dao Minute grinned, another rejection from she. Yep, laughed Chin Zio. He's the third one today. Lu Fan chuckled. It was clear who the MVP was in this arena. She didn't even need to fight to strike fear or heartbreak. I'll team with Chin Zio, Lu Fan decided. Dao, you partner with Jiang. Easy, efficient, no drama. Right? Wrong. Chinio, suddenly serious, stopped him. No way. You need to team with Jiang Xinyang. You two have the best chance of winning. Dao and I will handle support. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow. You sure? Positive. And so, it was decided. Flash forward, the arena, the crowd roared like it was a championship match. The atmosphere was electric. In one corner, Chun Chenji, a fellow dragon tamer, was putting on a fiery spectacle. With a massive tail swipe, his sub-dragon launched the enemy like a ragdoll. Chun dashed in, daggers flashing like lightning, finishing with a devastating combo. 28th consecutive win. The guy was on fire. Princess Jingju, arms crossed and smug as ever, nodded approvingly. Keep winning. My brother Jean is about to arrive. Chun Chenji bowed with a dramatic flair. For your honor, I shall win them all. But then... Next match, Lu Fan and 11 vs. The crowd exploded. Gasps, cheers, and confusion. Wait. Liu Fan and Jiang Xinyang. On the same team. Even Chun Chenji froze mid-victory flex. Princess Jingju's eyes widened. How? Lu Fan cracked his knuckles and turned to his partner. Think it'll be a problem if we take first place? Jiang Xinyang, ever calm, nodded once. Not at all. In the stands, Chinio waved like an over-enthusiastic cheerleader. Dao Minute stood beside her, smiling softly, proud of their team. But rewind just a few hours. In the break room, Lu Fan sat cross-legged, eyes locked on his system interface. Time to prep. He tapped the glowing chest icon. Ping. A new notification appeared, advanced treasure map synthesized. Lu Fan's eyes lit up. Looks like we're not just hunting points today. We're hunting something much bigger. Before stepping into the arena, Lu Fan had been deep in system mode, fiddling with maps like a treasure-obsessed squirrel. Too many low-grade maps. Time to fuse. One tap, and ping. You've synthesized a divine-level treasure map. Even Lu Fan blinked in surprise. Right behind him, Jiang Xinyang stood watching with mild concern. Lu Fan, are you okay? You're just poking the air. Before he could explain, the system flashed again. Treasure location, Flying Dragon Cemetery difficulty, level 45 to 60. Lu Fan's eyebrows shot up. Where was this place? No clue. But it had the words dragon and cemetery, so clearly, adventure, and probably danger, co-weighted. He saved the info for later. Fast forward to the arena. Team 1 vs. Team 18. Prepare for battle. The loudspeakers roared. Students turned their heads as the names echoed. Team 1, Lu Fan and Jiang Xinyang. Team 18, Princess Jingju and Chun Chenji. Gasps spread through the crowd like wildfire. Liu Fan and Jinyang, on the same team. Top student plus Swordmaster beauty equals the ultimate combo? Some whispered victory was a given. Others, more cautious, reminded everyone that Chun Chenji was no pushover. Dude had a 28-win streak and a dragon with anger management issues. As Lu Fan and Jiang stepped forward, the tension was thick enough to slice with a dagger. Think we'll win? Jiang asked calmly. Lu Fan, ever dramatic, placed a hand on his hip and smirked. How about a little bet? If I win, you spill all the secrets of the Swordmaster class. Jiang raised an eyebrow. Was this guy serious? You're not even summoning your dragon. Lu Fan winked. Confidence or madness, who could say? The battle began. Chun Chenji wasted no time. Spear in hand, dragon at his side, he charged like a man possessed. I won't let you outshine me again, he roared. The moment the spear lunged forward, Lu Fan vanished. No flash, no smoke. Just, gone. What the? Chun skidded to a halt. Seconds later, Lu Fan reappeared beside him, grinning like a cat who just found the cream. Jiang Xinyang, arms folded, just watched. Calm. Calculating. The sub-dragon roared, leaping at Lu Fan with jaw wide open. Looks like it's time, he said, turning to Jiang. Too late to back out now. His right arm began to glow, pulsating with energy. In a flash, his hand morphed into a draconic claw, scales gleaming. Lu Fan leapt skyward. Boom! His claw collided with the dragon's jaw, sending it hurtling backward like a meteor, crashing to the ground with a bone-rattling thud. One hit. The arena went dead silent. Even Jiang Xinyang blinked, clearly impressed. That was without a dragon. Chun Chenji's jaw dropped. His spear wavered in his grip. Where is your dragon? Lu Fan just chuckled. For a silly bet like this? No need to go all out. At that moment, Princess Jingju finally stepped forward. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, staff spinning in her hand. So today's the day I get to face you, Lu Fan. Her tone was teasing, but the power emanating from her was anything but playful. Lu Fan straightened, draconic claw still glowing. Been waiting, princess. Let's make it fun. Lu Fan turned just in time to see her, the notorious Princess Jingju, stepping forward with eyes that could burn holes through steel. She wasn't impressed by his smirk or sarcasm. In fact, she looked one taunt away from unleashing a national emergency. Behind her, Chun Tianji raised his spear again, locking eyes with Lu Fan. The tension? You could cut it with a dragon's fang. Princess Jingju, you think this is a joke? I'll make you regret underestimating me. The crowd could feel the frost in her voice. The battle was far from over. Meanwhile, Chun Tianji's sub-dragon wasn't giving up. Despite its armor shattered and pride bruised, it rose once more with a furious roar, steam rising from its nostrils like a boiling kettle. Lu Fan? He rolled up his sleeve. Someone should fix that fang, he said, pointing mockingly at the dragon's broken tooth. It's throwing off your symmetry. Insult, dealt. Dragon, enraged. The beast lunged. But Lu Fan moved with ease, sidestepping midair like a dancer on wind. And just when people thought he might go on defense, he helped the dragon by attacking it again. Let me fix your posture. With a cheeky grin and glowing dagger, he unleashed his dragon fang strike, channeling ancient draconic energy into the blade. Boom! The strike collided with brutal force. Chun Tianji's dragon was launched across the arena, scales and armor flying like confetti at a festival. The stadium gasped. The silence was deafening. Audience member 1, he just beat a dragon alone. Audience member 2, I thought humans couldn't do that. Audience member 3, I want his autograph and maybe his build guide. Chun Tianji was frozen. He looked at his dragon, defeated and dented. Princess Jingju was livid. She turned sharply toward Chun, her royal voice low and dangerous. Get up. Finish this. Or don't bother showing your face in court again. The poor guy tightened his grip on the spear, sweat now a permanent feature of his face. Then came the plan. Asynchronized assault. Earth dragon, tail swipe, colossal and wide. Chun Tianji, charging forward, spear glowing blue with dragon lancer energy. Combo impact, devastating. The ground split like dry clay, dust and debris blasting into the sky. A crater formed. Lu Fan was nowhere in sight. Chun Tianji, panting finally. But then, a voice, too calm, too cocky. Lu Fan, really? That's your combo finisher. The smoke parted, and there he was. Lu Fan stood atop the earth dragon's severed tail, dagger in hand, looking like he'd just climbed a staircase, not survived an attack. You broke your toy. I was just trying to borrow it. Chun Tianji froze. Even his dragon looked like it wanted to tap out. On the sidelines, Jiang Xinyang watched with widening eyes. He's not even trying, and he's winning. But things weren't over yet. Princess Jingju stepped forward, no longer hiding her fury. You call that teamwork? You're pathetic. Her voice sliced deeper than any spear. She raised her magic staff, the air crackling around her. Fine. I'll handle this myself. Dark energy swirled, black lightning dancing from her fingertips as she infused the earth dragon with a sinister aura. Its eyes glowed red. Its broken form began to twitch. Something unnatural was happening. This is no longer a duel, she declared. This is a demonstration of royal wrath. The crowd shifted uneasily. Even the referees were silent. Whatever came next wasn't in the manual. The arena trembled. The once battered earth dragon was changing, growing, darkening, its armor thickening like obsidian steel. A menacing red glow burned in its eyes, and its body twisted unnaturally as Princess Jingju's dark energy surged through it. This isn't a dragon anymore, whispered one spectator. It's a demon. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes. He remembered this dark ritual. He'd seen what happened the last time Jingu pulled this stunt. And this version? Looked 10 times worse. The arena buzzed with a mix of awe and dread. Murmurs spread like wildfire. Would Lu Fan finally call forth his black dragon? The crowd wanted a dragon versus dragon spectacle. Xinyang, ever ready, summoned both her heaven-crushing sword and bloodbreaker blade, the two orbiting her like loyal guardians. But before she could charge in, Lu Fan raised a hand. Lu Fan, relax. You'll owe me lunch after this. He winked. She clenched her fists, clearly anxious, but stepped back. She trusted him, probably against her better judgment. The earth dragon, now more demon than beast, let out a roar that cracked the stadium walls. Lu Fan calmly explained to Xinyang, and the entire confused audience, that this was a sacrificial buff ritual, a transformation that traded sanity and pain for godlike power. High risk, high reward. Princess Jingju, barely keeping her cool, barked at Chun Chenji to end Lu Fan now. Her voice wavered between fury and desperation. If he won't summon his dragon, I'll take it from him myself. She was getting desperate, delusional even. The Earth Dragon raised a massive paw and slammed it into the ground, shaking the entire arena. Dust flew. Stones cracked. Jingu, with a forced smirk, taunted Lu Fan again. What's the matter? Afraid to summon your dragon? Or is your power not high enough? She was bluffing and sweating. Lu Fan didn't respond. Instead, he raised his hand. The air changed. A freezing mist crept across the arena floor. Spectators hugged themselves, teeth chattering. Lu Fan's eyes glowed an icy blue as he invoked a name lost to legend, Wrath of the Ice Dragon King. Behind him, a massive spectral ice dragon materialized, ethereal, majestic, and terrifying. With a flick of Lu Fan's wrist, hell froze over. A blizzard erupted from beneath the Earth Dragon's feet. The beast howled, flailing as its limbs began to freeze solid. Its corrupted power couldn't resist the pure, ancient might of the Ice Dragon King. Princess Jingju's jaw dropped. Chun Chenji stumbled back in horror. This wasn't the fight they thought it was. Lu Fan, to Jingu, coldly a nice stat boost. Too bad stats aren't everything. Then, he moved. With lightning speed, he dashed straight for Princess Jingju. The crowd gasped. 1 second he was on the far end of the arena, the next, he was right in front of her. Lu Fan, you're not worthy of my dragon. His dagger was raised, eyes locked on hers. She flinched and shut her eyes, bracing for a hit that never came. Chun Chenji, in a last-second save, intercepted with his spear, pushing Lu Fan back just enough. He yelled for the Earth Dragon to launch one final attack. Earth Dragon's eyes, purple fire. Its mouth, glowing. Its breath attack, seconds away from eruption. But Lu Fan smirked and vanished. Teleportation skill, activated. Chun Chenji and Jingju froze. They were standing right in the Earth Dragon's line of fire. Wait, no. Too late. The Earth Dragon released a massive fireball straight at its own allies. Boom! The blast rocked the field, knocking back everyone, including its so-called masters. Then, behind the Earth Dragon, Lu Fan reappeared. Lu Fan, my turn. He called upon another legend, Blue Dragon King's Roar. A majestic blue dragon formed behind him, swirling with radiant lightning energy. He formed a glowing energy orb and launched it. Blue Dragon Roar, unleashed. The blast hit with the force of a thunder god. Bolts of lightning rained down, locking the Earth Dragon in a storm cage. It screamed, its body paralyzed, writhing in agony. The crowd couldn't believe their eyes. Spectator 1, he's not fighting dragons. He's humiliating them. Spectator 2, and 2 royal commands just got cooked by friendly fire. The Earth Dragon's armor cracked. Its body trembled. Finally, it collapsed, its demon energy shattered. A thick cloud of smoke filled the arena. Lu Fan stood at its center, still calm, still smirking. Chun Chenji's hands trembled as he gripped his spear, staring in disbelief at his fallen Earth Dragon. Smoke thickened, casting an ominous veil over the battlefield. The crowd held its breath, caught in the suspense of what would come next. Sweat poured down Chun Chenji's face as he stood there, mind spinning. Though both were dragon tamers, the gulf between him and Lu Fan was like night and day. Lu Fan landed gracefully, eyes locked on his opponent with sharp focus. Then, he asked the question burning in everyone's mind, why have you only used the Dragon Lance strike? Princess Jingu's grip tightened on her magic staff, panic flickering in her voice as she barked at Chun Chenji. Stop messing around. Get your dragon to fight properly. Chun Chenji snapped back to reality, planting himself defensively in front of the princess, still trying to understand Lu Fan's meaning. Lu Fan's gaze sharpened. He explained clearly, the Dragon Lance strike is powerful, but incomplete. Without other techniques, Dragon Claw, Dragon Inspiration, your moves won't reach their full potential. Chun Chenji's eyes widened. Beads of sweat dripped down his face. The truth hit him like a spear to the chest. Lu Fan knew far more than he'd revealed. Princess Jingu erupted in fury, calling Chun Chenji worthless, berating him for failing to avenge her honor. Lightning crackled around Lu Fan's black machete as he surveyed the scene. He understood now, it wasn't pride holding Chun Chenji back. It was a lack of unlocked power. With a taunting smirk, Lu Fan suggested, "There's no shame in admitting defeat." Chun Chenji's pride boiled over. How dared Lu Fan surpass him and insult his honor? Turning to the princess, he begged for one last boost of power. Jingu's sinister smile returned. Raising her staff, she unleashed a dark aura into Chun Chenji's body. Pain seized him as his form grotesquely transformed. Muscles bulged, 2 extra arms sprouted, and veins throbbed violently across his face. Clutching his spear with unnatural strength, Chun Chenji roared with desperate resolve, "I need to become the best." Worthy in the eyes of the princess. Monstrous power surged through him as he leapt into the air, spear poised for a crushing dragon spear technique aimed directly at Lu Fan. For a moment, Lu Fan stood motionless, eyes filled with sorrow, not hatred. He pitied Chun Chenji, who'd sacrificed dignity for hollow greatness. But pity didn't stop him. With gritted teeth, Lu Fan invoked Wind Spirit Whisper, boosting his agility by 35%. He darted forward, blindingly fast. Chun Chenji's eyes widened in terror. Before he could react, Lu Fan struck with Dragon Fong Strike, disarming him and sending waves of agonizing pain coursing through his body. To add insult to injury, Lu Fan activated Blue Dragon King's Roar, summoning bolts of lightning that surged into Chun Chenji, scorching him like wildfire. Chun Chenji collapsed to his knees, the spear slipping from his hands. Smoke curled from his mouth as he whispered a broken apology to Princess Jingu, before falling unconscious. Princess Jingu, overwhelmed and confused, burst into tears. She had been so sure of her power, so confident of victory, only to watch it all crumble. Without hesitation, Lu Fan stormed forward, hand raised, ready to strike. Jingu, clearly panicked, threw out her hand in desperation, trying to stop him. Rumors buzz and swirl, but no one really knows the truth. Dao Xian brushes it all off as nonsense. Chinio, ever the voice of reason, advises her to ignore the gossip. Lu Fan and Jianyang have probably already slipped away to explore the secret realm, she says calmly. Sure enough, far from the crowd, Lu Fan and Jianyang find themselves deep inside the eerie landscape of the Flying Dragon Cemetery, nestled within a massive ancient forest. The air is thick with mystery, and danger seems to hang on every branch and shadow. As they carefully navigate the dense woods, Lu Fan turns to Jianyang, apologizing for dragging her away from the competition. But practical Jianyang shrugs it off. The school let us keep our Azure class spots and gave us 10,000 points each, she says with a grin. Honestly, this secret realm exploration is a pretty sweet deal. And you can keep all the rewards we find. For me, just the experience is worth it. Lu Fan is clearly impressed by her selflessness and jokes. You're not the type to leave a favor unpaid. The forest is silent, almost too silent, as they move cautiously. Suddenly, a red-haired figure perched high on a tree branch breaks the stillness. Well, look who's here, the stranger calls out with a mischievous grin. Lu Fan freezes briefly, trying to figure out who this unexpected visitor is. But before he can react, the man leaps down smoothly from the tree, flashing a big thumbs up. Name's Black Rat, he introduces himself, member of the Secret Hunter Guild. Lu Fan warily returns the greeting, mentioning they're students from Dragon Capital Academy. Black Rat notices Lu Fan's academy badge and nods knowingly. I'm here to escort you to the Flying Dragon Cemetery's teleportation gate, he says casually. After that, it's on your own. As they walk, Black Rat chats about how loaded Dragon Capital Academy must be to get access to such a high-level secret realm. So, what levels are you to? He asks with a sly grin, clearly expecting some sky-high numbers. Lu Fan, cool as ever, points to himself, level 25, and then gestures to Jianyang, level 24. Black Rat's jaw nearly drops. Level 25 and 24. In a level 55 secret realm with nightmare difficulty? You've got to be kidding me. He pulls up his system frantically, muttering about contacting the academy to double-check. From his point of view, these two are walking straight into disaster. But Lu Fan stops his panic in its tracks. Don't waste time. Before anyone can react, a massive tree nearby groans and starts to topple. The deafening crack of breaking wood fills the air. Birds scatter in every direction. Lu Fan and Jianyang exchange a tense glance. Danger is real and immediate. They bolt, Lu Fan grabbing Jianyang's hand as they sprint for cover. Just when they think they've put some distance between themselves and the threat, a terrifying whoosh slices through the air above them. They look up, and their hearts nearly stop. A colossal dragon eagle is diving at them, talons extended, eyes locked on its prey. This is the moment Lu Fan flips the switch. His eyes narrow, aura flaring bright, energy crackling all around him. His hands glow with fiery intensity. He channels his power into a fierce attack and hurls it straight at the descending dragon eagle. The massive dragon eagle screeches in shock, flapping its gigantic wings desperately to dodge Lu Fan's blazing attack. But Lu Fan isn't finished yet. With a grand, dramatic gesture, he calls upon the power of the blue dragon roar. A bolt of lightning tears through the air, crackling with raw, untamed energy. It slams directly into the dragon eagle, paralyzing it mid-flight. The poor beast wobbles uncontrollably, barely able to keep itself in the air. And that's not all. Lu Fan's attack leaves a lingering effect. Any follow-up strike will hit even harder. Talk about overkill. Meanwhile, Black Rat stands frozen like a deer caught in headlights. How on earth is a level 25 guy pulling off moves like this? It defies all logic. The once fearsome dragon eagle crashes to the ground with a heavy thud, letting out one last silent gasp before going completely still. Black Rat mumbles in disbelief. That thing was level 50. It shouldn't have gone down so easily. Lu Fan stands tall, aura still blazing fiercely. He turns to Black Rat with a calm smile and says, "Don't stress about our levels. The real challenge is still ahead. Let's keep moving." After witnessing Lu Fan obliterate a level 50 dragon eagle like it was a warm-up, Black Rat is completely stunned. His mind races, trying to run mental calculations, but nothing adds up. After a moment of internal screaming, he shakes himself and nervously agrees to show them the way. The trio treks through the dense forest until they reach an enormous tree, towering so high it looks like it's trying to poke a hole in the sky. Black Rat dramatically pushes aside thick bushes, revealing the colossal trunk. He gestures grandly. This, he declares, is the entrance to the Flying Dragon Cemetery. The air around the tree feels almost magical, with soft light filtering down and a shimmering portal floating just in front of the ancient bark. The kind of place that screams, "Yep, this is where things are about to get wild." Black Rat points to the glowing portal embedded in the tree and confirms it as their entry point. With his mission complete, he starts to back away, muttering a quick goodbye. But before he can disappear into the forest, Lu Fan reaches out with a friendly smile. "Hey, maybe we should keep in touch," he suggests. "You seem like the kind of guy who knows his way around these places." He even hints he might need some geographical intel in the future, clearly pitching this as a win-win. Black Rat hesitates, clearly caught off guard. After all, who expects friendship from the guy who just wiped out a dragon eagle like it was a pesky fly? Sensing the hesitation, Lu Fan sweetens the deal. "I'm even willing to pay for the info." That gets Black Rat's attention. But still unsure, he blurts out, "Wait, you're really gonna buy simple location details? Nothing Secret Realm special? Just basic info?" Lu Fan nods, reassuring him. As long as it's general locations, no guild rules get broken. He flashes a grin that makes Black Rat hard to resist. After some thought, Black Rat names his price, 100,000 dragon coins per location. "And that's my special friends and family rate." He warns that if Lu Fan's not interested, he's ready to walk. But Lu Fan, totally unfazed by the steep price, shakes on it with that signature confident grin. Black Rat can't help but wonder if all Dragon Capital Academy students are rolling in cash or if Lu Fan is just a unique case. Before the conversation can drag on, Jan Young steps forward, already halfway through the portal. She throws a glance back at Lu Fan, a mix of impatience and exasperation in her eyes. "You talk too much. We're wasting time." Classic Jan Young, always laser-focused on the mission. The moment Lu Fan and Jan Young step into the secret realm, the system chimes in with a cold, mechanical voice, "Rotten Corpse Dragon Graveyard. Level 55. Nightmare difficulty. 2 participants maximum." Lu Fan quickly connects the dots. This is the Flying Dragon Sacred Tree, and somewhere high above lies the Divine Treasure platform. Just thinking about reaching it sends his adrenaline into overdrive. But before he can get carried away, Jan Young suddenly freezes. She looks uneasy, voice barely above a whisper. It feels like the ground is moving. Lu Fan sharpens his senses, trying to catch whatever she's feeling. Then, BAM! From the dense trees ahead, a herd of dragons bursts forth, charging straight at them. His eyes widen. He quickly alerts Jan Young, pointing at the approaching horde. The system chimes again, with a hint of mockery. Enemy detected, rotten corpse dragons. Level 50. Pack bite, summons nearby dragons. Corrupting breath, reduces attack power by 50% in the area. These aren't your average dragons. These beasts mean business. One of the dragons roars fiercely and lunges straight at Janyang, jaws wide open, ready to snap. But Lu Fan doesn't even flinch. With lightning-fast reflexes, he blocks the attack like a pro. Calm and commanding, he orders, "Get ready." Janyang doesn't need a second prompt. She tightens her grip on her sword, eyes blazing with fierce determination. With a single powerful motion, she unleashes her mountain shaker technique. Her blade slices clean through one of the rotten corpse dragons. The creature splits in two, its massive halves crashing gruesomely to the ground. No time to celebrate. Another dragon charges straight at Lu Fan. This one means business. Lu Fan smirks confidently and calls out, "Xia, I need you." Suddenly, his dragon companion Black Dragon Xia materializes on his shoulder, radiating intense heat like a living flame. Flames swirl around Xia, forming a protective ring of fire around Lu Fan. With a fierce flick of her gaze, Xia unleashes her burning flame ability. Fire erupts in every direction, roaring across the battlefield. Several rotten corpse dragons turn to ash before they even realize what hit them. Here's the kicker, Xia's flames don't just deal damage, they get stronger with every enemy defeated. It's like she's leveling up in real time. Meanwhile, Janyang moves like a whirlwind of destruction, slashing through the remaining dragons with insane agility. She activates her armor break technique, cutting through 32% of the dragon's defenses. Every strike is precise, leaving no room for her enemies to fight back. But then she leaps into the air for another attack, and suddenly realizes her broadsword is gone. Panic bubbles up as she scans the battlefield frantically. Before she can figure out a plan, a rotten corpse dragon barrels towards her from below, jaws wide open, ready to make her its next meal. Her heart pounds. She's out of time, out of options, and midair. Just when things look darkest, Lu Fan charges forward like the ultimate MVP. His dragon sword in hand, he activates Dragon Fong Strike, a technique fueled by his blood pact with Xia. Pure dragon energy surges into his blade. With one smooth, powerful slash, his sword cuts clean through the charging dragon, splitting it in half. The beast collapses with a sickening thud, green blood soaking the ground. But the tension isn't over. Janyang, now falling fast from midair, is seconds from a brutal landing. Lu Fan doesn't hesitate. He rushes to her side and reaches out. Their fingers meet. For a moment, it seems like everything's safe. Then gravity kicks in. Both begin plummeting. Thinking quickly, Lu Fan drives his dragon sword into the massive tree trunk, anchoring them. One hand holds the sword tight, the other grips Janyang's. He glances at her. His eyes say it all, relief, concern, and maybe a hint of, "Can we please stop almost dying today?" Janyang meets his gaze, exhaustion and gratitude shining through. Janyang manages to steady herself, and the two finally settle onto a thick branch, gasping for breath. Lu Fan, ever the strategist, squints into the distance. "We've been heading the wrong way. Our target isn't down below, it's right here, inside this massive tree." But the universe isn't about to let them relax. Out of nowhere, a dark, shadowy figure looms in the distance. Lu Fan's instincts snap to full alert. "Xiao Yi, ready up." In an instant, Black Dragon Xia perches on his shoulder, glowing like a fiery guardian. The shadow steps closer, and reveals itself piece by horrifying piece. First, skeletal hands emerge, each finger ending in sharp, bone-white claws. Then comes the head, a dragon's skull, hollow eyes staring emptily, jaws filled with jagged bones. The creature's skeletal form radiates an eerie, otherworldly menace, like someone decided to resurrect a dragon and make it extra creepy. It locks eyes with Xia and unleashes a deafening roar that shakes the entire tree. Even calm and collected Xia flinches, shaken by the bone dragon's overwhelming nightmare aura. This isn't just a skeleton with wings, it screams final boss energy. Its hollow eyes glow menacingly as it lifts its head, preparing to strike. Lu Fan doesn't hesitate. Scooping up Janyang, he leaps from the branch toward the ground below. The landing is rough. Janyang winces at the sharp jolt but shakes it off quickly. A painful reminder, they're way out of their comfort zone. The bone dragon stands before them, radiating power that thrives on their unease. The system chimes in like an unwelcome horror movie narrator, Wild Berserker Bone Dragon. Level 55. Nightmare difficulty. Bone armor, extreme defense. Bone knife, terrain attack. Blood-infused destruction. Bone storm, damage increases as health decreases. Yep, this bad boy is serious trouble. Unfazed, Lu Fan turns to Janyang with quiet determination. It'll be fine soon. I'm going to take this thing down. Janyang tries to stop him, voice full of alarm. Lu Fan, this dragon's insanely dangerous, but when has he ever backed down? He dashes straight at the bone dragon, leaving Janyang scrambling after him, worry thick in her voice. On cue, Lu Fan commands, Xia, activate destroyer form. Xia's body blazes with new intensity. She grows larger, her flames hotter and fiercer. When the transformation completes, she's a one dragon. Wrecking crew ready to unleash hell. The bone dragon roars back, flickering flames lighting its skeletal maw, promising devastation. But before it can strike, Xia roars, flames exploding around her in a blazing inferno that engulfs the bone dragon. The heat is unbearable, skeletal arms begin cracking and crumbling. Janyang watches in stunned silence. She had no idea Xiao Yi could become this powerful. Suddenly, everything clicks. This is why Lu Fan's confidence never wavers, he's got a literal fire-breathing powerhouse on his side. With the bone dragon weakened, Lu Fan and Xia coordinate like a well-oiled machine. Lu Fan calls, Xia, Jade Blessing, now. An empowering aura surrounds him, amplifying his next attack. His dragon sword hums with raw energy, glowing fiercely. Together, they close in, striking with precision for maximum impact. Xia roars again, unleashing a shockwave that shakes the earth itself. The bone dragon's frame cracks under the pressure. With one final, thunderous blow, its skull shatters clean from its body and crashes to the ground. But Lu Fan's not taking chances. As the bone dragon collapses, he channels every ounce of power into Dragon Fong Strike. The glowing dragon sword cleaves through the bone dragon's spine with a sickening crunch, plunging deep into its chest. For a brief moment, it seems the fight is finally over. But just as relief starts to wash over them, the bone dragon's eyes flicker back to life, this time glowing a deep, ominous purple. A matching aura spreads across its body, and suddenly, bones scattered around the battlefield begin to levitate. The system's cold voice cuts through the tension, warning, Bone Storm ability activated. Swirling bones grow larger and more chaotic, feeding off the dragon's decayed energy. Before the storm can fully unleash, a sudden force shatters the flying bones, scattering them wildly across the battlefield. Lu Fan spins in shock to see Janyang stepping forward, calm and resolute. Remember your promise after defeating Chan Tanji to witness the true specialty of a swordmaster. She steadies herself. Now, it's my turn to show you. As the bone dragon starts reassembling, more menacing than ever, Janyang reveals her trump card. With a fiery aura swirling around her, she summons the Scythe of Calamity, a level 20, epic quality weapon radiating raw power. Its abilities? Pure nightmare fuel. It can switch between fire and dark attack modes, and with every life it takes, its attack power increases permanently by 9%. Talk about a weapon holding a serious grudge. Without hesitation, Janyang charges the bone dragon, wielding the scythe with deadly precision. Her first strike connects with explosive force, triggering a massive blast that shakes the entire battlefield. The bone dragon, caught in the inferno, struggles to hold itself together beneath the relentless assault. Lu Fan can't help but crack a smile, watching Janyang in action. Turns out swordmasters don't just unlock flashy skills, they unlock weapons with insane, game-changing powers. Before he can marvel too long, Jade Dragon Shore appears, signaling to him with eager eyes. Lu Fan nods, knowing it's time to make the next move. Xia, cast Jade Blessing on Black Dragon Xia. Now! Xiao Yi doesn't hesitate, unleashing the blessing that amplifies Xia's next 3 attacks to devastating levels. With that power-up locked in, Lu Fan orders, Xia Yi, earth-shattering. The ground quakes as Xia channels her energy. Then, boom! A massive explosion tears through the battlefield. The earth splits open, forming a giant fissure that swallows the bone dragon whole. Its skeletal frame crumbles, falling into the abyss. The nightmare finally ends. As the dust settles, the system chimes in with a celebratory update. Black Dragon Xia leveled up to 15 and unlocked new skill transformations. Lu Fan takes it all in, pleased with how much they've grown. His own level rises to 26, but he's more focused on the team's collective progress. Meanwhile, Janyang is having a moment. She's relieved the fight is over, but a flicker of doubt crosses her mind. Sure, her side of Calamity was impressive, but it was Black Dragon Shia's earth-shattering move that sealed the deal. For a second, she wonders if her efforts truly made a difference. To make things more awkward, Xia happily clings to Lu Fan, clearly enjoying the victory celebration. Jianyang catches the display and, oh boy, jealousy hits her like a ton of bricks. She quickly brushes it off, composing herself like the pro she is. Turning to Lu Fan, she admits she didn't really need to step in with his powerhouse dragons on the team. She even apologizes, feeling like she didn't pull her weight in the battle. Lu Fan, ever the supportive leader, smiles warmly. You saved me during the bone storm earlier. Every contribution matters. He adds, plus, look at what we've all gained today. Jianyang showed off her swordmaster skills, and Xia leveled up big time. Wins all around. Curious about Xia's level up, Jianyang asks if there's more to her transformation. On cue, the system steps in. At level 15, Black Dragon Xia gains major stat boosts, strength, spirit, stamina, and more. Additionally, she unlocks 2 epic transformations. She can now become the Eternal Guardian of the Tree of Life, gaining the powerful skills Life Pulse and Eternal Guardian. Or, she can ditch her physical form entirely to transform into Soul Light, unlocking Soul Refuge and Soul Influence. Talk about a serious glow-up. Lu Fan, clearly impressed, explains how Xia's new abilities make her as versatile as Xiao Yi. Jianyang chuckles, noting that while Xia's growth has been steady, the sudden leap to 4 transformation options is a bit of a surprise. Either way, it's clear both dragons are becoming serious powerhouses. Feeling proud, Lu Fan reaches out to pat Xiao Yi's head, immediately earning a sharp glare from Xia. The jealousy is real, and Xia's mix of annoyance and playful anger is impossible to miss. To break the tension, Lu Fan suggests they test Xiao Yi's new form. Eager to see what she's capable of, Jianyang agrees, her mood lifting as she suggests they head back to the Flying Dragon Sacred Tree to continue their search. But just as things start to settle, Xia Yi and Xia Fi begin bickering over who gets to stand closer to Lu Fan. The scene is almost comical, a much-needed breather after all the chaos. That is, until fireballs start raining down from the sky, shattering the moment like glass. The explosions send shockwaves through the battlefield, kicking up a storm of dust and debris. Jianyang's voice cuts sharply through the chaos. Magic attack! Everyone, scatter and take cover! The group sprints for the nearest shelter, a massive tree, where they huddle together to regroup. Jianyang crouches, her sharp eyes scanning for signs of their attackers, while Lu Fan carefully peeks out from behind the tree. It doesn't take long for him to piece things together. The noise from their fight with the bone dragon must have drawn unwanted attention. And sure enough, when he looks up, he sees them, a swarm of dragons filling the sky, their massive wings blotting out the sun. Lu Fan ducks into a safe spot, heart pounding as he surveys the ominous scene. There's no time to waste. Dragons are everywhere, and the pressure is mounting. Glancing at the system, he explains to the team, Jade Dragon Shia's soul light form lets her ditch her physical body and transform into pure soul energy. It's not just a flashy trick, it creates a game-changing soul shield for whoever she links with. Without hesitation, he orders Xia to link up with Xiao Yi. In her soul form, she emerges with Black Dragon Xiao Yi, creating an aura that practically screams unstoppable. As they soar above, Lu Fan turns to Jianyang, his tone all business, head toward the divine dragon tree. It's like a high-stakes treasure hunt with a very real chance of death by dragon. Suddenly, a new system notification rolls in. Black Dragon Shia's dragon form is officially activated, and she's unlocked a shiny new skill called Soul Light. Sounds cool, but here's the kicker, all her effects are doubled for anyone with dragon blood. Oh, and the skill doesn't just shield damage, it absorbs it, stacking layers of Kai shield. Once 10 layers are built, Kai Shock activates, unleashing all that absorbed damage right back at the enemy, with interest. Lu Fan's grin grows as Xia transforms into a majestic green dragon, her aura blazing with power. Her energy immediately boosts Black Dragon Xiao Yi, whose stats skyrocket. Her strength shoots from 4,375 to a jaw-dropping 26,244. Her roars echo across the battlefield with enough power to make the ground tremble. Jianyang, watching the transformation, can barely contain her awe. She turns to Lu Fan, marveling at how Xia's influence has supercharged Xiao Yi. Lu Fan nods, breaking it down. Jade Dragon Xia's abilities are basically tailor-made for dragons. If Xiao Yi keeps this up, she might break the 30,000 strength mark by the time we reach the tree. But of course, things aren't going to be that easy. Out of nowhere, fireballs rain down like meteor showers. Lu Fan's heart sinks as he looks up to see dragons swarming above, their massive forms blotting out the light. It's an ambush, they're surrounded. Keeping his cool, Lu Fan orders Xia, "Hold your fire. Don't fight back just yet." She can now become the eternal guardian of the Tree of Life, gaining the powerful skills Life Pulse and Eternal Guardian. Or, she can ditch her physical form entirely to transform into Soul Light, unlocking Soul Refuge and Soul Influence. Talk about a serious glow-up. Lu Fan, clearly impressed, explains how Xia's new abilities make her as versatile as Xiao Yi. Jin Young chuckles. Instead of attacking, Lu Fan orders Xia to absorb the incoming damage. A glowing green orb forms above Xia's head, pulsating with energy as it sucks in the relentless fireballs. Then comes the moment of truth. Lu Fan commands Xia to unleash Kai Shock. In an instant, a massive wave of energy explodes outward, releasing all the absorbed damage in one devastating counterattack. Because dragons get a bonus, the effect is doubled. The green aura around Xia lights up the sky like an emerald sun, and dragons screech in pain as the blast sends shockwaves through the air. Xinyang, wide-eyed and amazed, watches as the counterattack not only defends but utterly annihilates anything caught in its range. Lu Fan grins, explaining to her how Xia's soul protection is like having a shield that punches back harder every time it's hit. But just when things start looking up, the air changes. A powerful gust of wind sweeps across the battlefield, shaking the group to their core. Lu Fan's instincts kick in. It's the boss. Sure enough, a massive dragon descends, its metallic scales shimmering like forged steel in the light. The system identifies it as a steel dragon, level 60, nightmare difficulty. Its powers are absolutely terrifying. First, Rapid Storm, the steel dragon flaps its wings, creating a violent whirlwind that slows and damages anyone caught within. Then Steel Thrust, a devastating charge that obliterates anything with less than 1 point of endurance. And finally, Steel Reinforcement, a passive ability that absorbs all incoming damage while boosting its defense to insane levels. The steel dragon lets out a thunderous roar that even sends a chill down Lu Fan's spine. It takes to the air, aiming straight for Xiao Yi, with Steel Thrust locked and loaded. Xinyang's face pales as she realizes just how deadly this opponent is. But Lu Fan, always calm under pressure, reassures her, "Xia, get ready." Her soul impact power begins to build, energy crackling around her. As Xia charges up, the atmosphere shifts. A surge of energy fills the air, doubling the effects of every dragon-related skill. After the jaw-dropping battle against the steel dragon, Jin Young can't help but beam with pride as she announces, "Level 25. I'm practically glowing." Of course, Lu Fan's already thinking ahead. Curious as ever, he asks if the steel dragon's defeat came with any cool new rewards. Xinyang doesn't disappoint. She raises her hand, revealing a sword that shines so brightly it might as well be screaming, "I'm legendary." She explains it's called Myriad Blossoms, a weapon with massive potential, but still stuck at level 1. The system chimes in, breaking it down. This sword has the thousands of sword feathers ability, which lets it split into smaller weapons. Each fragment deals 10% of the original attack power, then reunites for a devastating area strike. Lu Fan grins, clearly impressed. Once it levels up to 25 stars, it'll be a total game changer. Meanwhile, in the background, Black Dragon Xia Yi and Jade Dragon Xia are having the time of their lives, playfully messing around like overpowered siblings. But Jin Young, not so much. A wave of doubt sneaks in as she watches them. Even with her Myriad Blossoms sword, she can't help but wonder if her power will ever measure up to Xiao Yi's strikes or Lu Fan's insane abilities. Just then, she notices a shadow flicker nearby, and her unease grows. Whispering to herself, she tries to believe in her own strength, but it's clear she's wrestling with serious self-doubt. Lu Fan, always quick to read the room, walks over and reassures her with calm confidence. He reminds her that as her sword levels up, she'll have plenty of strong opponents at Dragon Academy to push her limits. His words are like a warm breeze, lifting Jin Young's spirits. She nods and agrees they need to keep moving, especially since Xia and Xia have already wandered way ahead. As they catch up, Lu Fan spots something eerie, a man lying lifeless on the ground. The group gathers around. Lu Fan kneels beside the body, noticing it's been there a while. He reflects on the man's hard life, guessing he was likely a warrior who faced countless challenges. But before they can dwell on it, Lu Fan's instincts flare again. His sharp eyes catch a glimpse of a dragon claw and a glowing eye in the distance. Danger is close, too close. Without missing a beat, he draws his dragon sword and warns Jinyang, "We've wandered into monster territory." Her heart races as she realizes they're likely walking into a trap. And sure enough, a dragon bursts out of the bushes, its bronze scales gleaming menacingly. The system identifies the new threat, a bronze dragon, star level 60, boasting an insane defense-boosting skill called bronze armor. Lu Fan is just about to engage when another dragon appears, this one on a whole other level. A three-headed elemental dragon, level 65, with a nightmare difficulty rating. The system lays out its terrifying abilities, triple magic, unleashing fire, ice, and thunder simultaneously. Regeneration, its heads can regrow if even one survives. Raw power enough to wipe out anyone unprepared. Lu Fan and Jinyang freeze, staring in disbelief. Two bosses at once. Yeah, this just got real. Jinyang quickly suggests they focus on the bronze dragon first, but Lu Fan flashes his confident grin. Hold tight. I've got a plan. With a quick command, Lu Fan calls for Xia Fi to shift into her jade dragon form. The transformation is nothing short of breathtaking. Surrounded by a bright green glow, Xia radiates raw energy as she readies her soul light skill. Meanwhile, Lu Fan tells Xia to switch into her destruction form, setting the stage for an all-out assault. The three-headed dragon wastes no time, taking to the air and bombarding them with fire and ice. Lu Fan dodges skillfully, charging forward with his dragon sword glowing fiercely. He commands Xia to activate Soul Impact. The energy release is immediate and overwhelming. The surrounding dragons reel from the shockwave as Xia Yi, now fully transformed, unleashes her new skill, Intimidation. Her deafening roar sends a ripple of fear through the battlefield, paralyzing the enemy in its tracks. Even Jinyang feels the weight of Xia Yi's aura and realizes this control skill is unlike anything she's ever seen. With the bronze dragon weakened by Xia's devastating pressure, Lu Fan sees his opening. He charges in with his dragon sword and combines soul effect with dragon fong strike, shattering the bronze armor skill. Xia follows up, twisting the dragon's neck with brutal efficiency. The bronze dragon collapses in a heap, its metallic blood pooling on the ground. The system chimes in to announce the victory. Xiao Yi levels up to 22. Xia reaches level 17. Lu Fan himself hits level 28. Xinyang, though she's also leveled up to 27 and upgraded her Myriad Blossom sword to level 6, feels a twinge of sadness. She didn't get to contribute as much as she wanted. Lu Fan, ever the leader, places a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Taking out all three heads of the elemental dragon was essential to prevent its regeneration. Let's let Xia Yi and Xia handle things for a bit while we rest at the nearby camp. Later that night, under the light of the moon, Jinyang brings some food to Lu Fan, mentioning it was prepared by Sister Hank. She steps outside, expecting to find him by the fire, but he's nowhere to be seen. The flames flicker brightly, but the absence of her companion leaves her feeling strangely hollow. She reflects on her emotions, questioning if Lu Fan shares her worries. Despite her best efforts, she can't shake the feeling she's been more of a burden than a help. Meanwhile, Lu Fan is already deep in thought, silently apologizing to Jinyang as he focuses on their mission. Suddenly, the system alerts him to something extraordinary, a massive egg. As he approaches, the system reveals they're now close to the divine treasure, the very reason they entered this perilous forest in the first place. Just when Lu Fan thought he could catch his breath, danger strikes again. Out of nowhere, a ferocious dragon materializes, roaring loud enough to make the ground shake. Its eerie green eyes glow with deadly intensity. The system wastes no time throwing up a warning, Soul of the Flying Dragon King, level 70. This beast isn't just strong. It's nightmare fuel. Its dragon's breath attack can unleash fire, ice, thunder, or wind. Its Assault Dragon King ability lets it dive at lightning speed, piercing through anything in its way. And to make it worse, it takes 50% less damage from everything. Because why not? Lu Fan instantly knows this is the final boss of the level 55 Nightmare Secret Realm. The tension is real. Drawing his dragon sword, he prepares for the toughest fight of his life. Xia Yi and Xia step up. Their expressions a mix of determination and, let's be honest, a bit of what did we get ourselves into. Lu Fan orders them to focus. It's all or nothing now. Back at the resting area, Jinyang hears the dragon's roar echoing in the distance. Her stomach twists into knots. Memories of Lu Fan saving her flash through her mind, and doubts creep in. What if I'm just holding him back? What if he decides he's better off without me? The thought stings, but she shakes it off. Clenching her fists, she reminds herself, I'm not here to be a bystander. Jinyang's resolve is crystal clear, she's fighting alongside Lu Fan no matter what. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the soul of the Flying Dragon King wastes no time, blasting powerful winds and thunder in Lu Fan's direction. Lu Fan glares at the dragon, realizing this beast might be even stronger than the Great Destroyer Emperor he faced before. His eyes narrow sharply as he orders Xie Yi to prepare lava flame while activating Dragon's inspiration to boost everyone's power by 30%. Xie Yi roars, shifting into her destruction form, unleashing a scorching torrent of flames that engulfs the dragon. The dragon screeches in pain but quickly retaliates with soul assault, charging uncontrollably toward Lu Fan. It's fast, too fast. Lu Fan's heart skips a beat as the dragon shifts behind him, ready to strike. Thinking quickly, he commands Xia to switch into her eternal being form. The transformation happens in an instant, and her aura radiates a calming yet powerful energy. Just then, Jinyang arrives on the scene, her voice ringing with fierce determination as she calls out to Lu Fan. She raises her hand, summoning the power of 1,000 swords and falling feathers, reassuring him that she'll handle her own defense. Her confidence lights a spark in Lu Fan's eyes. He nods silently, thankful she has his back. The system chimes in with a game changer. Dragon Xia has unlocked new skills, Life Pulse and Eternal Guardian. Xia glows brightly as she activates Life Pulse, a restorative skill that radiates waves of energy, boosting everyone's stamina and power. At the same time, Xia doubles down on her lava flame attack, pushing the flames higher and hotter. Lu Fan orders Xie Yi to finish it. With a thunderous roar, she charges at the dragon. But the soul of the Flying Dragon King isn't going down without a fight. It takes to the sky, using dragon language magic to counter Xia's attacks. Lu Fan realizes the stakes have just been raised and orders Xia to shield everyone. High above, the dragon prepares its ultimate move, Apocalypse Fall. This devastating ability sacrifices its own life to release a blast with 2,000% of its power. As the dragon plummets toward the ground, the tension is unbearable. The resulting explosion is massive, shaking the entire realm and sending shockwaves for miles. For a moment, everything is chaos. Dust and debris fill the air, making it impossible to see. But then, a green energy glows faintly through the haze. It shouts protective barrier, shielding everyone from the catastrophic blast. They're safe, barely. When the dust finally settles, Lu Fan turns to Jinyang, concern etched deeply on his face. Are you okay? She assures him she's fine, though clearly shaken. She thanks Xia for saving them all. They take a moment to acknowledge how close they came to total disaster. The system reports their progress. Lu Fan levels up to 29. Xiao Yi hits level 23. Xia reaches level 17. Lu Fan places a proud hand on Xiao's head, praising her incredible skills. But of course, Xia isn't having it. Her jealous pout is almost comical as she glares at Xia. Lu Fan notices and chuckles, reassuring Xiao Yi that her massive damage output was key to taking down the level 70 boss. Her mood lifts slightly. Meanwhile, Jinyang reflects on the battle, realizing this was their first time facing a boss of this caliber together. She admits she always thought players at their level wouldn't have to deal with such intense fights. Lu Fan agrees, marveling at how they survived something so far above their pay grade. Later, Lu Fan and Jinyang share a quiet moment. He places a hand on his head, almost embarrassed. I didn't mean to scare you earlier. I only left to explore, not expecting to run into such a powerful enemy. Jinyang interrupts, her voice firm but kind. She reassures him that she never doubted he'd have their backs. She recalls his earlier words and smiles, telling him that no matter how strong they become, they'll never let a teammate fight alone. Her determination is clear. Lu Fan feels a swell of pride in their growing bond after his victory against the Blade King Dragon. Lu Fan is standing there, soaking in the glory of their victory when, BAM! A treasure chest suddenly pops open right in front of him like it's yelling, "Congrats, you earned this." Meanwhile, Jinyang is completely oblivious, staring off into the distance, totally missing the loot party. Luan steps forward, curious about the legendary goodies waiting inside. The first item practically glows as it emerges, the soul wing of the Flying Dragon King. This bad boy packs 60 agility 356 strength 291 spirit 0, and did I mention? It grants you full-on flight, not just gliding or hovering, but true flying. Plus, if you know dragon language magic, you can cast and receive spells while airborne. The catch? You need to be level 60 to use it. Lu Fan sighs, thinking, looks like flying's a ways off for me. Next up, a level 30 artifact designed for dragon riders. This one lets you combine your pet's abilities with your own, boosting dragon energy and unleashing devastating long-range attacks. Lu Fan's grin stretches ear to ear as he pictures himself riding Xia Yi into battle like some epic dragon knight. He mentally files that one away for when Xia hits level 30. Then there's the third item, the late dragon bone flute. This magical flute can summon the twin flying dragon kings matching the user's level. Downside? It's limited to just 7 uses. Lu Fan admires it but can't help wishing it didn't come with such restrictions. As he's marveling at his newfound loot, something strange happens. Xia starts glowing intensely, drawing both his and Jinyang's attention. The little jade dragon moves toward a massive tree nearby and begins healing it with her energy. The plants around them start stirring, as if responding to her touch. It's almost mystical, like something straight out of a legend. Just as they're piecing it together, the system pops up with a new mission: restore the sacred tree. Apparently, the tree is under threat from the Abyssal Dragon's minions, and the only way to save it is to slay the Abyssal Dragon and soak the tree seed in its blood. In return, they'll earn the favor of the Life Dragon, a source of immense power. Lu Fan carefully retrieves the sacred tree seed and lets out a low whistle as he reads the mission details. The Abyssal Dragon is no joke. This thing comes from the lower realms and is infamous for devouring demons. Its rank is so high it makes the word nightmare look like child's play. Xia gently nudges Lu Fan's hand, and he smiles down at her, thanking her for unlocking this secret mission. Then, in true Lu Fan fashion, he gets an idea. Turning to Xia, he asks completely deadpan, "Hey, can you eat the flute?" Xiao and Jinyang freeze, utterly baffled by the suggestion. But Lu Fan just raises his hands in mock surrender, grinning as he encourages Xia to give it a try. Xia Fi steps up, and before anyone can stop her, she starts chomping on the flute like it's her favorite snack. Lu Fan can't help but ask, "Hey, does it taste good?" Jinyang stares in disbelief, muttering, "She's chewing that like it's a piece of fruit." Moments later, the system chimes in with an update. Xia has gained the flute's powers and can now summon the twin flying dragon kings without any usage limits. To prove it, Xia immediately summons the dragon kings. They emerge with a deafening roar, their power matching Xiao's level of 18. Jinyang is stunned, struggling to process how a boss-level dragon just became Xia's summon. Lu Fan casually points out that the dragon kings are smaller now, joking, basically, they're Xia's pets. Jinyang mutters something about dragon pets having their own dragon pets, shaking her head at the absurdity. With the sacred tree mission now firmly in their hands, Jinyang suggests heading back. Sister Hank will be worried if we don't return soon. Luan waves Jinyang off with a calm smile. "Go ahead, I'll catch up," he says. Pulling out his map, he reflects quietly on an important task he still needs to complete. He discovered this egg in the forest, just after the battle had ended. Later, back at the villa in Dragon Capital Academy, Lu Fan calls a meeting with Xia Yi and Shirai. The cozy atmosphere can't mask the seriousness in the air. Sitting before them is a new dragon egg Lu Fan recently retrieved. He takes a deep breath and, with mock frustration, tells Shirai, "Your habit of bullying Xia has to stop." Shirai pouts, but her attention quickly shifts to the egg. Both dragons are utterly fascinated by it. Trying to regain their focus, Lu Fan explains, "This egg represents our soon-to-arrive family member." He even tries to make a game out of it, asking, "Do you think it'll be a brother or sister?" Before anyone can answer, the system cuts in bluntly, "At your current level, you can only tame 2 dragons. To add another, you need to reach level 30. Lu Fan lets out a long sigh. He turns to the dragon sisters. "We're going to have to level up faster. Poison spider forest, here we come." The next morning, barely awake, there's a knock at his door. 2 flustered ladies, Chinio and another student, stand there looking frantic. Lu Fan rubs his eyes, confused by the sudden commotion. Chinio thrusts a post into his hand and explains, "It's gone viral on the school forum." Apparently, the buzz is all about Lu Fan's withdrawal from the freshman exam. The post claims that Fengyun Pavilion has reached the finals unchallenged and that no one is left to stand against them. Chinio adds, Fengyun Pavilion's grown into a powerhouse with nearly 30 members, led by Jiang Fengyun and Suji. They've boldly declared themselves unstoppable and even announced plans to clear out Lu Fan's villa after the finals. Lu Fan listens, half amused. Hearing that Zhang Fengyun declared himself the new number one, he chuckles quietly. Cute, he thinks. Chinio points out the stakes. The finals grant access to the national trials, which is why Zhang Fengyun is so desperate to claim victory. But Lu Fan knows the truth. He's already secured his spot, and the prizes Zhang Fengyun is chasing are already his. With a playful glint in his eye, Lu Fan waves off their concerns. Don't worry, he says, smirking. I'm more than happy to accept Fengyun Pavilion's challenge. He borrows the post, writing a sharp reply, it's time for Lu Fan to fire back. Inside the VIP room at Dragon Academy Arena, Su Jing, the calm and collected forbidden sorcerer, scrolls through his tablet like he's catching up on the latest gossip. Meanwhile, Zhang Fengyun, the shadow warrior with a flair for theatrics, is blindfolded and sparring with multiple opponents. Mid-spar, Su Jing casually mentions, Lu Fan has responded to your forum post. Zhang Fengyun freezes. His sparring partners don't even have time to breathe before he activates his projection skill, summoning multiple clones of himself. The clones quickly overpower everyone in the room. With a dramatic flourish, he removes his blindfold. Casually, he orders someone to heal his down partners. Then, with a devilish grin, he asks Su Jing, what did Lu Fan post? Su Jing smirks. Classic Lu Fan. A bold challenge to the entire Fengyun Pavilion. Zhang Fengyun rolls his eyes at what he calls Lu Fan's bravado, but his grin only widens. He orders Su Jing to respond, invite Lu Fan to face them at the arena after the finals tomorrow. Su Jing laughs, half doubting Zhang Fengyun is serious, but he plays along. Then Zhang Fengyun's tone shifts, growing serious. He commands Su Jing, gather everyone from Fengyun Pavilion. It's time to show Lu Fan that the title of number one isn't given, it's earned in combat. Meanwhile, back in Lu Fan's corner of the world, things are far less intense. He's just chilling with friends when Qin Xiao bursts in, eye sparkling with excitement. Fengyun Pavilion accepted the challenge, she announces. Zhang Fengyun was competing in a semi-final match today, but Lu Fan wasn't impressed. He waved it off casually, saying, I'd rather spend my time leveling up in the poisoned spider seeker realm. Talk about priorities. Just then, Lu Fan's aunt appeared, her tone serious as she reminded him, overconfidence can lead to failure. She suggested he at least check out Zhang Fengyun's match to get a better read on his opponent. One of the ladies nearby chimed in, Lu Fan's supporters might even outnumber Fengyun Pavilion's crowd. Chinio, ever the voice of reason, warned, if Lu Fan is spotted in the crowd, rumors will explode across campus. And, clearly a problem solver, nodded and said, then you'll need to go in disguise. Cue the stealth makeover. Lu Fan donned a dark cloak and mask, looking like he had just stepped out of a spy movie. Qin Xiao and Xian accompanied him to the arena, confident no one would recognize him. Even and approved of his shadowy new look, calling it both functional and fashionable. Inside the arena, Gayan announced the start of the semifinals. Just as the teams took the stage, Lu Fan suddenly stood up and looked at him, surprised. Where are you going? Lu Fan shrugged, utterly casual. The match looks boring. I'd rather go for a walk. Classic Lu Fan, cool and casual to the core. Call me when it's over, he said, then walked out. The crowd buzzed with excitement over the semi-final match. Seated in the stands, the vice principal watched the disguised Lu Fan carefully. His thoughts drifted to a recent conversation with the principal. In a flashback, he remembered bursting into the principal's office to discuss the forum drama. He'd been worried Lu Fan didn't understand how powerful he was, especially since Chan Tanji was still recovering from their fight. But the principal, as unbothered as ever, had brushed it off. Gayan can handle it, the principal said. His real concern was the arrival of the Dragon Capital Special Envoy in a month, sent to assess Lu Fan for the national trial. The vice principal was stunned when the principal revealed the envoy was none other than Ruan Chongfeng, a once powerful figure with a notorious grudge against Lu Fan. While the vice principal worried this could spell trouble, the principal just laughed, confident in his choice of Lu Fan as a national trial candidate. Back in the present, the vice principal chuckled quietly, wondering how the upcoming battle between Lu Fan and Zhang Fengyun would unfold. He knew one thing for sure, the principal wouldn't miss it for the world. Meanwhile, in the points room at the academy's arena, professionals were dropping like flies. One after another, challengers left in disbelief, muttering about an impossibly tough opponent inside. Rumors spread like wildfire, someone at level 29 was pretending to be weaker than they were, stealing points from challengers. Outside the room, veterans warned others not to enter unless they were ready to lose. Inside, the mysterious arena master was none other than Lu Fan himself. Sitting casually, he reflected that sparring here was far more productive than watching a boring match. Suddenly, the door creaked open. A challenger stepped in. Not just anyone. A striking woman with long white hair and a sleek black dress. She greeted Lu Fan with a calm smile and asked, "Is it time for a match?" Lu Fan returned her greeting respectfully, "Senior." She smiled playfully, brushing her hair back. "If you want me to spare you," she teased, "you'll need to show a lot more respect." Classic Lu Fan kept his composure, replying in a serious tone, "No need to hold back." Hearing that, her enthusiasm surged. Fierce flames suddenly engulfed her body, and she began to float. Her presence instantly commanding. The flames intensified, burning away her dress and replacing it with form-fitting armor that radiated power and elegance. Lu Fan knew she wasn't here for a casual sparring match. This was the real deal. Before he could react, she vanished. In an instant, she reappeared behind him. Her voice playful yet sharp, she said, "I'm not like the classmates waiting outside." A massive flaming trident materialized in her hand, its glow illuminating her confident smirk. With a warning not to hold back, she lunged at him, thrusting the weapon with incredible force. Lu Fan blocked just in time, summoning his big black machete to parry the fiery trident's blow. But the sheer power behind her attack sent him sliding back several meters. His grip tightened around his weapon as he silently wondered just how strong she really was. The woman laughed, surprised that Lu Fan had managed to block her strike. With a teasing smirk, she asked, "Are you too scared to hit a pretty lady?" Then, to rub it in, she seductively licked her finger, taunting him further. Her teasing only fueled her determination. She was set on teaching him a lesson. Lu Fan stayed calm but focused, locking eyes with her. "I understand," he said quietly, preparing his counterattack. Their eyes burned with the thrill of competition. The battle intensified. Lu Fan's machete clashed against her blazing trident in a dazzling flurry of sparks and heat. Each strike grew stronger, their attacks shaking the very ground beneath them. Outside the arena, students gathered in awe, whispering about the mysterious white-haired woman who had just appeared. Some thought she was struggling with her overly enthusiastic fighting style, while others suspected she was simply toying with Lu Fan. Either way, no one could tear their eyes away. Meanwhile, in the main arena, the crowd erupted as Zhang Fengyun's semi-final match concluded in his victory. Basking in cheers, Zhang's friend approached him breathlessly, reporting that rumors had spread Lu Fan had snuck into the audience disguised. Zhang Fengyun smirked, dismissing it. "Irrelevant," he said. "I didn't even show half my strength today. Why should I care?" Then, in a dramatic twist, he pointed to the audience and shouted, "Lu Fan, don't be arrogant for long. Don't run away from tomorrow's battle." The crowd went wild with cheers, the tension rising. But here's the kicker, Lu Fan wasn't even there. Shinyo and Shirin glanced around, panic creeping into their voices as they realized this. They scrambled to find him, knowing full well he had found the match boring and left long ago. Back in the points arena, Lu Fan was still locked in his intense duel. The mysterious woman's relentless attacks kept him on edge. He was impressed by her power but puzzled by her motives. Suddenly, his phone rang, distracting him. She noticed immediately and, mid-attack, grabbed his hat with a playful grin. "Your defense needs work," she teased, "but you've improved rapidly." It dawned on Lu Fan, she wasn't just fighting him. She was guiding him, exploiting weaknesses in his movements to help him grow stronger. But why? He didn't have time to ponder. As she moved dangerously close, her armor gleaming and her teasing grin inches from his face, she said, "You need more endurance and stamina if you want to keep up." Flustered, Lu Fan couldn't even respond before his phone rang again. "Sorry," he said, taking the call. When he hung up and turned back, he sincerely thanked her. "You've taught me a lot in such a short time," he said. "Could I get your contact info? Maybe schedule more training sessions?" Now back in her sleek black outfit, she laughed. "Already asking a pretty senior for her number?" "Slow down." Panicking, Lu Fan clarified, "Strictly for training, I swear." She waved him off playfully. "Just open a points room in the arena whenever you want to fight me again. No promises though." As she walked away, Lu Fan couldn't shake the feeling she was more than just a strong senior. Her power, her demeanor, it all felt like she was on a completely different level. Could she be a teacher? Or something else entirely? The mystery gnawed at him. Just as Lu Fan was lost in thought, a notification popped up on his screen: 100 points awarded by your opponent. Confused, he wondered why she had given him points when she clearly could have knocked him out. Determined to uncover the truth, he bolted out of the arena searching for her. But no matter where he looked, she was nowhere to be found. Running through the dorm halls, students yelled at him to calm down, but he was too lost in thought to care. Who was she? Why did she fight him like that? And why had she vanished so suddenly? It almost felt like she wasn't real, like some kind of spirit haunting the academy. Moments later, Qin Shio, Shiren, and Hank caught up with Lu Fan, shouting for him to join them. Qin Shio teased him about meeting yet another mysterious girl. Shiren jumped in with jokes about Lu Fan hooking up in the arena. But Lu Fan, still consumed by the day's events, brushed them off quietly and followed them back. The next day, the freshman assessment finals kicked off and the arena was packed to the brim. Students chatted excitedly, wondering if Lu Fan would actually show up to face Jang Fengyun. Some said he was brave for challenging the entire Feng Pavilion, others thought he was just ridiculously arrogant. Either way, everyone agreed, it was the match of the year. Inside the arena, Jang Fengyun's impatience was palpable. Frustrated that Lu Fan hadn't arrived yet, he threatened, if that guy doesn't show up soon, I'm marching over to Villa number 1 myself. Su Jing, ever calm and collected, advised him to wait it out. Just then, someone in the crowd spotted a figure racing toward the arena from the restroom area: Lu Fan, running at insane speed, his cloak billowing dramatically behind him. Jang Fengyun smirked and signaled his team to prepare. As Lu Fan approached, he casually waved to the crowd. Sorry for being late, he said with his trademark grin. Let's get this over with. I've got more important things to do. Standing confidently in the middle of the arena, Lu Fan addressed the Fengyun Pavilion. I don't even know how many of you there are, he admitted with a calm air. But one thing's clear, whatever comes together, goes together. With a smirk, he made a cutthroat gesture. That was all it took. One of the pavilion's giants immediately erupted in fury, hurling insults. How dare you speak to Jang Fengyun like that? You're asking for death. Before the giant could step forward, Jang Fengyun raised a hand to stop him. There's no need for idle chatter if Lu Fan refuses to take us seriously, he declared, brushing off the insults. Then Jang Fengyun made his move. He wagered 7,000 points on the match. Lu Fan, unfazed, started searching his pockets as if he'd forgotten what he'd brought. With a flourish, he pulled out his points card and declared 177,000 points. The crowd gasped. Jang Fengyun's team panicked. We don't have enough points to match that, they shouted. But Jang Fengyun, fueled by hunger for revenge, silenced them. Driven by greed and pride, he rallied the pavilion. They scraped together the full amount, though some grumbled, warning that if they didn't get a cut of Lu Fan's points after the match, they were done with the pavilion. With the bets placed, the tension was electric. Lu Fan, cool as ever, began warming up, clearly excited. Jang Fengyun, suspicious of Lu Fan's confidence, assumed he'd summon his dragon pet and ordered Su Jing to cast a binding spell. Su Jing agreed, shouting, "Prepare for battle!" The fight kicked off with Su Jing casting confinement lock. Crimson-red chains flew through the air, wrapping tightly around Lu Fan, immobilizing him and preventing any skill use for 5 seconds. Thinking they had Lu Fan right where they wanted him, Jang Fengyun and his comrade charge in aim to deliver the finishing blow. But in the blink of an eye, Lu Fan broke free. The chains shattered like cheap decorations. He blocked Jang Fengyun's attack with his big black machete. The crowd erupted in disbelief. Jang Fengyun froze, unable to process how effortlessly Lu Fan had broken the spell. Before he could recover, Lu Fan grabbed him by the collar, flipped him a full 360 degrees, and slammed him into the ground with a thunderous crash. Cheers roared as Lu Fan stood over Jang Fengyun, as casual as if it were just another day at the office. Refusing to give up, the pavilion's mage sneaked behind Lu Fan and cast Stiffness, a spell designed to reduce movement and attack speed by 75%. The mage signaled the long-range attackers, who unleashed a barrage of projectiles. Dust and smoke filled the air. For a moment, it seemed they might have turned the tide. But as the dust cleared, there was Lu Fan, grinning like he was at a picnic. Is this really your plan to take down the top freshman? He taunted, slamming his foot into Jang Fengyun's face for good measure. Dazed, Jang Fengyun demanded to know why the spell hadn't worked. Su Jing, baffled, explained, "It is working. Lu Fan's speed has been reduced, but even at 25%, is still faster than everyone else." Lu Fan casually shrugged, looking down at Zhang Fengyun with a playful smile. "Don't blame your friends," he said. "It's just that my dragon pet bonuses make your skills kind of useless." Feeling the pressure, Zhang Fengyun activated his trump card, After Image, a skill that created multiple mirages of himself to overwhelm his opponent. The pavilion erupted in cheers, convinced this was their leader's triumphant comeback. But as the mirages swarmed Lu Fan, he sliced through them effortlessly, each illusion falling like a fly under a swatter. Pausing briefly, Lu Fan complimented the move with a smirk. "Not bad. Pretty cool." Then, deciding to end things, he began to materialize a massive fireball, one so enormous it seemed capable of engulfing the entire arena. The flames twisted and roared, radiating intense heat and raw power. Zhang Fengyun's confident smirk faltered as he realized Lu Fan wasn't bluffing. With a deafening roar, the fireball exploded into a blazing inferno as Lu Fan summoned Black Dragon Xia in her World Destroyer form. The colossal dragon emerged from the flames, her fiery aura scorching away the remaining mirages in a sweep of overwhelming force. Chaos erupted throughout the crowd and pavilion members alike. The sky darkened as Xia's immense size blocked out the sun, casting a shadow over the arena. Panic spread like wildfire as pavilion members scrambled, screaming in terror. One of Lu Fan's teammates quickly pulled out a phone, recording the surreal spectacle, while others simply stood frozen, unable to grasp the sight of a real dragon in its most fearsome form. Zhang Fengyun, now blindfold removed, stared at Xia in stunned disbelief. He had faced fake dragon tamers before, but this was something entirely different. His team begged him to retreat, but he knew it was too late. He had made a colossal mistake. Lu Fan, standing calm amidst the chaos, warned, "Don't collapse just yet. My counterattack is coming." Xia unleashed a deafening howl that echoed through the arena, and Lu Fan followed with a pressure attack radiating fear, immobilization, and stunning effects. Every member of the Fengyun Pavilion was struck, frozen in place as panic completely overtook them. Even Zhang Fengyun, struggling desperately to move, found himself utterly powerless. Grinning, Lu Fan pulled out his points card and taunted, "So, do you finally understand who the true number one is?" As the system tallied the results, Lu Fan collected a staggering 189,041 points, leaving the pavilion utterly defeated. Zhang Fengyun collapsed, fainting from the crushing humiliation. As the dust settled, Xia landed gracefully beside Lu Fan, her fiery presence still dominating the arena. Lu Fan patted her head casually and said, "Mission complete." But even after wiping out the pavilion, he wasn't finished. "I've got more important things to do," he added, turning and walking away like it was just another day at the office. Later, in the Dragon Academy points room, Lu Fan was on the phone, bragging about his massive haul of points. His friend suggested throwing a party to celebrate, but Lu Fan was already focused on his next move. Suddenly, the mysterious senior sister stepped into the room. Dressed in her striking black outfit, she approached Lu Fan with a sly smile. "Were you waiting for me?" she asked. Lu Fan grinned back. "There's no point competing with anyone else." He added teasingly, "If he's going to learn, it has to be from someone like you. You're over level 70, the only real challenge around." The senior sister paused, glanced at the arena's level requirement, and smiled knowingly. Lu Fan's mind began to piece things together. She's not a student. She's something far beyond what Lu Fan ever imagined. The scene shifts back to the arena, where the vice principal kneels beside a defeated Zhang Fengyun, checking his pulse after that epic battle. Around them, stunned members of the Fengyun Pavilion still struggle to process the chaos and destruction. One thing becomes clear to the vice principal: Lu Fan doesn't just fight, he calculates. Every move, every decision was timed to perfection. And despite the intensity of the showdown, no lives were endangered. The vice principal nods in approval. Lu Fan truly understands the weight of his actions. Meanwhile, back in the points room, the mysterious senior sister lounges casually, teasing Lu Fan with a sly smile. "Did you set a trap for me to walk into?" she asks, clearly enjoying herself. Lu Fan quickly defends himself. "Hey, it's not a scam. The level limit's right there on the door. If you walked in, that means you're over level 70, definitely not a student." The lady raises an eyebrow, slightly annoyed. "So you think I'm not a senior? Then who do you think I am?" Lu Fan, flustered, starts analyzing. She looks young enough to be a senior, but her strength is way beyond any student. After a pause, he blurts out, "You must be a teacher." That earns him a burst of laughter. "A teacher," she chuckles, clearly amused. Then her tone shifts as she steps closer, her fiery aura flaring once more. "Whether you believe it or not, I am your senior," she says, eyes glimmering mischievously. "And this time, you didn't hide your handsome face. Much more pleasant to look at." Before Lu Fan can respond, her tone sharpens. "Don't dig too deep into who I am," she warns. "If you want to see me again, don't set the points room level to 70 or higher. Otherwise, I won't come back." Lu Fan nervously promises, though inside he's already considering setting it to 80 next time. "Well, that plan's scrapped," she smirks. The air thickens as flames swirl around her, and her black dress transforms into that stunning, intimidating armor once again. "I have to admit," she says, "your performance in the arena was impressive. You used my techniques against Jang Fongyun perfectly. You learned fast." Hearing her praise, Lu Fan can't help but grin. He materializes his big black machete. Realizing she must have watched the entire battle, she explains how the crowd erupted when he summoned his dragon so quickly and knocked down Jang Fongyun with lightning speed. "Your reactions," she adds, "are proof of the speed you honed in the points room." Flattered, Lu Fan scratches his head, "Thanks for the guidance. But I still have a lot of weaknesses in melee combat." Without warning, she materializes her fiery trident and lunges at him, her expression deadly serious. Lu Fan barely manages to block, his mind racing. "You've made progress," she says sharply, "but don't get cocky. You're still far from ready to brag." Realizing she's not joking, Lu Fan quickly apologizes. "I wasn't trying to brag," he insists. "I really want to keep learning." Switching gears, he starts buttering her up, praising her skills and kindness. "You treat me like a younger brother," he says. "You've taught me so much, and even gave me 100 points. The woman laughs, clearly entertained. "You're pretty good at building relationships," she says. "But if you want to keep learning from me, you'll have to bring me something in return, like enchanted food from your house. I hear your big sister's a great cook." Lu Fan smiles, agreeing without hesitation. Though his big sister is technically his aunt, he figures it's close enough. "No problem," he says, already imagining the dishes she might prepare. The lady's tone shifts again. "What else did you learn in the arena?" she asks. Lu Fan grins, readying his machete. But before he can answer, she launches another attack. Their weapons clash in a blur of sparks and flames, the fight intensifying. "You're getting faster," she says, impressed. Then, with a devilish smile, she adds, "If you can land even one hit on me, I'll reward you with a new weapon." Lu Fan, confused, barely has time to process before she leaps into the air and lands a playful but powerful hit, using her thighs to smack his face. It's almost like she's belly dancing mid-battle, and Lu Fan is too stunned to react. She teases him about his outdated weapons, joking, "Maybe it's time to switch to a longer fire trident, keep up with the times." But then her smile fades, and she grows serious. "What do you really want?" she asks. Trying to keep his cool, Lu Fan blurts out, "The enchantment scroll." The moment the words leave his mouth, the lady freezes. Her playful expression snaps into furious disbelief. "Do you even realize how rare and expensive that is?" she snaps, lunging at him. "You want that? Go to hell." Lu Fan, completely unprepared for her sudden anger, tries to explain, but she's too furious to listen. Her fiery attacks rain down on him, leaving him utterly speechless. Later that evening, back at the villa, Lu Fan nurses his sore muscles, grumbling to his aunt. "I couldn't land a single hit on her," he complains. "Now my whole body feels like it's been hit by a truck." His aunt, clearly shaken, admits she was scared to death during his battle with Jang Fongyun. "I thought you two were going to fight to the death," she says. Nearby, Qin Xiao scrolls on her tablet and casually mentions that the senior sister probably isn't a teacher. According to Nan Xianyang, she's never seen anyone like her at the academy. Suddenly, Xinyo perks up, announcing, "Lu Fan is trending on the school forum again." Someone recorded his fight against Fongyun Pavilion, complete with footage of the legendary Black Dragon Shirai. Lu Fan's aunt watches the video, smiling proudly. "Now everyone knows you won," she says. "This should settle all the disputes." Lu Fan, still baffled, wonders how anyone managed to capture the chaos. "Some people just have perfect timing," he mutters. Jinyang teases him, "After beating Jang Fongyun, you should be the new idol of the Fongyun Pavilion." Lu Fan waves it off, too exhausted to care. I'm just focusing on recovery, he says. The hype will die down soon. The next day, in the spider secret realm, Lu Fan is back to grinding levels, slicing through hordes of spider monsters with ferocious attacks. Jin Yang watches, confused. I thought your goal was learning new techniques from your senior, she says. Focused on the fight, Lu Fan explains, if I upgrade my level, I'll have an advantage over her. Besides, I'll need it to keep up. Just as he finishes a particularly tough wave of spiders, he feels it, the surge of energy, as he finally hits level 30. Overjoyed, he calls everyone over to open a treasure chest and celebrate his achievement. Shinio congratulates him, while his aunt, trying not to gag at the sight of the spider corpses, reluctantly pats him on the back. Jinyang and Xian are equally excited, knowing that hitting level 30 means one thing: it's finally time for Lu Fan to visit the job transfer hall and upgrade his class to the next level. Lu Fan steps out of the secret realm, excitement practically radiating from him. He's ready for whatever comes next after his second job transfer. But as nearby students recognize him, the guy who single-handedly defeated Qin Tunshi and wiped the floor with the entire Fengyun Pavilion, chaos erupts. Boys and girls swarm him like a celebrity, clamoring for selfies, autographs, and even just a handshake. The crowd grows larger and rowdier, separating him from his group. Xinyang and Xian watch from a distance. Xinyang's eyes narrow in jealousy at the girls fawning over Lu Fan, while Xian shakes her head in disbelief. How did he get this popular so fast, she mutters. Realizing there's no escape from the crowd, Lu Fan's aunt springs into action. 10 minutes later, Lu Fan emerges disguised in his trusty undercover gear, mask, goggles, the whole shebang. As students frantically search for him, the disguise works perfectly and the mob disperses. Chinio exhales in relief. Thank goodness, she says. We finally dodged them. Lu Fan, however, looks a bit deflated. Do I really have to go out like this every time now? He laments. Xian, envious of the attention, jokes, I wish I had a bunch of handsome guys chasing after me. Jinyang, still sour, quickly changes the subject. There's no historical record of a second job transfer for a dragon tamer, she points out. No guides, no references. Lu Fan's flying blind here, completely uncertain about what to expect. Chinio, ever the cheerleader, pats him reassuringly on the back. You're about to make history, she says with a confident grin. Even Lu Fan feels a spark of pride. This is uncharted territory, and he's ready to face it head-on. Finally, they reach the job transfer hall. The group exchanges encouraging smiles. The ceremony is a solo affair. Jinyang leans in and reminds him, you've got this. Lu Fan nods, trying to stay calm. Don't worry, I'll figure it out somehow. With a confident tap of his student card, he steps inside the chamber. The room is circular, bathed in a soft blue light. The system announces that the second stage transfer is ready. Lu Fan's heart skips a beat when he realizes there's no existing data for a Dragon Tamer second transfer. Usually, these jobs are documented for future generations, but his path is entirely blank. Determined, he begins exploring his options. 3 glowing notifications appear before him: Dragon Priest, a path focused on healing buffs and enchantments, enhancing dragon pets but weakening the user's own abilities. Dragon Spellcaster, a mage-like role that absorbs dragon skills and lets the user cast dragon magic themselves. Flame Dragon Warrior, a melee-focused class with incredible strength and endurance, allowing transformations into a giant dragon form. Each option has clear strengths but comes with significant trade-offs, and none truly fit Lu Fan's balanced fighting style. Frustrated, he stares at the choices, feeling stuck. Then, as if sensing his dilemma, a fourth option materializes: Dragon Rider. Before him, a suit of powerful armor with a flowing cape appears, radiating energy. The system explains, this branch enhances skills by synchronizing with dragon pets. It's versatile, allowing growth in multiple combat styles while strengthening the bond with his dragons. Lu Fan's eyes light up. This is it. Fighting side by side with his dragons has always been his core strategy, and this path amplifies everything he excels at. With a confident swipe, he selects Dragon Rider. Outside, the ladies are starting to get anxious. Why is it taking so long? Xian asks, pacing nervously. Jinyang, trying and failing to stay calm, reassures her, don't be nervous. Lu Fan's just exploring his options. Xinyang, ever composed, adds, he's making history. He has to be careful. His choice might change how dragon tamers are viewed forever. Shinio smiles. This is the end of the 800-year decline of dragon professions. Trust him. Just as the tension reaches its peak, the doors swing open. Lu Fan steps out, and the group breathes a collective sigh of relief. They bombard him with questions, eager to know what path he chose. As they walk, Lu Fan reveals his new class. Dragon Rider. My contract slots increased from 2 to 3, he adds with a grin. Xian, ever curious, asks, wait, does that mean you actually have to learn how to ride a dragon now? Laughing, Lu Fan explains, I already found a dragon riding saddle in the cemetery's secret realm. As long as my dragons hit level 30, I can ride them. His aunt raises an eyebrow. The thought of you riding 2 dragons feels weird, she teases. Lu Fan smirks. Don't imagine anything strange. I'm only riding them in full dragon form, not human form. As they approach the villa, Lu Fan spots someone familiar, the mysterious senior sister. She strides over, her presence as captivating as ever. You've wasted enough time, she says playfully. I should have just given you my contact info earlier. The group stares, especially Xian, who immediately realizes this is the senior who trained Lu Fan into exhaustion. She can't help but admire the senior sister's beauty. The senior sister smiles knowingly. I assume Lu Fan's told you all about me, she says, then turns to his aunt. Are you the famous enchanted cook? His aunt chuckles, confirming it. The senior sister then casually announces, I need to borrow Lu Fan for a bit. The group freezes in surprise. She clarifies, we're running errands in Dragon City. Don't get any strange ideas. His aunt waves her off. After all the guidance you've given Lu Fan, there's no need to ask. Just bring him back in one piece and join us for dinner when you're done. Before Lu Fan can protest, the senior sister grabs his hand. As she pulls him away, her chest brushes against him, leaving him flustered. Lu Fan glances back at his friends, clearly annoyed no one bothered to ask his opinion. He's just along for the ride now. Later, he sits silently in the passenger seat of the senior sister's sleek, speeding car. The engine roars as they break every speed limit in sight. His phone buzzes with a warning, be cautious around her. She's not even a teacher. Lu Fan's unease grows. The senior sister notices his silence and smirks slyly. What's wrong? She asks. Hesitating, Lu Fan finally blurts out, where are we going? Her smile widens. To get the rare consumable you requested. You'll love it. Lu Fan's worry melts into excitement. This ride just got a whole lot more interesting. After what feels like hours of speeding, they arrive at the Grand Dragon auction house just as the event kicks off. As they step inside the enormous hall, Lu Fan quickly pieces together their purpose. The enchantment scroll he's been dreaming of is up for grabs, but knowing how rare it is, the cost is bound to be astronomical. The senior sister gives him a confident smile, encouraging him to go for it. But Lu Fan, remembering the eye-watering bids at the secret realm auction, feels a knot form in his stomach. Forget it, he mutters. It's going to cost a fortune. The senior sister chuckles, clearly amused. Relax, she says casually. I'm richer than you can imagine. Her tone doesn't ease Lu Fan's worries, though. He doesn't like the idea of owing her, especially since her identity remains a mystery. Determined to find another way, he starts brainstorming alternatives. But before he can dwell on it, the auction begins. The first item is the rare enchantment scroll capable of removing level restrictions on equipment. A booming system announcement fills the hall. The starting price is jaw-dropping, 95 million dragon coins. Lu Fan's hope wavers as bids shoot up like fireworks, soaring past 200 million in seconds. Before he can blink, the senior sister casually raises her paddle and bids 230 million. Leaning over, she whispers with a grin, pay attention. You might learn something about bidding. Just as Lu Fan processes her bold move, a voice from the back cuts through the room, a new bid, 3 billion dragon coins. Lu Fan turns to see the smug face of the bratty princess of the Taikai kingdom. He's floored. Why does she want the scroll? He wonders. The senior sister, unfazed, leans back. In her chair. Her family's loaded, she explains. Trust me, bidding against her could stir up serious trouble. Curious, Lu Fan asks how she knows so much about the princess. The senior sister shrugs. I'm a well-informed woman. Then, lowering her voice, she adds, I also know all about you. The mention of his past run-ins with the princess and Chun Tanji stirs a wave of frustration inside Lu Fan. The senior sister picks up on his mood and pats his arm reassuringly. Don't stress about paying for the scroll. It's my gift to you. Before Lu Fan can protest, she raises her paddle again, declaring 4 billion dragon coins. The crowd gasps at her audacity. The princess, trying to mask her frustration, orders her minion to check their funds. He reports back, they only have 5 billion dragon coins to work with. Not missing a beat, the senior sister makes a decisive move, 5 billion dragon coins. The auction house falls silent. Even the announcer is stunned. Sold, he declares, slamming his gavel. The enchantment scroll is officially hers. The princess is livid, fuming that someone dared outbid her. Spotting Lu Fan, her minion points him out, muttering something about low-class trash. The princess sneers, completely oblivious that Lu Fan could obliterate her ego in one blow. Her minion tries to calm her, suggesting they find a similar scroll elsewhere. But the bratty princess, always dramatic, pouts and threatens to get her brother involved. Let's see who dares oppose me then, she huffs. Typical. Meanwhile, Lu Fan and the senior sister retreat to the VIP lounge. They're joined by an elegant woman in a striking red dress. The senior sister stands, greeting her warmly with a hug. It's clear they know each other well. The woman, clearly amused, scolds the senior sister. You didn't even say hello when you arrived, Sister Duyaku chided with a playful scowl. Every time you're here, you spend a fortune on the most random things. It's my job to cater to you, you know. Her sharp gaze then shifted to Lu Fan, sizing him up. And who's this? She asked with genuine curiosity. The senior sister smiled and introduced him. This is my junior. That enchantment scroll? A gift for him. Sister Duyaku's expression softened into a warm smile. I'm Sister Duyaku, the boss of this dragon auction house. Lu Fan, you're welcome here anytime you want something unique. Still trying to process the introductions, Lu Fan's mind reeled when Duyaku dropped the bombshell. I'm actually the senior sister's sister-in-law. Lu Fan's jaw practically hit the floor. Suddenly, the senior sister's endless wealth made perfect sense. I have to repay the 5 billion dragon coin someday, Lu Fan insisted, voice steady despite the weight of the debt. The senior sister waved him off with a teasing grin. Oh, don't worry about that. Just think about how you're going to pay me back, it'll be fun. She gestured toward the scroll with childlike excitement. Here, take a look. Lu Fan eagerly examined the scroll. Its power to remove the level 60 equipment restriction meant he could finally equip the soul wing of the Flying Dragon King. Flight? Absolutely yes. While Lu Fan marveled at his new treasure, Sister Duyaku and the senior sister chatted about rare item donations to the auction house's illustrated treasure book collection. The senior sister joked, Lu Fan, you're 5 billion in debt now. Better start brainstorming how to repay me. Curious, Lu Fan asked about the treasure book. The senior sister handed him a sleek tablet and explained, the auction house pays collectors for unique items entered into the book. The payout is 3% of the item's estimated value. It's a win-win. Collectors earn money without selling, and we build our collection. Intrigued, Lu Fan pulled out the soul wing of the Flying Dragon King and asked Duyaku to appraise it. Her eyes widened. A legendary level 60 flying wing. Worth at least 2 billion dragon coins. Without hesitation, Lu Fan submitted it to the treasure book and instantly earned 60 million dragon coins from the 3% cut. Easy money, he thought, though it barely made a dent in his debt. But Lu Fan wasn't done. I have something even rarer, he said, pulling out a glowing blue dragon egg. The room fell into a stunned silence. Sister Duyaku and the senior sister exchanged disbelief as the legendary star dragon egg pulsed softly in his hands. Pieces clicked together in Duyaku's mind. You're the dragon Tamer from the southern province, she whispered, all creeping into her voice. The senior sister just smiled, pride shining clearly in her eyes. After dropping the senior sister off at her house, Lu Fan politely offered to walk her to the door. She waved him off with her usual confident smile. I've got it. As Lu Fan flew off into the distance, she found herself quietly impressed. Most guys would have insisted on walking her to the door, either out of overpoliteness or just to sneak a peek at her private life. But not Lu Fan. He's refreshingly straightforward. Not bad, she mused. Then, with a start, she remembered something important. Lu Fan left my bike hanging in midair during our adventure earlier. It's probably reduced to scrap metal by now. She sighed, shaking her head. Back at the villa, Lu Fan plopped down between the black dragon Xiao Yi and the jade dragon Xia. Exhausted but triumphant after the long flight, He was definitely getting the hang of using the soul wings. But there was no time to rest. He was finally ready to hatch the star dragon egg, and nothing would stop him. The dragon ladies glanced at each other. Xiao Yi looked surprised, and Xia Fi stirred from her nap, eyeing the egg curiously. Lu Fan, ever the peacemaker, reminded them, "We'll all need to coexist peacefully once the new dragon arrives. No more petty squabbles." At least, that's what he hoped. Channeling his dragon tamer skill, Lu Fan poured his aura into the egg. The room filled with an intense blue light as the egg began to crack. Xia, the little mischief maker, started munching on the broken shell pieces, much to Lu Fan's amusement. Suddenly, the light intensified and stars seemed to burst into the room. When the light faded, there it was, a baby star dragon with sleek black scales, shimmering blue wings, and a starry aura that looked like it had fallen straight out of the cosmos. The star dragon stats were already insane for a level 1 hatchling: 795 strength, 276 agility, and 109 spirit. But its skill set was even crazier. Broken Star summoned a star to crash down onto enemies, causing massive area damage. Starlight Scale armor absorbed damage for 60 seconds, then reflected it back. Star Surge increased endurance the longer the battle dragged on. Star Dragon Bloodline reduced all attribute damage by 50% and boosted self-recovery by a whopping 500%. Lu Fan gently lifted the tiny dragon, marveling at its incredible potential. It was already stronger than Xiao Yi had been at level 1, and Lu Fan knew that once it hit level 20, it would be an absolute powerhouse. Meanwhile, the star dragon noticed Xia still munching on its eggshells and gave her a swift smack. Xia pouted, but Lu Fan couldn't help chuckling at their sibling-like antics. He was still thinking about how devastating the broken star skill would be in a dungeon. As the star dragon began nibbling on its own eggshells, because, well, why not? Lu Fan realized it was a girl. Following tradition, it was time to give her a name. After much brainstorming, he settled on Xing, a name symbolizing the stars. But the dragon ladies weren't impressed. Xia started crying dramatically, lamenting the lack of creativity. "It's just a name," Lu Fan defended, grinning. Before another argument could break out, Xing curled up and fell asleep. "At least she's low maintenance," Lu Fan muttered, watching Xiao Yi and Xia bicker non-stop. Having a dragon who loves to nap is a welcome change. Meanwhile, far away in the Wanli Sand area of the Taikai Kingdom, a level 60 to 70 zone notorious for its dangers, a chilling scene unfolded. Skeletons hung from crosses and an eerie campfire flickered. Near the site, a man in a long cape stared coldly at his phone. Meet Jin Xinghan, a top-ranked professional and, more importantly, the bratty Princess Jingu's older brother. A voice broke the silence, asking what was wrong. Without looking up, Jin explained, "My spoiled little sister has been pestering me about some trashy boy who dared to hit her. Not once, but twice. She's always been like this," he added with clear disdain. Nearby, a massive centipede-like monster emerged from the lake, but Jin didn't even flinch. With a flick of his hand, a burst of red energy sliced the creature clean in half. "I'm a loving brother," he said with a dangerous smile, "and I'll make sure to rid my sister of all her troubles." Back at the villa, a week had passed since Lu Fan hatched the star dragon. Life had settled into a new rhythm. Lu Fan regularly trained with the senior sister, who never missed a chance to tease him. She loved reminding him that if he ever managed to land a single hit on her, she'd take him back to the dragon auction house. Spoiler alert, he hadn't succeeded yet. During weekdays, Lu Fan and his team ground hard in the poison spider forest, and their progress was impressive. Jade Dragon Xia was now level 22. Star Dragon Xing had hit level 11. Black Dragon Xia Yi reached level 29. As for the humans, Lu Fan was at level 32. Shang Yanjing, level 31. Xian, level 32. Qin Xiao, the quiet powerhouse, level 30. With everyone ready for their second-class transfers, the team buzzed with excitement. Xian couldn't stop talking about the advanced dungeons they'd tackle next. Watching it all unfold, Lu Fan couldn't help but smile. His team was growing stronger by the day, and their synergy was unmatched. Now, the crew was standing around, pumped about their new powers. Jinyang, always the first to show off, stepped forward and proudly declared she'd picked the sword dancer class. "Why," she said with a grin, "because it comes with a sword master skill. And let's be honest, who wouldn't want to twirl swords in style?" She turned to Qin Xiao and teased, "Hey, wasn't expecting you to go damage dealer." Qin Xiao laughed and explained, "I thought about support, but since Shaup's got healing covered, I went all out with a hidden combat class, Holy Light Judge. Now my light attribute magic is so powerful, it's practically blinding. Lu Fan chimed in with his usual leaderly grin. We're so well-rounded now, physical power, magic, and support. It's like a buffet of awesome abilities. Something for everyone. Just as Lu Fan is about to wrap up his pep talk, Xian literally bursts onto the scene, glowing with excitement. She's bouncing so energetically you'd swear she's about to take off. Everyone's curious, eyes locked on her. Shinchio's the first to ask, "What's got you so hyped?" Grinning like she just won the lottery, Xian challenges them to guess. Xinying gasps, eyes wide, blurting out, "Wait, is it that hidden class from the second level change?" Xian nods so hard it's a miracle her head doesn't pop off. "Yep. I'm officially a water ripple swordsman. I can control water magic now." Lu Fan raises an eyebrow, intrigued. Hidden classes on the second level change? Isn't that like finding a needle in a haystack? Jinyang, ever the encyclopedia, confirms, yeah, the odds are insane. Even lower than getting a hidden class at the first level change. Xian's eyes soften, a little emotional. I've always felt like the weakest link, but being with you guys helped me find balance. Sweet moment, right? Not for long. Lu Fan can't resist. With a cheeky grin, he jabs, "It's hilarious how the team slacker now owns one of the rarest hidden classes." That did it. Xian's face flushes bright red. She looks ready to clobber him right then and there, fists clenched, eyes blazing. If looks could kill, Lu Fan would already be respawning. But just as the tension hits its peak, Lu Fan's phone buzzes. It's Vice Principal Xiao. Suddenly, the mood shifts. Lu Fan answers, and his playful smile fades to serious. "The envoy is coming," he says, cutting the call. "I've got to go." Xian, still mid-rant, is left standing there, her fury cut short by the universe itself. Fast forward to the combat class hall at Dragon Capital Academy. The students are gathered, all eyes glued to the stage. Teacher Gayan leans over to Lu Fan and casually drops some intel. The envoy's name is Ruancheng Foam. He's no joke, a level 76 Holy Shield Knight, third-tier powerhouse. He pauses for effect. Vice Principal Xiao also hinted he's got some opinions about you. Translation, this is gonna be awkward. Lu Fan recalls his sister's warning, this envoy might single him out. As if that's not enough to worry about, Lu Fan's attention snaps to the stage. Among the three figures standing there, one wears a white robe and holds something incredible. The Brahma staff. Yeah, the one that was once ranked number 1 in the treasure book. And this mysterious figure just casually holds it like it's no big deal. Curious, Lu Fan whispers to Teacher Gayan, "Who's that rogue?" With a knowing smile, Gayan replies, "That's the principal of Dragon Capital Academy. And get this," he adds, "the principal's a total enigma. Nobody knows their gender. Their voice is altered. They never show up to public events. Basically, the ultimate mystery boss." Lu Fan quickly pieces it together, if the elusive principal is here, then this envoy must be seriously important. Right on cue, the room erupts as Ruancheng Foam strides in. He walks like he owns the place, radiating an authority that makes everyone instinctively straighten up. It's the kind of presence that silently warns, "Better check your shoelaces before I call you out." Without wasting a second, Ruancheng Foam cuts through the tension. No pleasantries. No small talk. Vice Principal Xiao steps forward to greet him, but the envoy waves him off like brushing away an annoying fly. He's not here for introductions. He's here for results. He makes it clear, the only person who matters is the principal. Everyone else? Just background noise. Then comes the big moment. Huan steps forward, his voice cutting through the charged silence. "Are all candidates for the national trials present?" The cloaked principal gives a slow, deliberate nod. Vice Principal Xiao, trying his best to keep cool, steps up and announces, "The Academy is recommending only one candidate, Lu Fan." The envoy's expression darkens instantly. Teacher Gayan leans close to Lu Fan, whispering, "Here's why this is so tense. The envoy wanted to handpick the candidates himself, but the Academy pulled a power move, putting forward only you." The air is thick with silent tension, heavy enough to cut with a sword. Ruancheng Foam fixes Lu Fan with a cold stare. Looks like the decision's already been made. Vice Principal Xiao doesn't back down. His voice is steady, full of confidence. The Academy has full faith in Lu Fan. The principal personally believes he'll blow you away. Basically, you'll be eating those words soon enough. Ruan Chongfeng's annoyance is palpable. He reluctantly flips through Lu Fan's file, and man, is it stacked. Level 32 Dragon Tamer. Reigning champion of the Southern Province. #1 among new students. Add tales of heroism that traveled all the way from Shanghai City to Dragon Capital, catching the attention of the Qin family and the Northern Duke. The guy's basically a walking legend. But does that impress the envoy? Not one bit. In Ruan's eyes, Lu Fan had it too easy thanks to his hidden profession. He doubts Lu Fan's ever faced the kind of struggles the other candidates have. With a smirk dripping with condescension, he wonders aloud if Lu Fan can even hold his own against third-tier experts from other nations, many sitting comfortably at levels 50 or 60. The bar's been set way too high. Lu Fan can feel the tension radiating off the envoy like heat from a furnace. It's bad. Like really bad. He knows Ruan's already made up his mind, and it's not in Lu Fan's favor. The sneer on the old man's face leaves no doubt. Then, boom, out of nowhere, the envoy draws his sword and lunges straight at Lu Fan. No warning. No polite sparring. Just a full-on attack. The envoy's idea of an assessment? Trying to take Lu Fan's head off. But Lu Fan's no slouch. Reflexes kicking in, he blocks the strike with his trusty big black machete. Crisis averted. The crowd goes wild. Shouts, protests, cries of outrage fill the hall. A level 76 Holy Shield Knight. Going after a level 32 student? That's like sending a pro wrestler into a middle school dodgeball game. Total overkill. Ruan Chongfeng just shrugs. If you don't want to fight, you can withdraw from the national trials. Simple as that. And then he drops the real bomb. Levels don't matter. Yeah, right. Now Lu Fan stuck. The old man is grinning like he's already won, taunting Lu Fan to show his full strength. It's a lose-lose. Close combat is a death sentence against someone like this. And the cramped auditorium means summoning dragons risks too much collateral damage. The envoy's got Lu Fan completely boxed in. Sensing hesitation, Ruan Chongfeng leans in with a mocking tone, itching to prove that Lu Fan is all hype and no substance. Then, without warning, he lands a crushing blow. Lu Fan's machete flies from his grip, spinning through the air. For a moment, it looks like the fight's over. The next strike is coming too fast for Lu Fan to dodge. But just as the blow is about to land, the principal suddenly steps in, wielding the legendary Brahma staff like a total boss. Their voice, altered by magic, cuts through the chaos. Maybe this assessment should be taken somewhere else. Destroying the school auditorium isn't exactly professional. Before anyone can blink, a massive crimson magic circle ignites beneath their feet. In an instant, Lu Fan, Ruan Chongfeng, the principal, and vice principal Xiao are teleported away, landing in a huge open arena. The rest of the students are left behind, jaws dropped, watching the magic vanish like a magician's grand finale. The envoy shrugs like location doesn't matter to him. All he wants is to see what Lu Fan's truly made of. And then Lu Fan realizes the truth. This envoy is the same guy who let Princess Jingu, the kingdom's spoiled brat, run wild. Suddenly, the envoy's bias and hostility all make perfect sense. With the wide open space now giving him freedom, Lu Fan stops holding back. He activates Flash Leap and teleports to the head of his legendary black dragon, Shurai, already in her terrifying world destroyer form. The crowd is stunned silent. Even Ruan Chongfeng pauses mid-step, recognizing the dragon from that infamous viral video. The envoy summons his golden shield with cold confidence, thinking his level 76 Holy Shield Knight is a tank against Lu Fan's dragon and magic. In his mind, this fight's already decided. But Lu Fan's done playing. Shurai lets out a roar so powerful it shakes the entire arena, freezing everyone in place. It's more than a roar, it's a declaration: you messed with the wrong dragon. Even Ruan Chongfeng's smirk falters. His body trembles, confidence cracking as he realizes he may have underestimated his opponent. Still, he forces a smug expression, brushing off the display as nothing but a scare tactic. Everyone watching knows better, he's barely holding it together. From the sidelines, Vice Principal Xiao recalls the last time he saw Shurai's power obliterate the Fengyang Pavilion. While the principal quietly shakes their head, as if to say, the real show hasn't even started. Ruan Chongfeng, still dripping with arrogance, stares down Shurai, convinced this is all just flashy intimidation, a kid playing with sparklers at a fireworks show. But oh, is he in for a rude awakening? Before he can even react, an unexpected attack barrels at him. He raises his shield instinctively, its emblem glowing as he braces for impact. But then, a deep, bone-chilling fear washes over him. For a man who built his reputation on being unshakable, this feeling is foreign. Surrounded by pulsing, mysterious symbols of fear, he drops to his knees, energy waves crashing over him. And there stands Lu Fan, calm and collected beside Shirai, wearing that trademark mocking smile that says, "Didn't see that coming, did you?" But Ruan Chong Foam isn't done yet. Fighting through the panic, he activates a special stance that nullifies the fear gripping him. His aura flares with fierce defiance. Weapon gripped tight, he charges forward, sword raised, ready to crush the so-called rookie. And Lu Fan? He doesn't even flinch. The battlefield itself starts to warp, bending to Lu Fan's will. Winds howl, fire crackles, and the ground trembles like the elements just voted, and spoiler alert, they're not on Team Envoy. Off to the side, Vice Principal Xiao is frozen in place, jaw dangling like a broken drawbridge. Lu Fan isn't just fighting anymore. He's orchestrating chaos like a conductor with front-row seats to the apocalypse. Then it happens. 2 swirling portals open behind Lu Fan. Ruan Chong Foam skids to a halt mid-charge, his eyes bulging. That earlier smugness? Gone. His sweat-drenched face now wears the unmistakable expression of a man who just realized he left the oven on, and the house is already on fire. From the portal step 2 more dragons. Yes. 2. The crowd gasps. Xiao blinks hard like he's glitching. Ruan Chong Foam stands paralyzed, trying to compute this nonsense. 3 dragons now. His brain's buffering like an old dial-up modem. It's the kind of moment where you stop fighting and start reconsidering all your life choices. But Lu Fan's not done flexing. With a single word, he commands Shirai, his jade dragon, to summon her own 2 dragon pets. Now there are 5. 5 dragons. The arena practically shatters under the pressure. It's no longer a battle, it's a dragon symposium, and Lu Fan's the keynote speaker. The vice principal's glasses fog up just from proximity. The principal? Visibly shaken, their mysterious composure finally cracking. At this point, nobody's sure if what they are re-witnessing is magical genius or blatant abuse of system mechanics. Lu Fan stands at the center, calm, composed, like a man who ordered 5 pizzas and they all showed up with extra cheese. The dragons tower behind him, glowing with elemental fury, fire, ice, thunder, wind, and shadow swirling in perfect harmony. Ruan Chong Foam? He looks like he just walked into a boss raid. Solo. At level 1. With no potions. The envoy swallows hard, still gripping his golden shield, trying to remember what courage feels like. But those 5 dragons staring him down like he owes them rent? Yeah, that's enough to make anyone rethink their career. Vice Principal Xiao leans toward the principal and mutters, "Did you know he could do this?" The principal shakes their head silently. Even they look like they've just watched someone pull a royal flush while riding a unicorn. Still, despite the odds, Ruan Chong Foam charges. Credit where it's due, the man has guts. Or maybe he's just lost his mind. Flames roar across the field, and shadows coil like living serpents. The envoy's shield glows with divine light, trying to hold back the oncoming elemental Armageddon. Xiao, ever the realist, watches the insanity unfold and starts mentally calculating repair costs. Dragon damage, magical distortion, trauma therapy for the audience. Yeah, this month's insurance premium's gonna be brutal. And then, amid the chaos, the envoy laughs. A wild, defiant, maybe a little too unhinged laugh. Perched on his mount, eyes glowing with adrenaline, he charges headfirst into the storm like he's trying to win a dare. His confidence is cracking at the seams, but he keeps taunting through clenched teeth, "Without your dragons, you're nothing." Big talk for a guy being shadowed by 5 apex predators. It's the kind of overconfidence that makes you wonder if Ruan Chong Foam's been trapped in a motivational podcast loop narrated by his own ego. With only seconds left on his holy light protection, the envoy decides to go all in. He gathers every last drop of divine energy and unleashes holy light judgment, a radiant, cataclysmic strike aimed directly at Lu Fan. The battlefield ignites like someone detonated a second sun. Beams of searing light rip across the field. Students shield their eyes. Instructors instinctively brace for impact. Even the rogue principal's robe flutters from the blast pressure. But Lu Fan? He doesn't even blink. She is Jade Shield, cool, calm, and completely over it, absorbs the holy strike like someone just threw a flashlight at a tank. Layer after glowing layer of magical defense activates and disperses the attack as if it were an annoying mosquito. Lu Fan's expression remains unbothered, borderline bored, like he's waiting for the envoy to finish throwing his little light show tantrum. The envoy, watching his trump card evaporate into sparkles, suddenly looks like a kid who just realized his toy lightsaber isn't real. His confidence crumbles fast, and now, standing with no shield, no backup, and no plan B, he's face to face with 5 dragons and one very unimpressed Lu Fan. Bad math for him. Lu Fan isn't in the mood to play anymore. He channels the Blue Dragon King's roar. Boom! A colossal spectral dragon erupts behind him, coiling through the air like living thunder. Its eyes blaze. Its maw crackles with raw elemental rage. The pressure alone sends ripples through the air and nearly buckles the envoy's knees. This is no longer a duel. This is a statement. Ruan Chongfeng starts to backpedal, probably trying to remember where the surrender button is. But Lu Fan, cool as a glacier, drops a verbal warning. It's not loud, but it's sharp enough to slice through armor. A warning that basically says, one more step, and I stop pretending this is a fair fight. Before the envoy can process that ominous PSA, the star dragon appears behind him, silent, swift, and entirely disrespectful of personal space. The envoy's face morphs from anger to "oh" in 0.3 seconds. Lu Fan closes in, his gaze sharp and merciless. This isn't just dominance, it's a public service announcement. Then it hits. The Blue Dragon King unleashes a final sky-ripping roar. Purple lightning rains down like divine fury, slamming into the envoy and launching him off his mount like a ragdoll launched from a cannon. The once mighty knight crashes to the ground, a crumpled mess of cracked armor and broken pride. Smoke, ash, chaos. The arena holds its breath. Vice Principal Xiao and the Rogue Principal exchange a look, half concern, half should we stop this before Lu Fan starts charging admission. Finally, the smoke clears. And there he is, the envoy, lying flat, coughing, broken, and very much defeated. His once proud mount lies unmoving beside him. And just when you think it can't get worse, it does. Because the guy still refuses to quit. Shaking like a leaf caught in a thunderstorm, Ruan Chongfeng tries to rise. His body says no, but his pride says not yet. And Lu Fan, ever the gentleman, actually apologizes. Though let's be clear, it's not a sweet "I'm sorry" a kind of apology. It's the kind of apology that comes with a smug smile and a verbal side-eye. Taking out mounts is legal in national trials. Sorry yours couldn't keep up. Uff. That's gonna sting more than the lightning. Vice Principal Xiao watches in disbelief. On one hand, he's impressed by the envoy's sheer stubbornness. On the other, he's probably thinking, my guy, just lie down and save yourself. But nope. The envoy, ever the drama king, snaps back, telling Xiao to butt out, that as envoy, he alone gets to decide when the evaluation ends. Even face first in the dirt, this guy's clinging to authority like a lifeline. And that's when the principal finally steps in. No more watching. No more silent judging. It's time to hit the brakes on this flaming chariot of chaos. The principal finally steps forward, his tone calm but cutting through the tension like a blade through silk. He suggests letting it go, pointing out the obvious. Ruan Chongfeng's pride is the only thing keeping him upright, and even that looks like it's 2 steps away from waving a white flag. But pride is a stubborn beast. Ruan's eyes burn with frustration. He mutters under his breath, bitterly listing Lu Fan's impossible talents: flash damage immunity, dragon tongue magic, 5 dragons under his command. Clearly, Lu Fan isn't just overpowered, he's practically a walking cheat code. Admitting that? It'd be easier for Ruan to chew gravel. Instead, his anger boils over. One last desperate surge. He stumbles to his feet and charges at Lu Fan, hurling insults like confetti at a pity party. He blames Lu Fan for everything: his fall from grace, being cast out by the Jiang family, losing his position, his mount's death, and, for some reason, throws in a jab about Lu Fan being a smelly poor kid from a dumpling shop. Real classy. But Lu Fan? Completely unbothered. He stands there like a wall of zen, one hand resting on his dragon, casually dodging Ruan's wild swings like he's swatting away flies. It's almost generous, like Lu Fan's letting the guy vent before reality finishes the job. Ruan, blinded by rage, draws his sword and screams, "Today is the day you die, Lu Fan." Big words for a man who just lost to a light jog. Lu Fan doesn't flinch. He simply raises his foot, and bam, delivers a swift, bone-rattling kick that sends Ron flying. Again. The envoy hits the ground hard, again. And now, Lu Fan walks toward him. Slowly, calmly, each step deliberate, like a final punctuation mark at the end of a very one-sided story. Standing over him, Lu Fan delivers wisdom with the tone of someone who's earned it. Losing your cool in battle is useless. It's not just advice. It's a lecture. And given the context, lecture accepted. He assures Ron that he won't hit him while he's down. But if Ron insists this fight isn't over, well, he's welcome to stand up and try again. Bold words, considering Ron looks like he couldn't lift a spoon, let alone a sword. Then, Lu Fan leans in, addressing the real issue. If Ron truly believes his career was ruined by Lu Fan, he's welcome to seek revenge, anytime, anywhere. But next time, there will be no mercy. The warning lands hard. Not just words, it's a promise. Ron's rage finally fizzles, or maybe he just runs out of fuel. Either way, he collapses even further, unable to rise. The 5 dragons surround Lu Fan like celestial guardians, looming over the fallen envoy like silent judges delivering their verdict. It's over. Vice Principal Xiao, seeing the envoy's state, finally rushes in, shouting for a priest. Even he looks a little sorry for the guy. But hey, that's what happens when you go head-to-head with a one-man dragon army and think you've got a chance. And then comes the final twist. The principal turns toward Lu Fan. That mysterious, unreadable vibe still intact, but now visibly impressed. Let's be honest, 5 dragons isn't something you just casually summon during a school test. You don't bring a hydra to a spelling bee unless you're making a point. With a rare smile, the principal admits, "I didn't expect this much power from you." Then, out of curiosity, maybe even a little fear, he asks, "How much strength did you actually use?" Lu Fan shrugs, like it's no big deal. Not even 1%. Yeah, you heard that right. 1%. He explains that his dragons barely moved, didn't even use any real skills. This was, essentially, a warm-up jog. A lazy Tuesday morning stroll in the park. And it was still enough to flatten everything in sight. The principal's eyes widen. It's the kind of statement that makes you wonder what 100% would look like. Spoiler alert, global evacuation required. Then, the Brahma staff in the principal's hand begins to glow. The air around him tightens. His aura swells. And with a voice full of conviction, he announces, selecting Lu Fan was absolutely the right decision. The declaration hits with the weight of final judgment. You almost expect a choir to rise up in the background, hallelujah echoing over the smoldering battlefield. Thousands of kilometers north, to Dragon Country. And here comes Dukshin Jinbei, absolutely feasting on Lu Fan's file. He's got the scroll in his hands, a grin stretching ear to ear, practically laughing to himself. It's like he just finished watching the best action movie of the year, and Lu Fan was the lead. Dragon tongue magic, 5 dragons, flash damage immunity, he mutters, chuckling. Then comes the kicker, the official stamp showing Lu Fan now represents Dragon Country. Oh, Ron Chongfeng must have signed this through gritted teeth, probably crying into his inkpot. You can almost picture it, Ron glaring at the approval document like it owed him money. Just as Jinbei's enjoying the comedy of it all, there's a knock at the door. A soldier steps in, stiff and serious, asking for new orders. But Jinbei, always a flair for the dramatic, tosses his coat over his shoulder like he's about to walk onto a concert stage. "Prepare the griffin," he says, voice smooth like he's ordering room service. Because let's be honest, why ride a normal horse when you can show up flexing on a flying lion-bird hybrid? The soldier looks visibly uneasy. Understandable, given that Jinbei's the commander of the northern border, a place currently under attack. His absence could easily tip the balance. He hesitantly asks, "Duke, are you sure about leaving the camp right now?" But Jinbei just waves it off like he's skipping a dentist appointment. "Just 2 days. Keep the routes open. Don't let the griffin nap midair." His destination? Dragon Academy. His mission? Meet Lu Fan, the rising legend himself. Because apparently, board attention is important, but meeting the guy who just soloed 5-star drama with a dragon squad? That's top priority. Back at the academy, Lu Fan sits in his villa. Eyes fixed on his system screen, brow furrowed. His next destination? Over 3,000 kilometers away. Even for someone who commands dragons, that's not a distance you cover on a lunch break. He stares at the map, half annoyed, half stressed. And just when he thinks it couldn't get more absurd, he sees it. Ruan Chongfeng has officially approved his national trial qualification. You'd think he'd feel relief. Maybe a fist pump or a little celebration dance. But no. Lu Fan still feels like something's off. Like the puzzle's not done yet. That missing piece is still floating somewhere out there. Briefly, he considers going on a treasure hunt to clear his mind. You know, just a quick world-class adventure, no big deal. Then he remembers, 3,000 kilometers. Yeah, definitely needs snacks. And a backup horse. Maybe two. Just then, ring ring. His phone buzzes. A wizard's on the other end, offering teleportation services. Sounds perfect, until they mention the price. What? That's more than a dragon egg. Lu Fan hangs up faster than you can say service fee. Even in fantasy worlds, fast travel comes with surge pricing. But just as he sets the phone down, ping. His system lights up. Divine Class Treasure Map received. Lu Fan's eyes widen. It's like Christmas morning. He's been waiting for this for so long, and now? Boom, it drops into his lap like a gift from the gods. He can barely contain his excitement. Questions race through his mind. Why now? Who sent it? What treasure could it be? His cool partner, still on the line, snaps him back to reality. Lu Fan? You still there? He responds quickly, but now his brain's spinning. Treasure. Trials. Secrets. Principal déjà vu. Too much. Too fast. And then, boom. Out of nowhere, a giant fireball crashes straight toward his villa. Yep. A fireball. Because of course, nothing says welcome to the next chapter like an explosive magical sneak attack. While Lu Fan's still geeking out over the treasure map like it's the lost holy grail of loot drops, boom. Disaster quite literally knocks at the door. A massive fireball smashes straight into Villa No. 1, erupting in a flaming explosion that sends shockwaves through the entire Dragon Academy. Windows shatter, alarms blare, and several poor squirrels in nearby trees probably rethink their life choices. Up in the sky floats a mysterious cloaked figure, watching the destruction with all the smugness of a guy who thinks he just nailed the season finale twist. In his hand? A strange glowing stone pulsing with dark energy, definitely villain starter pack material. But just when he thinks he's earned his evil villain points. FWOOSH. The flames are sliced apart, yes, literally torn open, by the claws of Lu Fan's legendary black dragon. Because when you've got dragon insurance, fireballs are just fancy fireworks. Lu Fan strides out of the wreckage completely unharmed, his hair only slightly more windswept than before. The rest of the villa crew follows close behind, a little shaken, but totally alive. Lu Fan looks up at the figure, voice sharp and commanding, "Stop right there. Don't even think about teleporting." Spoiler, the villain does think about it. But he doesn't get the chance. Lu Fan's black dragon doesn't wait for orders, it blasts into the sky, colliding with the cloaked figure and tearing back the hood with a slash of its wing. Plot twist unlocked. It's not some random assassin. It's the teacher, yes, the teacher who stood quietly beside the principal during the envoy evaluation. The guy who looked like he couldn't even hurt a paperweight. Not so harmless now. Even mid-ambush, Lu Fan keeps his cool. He calls down calmly to someone on the ground, "Call the fire department." Because hey, explosions or not, safety protocols matter. Inside the villa, the residents quickly spring into action, ensuring everyone's accounted for. Meanwhile, Chincho steps up and loudly calls out what just happened. He tried to wipe us out. No warning. No reason. Just boom. The once mild-mannered teacher, now officially unmasked as a traitor, sneers down at Lu Fan. And since the whole stealth angle is ruined, he goes full drama villain mode. "Since you've seen me, I have no choice. I'll bind you here." Ah yes, fire chains. Because nothing says whoops, got caught like throwing the hero into a magical timeout box. With a dramatic gesture, the teacher casts a blazing binding spell, trapping Lu Fan in midair with glowing fire chains. It's flashy, it's hot, and it's designed to cripple him, a 90% reduction in speed and spell casting for the next 4 seconds if he dares to break out. And then, it gets worse. The teacher's body starts bulking up. No gym, no protein shake, just raw self-destruction energy. Ultimate blaze. It's a suicidal final move. A burning flame core fueled directly by his life force, amping his next fire strike to deal 250% of his mental power. That's not an attack, that's a war crime in fireball form. Even Lu Fan, confident as ever, narrows his eyes. This isn't just a fight anymore. This guy isn't trying to win, he's trying to take everyone down with him. One wrong move, and the entire villa, maybe even the academy, could go up in flames. He's about to blow everything sky high, himself, the villa, and half the mountain range included. The flame core pulses like a ticking bomb strapped to a lunatic. That's when Shinio and Jinyang spring into action, weapons drawn and eyes blazing. We've got your back, Lu Fan. Ride or Die Squad, activated. But before they can even reach him, the system dings with the worst kind of news. Warning, flame core charging, current level, 59%, yep. Countdown's on. Someone cue the Mission Impossible theme. The cloak teacher, now fully resembling a living fire pinata, sneers down at Lu Fan. There's no escape. Death is inevitable. Gotta respect a villain with confidence. Even when he's about to detonate himself like a magical nuke. By the time the core hits 72%, Lu Fan still isn't panicking. Nope. He locks eyes with his Jade Dragon and gives a calm command, Eternal Guardian. Now. Boom. The Jade Dragon launches into the sky and slams down a shimmering emerald barrier, shielding Chinchio, Jinyang, and the Black Dragon. Squad safety, checked. But Lu Fan? Still stuck. Still bound in those fiery crimson chains like he's been thrown into a magical microwave. The core keeps charging, flame core at 96%, Lu Fan, even while trapped, manifests his massive black machete, eyes blazing with defiance. You're insane. Honestly? That's an understatement. And just as the flame core is about to detonate, just as the villain is about to light the world on fire, thwack. Out of nowhere, the legendary Brahma staff pierces through the teacher's stomach, stopping the spell dead in its tracks. Time freezes. Everyone goes silent. Even Lu Fan blinks in disbelief. Standing there, calm and radiant, is the principal, staff glowing, presence divine. No lectures, no warnings. Just an epic hero entrance. The teacher gasps, blood trickling down his chin. He stares at the staff in stunned betrayal, tries one last time to ignite his spell. But the principal? He's not done. Wham! The Brahma staff slams down again, delivering a final blow that sends the traitorous teacher crashing to the ground. Flame core shattered. Self-destruct plan, cancelled. The battlefield slowly settles. Smoke clears. The villa is scorched but still standing. Lu Fan drops to the ground in a perfect landing, chains evaporating. Just in time for teacher Jiyu and his Aunt Hank to come rushing over. Hank, full-on protective. Aunt Mode bursts into tears as she grabs him by the shoulders. Are you okay? I told them not to let you near fire, Mags. Even in a fantasy war zone, family drama stays undefeated. Lu Fan smiles, brushing off the soot. I'm fine, Aunt. Just another Monday. Chinchio runs up next, eye scanning his body for wounds. Her voice is shaky. Who was that? Why would he attack like that? Lu Fan's gaze hardens. It was him, the fire mage from the envoy assessment. And just like that, the plot thickens. Nearby, Vice Principal Xiao stands over the teacher's charred remains, absolutely stunned. The man had been on staff for years, and now it turns out he was a walking firebomb in disguise. Even in a school of dragons, warriors, and magical prodigies, trust just became a luxury. Vice Principal Xiao stands frozen, staring at the charred remains of someone he once called a colleague. His voice is low, almost a whisper, an honorary professor, doing this. I never imagined betrayal like this. Lu Fan remained silent, his gaze fixed where the flames once raged. Even for someone used to danger, this was a level of deception that shook him. A professor? A respected veteran of the academy? Why? But Aunt Hank isn't having any of this quiet reflection nonsense. Imagination won't save lives, Vice Principal, she snaps. My nephew could have died. I want a full investigation. Immediately. She might not breathe fire, but when she's angry, she burns. Shinio, still gripping his weapon, jumps in. He was willing to blow himself up rather than be caught. That's not just a rogue professor, that's a fanatic. A very explosive one. Xiao, looking more rattled than he's ever been, nods solemnly. He promises to get to the bottom of this mess. But his shaken tone betrays the truth, this wasn't just one man going rogue. This might be part of something bigger. Next morning, Principal's office. The principal, usually the picture of calm, looks like he hasn't slept all night. He stares at his cold tea, lost in thought. If I had been a second later, he doesn't finish the sentence. He doesn't need to. The image of a detonated Lu Fan is enough to keep him up for weeks. But just as the air turns heavy, this tea tastes like boiled leaves from a depressed tree. Enter Duke Jinbi, sharp suit, sharp tongue. The principal doesn't even blink. It is tea. What did you expect? I don't know, taste. Classic Jinbi. Even in the middle of a post-assassination crisis, the man critiques beverages like he's on a cooking show. He drops the act quickly though, his smirk fading. I heard what happened. Figured I should come see for myself and meet this Lu Fan everyone's raving about. The principal finally snaps back to the present. He clears his throat and apologizes for rambling about Lu Fan again. Jinbi waves it off. No biggie. Everyone's obsessed with him lately. Can't blame you. He's like a magnet for chaos with nice hair. The principal raises a brow. You came from the far north. Was your mission completed? Jinbi shrugs. Still in progress. Monsters don't fight themselves, unfortunately. But with your leadership tied up here, I figured you could use some help. He leans in, the smirk returning. I'll take Lu Fan with me. To the north. The principal blinks. Wait, what? Duke Jinbi continues sipping that very questionable wine like it's the last drink on earth. With a relaxed shrug, he argues, taking Lu Fan north isn't just for his safety. It's for everyone else's safety too. Let's be honest, wherever he goes, something explodes. He swirls the wine and grimaces. This wine tastes like regret. The principal, raising an eyebrow, still isn't fully sold. Lu Fan may be special, but entrusting him to Duke Sasson Griffin feels excessive. You're a high-ranking noble. Why bother with a student? Jinbi just chuckles. Because he's not just a student. I've been watching him grow. Dragons, magic, combat skills, he's got it all. It's like someone gave a video game protagonist cheat codes. The principal finally nods, half convinced. But he's not letting this slide without a condition. If I agree, you guarantee his safety. Jinbi sighs, dramatically, like someone just asked him to babysit a grenade. Fine, fine. I'll keep him safe. Probably safer than he is here, with professors blowing themselves up like fireworks. He downs the rest of his wine with a wince. Still less painful than this wine. Meanwhile, at Dragon Academy's front gate, a sleek luxury car pulls up. The door swings open and Princess Jingo steps out, for once not scowling like the world personally offended her. She's smiling. Why? Because her big brother, Jin Shunhan, has arrived. For a fleeting second, she almost looks nice. Almost. She throws her arms around him and quickly leans in with that familiar wicked glint in her eyes. Brother, will you help me teach Lu Fan a lesson? Cue the classic sibling energy. Jin Shunhan, calm and confident, smiles knowingly. Of course. I'll handle it. But let's be real. His version of handling things probably involves magical uppercuts and not so subtle warnings. Elsewhere, back in the world of shady dealings and treasure maps. Black Rat, Lu Fan's informant and walking red flag, checks in. Did the treasure map reach you? Lu Fan confirms with a nod. Payment's on the way. Because even if assassins are exploding around him, business is business. Black Rat, curious as ever, squints through the screen. Why'd you disappear last night? Thought you got roasted. Lu Fan gives a casual shrug, brushing off the death trap like it was a minor inconvenience. Just a little fire. Nothing. Serious. Black Rat whistles. You're the only nut job who'd buy a cursed map and then fight a firebending maniac in the same day. Lu Fan smirks. It's called multitasking. They end the call, but just as Lu Fan turns to leave, Jen Young appears, concern written all over her face. Are you really going to leave? Her voice is soft, worried. Not just about him, but about everyone left behind. Lu Fan hesitates. The events of the previous night still echo in his mind, the explosion, the betrayal, the near self-destruction of a mad professor. I'm still not sure. After what happened, the villa's safety is a priority. He's torn between duty and danger. And for once, even this dragon-wielding prodigy seems unsure of his next move. Lu Fan's still reeling from last night's explosive drama, and now he's actually thinking of delaying his trip. Because let's be honest, who just packs their bags in the middle of a murder investigation? Not even Lu Fan's that reckless, usually. Jenyang, her expression tired, admits none of the girls got a wink of sleep. Everyone was too rattled to rest, probably imagining fireballs flying through the windows. She tells Lu Fan to let them know when he's leaving and gently says her goodbyes. Lu Fan thanks her for holding the group together like the real MVP of post-crisis morale. But before anyone can relax, ding dong. The doorbell cuts through the air like a jump scare in a horror movie. Lu Fan, still cautious, heads over, half expecting Vice Principal Xiao with bad news. But nope. It's a stranger. And not just any stranger, a nervous guy trying very hard to look calm. Spoiler, it's not working. I'm not here to cause trouble, he blurts out. Which is exactly what someone about to cause trouble would say. He quickly adds that he had to subdue the villa's bodyguards. Lu Fan's eyebrow twitches. Subdue? Apparently, the bodyguards went full WWE on the guy before asking a single question. Lu Fan, ever the cautious type, raises his big black machete and sizes him up. His mood? Somewhere between let's talk and let's chop. And just when the tension hits DEFCON 1, Qin Shio casually strolls down the stairs. Uncle 2. Cue the record scratch. Lu Fan freezes mid-intimidation. Wait. Uncle WHO. Legendary hero who once rode a griffin into a beast tied like it was a carnival ride. Lu Fan glances back at his bodyguards, now unconscious somewhere outside, and mentally files a complaint to HR. Qin Shio quickly explains, I've called him uncle since I was little. His family. Lu Fan, machete still half raised, does a mental double take. So, my villa got wrecked by an honorary family member. Cool. Great. Meanwhile, Duke Jinbi is chilling on the sofa like it's his living room, sighing with relief. If she hadn't shown up, I might have gotten a machete haircut. Lu Fan finally puts the blade away and thanks him for stepping in with the whole bratty princess revenge plot yesterday. Jinbi just waves it off like it was Tuesday's warm-up. Old man Ruan was still planning his little tantrum even after being dismissed. But hey, dragons and punches solved that problem. Just when it feels like everything is finally settling, Qin Shio, never one to miss a comedic beat, grins and teases the Duke. Hard to believe that the hero who saved us during the beast tide got treated like a trespasser. I guess saving the world doesn't come with a VIP pass at Dragon Academy. Jinbi chuckles, rubbing the back of his neck. Guess I should start carrying a name tag. Lu Fan's jaw drops as realization dawns. Wait, you're that Jinbi. The beast tide commander. The griffin-riding, sword-swinging legend from every textbook. He practically leaps out of his seat, suddenly very aware that he threatened a national hero 5 minutes ago. Honestly, who wouldn't be shocked? That's like discovering Batman just rang your doorbell and fought your dog. So what now? Lu Fan's house just hosted a literal legend, the princess is still out for blood, and the murder mystery investigation hasn't even wrapped up yet. With Duke Jinbi now in the picture, the stakes just leveled up. Lu Fan stares at the Duke, still trying to wrap his head around it. This man, this living legend, was the same warrior in those ancient academy murals. Back in school, the walls were practically wallpapered with stories of brave souls who battled ferocious beasts. And standing at the center of them all? The Duke himself, who led them to victory. But Duke Jinbi, totally unfazed by the admiration. He just smiles modestly and shrugs, every era has its outstanding figures. And you, Lu Fan, are one of them. Because apparently surviving assassination attempts and collecting dragons like limited edition action figures makes you pretty outstanding. But the Duke didn't drop by for a fan meet and greet. He reveals his real mission is here to take Lu Fan to the extreme north for some elite level training. Because what do you get the young man who already lives in constant danger? More danger, of course. He's already squared it with the principal, and this vacation is supposed to prep Lu Fan for the upcoming national trials and help him dodge future assassins. A perfect 2-for-1 offer: train hard, stay alive, maybe freeze a little. The moment the ladies hear this, shock, panic, drama. Qin Shio raises her hand like she's in class and immediately says, the extreme north. That's not a training ground. That's where survival goes to die. Jenyang, ever the realist, nods and reminds everyone, we can't afford to have Lu Fan turn into a popsicle before the trials. He's representing the Dragon Kingdom, remember? No pressure, Lu Fan. Just the fate of the kingdom. The Duke, naturally, brushes off their concerns like snowflakes. The extreme conditions will forge him into steel. Also, dragging Lu Fan away from everyone means fewer innocent people in the crossfire every time he gets hunted, cursed, or randomly explodes something. Basically, it's a tactical vacation. Just one without beaches, cocktails, or safety. Lu Fan finds himself in a tough spot. On one hand, that treasure he's been eyeing? It's also in the extreme north. Jackpot! On the other, leaving a house full of powerful women unguarded in his chaos-prone world feels reckless. But before he can spiral into an overthinking loop, Jenyang steps up. You need to go. We've all advanced to the second level. We can handle it. Qin Xiao backs her up, giving a firm nod. I'll personally protect your aunt. Go. And just like that, Lu Fan breathes a little easier. With a grin, he finally agrees to the journey. No fan service for a while. He mutters to himself, half joking, half tragic. The Duke beams, ready to celebrate with food and drink. But then Qin Xiao drops the rulebook hammer. Strong liquors banned inside the academy, remember. Even legendary heroes have to follow the rules. As if that wasn't enough, Jenyang casually admits, also, we're out of food at Villa Number 1. No wine. No food. No party. Dinner plans crash harder than Lu Fan's first dragon flight. So who steps up? Lu Fan, of course. He volunteers to do the grocery run like it's the most normal thing in the world. Because what's grocery shopping after fending off murderers and making travel plans with a national hero? Plus, he figures he'll swing by the academy to say goodbye to his senior lady, the mentor who taught him close combat. But there's still the issue of the bodyguards laid out on the ground, courtesy of the Duke's surprise entrance. The Duke eyes Qin Xiao, wondering if she can heal them. But Lu Fan has a better solution. I'll leave my J-Dragon to handle it. Because who needs paramedics when you've got a dragon with healing magic? Later at the academy, Lu Fan wanders into the training hall, still stunned by today's events. It's not every day your history book hero shows up in your living room and invites you on a survival trip. Suddenly, his senior shows up, waving casually. Why are you still here so late? Come for another training round. She grins, already loosening her sleeves for a spar. But Lu Fan stops her with a simple smile. I'm here to say goodbye. Lu Fan stands in the training hall, still trying to play it cool. His senior lady pretends she has no clue about his journey to the extreme north. But Lu Fan? Yeah, the guy's about as subtle as a dragon in a tea shop. He spills everything, how he'll be gone for a whole month in the icy wilderness with the Duke. She raises an eyebrow and smirks. So you're leaving me for cold winds and dragons, huh? Then she walks up, grabs his cheeks, and stretches them like taffy. Fighting dragons in sub-zero weather is definitely tougher than sparring with someone this pretty. Cue Lu Fan blushing so hard, you'd think someone cast a fire spell on his face. But behind the teasing, there's real concern. She leans in, voice soft but serious, be careful out there. The extreme north doesn't play fair. Lu Fan nods, his cheeks still glowing. He turns to leave, but bam, she hugs him from behind. Now he's practically malfunctioning. Steam. Red face. Zero composure. Before he can say anything, she slips something into his hand, a protective charm band. For your safety, she says, then winks, and bring back some unmelting ice, will you? I need new decorations. Before he can even blink, she vanishes into thin air. Typical senior lady, leaving behind magic, mystery, and just enough flirtation to break a hero's brain. Cut to Lu Fan walking back to the villa, arms full of groceries and heart full of confusion. But something's off. That sixth sense honed from dodging assassins all day? Buzzing. He knows he's being followed. Without breaking stride, he calls out, you can come out now. I don't have time for hide and seek. Out steps a stranger, looking like he walked out of a drama with wind blowing through his cape. And Lu Fan? Immediately suspicious. The guy looks shocked he was spotted. Clearly, stealth doesn't run in the Jean family. Lu Fan squints at him. Who are you? Cue dramatic cape flick. You don't know me, the guy says, smirking, but I know you very well. Oh great, Lu Fan thinks. A fanboy or a hitman? Maybe both. Then the stranger finally introduces himself, Jin Shunhan, big brother of the infamous bratty Princess Jingu. And he's here with a thank you for taking such good care of his sister. Yeah, the kind of thank you that sounds like it's followed by a punch. Lu Fan's eyes narrow. This isn't a social call, this is a challenge dressed in silk robes. And family drama. He cuts straight to the point, so you're the top recruit from the Taikai Kingdom. But Lu Fan already knows. This guy's not here to shake hands. He's here to make trouble. So, without a second thought, Lu Fan summons his big black machete. Because nothing says welcome like a blade the size of a surfboard. Then he raises his voice, Jingo. Stop hiding. I know you're watching. And just like that, boom, Jingu appears, smug as ever, glowing like she just won the lottery. Finally! I've been waiting for this moment. She claps her hands like she's watching her favorite show and announces, Big bro, show him what a real warrior looks like. Jin Shunhan smirks, playing right into the drama. This can all end peacefully, he says. Just let my sister slap you a few times. Yup. That's the plan. Slap-based diplomacy. Totally reasonable. But Lu Fan? Yeah, he's not having any of it. He raises his machete, his expression darkening. You've got one chance to walk away. Because if they think he's going to kneel before the bratty princess and her overdramatic brother. They've clearly never seen him fight. Lu Fan stands firm, groceries scattered, danger swirling, but his wit? Still razor sharp. He eyes Jingu and her overdramatic brother, then mocks, tell me, does memory loss run in your family? Or did you already forget how the last slapfest ended? Boom. That line hits harder than a fireball. Jingu flinches, flashbacks of her past humiliation flooding back like a bad dream she thought she'd deburied. But being the spoiled brat she is, she doesn't stay rattled for long. Stop wasting time talking, she screeches at her brother. Just attack him. Jin Shunhan nods, stepping forward with the full swagger of someone who clearly skipped every humility lesson ever taught. You've insulted the Jin family long enough. Time for a lesson. And no, not this pop quiz kind of lesson. This one comes with toxic gas, black magic, and a creature you would never want under your bed. Jin raises his hands, chanting a dark spell. Lu Fan's eyes widen, he knows this one. Abyssal summoning. Purple mist pours from Jin's palms, thick and foul, oozing with dark energy. From it emerges a grotesque blob, dripping with acidic sludge, eating away at the ground like it's made of paper. R.I.P. groceries. There goes dinner. Lu Fan dodges fast, barely escaping as the creature splashes acid in every direction. He knows he can't let this thing touch him, it'll melt more than just his pride. But wait, it gets worse. The creature morphs. Its slimy form stretches and reshapes, until... boom! It's Jin Shunhan's face. Because one arrogant jerk wasn't enough, now there's two. The real Jin and his monstrous twin begin marching toward Lu Fan, synchronized and smug, like some evil boyband. Lu Fan narrows his eyes. Abyssal crawler, he mutters. Just my luck. A demon spawn with an ego problem. The creature snarls, poison dripping from its maw. Things are about to go south fast, until... scree! A deafening screech tears through the sky. Lu Fan spins around, eyes widening. Enter, the extreme cold Griffin King. Majestic, massive, and radiating frost like a walking blizzard. The beast dives like a missile, slamming into the abyssal crawler mid-charge. Crunch! Claws rip. Ice flies. Sludge splatters. The abyssal monster screeches, and loses. Even Jin Shunhan stares in disbelief, mouth hanging open as his prized summon gets obliterated in seconds. And then, descending from the griffins. Back, landing with all the drama of a legendary hero, Dukyun Bai. Cloak billowing. Eyes blazing. Aura screaming, I'm not here to negotiate. He doesn't ask questions. He commands answers. Jin Shunhan, he says, his voice calm but sharp enough to cut steel. What are you doing outside your designated territory? Jin tries to act cool, but the sweat says otherwise. He knows exactly who he's dealing with. And spoiler, this is not someone you fight. This is someone you flee. But it's too late for that. The Duke raises his staff, and it extends like a spear, glowing with ancient runes. Jin's smirk melts like cheap snow. Jingo! He yells, panic finally cracking his cocky tone, move! But will she make it out in time? For once, even the spoiled princess realizes that her signature tantrums won't save the day. Frozen in place, her bravado melts faster than ice in a volcano. But it's already too late. With a swift, merciless strike, the Duke's staff pierces straight through Jin Shunhan's chest, brutal, precise, and terrifyingly efficient. Black blood spills from his mouth, and even with the magic censorship doing its best to soften the gore, it's clear this guy just took a one-way ticket to the afterlife. The Duke, calm as always, retracts his staff without a word. His icy gaze meets the fallen Jean's lifeless form as he delivers a chilling reminder: not even an abyssal crawler can outrun the claws of the Griffin King. Because when your mount breathes legendary ice and shreds monsters for breakfast, you don't exactly need negotiation skills. In the corner, Jingu collapses in full drama mode, bawling like her dog just ran away. Crying is her go-to strategy when things stop going her way, which, let's be honest, is most of the time. But just when it seems like the curtain's closing, Jin Xianghan's body begins to melt into a pool of dark sludge. Cue the plot twist. The Duke calmly explains that Jin was never really here. This was just a puppet, a creepy goo clone, thanks to Jin's third-tier abyssal skill, abyssal symbiosis. As long as his abyssal beast lives, he can come back. Over and over again. Gross, but efficient. Unfazed, the Duke raises his voice slightly, a rare thing for him, and delivers a stern ultimatum: show yourself now, or I destroy the abyssal crawler. No resurrection next time. No threats, no drama, just cold, hard facts. The kind that frees you from the inside out. And just like that, the crawler quivers and shifts. In a swirl of corruption and panic, Jin Xianghan re-emerges, looking like he just crawled out of a grave, which, in a way, he did. His arrogance is noticeably dimmed. The look in his eyes says it all: this was not how the plan was supposed to go. Jingo stares in horror as her brother stumbles back into reality, clearly in no shape to fight or flex. Desperate to salvage the situation, Jin pulls out his final weapon: politics. He reminds the Duke that he's a national trial representative of the Taikai Kingdom, and harming him now could trigger retaliation from the 23 allied nations. A yes, when all else fails, throw in international diplomacy and hope. Someone cares. But the Duke? He doesn't flinch. His stare remains colder than the glacier of the extreme north. Lu Fan, still holding his grocery bags, watches the entire scene with the expression of someone who's just realized his dinner plans are definitely cancelled. Again. With quiet authority, the Duke lays it out: when a national trial representative is attacked, retaliation is justified. Lu Fan was defending himself. Translation: congratulations, Jin, your diplomatic immunity just expired. That truth hits Jin Xianghan like a dragon punch to the gut. He finally puts it together. Lu Fan isn't just some dragon tamer with attitude, he's the Dragon Kingdom's chosen rep for the national trials. And now, thanks to his sister's bright ideas, they've picked a fight with the wrong guy. The Duke, clearly finished entertaining nonsense, delivers one last blow, not with his staff, but with words: I've never liked the Jin family. Don't make me visit the Taikai Kingdom next. Ouch. That one hurt more than the staff. Cornered, out of options, and smart enough to recognize a cliff when he's hanging off it, Jin Xianghan reluctantly backs down. And just like that, the battle's over. For now. A fact that surprises absolutely no one: when Duke Yumbi throws a warning, it lands like a meteor. So when he delivered a final, devastating blow to the abyssal crawler, it wasn't just to finish the fight, it was a statement. Jin Xianghan and his sister? Better off booking a one-way ticket away from Duke Yunbi and Lu Fan. Far, far away. Because when the Duke warns you, it's not a suggestion. It's a promise. With a capital P. Defeated and still reeking of entitlement, Jin scoops up his sobbing sister and makes the most dramatic exit possible, probably hoping someone would shout, "Wait, don't go." No one does. And just when you think he'd slink off quietly, he spins around like a discount villain in a soap opera and yells at Lu Fan. "You're only safe until the national trial." Delusion, table for one. Even Luan can't help but scoff. Bro, you just got steamrolled by a Duke. Maybe sit this one out. But before the mood turns into a comedy skit, Duke Yunbi grounds the moment. Let's go. We need to check back with villain number 2. Yes, villain number 2, aka the women waiting inside who've likely imagined 50 tragic scenarios by now. And then, with all the seriousness of a man who's fought beasts and bested blowhards, the Duke turns to Lu Fan and asks, "Where are the groceries?" Cue the existential crisis. Lu Fan freezes. The booze, the snacks, the actual dinner, all gone, dissolved into gooey abyssal horror during the chaos. And somehow, that loss hits the Duke harder than any creature's claws. Let it be known, battling monsters? Fine. Losing the liquor? That's true trauma. Still, later that night, a much-needed meal finally happens. It's not gourmet, but it's real, and more importantly, it's peaceful. A rare break in the storm. Zhang Yangying drinks in silence, her expression unreadable. The Duke and Xian trade jabs and laughs like old war buddies. It's loud, warm, and just chaotic enough to feel like home. Lu Fan's aunt, though? She's a puddle of tears, telling him over and over to take care of himself. Classic aunt behavior, love you to death, worry even harder. And then there's Chinio. Quiet. No words. Just tears. That silence hurts more than anything she could have said. Luan, ever the optimist, forces a smile. I'll be back in a month. This is the only way I can protect you all. Bittersweet doesn't even begin to cover it. Because every hero's journey starts with a goodbye, and this one stings. The next morning Lu Fan now finds himself soaring through the skies on none other than the extreme cold Griffin King, basically the Rolls-Royce of flying beasts, with Duke Yunbi at his side. After everything, the flight feels almost peaceful. For once, Lu Fan isn't dodging death. He's just flying, taking in the vast, untamed land stretching below like a blank canvas for what's to come. The extreme north looms ahead. Land of level 60 beasts, divine treasures, and challenges that make everything so far feel like warm-up laps. But it's not just the landscape that grabs his attention. Hovering in the sky is a blood-red moon. It's not subtle. It's not pretty. It's ominous. Like the world itself is holding its breath. Lu Fan stares at it, uneasy. What's with the moon? The Duke just smirks. That trademark cryptic grin. That, my boy, is one of the reasons we're heading north. And just like that, the mystery deepens. New lands. New enemies. A crimson moon. And a storm that hasn't even begun. When Lu Fan and Duke Yunbi arrive at the military camp in the extreme north, it's clear this is no sightseeing tour. The place is alive with movement, soldiers, scouts, and aerial patrols zipping through the icy skies. And smack in the middle, the elite Griffin squad, flexing like they are in the fantasy version of Top Gun. These aren't your average sword-swinging soldiers. These warriors are trained for sky battles, full-on aerial dogfights, just with talons and spears instead of missiles. The Duke explains they've mapped 114 exploration routes already, but their main target, the ominous blood moon, remains stubbornly out of reach. It's like trying to pin down a ghost with a GPS. No matter what they do, the moon refuses to play nice. It's the ultimate boss fight. With no health bar. But now, with Lu Fan joining the team, the Duke is hopeful. Bringing in a dragon tamer? That's like installing DLC cheat codes. New player. New possibilities. As Lu Fan examines the massive map of the region, two routes stand out, Route 77 and Route 78. Both dangerously close to where the divine treasure is rumored to be. Without a second thought, he points to them and asks to be added to the next exploration team. Cue the Duke's internal monologue, of course. This kid just had to pick the death zone. He turns serious. Route 78 isn't just tough, it's practically a monster buffet. The kind of place that eats brave soldiers for breakfast and uses their bones as toothpicks. And if Lu Fan ends up dead, well, the academy principal won't just be upset. He'll be vengefully legendary. But Lu Fan, wearing his confidence-like armor, simply says, I didn't come here to stroll through snowbanks. I came to fight. The Duke sighs, probably flashing back to the dumb decisions of his own youth. Then, with a flick of the wrist, he opens an inventory portal, casually pulling out a crimson bow. Not just any bow, this is a level 70 legendary weapon. Lu Fan's jaw nearly unhinges. Wait. Is this real? Did I just get handed a god-tier weapon like it's a snack? The Duke waved off the fanfare. Take it. You'll need it. It's not like I'm handing you socks. Lu Fan accepts the weapon, blushing slightly at the gesture, because let's face it, even the bravest warrior melts a little when the cool mentor gives you a rare drop. The Duke isn't done. He adds that if he were still young enough to wield the bow himself, Lu Fan would have had to fight him for it. But hey, one man's retirement is another man's upgrade. Just then, a soldier arrives with a military uniform. The Duke insists Lu Fan suit up. Because what pairs best with a legendary weapon? A fresh fit, of course. Luan steps out of the tent fully geared, practically glowing with excitement. Let's do this. Later, in the skies the extreme cold Griffin King slices through the clouds like a blade. Lu Fan rides beside the Duke, finally taking a breath. It's rare piece, though the Duke can't help but tease him. So, Dragon Tamer flying a griffin. Should I be concerned? Lu Fan laughs awkwardly. My dragon's still leveling up. Skills aren't unlocked yet. It's basically the magical equivalent of having a Lamborghini but no driver's license. The Duke chuckles, taking a drink. Maybe you should join the Griffin squad until you learn to handle your dragons properly. But the humor fades quickly when Lu Fan notices something ahead. Owl demons. Level 60. Eerie screeches. Sanity-shredding sound waves. Basically horror movie mascots with wings. Even as the nightmare creatures close in, the Duke stays unfazed, sipping like he's at a Sunday brunch. Then, with a flick of his hand, his staff appears, because apparently materializing deadly weapons is his love language. Stay sharp, he warns Lu Fan. Route 78 doesn't come with respawns. Lu Fan swallows hard. This isn't the academy. This is the real world. And here? One mistake means you are rebird food. As the squad gets closer to the blood moon, Lu Fan finally gets a clear look, and his brain does a double take. Because that's not a moon. It's a giant eye. Yes, an eyeball. Embedded in the mountains. Watching. Waiting. The kind of sight that makes you reconsider your entire career path. The Duke explains, calmly, that somewhere in these mountains lies a creature so massive, so terrifying, not even the legendary Griffin squad has been able to approach it. And that eye? It's just the start. Lu Fan looks around, noticing the peaks seem to form the shape of half a dragon's head. Could it be? But he can't confirm anything. Not even his system can identify the creature. And when cheat codes don't work? You know things are serious. Sensing Lu Fan's thoughts, the Duke speaks up, his tone more reflective now. There's still so much in this world we haven't explored. Creatures no one's named. Lands untouched. Mysteries unsolved. This eye, it's only one piece. Then, with the weight of 1,000 unsaid stories, the Duke adds, I saw it once before. A long time ago, and just like that, the mystery deepens again. The Duke's story about the giant eye wasn't just a creepy legend, it was a nightmare he lived through. It started as a simple mission, extract trapped teammates surrounded by a horde of owl demons. Easy, right? Wrong. Mid-battle, an avalanche thundered down the mountain, burying the fight beneath tons of ice and snow. Then, as if that wasn't enough, the giant eye opened, wide and unblinking, looming like something ripped straight from the darkest horror story. The rescue mission? Officially derailed. That was over a year ago. Since then, experts from all corners of the realm have tried to unravel the mystery of the creature. The one thing everyone agrees on, it's alive. And the Duke harbors a terrifying truth, if that beast ever fully awakens, humanity could be wiped off the map. Because let's be honest, a colossal eyeball monster buried in the mountains isn't exactly the kind of neighbor you invite for tea. Lost in his memories, the Duke's attention snaps back when Lu Fan spots something in the sky. At first, it looks like Griffin squad members, familiar silhouettes soaring on wings. But the Duke's expression darkens instantly. These aren't living soldiers, he says, gripping his staff. Those are fallen warriors, undead level 65 horrors, cursed to fight even after death. In the extreme north, you don't get to rest easy. Lu Fan finds himself face to face with one of these undead corpses. Its twisted, skeletal frame still wears a tattered cape from the Griffin squad. For a moment, Lu Fan wonders if this creature was once a brave soldier fighting near the blood moon, now a hollow shadow of its former self. He looks to the Duke for answers, but the old man stays silent, his usual humor gone. This is a chapter of his past he refuses to open. Without another word, the Duke turns his griffin and conjures an icy net, freezing the undead in midair. When they crash to the ground with bone-rattling force, the frozen cage holds them tight. Lu Fan's eyes linger on the skeletal figures, Griffin squad capes still draped over their broken forms, a grim testament to the warriors they once were. Now, trapped forever in a merciless loop of death and battle. The next morning, Lu Fan sits confidently across from the Duke in his office, declaring without a doubt, fallen corpses, giant eyeballs, whatever the extreme north throws at me, I'm going to the front lines. No backing down now. I'm here to be a dragon-taming, treasure-hunting hero. The Duke, clearly impressed by the determination, summons the 78th Griffin squad for introductions. First up, Lu Fei, level 60 Divine Punishment Knight, captain of the first squad. And, no joke, he looks so much like the Duke, you'd think someone accidentally pressed the duplicate button. His aura screams, "I've seen it all, and I'm not here for small talk." Next is Lu Kong, blonde-haired, level 60 Holy Shield Knight. Steps forward and asks about the mission, probably hoping for something less insane than giant eyeballs and undead warriors. Spoiler, no luck there. Then comes Shankai, sharp-eyed level 60 Soaring Eagle Knight, rocking glasses that give her a superhero vibe. Finally, the Duke introduces Lu Fan as the newest squad member. The news lights up Lu Kong's face. Turns out, he's an alumnus of the prestigious Dragon Capital Academy's Qingyun class. The reunion hints at deeper connections, and the squad's dynamics start to take shape, ready to face whatever nightmares the extreme north has in store. It's like finding out the new guy at work went to the same college as you, except instead of cafeteria gossip, it's all about how many mythical beasts you've slayed. Lu Fan, slightly starstruck, eagerly shakes hands with Lu Kong, humbly asking his senior to look out for him. Lu Kong flashes a reassuring grin, pure big brother energy, and says, "Don't worry, I've got your back. And maybe some snacks." For a brief moment, the tension lifts. But then Captain Lu Fei steps in, eyes sharp, tone unimpressed. He turns to the Duke and questions the logic of sending a college student on a deadly mission to the extreme north. And to be fair, it does sound like sending an intern to disarm a nuclear bomb. Probably not the best idea, right? Lu Fei doesn't sugarcoat it. He makes it clear that no one in the squad has time to babysit. This mission is way too dangerous for someone fresh out of school. But the Duke? Oh, he shuts that down immediately. With a steel-cold stare, he reminds Lu Fei, his brother, by the way, plot twist, that he never jokes when it comes to battlefield decisions. If Lu Fan dies, so be it. The battlefield doesn't come with training wheels. No one gets special treatment. Then, in true Duke fashion, he lays down the verdict: Lu Fan is now officially a member of the 78th Griffin Squad. No hand-holding. No coddling. Just trial by fire, like everyone else. Captain Lu Fei doesn't like it, but he respects the order. Begrudgingly, he tells Shankai to take Lu Fan to the squad's mission briefing. Shankai's face says it all: great. I get to play babysitter. But orders are orders, so she complies, with the energy of someone picking trash duty at a picnic. The scene shifts to the 78th Squad's meeting room. Captain Lu Fei kicks off the briefing with a delightful announcement: a massive blizzard is headed their way and will hit in 4 days. Because, of course, nothing screams fun mission like an incoming natural disaster. The timeline? Brutal. 2 days to explore Route 78. 2 days to return. No margin for error. Lu Kong, ever the tactician, raises the obvious concern: 2 days isn't nearly enough to explore such a dangerous path thoroughly. But Captain Lu Fei isn't here to negotiate. He sets the bar: clear 100 miles. That's the success metric. No arguments. Then Shankai, ever the snark sniper, throws shade at Lu Fan. With a student on board, she smirks: we might be lucky to clear 10 miles. Yeah, she's still not over it. As tensions simmer, Shankai grumbling, Lu Kong playing peacekeeper, Lu Fan says nothing. He just stares at the map, eyes sharp and focused. Because deep down, he knows something they don't: he didn't come all this way to slow them down. He came to prove that a student from Dragon Capital Academy can survive the extreme north, and maybe even tame it. While the rest of the squad argues about timelines and terrain, Lu Fan's already deep in his own world, mentally charting the path to a divine-level treasure map. Because sure, this is a team mission, but who says you can't sneak in a side quest? Before he can go full Indiana Jones, Captain Lu Fei snaps the room back to reality. Everyone, prep your griffins. We leave in 15. Shankai, queen of sarcasm, mutters under her breath. Treated like machines. Sent into the wild like blizzard-chasing robots, but let's be real, this is the 78th Griffin Squad. A little snowstorm isn't gonna stop them. When it's Lu Fan's turn to get ready, Lu Fei tells him to leave his dragon in the stables, standard rookie treatment. But Lu Fan calmly replies that his dragon isn't leveled up enough to serve as a proper mount yet. Cue dramatic silence. Lu Kong and Shankai stare at him, dumbfounded. Because, come on, showing up without a ride is like entering a drag race on a tricycle. Shankai rolls her eyes. I'm a Soaring Eagle Knight, not a rideshare app. Don't even think about hopping on. But Lu Fan? He just smiles. That confident, almost smug grin that says, you're not ready for this. 15 minutes later, the squad takes off, and jaws drop. Lu Fan isn't riding a mount. He's flying solo. Yep, he's gliding through the air with a pair of sleek, custom-built flying wings strapped to his back. Shankai's trying to play it cool but can't help asking, is your family part of the Dragon Capital elite or something? That gee's rare. Lu Fan's about to answer when he spots something strange, baby eagles flying alongside Shankai's massive eagle mount. Do all sky eagles come with a daycare? Shankai shoots him a look. Focus. We're heading into the cloud cluster. Jokes won't save you in a lightning storm. As they soar into the dense storm clouds, the mood shifts fast. Visibility drops to near zero. Lightning crackles all around them, dangerously close to their mounts. Captain Lu Fei's voice booms, "Stay sharp. The storm'll blind you. Don't lose formation." Lu Chong Kong shouts to Lu Fan, "Stay close. Don't get separated." But, of course, this is an adventure story. So naturally, the moment someone says, "Don't get lost," Lu Fan gets instantly lost. Swallowed by the swirling mist, he realizes he's completely cut off. No griffins in sight. No backup. Just fog and silence. Until it isn't. Two crimson eyes pierce through the fog. Glaring. Unblinking. Malevolent. Lu Fan spins around. Standing before him is a corrupted sky predator lion. Level 75. Blood-red gaze. Acidic aura. And that grin. The kind that says, "You read tonight's main course." The lion lunges. Lu Fan counters, blades flashing, but his attacks bounce off like pebbles against steel. He might as well be poking a tank with a toothpick. Then it hits him, this isn't just a strong beast. It's corrupted. Twisted by the blood moon's influence. And it's not alone, every creature up here might be turning into monsters. If Lu Fan thought surviving a blizzard was tough, he's about to learn the extreme north doesn't just kill you. It warps you. The corrupted sky predator lion isn't pulling any punches. With a deafening roar, it unleashes Phantom Strike, a devastating ability that not only slams Lu Fan hard, but also creates a ghostly clone of itself for 10 seconds. Because clearly, one monstrous lion isn't terrifying enough, why not double the nightmare? Just when Lu Fan's back hits the wall, figuratively and literally, a voice cuts through the chaos. Move! Lu Chong Kong dives in, intercepting just in time. And he's not alone. Out of the mist, Shankai's escort hawk swoops down like a feathery missile, slamming the lion with its twin eagle fist technique. Yes, a bird just punched a lion. Welcome to the Griffin Squad, where logic takes a backseat to style. As the lion stumbles, Shankai yells at Lu Fan, "Don't let it summon another phantom." One ghost lion is already too much. Her voice carries more than irritation, there's grief behind it. She's already lost one of her eagles to this monster. She's not about to lose another. Meanwhile, Lu Chong Kong pulls Lu Fan close. "Stick with me. These clouds are crawling with elite monsters. Trust me, this?" Just another Tuesday for the 78th squad. But Lu Fan clenches his fists, refusing to hide behind others. "I can't just stand here while you all risk your lives." Because if there's one thing Lu Fan doesn't do, it's sit on the sidelines during a life-or-death brawl. Suddenly, the lion vanishes into the mist again, pulling off a cloud mirage, blending into the fog like an apex predator with stealth mode enabled. Shankai snaps, "Newbie, this isn't the time to be the main character. You'll get yourself, and us, killed." Her tone is razor sharp, but she's not wrong. This isn't a game. It's not about glory or solo kills. This fight. It's survival. Lu Chong Kong steps in to balance the heat. Calm as ever, he says, "We've relied on Captain Lu Fei for too long. If we want to be taken seriously, we've got to handle this on our own. In other words, slay the corrupted lion, earn your Griffin Squad stripes." Apparently, promotions here involve fighting what most would call a final boss. But just as the squad begins to sync up, the air changes. A strange voice whispers through the mist. Low, unearthly, bone-chilling, and definitely not coming from the lion. Even the corrupted beast freezes for a split second. Lu Fan's instincts go on high alert. Whatever that voice is, it's worse than anything they've faced so far. Something ancient and far more powerful has entered the storm. Shankai and Lu Chong Kong both yell the same command, "Run." And when they say run, you don't ask questions. Because the name alone tells you everything, the Heaven Devourer. Not just a corrupted beast. Not just some high-level threat. This thing is a walking apocalypse. Scratch that, a flying, whale-sized, reality-warping apocalypse. Lu Fan looks up and sees it. A creature that makes the legendary black dragon look like a harmless pet. It hovers above the cloud cluster like a cosmic executioner, massive, majestic, and absolutely horrifying. Cue existential crisis. But there's no time for awe. Captain Lu Fei, MVP mode fully activated, dives in shouting, "Stop staring," and FLY. Because, let's face it, standing around while a death whale charges up its final attack isn't exactly in the survival handbook. Even Lu Chong Kong, the rock of the group, starts to falter. That's how bad this is. But Shan Kai slaps some sense back into the moment. The cloud cluster's already crawling with corrupted corpses. The blood moon's warped everything, it's kill or be killed. Lu Fan, processing as fast as his trauma allows, realizes the full horror. This heaven devourer doesn't even have life energy. It's not a creature, it's a void. Its very presence twists reality. And then, it opens its mouth. Boom! Lu Fan's health bar takes a nosedive. 77% drain per second. No attack. No contact. Just being near it is lethal. Panic sets in. Lu Fan debates summoning his dragon, despite the risk of corruption. But Captain Lu Fei instantly cuts him off. No hero plays, rookie. Stick with the squad or you'll die alone. Even Shan Kai, queen of sarcasm, adds, "Just breathe, Lu Fan. We're almost out." Together, battered and barely holding it together, the squad rockets through the storm, and then, they break free. Clear skies. Breathing room. And a collective exhale. Shan Kai grins, "We're clear. That nightmare's behind us." But Lu Fan, ever the overthinker, voices what no one else dares ask, "Why did it stop chasing us?" Captain Lu Fei answers coolly, like he's seen this play before. The Heaven Devourer can't survive in open air. It's bound to the cluster. Once it leaves, whale fall. Explosion symbol, that's right. It plummets. The beast crashes to the earth like a meteor, exploding into a gargantuan skeletal landmark. A natural wonder and a giant red flag for future adventurers. Even in death, it's dramatic. Of course it is. It's the Heaven Devourer. The squad lands to regroup. Some are limping. Some are laughing from sheer relief. And Lu Chong Kong turns to Lu Fan with a teasing smirk. Captain Lu Fei dragged a rookie into a storm full of death whales. That's a new record. Lu Fan chuckles nervously, starting to apologize. "I might have slowed us down," but Lu Chong Kong just shrugs. "Everyone starts like this. Trial by storm, trial by death, it's how you earn your wings. Welcome to the 78th Griffin Squad, Lu Fan. First day, and you have already survived the stuff of legends. Survive a corrupted blood moon? Fight off phantom lions and death whales? Welcome to the extreme north, where surviving a day is basically a rite of passage." As the squad finally sets up camp, there's no celebration, just exhausted silence. Captain Lu Fei is busy prepping their gear, and Shan Kai? She's feeding the griffins like she's personally offended by their existence. Grumbling under her breath, she mutters, "At this rate, we're not finishing this mission on time," and yeah, the glare she shoots at the captain could melt ice faster than a fire spell. But Lu Fei, ever the iceberg, calmly admits, "We've slowed a bit." Because of Lu Fan. Still, he assures her they'll adjust. Spoiler, that doesn't help. Shan Kai, fire lit and patience gone, stomps over to Lu Fan. "I don't know what strings you pulled to get here," she snaps. To her, Lu Fan looks like someone who skipped the years of brutal training, the blood, sweat, and corrupted tears it takes to reach the extreme north. And she doesn't hold back. If the things sleeping under this land wake up, the Dragon Kingdom won't be the only thing falling, the whole world's going with it. Translation? This isn't a game, rookie. We don't carry dead weight. But Lu Fan? Cool as an enchanted cucumber. No flinching. No drama. Just calm resolve. He replies politely, "I've been paying attention. I'm learning from the captain and the squad. I understand the risks." It's basically Lu Fan saying, "Relax. I didn't skip the tutorial. I just learn fast." Shan Kai narrows her eyes, her internal threat meter still flashing red. But before the scene turns into a full-blown character debate episode, Lu Chong Kong jumps in like the team's designated peacemaker paladin. And then comes Captain Lu Fei's MIC drop reminder, the Duke himself placed Lu Fan on this squad. When the Duke gives you an order, you don't question it, you just land it. Squabble over. Tension mostly diffused. The captain orders everyone to rest, and Shankai, grudgingly, backs off. But not without a final side-eye to Lu Fan that says, "One wrong move and I'm feeding you to the griffins." Captain Lu Fei, pulling her aside quietly, adds one last instruction: focus on the mission. And make sure the rookie doesn't turn this into a disaster movie. No pressure, right? But of course, rest is a luxury they can't afford. Because barely 2 minutes later, the griffins start squawking like someone just told them the sky was falling. Shankai freezes. Wait, what? She doesn't finish the thought. Because right then, out of nowhere, massive blocks of ice come flying toward them at breakneck speed, turning the peaceful camp into a frozen war zone. Captain Lu Fei yells the obvious, "Scatter!" Because apparently in the extreme north, even nap time comes with incoming frozen death missiles. So, remember how we said the extreme north doesn't do rest breaks? Yeah, it really meant it. Right after dodging flying ice blocks like they were in some frozen version of dodgeball, Lu Kong, the team's ever-reliable senior, throws up a holy shield to protect the group. Hero move? Absolutely. But fate, being the little gremlin it is, throws in a twist. He missteps, slips, injures himself. And just like that, he's separated from Lu Fan. Meanwhile, Lu Fan is in full dodge everything and hope you don't die mode. He's ducking between falling ice blocks, trying to figure out what fresh nightmare this is. His first guess? Probably another corrupted corpse. Because when in doubt, blame the undead. But oh no. This is worse. Way worse. He's suddenly surrounded by elite level 80 icefield yetis, the kind of monsters that look like they were designed in a game dev meeting titled How to Make Players Cry. These towering beasts are frost-fueled nightmares, and they not here to play. Back with the squad, Captain Lu Fei keeps calling for Lu Fan, hoping for a response. But silence. Not because Lu Fan's ignoring him, it's just hard to chat when you're about to be turned into snow mulch. Shankai, still salty from earlier, mutters, "He's probably already dead." Morale boost? Not really her thing. Even the captain realizes that engaging these monsters head-on is a hard no. Priority number 1 now? Survive. Retreat. Don't die screaming. Shankai quickly thinks of using her falcon to launch a fire attack, but before the plan can fly, literally, the Yeti's close in fast. One massive beast looms over Captain Luffy, casting a shadow so cold it could chill your soul. The captain doesn't flinch. He orders Shankai to find Lu Kong and promises to hold off the beast alone. Shankai pauses, but knows better than to argue when death's knocking. She takes off across the battlefield, moving like someone who's danced on ice before. As she runs, she spots Captain Luffy in the distance, struggling. That Yeti isn't just strong. It's unstoppable, and the captain's legs are starting to buckle under the force. Thinking fast, she lets out a low whistle, summoning her griffin. Subtle. Strategic. But turns out? Yetis have super hearing. Now they're following her trail. Realizing she's been made, Shankai draws her twin swords, ready for the worst. She's hoping Lu Kong hears the signal before. It's lights out. And then, cut to Lu Fan. He's found Lu Kong, who's bruised, battered, and down. Lu Fan wastes no time. Rest. I'll handle the Yetis. Because when you're the newbie, apparently you take on 3 elite monsters solo like it's a side quest. With ice crackling in the air and death stomping toward him, Lu Fan materializes his massive black machete, standing tall. Lu Kong, watching from the ground, blinks like he's seeing a ghost. Because somehow, this rookie is about to go full main character. Last time, we left off with Lu Fan surrounded by elite level 80 icefield yetis, while the rest of the squad tried not to die horribly. And now? Things are about to go full cinematic mode. Lu Kong, still down from his earlier injury, watches in horror as Lu Fan squares off against not 1, but 3 monstrous yetis. In his head, this is suicide. This kid's dead. There's no way he pulls this off. To him, it's like watching someone try to take on a tank with a butter knife. But Lu Fan? Cool, calm, and apparently, insane. The Yetis charge, unleashing their ice howl skill, a freezing shockwave that makes your bones want to hibernate. One swings its massive fist, aiming to flatten Lu Fan like a snow pancake, but Lu Fan blurs forward, moving with lightning speed, and with one clean, perfectly timed slash, slices off. Yetis. Hand. Cue the beast howling in pain as Lu Fan follows up with a Dragon Fong strike, powered by sky breathing and infused with raging dragon energy. The result? Total annihilation. The Yeti goes up in flames, literally, thanks to Lu Fan's summoned dragons, and before anyone can blink, Lu Fan charges again and lands the killing blow. The beast collapses onto the ice, flaming, smoking, and very, very dead. Lu Chong Kong? Stunned. Speechless. Possibly questioning reality. Because this so-called rookie just soloed a monster that out-leveled him by nearly 50 levels. And just to twist the dagger of disbelief, Lu Fan casually drops the bomb, "I'm the Dragon Tamer of the Southern Province." Oh, cool. Before Lu Chong Kong can even process that revelation, another Yeti crashes through giant blocks of ice and launches them at Lu Fan like it's trying out for the Olympic ice dodgeball team. But Lu Fan? Still not sweating it. He activates his Stormy Sky skill, enveloping his massive black machete in a swirling blue aura. This time, the Dragon Fong strike isn't powered by his usual black dragon. Nope. This one's channeling the Star Dragon. Because, apparently, Lu Fan collects OP dragons like their Pokemon. Lu Chong Kong watches all of this unfold, still nursing his wounds, absolutely baffled. He's a level 32 Dragon Master, fighting level 80 elites like it's a warm-up? Has this guy been training with cheat codes or what? Meanwhile, across the battlefield, Shankai and Captain Lu Fei finally finish off their own Yeti opponent and rush toward Lu Chong Kong. Shankai gasps at the severity of his injuries, but the captain? He's too busy being shocked speechless watching Lu Fan still alive and still fighting. This rookie is still standing. Lu Chong Kong quickly fills them in. Lu Fan saved his life, fought like a demon, and somehow kept the whole area from turning into a massacre. The team barely has time to process that. BAM. Another enraged Ice Yeti charges at Lu Fan with the speed and fury of a creature who's taken the last boss fight very personally. Captain Lu Fei yells out, "Lu Fan, dodge!" But it's too late. There's no time. Then it happens. In one fluid motion, Captain Lu Fei hurls his sword through the air. And this isn't just any sword. No. This is the kind of legendary weapon that deserves its own entrance music, dramatic lighting, and possibly a crowd of chanting monks. As it spins through the icy wind, you just know something epic is about to go down. Let's rewind a bit. That blade Captain Lu Fei used? Yeah, victory. Not just a cool name. This bad boy auto-locks on targets, dishes out 100% physical damage, and sprinkles on a spicy plus 76% holy damage per second just to make sure your enemies regret existing. The moment it pierces the charging Yeti, the beast is done. Crashes to the ground. Game over. Crisis momentarily averted. But Captain Lu Fei doesn't hand out gold stars. He whips around and scolds Lu Fan. Stop acting recklessly. This is a team mission, not a one-man fantasy RPG. Lu Fan doesn't argue. But that glint in his eye says, I'll probably do it again. Then Shankai drops the bad news bomb, we need to retreat. Now. The Griffins aren't responding. Her Falcon could carry 2 people max, and they've got too many injured and way too many enemies. But Lu Fan? He just smirks and casually drops the kind of plan only Lu Fan would think of, let's just defeat all the snow monsters. Simple. Easy. No big deal. Right? Shankai practically snaps her twin swords in frustration. Are you out of your mind? Get to the nearest outpost. Because honestly, who sees an entire army of elite-level Yetis and thinks, this looks winnable? But Lu Fan's not joking. He even offers to heal everyone if they weren't currently surrounded by murder popsicles. His confidence is so solid, it's starting to sound almost believable. Shankai, though, is giving major "am I in a monster-slaying reality show" energy. Then? Lu Fan reaches into his inventory and pulls out something game-changing. A crimson bow, gifted by the Duke himself. The Dark Serpent Bow. A weapon so infamous, it practically has its own autobiography and fan club. Captain Lu Fei's eyes go wide. That bow, it turned back entire armies. Now it's in the hands of a rookie who just suggested soloing a snow monster apocalypse. Even Shankai, who was about to slap sense into him, starts to pause. Because you don't pull out a weapon like that unless you know exactly what you are redoing. But no time to debate. Lu Fan tells them to evacuate the injured, he'll hold the line. Captain Lu Fei and Shankai exchange a glance, then do what no one ever expects. They leave. Because at this point, if Lu Fan wants to solo an army of Yetis, who are we to stop him? Flying toward the outpost, Shankai is chewing her lip with worry. We left him in a buffet of Yetis. And here's the main course. But Lu Chongkong, who might be the founding president of the Lu Fan fan club, reassures her, trust me, I've seen him fight. That guy doesn't go down. Back on the battlefield, Lu Fan is in his element. He draws the dark serpent bow, crimson light pulsing as a fiery red aura swirls around him. This is one of those moments where you just know something epic is about to go down. The Yetis, still relentless, still hurling their ice throw attacks, trying to bury Lu Fan under a mountain of frost and fury. But our dragon Tamer? He plants his feet, steadies his bow, and prepares to show these monsters exactly why legends exist. Now, things are escalating faster than a speedrun with no skips. The Yetis? Still not impressed. They start hurling giant chunks of ice like nature's worst dodgeball team, each hit dealing massive damage. And if Lu Fan gets hit back to back? He's frozen solid for 30 full seconds, which, in Yeti fight time, is basically a free funeral. But Lu Fan? Unfazed. He steadies his aim. The dark serpent bow glows brighter with each passing second, pulsing like it knows something legendary is coming. Somewhere in the distance, Shankai and Captain Lu Fei glance back. The tension is so thick, even Chong Kong shuts up for once. And then he smirks. He's going to do it, Chong Kong mutters. Because of course he is. Lu Fan draws the string back. And when you're holding a legendary bow, staring down an ice-powered Yeti army, there's only one move left: let it rain. Fire. He releases. An arrow blazes through the frozen air like a comet from the gods. But he's not done. Not even close. Lu Fan suddenly pulls his black bow and, like his starring in Fantasy Rambo Ice Edition, he unleashes a barrage of glowing red arrows. Each one smashes through the incoming ice, shattering the frozen projectiles mid-air. A spectacle of ice crystals and destruction lights up the battlefield. The Yetis? Still standing. And now they're mad. Oh, you thought we were finished. Probably the Yetis, internally. Lu Fan narrows his eyes. Fine. Let's turn it up. He raises the bow and activates a new skill, Shadow Serpent Arrow. Suddenly, 12 magical arrows spiral into the air, each one hitting perfectly, like the deadliest game of Whack-A-Yeti ever played. It's an absolute clinic in precision damage. But the Yetis? Go berserk. Literally. They activate Berserk State, plus 350% attack power, plus 100% movement and casting speed, and to top it off, Fallen Corpse Tide, giving them plus 25% defense. Because clearly, someone handed them the How to Be a Pain in the Butt manual. Lu Fan's face? Still unimpressed. Xing Qin, now. He calls out to his star dragon, and in seconds, the beast appears overhead, summoning its ultimate, Shattered Star Attack. A glowing cosmic sphere forms above, radiating so much power, the Yetis actually flinch. But Lu Fan? He changes his mind mid-cast, like a chef tasting the dish and deciding, nah, let's spice this up. He cancels the dragon's attack. Fuses it. With his charged Shadow Serpent Arrow. The power spikes, 500% damage boost. He releases the arrow. The moment it leaves the bow, the battlefield holds its breath. Boom! A massive explosion rips through the icy plain. The shockwave is so intense, even the griffins in midair get knocked off balance. Captain Lu Fei, Shankai, and Chong Kong crash land onto the frozen ground like meteorites made of armor and disbelief. And the Yetis? For once, they stop charging. Because sometimes, even monsters have that moment of realization, we messed with the wrong guy. We'd re-talking crater-level destruction. Like, did someone drop a meteor here? Levels of destruction. As the smoke clears, what's left behind is a giant scorched hole in the icy terrain. It looks less like a battlefield and more like Lu Fan decided to give the extreme north a glow-up. Up above, griffins scramble, swooping in to rescue the team scattered across the ice. Captain Lu Fei is the last to be pulled from the frozen debris, and as he's lifted into the air, he locks eyes on the massive crater below. So that's the power of a true dragon tamer. It's like watching cheat codes in live action. Meanwhile, back on the ground, Lu Fan stands casually, cool as ever, like this entire supernatural light show was just another Tuesday. He praises his dragons, Shiro Yi and Xiang Qin, like a proud dad at a science fair. Except, with way more explosions and burning monsters. And just when you think he's done showing off, he turns to his legendary black dragon, Shea. Clear the rest. One command. That's all it takes. But before she takes off, a griffin lands nearby. Captain Lu Fei and the team hop off, all of them looking at Lu Fan like they've just walked into a myth come to life. The captain, still processing the crater-sized surprise, tries to ask, that explosion? Was that really? He trails off. Because someone else is here now. A stunning woman stands behind Lu Fan. Silent. Regal. Exuding so much power it's almost tangible. Captain Lu Fei, totally thrown off, asks the obvious question, who is that? Lu Fan just smiles. A knowing, quiet smile. Then he turns and says, reveal your true form. The woman nods once. And just like that, she transforms, right in front of everyone, into her true form, Shea, the black dragon. It's one of those movie moments where everything goes slow-mo and you swear you can hear the orchestra kick in. Shea rises into the air, wings unfurled, her aura overpowering. Even the griffins start freaking out, screeching wildly, unsure if they're supposed to salute or flee. Lu Fan raises a hand again, use cataclysm. And she obeys. With one devastating move, the remaining corpses are obliterated in a fiery cascade that leaves nothing behind but scorched earth and disbelief. The team? They're speechless. Even Shankai, who had been ready to roast Lu Fan alive just hours ago, now stares in jaw-dropped silence. Turns out, he's not just another rookie. He's the Dragon Tamer of the southern province. A living legend in the making. As the fire settles and silence returns, Lu Fan turns toward the others and asks the question lingering in his mind, why do you all seem to know my name? Captain Lu Fei, finally shaking the stars out of his vision, responds, because you're him. The one the Duke never stops praising. Lu Fan blinks. Wait. What? He's been calling you the top candidate for the national trials. Suddenly, it all makes sense. The reverence. The suspicion. The awe. Lu Fan wasn't just some new guy from the south. He was the Duke's secret weapon. Even Shankai, now humbled beyond words, realizes the Duke doesn't send just anyone to Squad 78. The moment sinks in for everyone, especially Shankai. She finally gets it, Lu Fan is not just some rookie with luck on his side. No, he's a big deal. And yeah, she probably feels a bit silly for ever doubting him. Meanwhile, Lu Chong Kong, the team's resident joker, can't resist teasing Lu Fan. Congrats, man. You've been hiding those skills way too well. But Luan, ever humble, admits something surprising. Honestly, I feel like I've been holding the team back. I'm just not used to the extreme north. The captain steps up and lays down some truth. You? Holding us back? Not a chance. I've trained plenty of hot-headed rookies before, but none have your calm and responsibility. Basically, the captain just said, you're the best rookie we've ever had. Even Shankai, still reluctant, grudgingly agrees. She's probably kicking herself for underestimating a guy recommended by the Duke himself. So now it's crystal clear to everyone. Lu Fan isn't just any recruit, he's the guy. Lu Chong Kong, grinning like he hit the jackpot, turns to Lu Fan, must have been fate when we met. I'm officially counting on you to keep me alive. Classic move, find the strongest guy in the room and buddy up. Lu Fan, ever humble, just smiles and thanks everyone for their support. But just as things start to feel a little too heartwarming, something jaw-dropping happens. The black dragon, Shea, starts transforming. Yep, right there, in front of everyone. The squad's eyes go wide, because this isn't just any glow-up. It's like the ultimate magic trick, mixed with a hint of "Uh-oh, what's happening?" Turns out black dragons have a level 30 milestone. And with that, Shea unlocks her second-tier transformation. But wait, there's more. Her contract with Lu Fan has evolved into Black Dragon 2, and she's just gained a shiny new skill called Perception. What does that do? Oh, just the ability to detect any enemies hiding in stealth or disguise. Think of it as the ultimate anti-ninja radar. So if anyone's thinking about sneaking up on Luan, yeah, they might want to rethink their entire career path. The team stares, still trying to process the epicness unfolding before them. Lu Chong Kong, curious as ever, finally asks, so, what exactly is this transformation all about? Lu Fan, cool as always, casually explains, she just hit level 30. You know, dragon puberty. She came out the other side as an apex predator. Not only did Shea reach her second-tier transformation, but her stats have officially gone off the charts. Oh, and ambushes? Officially cancelled. Then Chong Kong remembers something. Wait, didn't Luan say earlier he couldn't ride Shea because her level wasn't high enough? Before Chong Kong can finish the thought, Lu Fan drops a MIC move. Out of thin air, he materializes an epic quality dragon saddle. Yep, the moment has arrived. Luan is officially becoming a dragon rider. And honestly, it's like the ultimate MIC drop in saddle form. But this isn't just any saddle. This is next level gear. Because with this, Lu Fan isn't just riding the dragon. He's about to take command like never before. To be continued. Because when a legendary dragon Tamer and a newly evolved black dragon team up with the right gear, well, you know the North's about to get rocked. Lu Fan just unlocked a new level of awesome. With the dragon saddle now equipped, everything changes. Mounted mode activates, and the boost is insane. Not only are Lu Fan's attacks infused with dragon energy, but the stats of both rider and dragon skyrocket. It's like strapping a nuke to a jet and then giving it magic. Suddenly, Lu Fan is a flying, fire-breathing long-range nightmare, the kind of power that makes bosses question their life decisions. The squad watches in stunned silence. This isn't just riding a dragon. This is Lu Fan claiming his rightful place as a true dragon rider. Then it happens. The black dragon bursts into flames, but not in a bad way. It's her second transformation, and it's glorious. The sky lights up in blazing orange and red as she morphs into her adult form, no longer a majestic beast, but a full-fledged, awe-inspiring black dragon radiating pure power and elegance. Even Captain Luffy, who's usually made of stone, just stares in shock. His face basically says, "What are we even supposed to do with this level of power?" Realizing the weight of this moment, the captain does the only logical thing. He offers Lu Fan a rare military saddle. The thing gives a 10% boost to dragon stats, which for most riders would be a game changer. Even Shankai, now very much on Team Lu Fan, jumps in. 10% of a dragon stats is no joke. But Luan? He just smiles. Thanks, but I'm already using a 100% attribute transfer saddle specifically crafted for legendary dragons. MIC. Drop. The captain and Shankai both freeze like NPCs after a bug. She was impressed before, and now she's looking at Lu Fan like he's a mythical creature in disguise. Meanwhile, Lu Chong Kong doesn't even question it anymore. He just bursts out laughing. Of course, he's got the best gear. It's Lu Fan. Then the black dragon lands, and gives us the most adorable scene of the day. She licks Lu Fan's face, tail wagging like an overgrown puppy. Imagine a towering, fire-breathing engine of destruction acting like she just fetched a stick. Wholesome doesn't even cover it. Captain Luffy quietly observes, realizing just how outclassed they all are. Even Shankai, who literally thought Lu Fan was dead weight earlier, now watches him with stars in her eyes. For a split second, you can see her daydreaming about flying on a dragon with matching gear. That fantasy crashes fast when the captain throws in a classic. "Burn, you riding a dragon, or still stuck with your griffin?" Ouch! Instant reality check. Meanwhile, Lu Fan gently pats his dragon snout, thanking her for sticking by his side through everything. From now on, we face everything together. It's a sweet, emotional moment, until Lu Chong Kong chimes in like a big brother at prom. Can you all stop swooning and realize what's happening? This is the birth of the world's first true dragon rider. With the saddle in place, Lu Fan mounts the dragon, and the moment he does, boom. The power surge is like a magical overload. It's not just the flying or the firepower. The saddle creates a direct link between Lu Fan and the entire dragon clan, enhancing every stat and ability to ridiculous levels. In that instant, Lu Fan doesn't just feel powerful, he feels limitless. And anyone thinking about messing with the southern province? They'd better start running now. To be continued. Because when the world's first true dragon rider takes flight, the sky is no longer the limit. It's just the beginning. With the legendary black dragon beneath him and a 100% attribute saddle boosting his every move, Lu Fan isn't just riding a beast, he's become one. Every normal attack he makes now carries dragon energy, long range, high damage, and downright devastating. If you blink, you miss it. If you're the enemy, you don't even get that luxury. Down below, Captain Luffy watches in stunned silence. This isn't just talent. This is history rewriting itself in real time. Even Lu Chongkong, who spent his whole life training and climbing the ranks, has to admit it, Lu Fan just casually leapfrogged his entire career in a single ride. But instead of being bitter, he's grinning. Because how often do you get to witness greatness being born? Up in the sky, Lu Fan rides like he owns it, scanning the frozen terrain with his legendary dragon soaring beneath him. But this isn't a victory lap. Something's off. The dragon stiffens. Her senses flare. Danger. And if your dragon feels it? You don't ask questions, you act. Lu Fan gives a sharp command, perception. Now. Her eyes flash with a spectral glow, and just like that, the unseen becomes visible. Snow moths. If you're new to the term, don't let the name fool you. These things are nightmares. Think blood-sucking mosquitoes that hide in snow, can't be seen with normal sight, and drain your health like it's their job, 10% per second, no exaggeration. The captain sees them too and yells, "Everyone fall back. Do not engage." But come on. This is Lu Fan we're talking about. Retreat? Now. That's not in his vocabulary. He just smirks. Target practice. What follows is aerial annihilation. Lu Fan and his black dragon move as one, performing a deadly synchronized sky dance. The dragon spins, dives, breathes fire, while Lu Fan unleashes a barrage of enhanced attacks. The snow moths. Vaporized. The terrain? Scorched. Lu Chongkong? Questioning the laws of physics. This same swarm has haunted the Griffin squad for years, and here's Lu Fan, clearing them like he's casually checking off a to-do list. Meanwhile, Shankai, feeling a little too safe now, starts to lower her guard. She watches the spectacle like it's a fireworks show, thinking, he's got this. I can relax. Bad move. Because in stories like these, the moment you relax is the moment death taps you on the shoulder. A swarm of moths suddenly breaks formation, streaking toward her from the flank. The captain yells, but it's too close. Luckily, Lu Fan's already moving. He spins his dragon mid-air and unleashes a scorching breath attack, incinerating the moths before they can get anywhere near Shankai. Crisis averted. Barely. With perception revealing every last insect, and Lu Fan's coordination with his dragon hitting peak synergy, the snow moths are obliterated one by one until not a single one remains. Finally, Lu Fan and his dragon descend, landing with effortless grace. All clear, he says like it was nothing. For him, it probably was. Lu Chongkong stumbles forward, still recovering. Thanks again. You saved my skin. But before he can go full fanboy, Shankai shuts him down. Will you please stop treating Lu Fan like he's your personal knight in shining armor? Savage. But fair. Because even though Lu Fan does keep saving the day, they're supposed to be a team, not passengers on his power ride. Still, deep down, they all know it. Lu Fan isn't just part of the team, he's the reason they're still standing. Fresh off their moth-slaying spree, Lu Fan is still calm as a frozen lake. But not everyone's thrilled. Shankai, clearly tired of being rescued for the third time in an hour, mutters under her breath, maybe try doing something useful for once. Ouch! Lu Fan? He doesn't even flinch. Just gives the squad a reassuring nod and says, with my dragons flying and perception, even a blizzard can't stop us. Confidence, 100. Chill, infinite. But the captain isn't buying the optimism. He's seen the northern blizzards before, and lived to grumble about it. As he watches the sky darken, his instincts kick in. If the storm hits tomorrow, we won't make it back to camp. No one says it, but they all feel it. Shankai's expression tightens, and even Lu Chongkong stops joking. There's a wounded squad member to think about, and the cold could turn fatal fast. Then, as always, Lu Fan steps forward. With that signature grin and zero fear in his eyes, he proposes the unthinkable. What if we use the storm? Rack up military merit. Turn danger into opportunity. He extends his hand to the captain like it's no big deal. The captain pauses, probably wondering how this glorified newbie became the group's spiritual leader overnight. But finally, he sighs and takes the hand. Why not? The guided barbecue thousands of snow moths like they were street food. With Lu Fan leading the way and his dragon blazing a path through the icy winds, the squad is reinvigorated. Tired, yes. But motivated. Then, like fate rewarding his confidence, Lu Fan spots something glittering in the snow. Unmelting ice. Not just rare. Legendary. The exact item his senior sister has been searching for forever. Think of it like stumbling on a shiny Pokemon, except instead of battling, you just bag it and casually flex later. Lu Fan grins and waves the others over. Hey, check this out. Shankai, queen of sarcasm, takes one look and deadpans. Great. Snow moths are like earthworms now. Annoying, everywhere, and especially active in bad weather. Even the captain can't help but nod in agreement, quietly impressed. You probably wiped out thousands. Lu Fan just shrugs. My hands are numb. I lost count. Classic. Meanwhile, Lu Chongkong, riding the high of survival and adrenaline, tries to one-up the moment. If I were a level 32 dragon rider, I'd wipe out the whole blizzard. Get a shiny gold badge and everything. Before the fantasy can go any further, whack. Shankai smacks him on the back of the head. You're not Lu Fan. You spend more time whining than fighting. The squad cracks up. Even Lu Fan chuckles, and Lu Chongkong just grumbles and rubs his head, probably already scheming his next hero moment. With 100 miles explored, an elite enemy defeated, and a legendary item found, the captain finally makes the call. We're heading back. Supplies are low. Fatigue is high. And even the tough ones, Shankai and Lu Chongkong, look like they'd trade their dragons for a hot meal and a bed. The mission? Complete. The squad? Changed forever. And Lu Fan? Still the calm eye in the storm, with a legendary dragon by his side and a smile like he's just getting started. Just as someone mentions rest, Lu Fan's dragon, still riding high on victory, makes a dramatic shift. In a blink, she transforms back into her stunning human form and lets out the softest, most adorable whimper. Translation? Feed me, human. Lu Fan knows that cry. That's not just tired. That's cold, cranky, and starving. And when your dragon lady is hangry, that becomes everyone's emergency. Without missing a beat, Lu Fan raises a hand. We're heading back. She needs food. Now. Smart man. The captain, always the voice of reason, nods. He orders Shankai to set the landmark signal so they can return to this exact spot later. Meanwhile, Lu Chongkong, ever the observer, watches the whole scene unfold and leans over to Shankai. Your eagle's barely standing. Lu Fan's dragon gets treated like royalty and yours looks like it's considering retirement. The giant eagle, as if on cue, slumps over with a soul-crushing sigh. That bird looks like it's seen things and regrets all of them. Shankai, without even turning her head, snaps, worry about your own mount, drama queen. No eagle spa day today. With no time to waste, Shankai pulls a glowing red rod from her inventory, basically the fantasy equivalent of slamming a flare gun into the earth. She slams it down, and two beams of crimson energy spiral into the sky. Landmark signals active, she says, casually. Broadcasts our location straight to HQ. Once the storm clears, they'll send a team to build an outpost. GPS? Now. This is Dragon Positioning System. No sooner does the beacon light up than all the griffins, and even Lu Fan's dragon lady, instantly lift off like they've clocked out for the day. Mounts? Gone. Humans? Left in their wake. But someone watches them go. From a distance, in the shadows. A hooded figure with glowing red eyes stares after the team. And let's be honest, nothing wholesome ever glows red in the snow. The next morning. Back at the extreme north region barracks, the team finally gets some rest. The captain makes it official, you earned it. Rest up. While the squad collapses into well-earned naps and hot meals, the captain heads off to file reports with the Duke. Because even in a fantasy world, someone still has to do the glorious paperwork. Lu Fan? He's already on the move. He darts over to Shankai like a man on a side quest and asks, anyone here know how to work with unmelting ice? That rare treasure he found? It's time to cash in. Shankai smirks. Blacksmith's at the supply office. But is this for your girlfriend? Lu Fan malfunctions. Blushing, stammering, waving his hands like he's fighting invisible bees, no. It's for my senior sister. Just a friend. That's it. I swear. Shankai grins, soaking in every second of his panic. Sure. Just a friend. Before he can trip over more words, Lu Fan is already sprinting away, his dragon-human companion trailing behind him, likely hungry and confused. To the blacksmith. And a feast, don't think I forgot. Shankai's laughter echoes down the hallway. But then, the moment shifts. Once he's gone, Shankai's smile fades. She reaches into her jacket pocket and pulls out a small pendant, glimmering with the same unmelting ice. No jokes. No snark. Just a moment of silence. She presses it gently to her lips, eyes distant. Whatever that pendant means, it's personal. It's a rare thing to see in the extreme north. Shankai, known for her sharp tongue and tougher-than-steel attitude, stands quietly, eyes lowered, a pendant of unmelting ice pressed gently to her lips. For just a second, the soldier mask slips. Even the fiercest warriors have soft spots, stories they keep hidden behind their blades. Meanwhile, across the barracks, Lu Fan's quest to upgrade from hero to gift-giving legend leads him to the local blacksmith, a man who looks like he eats anvils for breakfast and bench presses dragons for cardio. With arms like tree trunks and a beard that screams "I wrestle volcanoes," the blacksmith gives Lu Fan a nod of respect. "Give me 2 days," he grunts. "What I'll make with this unmelting ice?" She'll swoon. Lu Fan thanks him sincerely, though his dragon lady, probably eavesdropping, seems more interested in whether the gift includes food. But just as he's turning to leave, a hand taps his shoulder. He turns. It's the Duke, sweaty, winded, and looking like he just sprinted across the entire military base. "I've been looking everywhere for you." Still catching his breath, the Duke launches into it. He's heard everything, from the captain's report to the rumors spreading faster than wildfire. Lu Fan didn't just survive the mission. He dominated it. Honestly. "I thought you'd be a popsicle out there," the Duke admits. "Instead, you saved the team, led the charge, and roasted an army of snow moths like it was nothing." Then comes the big reveal. A bronze badge. The same one worn by Captain Lu Fei. "Congratulations," the Duke says. "You're a captain now." Let that sink in. Yesterday, Lu Fan was Dragon Boy. Today? He's wearing the badge that says, "I'm the boss." From slashing monsters to speed-running military ranks, this man is on fire. But just as Lu Fan starts smiling, the Duke drops the mood like a rock. The Griffin squad's mounts. They were found. Lu Fan's smile fades. They'd been turned into zombies. Yep. You heard right. Zombie. Griffins. The Blood Moon's corruption didn't spare them. Other units had to put them down, there was no choice. A brutal reminder, this war is far from over. But there's a silver lining. Shirai, Lu Fan's Dragon Queen? Totally immune. While the other mounts fell to madness, Shirai was too busy snacking like royalty to even flinch. The Duke actually chuckles. Honestly, her appetite should have been a red flag. While they were losing their minds, she was probably rating the snow moths out of 10. Then, as quick as the laughter comes, it vanishes. The Duke's face shifts. That heavy, dead serious look, that means plot twist incoming. There's something you need to see. He hands Lu Fan a thick stack of confidential documents. No more jokes. No more smiles. As Lu Fan flips through them, his expression morphs from curiosity to disbelief. Photos. Ancient, grainy, and haunting. A skeleton. Enormous. Bones that stretch farther than any beast should. Maybe wings. Maybe claws. It's hard to tell. But one thing is clear, whatever it wasn't just big. It was ancient. Dangerous. And very, very dead. The Duke's voice is low now. We found it near the border of the Star-Spangled Nation. In the ruins of a forgotten mountain. We don't know what it was. But it wasn't human. And it didn't die of old age. Just when Lu Fan thinks he's wrapped his head around his battlefield promotion and zombie griffins, the Duke casually decides to blow open the conspiracy vault. These images, he says, pointing to the massive skeleton photos, were retrieved through some. Let's call it a polite espionage involving the Morgan family. Yeah, polite espionage being code for high-risk, cloak-and-dagger spy games. Apparently, Charles Morgan, the national trial rep from the Star-Spangled Nation, was sent to explore these ancient ruins. Thanks to some discreet conversations with people in the know, they got their hands on the visuals. And Lu Fan? He's staring at the photos like he's seen a ghost. Because this massive skeleton. It screams Blood Moon. A chill runs down his spine. It's like his worst memories just downloaded in 4K. But wait, photos aren't enough. Oh no. The Duke goes full horror show. We have a video. Yep, because nothing says sleep tonight if you can like classified footage from inside the sacred mountain. The video begins, two figures, a regal woman and an older man with serious butler energy, stand before the skeletal remains of a giant humanoid creature. Behind them looms a glowing temple. And not the peaceful, spiritual kind. No incense and monks here, just bad vibes and mutant beast radiation. The two explorers look stunned, probably rethinking every decision that led them to this haunted scene. And then, footsteps. The butler freezes. The woman tenses. A man approaches, one of the missing expedition team members. Reunions? Cancelled. Because this guy? He looks like he fell into a meat grinder and came out with blood-soaked wings and a monster face. He doesn't speak. He charges. Run, the butler screams. That's not him anymore. Cue black screen. The Duke, looking like he needs 3 shots of espresso and a nap, mutters, "Our informant barely made it out alive to deliver that footage. Otherwise, we'd all still be doubting it." Lu Fan gulps. What was that thing? The Duke sighs like a man who's seen too much and gotten too little sleep. They're called thralls. Mutated horrors, born from the power of that giant skeleton and temple. Think of them as upgraded versions of Holy Mountain puppets. Lu Fan stares. So like Nightmare DLC. Exactly, the Duke deadpans. And then, click. Everything starts lining up in Lu Fan's head. The blood moon. The falling corpses. The monsters that seem twisted, like something old and angry had reached out from the past and puppeteered them into chaos. He's been fighting thralls without even knowing it. Ancient powers. Twisted corpses. Unnatural evolution. This isn't just a battlefield. It's a curse zone. The Duke pulls from his flask again. At this point, nobody blames him. Scholars at the Imperial Academy are calling them the ancient gods. Yep, gods. Apparently, these bones and temples are so ancient, no one knows who built them, where they came from, or what woke them up. But one thing is certain, they weren't meant to be touched. And humanity is way out of its league. Lu Fan's head spins. He was just trying to feed his dragon a snack an hour ago. Now he's staring down the resurrection of forgotten gods. Where did these ancient god things come from? Why are they here? What kind of reality warping power are they hiding? Lu Fan's brain is 2 seconds away from short-circuiting under all the cosmic horror, but before he can fully descend into an existential spiral, the Duke drops the MIC. We don't know. Nothing. Zilch. That's it. Yeah. The ancient gods? Total mystery. No name. No origin. Just vibes. Very dangerous vibes. And the Duke says this like he's announcing tomorrow's weather. It is what it is. Now, onto the creatures. They come in 2 flavors, the Duke says. Puppets and thralls. The puppets? Standard zombie fare. Mindless. Creepy. Stink of death. But the thralls? That's elite nightmare fuel. They faster, stronger, and basically the Blood Moon's VIP pass to Monster Hell. Lu Fan, ever sharp, suddenly puts the puzzle together. So the falling corpses we've been fighting. They're not just undead. They're divided, too. Some are puppet corpses, and some are thrall corpses. The Duke just gives him that look. The rare you actually get it nod. Exactly, he says. And you've mostly dealt with the puppets so far. But the real threats. The corpse thralls, they're lurking out there. And if you thought it couldn't get weirder, buckle up. Lu Fan, curiosity piqued and probably regretting it, asks what happened after that thrall attacked the Morgan family. The Duke lowers his voice. Everyone at the ruins, wiped out. Except one. Charles Morgan. Wait, what? Yes. The only survivor of the massacre was Charles, the expedition leader. And not because he ran or hid. The thrall spared him. Why? Even the Duke doesn't know. Maybe even ancient undead monsters respect guys in charge. But here comes the real kicker. They didn't just spare Charles. They talked. Like, full-on conversation. A man and a monster, chatting it up outside an ancient cursed temple. No one knows what was said, the Duke admits, but the thrall gave him something. And no, it wasn't a friendship bracelet. It was the essence of the Holy Mountain. Lu Fan's eyebrows hit orbit. Wait, that's a thing now. The Duke nods grimly. Charles, already a powerhouse combat priest, absorbed the essence, and boom. New profession unlocked, Holy Priest. A profession that doesn't exist in any official records. Charles basically found the legendary loot chest in the tutorial. Zone. The Morgan estate? Now guarded like it's housing the final boss. Not even the Duke's best spies could sneak in again. And Lu Fan? He doesn't even blink. Charles Morgan might be backed by undead gods, wielding forbidden power, and walking around like a one-man apocalypse. But to Lu Fan? Sounds like a fun opponent, he says. Like it's Tuesday. Fast forward 2 days. We're back at the blacksmith shop. The mountain-sized smith grins as he hands over something special, a brand new, custom-forged necklace. The thing glows with quiet power, and Lu Fan? He's beaming like a kid unwrapping a legendary weapon on his birthday. This is perfect, he mutters. It's not just an accessory. It's a symbol. Of everything he's fought through. Of the path still ahead. And of the fact that no matter what kind of gods rise from the ruins, Lu Fan isn't backing down. Lu Fan couldn't stop grinning. The necklace? An absolute masterpiece. Top-tier craftsmanship with just the right hint of yeah, I slay dragons on weekends. But Lu Fan wasn't about to just say thanks and walk off like a regular customer. Nope. He pulls out the good stuff, the Duke's favorite brew, and gifts it to the blacksmith. The guy's face lights up like he just hit the jackpot. For me? Oh yeah, Lu Fan just made a friend for life. Before the blacksmith can start singing praise ballads in Lu Fan's honor, Lu Chongkong and Shan Kai show up like a pair of unruly cousins crashing a party. New mission, Chongkong announces, grinning. Time to gear up. Lu Fan gives the blacksmith a nod, who's already mentally assigning him VIP status in the legendary customer list. As the squad heads out, Chongkong suddenly spots something on Lu Fan's uniform. Is that a bronze badge? Jaw drops. This guy has been grinding for a whole year to rank up, suffering, bleeding, failing, and Lu Fan's out here speedrunning promotions like he's skipping cutscenes. Even Shan Kai, ever the cool-headed strategist, starts wondering if Lu Fan's secretly blessed by some divine algorithm. Does he have a cheat code we don't know about? The next morning, Captain Lu Fei gathers the squad at the outpost. Supplies? Packed. Spirits? High. Weather? Cold, but clear. 15 days of exploration ahead. What could go wrong? Well, oh funny you should ask. Lu Fan takes to the skies, flying ahead on his dragon like the scout he is. But then, something odd. The landmark signal rod, gone. Shan Kai spots it a few blocks away, but it's wrecked. Bent, broken, and definitely not the result of a snowstorm. Lu Fan's gut twists. Something's not right, the silence is too perfect. The kind of quiet that screams danger. Chong Kong, ever the confident one, marches forward, and Lu Fan's instincts explode. Fall back. His voice cuts through the wind like a sword, but it's too late. The snow crunches. The air thickens. And then, BAM. Out of nowhere, a swarm of monsters erupts from the snow like someone hit the chaos button. It's an ambush. Chong Kong freezes as he realizes they're surrounded. Hundreds of monsters. An entire army of puppets. But none of them attack. They just stand there, watching. Creepy. Lu Fan's mind races. They're not acting alone, he mutters. They're being controlled. He turns to Captain Lu Fei. There's a thrall nearby. A high-level one. The captain's expression darkens instantly. He remembers the Duke's warning. And then it happens. A low, gravelly voice drifts through the icy wind. The kind of voice that doesn't just send shivers, it carves them into your bones. The puppets part like a curtain. Something steps forward. Not a puppet. Not human. Not even close. A voice cuts through the icy silence. Dark. Mocking. Almost holy. Being a thrall is no shame. For the fallen thralls are the glorious thralls of God. The team snaps to attention. From the shadows emerges a pale humanoid, draped in a familiar uniform, the same one they're wearing. Lu Chong Kong, never one to keep things subtle, shouts, "Who the hell are you?" But Captain Lu Fei and Shan Kai? They don't need an answer. Their faces go white. Because this isn't a stranger. It's Luluor. Not just a former squad mate, he was one of their best. A hidden class spear knight, the kind of elite warrior you write legends about. For the team, it's a gut punch. But for Shan Kai? It's heartbreak in human form. Tears brim in her eyes as she stares at the man she once believed she'd spent her life with. Flashback time. Shan Kai's early days in the regiment? All thanks to Luluor. He trained her, mentored her, and eventually, they got engaged. But then came the Blood Moon mission. Luluo vanished, presumed dead. Only, plot twist, he's not dead. He's undead. Lu Chong-kong, always the buzzkill of emotions, grumbles, this isn't the time for a therapy session. Meanwhile, Shan Kai collapses to her knees, sobbing. The emotional wreckage is real. Lu Fan? Standing there like, do we hug her? Clap? Fight him? What is happening? Shan Kai cries out, begging for answers. Why didn't you come back? Why? And just like a scene straight from a melodramatic drama, she sees him, Luluo, but normal. The man she remembers. Eyes kind. Face soft. Familiar. She runs to him, throws herself into his arms, bawling like a storm. Everyone thought you were dead. They'll be so happy to see you. Lu Fan watches like he's stuck in the world's most awkward soap opera. This is either the most beautiful moment or the start of a horror film. But just when emotions peak, everything shifts. The air sizzles with demonic energy. Luluo's face goes cold. Like a villain about to monologue. His voice turns hollow. I'm not going back. What? Then he leans in, eyes glowing with eerie power, and drops the kind of line that makes you want to slap your forehead. Will you stay with me? Romantic? Maybe, if you ignore the undead thing, the cult vibes, and the literal demonic aura. He begins rambling about serving a mysterious god that's waking up soon. Together, we can rise as vessels of power. You, me, forever in darkness. Sir, this is not how you propose. Shan Kai's face is stuck somewhere between confusion and is this guy serious? Then her brain just crashes. And she faints. Lu Fan dives like a concerned anime dad. Shan Kai. Stay with me. He catches her mid-fall, patting her back, yelling her name like it's going to restart her Wi-Fi signal. Meanwhile, Luluo just stands there chill as ever, casually offering power, eternity, and god worship like it's a loyalty card upgrade. Because nothing says romance like, serve my ancient death god, babe. Lu Fan's had enough. With Shan Kai unconscious in his arms and Luluo monologuing like he's pitching a Netflix cult series, Lu Fan snaps. Wake up, Shan Kai. Don't listen to him. His voice cuts through the heavy air like a blade. It's your classic snap out of it moment, only this time, it's dripping in undead drama and soul-eating consequences. Shan Kai stirs, eyes fluttering open, dazed and teary. Luluo, please, don't do this, but Luluo's gone full villain. No remorse, no hesitation. If you won't join me, then you'll become one of the fallen yourself. Real motivational speech, dude. Truly wedding vow material. Just as things hit peak tension, Lu Fan's voice breaks through the fog in Shan Kai's mind. She blinks, slowly piecing together reality. Her memories snap back. She's not in a dream. She's in a trap. And it's about to get worse. Lu Fan leans in. You've been tricked. Don't fall for his lies. Meanwhile, Luluo, now mounted on his ominous-looking horse, because of course he has a cursed mount, turns his cold gaze toward her one last time. Decide. Join me, or perish. It's basically the world's worst marriage proposal, now with bonus soul corruption. Captain Lu Fei has finally reached his breaking point. Enough of this madness. He turns to Lu Fan. Can you save her? No orders. No yelling. Just trust. The kind of desperate trust that says, you our ace, our wild card, our only shot. Lu Fan doesn't answer. He just stands there, eyes closed, calculating. Thinking. Like a chess master staring down a checkmate. But Lu Chong-kong, forever the voice of reason, and the guy most likely to survive a horror film, points out the obvious. We're surrounded. Hundreds of monsters. We chase him, we're done. And without fixing the signal rod? We're lost. Lu Fei doesn't blink. Forget the post. Survival comes first. It's clear he's ready to bolt. But Lu Fan? He smiles. And when Lu Fan smiles in a battlefield, it's either salvation or detonation. I don't think running is the best idea. The squad turns to him like he just whispered the cheat code to life. Without missing a beat, Lu Fan raises his hand. Boom! Energy spirals out of his palm, swirling like a storm god flexing his fingers. Lu Chong-kong's eyes widen in terror. Bro, don't tell me you're about to do that thing again. Lu Fan grins. Oh, I'm absolutely doing the thing. He pulls out his divine bow, glowing like it's auditioning for the next Mythic Weapons Universe franchise. Light floods the air. The wind howls. Even the snow backs off a little. If we've got firepower, then let's use it. Holding back? Not my style. Luluo, still looming like a high-budget final boss, narrows his eyes. He doesn't like where this is going. Because this isn't the Lu Fan who just reacts. This is Lu Fan, tactician, archer, war incarnate. And now? He's making his move. Luluo's eyes glow with fanatic rage. Reject the god, and you embrace death. No dramatic pause. No second chances. With a wave of his hand, he unleashes the horde. A tidal wave of monsters charges forward, eyes blazing, claws out, screaming like they're re-auditioning for a horror movie. And at the center of it all? Lu Fan, cool as ever. Shadow Serpent Arrow, engage. With a flick of his wrist, black energy coils like a viper at his fingertips. Lu Chong Kong. Sanctuary Shield, now. Without missing a beat, Lu Chong Kong slams his hand to the ground. Boom! A radiant shield explodes into existence around the squad, glowing bright as the sun. This bad boy isn't just for show. It absorbs damage equal to 200% of his max HP. The only catch? It lasts 10 seconds. No pressure. As the shield pulses, Lu Fan turns to Lu Chong Kong with his signature smirk. You don't need to do anything else. Lu Chong Kong, eyes wide and sweat dripping, stammers, this shield only lasts 10 seconds. Lu Fan just grins. Relax. That's all I need. And with that? The countdown begins. 10 seconds. The monsters hit the shield like a tsunami. Claws, fangs, spells, the works. But Lu Fan? He's already charging his Shadow Serpent Arrow, the coiling darkness growing larger with each second. 8 seconds. He raises his arm and shouts, "Yeah! Let's show them what destruction really looks like." His legendary black dragon, Yaya, appears in a blaze of fury, transforming into her terrifying dragon of destruction form. Fire dances across her scales. Her wings stretch wide. 6 seconds. Yaya roars. Not just a regular roar, we're talking melt your armor, make you rethink your life choices roar. Even the monsters hesitate. Lu Fan doesn't. Release. Whoosh. The arrow fires. The Shadow Serpent uncoils midair, a blur of black vengeance, streaking toward Luluo like a promise of retribution. For seconds. But Lu Fan's not done. He lifts his blade, calling out his next move, cut the sky. Slash. Slash. 2 dragon-infused strikes slice through the battlefield. The sky itself seems to shudder. At the same time, Yaya detonates the ground beneath her with Cataclysm, a scorched earth move that tears through enemy ranks in fiery quakes. 3 seconds. The ground erupts. Flames. Screams. The battlefield is now a flaming war zone, and Lu Fan's at the center, directing chaos like a maestro. 1 second. The last of the monsters scream as they're consumed by flame and fury. 0 seconds. The shield fades. But there's nothing left to hit it. Only ash, ruin, and a stunned silence. In the midst of the smoking crater, Luluo stumbles. The dark power fueling him begins to falter. His horse collapses, too damaged to stand. And Luluo? He crashes to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Lu Fan rushes forward, not with a weapon, but with understanding. He sees it. The pain. The conflict. The man Luluo used to be, flickering beneath the corruption. Shan Kai rushes in next, dropping to her knees beside him. Luluo, she cradles him in her arms, tears streaming down her cheeks. Not from fear, but from hope. Because for the first time since this nightmare began, she sees him again. The real Luluo. Welcome to Heartbreak City. Population, Shinakai. As she cradles Luluo's battered body, her sobs echo across the battlefield. Her voice, trembling with pain, breaks the silence. Luluo, is that really you? She whispers through tears, remembering the man he used to be, the kindness in his eyes, the warmth in his words, before the god's curse twisted everything. It's raw. It's real. It's a punch to the soul. Even hardened warriors glance away, pretending they've got dust in their eyes. But just as grief threatens to take over the moment, danger returns. A strange purple aura starts bleeding from Luluo's body. At first, it's faint, almost like a flickering candle. But it grows. Fast. Luan's eyes narrow. His instincts scream, this isn't over. The aura spreads like an oil slick, dark and poisonous, pulsing with corrupt energy. The kind of power that makes even monsters hesitate. Everyone freezes. Suddenly, Luluor stirs. His eyes flutter open for just a moment. His voice, weak and cracking, carries a final warning, you have to leave. It's not over, something worse is coming. His fingers twitch as if reaching for Sheena Kai, but then, just like that, his strength fades. His hand slips from hers, and his body goes limp. Sheena Kai screams. A raw, heart-wrenching sound that cuts through the air like a blade. Her sobs shake her frame as she clings to him, refusing to let go. You came back to me, even if it was just for a moment, she whispers through her tears. And it's devastating. That kind of grief, the kind that crushes your soul and leaves scars that never heal, rips through her. Even Lu Fan, the ever-calm tactician, has to look away for a second. But of course, there's no time to mourn. Captain Lu Fei steps forward, eyes locked on the purple energy still rising from Luluor's corpse. Lu Fan. Black Dragon Shy. You saved us, no question. But that. He points at the growing aura with a hard expression. That's not normal. We need to fall back. Now. Lu Fan, trying to help Sheena Kai process the loss, gently reminds the captain, she's mourning. We can't rush this. But even as he speaks, the aura intensifies. And then, it starts glowing. A deep, unnatural violet. Like a cursed beacon. Like the calm before a very, very bad storm. Captain Lu Fei's jaw hits the metaphorical floor. Oh no. You've got to be kidding me, because Luluor? Yeah. He's not done. You thought Luluor's story was over? Think again. Just as the group tried to process their grief, Luan jumped into action like a man on a mission. Sword in hand, eyes locked on danger, he tracked the dark energy still swirling around Luluor's body. And here's the kicker, that energy wasn't just lingering. It was trying to escape. Like a bat out of hell, it shot toward the sky, heading straight for the blood-red moon above. Yeah, the one that screams, bad things are coming. But not on Luan's watch. With a flash of steel, Luan sprinted forward and slashed the energy in half mid-air, the cut so clean it made anime swordsmen jealous. The energy dispersed, but not without leaving something behind. A crystal, glowing with an eerie, yet strangely grateful aura. Luan stared at it, his grip tightening. Something about it tugged at his memory. Could this be the sacred essence Charles once held? The implications were massive. Was this crystal tied to ancient god servitude? Could it corrupt anyone into a puppet, or worse, an eternal slave? Captain Lu Fei looked like he'd seen a ghost. You're just gonna carry that thing? It's glowing like an evil disco ball. But Lu Fan was in deep thought, replaying Luluor's final words in his mind, obey me, and I'll give you unimaginable power, as a servant of the gods. That line hit differently now. Luan's gut told him there was more to this. Maybe even Charles had pledged allegiance to the ancient god after all. If this essence turned the intelligent into servants, then the real danger wasn't monsters. It was people willingly submitting. Snapping out of his thoughts, Lu Fan made the call, we're taking this to Duke Jiang. Captain Luffy didn't argue. But before they left, their attention turned to Sheena Kai. There she was, quietly digging a grave in the snow for Luluor. No powers. No drama. Just heartbreak. Captain Lu Fei suggested they wait. But Luan? He simply said, let's help her. Together, the team dug the grave. Sheena Kai placed Luluor's necklace and badge in the grave before lowering his body. She wept. Quietly. Bitterly. Then, something changed. She wiped her tears. Adjusted her glasses. And stood tall. Strong sister Sheena Kai is back. Just like that, the team's spirit lifted. The grief still lingered, but now it carried purpose. The next day, Luan met with Duke Jiang, handing over the mysterious crystal. The Duke's eyes widened instantly. Where did you find this? Luan explained everything. The fallen corpse energy. Luluor's transformation. The theory. I believe only beings with intelligence can become God's servants. The crystal. It doesn't just kill. It converts. Duke Jiang's face turned serious. That lines up with the latest intelligence. He spoke of rumors, cults spreading across over a dozen countries. Zealots claiming the blessings of ancient gods, recruiting followers, and preparing for an apocalyptic awakening. Luan's heart sank. If the rumors are true, that means more than a dozen ancient gods could be awakening. Yeah. No pressure, right? Luan's mind raced, connecting the dots. The cursed essence. The servants. The cults. And now, a possible global awakening? What started as a battlefield tragedy may just be the opening act of something far, far worse. So after uncovering the crystal's terrifying potential, Lu Fan wasn't about to sit on his hands. He went straight to Duke Jinbi, looking for answers, and maybe a few missing people. How many Griffin squad members are still unaccounted for? Jinbi's face tightened. Several. That was all Lu Fan needed to hear. He immediately dropped a theory that made everyone's blood run cold. What if they weren't missing? What if they were corpse slaves now? That hit Jinbi hard. These weren't just soldiers, they were his brothers in arms. Now, they might be ticking time bombs in human form. Lu Fan placed a steady hand on his shoulder and said the words no commander ever wants to hear: we have to make hard choices for the greater good. Then came the million-dollar question: what do we do with the crystal? Lu Fan, ever the daring tactician, had an idea. A big one. I'll test it. Jinbi's eyes widened. On people. Lu Fan just grinned, like he'd been waiting for the drama. Relax. I'm using it on my dragon. You could practically hear Jinbi's soul leaving his body. You're what? Are you insane? This wasn't some farm lizard, they were talking about dragons. If anything went sideways, they'd be roasting marshmallows over a forest fire. But Luan waved him off like it was no big deal. You misunderstood, senior. This isn't one of my main 5 dragons. Plot twist. Duke Jinbi blinked. Wait, hold up, you have more dragons. Cut to a wide-open training field. Lu Fan called out Jade Dragon Shaw, one of his elite beasts. But then he said something that nearly broke Duke Jinbi's brain. 2 of the 5 aren't direct pets. They're summons that appear when I call upon other dragons. Yes. Lu Fan had dragons that summon more dragons. Because of course he does. And that wasn't even the craziest part. He called upon Jade Dragon Shaw, and she summoned the twin flying dragon kings. A synchronized roar shook the skies as the majestic pair soared in, their mirrored forms glinting in the light. These weren't just cool-looking beasts. They had a unique ability: they could summon identical twins that matched their summoner's level. Even Duke Jinbi couldn't hide his admiration. So Shaw can summon them herself? And they're loyal only to her. Mind blown. Still, Jinbi wasn't letting go of his concern. Can't we try this crystal on something simpler? Lu Fan chuckled, giving him the ol' trust me grin. These 2 are the weakest of the 5. If anything goes wrong, we can handle it. Famous last words, right? He stared at the crystal, deep in thought. Then tossed it straight at one of the twin dragons. Gulp. The dragon swallowed it whole. That's when everything changed. The dragon's scales began to darken, shadows creeping over its body like ink in water. A sinister purple aura radiated off its skin. Its eyes glowed, and its roar made the earth tremble. Even Jade Dragon Shaw recoiled in surprise. Jinbi wasn't about to wait for things to go full demon mode. We act now, or we'll regret it. He raised his weapon, but Lu Fan grabbed his arm. Not yet. We observe. One of the twin dragons roared in resistance while the other continued mutating. The transformation wasn't complete, but it was definitely accelerating. Lu Fan realized something crucial: they're not fully corrupted yet. Killing them now won't reveal anything. But that didn't mean time was on their side. Because even as they watched, the changes were speeding up, and if they didn't act soon, they might not be facing an experiment. They might be facing a disaster. With the mutated dragon roaring under the influence of the ancient god's aura, Duke Jinbi was at his limit. Luan, we need to act. Now. But Lu Fan raised a hand calmly. We're not done yet. Then he called out to his trump card, Jade Dragon Shaw. With a mighty cry, she activated Emerald Light, a divine blessing that cleared all debuffs and boosted the team's power. The battlefield lit up as her holy energy surged around the corrupted dragons. Divine Light versus Ancient God's Aura. Let the clash begin. For a breathless moment, everything stood still. The purple corruption didn't vanish, but it faltered. Bit by bit, Shaw's radiance pushed back the darkness, her constant stream of divine energy anchoring the twin dragons. Duke Jinbi, watching every second, leaned in. Is this actually working? And then, Roar. The twin dragons bellowed and bowed before Jade Dragon Shaw. Victory! They weren't slaves. They weren't corrupted. They had absorbed the ancient god's power and made it their own. Suddenly, the system pinged with an update that made jaws drop. Fallen Corpse Demon Dragon, Level 22, Elemental Dragon Breath, inflicts area damage and resurrects targets as demon dragon puppets. Soul Charge Aura Armor, reduces 99% of incoming damage. Reflects enemy skills. Dragon Tongue Magic, a devastating magical replacement for breath attacks. Even Duke Jinbi had to admit it, your theory was right, Lu Fan. It worked. Shaw had reclaimed the twins. The ancient god's grip? Gone. Lu Fan, of course, was already grinning like a kid in a candy shop. I have to test out those new abilities soon. But there was no time to play around just yet. Duke Jinbi, what about our mission? The older man nodded gravely. We're not done. The ruins connected to the ancient gods still need investigating. The next morning, the crew set out, trekking through a snowy wilderness. Shankai, eyes always sharp, noticed something odd. Guys, look. They were leaving the blizzard zone, stepping into a radiant, almost magical landscape. Before them stretched a massive lake, so pristine and surreal it looked like a dream. The sky was clear, and a strange peace filled the air. As they landed near the water's edge, Captain Luffy noticed a giant chain buried in the snow. What's this thing connected to? Lu Chong Kong, analytical as ever, suggested maybe it leads to the ruins Leialuo mentioned. Before, and then, Lu Fan's system pinged again. Treasure map location reached, his eyes narrowed. Something was here. He dropped to the ground and began digging into the snow. Moments later, he pulled out something glowing faintly, a blue dragon egg. The fourth egg. And it was safe. Lu Fan's heart nearly exploded from excitement. He gently cradled the egg, marveling at its flawless shell. But before he could celebrate too much, something else caught his eye nearby. Half buried in the snow. A box. Naturally, Lu Fan's curiosity kicked in. He brushed away the snow, pried it open, and... When Lu Fan cracked open the mysterious box from the snow, he wasn't ready for what was inside. Item acquired, Dragon Language, Resonance Magic, Epic, yeah. Epic level skill book. This isn't your average treasure drop, this is next level, dragon enhancing, realm shaking stuff. Only catch. It needs level 35. Lu Fan's not there yet, but that's never stopped him from thinking 10 steps ahead. Already, he's planning to evolve his future blue dragon with this power. Oh, and he's going to casually call up Sister Duyaku from the Manhwa auction house to snag a pet slot expansion scroll. You know, just standard multitasking hero behavior. While the rest of the squad continued trekking forward, Lu Fan lagged behind, holding the blue egg like a proud dad and daydreaming about his future dragon army. That's when Shankai and Lu Chong Kong doubled back. What are you hiding back there? Shankai raised an eyebrow, amused. Enjoying the lake or just being weird again? Lu Chong Kong teased. Busted. Lu Fan, caught red-handed, quickly tucked the egg and skill book away and gave his best innocent smile. Oh, nothing. Just admiring the view. But classic Lu Fan, he immediately shifted gears. He pointed to the massive glacial lake and mused, you think there's an entirely new region beyond that? Captain Luffy, ever the map master, chimed in, this is the far north, remember? The Blood Moon mountain range stretches over 1,000 miles inland. That got Lu Fan thinking again. What if the Blood Moon itself was connected to the ancient gods? A power source? A tool? A trap? Shankai, trying to wrap her head around that much lore, imagined an ancient god as a mountain range reaching toward the moon. Before the mood got too deep, Lu Chong Kong clapped Lu Fan on the shoulder. Come on, let's just follow the chain. Maybe we'll find the next big clue. Captain Luffy, of course, wasn't about to let them wander off unchecked. Be careful. You remember what happened last time someone got overconfident? Lu Fan raised a hand. I'll scout ahead. Luffy gave him a reluctant nod. Don't die. Then it was go time. Lu Fan summoned the black dragon Xia Yi, now in destroyer form, covered in molten scales and glowing with volcanic energy. Even the wind got nervous. The crew stood in awe as Lu Fan mounted up. Shankai, concerned, whispered, be careful, all right. Lu Fan winked. I'll signal once it's safe. And with a beat of wings and a trail of fire, he was gone, flying over the lake, following the mysterious buried chain. 2 hours later, and still no end in sight. That's when things took a turn. System warning, you have entered the realm of the fallen corpse ruins. Oh. Lu Fan's mind raced. This place matched the descriptions left behind by the Star-Spangled Kingdom. Clues about sacred temples and sacred slaves. More pieces to the ancient god puzzle. But before he could process it, Black Dragon Xie Yi stopped cold, hovering in place and roaring wildly. Lu Fan looked down. There, half buried in the snow, a giant black coffin. His system didn't recognize it. Just a chilling tag, fallen corpse ruins, classified level unknown, a strange shadow loomed around it. Heavy. Malevolent. Wrong. Black Dragon Xie Yi was clearly distressed, growling and twitching with unease. Lu Fan tried to calm her, but the message pulsing around it like it had a heartbeat. He didn't hesitate. Xie Yi. Pull back, now. The black dragon surged upward, wings blazing as Lu Fan activated his spiritual wind ring, kicking their escape speed into overdrive. The shadow stirred. For a heartbeat, Lu Fan felt like the entire realm was watching him. But they made it, barely. When he landed back near the lake, the others rushed over. Lu Chongkong, eyes wide, demanded, "So? What did you find?" But Lu Fan's face said it all, no jokes, no banter, just a cold, serious warning. We're in over our heads. We need to teleport out. Now. The team froze. Even Captain Luffy blinked in surprise. Lu Fan? Suggesting a full retreat? That alone sent chills down everyone's spine. Back at headquarters, the room fell silent as Duke Jinbi brought up the report on the main screen. A massive black coffin. Unholy shadows buried deep in the snow. Chains that looked like they were sealing off something ancient and dangerous. This reeks of forbidden class threats, Jinbi said. We all remember what happened to the Morgan family. Lu Fan added his own grim testimony. Even Xie Yi. She was terrified. She couldn't control herself. That shook the room. Black Dragon Xie Yi wasn't just a powerhouse, she was one of their most elite summons. If she was scared, then whatever was in those ruins was not meant to be touched. Duke Jinbi wasted no time. Mark the entire frozen lake as a forbidden zone. No further missions in that region. He ordered Captain Luffy to contact the Dragon City Scholars immediately. Team 78's isolation mission? Cancelled. They were now on standby to assist in the investigation of the fallen corpse ruins. And then, right as the tension was peaking, Jinbi dropped a bombshell. Lu Fan, he said, standing, you led your team to one of the most important discoveries in years. He held out something gleaming, the Griffin Corps Silver Military Merit Medal. Only a handful of people had earned it. And Lu Fan? He'd done it in under a month. The room erupted. Captain Luffy laughed. Looks like I might have to start taking orders from you soon. Lu Chongkong crossed his arms, mock pouting, not fair. I'm clearly the team's heartthrob. Where's my medal? Shan Kai just muttered, what a shame. Everyone laughed, the tension briefly forgotten. But not for long. After the celebration, Duke Jinbi pulled Lu Fan aside, away from the others. He handed him a book. Time to focus. The national trials are coming. You've got 2 weeks. Lu Fan nodded, the weight of it sinking in. Meanwhile, far from the safety of Dragon City, trouble was brewing in Tai Chi Nation. Jin Chenghan, the brother of Princess Jingu, stood in a forest, summoning something grotesque. Abyss Crawler. A monster not even at full strength, and already horrifying. To help it grow? He sacrificed an entire family. Chun Tanji, an old ally of the royal bloodline, tried to stop him, but Jin just laughed. Lowly sacrifices. That's all they are. Princess Jingu looked on, horrified, but powerless. Her brother's cruelty was spiraling, and she had no way to stop him. Still, she followed. And the shadows followed her. Back in the capital, the gears of fate were turning. Nations were gathering. All paths lead to Dragon City. And Lu Fan? He's about to step onto the biggest stage of his life, not just to fight, but to uncover what ties the ancient gods, the ruins, and the trials together.
Kirin of the Hong Nation, Wei Ji of the Han Nation, and Yalai of the South Nation, 3 elite warriors, shared a singular ambition to emerge victorious in the upcoming trials. With the strength of their 4-nation alliance behind them, they believed this was their year to claim the top spot. Meanwhile, far from them, Andre, the representative of the Snow Nation, was training relentlessly near the edge of a volcano. Fresh from slaying a formidable demon, he received news that it was time to begin preparations. With a smirk, he welcomed the challenge, determined to prove his power. Elsewhere, atop the ruins of the sacred mountain temple in the Star Stripes Nation, Charles Morgan stood tall. With unwavering confidence, he declared that he would be invincible in the trials. Back at the main camp, 2 days had quietly passed. Lu Fan had been deeply absorbed in studying the documents handed to him by Duke Jinbei. Now, it was time for his departure, and the team had gathered to see him off. Lu Changkong, always the teaser, asked whether Lu Fan was aiming for first place this time. China Kai cheered him on, promising her support from afar. Captain Luffy gave a gentle reminder. It was time for him to move forward. Before he left, Duke Jinbei offered a final piece of advice: to utilize his unique talents wisely, especially the mountain summoning technique and the fallen corpse dragon under his command. Lu Fan nodded in gratitude, assuring them all that he was ready. The next morning, Lu Fan arrived at the academy and made his way directly to the vice principal's office. Standing straight, he knocked on the door and asked for permission to enter. Inside, Vice Principal Xiao greeted him with a warm handshake and a familiar smile. Xiao was in charge of this year's national trials, at least temporarily, while the principal was away. Standing beside him were 2 intimidating figures, Yuan Zhan shadow guards dispatched by higher authorities to protect the delegates traveling to the Tea Empire. These men were far above the level of the Griffin Regiment. Xiao couldn't help but comment on how seriously the higher-ups were treating this year's trials. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Fan casually asked if Xiao could accompany him to the Taichi Nation. Xiao agreed, though he noted that the principal wouldn't return for another 10 days. Fortunately, a private aircraft had already been arranged for departure the following afternoon. Over a warm cup of tea, Xiao made an interesting offer. Lu Fan could request anything, and the academy would do its best to provide it. Without hesitation, Lu Fan asked for a pet slot expansion scroll. The request took Xiao by surprise, causing him to spill tea in shock. Flustered, he admitted the academy didn't have one in stock, but reassured Lu Fan that he could manage his time freely. The shadow guards would not interfere. Later that day, Lu Fan stopped by to visit his closest friends, and emotions ran high. Sister Hank ran to him with open arms, hugging him tightly and bursting into tears. Overwhelmed with relief and joy, Chincho beamed, saying they had been waiting for him since the night before. Lu Fan, looking a bit sheepish, admitted that the vice principal had secretly informed him of Lu Fan's return. He tried to play it off with a joke, saying he didn't bring any gifts. But they didn't mind. Instead, they pulled him toward a dining table where a grand feast awaited. Sister Hank, brimming with pride, announced that she had prepared every dish herself, knowing just how terrible the food had been in the far north. Lu Fan didn't deny it. He admitted he missed Annie's cooking the most. As they ate, Chincho fired off questions about his time away, his battles, his growth, his experiences. Lu Fan shared stories from the far north, fighting demons, uncovering ancient ruins and more. At one point he revealed a bracelet he had crafted, a gift meant for his senior sister. Xiang Yuan spotted it immediately and couldn't resist teasing him, playfully asking who the lucky girl was. Caught off guard, Lu Fan quickly hid the bracelet, fumbling over his words. Kim rolled her eyes and smirked, casually commenting that it was obviously for his senior sister. The teasing continued at the dinner table until Aunt Hank gently changed the subject. She reminded Lung Fan to return early the next evening. Everyone had plans to go out together. That night, as the others rested, Lung Fan wandered off to a familiar place, the training ground where his elder sister had once taught him. Sitting there alone, memories washed over him. He recalled how she had first introduced him to Sister Duyako in the Tanhwa auction house. Longing for her presence, he took out his communicator and called Duyako, asking if there was any news about his senior sister. Duyako, ever playful, immediately teased him. "You must be blushing," she said with a laugh. Eventually she gave him a straight answer. His senior sister had left for personal reasons, but had entrusted something to be delivered to him at the auction house. Later that night, Lu Fan arrived at the Tanhwa auction house. Sister Duyako welcomed him with her usual cheerful charm, throwing in a tease about how he now traveled with shadow guards. Lu Fan brushed it off, saying they were professionals and didn't interfere with his affairs. She led him to a private room and unveiled a remarkable gift, a flowing meteorite sword. This wasn't just any weapon, it was a level 30 beast with exceptional stats, 256 strength, 204 agility, and a core ability called Flame Enhancement. This passive boosted fire skills by 50% and stored damage for an explosive follow-up strike. Lu Fan stared in awe, instinctively reaching for the blade. The moment he held it, he felt the power coursing through him. It was unmistakably crafted just for him, by his senior sister. Duyako smiled warmly, pointing out the amount of care and thought that had gone into the gift, but she wasn't finished. She handed over a second item, a rare magma burst skillbook, a powerful technique capable of turning enemies into molten magma. It was a perfect complement to his arsenal, especially with the national trials approaching. Finally, Juyaku presented him with a sealed letter. With a smirk, she joked that it must be a love letter. Lu Fan opened it, and as he read his senior sister's words, a soft smile crossed his face. In the letter, she explained that her sudden departure was unavoidable, but she left him these gifts as a form of encouragement. She also reminded him of his promise to give her something that wouldn't melt the ice. Touched by her thoughtfulness, Lu Fan thanked Juyaku. Before leaving, he casually inquired whether the auction house had any pet slot expansion scrolls in stock. Unfortunately, the answer was no. Juyaku explained that such scrolls were rare and mostly used by beast tamers, so they were rarely kept in supply. Lu Fan, ever the optimist, simply nodded. No scrolls for now, he thought. I'll focus on leveling up Xingxin and hatch the blue dragon egg later. Juyaku reassured him, promising to notify him immediately if a scroll or any dragon spellbooks came in. With that, Lu Fan bid her farewell and left the auction house, the two shadow guards silently following behind. As he walked through the quiet streets, his mind buzzed with plans. He knew the early stages of the national trials would be crucial for training Xingxin. The far north may have sharpened my military instincts, he thought, but I need real combat experience to stay ahead. Just as he neared home, a familiar voice called out from the shadows. Zhen Ying stood waiting along the path, a mischievous glint in her eye. She teased him, commenting on how relaxed he looked, despite the fierce competition just around the corner. Lu Fan smiled back and asked what she was doing there alone. Wasting no time, Zhen Ying got straight to the point. She wanted a sparring match before he left for the trials abroad. Lu Fan agreed instantly. It was the perfect opportunity to test out his new weapon. The two headed to the training hall at Dragon Capital Academy. As they entered, Zhen Ying drew her sword with determination. Lu Fan unsheathed the flowing meteorite sword, its fiery aura bathing the room in an amber glow. Zhen Ying grinned, warning him not to rely too much on shiny new tools. Let's see how far your training in the far north has taken you, she said. The duel began with Zhen Ying launching a flurry of swift attacks, but Lu Fan's new sword responded with incredible precision. Its lightweight design and natural movement amazed him. It felt as if the blade anticipated his every action. Activating Wicked Surge, he sheathed the weapon in fire, enhancing each strike with greater force. Impressed, Zhen Ying commented on how the sword's stacked bonus damage kept climbing. This sword is incredible, Lu Fan thought. Big sister was right, it's the perfect match for me. He realized then it might be time to retire his old permanent dragon scale sword. The battle raged on, with Zhen Ying countering using Army Breaker Great Squad, but Lu Fan's defense remained unshaken. She pushed herself, determined to match him blow for blow, but finally, Lu Fan unleashed Mountain Shaker, a devastating ability that reduced enemy health and delivered immense physical damage. Zhen Ying was knocked off her feet. Lying on the ground, she smiled up at him. You shall grown stronger than ever, she said. You shall definitely win first place in the national trials. The next morning arrived, and with it, Yushan's departure. Friends and family gathered for an emotional farewell. Sister Han fussed over him, reminding him to eat on time and stay safe. Shang Yuan reassured him, promising that they would always support him in spirit. Aunt Hank wished him a smooth journey. Lu Fan waved goodbye, grateful for their love and encouragement. At the airport, Vice Principal Zhao accompanied him to the terminal. As they waited, Zhao reminded him that the national trials were more than a competition. They were a chance to rise, to truly prove himself among the elite of Dragon Nation. Lu Fan, quietly absorbing every word, looked toward the skies and made a silent vow. He would not let this chance slip through his fingers. Just then, Zhao leaned in slightly and mentioned, "The Dragon Nation overseer's already waiting for us." And with that, Lu Fansit's next chapter began. Lu Fansit's curiosity was instantly piqued. He turned to Vice Principal Zhao and asked, "Who exactly is this overseer?" Zhao explained that each participating nation not only sent representatives to the national trials, but also appointed an overseer, someone responsible for ensuring that the competition's rules were upheld with impartiality and discipline. As they arrived, Lu Fan's attention was drawn to an unusual sight. The elite shadow guards who had accompanied them, proud, disciplined warriors, were bowing low, even kneeling. The air around them grew heavy, almost stifling, as if a powerful presence had settled over the space. Lu Fan couldn't shake the feeling that something was different, something was off. Sensing his unease, Zhang leaned in and whispered a warning. "Mind your conduct, Lu Fan. Stay humble." Moments later, the overseer himself stepped forward. Authority radiated from him, not through intimidation, but in a way that demanded respect. He gestured for everyone to rise, his gaze settling squarely on Lu Fan. "You must be Dragon Nation's representative," he said with calm certainty. At that moment, Vice Principal Xiangrong's eyes widened in disbelief. He had just recognized the man before them. Overseer Han, one of the Empire's most powerful and elusive figures, was here to greet them personally. Zhao wasted no time. He rushed forward to express his deep gratitude, recognizing the gravity of such an honor. But Elder Han, ever composed, waved it off with a smile. "It sits only fitting," he said, "that we show proper respect to the state sit's chosen representative." Zhao then gestured toward Lu Fan, formally introducing him. "This is Lu Fan, a second-tier professional from Dragon Capital Academy. He is both a beast rider and a tamer." At those words, Lu Fan froze. A sudden realization swept over him. He had met Elder Han before. Shang looked surprised by Lu Fan's reaction, but Elder Han only chuckled knowingly. "It's been a while," he said, confirming their earlier encounter. His eyes sparkled with pride as he spoke of Lu Fan's progress. He even referenced the mighty dragon now under the young man's control, likening Lu Fan to the legendary heroes of ancient times. "I believe you will bring great honor to the Dragon Empire in these trials," Elder Han said with conviction. Humbled and awed, Lu Fan bowed deeply. "Thank you, Overseer. I will not disappoint you." Before departing, Elder Han offered one final piece of advice. "If you find yourself in trouble, seek out Tu Jing first. He said he'll help you, and if that sip's not enough, then I will come myself." With that, Elder Han stepped into his car. A bodyguard, silent and alert, held the door open. Just before the vehicle drove off, Han turned and gave one last reminder. "Prepare yourselves. The banquet is this evening." As the car disappeared down the road, Lu Fan turned to Shao with a question burning in his mind. "Is Elder Han really one of the 3 elders of the Dragon Empire?" Shao nodded solemnly. "Yes, one of the highest authorities in the entire empire. Their power even surpasses the Duke's." Lu Fan stood still, stunned by the truth. The 3 elders were legendary, political giants, whose decisions shaped the very structure of the Dragon Empire. Yet Elder Han didn't have the overwhelming presence one would expect from a combat master. There was something different. Confused, Lu Fan voiced his thoughts aloud. Is he hiding his true strength? Vice Principal Shao smiled faintly. Elder Hanshit's strength is in sept measured by brute force. His power lies in wisdom, strategy, and influence. He's still in his early 40s, yet commands respect that could shift the future of our nation. He explained further. In the Dragon Empire, combat power is revered, but it isn't everything. Among the 3 elders, only one is believed to hold a combat profession, possibly at the rare 5th tier. Another specializes in enhancement, and though not combat-focused, is still a central pillar of the empire. Elder Han represents a deeper kind of strength, Shao continued, the kind you don't see on battlefields. And if that weren't enough, he sits guarded by the 4 legendary swordsmen of unmatched skill, who follow him not by order, but by loyalty. The more Lu Fan learned, the more intrigued he became. The 3 elders were shrouded in mystery, their reputations built as much on rumor as reality. But one thing was clear, their power extended far beyond the reach of weapons. It touched politics, wealth, and the future of the empire itself. Lu Fan smiled to himself, his thoughts swirling. Elder Han wasn't just strong, he was something else entirely. A force that reshaped people, not with strength, but with presence. There was still so much to learn. Before he could reflect further, the car slowed to a stop. Lu Fan looked out the window and was stunned. What greeted him wasn't just an arrival, it was a spectacle. A crowd had gathered outside the terminal, reporters, photographers, and curious onlookers. The flash of cameras was constant, and chatter filled the air like a buzz of electricity. Everyone had come to see the Dragon Nation's representative. Stepping out of the vehicle, Lu Fan was immediately surrounded. Vice Principal Shao stayed close, shielding him as journalists swarmed forward, their questions flying in rapid bursts. "Is it true you control a real dragon? What's your strategy for the trials? How did you tame such a beast?" Microphones were thrust toward him from all directions. The sheer volume of attention was staggering, but Lu Fan didn't flinch. He stood tall. And in that moment, he understood this was no longer just about trials or school rankings. This was about becoming a symbol of the Dragon Empire's future. And he was ready. Among the flurry of reporters, one voice rose above the others, asking pointedly about Lu Fan's rumored feud with the Jin family. Another quickly followed, pressing him for details about his championship strategy and whether the Dragon Nation was prepared to defend its title this year. Overwhelmed by the barrage, Lu Fan's thoughts drifted momentarily. His mind returned to the calm presence of Elder Han, the way he commanded respect without raising his voice. That quiet, enigmatic strength stood in stark contrast to the circus of cameras and questions surrounding him now. Yet, even in this chaos, Lu Fan felt the growing weight of his role. He wasn't just a participant anymore, he was a symbol. He looked around, taking in the flashing lights, shouting reporters, and swelling crowd. It all felt surreal, a far cry from the quiet streets of Jin City, where his journey had begun. This wasn't just arrival, it was a spectacle. Vice Principal Shao, ever the composed figure, finally stepped forward, raising his voice firmly above the clamor. "This is not the time for interviews," he declared, his tone cutting through the noise like a command. The bodyguards moved quickly, creating a path through the crowd. In moments, Lu Fan was ushered into the hotel and escorted to his room, finally allowed a moment of peace. That evening, the banquet hall buzzed with activity as more representatives arrived from every corner of the continent. Seated with Vice Principal Shao, Lu Fan casually commented on the media presence outside, remarking that even stepping out for a breath of fresh air had become impossible. Shao, ever the strategist, advised staying indoors for now. "There's seps no benefit in wandering into that chaos," he said. "Better to conserve your energy where it's seps quiet." As Lu Fan scanned the room, his gaze shifted to a new curiosity. "Where is Charles Morgan?" he asked. The powerful representative from the Star-Spangled Nation was conspicuously absent. Shao offered a knowing smile. "They like to make an entrance. Their delegates usually arrive just before the competition begins." Before Lu Fan could respond, his eyes caught sight of Jin Xinghan, seated silently near the front of the hall, observing with quiet intensity. At the same moment, Jin Xin, the overseer of the Taichi Nation, stood and made his way across the hall. Lu Fan's heart skipped. Was he going to greet Elder Han? Sure enough, Zhang Yushan extended his hand and introduced himself with practiced diplomacy. "I'm overseeing this year's national trials," he said. Elder Han, unfazed, responded with a firm handshake and his usual calm smile. Around them, the room filled with murmurs. Guests whispered in hushed voices. Some speculated that Elder Han might truly be one of the legendary 3 elders of the Dragon Empire. Others pointed discreetly toward the figure standing behind him, convinced he was one of the 4 great swords. One excited guest even claimed to have seen Elder Han at an international summit in the Roman country, only adding to the air of prestige that surrounded the Dragon Nation's delegation. As Elder Han returned to his seat, Lu Fan, noticing him, gave a respectful gesture, silently inviting him to sit nearby. The subtle exchange didn't go unnoticed. Whispers and sideways glances followed, as guests began speculating on Lu Fan's possible connections to the Empire's highest circles. But the attention soon turned elsewhere as the long-awaited state banquet officially began. More than a meal, it was a show of strength, unity, and hospitality, each host nation using it to set the tone for the trials. Guests chatted excitedly about the menu, anticipating an unforgettable spread. Vice Principal Shao, however, leaned in and offered Lu Fan a quiet warning. "Be mindful of your reaction," he said. "The Taichi Nation SIP's cuisine may not meet Dragon Nation SIP standards." Lu Fan nodded politely, unsure what to expect. When the first dishes were served, his expression betrayed his thoughts. The food was plain, the portions small, there was no lavish presentation, no complex flavor. It was modest, shockingly so for an international banquet. Disappointment flickered across his face. He couldn't help but compare it to Aunt Hank's home cooking. Simple, yes, but always full of warmth and flavor. These dishes felt hollow by comparison. His unspoken reaction did not go unnoticed. Elder Han, ever perceptive, spoke in a calm tone. "The Taichi Nation lacks the agricultural abundance we enjoy. Their resources lie in mineral wealth. What they offer comes from discipline, not luxury." It was a fair point, but Lu Fan still felt underwhelmed. He was just beginning to adjust his expectations when a loud bang shattered the relative quiet. Andre, the formidable representative from the Snow Nation, slammed his fist on the table. His frustration was barely contained as he growled. "This is a banquet. Where sips the food? These are crumbs." All eyes turned toward him. The atmosphere shifted instantly, from festive to tense. The echo of Andre's fist slamming against the table silenced the banquet hall in an instant. All eyes turned to him, tension rippling through the room like a rising tide. A bald man, Andre's handler, or perhaps his mentor, quickly stepped forward, placing a hand on Andre's shoulder, urging him to calm down. But Andre, a hidden fighter profession and a level 60 elite, wasn't in the mood to be pacified. His frustration was mounting, and his pride refused to yield. Seated nearby, Jin Xinghan couldn't resist a smirk. Tilting his head slightly, he muttered just loud enough for everyone to hear. "Perhaps barbarians simply don't know how to appreciate fine cuisine." The room froze. Andre's chair scraped violently against the floor as he stood, glaring at Xinghan. "Say that again," he growled, storming across the room with clenched fists. Shang Yuan slowly rose to his feet, his expression calm and icy. A faint purple aura began to radiate from his body, a clear signal that he was prepared to escalate. The air between them crackled with tension, and the entire hall held its breath. Before the confrontation could erupt, Zhang Yuanshan, overseer of the Taichi Nation, quickly stepped in, positioning himself between the two. His tone was firm but composed. "The trials have not yet begun. This is not the time for personal disputes." At the same time, the bald man returned to Andre Sip's side, speaking in a low but commanding voice. "Enough, this is not worth it." Andre, however, was finished. He jabbed a finger toward Xinghan. Watch yourself, we will cross paths again, and when we do, I won't be so polite. Xinghan remained impassive, eyes locked on his opponent. Good, I still be ready. Though the fire between them didn't extinguish, Andre finally turned and stomped off. As he passed his table, he gave one last angry glare at the untouched food. I am not eating this mess, he spat. Anyone who wants it can have it. Just as he began to storm away, his nostrils flared. Something had changed in the room. An irresistible aroma had filled the air, rich and savory. His steps slowed, his head turned instinctively, drawn toward the source of the heavenly scent. The fragrance hadn't just caught his attention, it spread like wildfire through the banquet hall, breaking the heavy tension and replacing it with curious whispers. Andre followed the smell until he arrived at Lu Fan's table. Elder Han inhaled deeply and raised a brow. Now this smells like a proper meal. Vice Principal Shao chuckled, turning to Lu Fan. Where did this come from? With a relaxed grin, Lu Fan shrugged. My aunt, she figured I wouldn't adjust well to Tai Chi Nation cuisine, so she packed me something special. Andre, now hovering beside the table, was speechless. He stared at the food like it was a mirage. His earlier anger now gave way to longing. Lu Fan laughed softly. Care to try it? Trust me, it sips miles ahead of whatever they were trying to serve earlier. Andre didn't hesitate. With a grateful nod, he accepted a freshly steamed mamo from Lu Fan's hands. He lifted it to his nose, inhaling the rich aroma, and his eyes widened. This smell, it's divine, like happiness in food form, he whispered. Lu Fan grinned. No need for ceremony. Sit, eat as much as you like. Overcome with gratitude and hunger, Andre sat beside Lu Fan and began devouring the food with gusto. Bite after bite, his scowl melted into bliss. Across the table, Elder Han picked up a portion himself. If this is home cooking, then your aunt must be a national treasure. Vice Principal Shao agreed wholeheartedly. A true master chef. This is flavor. As more guests caught wind of the aroma, their heads turned. Murmurs filled the room again, this time not about conflict, but about the remarkable food on Lu Fan's table. However, not everyone was pleased. Jin Xinghan, still standing where the confrontation had nearly taken place, watched with a scowl. His icy composure was beginning to crack. The sight of Andre, his rival, cheerfully eating at Lu Fan's table, enjoying what was clearly the best meal in the hall, made his blood boil. The murmurs of approval, the shifting attention, the subtle praise now orbiting Lu Fan, it all gnawed at him, his fists clenched tightly under the table. As Vice Principal Shao took another bite and once again praised Lu Fan's aunt, calling her a culinary genius, Xinghan's frustration reached a breaking point. Noticing the change in his demeanor, Zhang Yuanshan's moved swiftly. He approached silently and placed a steadying hand on Shangran's shoulder. Let it go, he whispered. We are here to compete, not to lose composure over dinner. The overseer's voice was calm, but his message was clear. This wasn't just a banquet anymore, it had become a subtle battleground of pride and influence. And tonight, without drawing a blade or summoning power, Lu Fan had won. To diffuse the mounting tension in the banquet hall, Jin Zion rose to his feet, clearing his throat with enough authority to command silence. Conversations faded, and a hush swept through the room as every head turned toward him. Before Jin Zion could speak, a sudden beep from the sound system echoed across the chamber. The signal was unmistakable. Something important was about to begin. Anticipation filled the air, replacing food and frustration with curiosity and focus. With practiced ease, Jin Zion held up a remote and pressed a button. A large screen flickered to life, displaying a vivid, detailed map, the layout for this year's national trials. With a steady hand, he pointed toward the key areas, beginning his explanation. Lu Fan leaned forward, eyes scanning the massive map. What he saw made his pulse quicken. There were 9 distinct regions, each teeming with unique and powerful beasts. It wasn't just the scope that impressed him, it was the scale. This map was larger than any seen in trial history. Tai Chi Nation had pulled selections from across the globe, each region filled with creatures ranging from level 50 to level 80. Jin Zion elaborated that points would be awarded based on the strength and rarity of the beasts. The rarer and more powerful the target, the greater the reward. Then actions would be entirely random, and each participant could only undertake one at a time. Only after completing it would they be allowed to receive another. Lu Fan's expression turned serious. On the surface this seemed like an innovative twist to the game, but the implications quickly became clear. Randomized objectives meant chaos, and in a points-based system, where reputation, placement, and survival were all at stake, there was only one logical outcome: conflict. He could already see the darker path unfolding. Participants wouldn't just compete with beasts, they would be tempted, maybe even forced to eliminate each other to steal points, or stop rivals from completing missions. This wasn't just a competition, it was evolving into a dangerous battlefield masked as a game. Elder Han sat silently nearby, his thoughtful gaze fixed on the screen. It was clear that he too recognized the hidden layers beneath the surface of these rules. Suddenly, a participant raised his hand and pointed to an ominous symbol on the map, a skull. "What does this mean?" he asked. Whispers spread like wildfire. A skull on a map never meant anything good. Jin Zion's smile shifted, calm but serious. He pressed another button on the remote. The image on the screen changed, revealing a towering structure cloaked in shadows, massive, dark and foreboding. Its silhouette loomed across the map like a grim monument. "This," he said, "is the Dark Tower." The room grew cold with unease. As he explained, each of the 9 regions would contain one of these towers, rotating strongholds that served as ancient prisons. Trapped inside were legendary armies of the past, twisted and corrupted into beasts. And at the heart of each tower was the demon of the 9 realms. A chill swept the hall. Gasps escaped from every corner. Someone at the back exclaimed in disbelief. A large woman sitting near the center muttered, "This is madness," her voice echoing the fear rippling through the room. Jin Zion's voice deepened as he confirmed their worst fears. This was no ordinary opponent. The demon they spoke of was the same entity that nearly annihilated the Tai Chi nation 50 years ago. Lu Fan's mind whirled. What kind of monster could inspire such fear even after half a century? Vice Principal Xiao leaned in and whispered to him, "The demon of the 9 realms isn't just a beast, it's a catastrophe. It was sealed decades ago after a devastating accident unleashed it and its army. That battle almost destroyed Tai Chi nation." Lu Fan sat in stunned silence. Elder Han, silent until now, chose to speak. His voice was low, measured, but powerful. "It took 5 fourth-stage experts to seal that demon. 5 heroes, legends of Tai Chi nation. Their efforts saved the world from ruin. They paid dearly to bind the creature within the towers." The entire room listened with bated breath. For Lu Fan, the scale of what he was hearing felt unreal. A being so powerful that even a team of 4th-stage experts could only seal it. What kind of strength was that? Then came the inevitable question. A voice from the crowd spoke, trembling but bold. "Will the demon in the trials be weakened, like the other trial bosses usually are?" All eyes turned back to the screen, back to the towering shadow that now loomed not just over the map, but over their minds. Jin Zion's response sent a shockwave through the hall. With unwavering clarity, he confirmed what everyone feared. The demon of the 9 realms would appear in its original unaltered form, not weakened, not scaled, pure, full-strength terror. The beast army sealed within the Dark Towers would be just as deadly, making this the most dangerous national trial in recorded history. Gasps rippled across the hall. A long-haired girl sitting near the back found her voice first, trembling as she asked the question on everyone's mind. "What if the demon escapes the test area?" Her voice cracked as she recalled the devastation from 50 years ago, when the demon laid waste to entire provinces in Tai Chi nation. Millions had perished, and the trauma still lingered in national memory. Her concern ignited a murmur of panic across the room. Andre, usually confident and brash, now looked pale. At level 60, he began mentally calculating. Even with his strength, he estimated it would take a team of at least 10 top-tier fighters to even attempt a takedown. But with 23 participants, all competing and scheming for the top rank, the odds of forming such a united team seemed impossible. Then, amid the storm of anxiety, Yushan raised his hand. His voice was steady, cutting through the tension like a blade. "If someone defeats the demon of the 9 realms," he asked, "how many points would that be worth?" The room froze. People stared at him, stunned. Some thought he was joking. Others whispered that maybe he didn't understand what he was asking. Was this bravery or recklessness? Jin Zion simply smiled, the corner of his mouth curling upward. Whether he took the question seriously or as a way to ease the tension, he answered plainly. "Yes," he said. "Every beast defeated in the trial earns points, and should someone actually manage to defeat the demon of the 9 realms," he paused, letting the gravity of the moment settle, "the reward would be beyond anything ever given in trial history." A murmur of disbelief followed, then silence. With that, Jin Zion concluded the session, giving a final sweeping gesture to the screen. "If there are no further questions," he announced, "the briefing is adjourned." Chairs scraped back. Conversations resumed, this time quieter, more cautious. The weight of what had just been revealed sat heavily on everyone. As the crowd began to disperse, Elder Han turned to Vice Principal Xiao, his tone casual but eyes sharp. "Get the boys some rest," he said, gesturing to Lu Fan. "We still speak again tomorrow." Xiao nodded, and the 2 men bowed politely to Elder Han before exiting the hall. Elder Han stood still for a moment, his gaze following Lu Fan as he left. A faint, almost mischievous smile tugged at his lips. Under his breath, he murmured, "This young man will make things very interesting." Later that night, Lu Fan lay in his room, his mind spinning. The trial was far more brutal than he'd expected. Between the ancient beasts, the randomized missions, and the possibility of participant-on-participant violence, the competition was no longer just about glory. It was about survival. He couldn't predict what someone like Jin Xinghan would do, but he was certain that Kim So-san, another representative, would make aggressive moves early on. Wanting more clarity, Yushan Lu's fan reached for his phone. Opening the official trial ranking app, he scrolled through the national predictions. 23 names appeared on the list, each tagged with a rank and nation. His breath caught when he saw it. Dragon Nation, T1, Lu Fan. He blinked, then blinked again. Top 1? That couldn't be right. Still groggy, he rubbed his eyes and refreshed the app, but the result remained. There he was, ranked first, ahead of even Jiang Yushanrong. Lu Fan scoffed aloud, shaking his head. What a joke, he muttered. For a media outlet claiming to be credible, this ranking felt laughable. He wasn't naive. He knew his true strength. He wasn't weak, but Taiwan. Continuing to scroll, his eyes paused when they reached one name. Musashi Tan, Sakura Nation. A chill crept down his spine. That name, that man. Lu Fan had heard too many stories. Musashi Tan wasn't the type to show off, but he was dangerously quiet, precise, and ruthless. A true threat. If anyone was worth fearing in these trials, it was him. The next morning, the arena buzzed with energy. Participants stood at attention, each in their designated spots. Spectators filled the viewing platforms, and the atmosphere brimmed with anticipation. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed across the sky. Welcome, the national trials, hosted by the Taichi Nation, are about to begin. The crowd stirred, cheers rising from the stands. Look to the sky, the voice commanded. All heads turned upward. A brilliant blue vortex formed above them, swirling with streaks of light, like a magical cyclone suspended in space. It shimmered with raw energy, glowing brighter with every passing second. The portal to the secret trial area was now ready. Then came a strange pause. And the voice returned, with a bizarre command. The trials will not begin until everyone has liked this video. A moment of stunned silence followed. Then, in surreal unison, everyone mimicked the motion of tapping a like button, whether in jest, confusion, or amusement. There was a beat of silence. Then the voice boomed again. Thank you. Now that you all liked the video, the portal has officially opened. The crowd roared. Without further delay, participants surged forward, stepping toward the glowing gateway. Lu Fan took a breath, his eyes locked on the shimmering light ahead. His mind was calm, focused, calculating. This is it. And with full confidence, he stepped into the swirling vortex, into the trials. Inside a quiet villa, Lu Fan's teammates, Zhang Yuan, Qinyu, Xiaoman and Hank, sat together, eyes fixed on the screen. Though they tried to hide it, tension simmered beneath the surface. The trials ahead were daunting, and even with complete faith in Lu Fan's strength, the pressure was undeniable. These were moments where even the most seasoned warriors felt the weight of expectation. But elsewhere, Captain Luffy, Lu Chongkong, and Shan Kai watched with a different energy, an air of excitement and anticipation. Their belief in Lu Fan remained rock solid. They weren't just hoping he'd do well, they were certain he would dominate. Meanwhile, in another corner, Duke Tujing lounged comfortably with a bottle of wine in hand. He viewed the unfolding spectacle with a relaxed air, enjoying the high-stakes drama like a fine performance. Seated nearby, Vice Principal Xiao and Elder Han remained equally engrossed. Their gazes never left the screens, silently analyzing every movement. They knew the significance of what was about to happen. The moment all participants entered the secret realm, everything would change. The rankings, the power dynamics, and perhaps even the fate of the competition. As Lu Fan stepped into the secret realm, the icy wind greeted him like a slap to the face. The landscape stretched out before him, a vast frozen wilderness. He recognized it instantly. The far north national testing secret area, he muttered to himself, a smirk curling at the edge of his lips. It was familiar, brutal, and perfect. The ice field was as unforgiving as ever, but he had the advantage of knowing its terrain. He glanced at the map on his watch, confirming his location, dead center in the heart of the field. Not a bad place to start, he thought, though he regretted not bringing a thicker jacket. Surveying the horizon, Lu Fan noticed something that brought a smile to his face. The rankings were still blank. No one had earned any points yet. It was a clean slate, a fresh opportunity. To him it felt like being handed a brand new test sheet, one where he had the chance to set the curve. With that thought, he took his first step into the frostbitten unknown, determination hardening his expression. The competition was about to ignite, and Lu Fan was ready to bring fire to the ice. His gaze shifted back to his watch. A red marker glowed in the lower corner of the map, a task point, his first target. Instantly strategies began forming in his mind. He double-checked the live rankings and the current survivor count. The game was well underway, and high scorers would soon become moving targets. But Lu Fan felt no fear. If anyone wanted to come after him, they'd better be ready. He wasn't backing down. With a flick of his wrist, Lu Fan sprang into motion, energy surged around him, his aura flaring to life. He called out two names, Shangqin and Xiaoyu, his dragons. They responded without hesitation. Shang Yuanshan appeared in a flash, its presence dramatic and undeniable. Xiaoyu followed, unleashing a mighty roar that shook the frozen ground. Tribes ties. Lu Fan's eyes sparkled with confidence. This was the team-up he had waited for. All achieved. Turning to Xingqin, he asked if it was ready to evolve together with Xiaoyu, but before he could finish, Xingqin had already leapt onto his shoulder, scales shimmering in the icy sunlight. It settled there as if it had always belonged. Lu Fan chuckled, shaking his head. "Will you ever listen to me?" he muttered fondly, but there was no time to waste. He climbed onto Xiaoyu's powerful back with practiced ease. The dragon braced itself, wings poised for flight. Just then, an odd voice echoed through the sky. "Before you soar, don't forget to subscribe. This adventure is just beginning." Lu Fan raised an eyebrow but smirked at the interjection. His pulse quickened. The excitement was building. Xiaoyu let out another thunderous roar. With a gust of wind and a powerful flap of wings, the dragon launched into the sky. Lu Fan gripped the reins tightly, the wind whipping past his face. His heart pounded with the thrill of what lay ahead. The dark peak awaited. And he was ready. Meanwhile, far across the national testing secret area, another contender made his entrance. Jin Xinghan trudged steadily through a scorching desert. The familiar terrain stirred memories. A smirk crept across his face. "Back here again," he muttered, already adjusting to the heat radiating from the sand beneath his feet. Raising one hand, he summoned his beasts. But these were no ordinary creatures. Twisted and fragmented, they resembled Jin Xinghan in eerie, disjointed ways, like living puzzles stitched together by chaos. His skill-fragmented ambush was both brilliant and unsettling. Portions of the abyss split off from his being, hiding themselves in strategic locations to create an intricate web of traps and misdirection. But it was an ability designed to bewilder and terrify. As the beast materialized, their tiny legs scuttled across the dunes. Jin Xinghan watched them with grim satisfaction. A system interface appeared before him, displaying his ability statistics. One term stood out: Abyss Symbiosis Effect. This was the heart of his power. As long as his abyss-born creatures lived, he drew strength from them, and even if he died, it wouldn't matter. He could resurrect within any of the summoned creatures. This made Jin Xinghan a near-immortal presence, an ever-lurking threat that could never truly be eliminated. "Well, sort of," he said aloud, chuckling to himself. The grin on his face widened. The game was just beginning, and for those daring enough to face him, the nightmare was only getting started. Jin Xinghan calmly counted his chances. With 9 revivals granted through his summoned beasts, he was practically immortal. He chuckled at the irony, his voice echoing across the lifeless desert. But the sands offered no response. Perhaps wisely. Deserts, after all, had little patience for humor. Just as Jin was basking in the thought of his invincibility, a sharp, precise sound cut through the air. A sword, thrown with terrifying accuracy, pierced the head of one of his summoned beasts. Like a needle through silk, the creature collapsed instantly, its fragmented form disintegrating into the sand. Jin's eyes narrowed, locking onto the source of the ambush. Standing with a smug expression was none other than Musashi Ten, the representative of Sakura Nation. "Now you've only got 8 lives left," Musashi called out mockingly, clearly amused with himself. Zhang Yuan's temper ignited, his fists clenched as he stared at the crumbled remains of his summon. The attack had come without warning, and worse, from someone who was supposed to be an ally. His voice trembled with restrained rage as he demanded an explanation, accusing Musashi of breaking their agreement. Almost on cue, the system interface popped up, displaying Musashi's profile. Musashi 10, nationality, Sakura, level 61, class Demon Samurai. But Jane hardly registered the details. His focus was locked onto the man who had just compromised his survivability. Musashi, unfazed, calmly sheathed his sword and offered a careless explanation. He'd simply wanted to test whether killing one of Jane's summons would earn him points. His tone was casual, flippant, even, as if Jane should be grateful for the data collected. Jane scoffed, angered beyond words. Pointing an accusing finger, he demanded, "If you were so desperate for points, why didn't you go after Lu Fan instead?" His voice rose in frustration, reminding Musashi of their pre-match agreement. Taking down one of his summons wasn't just betrayal, it was a direct hit to his survival prospects. But Musashi merely shrugged. "You still have 8 lives left," he replied nonchalantly, as though the loss was insignificant. Then, as if to make up for his actions, he offered compensation, a boss fight. Jen stared at him in disbelief. A boss fight, as if that could make up for the loss of one of his critical revivals. Still, the absurdity of the offer took the edge off his anger. He sighed, deciding he didn't have the time or energy to argue. Waving Musashi aside, he muttered, "Forget it," and began walking. Musashi, ever the opportunist, quickly fell in step beside him, cheerfully calling out, "Hey, don't leave your ally behind." As they advanced through the desert, Musashi revealed something unexpected. He explained that Zhang Yuanshan had personally teleported him here, slipping him into the testing grounds without alerting the overseer. According to Musashi, it was all part of a plan to keep their alliance intact. "You'd better protect me," he added, flashing a mischievous grin. Jean snapped, ordering him to lower his voice before the overseer caught wind of their secret communication. Then, in a more serious tone, Jean began outlining the real plan. Their alliance hadn't formed by choice. It was a directive from the higher-ups, specifically the committee. As for Lu Fan, Zhang Yuan assured Musashi that he would handle him personally. Musashi's target, on the other hand, was the Black Dragon, Xiaoya. Then Zhang Yuan shared a crucial detail he had kept hidden until now. "There's something Jin Zion didn't tell you about the Dark Spire," he began. He explained that the spire moved unpredictably across the map. If it detected any participants, it would immediately launch a lethal attack. Musashi's expression shifted from smug to stunned. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" he snapped. Realization dawned on him. "No wonder you've prepared so many resurrections." Jin's lips curled into an ominous grin. He didn't offer an apology. He didn't need to. Musashi, still piecing together the implications, muttered bitterly. "So if I face the demon of the 9 realms at the peak and you die, you just resurrect. But what happens to me?" Jin turned toward him, lifting his hand. A sinister purple aura began swirling around his palm. "Don't worry," he said with a wicked smile. "Since we're allies, I'll protect you." Without warning, he unleashed a surge of dark energy in Musashi's direction. The sudden flare caught Musashi off guard, but he didn't back away. He stared at Zhang Yuan with confusion. "What are you doing?" he demanded. Jin, ever dry and matter-of-fact, replied. "An abyss contract." As the energy engulfed him, Musashi screamed, his voice echoing with pain. The agony was unbearable, but he endured it. When the aura finally faded, Zhang Yuan calmly explained the terms. From this moment forward, Musashi would also be linked to Jane's summoned beasts. He could be resurrected, just like Jane. But there was a price. Their lives were now bound together. If Jin died, Musashi would fall with him. Still reeling, Musashi struggled to his feet, fury in his eyes. Jin, however, didn't look back. He simply walked forward, leaving his ally to recover alone. Grinding his teeth, Musashi called after him. "You don't trust me. You've been holding back this whole time." Jin didn't respond, but the silence said it all. Their alliance may have been formed by order, but in a game like this, trust was always optional. Their alliance. Musashi hurried to defend himself, insisting he had no intention of betrayal. But Jin Xinghan didn't even glance back. His voice, cold and detached, cut through the tension. "Yeah. Working with Taichi Nation is the right choice for me. Once this trial ends, I'll terminate the Abyss contract." Musashi quickened his pace, unwilling to be left behind. Desperate to regain some ground, he suggested they track down Lu Fan together. But Zhang Yuan remained focused, speaking with a chilling sense of calculation. "We don't move yet," he said. "Let the demon of the 9 realms handle the others first. Once it's cleared the field, we strike." His voice was flat, strategic, ruthless. "The less effort we expend," Zhang Yuan added, "the better." As they pressed forward, Musashi spotted a glowing mission point in the distance. Excited, he proposed they take it, but Jin Xinghan turned to him with a slight tilt of the head and an ominous tone. "I see, that's a trap mission," he stated. "Dang." He explained that Zhang Yuanshan had deliberately marked such missions. Accepting one would lock a participant out of all other quests. It was a trap, clever, cruel, and impossible to complete. Musashi frowned, glaring at Jin with a mixture of disbelief and suspicion. "What makes you so sure it's a trap?" he demanded. Zhang Yuanshan's eyes sharpened with a murderous glint. "You'll understand soon enough," he replied darkly. "No one completes those." Hours later, deep inside the control center, the overseers monitored the unfolding trial from their screens. Jin Zion leaned back in his chair, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "Interesting," he mused aloud. "Looks like the so-called Big Three, Dragon Nation, Star Nation, and Snow Nation, aren't making waves this year." Boyer, another overseer, turned toward him. "Curious, what are you implying?" Jin Zion gestured at the live rankings. "Take a look at Dragon Nation's star player, Lu Fan. The media praised him as a Tier 1 talent, but he's sitting dead last. 257 points. That's it." The overseer raised an eyebrow. "What's going on with Dragon Nation? Their players are usually solid." "Maybe it's just hype," Zhang Yuanshan sneered. "That dragon of his might be overrated. Even swatting down some low-level beast should have earned more than that." Behind them, Elder Han sipped his green tea quietly. A faint chuckle escaped him, but he said nothing. Let them mock Lu Fan, let them doubt him. His rise would be all the more satisfying. Meanwhile, in the frozen expanse of the secret realm, Lu Fan wandered, frustration growing with every step. He checked his watch again. Still, just 257 points, not a single change. He muttered under his breath, trying to locate the peak of darkness. He had been searching for what felt like an eternity, but there was no sign, no marker, no signal, nothing. I enter Suddenly, the wind picked up, a low ominous sound echoed through the frostbitten air. Then, with a burst of force, a massive lion-like monster materialized before him. The beast's muscular frame radiated raw power. A system prompt flashed. Sky-mounting flying lion, level 60. Defeating it would grant a moderate amount of points. The beast lunged with lightning speed. But shy, alert and agile, leapt backward, dodging the strike with effortless grace. Lu Fan studied the creature intently. Compared to the zombies from the fallen cloud zone, this flying lion was a lesser threat. The points it offered were meager. Not worth the time. Lu Fan knew the real path to climbing the rankings wasn't in wasting time on ordinary monsters. It was through missions, boss fights. Grabbing Shy's widened in disbelief. There, standing before him in full glory, was Shia, the legendary black dragon. The man's body tensed as he instinctively reached for his weapon, ready for a fight. His pulse raced. Lu Fan dismounted with calm precision, his expression unreadable. The man's eyes shifted from the dragon to its rider. Shock turned to recognition. "You're Lu Fan, from the Dragon Empire?" he asked, voice trembling with disbelief. Lu Fan didn't reply. Instead, he silently activated his watch, letting the system scan the stranger. Yali, level 45, Waterwave Swordsman, South Nation, rank 19, score 5153. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of Lu Fan's lips, but he said nothing. He simply turned off the display and walked past Zhang Yuan without a word. The silence stung. Yali's expression twisted with frustration, the arrogance of it all, the dismissal. Lu Fan hadn't even acknowledged his presence.
As far as Lu Fan was concerned, the real battle hadn't even begun.
As Yali watched Lu Fan's figure grow smaller in the distance, his mind whirled with resentment and ambition. Buried memories rose to the surface, memories of the long-standing tension between the Southern Empire and the Dragon Empire. He remembered vividly how Tu Jing, a representative of the Dragon Empire, had once humiliated the Southern king, nearly bringing Yali's entire nation to ruin. This was more than a trial for Yali. It was a chance at redemption. If he could defeat Lu Fan, the Dragon Empire's chosen warrior, he could restore honor to his homeland. And with Lu Fan ranked last, only level 32, Yali saw nothing but opportunity, an easy victory, a ticket to national glory. Without hesitation, he drew his blade. Water surged around him as he activated his water cage technique, streams coiling from the tip of his sword to form a tight prison around Lu Fan. Confident he had the upper hand, Yali sneered. "You're naive if you think you can match me," he taunted. But Lu Fan remained still, calm, silent, unshaken. That silence only enraged Yali further. He muttered to himself, readying his next strike, determined to crush Lu Fan and claim the recognition he so craved. Before he could move, Shia stepped in. Pain. The black dragon's massive claws slashed across the icy ground, catching Yali with explosive force. The swordsman was launched into the air like a ragdoll, crashing hard into the ice below. Pain exploded through his arm. It was broken. He gasped in agony, his pride crumbling alongside his bones. Writhing on the frozen ground, Yali struggled to accept the reality. This was the true power of the Dragon Empire. Lu Fan calmly walked out of the water prison, completely unharmed, unbothered. To him the technique was little more than a splash. Approaching the fallen swordsman, Lu Fan finally spoke, his voice low but laced with dry amusement. "If you were hoping to profit like a fisherman from someone else's battle, you're sorely mistaken," he said. "Frankly, sparing you was just more efficient. The points I'd gain from defeating you wouldn't be worth the trouble." Yali froze. The words hit harder than any blade. His plan, his ambition, his confidence, shattered. How could someone at level 32 be this powerful? Still, he clung to a final desperate hope. Even if he couldn't place in the top tier, killing Lu Fan would still make him a hero back home. He gritted his teeth and prepared to rise again. But then, Sha Yuan roared. The sound shook the very air around them, and Yali stumbled backward, heart pounding. The black dragon stepped forward, her eyes burning with intensity. Flickers of fire curled from her mouth. Fear overtook him. For one terrifying second, Yali thought he was about to die. Lu Fan, however, remained composed, calm and cold. He issued a single warning. "Don't rush. This mission is mine. There's no room for objections." Then he turned his attention away completely, tapping into his watch interface. A notification appeared. Mission accepted. Objective: defeat the epic boss, Demon of the Nine Realms, level 85. Lu Fan's face turned serious. The stakes had escalated. Beside him, Xiao stood tall, embers glowing within her chest like a storm preparing to break. The battlefield felt charged, electric, as if time itself had slowed. Death. Meanwhile, Yali collapsed once again to the ground. He trembled, his weapon slipped from his grip, the sheer pressure surrounding Lu Fan, and his dragon was suffocating. Why wasn't Lu Fan attacking? Was he toying with him? Was this a psychological game? Before he could make sense of it, a massive shadow plunged from the sky. A colossal beast slammed into the battlefield, sending shards of ice flying in every direction. The impact fractured the frozen earth. Xiaoya reacted instantly, lunging forward with a thunderous strike that knocked the creature back, but the force cracked the ice beneath her feet. The collision sent Yali sliding helplessly across the surface. He slammed into a rock, gasping, his eyes locked onto the beast.
Wait, is that the Guardian boss? He muttered.
His interface blinked. Bah! Ice Yeti King, level 75. Defeating it earns 2045 points. Zhang Yuanshan surged with hope, watching the monstrous creature roar. A grin broke across his face. This was it, boy. There's no way Lu Fan escapes this, he whispered to himself, convinced that the boss would be his salvation. This monster will finish him off for me. All he had to do now was wait. The heaven trial was finally within his grasp, or so Yuanli thought. His triumphant moment was cut short when the Ice Yeti King turned its furious gaze toward him.
And it's glancing. Its glowing red eyes burned with uncontainable rage, locking onto Yaling like twin infernos. Each thunderous step it took cracked the frozen ground beneath its towering frame. Yaling stumbled backward, his heart hammering in his chest.
No! This can't be happening, he thought in sheer panic. The beast advanced without hesitation.
Suddenly, the ice beneath him fractured, and Yuan fell hard onto the frozen floor. The Yeti King's fiery gaze remained fixed, unblinking, crushing him with the chilling realization there was no escape. Just as the monster raised its arm to strike, a burst of red light flared across the sky. The aura's sheer intensity caught the Yeti King's attention. It roared in fury, turning toward the disturbance. Then, from that blaze of light, Shia leapt into action. Her claws slashed the air with lethal speed, landing a direct hit on the beast. Green blood sprayed across the battlefield as her attack drove the Yeti King to its knees. Yet it wasn't over. As Shia lunged in again, preparing to finish the job, the Yeti King lashed out, catching her midair with its massive claws. A primal roar rang out. Li Wan had arrived. In that instant, he unleashed his signature move, Break Sky, a devastating Dragon Key attack. 2 consecutive strikes erupted from him with overwhelming force. At the same moment, Shan Yuan responded in perfect sync. Their bond triggered her to mirror the assault with her own ferocious claw slashes. The combined onslaught overwhelmed the Yeti King. Its grip on Xiaoya slackened. With a final cry, the monster collapsed, crashing into the ground like a fallen mountain. And then, silence. From the sky descended Lu Fan, landing gracefully beside the slain guardian. He wore a smirk, as though brushing off a minor inconvenience. Big sure, he said casually, his tone light and dismissive. Bind him, Xia commanded, standing tall, her form radiating pride as she roared in triumph. The system notification echoed a moment later. Lu Fan, plus 245 points. Total score 502. The battlefield still trembled from the fight's aftermath. A nearby rock formation split apart, a jagged gap forming dangerously close to Yimali. He remained frozen, trembling. He had just witnessed Lu Fan decimate the Guardian boss with ease. And Lu Fan's level, only 32. Zhang Yuan's thoughts raced. The power gap was staggering. What if that attack had been aimed at me instead? The terrifying thought rooted him in place as Lu Fan began walking toward him. Dala's keen down. With every step Lu Fan took, the dread in Yuan's heart grew louder.
When Lu Fan finally stood before him, Yan shut his eyes, bracing for the inevitable, but nothing happened.
No blow, no words. After a brief pause, Lu Fan simply turned and walked away. It took Yaon a moment to open his eyes and comprehend what had just occurred. In the distance, he saw Lu Fan disappearing into the icy mist, the faintest smirk curling on his lips as he muttered, "I can't waste my time on people who don't even subscribe. They're just not worth it." Zhang Yuan could only stare, dumbfounded. Lu Fan had deliberately spared him. It wasn't kindness, it was indifference. And then, a glow appeared beside him. Another system prompt blinked into existence. His eyes widened. Epic boss mission, Demon of the 9 Realms, level 85. Staggered, Zhang read the mission again. How can such a thing even exist? He whispered. Suddenly, everything made sense. Lu Fan hadn't killed him because it simply wasn't worth the effort or the points. But now the thought that Lu Fan might actually accept such a mission chilled Zhang Yuan to the core.
Could he really be planning to fight the Demon of the 9 Realms?
Far away, in the observer's room, the battle replayed on a massive screen. Vice Principal Shao stared in horror. His voice trembled with disbelief. How can a mission like this exist in the secret area? Wakaukamer, Yawichral Proms Tomtov Mausai, Yerwanjan at Tenefterwamblitz Grommel, Trump Dat. He turned to Jin Zion, fury in his eyes. This mission is impossible, he snapped. What if the card glitches? What if Lu Fan can't even earn points from it? This is absurd. His voice cracked with worry and anger. But Zhang Yuan woofed. A teasing smile danced on his lips, and he shrugged off Zhang Yu's concerns with infuriating calm. Relax, he said, sarcasm dripping from his voice. That was the last straw. Zhang Yuan grabbed Jen Zion by the collar, face flushed red with rage. This mission design is a disaster, he shouted. I'll file an appeal myself to get it cancelled. Hurry. It was clear, Xiao wasn't just angry, he was afraid for Lu Fan. But Zhang Yuan's smirk never faded. Instead of arguing, Zhang Yuanshan simply smiled, cool and confident. His eyes sparkled with amusement as he replied, appeal all you like, but your position doesn't grant you the authority to make such a request. And his words cut sharp, a reminder of Vice Principal Zhao's limited power. The Vice Principal stood there simmering with barely contained anger as the mission screen continued to display Lu Fan's progress. Then, in a quick and deliberate move, Zhang Yuan grasped Zhang's hand and shook it firmly, his smirk deepening. The message was unmistakably clear. Any more resistance, and Zhang would find himself removed from the premises. Nearby, Elder Han sat calmly, observing the exchange with unshaken composure. Slowly turning toward Zhao, he spoke in an even, measured tone. Don't be angry. Xiao, who had expected support from Elder Han, was momentarily stunned by the overseer's casual dismissal of his outrage. As Elder Han poured himself a fresh cup of coffee and took a slow sip, he began speaking. This matter can't be resolved with an appeal, he said, his voice steady and deliberate. Xiao furrowed his brow, confused. Then what are we supposed to do? He asked, his frustration showing. Leaning in, Elder Han lowered his voice and delivered a revelation that sent a chill through the room. He revealed that the Taichi nation had long been manipulating the trials, rigging them to benefit their own chosen representatives while suppressing others. This corruption, he explained, wasn't new. It was systematic, embedded deep within the very structure of the trial system. Zhang Yuanshan's all this. If you knew all this, then why won't you stand up for Lu Fan? Then, Elder Han gave a small, knowing smile. Even the sharpest minds can be misled in the face of overwhelming power, he replied. Appeals won't work. We're up against forces far beyond our reach. Then, with conviction he added, but perhaps this mission is exactly what Lu Fan wants. He spoke with surprising faith in the young warrior, urging Shan to believe in Lu Fan's strength and resolve. Shan was left speechless. The support coming from Elder Han was unexpected, and it made him question the overseer's true motives. But before he could press further, something on the screen caught his eye. His gaze sharpened. Dopply. Lu Fan had entered the secret zone. He's really doing it, Zhang Yuan's whispered, voice trailing off in disbelief. Back on the icy battlefield, Lu Fan walked with unwavering purpose. His expression was calm, but his eyes burned with intent. The system chimed, alerting him. Tower of Darkness, approaching. He gripped Shia's reins tighter, pressing forward without hesitation. The weight of the challenge ahead didn't seem to faze him. Instead, it only fueled his resolve. One after another, demonic beasts emerged from the snowy landscape, snarling and lunging in his path, but none could slow him. Shia, his loyal dragon, roared beside him, a living embodiment of their shared strength. Suddenly, the system issued another warning.
The demon army is awakening.
A deafening roar echoed across the battlefield. From the dark skies above, a swarm of killer bats descended, each one a level 60 threat. The system notified him, 84 points per kill. Lu Fan simply smirked, unfazed. He glanced at the towering peaks of the Ranchan Fo, a place many revered, but to him, it was merely a goldmine of experience points. He turned to his compact yet powerful companion, Xing Chan. Its core glowed with gathering energy. Yes, time to shine, he commanded. Xing Chan growled low, energy radiating from its body. Beside him, Lu Fan turned to Xiaoya. Transform into your destroyer form, he ordered. Xiaoya obeyed instantly. Her body shifted, growing in size and intensity. Her power levels surged, growing in size and intensity. Her power levels surged. Strength 5,124. Agility 9,431. Stamina 10,474. Both fully transformed. Shan Yuan let out a bone-rattling roar. Energy crackled around her like lightning. Then with terrifying precision, she lunged at the swarm. Now, one by one, the killer bats fell. Shan Yuanshan's tore through them like a storm of blades. Screeches echoed across the battlefield as her claws carved a path of destruction, each kill stacking more points for Lu Fan. But amidst the chaos, Lu Fan's sharp eyes caught movement below. A second threat was emerging. He issued a quick warning. Shan Yuan's level. Oh! From beneath the icy ground, a new wave of monsters erupted. Burrow demons. 127 points per kill, the system announced. But Lu Fan was already in motion, his movements sharp and deliberate. A grin spread across his face. It's time, he murmured. Let's wipe the board. Xiaoya transformed again, this time activating Dragon Control, an ability that merged her innate dragon power with a relentless series of consecutive attacks. The monsters stood no chance. They were crushed, scattered, vaporized in mere moments. Still, Xia didn't stop. Her next transition triggered the lava inferno. Massive torrents of molten fire burst from her body, pouring across the icy plains. Rivers of flame tore through the enemy ranks, consuming everything in their path. The battlefield became an inferno. The air shimmered with heat, and the deafening roar of destruction filled the skies. Everything monsters, snow, ice, vanished beneath a blanket of fire. And at the center of it all, Lu Fan stood tall, unshaken. With every challenge, he grew stronger. With every step, he marched deeper into legend. Suddenly, Lu Fan's gaze snapped upward. His instincts flared to life. Something was coming. From the sky above, a new wave of monsters descended. Unlike the grounded beasts he had just defeated, these airborne creatures radiated a distinct menacing aura. Their very presence set them apart. Lu Fan's expression darkened with a hint of frustration. Inu, taking them down one by one will take too long, he thought, eyes narrowing. A new strategy was needed, something faster, more decisive. Without hesitation, he tapped into the power of Dragon's inspiration. Raising his hand to the sky, a radiant golden light engulfed him and his dragons. The ancient ability surged through their bodies, amplifying every stat and boosting their attack power by 30%. Shang roared in response. Her molten aura flared like a supernova, her strength climbing to terrifying new heights. Strength, 6,661.
Agility, 12,260.
Mental power, 26,728. Stamina, 13,614. She was a juggernaut, unstoppable. Lu Fan drew his divine bow, its string humming with anticipation. Time to bring disaster, he muttered, signaling Xiao to move in. He knocked a snake arrow, its surface swirling with dark, ominous energy. Nearby, Shangchan trembled with excitement, its frame crackling with pent-up energy, eager to leap into the fray. Lu Fan's mind worked fast. He instructed Zhang Yuan to prepare her ultimate move, Cataclysm. With flawless precision, he released the snake arrow. It cut through the air like a blade, its path perfect. Empowered by the underworld snake bow, the arrow charged for 3 seconds, storing destructive force before unleashing hell. From it, a shadow serpent emerged, an entity born of pure annihilation, its power amplified by 500%. Her Isincher armor in proclaim. Simultaneously, Zhanjia's mental power surged to over 26,000. Her molten form trembled with energy. Imorhi for mental power forply. Power striped like shell. Then she soared.
The destroyer dragon launched into the sky, her body blazing like a comet. She roared, a thunderous sound that made the mountains shake and the heavens tremble.
The moment came. Cataclysm erupted. The sky cracked open as Shia detonated the battlefield beneath her. The explosion consumed everything in a blinding storm of flame and force. Monsters evaporated. Their cries were drowned out by the deafening boom of annihilation. And then, Lu Fan's snake arrow struck, perfectly timed with Shia's ultimate attack. The two powers collided in the same radius, forming a storm of unimaginable destruction. The explosive firestorm lit up the skies, amplified by Shia's mental power. The combined strike surged to an astronomical 500% damage. Flames swallowed the world. Ash rained down. The battlefield lay in smoldering ruins. Not a single enemy remained. The system chimed. Dragon Nation's Lu Fan has earned 22,758 points. Current rank, number 1. Lu Fan stood calmly amidst the devastation. His gaze swept across the scorched earth, taking in the annihilated remains of the demon army. A faint smile played across his lips, measured but filled with pride. The system rang again. Shang Yuanshan has reached level 12. Lu Fan's level has risen to 33. All progress undeniable, momentum unstoppable. Back at the monitoring station, the room buzzed with disbelief. Lu Fan's name now blazed at the top of the rankings. The once dominant three great families watched as their lead was overtaken by this rising force. A voice rang out in stunned awe. We didn't think he'd actually face the dark forces and win. Meanwhile, Charles and Andre, who had been assigned the same mission, remained stagnant, their scores frozen in place. Vice Principal Shao, watching closely, felt something shift inside him. Awe gave way to pride. Maybe Elder Han was right, he thought. Maybe I should have trusted Lu Fan. So what had once seemed like a deadly trap now looked more like a warm-up. Elder Han, ever composed, sipped his tea with quiet amusement. Look at that battered black dragon of his, he said softly. And yet, Lu Fan hasn't even summoned all of his dragons. Shao blinked, surprised. Would you like more tea? He offered, almost on reflex. But Elder Han waved it off with a faint smile. No need for tea just yet. The real matter at hand is watching what happens next. We can't afford to miss Lu Fan taking on the demon of the 9 realms. Nearby, Zhang Yuan watched the screen with a satisfied grin. Everything was falling into place. The true battle hadn't even begun. The demon of the 9 realms had yet to appear, and when it did, Zhang was certain Lu Fan would face his limits. Exhausted, dragons spent alone. That was the moment the real test would begin. And Zhang Yuanshan couldn't wait to see it. Back on the battlefield, Lu Fan's moment of triumph was abruptly shattered. The earth trembled violently as the stone chains holding back an ancient seal suddenly snapped. A powerful shockwave burst outward, cracking the ground beneath his feet. The air crackled with raw, unstable energy. From the center of the battlefield, a massive pyramid-like structure began to collapse inwards, as though it had served its purpose, and now its true horror was awakening. Lu Fan's expression hardened. The challenge was far from over. Now, from deep beneath the pyramid, an enormous gate swung open. Darkness poured out like a living mist, followed by a new flood of monsters, beasts more ferocious, more vicious, and more organized than anything he'd encountered thus far. A grim realization struck him. He had acted too soon. He should have waited for all the enemies to emerge, then struck them down in a single overwhelming blow, but now he had no choice. With a sharp breath, Lu Fan cursed under his breath and swiftly adapted. He drew his blade, preparing to meet the incoming horde head-on. The system chimed rapidly, and Wandering Pavilion Beasts, level 75 135 points. Two-Headed Ogres, level 80 297 points. You'll have Demon Scouts, level 60 50 points. But instead of fear, Lu Fan grinned. This isn't a setback, he thought, his eyes gleaming. This is a jackpot. Beside him, Zhang Yuansha shifted instantly back into her destructive form. Her molten body pulsed with energy, fire searing through the air. Lu Fan felt a powerful wave of resolve rise within him. Exactly what I needed, he muttered. More monsters, more points. He called out to his team. Get ready, this is where the real battle begins. Turning to Xingqin, he gave a single nod, and to his surprise, the dragon surged forward, eager, as if it had been waiting for this moment all along. Watching it charge, Lu Fan chuckled. Planning to fight them all yourself? Shang Chen answered with a fierce, resonant roar. And so, the next stage of the battle began. The battlefield erupted into chaos. Waves of monsters crashed forward, their howls forming a deafening cacophony. But at the eye of the storm stood Lu Fan, calm, steady and resolute. Xingqin roared, releasing a blast of icy breath that instantly froze dozens of enemies in their tracks. With a single flap of her wings, she summoned hurricane-level gusts that scattered enemy formations like leaves in the wind. And beside her, Xia, the legendary black dragon cloaked in eternal flame, loomed over the battlefield. Her presence alone radiated overwhelming power. Protect Xingqin, Lu Fan commanded. Zhang responded with a thunderous roar, her flaming aura swelling into an inferno, ready to consume all who dared approach. Suddenly, a radiant light descended from the sky, pulling the attention of both allies and enemies alike. At its center, a massive two-headed brute led a charge of goblins, its furious roar echoing across the field. But atop Shai, Lu Fan stood unmoved, his eyes blazing with power, met the brute's gaze with calm defiance. As Shai roared beneath him, her flames spiraling skyward, Lu Fan's focus shifted. Shangqin. She was moving differently now, faster, bolder. A brilliant, blue energy began pulsing from her core. Her latent power was awakening. Lu Fan's anticipation surged. Now's the time. Shangqin's body began glowing intensely as she activated her unique ability, Star Armor, an elite power that absorbed all incoming damage for 60 seconds and redirected it to her enemies. With the ability triggered, she soared into the sky, releasing a massive shockwave of freezing energy that blasted goblins off the ground, leaving behind nothing but frozen shards. The battlefield trembled under her onslaught. But the two-headed brute didn't flinch. Roaring in fury, it raised its colossal club and charged, swinging the weapon with terrifying strength. The resulting shockwave tore through the terrain, splitting the ice and sending debris flying in every direction. Above, Lu Fan hovered atop Shio, his flaming presence lighting up the sky. The brute's blazing eyes locked onto him, its challenge unmistakable. Lu Fan's response was ice cold. We don't need to worry about that brute anymore, he said calmly. The system confirmed it. All damage absorbed, all redirected. A confident smirk spread across Lu Fan's face. Down below, Shangqin dominated the battlefield. Without waiting for orders, she unleashed a storm of icy blades. The blades slashed through the air with surgical precision, freezing everything they touched. Her wings glowed brighter than ever, cutting through the enemy lines with devastating elegance. The star armor absorbed every blow, returning it with triple the force. Waves of enemies were launched skyward, obliterated midair by icy bursts. The entire battlefield began to shimmer with a chilling blue aura as Shangqin reached her peak. The brute screamed in rage, its red eyes glowing with hatred. But Shan Yuanshan was already one step ahead. From the core of her chest, a radiant crystal formed, pulsing with unimaginable power. It lit up the entire battlefield like a second sun. Lu Fan's eyes widened as he witnessed her full potential. She's going all out, he muttered with awe. Knowing she needed space, he ordered Shan Yuan to ascend higher. Give her room, he said firmly. Xiaoye obeyed. Not. Surrounded by a swirling inferno, her wings spread wide as she soared above the chaos. Her crimson eyes burned with resolve. The sky cracked with her flight, flames trailing behind her like a comet of destruction. Down below, Shan Yuanshan prepared to unleash her ultimate strike. And the true battle was just beginning. Meanwhile, Shan Yuanshan unleashed the full extent of her frost-laden fury. A blinding sphere of icy energy formed around her, glowing ominously as it radiated power. Within seconds, enemies caught mid-air were frozen solid, then shattered into glittering shards by the explosive force of her strike. A colossal wave of freezing energy swept across the battlefield, turning the terrain into a glacial wasteland. Every movement she made was precise, every blast calculated. Her mastery was undeniable. The two-headed brute roared in defiance, but it was no match. Shang-Chi's overwhelming frost storm enveloped it, sealing the massive beast in a prison of ice. With a final pulse of power, the cage crystallized and cracked, silencing the brute beneath a mountain of frost. Above the frozen chaos, Lu Fan and Xiaoya soared like twin flames, streaking across the sky. The contrast between Xiaoya's blazing inferno and Shang Yuanzhan. The frost intensified into a swirling vortex that gripped flying enemies in midair, dragging them into the blizzard's heart. Screeching monsters, unable to resist the force, were torn apart mid-flight, frozen solid, and dashed against the frozen ground. From the center of the chaos, Shang-Chi descended like a divine blizzard. Her radiant wings carved through the storm, and waves of chilling energy poured out with every flap, freezing anything in their path. Her dominance over the battlefield was absolute. Nothing could recover from her devastating onslaught. La Fan watched from above, pride glowing in his eyes. With the serpent shadow arrow amplifying her damage by 500%, he mused, this shattered star attack rivals even Xiaoya's great disaster. Well done, Shang-Chi, he called. A system chime confirmed it. Lu Fan had leveled up to 34, thanks to the incredible amount of damage absorbed in return by Shang-Chi's ability. She was evolving into a true force of destruction. Surrounded by flickering blue flames, Shang-Chi turned proudly, her expression smug and almost playful, clearly pleased with the compliment. Lu Fan laughed under his breath. This little one's way too full of herself. Xiaoya, noticing the attention shifting away from her, growled jealously. Her fiery aura intensified as if demanding recognition. Realizing the situation, Lu Fan smiled and reassured her. You're just as strong. Your moment's coming, against the next boss. Xiaoya huffed, her flames calming slightly, content with the promise of her turn. Just then, a blinding explosion of violet energy erupted on the horizon. The ground trembled violently as debris rained down across the battlefield. Both Shang-Chi and Xiaoya turned toward the source of the blast, eyes narrowing. Flames and frost swirled together as the battlefield fell silent, watching, waiting. Then it emerged. A towering frog-like beast cloaked in green scales, its body radiating malice, its glowing horn pulsed with raw, unstable energy. The system rang out. Black Mountain Horn Beast, level 80, 429 points. The creature's blood-red eyes scanned the battlefield with cold calculation, and its mere presence exuded dominance. But Lu Fan's smirk didn't waver. Surrounded by flame, he met the monster's gaze without flinching.
This is the moment we've been waiting for.
His tone was calm, but his intent was absolute. Shang-Chi, get ready. Turned, he raised his hand. We take it down in one wave. Akel. Both dragons roared in unison, their combined auras igniting the battlefield with explosive force. The beast's horn pulsed brighter, green lightning dancing along its tip. It was preparing a counterattack. But Lu Fan had already moved. Xiaoya, prepare lava explosion. Shang-Chi, activate star surge. Oi! Flames and frost spiraled together as both dragons charged their ultimate attacks. Lu Fan himself leapt into the fray, his dragon chi surging, claws burning with crimson fire as he slashed at the beast, in sync with his dragons. Their movements flowed like a choreographed symphony of destruction. 4 strikes, 2 from each dragon. Each blow left glowing green scars across the monster's thick hide. The earth itself seemed to hold its breath as Xiaoya's molten blast met Shang-Chi's frost surge, the two elements colliding in a violent explosion of raw power. The Black Mountain Horn Beast bellowed in agony, engulfed by the vortex of fire and ice. Its horn flared dangerously, swirling with serpentine energy. The ground split beneath it as it unleashed its counterattack, a focused beam of green energy roaring across the battlefield at blinding speed, tearing the land asunder and sending shockwaves that cracked the very foundation of the frozen field. But Lu Fan didn't back down. He shot into the air, sword in hand, its edge burning with power. Show this beast your true strength, Shang-Chi. Below, Shang-Chi roared. Her body glowed with intense blue light as she summoned her ultimate attack, a blinding torrent of frost energy that surged forward like a tidal wave, swallowing everything in its path. Now Xia, strike, Lu Fan shouted. The black dragon answered instantly. Igniting into a blazing inferno, Shang Yuan unleashed her own finishing move, Lava Burst. The eruption exploded from her chest, tearing across the battlefield like a volcanic wave. The force of her attack collided with Shang-Chi's frost torrent in a synchronized maelstrom of elemental destruction. The The battlefield was consumed by molten fury. Flames surged and pooled into a searing lake of lava, trapping enemies within its blistering grasp and delivering continuous merciless damage. At the heart of the chaos, a colossal beast roared in agony as the coordinated assault struck its towering frame. Unable to endure the sheer magnitude of power unleashed upon it, the creature collapsed, writhing in torment as the inferno engulfed its massive body. Desperation lit up its glowing red eyes. In a frantic bid to escape the onslaught, the beast curled into a defensive sphere and launched itself skyward, fleeing from the relentless blaze. The heavens ignited in fiery streaks as it soared, marking the skies with the scars of its retreat, but its hopes were short-lived. Lufan was already in motion. With unmatched speed, he soared through the burning air, striking with deadly precision. The earth trembled as his blow landed, shockwaves rippling outward in violent bursts. The beast cried out once more, a sound filled with agony, as a critical blow shattered its momentum. Above, Shang Yuanshan unfurled her wings in a brilliant display, channeling radiant energy into a shimmering field of light. The battlefield seemed to pause in that moment, every soul holding their breath. And then together, Lufan and Shang Yuanshan launched their final strike. Their timing was flawless, their synergy absolute. The attack crashed into the beast with devastating force, utterly destroying its last defenses. A thunderous roar marked its defeat. Amid the fading echoes of battle, Luan stood with a confident grin. He recognized the seamless teamwork that had secured their triumph. But this wasn't just a victory, it was a revelation. The scoreboard lit up with new rankings, and Luan's name soared to the very top. His dragons perched by his side, their powerful auras glowing with pride. Look at that score, Lufan murmured with quiet satisfaction. The astonishing points left the competition stunned. Inner block. Inside the supervision room, murmurs of disbelief swept through the spectators. Vice Principal Xiao watched the screen with growing excitement, marveling at how far Lufan had come since his journey to the northern regions. Elder Han nodded in silent approval, a faint glimmer of amusement in his eyes. But not everyone shared their sentiment. Zhen Zion stared at the screen in utter disbelief. Panic and frustration warred within him. How could Luan, a mere representative of the Dragon Nation, achieve such an overwhelming feat? His eyes locked onto the scoreboard. Not only had Lufan annihilated the Warcraft army, but he had also surpassed Zhen Xinghan by a wide margin. This is impossible, Jin Zion growled, his voice low and furious. Seething, he barked orders at his subordinates. Verify the data from the Black Tower immediately. Check for any exploits or system anomalies. Report anything suspicious without delay. His frustration was palpable, his composure unraveling. Behind clenched teeth, he contemplated the unthinkable, that Lufan's rise could not be natural. He convinced himself that the only explanation was cheating, some hidden manipulation. If he could uncover even a sliver of misconduct, he could revoke Lufan's qualifications and crush his momentum. 30 minutes later, at the entrance of the supervision chamber in Jane City Arena, a trembling security officer reported, "The inspection is complete. All trial systems, including the Dark Spire section, are fully functional. No weaknesses were detected." Jin Zion's face darkened. Rage took hold. He grabbed the guard by the collar and snarled, "How could you miss something so important?" The officer stammered, apologizing profusely and promising to recheck the systems without delay. But Jian Shangyuan would not be appeased. He lashed out, calling his team incompetent, and demanded another inspection, this time flawless. The guard retreated in a panic, desperate to avoid further punishment. Seething, Jin Zion realized that the very trial he had designed to intimidate the other candidates had now become Lufan's weapon. In a fit of spite, he resolved to manipulate the stats of the Demon of the Nine Realms, and attempt to corner Lufan into surrender. With his focus now on the ranking board, he pinned his hopes on Jin Xinghan and Musashi Tan, both second-stage warriors with levels exceeding 30. He was confident they still had the strength to turn the tide. Storming back into the supervision room, Zion's fury was barely contained. Elder Han, seated calmly in a corner with a steaming teacup, glanced up but said nothing. Jin Zion's eyes flicked toward the main screen and froze. His breath caught in his throat. "Hey, impossible," he shouted, panic creeping into his voice. There, on the screen was Lufan, already dominating the field. The arena was ablaze, flames swallowing the terrain in a storm of shadows and smoke. Soldiers struggled against the inferno, their efforts rendered meaningless in the face of Lufan's overwhelming might. At the heart of the battlefield stood Lufan, cloaked in a radiant blue aura. His weapon pulsed with unwavering energy, casting a blinding light across the charred earth. Behind him loomed Shioya, her silhouette one with the flames, her gaze fierce and resolute. And then from the darkness emerged a new threat, a legion of demonic creatures, their crimson eyes burning with malevolence, ready to challenge the blazing legend that now stood before them. At the forefront of the battlefield loomed a towering armored entity. Its massive frame exuded menace, and in its hand pulsed a blade of dark energy that radiated sheer intimidation. The system quickly identified the enemy, a level 86 boss. Lufan's eyes narrowed, locking onto the target with calculated intensity. This was no ordinary opponent. He instantly realized that relying on Shaya alone would not be enough to overcome such overwhelming power. There was no room for hesitation. Without delay, Lu Fan made the call. Splitting the experience points was a price worth paying for victory. The time had come. With a surge of power he summoned Sha, the Emerald Dragon. The battlefield erupted in a brilliant flash of green light as Shao descended in her Eternal One form, rising above the chaos with regal dominance. Her presence alone shifted the momentum. Her blade shimmered with an otherworldly glow, and Lu Fan stood beside her, resolute and ready to lead the charge. Without pause, Xiaowei activated her bloodline ability, the Emerald Dragon Bloodline. The battlefield lit up in a radiant aura as all allied dragon skills surged in power. At the same moment, Xiaowei released her life pulse, casting Emerald World Blessing across the field. A divine glow enveloped their allies, enhancing all attributes by up to 400%. The tide of battle turned dramatically. Xiaowo unleashed Emerald Blessing, surrounding Lu Fan, Xiaoyo, and Xingqian with 32 stacks of dragon energy, massively boosting the damage of their next coordinated strike. In sync, Xiao activated Emerald Light, shrouding the trio in protective layers. Each layer removed debuffs and bolstered their attributes by 60%. Not only did it amplify their strength, but it also absorbed incoming attacks, giving them a crucial defensive edge. As the battlefield burned, Xiao roared with fury. Her blazing aura ignited the air around her, spreading like wildfire. Responding instantly to Lu Fan's signal, she dove into the fray. Now at level 30, she unleashed her signature move, Lava Flame, a stream of relentless fire that scorched everything in its path, while simultaneously healing her own wounds. The screams of burning enemies echoed through the chaos. Standing firm beside Lu Fan, Xia summoned her ultimate skill, Eternal Guardian. A radiant emerald barrier enveloped the entire group, shielding them from harm. The barrier's strength was directly tied to Xia's health and self-healing, casting a glowing green light that fortified their defenses. Lu Fan's strategy continued to unfold with calculated precision. He signaled Xingqian, who immediately activated Starlight Scale Armor, a shimmering shield of celestial energy. For 60 full seconds, the armor absorbed all incoming damage and stored it, preparing to unleash it later as a devastating counterattack. Blow after blow struck Xingqian, and each impact only made the armor glow brighter, the stored energy growing ever more volatile. As Lu Fan reached level 35, a key memory surged to the forefront of his mind, the Dragon Language Magic Book. He summoned the ancient artifact, and a powerful aura swirled around him. The book granted him the Dragon Resonance passive, a skill designed to amplify synchronization between dragon riders and their dragons when casting similar magic. At Lu Fan Karachan, Wanhua Bi Juo Pirage. With a flash of radiant energy, the book disintegrated, transferring its power directly into Lu Fan. Flames coiled around him as he and Xiaya synchronized perfectly. Their connection surged with resonance, amplifying every move they made. Then, without warning, a crimson beam of energy tore through the sky. The impact thundered across the battlefield, sending shockwaves through friend and foe alike. Everything in its path was annihilated. Xiaoya let out a primal roar, her blood-red eyes burning with fury. Flames circled her as she prepared her most devastating technique, Lava Explosion. Following Lu Fan's command, Xiaoya joined in. Together they unleashed synchronized lava explosions, drowning the enemy in a tsunami of molten fire. Searing pools of lava formed beneath their enemies, dealing massive continuous damage. The fusion of Lu Fan and Xiaoya's powers, amplified by Dragon Resonance, surged even higher. Their combined attack reached 4 times its normal strength, far beyond what either could achieve alone. The earth trembled beneath the force of their strike, far beyond what either could achieve alone. Amidst the chaos, Lu Fan marveled at the synchronicity he shared with Xiaoya. Their heartbeats were as one, their magic fully aligned. The power flowing through him was unlike anything he had ever experienced. This is just the beginning, he thought, watching as the enemy forces were swallowed by molten destruction. The colossal armored boss reeled from the onslaught, its molten body quaking under the unbearable pressure. It staggered, desperately trying to escape the searing lava, but Lu Fan recognized the moment. This was the opportunity to end it. Xiaoya, he called, World Destroyer form now. Flames erupted around her as her body transformed. Her stats skyrocketed. Power, speed, spirit, all reaching their peak. Without hesitation she lunged toward the beast, her fangs tearing into its molten armor. Bleeding damage began stacking rapidly as the enemy writhed in desperation. Still, the beast refused to fall. It let out a guttural roar, clinging to the last threads of life. Lu Fan stepped forward, his blade crackling with lethal energy. This was it. The finishing blow was his to deliver. But before he could strike, a blur of motion cut through the air. Shang Yuanshan darted past him, her speed a blur, launching into a precise and devastating assault. Her timing perfect, her power lethal. The final act was unfolding, and the end was near. With a sudden blur of motion, Shangxin struck the colossal beast with overwhelming force. Her timing was perfect. The monster never saw it coming. The impact rippled across the battlefield in a shock wave that silenced everything. Smirking as she hovered over the wounded enemy, Shang Yuan delivered a taunt laced with triumph.
Die already.
Then, with a final burst of energy, she activated the full power of her Starlight Scale armor. Every ounce of stored damage discharged at once, triggering a massive explosion that annihilated the beast entirely. The blast obliterated every enemy within melee range. And then silence. The once formidable army was reduced to smoldering ash. The battlefield, moments ago consumed by chaos, now stood still under the weight of absolute victory. Yushang Yuan. As the system notifications rolled in, Xiaoya leveled up to 31, and Shai, the Emerald Dragon, reached level 23. Their power had grown significantly. Xingxin stood proudly, her aura glowing with newfound strength. She had ascended to level 15, unlocking her long-awaited form transformation. Lufan turned toward her with a teasing grin. "Since when did you learn to steal kills?" he asked. Zhang Yuanshan's smug expression remained unchanged, clearly savoring her moment in the spotlight. Her form had matured drastically. Gone were the last vestiges of her baby dragon appearance. She now exuded a sleek, refined aura, befitting her new evolution. But Lufan knew the real transformation wasn't just visual. Her stats and abilities had undergone a seismic shift. This was the beginning of her growth period. Curious, Lufan opened her system panel. Xingxin, level 15. Strength 4, 656. Agility, 131. Mind, 5418. Endurance, 1543. Endurance, Betrayal, 1000 route. Forms, I told Jams turned, turning, Thotwarch, Vikuk tentacles bar, thou shouts, I told Jams turned, Verbang, then he turned, the Cheo Tron Q Di Mosva. Baby form, reduced energy consumption in a compact state. Battle form, standard combat ready state. Starlight form, temporarily increases physical strength 5-fold for 60 seconds. This was her ultimate battle form, allowing brief but overwhelming bursts of power. Skills are Starlight Annihilation active. LV1 converts all stored starlight energy into a concentrated laser beam that ignores all defenses and cannot be blocked. Deals astronomical damage. Yushan's eyes gleamed as he reviewed the details. Zhang Yuanshan had officially entered her evolution period, and her attribute growth had far exceeded expectations. At just level 15, her stats already dwarfed those of Xiaoba. At the same stage, she was no longer just a support type, she was now a frontline combat specialist. What excited Lufan the most were the two new forms, Starlight form and Galaxy Overlord form. Starlight form was high risk, high reward, a 1-minute transformation that multiplied her strength by 5, perfect for blitz-style attacks. When combined with Starlight Annihilation, it gave her the potential to destroy even the most heavily fortified enemies in a single, unblockable strike. Then there was Galaxy Overlord form, which came with 3 powerful skills. Starfall, passive, automatically strikes enemies within a radius, similar to chi-based zone damage. Nebula Star, a crowd control skill that immobilizes all enemies in range. Neutron Nebula, Annihilation, a devastating attack that might even outclass her previous ultimate, Shatter Star. Lufan's anticipation grew as he imagined the sheer destructive synergy between her new forms. We'll need real monsters to test this power properly, he thought, already planning their next challenge. But the current mission wasn't over. He turned his gaze toward the looming dark castle, Hell Demon Peak. The gates stood open, unmoving. No new demons had emerged since the general's death. That silence troubled him. The true demon must still be inside, Lufan concluded, and it's waiting. He narrowed his eyes, afraid to come out and face me directly. Fine, if you won't come to me, then I'll come to you. He quickly issued commands. A radiant beam of light shot from Xiaoya's eyes, sweeping across the area. The skill was powerful, revealing any stealth or hidden entities in the vicinity. Xiaya too activated her version of the perception ability, bathing the battlefield in divine light to ensure no enemy escaped detection. Lufan analyzed the scene. The Hell Demon is hiding in the dark castle, biding its time, but I'll drag it out. Mounting Xiaoya once more, he charged through the towering gates. The darkness inside was oppressive, thick like smoke. His dragons followed close behind, their presence like sentinels cutting through the gloom. Inside, Lufan dismounted and proceeded on foot, cautious and focused. Visibility dropped to near zero, but his perception skill kept his senses sharp. If anything moved, he would know. Then, it happened. A flicker of fire caught his eye, faint but unmistakable. He stopped. Something was off. The world around him shifted, as if the air itself warped. Lufan realized what had occurred. He had stepped into a secret zone. The chamber that unfolded before him was barren and desolate, much like the castle's eerie exterior, yet it was immense. Floating torches lined the cavernous space, casting haunting glows across the floor. The sheer size of the hall was staggering, more than enough to house the army of over 10,000 demons he had previously vanquished. He moved slowly, his every step echoed in the silence, and every sound felt sharper, heavier. The deeper he ventured, the stronger the pressure became. Something was waiting, and it wouldn't stay hidden for long. At the far end of the darkened castle, a massive throne emerged from the shadows, its sheer size dwarfing even Lufan. It radiated a sinister presence, a chilling pressure that made his dragons growl with unease. Their instincts screamed of danger. As Lufan narrowed his eyes toward the throne, a strange figure began to materialize. It appeared like a phantom summoned from the void. The system immediately identified the entity. Earth's Shadow Demon, Nightmare Boss, level 85. Its stats appeared on the interface. Every value monstrous. Strength 37,551. Mayably Agility 39,034. Spirit 30,582.
Endurance 40,658. Abilities.
Shadow layers. Shadow-infused strikes that penetrate up to 5 layers, with each layer increasing damage by 4%.
Phantom Walk. Grants complete stealth until the demon initiates an attack.
Bloodblade Claw, a devastating blood-infused slash that temporarily boosts strength by 200% for 2 seconds. The demon's voice echoed through the throne room, deep, cold, and filled with disdain. A human and a dragon, it scoffed. I remember long ago, humans killed me. I lost my body. This castle, it isn't even mine. I've been sealed here like a prisoner. As it stepped forward, iron chains clinked with each movement, bound across its wrists and chest. The restraints glowed faintly, suppressing some unfathomable power. An eerie blinking eye opened from its chest, unsettling and alive. Foolish humans, it continued with a bitter laugh. You've imprisoned me, yet protected my soul. Even in death you've made me your toy. Lufan watched cautiously, each word dripping with loathing. And what do you hope to achieve? The demon sneered. Seal me again. Become a hero? It raised a chained arm, mocking. Dream on. Then, with a roar that shook the very air, it launched an attack. Shadow energy surged toward Lufan as the demon activated shadow layers, embedding shadow force into every strike. But Lufan was ready. Xiaop's protective shield flared to life, absorbing the hit as glowing layers stacked atop one another, each one increasing his ability to retaliate. The demon's assault shattered harmlessly across the shield. From within the glow, Lufan smirked.
What was that, Bug?
He said coldly. Save those last words for yourself. He then commanded Xiaoya to activate Emerald Light. A brilliant green aura enveloped him, reinforcing his defenses. The radiant shield nullified debuffs, absorbed 2 strikes per layer, and boosted all his attributes by 60%. The demon's confidence began to waver. Its attacks were proving useless. Drawing his sword, which now pulsed with dense energy, Lufan called upon a hidden trump card. Xiaoya, summon the twin falling core dragons. He lifted the dragon bone flute to his lips. As its haunting melody echoed through the chamber, the system confirmed the incoming dragons would match his current level. Moments later, 2 colossal dragons burst forth from the rift in the air. Their roars shook the ground as their stats appeared. Dragon's Breath. Magical damage. Slain targets are reanimated as undead minions. Dragon Charge coats the dragon in undead energy, nullifying 99% of incoming damage and reflecting skill effects. Forbidden Dragon Magic unlocks. Advanced magic such as Dragon Curse and Enhanced Dragon Charge. Bloodline trait. Reduces all incoming damage by 5%. The Earth Shadow Demon froze. For the first time, there was hesitation in its voice. What terrifying creatures. What is this power? It muttered, stunned. Lufan's expression remained cold and focused.
You don't need to know.
With that, Xiaoya roared, unleashing lava explosion. Molten fire engulfed the demon, detonating with a thunderous blast. Shockwaves erupted through the throne room, scorching stone and air alike. For a moment, it looked like the battle was over, but as the flames dispersed, the demon emerged, largely unscathed. Its laughter returned, cruel and triumphant.
You weak, careless fool, it taunted. You think it'll be that easy?
It had activated Phantom Walk, slipping back into the shadows, cloaking itself in stealth infused with Earth Shadow energy. Lufan's frustration deepened, as even Xiaoya's advanced detection failed to locate the enemy. Then it struck. Out of nowhere, the demon's Bloodblade Claw tore through the air, slashing Xiaoya repeatedly. 4 consecutive hits landed, each one stacking shadow layers and dramatically increasing its damage output. Are they? The demon grinned darkly. Let's see how long you can last, human. Sweat glistened on Xiaoya's brow, but Lufan remained calm. Without hesitation, he reactivated Emerald Light, resetting his defensive barrier and purging the stacked shadow effects. This won't work, he muttered under his breath. Passive tactics won't cut it anymore. The demon lunged again, claws enlarged with compressed Earth Shadow energy. Its attacks collided against Lufan's blade, deflected by precision. Each counterstrike now started stacking energy, not on Lufan but on the demon itself, amplifying its vulnerability. Just when the Shadow Demon believed it had gained the upper hand, Lufan smiled. Now you can't hide. A bright light rained from above. The demon recoiled.
What is this?
The divine radiance sliced through the darkness, shattering the Phantom Walk. Its invisibility disintegrated, and its full form was now exposed beneath the holy light. And The Earth Shadow Demon screamed in rage, its chains glowing brighter as it prepared for a desperate retaliation. But Lufan was already advancing, his sword gleaming, dragon circling, and his gaze locked firmly on the final boss. The true battle had just begun. Lufan turned with purpose, his gaze sharp as he signaled. "Your turn, Shangxin. Show me your skills." With a thunderous roar, Shounen emerged, his form glowing as he ascended into his star-sky dragon form, known also as the Milky Way form. Celestial energy rippled across his scales, giving off the radiance of a dragon born from the stars themselves. The Earth's Shadow Demon's rage erupted.
"Who is this? Was he with you all along?"
It bellowed in fury.
But Lufan didn't waste a moment. "Activate Stellar Rain," he commanded. Immediately, Shangxin summoned a torrent of celestial light, brilliant beams pouring from the heavens, blanketing the entire battlefield. The system confirmed Stellar Rain could remain active indefinitely until manually cancelled, and in combination with Shangxin's Milky Way form, the skill became a constant stream of divine punishment. The demon screeched in agony as the galactic energy tore through its defenses, burning away its shadow stealth and leaving it completely exposed. Its colossal body trembled, and for the first time, its confidence faltered. Lufan, now fully synchronized with his dragons, raised his sword. The blade shimmered with overwhelming power, its glow reflecting the unity of rider and dragon. "You don't need to know anything more, demon," he said with icy calm. "Just prepare your last words, insect." The tides of battle had shifted. Desperate, the Earth's Shadow Demon attempted to retreat once again into stealth, activating Phantom Walk to vanish from view. But every time it tried to disappear, Shangxin's relentless barrage disrupted the spell. His attacks weren't aimed at damage, they were perfectly timed interruptions. Each strike prevented the demon from completing its evasion, effectively pinning it in place. The demon roared in frustration, finally realizing the pattern. These attacks, they're not meant to hurt me, they're designed to trap me. Its red eyes snapped toward Lufan, rage burning. With a furious howl, it lunged, activating Shadow Strike, launching a dual claw attack aimed directly at Lufan. But he was ready. "Xia, activate your soul light form," he shouted. Obeying without hesitation, Xia's body shimmered and transformed into an ethereal state. Her form became intangible, immune to physical strikes. The demon's claws slashed through her, without landing a single hit. Lufan leaped onto Xiaoya's back, activating his Dragon Rider ability. At once, their stats merged. Strength, agility, stamina, all surged dramatically. Fueled by the near miss, Lufan's fury ignited. "No one harms my companions," he growled. "Anyone who dares will pay." He immediately triggered Dragon Inspiration, boosting his and Xiaoya's attributes by 30%. Xiao responded in kind, activating her Emerald Dragon Bloodline ability. The effects surged through every dragon and dragon-blooded ally on the battlefield, further amplifying their might. To reinforce their advantage, Shai activated Soul Protection, forming a soul link with Xiaoya. The radiant aura fortified Xiaoya's defenses, pushing her power to monstrous levels. Now blazing with unstoppable energy, Zhang Yuan roared. Her fiery aura erupted through the darkness of the spire, claiming the battlefield as her own. Waves of enhanced dragon chi, layered with all the buffs, tore into the demon's massive frame. Every strike rocked its body, driving it back with each blow. "Despicable human," the demon spat, trembling. "How can you wield such power? Giant dragons, they were like gods. Why do they obey someone like you?" Its claws flailed at the dragon chi, trying to fight back the relentless waves of power. But Lufan remained unmoved. "Xiaoya, enhance the offensive chi," he commanded, his voice resolute. The pressure doubled. Xiao obeyed, intensifying the wave of power. The demonic beast could only scream in pain as the blows rained down without pause. Even as it cursed and questioned, Lufan didn't reply. He ignored its words, focusing entirely on ending this once and for all. Drawing his underworld serpent bow, dark energy surged around him. The weapon pulsed in sync with the chaos around them. At that same moment, the twin fallen corpse dragons charged forward. Their bodies, now cloaked in undead energy from dragon charge, shimmered with indestructible armor. 99% of incoming damage was nullified as they slammed into the demon. The earth trembled under the force of impact. The Earth's Shadow Demon was thrown back, its mouth open in disbelief. "Why?" it howled. "Why do dragons submit to a mere human who wields no divine bloodline?" Lufan's brow twitched in mild irritation at the endless ranting. He glanced toward Shangxin with a faint smirk. "What do you say about this?" he asked. Shangxin, ever eager and brimming with power, sprang into action without the slightest hesitation. A faint twang echoed across the battlefield as a brilliant star, no larger than a human head, shot through the sky like a blazing meteor. The concentrated celestial energy tore through the air with astonishing speed, locked onto the Hell Demon with perfect precision. Realizing the threat too late, the Earthshade Demon let out a furious roar and lunged forward, claws extended in a last-ditch assault. But Xia was faster. She met the charge head-on, intercepting the demon's deadly strike with her Shadow Claw block. The move deflected the incoming attack with flawless timing, stunning the demon in its tracks. From atop Xia's head, Lu Fan watched with pride. "Excellent work, Xia," he said, his voice calm and resolute. He gripped the underworld serpent bow, energy already building at the core of the weapon. "Rouse from me. Hold it off until the attack is ready," he ordered. Xia and Xiaoya nodded, their focus unbroken as they continued their relentless assault. As the bow's energy reached its fourth charge layer, Lu Fan activated the snake's shadow, further amplifying its destructive force. The energy pulsed like a heart, ready to explode. Sensing the danger, the demon snarled and activated its blood-blade claw, lunging toward Lu Fan in a ferocious counterattack. But she had anticipated the move. With blinding speed, she dodged the strike and retaliated, her claws locking tightly around the demon's arms. "Let go!" the demon roared in panic, its voice shaking with fear, but it was far too late. With a sharp cry, Lu Fan released the arrow. The energy-blazing projectile roared through the air like a comet. Simultaneously, Xia activated lava flame, unleashing a devastating torrent of molten fire that engulfed the demon completely. Flames crackled and tore at the monster's body, and the sky itself seemed to ignite under the force. Yet the final blow was still to come. Still in her galactic form, Shang Yuanshan summoned her ultimate technique, Energy Shockwave. 10 brilliant energy layers circled her nebula star, each one pulsing with destructive intent. Just as the star reached peak charge, Lu Fan's arrow collided with it mid-flight, perfectly synchronized. The resulting fusion created a blast so powerful that even the demon froze in horror. A moment later, the nebula star exploded. The detonation was cataclysmic. The shockwave ripped through the dark spire like a storm of celestial fire. Even from the observation chamber, where high-ranking officials watched via screen, the impact was palpable. Deputy Chief Shao leaned forward in disbelief.
"Did Lu Fan actually manage to kill the Earthshade demon?" he muttered.
Even Zhen Zion, who had maintained composure until now, visibly flinched. The idea that a young warrior from the Dragon Nation had not only faced but possibly defeated one of the 9 realms demons, a creature meant for national-level heroes, was unthinkable. Frustration bubbled beneath Zhen Zion's skin. If this continues, he thought bitterly, I'll have no choice but to restore the Earthshade demon's stats to their original values. But before he could act, a technician's voice rang out. The explosion has ended, but the Earthshade demon is still alive. A sinister grin curled across Zhang Yuanshan's face. "Chill alive," he whispered darkly. "This isn't over yet." Back in the battlefield, as dust and flame settled, the monster emerged from the smoking crater. Its body was battered, cracked armor, scorched flesh, but it still stood. Its twisted grin oozed hatred. "Well, you filthy insect," it growled. "You actually managed to injure me. I will not spare you." Black energy exploded from its core, and a surge of malevolent aura enveloped the creature. Its attributes spiked violently, its strength climbing beyond any previous threshold. But instead of fear, Lu Fan simply smirked. "Won't spare me," he said coolly. "You'd better focus on saving yourself first." With a nod, he pointed upward. The demon's blood ran cold. Above, the twin fallen corpse dragons had returned, this time ablaze with blue-black flames. Their dragon language magic had fully awakened, and the aura they emitted was nothing short of apocalyptic. Wings folded tight against their sides, the dragons dove with terrifying force, a massive pressure trailing behind them. Aura they emitted was nothing short of apocalyptic. Takjamor's soul, Wank simply with a Shintu Spingster. The demon stood frozen, staring into its own doom.
The dragons activated Downfall, a forbidden technique of last resort. It allowed them to sacrifice their own existence to unleash an attack, scaled at 2,000% of their total power. The sky trembled, the ground cracked, the spire shook to its foundations.
The Earthshade demon screamed in rage. "You reckless creatures, you call yourselves dragons, yet you serve a human as if you were his pets. You dare be this bold?" The demon's claws lashed out, activating Bloodblade Claw in a final act of desperation. It struck the dragons as they descended. But it was too late. The Downfall ability had been fully activated. The moment the claws connected, both dragons detonated in a furious burst of magic and undead energy. The resulting explosion eclipsed everything: sky, earth, light, and shadow. The dark spire cracked as if the realm itself was unraveling under the force. A blinding light swallowed the battlefield whole. The cavern was suddenly consumed by a blinding flash of light, followed by a deafening boom that echoed through the towering spire. The twin fallen corpse magic dragons had unleashed a surge of raw sacrificial energy, engulfing the Earthshade demon entirely. And with that, the clash seemed to reach its peak, at least for now. But dear viewers, that's where we leave this segment. In the next update, we'll dive into the aftermath of this climactic battle, and find out whether Lu Fan can truly bring the Earthshade demon to its knees. Meanwhile, the dark castle lay engulfed in flames. Crimson light painted the battlefield as plumes of smoke twisted into the night sky. The stench of burning ruins filled the air. Amidst this chaos, the king of the 9 realms was brought to his knees. His hands were severed, his shackles shattered, and blood soaked the scorched earth beneath him. He coughed violently, struggling to stay upright. Through pain-glazed eyes, he looked at Luan. Disbelief flashed across his face. You, Luan, this can't be happening. It's impossible. You Ian? His roar tore through the burning haze, trembling with fury and disbelief. His teeth clenched, his mind a storm of frustration. How could I lose? He growled, glaring at his own failing body, a pitiful weakened shell. Am I truly doomed to fall at the hands of mere humans? Once again, The thought sent a bitter shudder down his spine. He refused to accept this outcome. If fate demanded his rebirth, then so be it. But he vowed he would return only to destroy Luan. Letting out a scream of defiance, the Dark King's body began to dissolve into shadows. This was shadow work, the ultimate stealth technique. With it he could vanish without a trace, undetectable unless struck mid-transition. But just as he began to slip into the darkness, Luan's eyes sharpened. In one smooth motion, he raised his divine bow. A flash of light followed. Arrows rained from the heavens, relentless and precise, tearing through the battlefield and piercing even the shadows. The King of the Nine Realms barely had a second to react. The barrage struck true, disrupting his escape. His form flickered and stuttered, caught between worlds. Liu Shan lowered his bow, his voice steady.
It's over.
Behind him, the twin dragons remained still, their gazes locked on the crumbling figure before them. But despite appearances, the battle was far from finished. The Demon King let out a ragged breath. His body trembled, his mind raced. No, this isn't over. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy erupted from his core, flooding his veins. His body began to shift, its color turning to an unnatural shade of sky blue. His claws gleamed with a terrifying luster. Bulging veins ran like rivers of power beneath his skin. Lu Fan's eyes widened. This wasn't supposed to happen. The demon had been on the brink of death. How was he still standing? A sinister aura surged around the Dark King, pulsating with power. His screams echoed as his body grew stronger with each passing second. One eye glowed with eerie intensity, his claws sharper than ever. Lu Fan's breath caught. Something deep within him screamed that this was no ordinary resurgence. Suddenly, his system interface flickered to life. A monstrous pulsating eye appeared on the screen. He clicked on it without hesitation, desperate for answers. Is this the second form of the Earthshade demon? Or worse, is there still more power hidden within him? The Tai Chi Empire's ancient heroes had sealed this demon away long ago, but had they truly erased all of his strength? Because right now, it felt like the real fight was only beginning. Tuan stood frozen, his mind raced. The demon's second form had fully awakened, its eyes glowed with malicious glee, its tongue slithered out from behind razor-sharp teeth. But what truly made Lu Fan's blood run cold was the grotesque eye embedded on the tip of the demon's tongue. Then came the voice. Hello. A menacing laugh echoed across the battlefield. The demon's gaze locked onto Lu Fan, its voice dripping with arrogance.
You thought this was over, it sneered.
You're nothing but an insect. You can't touch me. Time Lan's instincts screamed at him to check the system interface again. He glanced down. The stats were still rising. Earthshade Demon.
Label 85 and climbing.
Strength, agility, spirit, endurance. Everything was skyrocketing. The system couldn't even determine the demon's true level anymore. Back at the academy, Vice Principal Zhao stared at the screen in disbelief. What the hell is going on? He muttered, his hands clenched at his sides. The Earthshade demon's power, it's still rising. The numbers kept climbing, an endless surge of energy with no end in sight. If this keeps up, Zhao gasped, we won't be able to stop it. Luan's life is in danger. He turned toward the Oversage. Old Han, look at this, we need to pull him out now, before it's too late. Old Han, seated calmly in his chair, finally spoke. His voice was low, unwavering. Vice Principal, he said, do you remember the promise you made to me? Have you already forgotten? His eyes remained fixed on the screen. Once Lu Fan wipes out the Earthshade sorcerers, we'll share a pot of tea together. Vice Principal Zhao stared at him, frustration etched across his face. Tea, he snapped. Luren's life is on the line. That thing's power has broken past 100,000, and you're still sitting here like nothing's happening. But Old Han remained unfazed. His expression was unreadable. Liuan's instincts and battle experience are extraordinary. He's no ordinary fighter. He leaned forward, voice quiet but filled with a quiet resolve. No matter how high the demons of the Nine Realms rise, I trust him. He will not lose. Then, he turned to Vice Principal Zhao with calm eyes and asked a single question.
Do you trust him?
The room fell into a heavy silence. Then, after a long pause, Zhang finally exhaled. Of course, I trust Lu Fan, he admitted. But Old Han, as long as you can ensure his survival, I'll be at peace. The Dragon Capital Academy had poured everything it had into one person, Lu Fan. Vice Principal Zhao sighed, shaking his head, frustration giving way to remorse. He began, his voice trailing off. I apologize for my outburst. Old Han offered a faint smile. No need to apologize. I understand your concern. But his eyes never left the screen. He had faith in Lu Fan, absolute trust in his instincts and strength. Yet even so, deep within, he knew this battle was far from over. Unbeknownst to them, President John stood silently in the same room, listening to their exchange. A smirk curled across his face, and a low chuckle escaped his lips. They have no idea. These two fools were completely unaware of the trap he had already sprung. It was flawless. Moments earlier, John had dispatched an encrypted message to his inner circle, ordering them to amplify the power of the Nine World Wizards. He had also commanded a full release of the monster's strength, pushing it to its ultimate threshold. They think they're in control, but they don't even see what's coming. Even the revered heroes of the Tai Chi Empire had once failed to overcome the Nine World Wizards. What chance did Lu Fan truly have? And Zhang Yuan let out another amused laugh, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. In his mind, Lu Fan was already dead, and the others, blissfully ignorant of the storm that was about to descend. Back on the battlefield, Lurn stood firm before the ever-mutating demon, his eyes sharp with focused caution. Something wasn't right. Damn. Why does your transformation feel so unnatural? He muttered under his breath. Your power keeps growing, but you're already celebrating. Don't be so quick to declare victory. Without wasting another moment, Luen gripped his divine bow tightly. He knew what had to be done. I can't let it keep evolving. If I don't stop this power increase now, we're finished. He activated his ultimate weapon. A pulse of radiant energy shot through the air as he summoned the twin fallen dragons, titanic beasts that resonated perfectly with his aura. Through a high-level natural assimilation technique, the dragon's Ming flute. A deafening roar split the skies. One of the dragons circled above, its presence shaking the battlefield to its core. Then came the full summoning. The fallen dragon materialized in a burst of brilliant light. At the same time, across the horizon, the forces of the Nine Worlds surged into action. Each hands, their strength ignited like wildfire. Glowing claws, burning irises, and surging mana pushed their abilities to terrifying extremes. The monstrous demon locked its gaze on Lumen and sneered. Gee, you're already as good as dead. With a roar that shook the heavens, the beast lunged at him. But Luen didn't hesitate. He leapt onto his dragon mount and gave the order. Zhao, activate World Destructive Roar. In the blink of an eye, a thunderous roar erupted from the dragon's maw, rippling across the battlefield like a divine storm. Shockwaves ripped through the earth, obliterating anything caught within the blast radius. The pressure alone was enough to make lesser beings crumble. Yet the demon didn't even flinch. It smirked. Pathetic. You and your dragons are insects. You can't kill me. Tu Fex were stretching. Duan Shanzhen, let's see if you can handle this. He activated Dragon Unleashed, a forbidden technique that unlocked the full potential of dragon language magic. In a single heartbeat, his dragon's breath transformed, no longer just raw elemental force, but something far more ancient and lethal. A golden ring of energy formed around his sword. A deep violet aura surged from the dragons, curling like smoke on the battlefield. The air crackled. The real fight had begun. With a defiant roar, Lu Fan declared that the fallen dragon has unlocked dragon language magic. And then, without pause, he activated a deadly forbidden art, the husband dragon mantra. From the skies, a massive wave of cursed energy descended. The air darkened as spectral figures, warriors, long fallen in ancient wars, rose and swirled within the wave. Their wrath fused into the mantra. The energy crashed into the Nine Realms demon like an avalanche. The ground quaked under the impact. The demon screamed, a sound laced with both agony and fury. Enough, it bellowed. The sky trembled, its glowing eyes locked onto Lu Fan, rage pouring from every fiber of its being. You dare insult me as if I were one of the ancient beasts. I will make you suffer. The dignity of a Nine Realms demon cannot be stained. But just as he raised his claws to strike, a sudden force wrapped around him. Strange, invisible chains tightened in midair, locking his limbs in place. He thrashed, confused.
What is this? He snarled, trying to break free.
Too bad for you. Now it's time you learn what true fear is. High above, the star dragon began to transform. Its body glowed with celestial light as it shifted into its ultimate form, starlight form. A dazzling brilliance flooded the skies, illuminating the battlefield as though dawn itself had descended. Lu Fan's voice rang with confidence. You underestimated a dragon tamer, and now, you will pay the price. A system notification flickered in his mind. Starlight form activated. Time remaining, 59 seconds. Solings. The power boost was instantaneous. Kirpal. Star Dragon Strength, 4,656, 223,280. Your Agility, 548. Unmatched. Without hesitation, the Star Dragon unleashed its most devastating ability. Morning Starlight. The Nine Realms demon howled in agony as celestial energy surged through its colossal frame. Its body trembled violently, struggling to stay intact under the overwhelming force. This is young dragon, it stammered, disbelief cracking through its voice. But the assault was far from over. With a deafening roar, the Star Dragon activated its final ultimate technique, Starfall Burn. A massive radiant beam of condensed starlight erupted from its maw, slicing through the demon's body like divine judgment. The attack ignored all defense, impossible to block, dodge, or resist. The very air distorted around it, and everything caught in its path melted into oblivion. The demon convulsed, its limbs disintegrating into nothingness, its once dominant form dissolving like ash in the wind, letting out a final anguished cry. The demon's voice faded. No, this cannot be. I had just regained my strength. How could I lose it all again? Moments later, even his glowing eyes, remnants of a once mighty existence, flickered and vanished into the darkness. Silence descended over the battlefield. The once roaring dark castle stood still. Lu Fan and his dragons hovered above, breathless and motionless, the tension of the battle still weighing on them. The victory was theirs, but something felt wrong. Lu Fan glanced upward, instincts prickling. This isn't over. A chilling realization struck him. The Earthshade demon was trying to drag them down with him. The entire spire was collapsing. Without hesitation, Lu Fan turned to Zhao and barked a command.
Get everyone out of here, now.
Vice Principal Zhao didn't waste a second. With a powerful leap, he launched forward, leading the others in a desperate race to escape before the crumbling terrain swallowed them whole. Though the final clash was over, a new danger loomed. Cracks split across the Earth's surface, spreading rapidly before detonating into a massive explosion. Sensing the threat, Lu Fan soared into the sky, his dragons flanking him. The dark castle's vast interior gave them just enough space to maneuver out of danger. As they ascended, system notifications blinked before Lu Fan's eyes. Emerald Dragon, Tro level 24. Star Dragon, Main level 16. Yichang Yuanshans, all the overdwakles. Bernost and Ferdfighted, Goskenplated Beatrice Tor. Yushan range Strocket, and Warfo Albal Alderoi. Urshan range the Furfighted Foviol. Lu Fan Rome level 36. Xiaowi, Black Dragon, Rayon level 32. Isdalife, Yuongwell. A triumphant smirk crossed his face. Despite the near-catastrophic collapse, they had made it out, stronger than ever. Looking down at the battlefield, Lu Fan mused to himself. This fight dragged on longer than I expected, but in the end, I won. Defeated the Earthshade demon not once but twice. Totally worth it. Then his attention shifted. His points. The last time he checked, he was sitting at 459,792. Now the system confirmed it. He had shattered through the ceiling. Over 500,000 points achieved. Current ranking, number 1. Mission complete. 9 Realms Clan Demon eliminated. And Lu Fan exhaled in satisfaction. I can finally sleep peacefully tonight. Back at the observation hall, disbelief rippled through the gathered staff and observers. Shock. Silence. Then, chaos. The 9-world demon is dead, someone whispered. Unbelievable, its level kept rising. How is that even possible? Voices began to overlap in astonishment. He's a genius. Over 440,000 points ahead of rank 2.
Aye.
That final laser strike, flawless execution. His coordination with the dragon's perfection. His Vice Principal Zhao turned toward Old Han, a knowing smile on his face.
Well, Old Han, looks like Lu Fan proved you right. Combat instincts like that, at such a young age, that's no ordinary feat.
Old Han nodded proudly, his tone warm and confident. Pow. The Dragon Capital Academy poured everything into him, and now, all of that effort has borne fruit. His ability to tame and command dragons is finally reaching its true potential. The Overseer chuckled in agreement. And during the national exam preparations, he trained relentlessly. His determination is simply unmatched. Suddenly, smack. A loud slapping noise cut through the celebration, silencing the room. All eyes turned toward the source. President Jin. His face was twisted in fury. His phone lay shattered at his feet, both fists clenched tight, trembling with rage. His carefully laid plans, every one of them had collapsed. Blom. A voice behind him spoke timidly. Mr. Jin, are you all right? But Jane stormed out, his voice dripping with venom.
It's nothing. Just a slip of the hand.
Still, his mind was spiraling. Taichi Nation had just fallen 400,000 points behind the Dragon Nation. How the hell did this happen? He muttered. Mensur murdered our bind Alwa. Vice Principal Zhao furrowed his brows, calling after him.
Mr. John, what's wrong? Why do you look so upset?
Before John could respond, the Overseer stepped forward with a slow, amused smile. Principal, don't worry about it. Come now, there's fresh tea waiting. Meanwhile, inside his private office, President Zhang's fury exploded. With a roar, he punched the wall, fury erupting from every fiber of his being. The Earth Demon, killed by Lu Fan. He paced like a beast in a cage. Unforgivable, impossible. His thoughts ran wild.
That brat from Dragon Nation. He did what even Taichi's greatest heroes couldn't. How is that possible?
It was absurd. It made no sense. Just then, his officer burst into the room, out of breath. Mr. John, we've been looking for you everywhere. You weren't responding. John grabbed him by the collar. Answer me, did you or did you not max out the Earth Demon stats? The officer stammered, sweat dripping down his face.
Yes, I did. I swear we maxed them all.
Zhang Yuanshan's grip tightened.
Then explain this? How did that Dragon Nation brat still kill it?
The officer gulped. Luan, he's fast, incredibly fast. His damage output is insane. Even though we maxed the Oath Demon stats to the absolute limit, it still wasn't enough. Jen released him and fell into grim silence. So the settings were correct. The Earthshade Demon had been at full power, and Lufan still emerged victorious. His eyes narrowed, his thoughts sharpened. Did he find a weakness? Then it hit him like lightning. That's it. That's the only explanation. He found a flaw in the Earth Demon's abilities and exploited it. His jaw clenched. That's how he won. Meanwhile, in a quiet chamber within the stronghold, Vice Principal Zhao and the Overseer sipped on warm tea, savoring a rare moment of calm. Their expressions were relaxed, the weight of the recent battle momentarily lifted. When they noticed President Jin approaching, the two exchanged a subtle glance. What's all the fuss about? Vice Principal Zhao asked, lifting an eyebrow with a faint smirk. Zhang stood silent, his expression unreadable. He didn't respond, but the Overseer simply chuckled, unconcerned. Everything is just fine. In fact, Lufan has made all our lives much easier. With that, he took another sip of his tea and turned to walk away. Vice Principal Zhao lifted his teacup and chuckled. Forget the battle. The real spectacle was how he handled the Earth Demon. No one here can stand up to him now. The Overseer let out a hearty laugh.
That's true. I've been on duty all night, and these old bones are starting to feel it. Come, let's take a walk and clear our heads.
John and his officers watched as the two casually strolled away, talking and laughing as if the world hadn't just witnessed a cataclysmic battle. Zhang Yuanshan's eyes narrowed. Something isn't right. A conspiracy, it had to be. Or, he turned to his officers, his voice low and sharp. Find out everything you can about the Dragon Nation's representative. Their deputy supervisor must know something. Follow them, watch them closely. If anyone approaches those two, report to me immediately. The officer saluted with a nod. Understood, I'll handle it. As the team left, John didn't follow. Instead, he crept toward a nearby wall and slipped behind it, silently positioning himself to eavesdrop. There has to be something they're not telling us, he thought, his grip tightening against the cold stone. Even the demon of the 9 realms couldn't stop Lufan. I need to know what weakness he found. Elsewhere, the Overseer and Vice Principal Zhao continued their stroll through the corridor, their conversation casual but laced with deeper implications. If everything goes smoothly, the Overseer mused, the National Trial Championship will undoubtedly be ours. Vice Principal Zhao nodded, confidence in his voice. Yes, I believe so too. Old Han is as calm as ever. Then with a small sigh he added, I must apologize. I may have overreacted earlier. I was too worried about Lone. Hidden in the shadows, President John listened intently. Too confident, far too confident, he thought. They must have found a loophole. That brat. If I find even one shred of evidence, I'll make sure the other nations demand his expulsion from the 23-nation alliance. The Overseer chuckled, glancing at Zhao with amusement.
I've grown quite used to that nervous look on your face.
Zhao flushed slightly, then shook his head with a smile. Good old Han, we're finally back. But at that very moment, a sudden streak of light tore through the sky, slicing the air with a sharp humming resonance. Jane remained focused, still listening in, completely unaware, until a strange vibration stirred the air behind him. His instincts screamed at him to move. He spun around just in time. A glowing sword was hurtling straight toward him. Eyes widening, he barely managed to hurl himself aside. The blade slammed into the wall behind him, embedding itself deep into the stone. Energy crackled from its hilt, humming with deadly force. 1 second slower, and he would have been killed instantly. His heart pounded. What the hell was that? He scanned the area for an attacker, but no one was there. Then, he saw it, a symbol engraved into the sword's hilt. His breath hitched. A level 90 Dark Night Ripper. A cold sweat trickled down his temple. His hands trembled. No, I completely forgot about old Han's personal bodyguard. It hit him like a hammer, the 4 phantom blades, ancient weapons that attacked automatically to protect their master. One had just given him a warning shot. He took a shaky breath, trying to regain his composure. But inside, he was unraveling. If I stay here another second, I'm finished. Oh, he turned and slipped into the shadows, disappearing without another word. 10 minutes later, the Overseer and Vice Principal Zhao arrived at the scene. Their eyes landed on the scorched wall and the deep blade embedded in it. Zhang Yuanshan's brows furrowed.
What happened here?
The Overseer examined the damage for a brief moment, then let out a soft chuckle. Nothing to worry about. Still surprised, Zhang turned to him.
Old Han, let's head back to the commander's room. I don't want to miss Lufan's next performance. I can't wait to see what he does next.
The overseer gave the scorched hole one last look. A knowing glint sparkled in his eyes before he nodded. Let's go. As they walked away, the overseer muttered quietly, just under his breath. As expected, this tiny Taichi nation is as shameless as ever. He was eavesdropping. No wonder he got attacked in the other room. Meanwhile, as soon as President Jin returned to the control chamber, a group of officers rushed to greet him. Mr. Jin, you're finally back. We've been searching for you everywhere, one exclaimed, panting from urgency. Another officer quickly stepped forward and handed him a brand new phone, clearly a replacement for the one John had shattered earlier. This is your backup phone, sir. You've been receiving non-stop calls. We tried everything to reach you. A bald officer hesitated for a second, then asked carefully, Sir, are you all right? You look furious. Without a word, Zhang Yujan's expression darkened like thunderclouds. He snatched the phone from the officer's hand, his voice sharp and cold. What are you staring at? Get back to your posts and keep monitoring. Or do I need to spell everything out for you? The officers flinched, stiffening at his tone. You, yes sir, right away. They nodded and scattered like startled birds. Zhang Yushan's howled sharply, then turned his attention to the device. His inbox was flooded with urgent messages. The first one caught his eye. Yes. The representative of the Dragon Nation has defeated the Earth Demon. Review the battle data immediately. Holbia, immediately. Me. Then another. Outrage brewing. Judges suspect Dragon Nation of cheating. You must verify it now. Followed by a barrage. Why aren't you answering? Call back immediately. Yushang Yuanshan's arms turning. Jalakyu, fine. Belmia Trak Lachia. Zinalrot your turbulation the sekmin. A manful lighted point. The block to arbiel so. Ichodawite you call brachu. Force turbian to tuto. You chorduakan grokt bader point. Wigwituak ban. Adokan torg batutito. The man to backs. Public outrage is surging. They're demanding Dragon Nation's disqualification. Collect evidence of their cheating. Now. Pay. Zhang Yuanshan's eyes narrowed into slits. His grip tightened around the phone. Do they really think I'm protecting Lu Fan? He muttered under his breath. If he cheated, I'll be the first to bring him down. I just need proof. Meanwhile, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd of spectators watching Lu Fan's battle from the observation hall. Is Lu Fan faking his achievements just to boost his score? Someone whispered. How is he still gaining points? Another asked, their eyes glued to the screen. Zhang Yuanshan's curiosity burned. He marched toward the leaderboard, eager to confirm the data himself. But as his eyes landed on Lu Fan's score, he froze. The points were still rising, still climbing. Impossible, he muttered. His score is going up on its own. The leaderboard now read. Lu Fan, 529,035 points. His mind raced.
How is this happening?
But then, a realization struck him like lightning. His lips curled into a smug grin. Finally, he hissed, I've caught him. Lu Fan made a fatal mistake. Fumbling for his phone, John immediately placed a call. I've got him. The Dragon Nation brat exploited a loophole to rack up points. If this is true, they'll be eliminated from the test altogether. But just as he reveled in his supposed victory, a voice snapped through the line. Hello, finally. What took you so long? Public opinion is spiraling out of control. We need concrete proof now. Zhang Yuanshan's smirk faded. Something was wrong. His gaze snapped back to the screen, and what he saw made his stomach drop. The Earth Demon was alive. The Av. Not only alive, but fighting alongside Lu Fan. Demons, an entire army, now rallied at Lu Fan's side, cutting down any enemy in their path. With each fallen demon, Lu Fan's points surged higher. Zhang Yuanshan's heart plummeted. This can't be real, he whispered, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, chaos raged. Lu Fan calmly took a seat atop the rubble, his posture relaxed, unbothered. Even his dragons, battered and breathless from the unrelenting combat, stood beside him like loyal guardians. Lu Fan exhaled, stretching his arms slightly. Finally, he murmured, I can rest for a while. 3 for... And as he spoke, the scoreboard updated once more. Minute by minute, his score continued to climb. Back in the observation room, Zhang stared in stunned silence. His hands trembled as he watched the screen. The demon of the 9 realms is helping him earn points, he muttered. This is impossible. But it was no illusion. The once mighty Earth Demon, thought to be destroyed, now stood reborn, a fallen corpse, twisted, tamed and completely under Lu Fan's command. But Zhang Yuanshan's disbelief deepened. How did he do this? How could he possibly control such a terrifying creature? I'll try. 1 hour earlier, high above the battlefield, a black dragon exploded through the tower's upper floors, its vast wings slicing through the sky. Lu Fan sat atop it, breath ragged, armor scorched. He glanced down at the immense structure below. His tower. It's far bigger on the inside. That climb felt like it took forever. His body ached, bruised and battered, but within him, power surged. Victory over the Earth Demon had come at a cost, but the reward was undeniable. I finally killed it, he thought, the weight of that achievement sinking in. I've leveled up, my strength has grown. Lu Fan leaned back on the dragon, scaled back, allowing himself a moment of rare peace. But then his eyes drifted toward the spirit dragon, gliding beside them in the sky. And in that moment, it clicked. This dragon wasn't just a beast. It wasn't just a mount. It was his partner. Memories flooded in of battles fought, of close calls survived, of silent bonds forged in the heart of war. Time and again that dragon had stood with him, relentless, fearless. And now, it was a force of nature, a companion that could stand shoulder to shoulder with any monster the world dared to throw at them.
Suddenly the earth trembles beneath their feet. A deep, resounding boom echoes through the sky as a massive claw bursts forth from the tower's foundation. Smoke and debris erupt into the air, signaling the arrival of something colossal. It was Ever Shao who had reclaimed one of the fallen kings. That single act had changed the course of history. By seizing control of the corrupted dragon's power, they gained immense strength without falling victim to its curse. Unfazed, Luan narrows his eyes. Looks like I don't get to rest after all, he mutters, already formulating a plan. As his dragon hovers near the mysterious tower, Lu Fan's mind is pulled back into a long-buried memory, a story etched deep in his past. He recalls a battle in the far north, where two mighty dragon kings had once fallen. Their corpses had been twisted into monstrous forms by the hands of an ancient god. Lu Fan's thoughts sharpen, recalling a lesson from his master. The difference between a fallen being and an undead puppet lies in the soul. A fallen creature still retains a fragment of its original will, a flicker of self, but a puppet, a lifeless corpse, manipulated by external forces. And in this moment, Lu Fan knows precisely which one he is dealing with. The awakening begins. A smile curls at the edge of Lu Fan's lips. Another challenge, just what he needed. His dragons turn to him, their glowing eyes shimmer with curiosity. They sense it too. Something immense is coming. In the present, Lu Fan surveys the battlefield with clarity. His two dragons, once powerful, have now ascended to their peak forms as fallen beings. Their strength is overwhelming. Their presence alone suffocates the air around them. But beneath them, a new threat stirs, shadows slithering below the surface. The ground is littered with the remains of celestial soldiers, signaling the rise of something far more dangerous. Two colossal, fallen demon dragons erupt from the depths. Their thunderous roars shake the heavens, their auras are suffocating, their mere presence radiating death and destruction. But Lu Fan's eyes gleam with excitement. Then, another earth-shattering boom. Now I have two fallen demon dragons infused with pure killing intent, he whispers. This battle just got interesting. Before his eyes, the dragon becomes ethereal. Its body stretches and reshapes, shifting into a humanoid form. A divine green aura radiates from its being, commanding silence and awe. The ground quakes under the weight of their power, but Lu Fan doesn't let his excitement cloud his judgment. He quickly assesses the situation. These dragons are powerful, yes, but they lack something critical, the ability to command undead forces. A key advantage he had seen in previous enemies is missing. As he contemplates his next move, something unexpected happens. A sudden pull on his arm grabs his attention. His emerald green dragon begins to glow, its form shimmers, light pouring out as it undergoes a remarkable transformation. No longer just a beast, the emerald dragon now exudes a majestic presence, one that eclipses even the fallen demon dragons. The system interface flashes before Luan's eyes. Luan instinctively steps back. What is happening? He whispers. The transformation completes. New abilities unlocked. A protective aura radiates from the emerald dragon, surrounding Lu Fan and his allies. But this is no ordinary barrier. This shield enhances every attribute: speed, strength, endurance, and grants temporary invincibility. It absorbs damage and converts it into devastating counterattacks. Luan's heart pounds. Lu Fan exhales slowly. He checks the system stats. The fallen demon dragons have grown even more formidable. Their strength, agility, spirit, and endurance have surged to monstrous heights. His dragon has unlocked a supreme bloodline ability. This is no longer a battle, he says. This is domination. The final phase begins. He focuses on analyzing the Emerald Dragon's new powers, and a crucial realization dawns on him. The fallen demon dragons aren't weak. Their inability to control higher creatures stems not from lack of power, but from a natural limitation. And that is something he can exploit. His mind sharpens with strategy. If I can bridge that gap, we can dominate this battlefield. But the Emerald Dragon has more to offer. A blinding burst of radiant energy floods the field. In an instant, all of Lu Fan's attributes increase by 30%. His demon dragons continue evolving, their stats climbing, strength, agility, spirit, and endurance reaching monstrous tiers. Without hesitation, Lu Fan issues a command. Emerald Dragon, unleash Emerald Light. The system screen flashes again, highlighting the dramatic power shift. Its aura intensifies, forming a 12-layer shield that wraps around Lufan and his allies. This isn't just defense. It amplifies every beneficial effect, doubles their resistance, and turns them into an unstoppable force. Luen's eyes turn toward the true threat, a massive demonic entity. The Earth Abyss, Demon, level 85. Lufan doesn't hesitate. Despite its level cap, its stats are monstrous, but Lufan's fallen demon dragons, still at level 24, stand undeterred, their combat potential now fully unlocked, bolstered by the Emerald Dragon's absurd buffs. Emerald Dragon, transform into eternal form. Its bloodline ability now fully awakened, all dragon-related skills multiply in potency. As the words leave his mouth, the dragon erupts in blinding energy. Its form evolves once more, entering its eternal state. Divine energy pulses from its being. Life Pulse Bond, activated. The battlefield has become their kingdom. A wave of golden-green energy bursts forth, reinforcing every shield and multiplying his allies' stats by 4 times. The fallen demon dragons roar with renewed strength, their bodies armored in shimmering energy. Each step radiates annihilation, each movement shakes the sky. And Lufan, its undisputed master. Fallen demon dragons, unleash your full power, he commanded. Lufan's eyes flashed with unwavering determination. The battlefield descended into chaos, as the Earth Abyss Demon let out a deafening roar that rattled the very sky. Lufan's fallen demon dragons tore through the enemy's defenses with raw, unchecked aggression. The ground trembled beneath their onslaught. The air crackled with overwhelming power. But in the midst of the storm, a new menace emerged from the shadows. The twin beasts responded with thunderous howls, their attacks now surging with unimaginable force. But for Lufan, victory alone wasn't enough. He didn't just want to defeat the Earth Abyss Demon. He intended to claim it as his puppet. And thus, the final phase of the battle began. Yet, Lufan remained unfazed. He turned his focus to the system interface, analyzing the stats of his newly transformed undead army. Once fallen divine soldiers had now risen as powerful undead warriors, each at level 75. With every enemy they consumed, their defenses grew stronger. Any fatal blow dealt to them was instantly absorbed and converted into protective energy, rendering them nearly indestructible. Marching forward with eerie synchronicity, a horde of dark knights appeared, shrouded in flickering purple flames. Their twisted armor pulsed with corrupted energy, and their cruel laughter echoed across the field. With every step, their numbers swelled, an unstoppable tide of darkness summoned by the Earth Abyss Demon. These weren't mere soldiers. They were reinforcements forged in the depths of corruption, set on crushing Lufan's army with ruthless precision. A satisfied smirk tugged at Lufan's sit's lips. What was once a mortal army had now become a relentless, undying force, entirely under his command. More impressively, they could act autonomously, steadily grinding down enemies and earning him combat points without his direct involvement. Suddenly, a system notification blinked to life. New skill acquired. Control the fallen corpses. From a distance, Luen watched the unfolding chaos in silent awe. With this army at his command, Lufan stood on the brink of recreating a battle that had reshaped the demon realms nearly 50 years ago. For the first time, Lufan's ambitions stood in clear, undeniable focus. This new ability granted Lufan complete mastery over his undead legions. He could now summon and recall them at will, even within secret or restricted zones. A realization settled over him. This power far surpassed anything he had ever wielded. A monstrous claw crashed down from above, narrowly missing Lufan and his allies. The impact sent shockwaves across the battlefield. Then from the darkness, a massive demonic beast emerged, its size dwarfing even the fallen dragons. Its presence alone exuded pure fury and destruction. A blood-curdling roar escaped its maw, shaking the earth to its very core. The real battle was about to begin. But just as momentum gathered, the ground shook violently beneath their feet. The first shadow mark coated its targets in darkness, drastically amplifying the damage they received. The second was even more dangerous. Critical surge. As the monstrous entity prepared to strike, Lufan calmly turned to assess his newest weapon, the transformed Earth Abyss Demon, now bound as his puppet. Its stats were overwhelming, placing it among the most devastating offensive forces in his arsenal. But what caught his attention was a pair of newly unlocked abilities. Every time the puppet suffered a critical hit, its power would spike by 200%, transforming it into a weapon that only grew deadlier the more it was attacked. A grin spread across Lufan's face. Taming such a beast, one long considered too wild and powerful to be controlled, was a testament to his absolute dominance. Meanwhile, in a distant control room, President Jin stared at the live feed, frozen in disbelief. And then it hit him. The Earth Abyss Demon, A creature once thought to resist even the strongest of wills, now stood fully under Lufan's command. Jin's thoughts spiraled, desperately trying to process the catastrophic shift. His fingers tightened around his phone. Frustration surged. This wasn't just a minor setback, it was a complete collapse of their strategic framework. Outside the control room, the online world exploded into chaos. Forums flooded with disbelief. Strategists and players across the globe scrambled to make sense of the shocking turn of events. Heated debates erupted over balance, fairness, and power creep. The phone slipped from his grasp, clattering against the cold floor. Back in the room, Old Han watched with a chuckle, shaking his head in amusement. "Well, that settles it," he muttered. "Lufan is officially at the top." His voice was calm, tinged with admiration. Leaning forward, he steepled his fingers and swept the room with a piercing gaze. "Everyone stay calm," he ordered. "We shall adapt. If the balance tips too far, the global competition loses its edge. And where steps the fun in that?" A sly smirk played on his face. "We still are not about to let things get dull, are we?" He turned toward the battlefield feed, his expression grim. "I am leaving this to you." Jin, still reeling from the online backlash, clenched his fists. The Jin family's reputation was at stake now. With public sentiment turning against them and their strategy in ruins, he had only one option left. Luan exhaled steadily, his confidence unshaken. With a simple command, his Emerald Dragon unleashed the fallen demon dragons. In turn, they activated and seized control of the Earth Abyss Demon, chaining their power in seamless succession. Celestial troops descended to fortify their advantage, cementing their hold on the battlefield. Everything had gone exactly as planned. But just as he allowed himself a moment of calm, a sharp notification chime sliced through the air. Beside him, his comrades relaxed, watching as the system began tallying their ever-rising points. Luen studied the layers of strategy they had deployed, nodding in satisfaction. Every move had been optimized, every advantage extracted. Something new had entered the fray. Lufan pulled up his communication device. A new mission location flashed onto his map. Though he still held the rank 1 position, a fresh challenge was already waiting on the horizon, a greater test of his strength. "I got lucky this time," he whispered, relieved. Snow blanketed the ground in a thick, silent layer, marking the beginning of this new mission. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light pierced the sky. Hidden behind a tree, a boy held his breath, heart pounding. A smile curled at the corner of his lips. A deafening roar shattered the silence. The clouds split as a massive black dragon soared into view. Its presence was chilling. The boy's stomach dropped. But his confidence didn't last long. His mission was complete, but his thoughts remained haunted by the possibility of one person appearing, Lufan. The idea of encountering him at the checkpoint made his stomach twist. Seeing no one nearby, the boy boldly prepared to claim the mission as his own. Lufan was here again. High above, Lufan descended through the frigid air, riding atop his majestic dragon. Its pitch-black scales cut through the icy wind like a blade, its aura suffocating. The boy's earlier triumph turned instantly to dread. The boy clenched his teeth in frustration. No matter how carefully he chose his mission points, somehow, Lufan always showed up. This was supposed to be a simple, routine task. Now it had spiraled into something else entirely. And if Lufan was here, that meant he had already completed his last mission. Panic gnawed at the boy's resolve. He tried to remain hidden, but something felt off. Had he actually defeated the Earth Abyss monster? Lufan paused mid-step. A faint mist curled through the air around him. His eyes narrowed as he turned back, scanning his surroundings. A cold sweat rolled down his back. He had been spotted. The boy froze. Scrambling to recover, he stumbled forward, blurting out, I was just talking too loud. It was a mistake. Just pretend I sep not here, okay?" His voice cracked with fear. But Lufan wasn't interested in explanations. With a single gesture, his dragon surged forward. A blazing energy exploded outward, shaking the very ground. The boy stumbled back in panic. Wait. Lufan, you said you let me go last time. Why are you doing this?" His pleas were swallowed by the deafening roar of the black dragon. The attack hit with merciless precision. The boy had no chance to resist. Surrounded by destructive force, he braced himself. Nearby, another boy, Nabi, crouched behind a tree, barely breathing. His heart thundered in his chest. Something monstrous was chasing him. But then, realization struck. 245 points added. The system screen flickered. He hadn't even been on Lufansit's radar. Relief flooded him. A shaky laugh escaped his lips. Lufansit's attack hadn't been directed at him. Meanwhile, Lufan pulled up the mission status window, scanning the updated details. The boy who had been spared hesitated, then cautiously stepped forward. "I'm safe," he whispered. Once again his luck had held. He scratched his head, mustering the courage to speak. But Lufan didn't even glance his way. Thanks for, saving my life. His voice was unsteady but sincere. He knew the rules. Had Lufan killed him, all his points would have transferred over. The fact that he hadn't was worth acknowledging. It was just cooperation, he replied coldly. Nothing more than temporary assistance. The boy shifted uncomfortably. Even if Lufan brushed it off, he couldn't ignore the truth. He owed him. That fact lingered like a weight. Without another word, he turned his attention back to the task at hand, as if the boy didn't exist. Rank: 17. Name: Mangyu Yangai. Just then, Lufan's eyes flickered toward the boy's status window. The boy laughed awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck. Hey, I haven't even slept, okay? I've been fighting deadly beasts non-stop. I worked hard for these 2,375 points. Lufan raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. Lufan studied him for a moment, then exhaled. He had learned from last time, better to wait, let him grow, let him rise higher, then it would be worth it. He could easily kill him and claim the points, but they weren't worth it, not yet. Smirking, Lufan stepped forward and placed a firm hand on the boy's shoulder. The boy's grin vanished. His shoulders sagged in shame. Your progress is embarrassing. Only 17th place, you you're letting the Southland down. Without waiting for a response, Lufan turned away, raising a hand in a casual wave. Work harder next time. Let's hope that when we meet again your rank is actually worth noticing. The boy stood there, stunned. Was that encouragement? His thoughts raced. All his life, he'd been told the Dragon Nation was arrogant, ruthless, and cruel, but Lufan didn't match that image. A pang of guilt twisted inside him. And I wanted to kill him. He hadn't been boastful, he hadn't mocked him, he had saved him, encouraged him. For the first time, the boy saw how foolish he had been. What kind of person does that make me? Meanwhile, Lufan accessed the next mission on his interface. His eyes scanned the data. Behind him, the boy clenched his fists, newfound resolve burning in his gaze. With a single command, the mighty beast unfurled its vast wings and soared into the sky, leaving behind nothing but the chilling echo of its roar. Meanwhile, Lufan set his focus on the next task, a mission that awaited him deep within a treacherous swamp. His target, a rank 6 opponent concealed somewhere in that murky region. He watched as Lufan mounted his dragon, determination igniting in his heart. I shall earn more points for the dignity of the Southland, and next time, I once let Lord Lufan Sit's glory overshadow me. Despite it being only the second day of the test, the stakes had already escalated to matters of life and death. Lufan briefly pondered who the enemy might be. Could it be Kim, Han, or Charles? All of them were powerful contenders, but in the end, it didn't matter. Whoever it was, they would fall all the same. A confident smirk tugged at the corners of his lips. Shall I? Let's go, he commanded. With a thunderous flap of its wings, the black dragon ascended into the heavens, cutting through the air like a blade. Its deep, resonating roar echoed across the land as they made their way toward the swamp. The scene shifted. A vast fog-covered swamp stretched endlessly. The air was thick, the ground soaked and unstable. Danger lingered with every breath. A massive wild boar with glowing red eyes prowled through the mist, its heavy limbs sinking deep into the muck. Hidden in the shadows, a serpent waited, silent, patient. Then, without warning, the snake struck. Its fangs sank deep into the boar's flesh. The beast roared in agony, thrashing violently, but it was futile. The serpent's deadly grip only tightened, coiling tighter with each heartbeat. From within the snake's coils, a shadowed figure observed the chaos, a glint of amusement flickering in his eyes. The rank 6 fighter from the kingdom of Han chuckled lowly. So I'm the prey this time, he mused, completely unshaken. His smirk widened as he glanced at his status screen. It revealed a staggering 52,642 points. He muttered under his breath, clearly entertained. Just then, a system notification blinked into his vision. A mission had been accepted. Someone had taken the task of hunting him down. Before he could reflect further, the wounded boar, blinded by pain and rage, charged at him. But the man did not flinch. With a swift and fluid motion, he sidestepped the beast, slashing with precision. And then, a new presence emerged. The man turned slowly, eyes narrowing. The game had begun. The sound of boots squelching through the muddy ground broke the silence. A cold voice followed, sharp and cutting. If you stir my prey, then you best start preparing yourself. Then why are there only 3 of us? Where sips the rest of this so-called alliance? His gaze drifted toward Wei, a reminder of their previous agreement. Within the 4 Nations alliance, they had promised to pool resources, stack points, and eliminate their enemies. Yet now, leaning casually against a tree, Wei scoffed. Nebi, he spoke with calm resolve, his voice steady despite the thick tension around them. This place, it's worse than I expected. Damp, poisonous, merciless. He shook his head slightly. I didn't said anticipate this, but we had a plan, didn't set we? His thoughts spiraled. Maybe she was still alive, somewhere deep in the swamp's cursed belly, or maybe she wasn't. He exhaled sharply. Standing still was no longer an option. Gillen scanned the mist ahead, his brow furrowed. Ben made it, he muttered. But Wei? I haven't seen her since the trial started. Opening his status window, Gillan frowned. I've been clearing everything in my path. If I had crossed paths with you earlier, I wouldn't still be in 10th place. I stepped be higher. The tension thickened. Wei's Sip's lips curled into a slow grin. Well then, he muttered, flexing his fingers with unshakable confidence. Looks like our hunter has arrived. Gilland remained seated, his serpent coiled beside him, watching with cold amusement. As his fingers gently stroked the snake's scales, his thoughts drifted toward the impending confrontation. Suddenly the earth trembles beneath their feet. A deep, resounding boom echoes through the sky as a massive claw bursts forth from the tower's foundation. Smoke and debris erupt into the air, signaling the arrival of something colossal. Unfazed, Lewin narrows his eyes. Looks like I don't get to rest after all, he mutters, already formulating a plan. Nearly 4 hours later, Lewin finally arrived at the swamp, one of the country's designated testing zones. As he descended, his eyes scanned the rugged terrain with practiced precision. The poisonous mist hung heavy, and deadly insects skittered across every surface. So this is the swamp, he thought grimly. The terrain Sip's awful and visibility is near zero. Flying might be the only way to get a proper sense of what Sep's going on. He moved carefully, pausing near a twisted tree. A massive serpent slithered nearby, barely visible in the underbrush. His instincts sharpened. These weren't random monsters. These things were organized, setting a trap. I need to stay alert. Without hesitation, Luen gave the order. Gog, activate K-Sip's perception. Instantly, Shua's eyes glowed as the skill triggered. A faint shimmer radiated outward, revealing several hidden enemies scattered across the shadows. The ability didn't just expose their locations. It disrupted their vision as well, preventing them from tracking Luen in return. He smirked. So it was an ambush. Still, something didn't sit right. Just moments ago he had sensed 3 presences, but now, only 2 remained. Tightening his grip on his sword, a soft hum of energy pulsed along the blade. His voice rang across the swamp, cold and commanding. You've been listening this whole time and yet you refuse to reveal yourselves? He stepped forward, undeterred. Fine then, I shall come to you. At his side the black dragon growled, responding to his aura. Suddenly the massive serpent in hiding reacted, its head lifted sharply, eyes gleaming with rage. With a piercing hiss it lunged, tearing through the air with blistering speed. Its venomous fangs aimed straight for Luan. A sharp system notification suddenly appeared, mission target identified. As the massive beast loomed menacingly, a figure seated atop its back finally revealed himself. He chuckled, his voice dripping with amusement. Lu Fan, I didn't expect you to find me, he said, grinning, and to think, I wasn't even fighting seriously. Seems you more capable than I gave you credit for. The status window immediately revealed his identity. Name, Jian. Nationality, Kingdom of Hing. Level 60. Occupation, Poison Master, Grade 5. Score, 67,375. Rank 6. Lu Fan barely blinked. He glanced at the window, unimpressed. Not much of a mystery to solve, he replied, coldly, though I have to say, I stump a little disappointed. You're not the opponent I was looking for. Neither Kim Han nor Charles are my targets. Jilan's smirk faltered ever so slightly as he opened Lu Fan's status window. His gaze narrowed. Name Lu Fan. Nationality, Dragon Country. Level, 36. Occupation, Dragon Rider. Points, 55,192. Rank, 1. Shilan Stess, eyes widened in disbelief. Over 50,000 points. First rank, just moments ago, this so-called representative wasn't set even close to the top. How in the world did he accumulate that many points so quickly? Then, it clicked. The system's warning from earlier, a true hunter has appeared. Jan chuckled darkly, realization struck him like lightning. So that's what it meant. Excitement surged through his veins. If he could kill Lu Fan, the rules stated that all of his points would become his. The thought electrified him. A sinister grin spread across his face. I never expected such a prize to fall into my lap, he whispered. Clutching his weapon, he made a silent vow. No matter how powerful you are, I will kill you and take every last point. I once let this opportunity slip away. His eyes locked onto Lu Fan with a predator's hunger. Do you still think you steer the hunter? He sneered. With that many points you steer nothing but prey, and I will devour you. But Lu Fan met his gaze with calm defiance. That might work on others, he said steadily, but not on me. Jayan's smirk deepened. He raised his staff, and with a swift motion, unleashed a venomous wave of poison. A deadly miasma spread outward, coiling through the air like a lethal storm. This is the end, he declared. Those points are mine now. The toxic mist surged toward Lu Fan, but in the blink of an eye he leapt onto Shuya's back, dodging the attack effortlessly. With poise and precision, he landed and chuckled. If that Sep's what you believe, then let Seps test it. Without wasting a second, he gave the order. Zhao Yi, lava flame, now. Xiao Yi let out a ferocious roar as searing flames enveloped its body. The temperature skyrocketed, heat waves distorting the air around them. Raw, molten energy surged to its peak. But Jian stood firm atop his colossal serpent. Don't sit falter, he shouted. That dragon is nothing. It can sit defeat you. With a wave of his hand he conjured a thick, swirling mist of poison. The toxic cloud expanded like a tidal wave, sweeping toward Lu Fan and Xiao Yi. At that very moment, Xiao Yi's lava attack reached critical mass. The flames condensed into a pulsating fireball of blazing destruction. In a blinding flash, the two forces collided. Venom versus fire, poison versus lava. The resulting explosion rocked the entire swamp. Shockwaves rippled outward. The air burned with residual energy. As the dust cleared, Xiao Yi let out another thunderous roar, the heat of its flames still radiating. But the battle had only begun. The firestorm continued its rampage, spreading and dealing continuous damage, yet Jian remained poised, already preparing his next move atop his serpent. Lu Fan's eyes scanned the battlefield, thoughts racing. Where are the others? 2 enemies are still missing. They wouldn't just run away. Before he could react, a sudden motion behind him drew his attention. A woman spun in, swinging chains with heavy stones at their ends. They whistled through the air toward him. Acting on instinct, Lu Fan jumped away just in time, narrowly avoiding the deadly assault. But before the woman could recover, Xiao Yi lunged. The dragon's razor-sharp claws tore through the air, slamming her into the ground with overwhelming force. A guttural growl rumbled from Xiao Yi's throat. The woman coughed violently, blood trailing from her lips. How is he this strong? He's only level 36, she whispered, disbelief clouding her mind. Pain coursed through her body as she began to understand. This dragon was no ordinary beast. The force of its strike was monstrous. Jian watched in horror, face twisted. Damn it, she sits either furious, or is that laughter? Even Lu Fan was puzzled. Her reaction was erratic, almost unhinged. Suddenly, Jian's serpent lashed out, hissing with fury. Without hesitation, Zhao Yi lunged back, intercepting it mid-strike. But the serpent was faster. It sank its venomous fangs deep into Xiao Yi's hand. A sharp sting surged through the dragon, but it didn't recoil. Instead, with raw strength, Xiao Yi roared, gripped the snake by its thick neck, and slammed its massive body into the swamp floor. The earth trembled from the impact. Jian Sep's eyes widened in disbelief. No, impossible, he roared. Are you all right? At that very moment, the third enemy finally stepped forward, his expression calm, a subtle smile on his lips. Missed my mark again, he muttered. Lu Fan turned sharply, eyes narrowing. His system window immediately scanned and locked onto the new arrival. Status window activated. Name Ben. Nationality, Jinggu country. Total score, 34,831. Level, 57. Occupation, Dark Father Hunter. The woman, breathing heavily, wiped the blood from her lips and pushed herself upright. This isn't looking good, she muttered. If we keep going like this, we might actually lose, or worse, die. Ji growled in frustration. This guy, he isn't normal. No way, he's just a level 36 fighter. He exhaled sharply, fists clenched. Still, no matter how strong he is, we don't have a choice. If we take him down, we be in the top 3. Despite the tense air, Lu Fan stood smiling. His gaze met theirs without a hint of fear. Your ambush? It was a joke. If you really think you can steal my points, then tell me what chance do you have of actually winning? Tension flooded the air like a rising tide. The woman Sip's eyes flared with fury. Don't get ahead of yourself, she snapped. You stir stronger than we expected, but that doesn't mean this is over. The real fight starts now. Drawing his sword, Luan took a calm stance. Under the dim swamp light, the blade gleamed cold and unforgiving. Then let's settle this up close, he challenged. Let's see whose body gets buried in this swamp. But Lu Fan was prepared. Reacting instantly, he launched a defensive counter. Xiaowei, finish that snake. A massive serpent responded, releasing a dense, venomous fog that rolled toward Lu Fan, its toxic fumes designed to corrode and weaken anything it touched. Chiang acted without hesitation. Now, spray the poisonous mist. With terrifying precision, Xiaotsue clamped her claws around the enormous serpent. In a brutal slam, she crushed it into the ground and ripped it apart. A thunderous roar erupted as green blood splattered in every direction, soaking the battlefield in the remains of the beast. As soon as the mist began to thin, Xiaowei, his black dragon, unleashed her bloodline ability, a legendary trait that halved all incoming damage, granted total immunity to negative effects, and boosted healing by 500%. Gistan's face contorted in agony. "My little snake, you killed my snake," he bellowed. "Now no one can save you from me. If we don't set act now, we lose everything," he warned, drawing his bow. "Gillen, I shall cover you. Move in." Lu Fan narrowed his eyes. What does he mean? Meanwhile, the third fighter stepped forward, evaluating the situation carefully. Lu Fan now held the upper hand. Lu Fan's body tensed. Magic circle. Before he could act, the battlefield was suddenly engulfed in blinding light. Guy raised his staff. "Lu Fan, my magic circle is complete. Just a few more seconds." But it wasn't just the quantity that made it deadly. Once cast, the spell allowed an endless wave of poisonous serpents to be summoned at will. Each one dealt 50% damage to a target's spiritual energy, and every bite injected lethal venom. The ground shook. The air grew thick with a sinister hissing sound. Then, like a living nightmare, 10,000 snakes burst forth from thin air. Their coordinated hisses sent chills through the air as they slithered in unison toward one target, Lu Fan. This was no ordinary spell. It was one of the 5 forbidden spells of the world magicians, 10,000 serpents summon. The serpents surged like a tidal wave. He took a deep breath, gripping his sword tightly. For a moment, Lu Fan hesitated. The scale of the attack was overwhelming. He took a deep breath, gripping his sword tightly. No choice. I shall cut them all down. With relentless force, Lu Fan slashed through the writhing horde, carving a bloody path. The serpents hissed, lunging at him from all directions, but he pressed forward. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "This will take forever. There are just too many." Still, he didn't set stop. He couldn't set stop. Yi raised his hand. "Lu Fan once set escape my 10,000 serpents formation. Now it sits your turn. Go take down that black dragon." The fighter behind him hesitated, clearly shaken. "Are you serious? That dragon sits enormous, and if we enter that swarm, we still be poisoned too." The woman clenched her fists. "We don't stet have time for fear. If we hesitate now, we will lose everything. We finish this now." By now the snakes had completely engulfed Lu Fan, their poisonous fangs closing in. But then, an explosion of fire erupted from the center. Jiawei roared, unleashing an inferno that incinerated hundreds of snakes instantly. Their blackened corpses fell like ash as the firestorm created a burning path through the serpent tide. Shuan-Sip's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? This is possible?" Even through the fire, he clenched his teeth and yelled, "Don Set, get cocky. You start not getting out of this." Sawai unleashed another roar, this one thunderous, shaking the battlefield. The shockwave devastated everything within range. Flames surged outward, torching the last remnants of the serpent horde. Sparks danced in the air. From within the blaze, Lu Fan stepped out. His body burned with a crimson aura. His right arm had transformed a dragon's claw, shimmering with raw energy. With one swipe, he shredded through the remaining snakes with terrifying ease. His voice was calm yet razor-sharp. "Your formation? It sips nothing but a flashy gimmick." Lu Fan activated the Dragon Claw ability and dashed forward. The power enabled him to strike from 6 unique distances, perfectly synchronized with Xiaowei. Every blow landed with devastating precision. Just his eyes burned with hatred. "You still regret this, Lu Fan. I still make you suffer." He raised his staff high. With a surge of power, another massive magic circle materialized above the battlefield, pulsing with ominous energy. Below, the torn remains of the serpent horde began to stir once again. Then, something horrifying happened. The severed snake corpses began to rise again. Their mangled bodies fused together, reforming into grotesque monstrosities. "Hurry, hurry," Gieland commanded, his voice sharp with urgency. At that very moment, the woman lashed out. She swung her chain circle with all her might, aiming it straight at Luen, but just before it could entangle him, Luen caught it mid-air, using his dragon claw. The force of the impact sent shockwaves rippling across the battlefield, cracks splitting the ground beneath them. Luen tightened his grip on the chain and looked up, his eyes burning with defiance. "Nice try," he said coldly. The battle was far from over. The warrior woman Sip's eyes widened in disbelief. How did he stop my attack so easily? Luen stood firm, gripping the chain effortlessly. Just then Jiawei stepped closer, Her piercing gaze locked onto Luen, but before either could make a move, the ground began to tremble. Lu Fan's sixth instincts kicked in immediately. An earthquake? No. This sound, what is it? A chilling laugh echoed through the air. Gieland had been waiting for this. Come back to life, he roared. And then chaos. The entire battlefield twisted as a horrific scene unfolded. The 10,000 dead snakes began to twitch and rise, their lifeless forms fusing into a single enormous abomination. A colossal, venom-soaked serpent emerged, radiating poison and death. Toxic fumes oozed from its scaly body, filling the air with a suffocating stench. A status window flashed. Crazy Dragon resurrected. Created using the spiritual power of the 5 Wish Magicians. Cannot die as long as its master lives. Can be revived infinitely with spiritual energy. If destroyed, it will split into multiple giant pythons. Luinest's breath caught. It keeps reviving as long as Gieland is alive. But this was only the beginning. The true terror of the 10,000 snake formation revealed itself next. Even in death, the summoned snakes would not truly perish. Instead, they would merge with the environment itself, transforming the battlefield into a deadly trap. Incoming effect. Poison fog detected. Mental damage increased by 900% per second. Luen clenched his jaw. This beast, it's not just a summoned creature, it's the full embodiment of Gieland's profession, and if I cut it down it'll only multiply. He knew what had to be done. Jiawei, get to me now, he shouted. But the poison mist was already thickening. Its effects were immediate and deadly. Even the woman, one of Gieland's own allies, began to choke and stagger. Gasping, she turned to him, eyes blazing with rage. Are you insane? You stare poisoning your own allies. Her body trembled, her breath turned ragged. Why are you doing this? Status alert. Snakeseps poison intensifying. Target's physical condition deteriorating rapidly. Gieland merely smirked. The dragon may be immune, you are not. And Lu Fan, without immunity, he's already dead. The woman fell to her knees, clutching her throat. Her muscles spasmed as venom ravaged her insides. I can breathe, she choked. Someone, help. Her body convulsed, her skin blistering and rotting before their eyes. The man beside her lunged forward in panic. Hey, are you okay? He shouted. He turned to Gieland. Damn it, do something. Before anyone could move, a faint white aura appeared above the woman's head. Something had changed. In seconds, her decaying body began to heal, the flesh restored itself, her breathing steadied, and she slowly sat upright, gasping. Status window update. Poison neutralized. Hemolytic protection activated. It was Gieland who had intervened. He sighed and muttered with a tinge of regret. That was my mistake. I should have granted poison immunity to my allies before the battle started. Turning to the woman he added, as an apology, I shall transfer 10,000 points from Lu Fan's account to yours. Status window update. Hemolytic protection. Grants poison immunity for 6 minutes. If already poisoned, all negative effects are instantly removed. Gieland's mind was racing. Andre, Charles. It's not time to abandon the 4-Nation Alliance, not yet. He waved his hand dismissively. All right, you stare protected now, go check if Lu Fan is dead. The woman rose, brushing herself off. I need to confirm it myself. Her companion nodded. I still go too. But what they saw stopped them cold. Lu Fan was sitting calmly atop Xiaowei, smiling. A chill ran down their spines. How is he alive? He met their stunned expressions with a confident smirk. No need to check, he said. Of course I set them still alive. Their eyes scanned him desperately for wounds. Nothing. He was completely unscathed. Then, another notification appeared. Status window update. Lu Fan's level 3668. Lu Fan raised a hand, amusement flickering in his eyes. This is quite the performance, he said. Your so-called alliance is nothing more than a joke. Suddenly, Xia Jie let out a thunderous roar, the sound shaking the battlefield. Black Dragon Bloodline activated. All damage received, reduced by 50%. Immune to all negative effects. Self-recovery increased by 500%. One of the fighters instinctively stepped back. Impossible, Hecep's not dead, and now, Hecep's even stronger. Another voice trembled, filled with fear. He can ride the dragon, and Hecep's completely immune to everything. How is that even possible? Gieland's face twisted with rage. Both he and the dragon immune to all curses, all poisons, all effects. My strongest skill is useless. His breath came in short, furious bursts. Andre, Charles, is this Lu Fan the real threat? Gieland's fury erupted. He thrust his finger toward Lu Fan, eyes blazing. Kill him, now. The commander turned to his remaining fighters, voice cold and resolute. Take him down, and each of you will earn 20,000 points. Surpass my score if you have to. I don't care. Just end him. Tension rippled through the battlefield. The hunt had officially begun. Meanwhile, the woman on the front lines could no longer hide her frustration. Her comrades, in her eyes, were completely useless. All bark, no bite. They did nothing but scream and get themselves injured. Clenching her jaw, she muttered to herself, "Looks like I still have to handle this myself." With determination in her eyes, she readied for another strike. Turning to her assistant, she issued a firm command. "Bayan, assist me with the next attack." But just as she prepared to lunge forward, something caught her off guard, a fireball hurtling toward her from behind. Her body froze mid-movement. "What?" she gasped, eyes widening at the sight of the blazing sphere. Lu Fan, too, noticed the incoming projectile. For a split second, hope flickered in his heart. An ally? Someone said's come to back me up? But the woman wasn't so sure. A shadow of doubt crept in. Could it be Yasan Light? The thought alone sent a chill down her spine. The fireball blazed closer, fast, too fast, and then impact. A fiery figure smashed into her with explosive force, sending her crashing to the ground. Though only slightly injured, she was shaken. The fireball didn't vanish. Instead, it expanded, its flames spreading around the battlefield in a furious storm. At the center of the inferno stood a man, calm, confident, and completely unfazed. He wore a smirk as he addressed the battlefield. "Hey brother, don't sit be scared," he called out. "I Sepsim here to help." He scanned the chaotic scene and raised an eyebrow. "3 of you against 1 enemy, and you're in this sorry state?" With a chuckle, he shook his head. "If you really think you're strong, why don't you try fighting me instead?" A status window appeared before them, glowing with radiant light. Name Andre. Rank, full-class flame warrior. Level 60. Nation, snow. Points, 80,167. Lu Fan's eyes widened in recognition. Andre? Andre met his gaze with a wide grin and walked over, extending a hand. Well, Luen, your dragon looks more terrifying than ever." Nebi tensed at the newcomer's arrival. Mistaking him for yet another enemy, she immediately shifted into a defensive stance, ready to strike. But before she could act, Lu Fan calmly placed a hand on her head. "Calm down, Wei Ji," he said. "He's not our enemy." Reluctantly, Wei Ji backed off, though her wary eyes remained locked on Andre. Lu Fan and Andre had met before, back when Luen was with the overseer, enjoying a meal lovingly prepared by his aunt. That memory flashed briefly through his mind. Looking at Andre now, he couldn't help but smile. Surrounded by flames, exuding overwhelming power, Andre was as formidable as ever. Still, Lu Fan raised a brow. "Did you really have to hit her that hard?" Andre simply laughed, raising his hand with pride. "Isef mastered 3rd-level magic. Isef ignited the true body of a god. These weaklings, they don't stand a chance against me." Meanwhile, the woman Andre had just knocked down rose to her feet. She dusted herself off slowly, her expression unreadable, until her fury boiled over. Andre froze at Lu Fan's next words. "By the way, she sips a woman." Andre's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wait, what? She's a woman?" Lu Fan chuckled. "That sips right, and don't set underestimate her. She hasn't set even shown us what she can really do yet." Overhearing their conversation, the woman's rage erupted, her fists clenched tightly, every muscle in her body tense with fury. But Andre remained unfazed. Flashing a cocky smirk, he stepped forward. "All right then, if she set's really that strong, I'll take care of her first." He glanced at Lu Fan. "You can handle the speedster and the archer." But Luen leaned back on his dragon, arms casually resting behind his head. With a laugh, he replied, "There's Sep's really no need for that." His meaning was clear. This fight is mine. That was the final straw. The woman's golden aura flared to life. Her body began to glow with radiant light, her eyes burning bright yellow. A powerful energy surged through her as her body rapidly transformed. Muscles swelled, fur erupted across her skin, and with a thunderous roar, she took her true form, a towering, battle-hardened beast. She had activated her strongest ability, God Bear Dole. Her strength and stamina surged by 20%, though the transformation came with a 16-hour cooldown, but she didn't care. All that mattered now was punishing those who had mocked her. Without warning, the giant bear charged straight at Andre. The ground trembled beneath her massive frame. As she closed in, she unleashed another earth-shattering roar. Andre didn't flinch. His grip tightened around his weapon. The moment the beast lunged, his blade erupted in a blaze of fiery energy, crackling with raw magical power. Their attacks collided, unleashing a massive shockwave that ripped through the battlefield. Flames swirled violently around them. Amidst the chaos, Andre shouted, "Lu Wen, worry about yourself. This one sip's mine. I one sit let her get away." His body ignited fully as he activated his ultimate technique, Flame Lord True Body, channeling the divine power of the Supreme Fire God. Every attribute increased by 1%, permanent flight, explosive flames, all controlled by his mental strength. Above the battlefield, Luen sat calmly atop his dragon, watching the clash unfold with a wry smile. Andre Set's got good intentions, he thought, but he Set's still a handful. He had no intention of relying on backup, no earth mages, no reinforcements. This fight was his alone. Without hesitation, he spurred his dragon forward. From his elevated position, Luen spotted another threat, a man riding atop a massive serpent, bow in hand. The archer loosed a shot and missed. Luen shook his head with a smirk. "Shame on you, Gilan. I missed again," he taunted. Gilan clenched his fists in frustration. He finally understood, defeating Luen wasn't going to be simple. And now, with Andre joining the battle, the odds had shifted even further against him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he sighed. "This is bad. We have to stick to the plan." Wasting no time, Gilan turned to his colossal serpent and barked out an urgent command. "Shewai, spray the poison mist, now poison mist." This was no ordinary attack. Poison mist was a deadly technique that unleashed a swirling, multicolored fog, capable of poisoning anyone caught within its range. At his master's order, the massive snake's jaw opened wide, releasing a thick cloud of toxic fumes directly toward Luan. From the skies above, Lu Fan calmly observed the unfolding scene. He scoffed, clearly unimpressed. "Really? You do realize that neither my dragon nor I can be harmed by that, right? Completely useless." But just as he was about to dismiss it, something odd caught his eye. His gaze sharpened. "Wait, something steps off." A realization struck him like lightning. That's not the same snake. The other one is missing. Before he could react, two enormous serpents lunged at him, one from the front and one from behind. But Luen wasn't caught off guard for long. He quickly pieced it together. So that seps their plan. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated one of his most devastating abilities, Void Slash. This technique, fueled by his dragon's aura, unleashed 3 blindingly fast consecutive strikes. In the blink of an eye, the twin snakes were sliced cleanly in half. Their massive bodies crashed to the ground with a lifeless thud. Luen exhaled deeply, then gently patted his dragon. "They were too slow. Let Sets move on." Down below, Gillen stared at the mangled remains of his creatures. Shaking his head in disgust, he muttered, "Disgusting." But then, a sly grin crept across his face. "Did you really think that was enough to stop Xiaoyi?" Lu Fan's expression tensed. Something didn't feel right. Gillan continued, his voice brimming with confidence. "My Xiaoyi is immortal. He can set die. In fact, he has the power of regeneration." A dark energy surged from the torn serpent bodies, and in mere moments, the snakes began moving again. Their shredded halves stitched themselves back together, reforming as if they had never been harmed. Lu Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. "I cut them in half. How are they still alive?" Then it hit him. "No matter how many times I slice them, they still just keep coming back." Gritting his teeth as the reformed serpents writhed with renewed life, he growled under his breath, "This thing isn't Set a snake. It Set's a damn tangled worm." For the first time in the battle, hesitation crept in. How the hell am I supposed to deal with this? But Luan didn't Set falter. His mind raced, forming a strategy. With sharp resolve, he unsheathed his blade and commanded, "Jiaxie Y, transform into a destructive dragon. Burn them all to ashes." The transformation was instant. The black dragon's body began to shift, evolving into a terrifying force of nature. Her power surged to unimaginable heights. A status window flashed into view. Xiaoyi Destructive Dragon Vertical Bar Level, 32. Strength, 33,828. Agility, 15,697. Spirit, 8,453. Stamina, 7,382. With her transformation complete, Xiaoyi unleashed her ultimate technique, Lava Flame. Waves of molten fire erupted from her, spreading across the battlefield like a tidal wave of destruction. The inferno not only caused massive damage, but also healed Xiaoyi in the process. The flames roared forward, engulfing everything in their path. The giant snake shrieked in pain as it writhed under the relentless blaze. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure observed from afar. The archer narrowed his eyes, gripping his bow tightly. "Bayan, are you ready for this?" he called out. A dark, ominous aura pulsed from his weapon as he pulled back the bowstring, aiming directly at Lu Fan. He smirked. "Recharge complete." Silence. Without waiting for a response, he barked. Gillen, cover me now. Irritated, the archer growled, damn it, fine, go to hell both of you. Lu Fan narrowed his gaze, watching the archer Sip's attack with keen interest. A lightning-based skill, huh? He muttered. Then he scoffed. I know this kind of magic well, it once set work on me. He unleashed his power, evil thunder power. A massive surge of electricity crackled to life, swirling around the blackened arrow in his grasp. This wasn't just any skill, it was the evil eye, a lethal technique that combined thunder and darkness attributes, delivering 4 times the normal damage. While the attack charged, Zhio's lava flames continued rampaging across the field, incinerating everything they touched. Calm and unwavering, he extended his hand forward. Now, let me show you the true power of dragon language magic. As he began chanting, the entire battlefield trembled, then came a deafening roar, a roar unlike any other. A colossal shockwave tore through the air, imbued with the crushing might of a dragon's wrath. When the spell landed, the explosion that followed was cataclysmic, leaving devastation in its wake. But that wasn't set all. The roar of Ezu, the Dragon King. Yet, there was one crucial detail Luen hadn't realized. Attacking the snake wasn't the key. The creature's life force was bound to its master. As long as Gillen remained untouched, the snake would continue to regenerate, no matter how many times it was slain. Every subsequent strike from Lu Fan now carried a 20% thunder attribute boost, with a 20% chance to paralyze its target. Still, the shock of Lu Fan's attack was enough to send panic through Gillen's veins. His eyes widened in disbelief. His thunder attribute magic too. No. That Sip's impossible. That Sip's dragon language magic. As the spell erupted, a terrifying purple aura surged outward, blanketing the battlefield in raw, uncontainable energy. The overwhelming force shattered Gillen's confidence. His carefully laid plans crumbled, and now, he was paying the price. Lu Fan's radiant light energy spell clashed violently against Gillen and Ben. Unable to withstand the immense pressure, Ben instantly panicked and shouted, Gillen, block it for me. But Gillen, fully aware that resistance was futile, made a swift and cold decision. Without hesitation, he activated the Serpent's Breath Sleep, a special move from his companion, the Shao-Chi's serpent, and slipped away, abandoning Ben to his fate. He had underestimated his enemy. What are you doing? Don't leave me. Ben cried out in desperation, but his voice echoed in vain as Gillen and the serpent vanished into the earth. In truth, the serpent had utilized its Ash Giant Serpent ability, which allowed it to burrow underground and enter stealth mode for up to 22 minutes, all while healing its master at a steady rate of 2% of maximum HP per minute. Now alone and exposed, Ben was nothing more than easy prey. Lu Fan didn't hesitate. He launched a barrage of attacks from every direction, roasting Ben alive in a blaze of relentless power. Moments later, a system notification appeared. It was a tactical retreat, a smart move for survival, but a complete betrayal for Ben. Jub Ben has finally died. Lu Fan smirked coldly. Betraying your allies? What a pathetic alliance. You can set run forever, Gillen. With his dragon companion by his side, Lu Fan gave the signal. Together, they prepared the deadly dragon language eco spell. Flames surged as the dragon unleashed a sea of fire upon the battlefield, determined to scorch every inch of the murky swamp into molten ash. The inferno consumed everything. Even the hidden serpent, Zaoki, was incinerated without a trace. Another notification rang out. The dragon language eco burst erupted violently. The explosion created a massive pool of lava that pulled everything nearby into its scorching depths, inflicting continuous heavy damage. When a dragon knight and their dragon pet used Dragon Whisper in unison, the spell's destructive power doubled, turning the battlefield into a blazing inferno. Lu Fan's eyes narrowed as he stared at the ground. This is where you still be buried, Gillen. With that, only 21 out of the required 23 eliminations remained. Lu Fan's Dragon Nation points soared. His total mission score had now reached an astonishing 700,000, an increase of nearly 160,000 since his last battle. The PvP missions were brutal, but the rewards were nothing short of extraordinary. At this moment, Lu Fan had firmly secured the #1 spot in the Dragon Nation rankings. But just as he was basking in his overwhelming victory, a thunderous voice echoed from behind. He turned toward the flames and saw it, the trial of the World Nation's swamp. Gillen has been eliminated. From the shadows emerged a massive enraged bear with glowing yellow eyes. Standing defiantly in front of it was the giant known as Andre, who had entered a rampage state to finish the job. Without a moment's hesitation, Andre raised his colossal axe and brought it crashing down, instantly killing the bear. As its body reverted to its original form, Andre muttered with disdain, "Rats who hide in the dark and plot against others don't deserve mercy." Lu Fan didn't waste any time. With his dragon still at his side, he activated a unique form of magic and asked, "Are you willing to hand over your points?" According to the rules of the Trial of Nations, eliminating a representative allowed one to claim their accumulated points. Lufan, wielding the underworld serpent separation, prepared his magic arrows, ones that didn't even require a bow, each dealing 20% damage upon impact. He smiled to himself. There exists no reason to refuse such a generous offer. His Dragon Nation points surged once more. Andre initially hesitated, but in the end, chose not to argue. He admitted that at first, he believed Lufan was outnumbered, 3-1, but now he realized that kind of reinforcement had been necessary all along. Unbothered, Andre sat cross-legged, enjoying a meal with complete satisfaction. With a grin he proposed, "How about this? I settle trade you 5,000 points for a piece of chicken." Lufan simply shook his head. "I don't set need the points. If you step are hungry, just eat." Nearby, Lufan's dragon had now taken on a humanoid female form and was lounging comfortably while enjoying her own feast. The atmosphere was calm, almost absurdly peaceful compared to the earlier chaos. But not everyone shared that sentiment. Watching from a distance, Henry was in complete disbelief. "That's impossible. Each piece should be worth at least 2,000 points, he muttered. His shock intensified when Lufan casually opened his professional status window, revealing a staggering total of over 700,000 points. Henry was stunned. How does he even have that many points? At the same time, Lufan took a glance at Andre's stats, and noticed something interesting. Andre too had received a quest to defeat the Demon of the Nine Realms. Andre sighed. "With all these points, if you destroy the Dark Tower, something big is gonna happen." Lufan didn't stet. "Wait, I came for the Dark Tower from the very beginning. The stronger the beast, the more points I earn. It's the best place to farm." Henry stared at him, wide-eyed. What kind of monster is Lufan? He knew that without professional-grade stats, even Andre wouldn't have survived the third wave of monsters inside the Dark Tower. Yet Lufan, relentless and calculating, had been using it to level up all along. Meanwhile, Andre felt an immense sense of relief, thankful that he hadn't ended up as Lufan's enemy. Observing the aftermath of the battle, he couldn't help but think, Charles and the others stuck on this mission, they don't stand a chance against him. Shaking his head with a helpless sigh, Andre admitted, "I was actually going to ask you for tips on how to increase my points, but that sounds like wishful thinking now." Lufan smirked, and casually acknowledged the truth. The Dark Tower, home to the demons of the Nine Realms, was no joke. Even for him, clearing it had taken a significant amount of effort. Andre's eyes trailed to the majestic dragon beside Lu. He sighed again. No wonder having a dragon pet makes such a huge difference. That explains why dragon rider is one of the top 3 hidden professions. But just then, the dragon turned its gaze toward Andre and shot him a fierce glare. A chill ran down his spine. He muttered under his breath, "This creature is truly terrifying." Lufan chuckled at his reaction. "Tell me, Andre, did you ever attempt the Dark Tower mission before?" Andre gave a defeated nod, barely made it out alive, "And as long as the mission remains tied to me, I can take on any other quests." Lu paused for a moment, then smirked. "Then why not team up?" Just as Andre was about to respond, he noticed something unsettling. The dragon was still staring at him, with its sharp teeth bared. Nervously he asked, "Why does your dragon look like it sits about to eat me?" Lu waved it off casually. "Dragon bats are naturally fierce. They don't set like strangers, but don't set worry, as long as I sep him here, it won't set bite you." What Lu didn't mention was the real reason for the dragon's hostility. The truth was, Andre had eaten Shioji's rations earlier. With that tension smoothed over, the two adventurers set off toward the Dark Tower. As they neared, a red warning prompt appeared before them. A swarm of carrion eagles, each at level 60, roared in the skies ahead. Below them, giant horned beetles of equal level crept and waited, ready to launch their next attack. Andre tensed. How are we going to handle this? Lufan raised his hand, letting mana surge from his palm. I set fight my way, he said. You fight yours. As a sword shimmered into his grip, he added firmly, let sets rely on our own abilities. Above them, the monsters hovered, screeching. Lucet's smirk deepened. With our strength, dealing with a few carrion eagles and some of those beetles shouldn't set be a problem. Andre frowned. That sep's not the issue. Sure, their stats are low, but their sheer numbers make them difficult to manage. Lu nodded thoughtfully. All right, I'll leave those two waves to you. Then without hesitation, a powerful surge of blue mana exploded from his body. A massive dragon burst forth. I shall head inside, he said, and deal with the monsters waiting within. Andre watched in disbelief. He's really gonna try clearing the inside alone. Suddenly Lufan called out, Ching Chun, switch to starlight mode. The dragon beside him instantly began to transform, its form growing larger, its presence more intense. Blue mana surged as its speed skyrocketed. With a thunderous roar, it activated Sky Crossing and charged straight into the Dark Tower. At that moment, it was revealed Starlight Mode boosted the dragon's strength by 500% and allowed it to transform into Star Shatter form for 60 seconds. Lu Fan grinned. Why wait for waves of monsters to emerge? Better to clean them out in one go. He activated Starlight Struggler, a space-tearing technique that opened a rift gate to a target location. This gate would remain open for 60 seconds, completely immune to magical seals or forbidden spells. Just before stepping through, Lu turned back to Andre. Take care of things out here. I still clean up the monsters inside and handle the Dark Tower as fast as I can. Andre, watching the many dragons under Lucet's command, muttered in disbelief. I can believe he has this many dragons. The moment Lu and his dragon passed through, the portal cracked and shattered behind them. Inside, Lu was met with a chilling reception. A massive horde stood waiting. Deep dagger moths, cryptic devourers, centipedes, darkthorn knights, and carrion devouring insects. The moment he arrived, they looked down on him with contempt. How foolish, sneered a massive centipede-like monster. You dare enter this domain, human? Then I shall grant you the right to choose how you die. This creature wasn't just any monster, it was an earth demon, a nightmare-level boss. Its special ability, Deathbind, allowed it to paralyze, poison, and stun enemies simultaneously, all while slashing with razor-sharp appendages. Lu Fan simply smirked, summoning a green aura. You don't seem to appreciate gifts, he said, so let me give you one you still regret. Suddenly a massive emerald dragon materialized, coiling protectively around Lu. While its stats were modest, its ability was formidable. It doubled the effects of allied dragons and bloodline-linked skills. Shera Sep's Serpent Shelter, Lu shouted. The skill granted the targeted ally a 100 to 200% boost in all attributes. Additionally, it absorbed incoming damage and generated air control layers. At 10 layers, it would unleash an explosion with damage equal to everything absorbed. With 30 seconds left in Starlight Mode, Lu charged forward. Your numbers alone one set stop me. The Black Dragon 2 roared, unleashing its full might. The enemy monsters surged, but Lu remained calm. 5 seconds left, time for the final clear. With a yell, he activated Sky-Cutting Dragon Strike, merging with his dragon to unleash a barrage of synchronized dragon-infused attacks. A massive explosion shook the battlefield. The Destruction Dragon tore through enemies, vaporizing them instantly. Next came Star Crush, a devastating finisher that scaled with tower level. King Chun, use Starlight Crush. After a short charge, Lu executed the Shadow Snake Bow technique, a mystical bow formed from swirling shadows. 3 seconds passed. The Shadow Snake arrow fired. The blast dealt 500% increased damage, fusing Lu's dragon energy and dark shadow power into a deadly force. The enemy couldn't withstand it. 5 seconds left in Starlight Mode. Just then, Lu's dragon opened its jaws. Blue mana fire gathered at its core. This was the start of the Starlight Destruction sequence. The fire burned brighter, infused with starlight. The resulting beam ignored all defenses, dealing unblockable, unavoidable damage. Power levels surged to 300,000, wiping out the last monsters just as Starlight Mode ended. Standing amidst the wreckage, Lu Fan smirked. Almost done with the upgrade. Time to pick up the pace. His Dragon Nation points were now maxed out. But a new enemy approached, the Holy Corpse Demon Dragon, radiating an oppressive aura of deep purple mana. Lu didn't hesitate. Zhioya, he called, summoned the fallen demon dragon. Using the Dragon Bone Flute, he summoned twin fallen demon dragons, each scaled to match his level. His star dragon transformed into its galaxy form, unleashing laser beams in every direction. The starfall effect began, an ongoing barrage of starlight bombardment until the technique was cancelled. When the dust settled, Lu's double dragon hit level 25, his star dragon reached level 80, and Lu himself advanced to level 36. He nodded. This is the pace I need. But the next foe soon arrived, Abyss Moss, level 75. The large creature exhaled corrosive poison mist, releasing shimmering green bubbles. Lu retaliated without hesitation. One strike and the creature perished. Its death triggered a black hole effect, a technique that pulled in nearby enemies before detonating. Its damage based on the total health of the captured foes. Lu summoned 3 black holes at once, maximizing destruction. A foolish decision, he murmured. They were practically volunteering for death. But then, something felt off. He froze. One of the enemy dragons had vanished. Spatial Break Shadow, he muttered. It was a rare ability that merged the user with space, granting stealth and total immunity to all attacks, while active, but only for 9 seconds. A chill ran down Lu Fan's spine. Out of nowhere, a giant earth demon materialized directly behind him and his dragon. He hadn't sensed it at all. The demon coiled, its limbs encircling Lu Fan in a binding lock, layering debuffs and preparing to unleash massive cumulative damage. But just before it could fully ensnare him, a sudden invisible strike hit hard. The spatial break shadow ability, though undetectable, had revealed its hand. Now the real battle had begun. In the very next moment, a colossal figure came crashing down, striking the Earth Demon square in the face with a devastating blow. Staggered, the Earth Demon reeled back in shock, recognizing its assailant. Furious, it demanded an explanation. How had this creature arrived unnoticed, and why was it siding with a human? The answer lay in a technique known as Phantom Walk, a skill that allowed Lu Fan to infuse his body with natural energy. This technique granted him a stealth effect so powerful that he could move undetected among Earth demons. The effect would vanish upon launching an attack or casting a skill, but Lu Fan needed only that one moment of surprise, and he used it well. The figure that struck the Earth demon was monstrous, with massive fangs and a grotesque tentacle-like face. Before the demon could even think of retaliation, it was hit by another lightning-fast punch. Then, with claws dripping in blood-infused energy, the creature slashed forward in a brutal assault. The move temporarily weakened its strength by 200% for 10 seconds, but it held its ground fearlessly. With a wave of his hand, Lu Fan summoned his ultimate companion, the destructive dragon known as Great Calamity. The beast soared through the skies above the battlefield, unleashing wave after wave of explosive devastation. Entire sections of the enemy horde were engulfed in chaos. Watching his plan unfold, Lu Fan smirked and mocked the Earth Demon. After all, he was reuniting with an old friend, an ancient demon god. Once feared across realms, this deity had now been twice defeated by mere humans and was reduced to serving them. Humiliated and enraged, the Earth Demon roared furiously. "How dare you?" it thundered. "You think you are worthy of standing on my level? You and these lowly creatures don't deserve to exist." Without warning, it activated a powerful technique, Shadow Split. In an instant, 3 clones materialized beside it. Each clone lasted for 5 seconds, and retained 60% of the original's health and attack power. They could absorb damage and overwhelm opponents through sheer numbers. But as the Earth Demon prepared its next move, it noticed something strange. An unsettling growing aura radiated from Lu Fan. This human had to die. Determined, the Earth Demon launched Deathbind, an immobilizing spell meant to paralyze and stiffen its prey. However, just before the spell took hold, it was abruptly interrupted. Something was wrong. Suddenly the Earth Demon's clones began multiplying. And that wasn't all. The demon god standing with Lu Fan also split into several clones, each one engaging an Earth Demon clone in a violent synchronized battle. Lu Fan grinned, reveling in the escalating chaos. "Since you're enjoying my little gift," he said, his voice laced with mischief, "let me throw in some extra fuel to the fire." With that, he summoned his personal demon troops. His dragons roared louder than ever, ready to unleash havoc. Using corpse manipulation, Lu Fan seized control of the corpse demon dragon's mutated puppets. With this spell, he could summon or recall them at will. Within seconds, nearly half of the Earth Demon army inside the tower was subdued and brought under Lu Fan's control. Without hesitation, these converted soldiers turned against their former allies, launching a relentless and merciless assault. As the Earth Demon tried to comprehend what was happening, the demon god struck again, trapping it between 2 unstoppable forces, Lu Fan's army and its own worst nightmare. Lu Fan watched the battlefield unfold with satisfaction. 2 ancient monsters, the Earth Demon and the Demon God, were now locked in a cataclysmic clash, while his dragons loomed roaring in anticipation. With each passing moment, more creatures fell to Lu Fan's control, fueling the ever-growing chaos. The Earth Demon, bewildered and furious, could not understand how a mere human could wield such immense power, yet Lu Fan remained calm, his eyes locked on another monstrous creature. "Your turn, ugly beast," he sneered coldly. The Earth Demon, refusing to show weakness, scoffed. "Defeat me? What a laughable delusion." Enraged, it released a dense green aura that spread like a toxic storm across the battlefield. The very ground trembled, and even the tamed monsters struggled to remain standing under its pressure. Sensing a narrow window to escape, the Earth Demon tried to slip away unnoticed, but Lu Fan was already watching. Reacting instantly, he invoked Dragon's Encouragement, summoning a brilliant golden aura that surged through his body. This empowering spell increased all attributes and enhanced attack power by 30%. His dragons responded with a thunderous roar, breaking free from the Earth Demon's oppressive influence. "There sips no escape for you now," Lu Fan declared. At that moment, 2 of his allies, Shawai and Xing Chong, charged in unison. Xing Chong activated Starlight Destruction, transforming from his stationary dragon form into Starlight mode. The countdown began, 60 seconds, ticking down as the devastating ability powered up. Simultaneously, Xiaofi cast Lava Burst, sending waves of scorching red flames across the battlefield. Then something extraordinary happened. The language of dragons was unlocked. Dragon Breath, a spell once thought forbidden and reserved for demon dragons alone, awakened. The other two dragons responded by activating Fall Drum, a high-risk technique that consumed part of their own life force to ascend, then come crashing down with catastrophic force. As starlight destruction gathered into a blazing beam of energy, the other dragons unleashed their lava burst, creating an inferno that engulfed the earth demon entirely. The resonance of dragon language magic amplified their power exponentially. When both a dragon and its bonded rider used the same spell, the resulting synergy was unmatched. The assault was overwhelming. The earth demon's massive form was torn in half under the brutal synchronized attack, yet even as its body failed, it let out a final roar of defiance. "I'm not done yet," it bellowed, clinging to the last fragments of its strength. But Lu Fan had already moved on, and the battlefield? It was his. Meanwhile, just outside the ominous dark spire of the earth demon, chaos unfolded in the skies. A monstrous bird swooped down, its beak wide as it unleashed a searing stream of fire straight toward Andre. But before the flames could reach him, he swung his mighty hammer with unwavering precision, smashing the beast out of the sky. The creature crashed into a heap of fallen monsters below, lifeless. Hovering mid-air, Andre scanned the battlefield below, puzzled. "Why isn't the gate opening for the third wave of beasts?" he muttered, eyes narrowing. But before he could arrive at an answer, a deafening explosion erupted from deep within the spire. A blinding force burst out, tearing across the sky like a comet. Andre's eyes widened in alarm. What the hell is going on in there? 5 minutes later, in the National Trial's secret realm, Lu Fan emerged from the collapsing ruins of the spire. In his hand he held the severed head of the earth demon, a grotesque trophy of triumph. As he descended gracefully through the smoke, he spotted Andre waiting below, the battlefield now eerily silent. Andre had already cleared out every enemy outside, leaving nothing behind but scorched earth and monster corpses. With a thundering crash, Lu Fan's dragon landed beside him and dropped the earth demon's head onto the ground. The sight left Andre stunned. Suddenly, a notification flashed before them. After death, the earth demon can recover 10% of its life from its corpse after 10 minutes. Upon resurrection, its attack power increases by 100%. Defense drops by 200%, and it loses HP every second. Death countdown 4 minutes. Andre's eyes narrowed as he noticed an eerie green mist rising from the severed head. Before he could react, Lu Fan dismounted and waved a hand in front of his face. "Quit staring. This is the earth demon's deviant head," he explained flatly. "We need to move before it revives." Andre blinked. "Wait, you stare really giving me the kill?" Lu Fan gave a sly smirk. "Yep, the points are all yours. If I kill it again, you still get stuck with an incomplete mission forever." Realizing the rare opportunity in front of him, Andre gripped his weapon tightly. Flames ignited along its edge, as he turned to Lu Fan and nodded. "You stir a true friend." Without hesitation, he unleashed a mighty strike. The blow struck with such power that the earth demon's head disintegrated into ash. The resurrection was fully interrupted, gone, for good. As a bonus, Andre received a powerful buff from the final kill. The next morning, the two set up camp to rest. As they sat by the fire, Andre couldn't help but reflect on the journey. He still couldn't believe it. The kill had earned him 200,000 points, instantly propelling him to rank 2 in the national trial rankings. The achievement felt unreal. Lu Fan, ever calm, glanced over and commented that this was probably the end of their temporary squad. Andre sighed. "It's too bad this is a national trial. In the end, we are still rivals. If we had met before the competition, I would have treated you to a drink." Lu Fan clapped him on the shoulder. "There'll still be another chance." With a grin, Andre made a promise. "Once this trial ends, no one sips allowed to die, and when it sips all over, we drink, my treat." They sealed the deal with a firm handshake. Just then, a notification popped up. "Point operation, current points transfer in progress." Andre paused. "Wait, does Lu Fan have to accept the points for the transfer to work?" He looked at Lu Fan, watching the numbers shift. "I've eaten so much of your food, interrupted your PvP fights, and now you helped me complete my mission. I know these points don't mean much to you, but please take them. I'd feel too guilty otherwise." Lu Fan chuckled at Andre's awkward tone. It was rare to see him act so bashful. With a nod, he accepted the points. Before they parted ways, Andre couldn't hold back one final question. "You stir strong enough to wipe out everything in a few moves. Why even bother fighting weaker opponents?" Lu Fan simply shook his head. "Those so-called weaklings are actually new elites from other nations. Many of them have hidden professions I've never encountered. This is the best time to study their skills. It's Stet's not a waste, it's Stet's strategy. In the end, I still win. Andre laughed at the explanation. That sip's actually pretty cool. With that, he took to the skies, deciding to tackle some side missions and rack up more points before the trial's end. As he vanished into the clouds, Lu Fan remained behind, watching. Andre Set's not bad, he murmured. Let Stets just hope I don't Stet get a PvP mission to hunt him down. He shook the thought away and turned back to business. His fallen puppet army had just gained a new member, the Earth Demon itself. Elsewhere, the scene shifted to the National Trial Arena's command room, where the leaderboard had just updated. A wave of chatter filled the room. Andre had jumped to second place, surpassing both Star Nation and Taki Nation. The feat sparked disbelief and speculation. Many believed he must have defeated the Nine Realms demon, a feat previously thought impossible. But not everyone was convinced. Some insisted it was only possible with help from the Dragon Nation's representative, Lu Fan. They argued that no one could have escaped that realm alone. Among the voices, a bald man stood and called for respect. Andre of Snow Nation is known for helping others in need. He deserves the recognition. Mr. Han nodded, silently impressed. In a corner of the room, another observer glanced at the rankings, noting grimly that at this rate, Taki Nation would soon slip into third place. His eyes shifted to Mr. Jean, who remained quiet, visibly furious. That someone like Andre, who was often dismissed as lacking both brains and strategy, had now surpassed even Jean Chong Han, was almost too much to bear. Behind the scenes, many believed Dragon Nation's power had influenced Andre's rise. If things continued this way, Star Nation might soon lose its grip on the top three entirely. And yet, beyond politics and power plays, one fact remained undeniable. Andre had made his mark. Back in the command center of the Taichi Nation, Mr. Jean sat with furrowed brows, his fingers flying rapidly over the keyboard. His frustration was evident. Despite manipulating task assignments and adjusting the Nine Realms dragon count, nothing had worked. Lu Fan continued to rise unhindered. Only one option remained. Before he could proceed, an assistant burst into the room, panting from the urgency of his news. Mr. Jean waved him off irritably, but the assistant insisted. This was critical. As soon as he whispered the message, Mr. Jean's entire demeanor shifted. The call had come. The final plan was now ready for deployment. Without wasting another moment, he ordered his team to prepare for immediate action. They led him through a concealed corridor, a hidden back door built during the initial design of the secret realm. His assistant followed closely, handing him a scroll, a single-use emergency item. There hadn't been time to fully inspect it for flaws, meaning the risks were unknown. Still, the Master of Enhancement Professions had certified that it was at least operational. The scroll was a rare consumable from the Trial of Nations, a teleportation artifact that created a portal to a specified point inside the secret realm. But it came with a catch. The portal would only remain open for 90 seconds. As Mr. Jean examined the glowing parchment, his assistant reported further intel. They had been monitoring Lu Fan from the back end, and strange fluctuations had been detected. As expected, Lu Fan was up to something. There was no longer any hope of catching him through normal methods. This would require direct intervention. Turning to his subordinates, Mr. Jean ordered them to secure the hallway and allow no one to pass. His secretary hesitated, asking if he truly intended to use the scroll himself. But Mr. Jean was resolute. I shall enter the secret realm myself. There's a message that must be delivered directly. Activating the scroll, he set the coordinates to a remote desert sector within the realm. Instantly, a warning appeared. Caution. Portal is highly unstable and may close at any time. His secretary urged caution. The scroll was experimental. If foreign representatives spotted him on the live broadcast, the consequences would be severe. But Mr. Jean had planned ahead. He had already informed the director and the main controller. No footage of the desert map would be aired until his return. The portal began its countdown from 90 seconds. Before stepping through, he turned back one final time. If anyone finds out, Taichi Nation SIF's credibility will be ruined. Keep this silent. Then, with a final command to activate the ultimate mission, he stepped into the swirling rift. Meanwhile, in the desert, Lu Fan stood alone, quietly surveying the terrain. His current objective was to subjugate an epic-tier boss, the Earth Demon. But something wasn't set right. According to the rules, high-point missions like this were meant to be rare, and yet, this was his third Nine Realms demon mission, all accepted in close succession. The odds were too suspicious. It felt like someone had placed these missions deliberately in his path. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes. To confirm his theory, he summoned Xiao Yi, instructing him to investigate the nearby Dark Spire. Taking to the skies, Lu Fan began to see the pattern. Multiple powerful monsters positioned unnaturally, seemingly waiting for him. This wasn't coincidence, it was orchestration. The Taichi Nation, as host of the competition, appeared to be playing a dangerous game behind the scenes. He called for Xiao Yi and Xingchen, telling them their break was over. Activate the star shuttle. We move now. Obeying, the star dragon entered its starlight mode, letting out a thunderous roar as a glowing timer appeared above its head, 90 seconds remaining in the form. The star shuttle ripped through space, creating a portal immune to all barriers and curses. It would last only 60 seconds. Without delay, the trio leapt through it and arrived at the heart of the dark spire. Inside, a level 9 earth demon towered menacingly above them. The moment Lu Fan arrived, the demon snarled and bellowed, "How dare you trespass in my domain?" Around it, countless monsters stirred, snarling and hissing in preparation to strike. But Lu Fan remained perfectly calm. "Apologies," he said with a cold smirk, "but I sipped am not the one dying today." He turned to his dragons and gave a single command. "Finish it." There was no time to waste. Using his puppet control ability, Lu Fan activated the fallen Imperial Dragon, commanding all undead monsters that had been converted under its power. Any destroyed minions were immediately reabsorbed, refueling the dragon's energy. This allowed Lu Fan to continuously summon and recycle his army of fallen dragons without pause. Elsewhere in the vast desert, a different scene was unfolding. A towering tribal warrior knelt in the sand, trembling, begging for mercy. Towering over him was a man wielding a glowing sword, eyes filled with cold amusement. He stepped forward, trailing his blade mockingly near the warrior's face. "How are you planning to beg?" he asked with a sinister grin, clearly enjoying the fear in his opponent's eyes. Something dark was moving through the desert now, and Lu Fan's battle was about to get even more complicated. The warrior named Upson was trembling with fear. In a desperate bid to save his life, he offered everything he had, his points, the match, even his pride. He pleaded for mercy, promising to forfeit entirely, but the swordsman Musashi found such desperation boring. Killing Upson would have given him the points anyway. Instead, he decided to amuse himself. With a glint of cruelty in his eyes, Musashi lowered his blade closer to Upson's face. He then ordered him to lick his boots while shouting that everyone from the micronation were pigs and dogs. Upson froze, torn between his pride and his overwhelming fear. But Musashi's gaze turned cold, his voice sharp as a blade. "So you're not willing after all," he said ominously. Cornered and unable to protest further, Upson swallowed his dignity. He knelt, licked the swordsman's boot, and began mumbling the humiliating words. Unsatisfied, Musashi demanded he speak louder. With no escape left, Upson raised his voice and shouted the degrading insult, still licking the boot. Musashi burst out laughing. "So you really would do anything to live, huh?" But before he could continue his twisted game, something unexpected happened. A sharp strike pierced Upson's body. A system notification flashed before his eyes. He was dead. Blood gushed out as his body crumpled to the ground. Musashi's grin disappeared. He turned around, enraged. "Jin Shan Han, what the hell are you doing? I wasn't set finished." Jin Shan Han, the third-ranked representative of the Taichi nation, remained calm. "He was going to die anyway. You don't seriously think I believed you stepped let him go?" Musashi clicked his tongue in irritation. "That sip's not the point. Of course he was going to die, but it should have been by my hand. You stole my points." Jin dismissed the accusation. "You were too slow. I didn't kill him for points. I did it to complete our mission." Musashi let out a breath and sheathed his sword, but the air between them remained tense. Just then, a faint blue glow flickered in the distance. Both men turned. Jin Shan's expression turned grim. It was an urgent message from Overseas Command. Before they could react, a man appeared in front of them without warning. "Mr. Jin." Musashi's eyes narrowed. "Teleportation? That fast? Is that even possible?" The moment was cut short, as lightning bolts rained down upon nearby monsters. The Earth Blood Demon had activated its Phantom Tiger Step, multiplying into several flickering tiger-shaped illusions. Each illusion exploded on contact, using techniques like Thunderclaw Strike and Soul Hunting Tiger. The demon lunged at Lu Fan, slamming the ground with a thunder-charged claw. But Lu Fan was ready. He summoned Death Coil. A dark force bound the demon in place, paralyzing it. The Earthblood demon screamed in disbelief, thinking one of its own had betrayed it. Before it could react, another of Lu Fan's summoned demons, Blood Claw, ripped through its body. The Earth demon howled, confused and betrayed. Even the Earth Fiend demon, why? Lu Fan stood calmly, observing. He was curious if just 2 of his 9 realm demons were this powerful, what chaos could be unleashed with all 9. Behind him, more demon roars echoed. Taichi's schemes had failed spectacularly, and Lu Fan was the one reaping the rewards. With the Earth Demon finally slain, Lu Fan stood tall, more powerful than ever. The thought of adding yet another demon to his domain thrilled him. Meanwhile, Musashi shouted at Jin Chung, who was flying them across the sky in a mysterious magic sphere. Slow down, why aren't we heading straight for the ultimate mission? The overseer just gave us the coordinates. But Jin Chung wasn't interested. It's not time yet, he replied, brushing off the urgency. He reminded the overseer that the teleportation ray was unstable, and that he had to deliver the information quickly. Then he left, clearly annoyed by how shameless the Taichi kingdom had been, sending an overseer into a trial like this. If they wanted their guy to win, why not just disqualify everyone else? Mr. Jean responded with indifference. All the secret realm rooms are functioning normally. There is no technical basis to remove the Taichi representative. Grinding low-level monsters and completing basic quests wouldn't be enough to climb the rankings anymore. They needed to know how Lu Fan was farming points through Darkspire. If he could do it, so could they. As the teleportation ray destabilized further, the overseer vanished, leaving them with one final warning: the ultimate mission had been activated. It must be used wisely. For a while, Jin Shan and Musashi said nothing. Then Jin spoke. The ultimate mission is meant to target Charles Seam, not Lu Fan. Wasting it now would be foolish. First we find Darkspire. We uncover how Lu Fan defeated the 9 realm demons. He knew the mission automatically locked onto the highest ranked player. Used at the right time, it could eliminate the strongest threat. Musashi grumbled again. Taichi and their underhanded tactics. But he had no choice. He followed Jin Chang's lead. Suddenly the magic sphere halted mid-air, and Musashi was sent crashing to the ground. Furious, he accused Jin Shan of retaliation. But Jin pointed ahead. Look. As Musashi lifted his eyes, his expression turned grave. Standing before them were the heavenly demon soldiers of the fallen corpse. The suffocating atmosphere of Darkspire was heavy with a sinister pressure. Its ominous aura clung to the air like a curse. Yet Exane Shan stood firm, unfazed by the looming dread. He calmly reassured Musashi that their combined strength would be more than enough to handle whatever awaited them. As dark purple energy swirled ominously in his hands, Zhang questioned the oddly small number of 9th realm demon soldiers. Before he could act, Musashi stepped forward. A twisted grin crept across his face as he unsheathed his blade, taunting Zane about the legendary ancient demon army that had once devastated the Taichi kingdom. Testing his strength, Musashi unleashed a devastating ghost-sized slash, his sword sending out a high-speed rotating wind blade that tore through enemy ranks like paper. Seizing the moment, Zane followed up with a spell of his own, mocking Lu Fan's reliance on dragon pets. If not for the loopholes in the system, could Lu Fan have truly conquered Darkspire alone? With calculated ferocity, Jin Chung captured several demon soldiers using his magic. In mere moments he tore them apart and tossed their broken bodies like discarded dolls. A smirk crossed his face as he declared boldly that whatever Lu Fan could do, he could match just as easily. But as the last of the demon soldiers fell, Musashi frowned. Something was wrong. Despite their efforts, their system points hadn't increased. That was suspicious. Zine agreed. Something wasn't adding up. He decided they had to investigate further. As they stepped into the heart of Darkspire, they were met with an eerie silence. It was empty, too empty. Had someone already cleared the area? A creeping sense of unease settled in. Something felt horribly wrong. Then it happened. Without warning, a colossal earth demon appeared before them, flanked by 2 other towering monsters. Cold sweat slid down their spines as they faced this unexpected and overwhelming threat. The oppressive presence of 3 Nine Realms demons was suffocating. Musashi Set's voice trembled as he muttered, "I can feel their power." Zin's face darkened. He could tell something had gone terribly wrong. Then, from behind them, a voice spoke. Startled, the group turned only to see Lu Fan standing there, smirking. Well, I didn't expect to see you all here too," he said casually. Zine called out his name, and a stunned Musashi demanded to know why he was there. Lu Fan chuckled, unfazed. He told them not to be so surprised. After all, he was the one who set this all up, especially after they destroyed his base. Lu Fan, the master of controlling the undead, reminded them of his true abilities. With his corpse puppets, he could direct the battlefield with ease. Now the 9 Realms demons responded to his command. Their monstrous roars echoed across the spire, each one controlling its own army, farming both experience and points for Lu Fan alone. Above them, a massive purple dragon sword hovered, its presence drawing the attention of everyone nearby. The lesser demons had been left behind to guard Darkspire, while Lu Fan executed his plan. But Musashi scoffed at the display, declaring confidently, "You've walked into your own grave, not ours." Just then, a system notification flickered across Musashi's interface, revealing Lu Fan's abilities. His expression hardened. Turning to Zine, he suggested they take Lu Fan down and split the points. But Zine wasn't set so quick to act. "No," he said coldly, "I have a personal grudge against him. A swift death won't make him suffer." Still, A nagging thought stirred in his mind. Something wasn't right. These were Nine Realms demons, legendary monsters that couldn't be controlled by anyone, and yet here they were, 3 of them, standing behind Lu Fan like loyal pets. If Lu Fan had come here alone, then he must have discovered something, a way to defeat or bypass them without a direct confrontation. Ixane's eyes narrowed. Lu Fan could see the hesitation on their faces and laughed mockingly. Still doubting me, even when I stand right here, he said. Zine stepped forward, his voice sharp. Tell us your secret. How are you controlling them? If you speak honestly, him already be aware of it. The idea that he could manipulate quests at will sounded absurd, yet the doubt had already begun to settle in. Jin's expression darkened as a troubling thought surfaced. What if Lu Fan had uncovered their interference in the trial? Worse still, what if he had actually gained control over the Nine Realms demons? Musashi, growing impatient, shouted, "Let Setz just attack already." But Luan smirked, disappointment flashing in his eyes. Still not convinced? He said coolly, "Then let me show you." With a casual twist of his fingers, he issued the command. At once, the Nine Realms demons charged forth, plunging the battlefield into chaos. Panic erupted. "Run!" Jin screamed. "Get out of here now." He couldn't bring himself to believe it. Lu Fan couldn't possibly control those demons. This had to be some illusion, some cheap trick, and yet, as he turned to flee, the truth clawed at his thoughts. How could Lu Fan claim the hard-earned rewards of the trial? The Nine Realms demons belonged to the Taichi Kingdom, and yet, here they were, obeying Lu Fan's every command. It shouldn't still be possible, and yet it was. The demons howled, surging with red mana as waves of energy locked onto their targets. Suddenly a system notification blinked before Jinsep's eyes. Skill activated. Death Coil. A pulse of dark energy blasted him backward, slamming his body into the ground with a thunderous crash. He let out a cry of agony, pain coursing through his limbs. Struggling to lift his head, he saw another demon looming over him. His legs trembled. He couldn't even rise. Skill activated. Abyssal Entangler. Skill activated. Bloodblade Claw. Jin's eyes widened with dread. The sheer force on display, it could terrify an entire nation. But there was no time to dwell. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself up, blood dripping from his lips. "Damn it, I won't go down this easily," he muttered. He was the pride of his people. This couldn't be the end. Just as he steadied himself, the monster lunged again, slamming him back into the ground. Up above, Lu Fan took a leisurely seat, watching the chaos unfold. "I told you," he said with a smirk. "I never cheated. I just worked hard enough to make them my puppets." Nearby, Musashi trembled with fury. Purple mana burst around him as he roared. "I will not die here. I am the pride of the Sakura nation, a powerhouse in this world." Without hesitation, he launched himself toward the enemy. Skill activated. Ghost Scythe. A deafening explosion followed. Musashi staggered, eyes filled with disbelief. This wasn't the outcome he had envisioned. Lu Fan tilted his head, smiling. "You all dream of greatness, but without the right moves you stead just easy targets." He pulled up his status window anticipating a surge in points, but saw nothing. His smile faded. "No increase," he murmured, puzzled. Then it hit him. Of course, Jin Xiang summoned beasts. Musashi Tin has the same ability. The scene shifted. A blazing sun scorched the vast sands of the National Trial's secret realm. Jin and Musashi trudged through the desert, frustration etched on their faces. Skill activated. Split hibernation. Musashi collapsed to his knees, coughing violently. The revival, it was real. Another notification flashed. Cooldown. Abyssal Symbiosis. Gritting his teeth, he managed a weak smile. At least we still have a shot. But Jin remained wary. Don't set get cocky. Lu Fan still has 3 Nine Realms demons, and an army. If we don't set take him down, they still keep reviving until we stare completely drained. Suddenly, Musashi froze. A new alert made his blood run cold. Split hibernation points remaining. 5. He spun toward Jin, stunned. Only 5 left. What happened to the others? Jian didn't set answer. He was deep in thought. "We need to find another Darkspire," he murmured, "and learn how Lu Fan tamed the Nine Realms demons. If he can do it, so can I." His eyes sharpened with resolve. He sips a dragon tamer, but that doesn't explain the control. There's tips a trick. I'll figure it out. Musashi smirked, rising with difficulty. Then let Setz kill him within these 5 lives. But as he took a step forward, his legs gave out, and he collapsed again. Debuff active. Weakness. Jan frowned. "Your energy sip's too low. You need at least 9 minutes to recover." Musashi Set's face paled. "So we stir vulnerable right now, sitting ducks?" Jean exhaled. "We need to move carefully. Let Sitz find a Darkspire near the ultimate mission before it sits too late." Then boom. A colossal fire explosion erupted behind Jean, sending a wave of sand skyward. His heart pounded as he spun around. Who the hell? A mocking voice echoed across the desert. Well, what luck. Weak prey in this godforsaken place. Jane turned. Musashi's body lay motionless in the sand, lifeless. A young man stood over him, smirking. The prince of the Jean family should have known better than to wander into this desert, the stranger said. I warned you, and in this realm I spare no one. Jan Sep's body stiffened. He knew, he was in no shape to fight, and then the system confirmed it. Opponent identified, Andre of Snow Country. Andre tilted his head slightly, a playful glint in his eyes, as he watched Gan. Amusement danced across his face as he questioned Gan's purpose, teasing him as though he were simply playing a game of whack-a-mole. System notification, Flame Avatar activated, temporary flight with blazing wings enabled. With a confident smirk, Andre launched into the sky. Flames surged around him as fiery wings unfurled, lighting up the battlefield. Whack-a-mole is a fun game, don't you think? He remarked mid-air. Meanwhile, Jin's mind raced in panic. He had no strength left to dodge, his body heavy and battered. Still seated in the scorching sand, he stumbled backward helplessly, right as Andre hurled a massive fire attack straight at him. Boom! A violent explosion shook the arena, engulfing the surroundings in a wave of heat and dust. Andre landed gracefully, his gaze shifting immediately to his status window, but something was wrong. His brow furrowed, no points gained. Despite taking down 2 opponents, the system remained silent. A dark expression overtook his face. Something was definitely off. 10 days later, on the 14th day of the national trial, commentary buzzed from Jade City's National Trial Arena. The event, now in its final stages, was being broadcast live across the Taichi Kingdom. At Dragon Capital Academy's secondary campus, often referred to as Villain Number 2, a group of girls huddled around a TV. They murmured in hushed tones, stunned by the brutality of the trial. The death rate had soared, and the reality of the situation was finally settling in. In the Academy's combat class, a blue-haired girl leaned forward, listening to the latest standings being reported. Out of 23 participants, 11 had died. 10 still remained on the battlefield. 2 had surrendered. The top 5 had secured their ranks. She exhaled slowly, her face tense. This trial was far more unforgiving than anyone had imagined. Elsewhere, at the northern border, within Tu Jing's office, a man reviewed data on his computer. While ranking wasn't directly tied to demon hunting or mission completion, he noted that these activities still contributed significantly. Inside the lava volcano, deep within the national trial's secret realm, combat continued. Musashi launched a furious strike against a massive beast. Makashi of Sakura Country had secured the 5th rank, sitting at 460,000 points. Above him, Prince Jean held the 4th rank with 510,000 points. Far away, across the grassy plains of the realm, Enril of Snow Country, currently ranked 3rd, rested under the open sky. Though calm, he knew his position would only last another 4 days. Back inside the volcano, Charles from Starup Country stood with unwavering confidence. Now ranked 2nd, he had amassed his points by eliminating 5 other participants. Kneeling before his master, Charles vowed he was closer than ever to achieving his goal. And standing at the peak, Lu Fan, the unchallenged leader, dominated the leaderboard with an astronomical 7 million points. The lava volcano now served as the dark spire of the Earth Demon, the final battlefield where a great shift was underway. One by one, the last of the 9 realms monsters fell. System notification target eliminated. With the final beast subdued, Lu Fan stood before an army of tamed creatures, all bowing in submission. He whispered to himself, pleased. His army was now complete. The system updated his stats. A new skill had been unlocked. Lu Fan extended his hand and glanced at his wristwatch. A system window appeared, offering fresh insights into the Dragon Realm, a domain where dragons and related beings gained over 50 unique attributes, while outsiders were completely restricted from using summoning skills or magic. As he read, Luen reflected on the significance of this realm. The power of the Dragon Clan was absolute here. A smile touched his lips. Little Phi will have the full advantage, he thought, but in the back of his mind a darker realization lingered. Non-dragons had no place in this world. If Kim Han were to enter, Luen noted coldly, he would lose his ability to summon the Abyss Entangler. He would be completely vulnerable. Turning to Phi, Luen murmured, now we can finally control that troublesome brat. Just then, another notification flashed. System alert, you have been marked as a hunting target. A slow smirk spread across his face. Perfect, he whispered. More points for me. Deep in the lava volcano, a man clutched a glowing blue globe. Others gathered around, astonished by the sight. System task accepted. Charles stared at the orb. This was the trick. the very item used to manipulate the rankings. The others, wary, questioned his intention. Charles remained calm. "Do you doubt my strength?" he asked. Reluctantly they nodded and agreed to follow. From a nearby vantage point, Prince Jean watched. He recalled the past. He and Musashi had needed 3 coordinated strikes just to slow the lava giant, but Charles had taken it down with a single blow. The thought of hunting someone like Charles? Suicidal. Still, Jean voiced his faith in Charles, though doubt clouded his tone. Musashi agreed. They both remembered the earlier encounter with Lu Fan's demon army. They had been completely overwhelmed. But Charles remained unfazed. He turned to them and revealed a secret. The power to control the 9 realms demons. It doesn't belong to Lu Fan, he said. Everyone fell silent. He sensed just a puppet manipulating someone else's power. Jane froze, stunned by the revelation. Her voice trembled as she stepped forward. "Tell us everything." Charles, noticing the growing curiosity in Jin's eyes, reminds him of his long-standing obsession, uncovering the loophole that Lu Fan exploited to control the demons. With a calm yet serious tone, Charles assures him that all will be revealed in just 3 minutes. Elsewhere, inside the arena's control center, 2 technicians sit glued to their computer screens, monitoring the unfolding chaos. One of them nervously questions Mr. Kim's continued absence since the teleportation sequence began. He wonders aloud if this unexplained disappearance might cost them their jobs. The other technician tries to stay calm, speculating that perhaps Mr. Kim had already taken over and no longer needed to be physically present. After all, their only job was to keep an eye on Lu Fan and avoid unnecessary complications. Just then, the room's tension escalates. A woman bursts in without warning, her expression laced with fury. She insists she's not mistaken about something important. One of the technicians tries to alert his colleague, shouting for him to pay attention. But before either of them can fully grasp the situation, the woman lunges. She bites the man from behind, her teeth sinking into his neck. He gasps in agony, desperately trying to stifle his scream with his hand. The other technician, a black-haired man, turns around in shock, but he reacts too slowly. The woman grabs him as well, this time pressing a sharp knife to his throat. Her voice, disturbingly calm, warns him to stay silent if he values his life. Shaken, he begs her to stop. After a tense moment, she lets them go and heads toward the central control system. Still holding his phone, one of the men quickly calls out to someone named Sizzle, panic rising in his voice. "How much longer will it take?" he asks. The 3-minute deadline is nearly over, but Sizzle, composed and confident, replies, "The Morgan family has never failed." Meanwhile, confusion spreads throughout the arena. A public announcement mentions unexpected technical issues, leading spectators and viewers to murmur among themselves. The sudden halt in the livestream raises suspicion, and many begin demanding answers from the Starstripe country. Behind the scenes, a secretary quietly turns to Old Han and asks if the Taichi country might be behind the disruption. Old Han simply replies with a knowing smile, "Our country is not as simple as it seems." Elsewhere, another official attempts to get an update from Mr. Kim, but finds he is nowhere to be found. Someone suggests he may have been urgently called away. At the far end of a corridor, Mr. Kim finally comes face to face with Morgan. "What is it you want to discuss?" Kim asks curtly. Morgan, after checking a message, smiles faintly. "I only needed 3 minutes, he replies, "but now I have nothing left to say." Mr. Kim, visibly irritated, warns him not to waste his time, but Morgan simply smirks, turning away. "Your time is up. Goodbye." Back in the volcano arena, Musashi turns to Charles with a question. Is Lu Fan's ability to control the 9 realms demons truly tied to the power of an ancient god? Jane scoffs at the idea, dismissing it as mere fantasy, but Charles responds thoughtfully. He admits the story sounds unbelievable, yet affirms that the power of the gods is very real. Even a fragment of that divine strength could grant unimaginable power. To prove his point, Charles channels his mana. Golden energy pulses from his body, the holy mountain power, gifted to him by his master. Musashi immediately senses its overwhelming aura. Jean, fascinated, asks whether this strength comes from a special essence. He observes that this power feels even stronger than that of the 9 realms demons. Charles nods. "You too can obtain it," he says. Jean wonders if this power can change who they are at their core. Musashi, more cautious, warns that such overwhelming strength surely comes with a price. Charles clarifies, it's not exactly a cost, but more of a pact. If they accept his master's power, the transformation will begin. He reveals that the Morgan family plans to continue searching for traces of the ancient gods in both the Taichi and Sakura countries. Jean begins to seriously consider the offer. As a prince, he believes they would not dare to deceive him. The fusion of divine essence and his own strength could give him a significant edge. Musashi, intrigued, asks if the deal can be formalized. Jane, resolute, agrees to the alliance, but makes one condition clear. Once Lu Fan is defeated, the Morgan family must enter negotiations with the Kim family. Musashi is momentarily stunned by Jin's assertive tone, but Jin, determined, refuses to let Lu Fan surpass him. He sees this as his moment to seize the ancient god's power for himself. Charles offers Musashi a vial of essence. "Are you ready to witness the world beyond?" he asks. Musashi accepts, and Charles gives him a final warning: do not resist the transformation. The more your personality changes, the stronger you will become. Then, Charles picks up the last remaining essence, smirking to himself. "This one is reserved for Lu Fan," he says, to turn him into a holy mountain puppet. Back in the National Trial Arena's control center, the aftermath is grim. 2 men lie dead, their blood staining the floor. A staff member notes in a hushed voice that the surveillance footage failed to capture the killer. Both the live broadcast feed and the war room recordings have been completely erased. The atmosphere is tense, as the secretary turns toward Mr. Kim, questioning whether he plans to report the incident. Without hesitation, Mr. Kim refuses firmly. Unbeknownst to them, a cameraman quietly records the exchange. Mr. Kim explains that the risk of exposing the situation is too high. They must handle it internally. But behind his composed exterior, his mind races. The incident bears the unmistakable signs of Morgan's handiwork. The scene then shifts to the fiery terrain of the National Trial Realm's volcano. Lu Fan soars high above the molten landscape atop his Xia dragon. He had anticipated this moment towards the final stages of the competition. Mutual hunting would become inevitable, yet he also knows he's being hunted. As he opens his status window, a jolt of surprise hits him. The avatar displayed isn't his, but Nango's. With swift commands, he traces the location. Turning to his dragon, Lu Fan instructs, "Stay close. I'm about to meet an old friend." Shao, sensing the moment's gravity, roars in agreement, and continues gliding through the volcanic skies. Moments later, Lu Fan descends at the designated coordinates. He scans the rocky terrain, murmuring, "No sign of Nango," but then a voice calls out from behind a rock. It's Nango, nervous yet relieved. "I was terrified," he admits, stepping forward. "But seeing you again, it gives me hope. You spared my life once and gave me courage. You're not like the others." Lu Fan smirks. "Lucky you such were still alive." He glances at the status window and notes that Nango Sep's point total is still stuck at 150,000. Nango avoids any detailed explanation. He simply confesses, "I was just trying not to die. I sip am glad I ran into you again." But Lu Fan's eyes narrow. "How are you still so calm?" At this stage, no one can be trusted as a friend. With a cold edge to his voice, he reveals his weapon. Suddenly, Shao growls. A low, threatening sound. Her senses have picked up something hidden in stealth. Lu Fan looks around cautiously. In an instant, he realizes that a massive surge of mana is gathering around Nango. From the shadows, a colossal monster emerges, a summoned beast. It roars mightily and lunges straight at Nango, who freezes in panic, screaming for help. Lu Fan immediately recognizes the creature. It bears the divine aura of a holy mountain golem, tied directly to Kim Sung. Without delay, Lu Fan conjures a protective barrier and releases his serpent arrow, an attack designed to deal 100% damage against such creatures. But before the arrow lands, the beast engulfs Nango. His cries echo briefly before fading completely. A system notification flashes across the volcanic realm. Player Nango has died. Out of the shadows steps Jean, sneering. "Good to see you again, Lu Fan. Sorry for taking your points. But don't be upset. They'll all be mine soon." Lu Fan studies the intruders. He scoffs. "Slaves of the Holy Mountain." A new status window appears, revealing the power levels of Kim Som and Musashi. It clicks. Lu Fan connects the dots. Both of them are now aligned with Charles. This entire ambush has been orchestrated by him. As if on cue, Charles enters the scene with a smirk. "You figured it out. Haven't set you," he taunts. "You know the power we possess now." A system alert rings out. Warning, hunter encounter imminent. Another notification follows. Charles, Holy Mountain Slave. Charles offers Lu Fan a choice. Why fight? Surrender yourself to the Holy Master, become its loyal servant, and in return you still gain holy powers. Lu Fan's gaze shifts to the glowing essence of the Holy Mountain. He recalls his fallen corpse essence and suddenly realizes Charles must have used that very power against Jin and Musashi. Jin and Musashi step forward, urging him to join them. There's no need to fight, they insist. But Lu Fan laughs mockingly. "Join you? Don't make me laugh." Charles' smile fades. "How dare you look down on us?" Lu Fan's smirk remains. "Even with holy power, you steer only on par with my dragon pets. You steer just glorified summons." Charles' his patience snaps. "The deal is over," he declares. Turning to Musashi and Jin, he commands, "It's time for revenge. He killed you before. Now return the favor." Kim grins wickedly. Isef waited for this moment. You still pay for every grudge. With a feral roar, Kim strikes. His clawed hands slice through the air, but Lu Fan effortlessly dodges, his serpent arrow already drawn. His voice cuts through the battlefield. You threw away your dignity for power. You became slaves willingly. Musashi leaps down from a high cliff, mask adjusted. I gave you a chance to survive. Now, your fate is sealed. You still die by my hands. A system window reveals the Oni mask Sep's abilities. Meanwhile, Charles raises his glowing hand. Holy energy coils around him. Don't set worry. You won't set die yet. I still turn you into my golem first. But Lu Fan Sit's mana ignites in response. He scoffs. You think slaves like you can threaten me? He recalls his battle against the ancient god during the Northern War. Compared to that, this is nothing. Musashi narrows his eyes, noticing a change in Lu Fan's aura. So you've learned to obey, he mutters, mistaking resolve for submission. But Lu Fan says nothing. He tightens his grip on the serpent arrow and gives the command. His dragon roars, transforming, no longer a black dragon. Now it becomes the destruction dragon. A system notification flashes, transformation complete. As the dragon's body erupts in lava-like flames, its blazing aura radiates a regenerative force, healing its own wounds in real time. Witnessing this fearsome change, Musashi smirks and questions whether such a transformation could possibly stop him. But before he can act, Lu Fan swings his sword with deadly precision, the blade slicing through the air toward Musashi with a force that makes him instinctively brace himself. He can sense the overwhelming power behind the strike. On the side, Kim Suk sneers, "Struggle all you want, it won't change your fate." With that, he commands his swarm of bees to attack. But Lu Fan is already in the air, leaping high and dodging with ease. "You're blinded by anger," he shouts, landing atop his dragon once more. His eyes narrow with intent as he unleashes a surge of green mana, locking his gaze onto Shao. "If I feed the fallen corpse dragon with Charles Sip's holy essence," he mutters, "then all three of them will become mine." Another system message rings through the realm. Skill unlocked. Lava eruption, sinks target into magma and deals continuous damage. Lu Fan wastes no time. "Lava eruption," he calls out, and Shao responds with a deafening roar. In the next instant, a tidal wave of molten fire surges forward, engulfing everything in its path. A second notification appears, dragon language resonance activated, power of Dragon Knight and Pet increased by 100%. Kim Suk stares in disbelief as flames race across the battlefield. Overwhelmed, he instinctively attempts to flee. Musashi stands his ground but struggles under the unbearable heat, crossing his twin blades in a desperate attempt to endure. His cries of pain echo as Lu Fan watches coldly from above. "If you wanted to challenge my dragon, you should summon something stronger." Lu Fan scoffs. "These underlings are nothing." Confused, Kim Suk stammers, "But that was my strongest holy beast, the Abyss Excavator." Lu Fan's expression turns mocking. "Then you're worse off than I thought." He notes how even a minor attack has left them breathless. Musashi, panting and scorched, wonders aloud, how can a dragon this young, not even fully matured, possess such overwhelming power? But Lu Fan merely smirks. "Thank Charles," he says sarcastically, "sending you all here as offerings. How generous. Your deaths will only boost my score." Charles, his pride wounded, frowns and draws his holy sword. "Then let your arrogance be your downfall." He begins chanting, "Flame of divine punishment." From the sky, a rain of divine fire begins to descend. System alert, Flame of divine punishment activated, deals 500% damage plus 20%, holy burn 10s duration. But Lu Fan remains unimpressed. "If this is the best your master can offer," he says flatly, "then your so-called god set must be pathetic." In a blur of movement, Lu Fan activates Dragon Annihilation, unleashing 6 rapid strikes. At the same time he weaves defensive spells to counter the falling flames. Charles Sist's frustration boils over. "Idiot," he screams, shattering his holy essence in rage. A blinding surge of yellow mana explodes from his body. "Let me show you the true power of the ancient gods." With fury and desperation, Charles summons his beast. Lu Fan narrows his eyes, suspecting this is the true attack Charles had been preparing for all along. Without delay, Lu Fan retaliates with a serpent arrow, aimed directly at Charles. The arrow strikes, but it has no effect. Lu Fan immediately realizes, Sep's protected by the ancient god Sep's shield, stronger even than the demons of the 9 realms. He responds by activating Dragon Encouragement, boosting his attack by 30%, Shao roars in response. System notification, Dragon Strength increased, Shao, empowered. Simultaneously, Lu Fan casts Shadow Serpent Arrow, which deals 500% damage, and coordinates with Shao to unleash another lava eruption. System update, Dragon Form, Destruction. Charge level, increased. With perfect timing, the combined assault locks onto Charles. As the dragon roars, the system registers the third charge point, indicating a peak in firepower. Lu Fan follows up with a relentless barrage of serpent arrows, commanding Xiao to unleash its full power. System alert, multiple skills activated, target locked. A massive explosion consumes the battlefield. But when the smoke clears, Charles stands unfazed. My master Sip's power surpasses all of this, he growls. Let me show you. He calls forth his beast to engage the dragon. Xiao, mid-battle, lets out another roar and begins to shift again, this time into its World Ender form. System notification, World Ender transformation complete. Without hesitation, Lu Fan combines his serpent arrow with the Gasai demon. A system message flashes, displaying their fusion and enhanced power. Just then, Musashi counters the dragon's attack with unexpected ferocity, forcing Lu Fan to retreat for a split second. He barely dodges a powerful slash, crossing his blades in defense. Seizing the moment, Charles invokes Flame of Divine Punishment again, this time from behind. Boom! A thunderous explosion rips through the air. Lu Fan turns too late. He raises his sword to counter with a cross slash, but it's not enough. The blast hits. Kim Suk grins cruelly. Without your dragon, you scepter just a weakling. Musashi nods. It's that's over. Our plan worked. Charles, confident, explains. We separated you from your dragon. Now you separate vulnerable. But before they can declare victory, a shadow rises into the sky. It's Lu Fan soaring through the air with majestic wings spread wide. You thought I was trapped? He asks calmly. Shock and confusion ripple through their ranks. Charles demands, what are you talking about? Kim Suk and Musashi shout in defiance. Your arrogance will be your downfall. But Lu Fan only takes a step forward. And in that moment, they appear, the demons of the 9 realms, materializing one after another around Lu Fan. The battlefield falls silent. Their presence is overwhelming. And everyone, Charles, Kim Suk, Musashi, can only stand and stare, stunned beyond words. Musashi, overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events, shouts in disbelief, demanding to know when Lu Fan summoned the 9 realms demons. But Lu Fan simply smirks, his expression calm and unbothered. He reveals that he had known about their ambush from the very beginning, but chose to play along, diverting their attention while quietly setting his own strategy into motion. Charles tightens his grip on his holy sword, pointing it directly at Lu Fan. These fallen corpse puppets won't sit be enough to defeat us, he growls, but Lu Fan just twists his fingers with a relaxed smirk. True, he replies mockingly, we are outnumbered for now. Then, without hesitation, he summons every last one of his monsters. The air distorts as dark portals open, and a vast army emerges behind him. Still think the numbers are in your favor, he taunts. The 9 realms demons lunge forward, their grotesque forms charging the battlefield in a coordinated assault. Gasps ripple through the enemy ranks. Charles, Musashi, and Kim Suk all freeze momentarily, whispering the names of the demons in trembling disbelief. Charles furrows his brow, struggling to comprehend how Lu Fan had not only summoned the 9 realms demons, but managed to control them so swiftly. Lu Fan, now fully confident, mocks them. You still don't get it, do you? The outcome of this battle is already decided. Charles roars in response, his body enveloped in radiant yellow mana, his sword glows brighter, swelling in size with divine energy. It doesn't matter how many corpses you bring, he shouts. You can defeat the chosen warriors of the holy mountain god. With that declaration, Charles activates Divine Sanctuary. A glowing holy crest appears above his head, and he charges forward. The divine aura amplifies his abilities, boosting all attributes by 100% for 60 seconds. Musashi and Kim let out triumphant cries as divine energy surges through them. System notification. Divine Sanctuary activated. Skill, Divine Flame of Retribution. 500%, damage plus 10s. Divine Burn. As the battlefield trembles, the divine warriors clash against Lu Fan's monstrous legion. Another system alert flashes. Phantom Reaper / activated, severe physical damage inflicted. Charles smirks with newfound confidence. You have no idea what you are up against, he says coldly. Those demons you control, they're nothing before true divine power. Kim folds his arms, scoffing. You think this is the same fight as before? We evolved. We been reforged in holy fire. But Lu Fan clicks his tongue. Temporary buffs one stent save you. No matter how much you shine, you are still in the shadow of my dragon army. Then, without warning, he activates his most powerful transformation. System notification, Emerald Dragon. Eternal form activated. A massive burst of emerald light engulfs the battlefield as the dragon ascends into its ultimate form. Its power doubles, and with an earth-shaking roar, the ground splits beneath it. Shao, Lu Fan commands. Unleash your pulse. The system responds immediately. Pulse of Life activated. All abilities in range doubled. Emerald Blessing triggered. 6 stacks applied to next 6 attacks. A brilliant emerald glow radiates across Lufan and his allies. The system adds another line. Blessings applied plus 36 text effects. All attributes increased by 30%, 60%. The monsters around Lufan roar in sync, empowered by the blessings. Their battle cries thunder across the battlefield like a storm. Kim Sip's eyes widen in panic. What? What is this pressure? Musashi, shaking, grips his sword tightly. This isn't set just a buff. This is something else entirely. Seizing the opportunity, the Emerald Dragon lunges forward and clashes with Charles's summoned beast. The force of the strike causes the air itself to rupture. System notification blessings applied. 50% bonus attack power. The dragon lets out a colossal roar that shakes the realm. Flames erupt in a devastating arc, engulfing the battlefield in molten fury. Charles stumbles back, shielding himself from the inferno. His hands tremble as he grips his holy blade. This isn't set possible, he gasps. How can you wield such power? Lufan doesn't set flinch. He raises a hand, his voice cool and sharp. You holy mountain dogs talk too much. I thought you came here to fight. With a swift signal, another attack is unleashed. System notification, dragon skill. Just strike activated. Effect devastating bite damage over time. The beast Charles summoned is swallowed in flames. It staggers, body scorched and battered from the merciless assault. Charles watches, stunned, his eyes widen in disbelief. This shouldn't set be possible, he mutters. Have we truly lost the power of the holy mountain? Then he senses it, an overwhelming surge of mana, radiating from Lufan. It crashes over the battlefield like a tsunami. Charles shouts, a mixture of awe and fear in his voice. What? What are you? And Lufan, still smirking, steps forward, silent, unstoppable and surrounded by a force no divine warrior can comprehend. Luan smirked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Open your eyes, Charlie. The real excitement is just beginning. With a swift gesture, he raised his hand, revealing a radiant orb of mana. Dragon Domain. Activate. A system notification immediately confirmed the command. Dragon Domain activated. Effective range 10 meters. All attributes increased by 50%. As the domain unfolded, the very air around Lufan and his dragon twisted and shimmered. A golden aura surged forth, enveloping them in a powerful, blazing field of energy. The tension spiked instantly. Everyone present could feel it. Even Mustache froze, eyes wide. A player below level 30 using a demon skill? Charlie scoffed at the sight, his lips curling into a cocky grin. Domain skills won't save you. I still crush you with divine retribution. Yellow mana spiraled violently around him as another system prompt appeared. Divine Flame of Retribution activated. Damage increased by 500%. Charlie raised his voice, filled with arrogance. Let me show you the power gap between us. Prepare to face the consequences. But even as he floated in midair, Luan remained eerily calm, unmoving. Suddenly from behind him a majestic eagle soared into the sky. Charlie turned, startled, his confidence shattered as he processed what was happening. What? My 50% damage boost, neutralized by a basic counter. His voice cracked in disbelief. This can be happening. Mustache sensed the shift instantly. Charlie, your power is weakening. At that moment, Kim panicked. I can call my beast. It sets like the connection set's been severed. Charlie clenched his teeth as the realization hit him. This isn't set just weakening us, it's set as empowering them. Chaos erupted. Kim and Mustache shouted desperate commands to their monsters, attempting a retreat. But amid the confusion, Lufan stood calmly, his expression serene. You once sit die here, he said softly. Above him, the eagle soared high as Lufan's monsters surged forward in a relentless counterattack. Charlie Sip's expression darkened. He began drawing a symbol onto his palm, murmuring, I plan to free you to let you serve the ancient god of the holy mountain, just as I do. But his voice turned cold. Now I see you steer far too uncontrollable. His mana flared violently. Your death will serve my master. You still become his puppet. A radiant yellow mana shield surrounded Charlie as his beast stepped forward to defend him. Suddenly, a surge of brilliant light erupted from beneath him. Endless Holy Light. Activate. System notification. Endless Holy Light activated. Holy damage increased by 200%. A minor holy spell has also been cast. Charlie's entire body began to shine with intense light, illuminating the battlefield like a beacon. The brilliance signaled the clash to come. Nearby, a man in glasses watched with wide eyes, whispering to the old man beside him, Can Lufan really dodge that? But the answer came swiftly. Charlie was slammed to the ground, kneeling in defeat. Mustache and Kim stood frozen. Charlie gasped, stunned. Impossible. My spell. It didn't affect him. Or his monsters. He trembled as he stared ahead. How did he survive an attack infused with the essence of an ancient god? The system responded once again, Eternal Guard activated. Lewin is now invulnerable to attacks. But that wasn't the end. A second notification followed. Murderous dragon bloodline detected. All attributes doubled. Self-regeneration increased by 5,000%. Lufan smiled faintly. You look disappointed, Charlie. Was that your final move? Raising his hand, the black dragon roared into the skies. System notification, intimidation skill activated. All enemies within range suffer from depressive aura and dizziness. Mustache clutched his ears in pain. Charlie collapsed again, overwhelmed by the oppressive force. Desperately, Mustache attempted to flee the domain's range. Kim reached out to stop him, but Mustache shoved him aside and vanished into the distance. Lufan calmly swung his sword, voice steady but menacing. Looks like today isn't set your lucky day. His smirk widened. And this time, I doubt you be coming back. Suddenly, Mustache vanished completely from the battlefield. Kim cried out, I can sense him anymore. His voice quivered with fear. This can be happening. He struggled to understand why his connection to his beast had been severed. Panic flared in his eyes. Charlie, desperate, grabbed Kim's hand. Sign a contract with me. I once die alone. Terrified, Kim backed away, shaking his head in refusal. Before he could react further, Lufan appeared behind them. His sword was sheathed in a glowing yellow scabbard, humming with divine mana. With calm finality, Lufan said, It's too late now. Revival is no longer an option. He looked at Kim and Charlie. Under the dragon domain, only I can summon beasts. You can form any contracts. And with that, he stepped forward, the battlefield now entirely under his control. The system swiftly announces a shocking update. Lufan has earned 1,000 points for flawlessly executing his strategy. Charlie turns toward him, his eyes burning with disbelief and frustration. He glares at Lufan, his voice rising. Despite both being chosen by the gods, he simply cannot fathom the immense power gap between them. Clenching his fist, Charlie reveals a hidden trump card, the Holy Essence, a glowing sphere of yellow mana shimmering in his palm. He had prepared for this moment. With a sneer, he accuses Lufan of being blind, unable to truly comprehend the grace of divine power. Then, with a thunderous roar, Charlie begins reciting the sacred incantation of his master, calling upon the essence of divine magic. But before the power can fully awaken, a sudden motion slices through the tension. Luen swings his sword. Smirking, he mocks Charlie. Did you really think I'd stand by and let you finish? He asks coldly. Charlie cries out, giving everything he has as he attempts to release the divine magic, but the moment never comes. Instead, he slams into the ground. The holy essence floats gently above him, encased in a glowing golden light. Lufan steps forward, his eyes fixed on the essence, an intrigued expression on his face. He wonders aloud, had Charlie's master abandoned him? Was he now nothing more than a broken servant left to die? He glances at Jing Chong, noting that even his skills wouldn't help him escape now. Lufan moves swiftly behind the floating essence, mocking Charlie's desperation. You really thought you could run? You're just a parasite living off borrowed power. But Lufan's gaze never strays from the glowing relic. After all, he had waited a long time, too long, for a chance to obtain a complete piece of the holy mountain essence. Meanwhile, in a distant command center, a man watches the screen with growing unease. He reports the disappearance of multiple players from the leaderboard. Star Country, Taichi Kingdom, and Sakura Country have all lost their top contenders. Gasps fill the room. Could it be? Had the Dragon Nation's player eliminated them all single-handedly? A spectacled man turns to Old Han, who remains silent, staring intently at the screen. After a long breath, the man abruptly leaves the room, panic overtaking him. As he runs through the corridor, a terrifying thought grips him. How will he explain this to the Jin family? Jin Xing Han had been their final hope. The Taichi Kingdom had poured every resource into this trial, but now, he was gone. Suddenly the air shifts. A dark void begins to open. Shadowy tendrils slither outward, reaching like the limbs of a monstrous octopus. The man stops, breathless, staring into the abyss. Master, have you arrived? He whispers. A deep voice rumbles from the shadows. Is it true? Is my son dead? Immediately, the man drops to his knees. His voice trembles with guilt. Yes, master, it was my fault. I failed to stop them. I accept any punishment. From the shadows, the figure steps closer. The man continues, desperate to explain. The Dragon Nation SIP's representative is too powerful. I tried to stop him, but I failed. Charlie from Star Country, Musashi from Sakura Country, he killed them both. For a moment, there is only silence. Then, a sinister chuckle echoes through the chamber. I had a bad feeling about this, and I was right. Before the man can react, a tendril of shadow lashes out, wrapping tightly around his neck and lifting him into the air. His feet dangle, eyes bulging as he gasps for breath. I made a vow before this trial, the voice growls, and now my son is gone, our kingdom has lost. The man claws at the tendril, choking. Please, master, just one more chance. I once set fail again. After a tense pause, the tendril releases him. He crashes to the ground, coughing and groaning. The voice speaks again, calm, but merciless. Ensure Lu Fan's destruction. Trap him in Taichi Kingdom. Do whatever it takes. The spectacled man, still on the ground, scrambles upright and nods quickly, drenched in sweat. Yes, master. I still gather my 4 men, which will make him vanish, just like the others. Back in the volcano arena of the national trial, Lu Fan holds the glowing holy essence in his palm. A quiet smirk forms on his face. 3 men died for this stone, he mutters. Let's see if it was worth it. The system flashes a new notification, outlining the essence's incredible powers. Lu Fan glances at his black dragon, a spark of curiosity in his eyes. A single thought crosses his mind. What will the corpse demon's dragon become if it devours this? Raising the essence high, Lu Fan steps closer to the beast. Let's find out. With a flick of his wrist, he throws the glowing stone into the air. The black dragon lifts its head, locking glowing eyes on the treasure, sensing its unimaginable power. Go on, Lu Fan whispers, chuckling. Show me the true strength of the holy mountain essence. The dragon lunges, jaws snapping shut around the stone. In an instant, a blinding wave of yellow mana erupts from its body, radiating outward with violent force. A mighty roar rumbles through the arena. The evolution has begun. Lu Fan stands in stunned silence as his dragon rises into the sky. Its body stretches and shifts, glowing brighter with each passing second. When the light finally fades, the transformation is complete. The once black-scaled dragon now gleams with pure white skin, its divine presence more overwhelming than ever before. Elsewhere, within the Tribe of Nations' secret realm, now under Dragon Nation's control, 2 dragons soar above, their bodies shimmering with golden mana. From below, Loop and Little Fee watch in awe. The dragons, once ordinary corpse beasts, have evolved. A system notification confirms it. The dragons have gained 2 powerful new skills, Holy Light Gate and Holy Light Blessing. Then another alert appears. The corpse Holy Dragon has now reached level 35. At this level, it can deal 99% damage to its enemies. The balance of power has shifted, and the world is about to feel the consequences. Empowered by the blessing of the Holy Light, the dragon's damage output suddenly surged, rising to 230%. But that wasn't all. The activation of the Holy Light Gate unleashed the essence of the Holy Mountain, granting it an astonishing 75% reduction in incoming damage, while nullifying all negative status effects. Lu Fan stood in awe. The combination of the corpse demon's blessing and the continent's healing aura left him genuinely astonished. Although the healing wasn't overly dramatic, the consistent 30% boost was more than enough to counter the advances of the corpse prophet's army. With a hand on his chin, Lu Fan analyzed the battlefield carefully. The Holy Light Gate was more than just a defensive miracle, it was a strategic game-changer. Previously, he and Xia had needed to act in unison to summon creatures like the Corpse Demon and the Nine-Headed Demon. Now that limitation had been lifted, he could summon them freely. His eyes drifted toward the corpse Holy Dragon, and in that moment, he realized something even more significant. With enough ancient god essence, that dragon could evolve to even greater heights. Looking toward the twin demons beside him, he whispered with growing excitement, "I can't wait to see your final form." Just then, a flicker appeared in his status window, a system notification. Lu Fan's expression shifted, his eyes narrowing as he murmured, "It's steps over." Little Fee leaned closer, trying to read the text. Confused, he looked to Lu Fan. "What does it say?" he asked. Before Lu Fan could reply, Xiao glanced at the screen and calmly said, "It means we can go home now." But Lu Fan understood something deeper. Only 6 players were left alive, and most telling of all, Andre had voted in his favor. The decision was clear. No one wanted to fight any longer. Taking the final step, Lu Fan clicked the agree button. In that instant, a brilliant blue mana flooded the air. Another notification appeared. The trial has officially ended by majority vote. The message also explained that all prizes had been distributed based on individual player scores, and reminded everyone to claim their rewards before leaving the secret realm. The room erupted with emotion. Cheers rang out. Little Fee, eyes wide, could hardly believe it. "We can really go home," he exclaimed in disbelief. Lu Fan allowed himself a rare smile. "I've been waiting for this moment for so long." As the first place winner, Lu Fan had become the center of attention, his name now known across 23 countries, but he had no time to waste. He immediately opened his first prize box, filled with anticipation. His breath caught as he pulled out a belt, legendary quality requiring level 90 to equip. But it didn't stop there. Inside the box were 5 identical belts, each embedded with its own special ability. He examined the skill attached, Golden Dragon King Transformation. A wide grin spread across his face. If I wear all 5, can I truly fight like a dragon warrior? The next reward was just as thrilling. A level 30 skill book, allowing the user to replicate dragon language magic. Lu Fan's eyes lit up. I can learn this right away, he said. With this skill, he no longer needed to spend time mastering different elemental spells. He could copy a dragon's ability directly and unleash powerful magic with ease. It was efficient. It was deadly. Finally, he turned to the last prize, a random expansion pack. The system explained that it was a legendary quality consumable, offering 3 scrolls of rare or higher tier. Opening the box, Lu Fan crossed his fingers. I hope I get something good, he muttered. As the box opened, 3 mysterious items emerged, each wrapped in a golden yellow aura. The first was a rare skill scroll. The second, an enchantment capable of upgrading any item by 1 tier. The third, an enchantment level removal skill, one of the rarest abilities in the game. Lu Fan's heart raced. Even in the auction house, such items were nearly impossible to find. He immediately used the small slot expansion scroll, perfect for hatching his blue dragon egg before its 3rd growth stage. Staring at the belt again, he quickly understood the value of the level removal skill. With it, he could wear the legendary belt instantly, bypassing the level 90 requirement. With no hesitation, he examined the weapon in his hand. Curious about the strength of legendary quality gear, he equipped the meteor fire sword, and used the enchantment upgrade scroll. A flash of light signaled success. The sword had evolved to ultra-legendary status. Its stats skyrocketed. 2 new abilities unlocked, Blazing Star and Blazing Dragon Warrior. Lu Fan exhaled slowly. The 2 newly upgraded weapons pushed his combat power to a whole new level, and now, thanks to his language replication skill, he could cast spells just as effortlessly as any pureblood dragon. His gaze shifted to the blue dragon egg, now secured in its remote hatching slot. Power pulsed from it, steady and terrifying. As he stared, his own reflection shimmered. In his eyes danced the image of a dragon. Then an overwhelming force coursed through his body. The supreme belt he wore pulsed in response, awakening the true power of the Golden Dragon King. One final system notification flashed across his screen. Belt King effect activated. As Lu Fan stepped into the arena, the crowd erupted in wild applause. The stadium roared with excitement, and the big screen zoomed in to capture his expression. The announcer's voice boomed across the space. The representative of the Dragon Nation ranked number 1, Lu Fan has returned to the arena. The audience was divided in their reactions. Some fans cheered with passion, shouting that he had earned the top spot by defeating 3 enemies all by himself. Others, however, were more skeptical. They demanded to know what he had to say to the Jean family. Meanwhile, a few enthusiastic supporters called out to him, eagerly requesting his attention. As the atmosphere buzzed with energy, a manager stepped forward, urging the crowd to make way. The interviewers needed a clear path so Mr. Han could pass through. Han, visibly moved, raised his voice in celebration, calling Lu Fan a hero and praising his accomplishments. Lu Fan approached Vice Principal Zhao and Old Han, greeting them warmly. I'm back, he announced. Old Han clasped his hand with pride, his face beaming. You've done more than return, he said. Before we reached the top 3, but now you've secured first place. That's extraordinary. But now you've secured first place. That's extraordinary. The Vice-Chancellor took to the stage, addressing the crowd with reverence. He commended Lu Fan for his relentless efforts over the past half-month. Not only had Lu Fan defended his number 1 ranking, but he had done so with overwhelming dominance. In recognition of his achievements, the Vice-Chancellor presented Lu Fan with the Griffin Corps' Gold Military Medal. He also announced Lu Fan's promotion to the Silver Batch, although in his view, Lu Fan deserved to be in the Gold Batch already. Lu Fan stared at the shining gold badge, then turned to Old Han and asked, Is it true that Griffin once said there were only 8 people who held this badge? Old Han nodded. Yes. And now you are the 9th. This recognition was more than just symbolic. It marked a historic moment in the Dragon Kingdom. Old Han elaborated that only 3 adults currently held the gold badge, making Lu Fan one of the youngest recipients ever. As Lu Fan held the badge, he understood its deep significance. It wasn't just a medal, it was a mark of military authority and a symbol of a national guardian. Honored and humbled, he smiled and thanked Old Han for the acknowledgement. The announcer's voice rang out once again, signaling the official conclusion of the trial. He congratulated all surviving participants and prepared to reveal the final results of the national trial, where Lu Fan had emerged as number 1. Old Han turned to him, impressed. Not only did you place first, but your score exceeded 90%, he said. Lu Fan simply nodded. That result was within my expectations. Han chuckled tiredly. I stump and exhausted, I need some rest and so should all of you. The Vice-Chancellor smiled. Take care of yourself, old Han. Before parting, Han shared one final piece of news. They would return to Dragon Nation the next morning. The elders had prepared a national reward for Lu Fan in honor of his incredible accomplishment. Curious, Lu Fan asked about the reward. The vice-chancellor grinned. Lu Fan Yusep hit the big time. Later, in a luxurious hotel suite in Genuine City, Lu Fan sat quietly, holding the 9th gold badge in Syria. He murmured to himself that he was now second only to Senior 2. As he lay back on the bed, a flood of thoughts came rushing in, thoughts of redemption, of making peace with those he had once wronged. After a moment of quiet reflection, he stood up, ready to store the gold badge in Syria. But that was only the beginning. What came next would even catch the dragon off guard. Lu Fan opened a scroll box. Inside were powerful items radiating yellow mana. He had waited a long time for this moment, the moment to unlock a hatching slot for the blue dragon. With anticipation, he stared at the dragon egg. "It's time," he whispered. The system interface appeared, displaying the egg's level. Everyone gathered, watching intently, wondering if they were ready to welcome a new family member. Using his yellow mana and the dragon teaming technique, Lu Fan initiated the hatching process. Cracks formed across the egg's surface, releasing a radiant blue light. A small dragon emerged, its eyes a vivid blue filled with energy. The system instantly updated, showcasing the newborn dragon's stats and abilities at level 1. Lu Fan's eyes widened. "It's Steps a boy," he said with a grin. "We've got ourselves a handsome little guy." The other dragons observed the newcomer with warmth and curiosity. Lulvin reached out to gently touch him, mesmerized by the dragon's beauty and imagining the powerful creature he'd grow into. Thoughts of combining the blue dragon's strength with King's Door to create devastating attacks filled his mind. Then, the blue dragon unexpectedly nuzzled Lu Fan's finger. He flinched as a sudden jolt of pain surged through his hand. The little dragon gripped him tightly. "Ow!" Lu Fan yelped, trying to pull away. Little One watched with concern while Star chuckled at the scene. The dragon's grip tightened, stubborn and unyielding. Checking the status window, Lu Fan sighed. This one was going to be a handful. The system revealed that the blue dragon came equipped with 2 magical skills, Tightening and Roaring Thunder. Though Roaring Thunder delivered only a single damage effect, it had an area of effect tag with a control element, clearly a high-tier ability befitting the lineage of the Blue Dragon King. Another skill, Punishment, was a straightforward lightning attack. But the most astonishing skill was Thunder, an ability that allowed the dragon to cast spells instantly without any cooldown or mana cost. Realizing the creature's immense potential, Lu Fan knew it was time to give the dragon a name. But before he could say anything, the blue dragon locked eyes with the Starry Sky Dragon and lunged forward aggressively. Caught off guard, Luan watched as the Starry Sky Dragon swatted the younger dragon away. The 2 dragons let out cries, more like squabbles than attacks. Lu Fan sighed. "Why are you 2 so possessive over food?" he muttered, stepping in to calm Shin Chong down. "Don Sit caused trouble. I sip him trying to name him." After feeding the blue dragon, Lu Fan sat back and thought carefully about a name. He looked at the blue scales, its personality and its powers. "How about Little Blue?" he suggested. But the dragon gave no response. It seemed naming him would be just as much of a challenge as raising him. Lu Fan immediately sensed it. The name had to match the beast's ferocity. He tried calling it Angry Blue and this time the dragon stirred in response. A grin spread across Lu Fan's face. It was a perfect fit. But just as he was beginning to celebrate, the dragon lunged forward and bit him again. Grimacing, Lu Fan muttered to himself, "This little beast is already disobedient." As if one troublemaker wasn't enough, now he had another to deal with. Albo. Around him, the other dragons remained unimpressed, casting annoyed glances his way. Just then, a new notification appeared on his interface. A fresh trailer map had been delivered. Lu Fan opened it, scanning its contents. His eyes narrowed. He had been waiting for this one for a long time. Meanwhile, far to the west, within the imposing walls of the Yin family manor, situated on the border of Dragon Nation, a young woman sat quietly, eyes fixed on a glowing screen. It displayed the winner of the national trailer competition. "Lu Fan, Dragon Nation," she read aloud with a smirk tugging at her lips. She knew him well. After all, she had given him a weapon powerful enough to stand against any opponent, no matter how fiercely they fought. But her satisfaction was cut short by a sudden violent cough. She looked down. Her hand trembled, now stained with blood. Shock flashed across her face. The family method's damage was usually internal, quiet, invisible. Yet now it left visible signs. Before she could process further, a maid entered the room and bowed respectfully. "Missy, the Hong family has arrived again." The young woman, Miss Ya, hardened her expression. "Again?" she whispered, her fingers clutching the armrest. "They just one set give up." Her frustration simmered beneath the surface. Yui Mountain had been under her family's protection for nearly a century, yet the Hong family kept pressing their claim. The maid Stit's voice lowered, carefully choosing her words. The Ye family has already exhausted significant resources. We're at a disadvantage. The Hong family is using old grievances to justify their actions. Miss Ya clenched her fist. Ungrateful wolves, she hissed. Even among the noble families of the Western Territory, dirty tactics were never off the table. Her mind shifted. Any word from the dragon family? She asked. Hopeful. The maid hesitated, then shook her head. No response, my lady. With a loud crack, Miss Ya slammed her hand on the table, but just as she opened her mouth to speak, another coughing fit overtook her. She quickly covered it with a handkerchief. Missy, please take care of your health, the maid begged, rushing to her side. Miss Yao looked at the blood-soaked cloth in her hand, but dismissed it. It's nothing serious, she said, hiding the evidence within her sleeve. Rising from her chair, she declared, I will meet the Hong family myself. It's time they saw how shameless they become. Elsewhere, above the clouds, Lu Fan gazed out the airplane window as golden hues stretched across the sky. The sunset cast a warm glow over everything, but his thoughts were already elsewhere on Old Han, and the rewards that now awaited him. Tapping his tablet, he reviewed the details of a newly discovered secret realm in the desert, perched right on the Taiji Dragon Nation border. The realm was marked as high difficulty. Its name alone piqued his interest. Could it be hiding a treasure? Upon landing at Jinnu City International Airport, Lu Fan stepped out, accompanied by Old Han and a small escort team. Excitement buzzed in his chest. This wasn't just a reward, this was a national-level prize, one that granted him the opportunity to choose hidden challenges. As they reached their destination, Lu Fan stood beside Old Han, reviewing a massive list, 460 secret realms, but he could only select 10. These 46, Old Han explained, pointing to the screen, were handpicked by Dragon Nation SEP's high authorities from across the world. Even the richest elites can buy access to these. Lu Fan began scrolling, yet disappointment crept in. Most of these are level 60 and above, he muttered. They are no use to me. But then his finger froze. His eyes locked onto a name, the Sea of Death. Nightmare difficulty. The name alone would strike fear into any adventurer's heart. But for Lu Fan, it meant something more. The divine treasure map he had discovered the night before hinted directly at this location. Old Han noticed the change in his expression. You've seen something, he remarked. Have you decided? Lu Fan nodded firmly. Yes, I shall take the Sea of Death. Old Han chuckled lightly, stroking his beard. Just one? You still have 9 more to go. Lu Fan smirked. The others don't matter. Han raised an eyebrow and pointed at the screen. It sits right on the border. I shall have Vice Principal Xiao prepare a scouting team and set up a teleportation point for your departure. At that moment, one of the men standing nearby stepped forward. Old Han, thank you for everything. I still be postponing my return to Dragon Nation. I have an appointment with Andre, and I cannot refuse his hospitality. Old Han nodded in understanding. Very well, I shall return ahead. I shall also have Vice Principal Xiao select experienced realms for your remaining 9 choices. As the plane began its descent, Lu Fan sat quietly, lost in thought. Principal Xiao gently patted his shoulder and asked what was on his mind. With a kind smile, the principal then announced it was time to disembark. Lu Fan quickly straightened up and responded in a lively manner. The aircraft touched down at the airport, and as Lu Fan stepped out, he was greeted with cheers. His fans had gathered to welcome the Dragon Nation's hero back in triumph, admiring his cool appearance and praising his victory. Among them, a reporter approached and eagerly asked if Mr. Lu Fan would be willing to do an interview. Seeing this, Principal Xiao quietly commented that Lu Fan likely felt uneasy with all the attention. Lu Fan glanced at the vice principal and pleaded, half-joking, for him to stop teasing and to step in and help him out. Half an hour later, both Lu Fan and Principal Xiao arrived at the prestigious Dragon Capital Academy. With the next major challenge awaiting, Principal Xiao advised Lu Fan to rest for now. He assured him that once the teleportation gate to the Sea of the Depths was activated, he would come and get him personally. Just then, someone called out to Lu Fan. He turned to find his auntie waving from near the house. Several girls stood nearby, holding a pamphlet that welcomed him home as the top-ranked returnee. As they joyfully pushed him forward, Lu Fan cried out in mock protest. But then, Annie stepped forward, her eyes brimming with tears. She confessed that she had watched the live broadcast every single day, worrying about his safety, knowing full well how many people were out there trying to harm him. Lu Fan smiled warmly, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. He told her he was back, safe and sound, and thanked her for always watching over him. As they led him inside, a sense of peace settled over Lu Fan. This was home. He waved goodbye to Principal Xiao and recalled the 4 tasks that Vice Principal Xiao had jokingly assigned him: eat, sleep, care for his dragon pet, and spend quality time with family and friends. At the dining table, Janning curiously asked why he had returned later than expected. Lu Fan explained that a representative from the Snow Nation had invited him to a banquet before his departure. Someone nearby teased him for attending, joking that he must have started drinking. Taozi quickly scoffed, saying she wasn't from the Snow Nation, where people drink themselves to death. Chinio laughed, calling Sister Han an overreactor, which made Lu Fan's Aunt Annie chuckle in shock. Sitting there, enjoying Annie's delicious cooking and the company of his loved ones, Lu Fan felt all the wariness and hardships melt away. He quietly wondered whether his older sister knew that he had achieved rank 1. Meanwhile, far away at the Jean residence reception hall in Jinu City, a man stormed in, breathless. He reported that the airport in Jinu City had confirmed Lu Fan was heading toward the Sea of Death's secret realm. A tall figure rose from his seat, nodding slowly. He explained that the Sea of Death lay within the Forest of Divine Bones, right on the border between the Tai Nation and the Dragon Nation. Without hesitation, he ordered the mobilization of the God's Legion and the War God Legion. Shocked, Mr. Jean tried to interject, but the man shoved him to the ground, his voice cold and determined. He declared that for his son's revenge, even using the full force of the nation was not too much. He would personally lead the 4 guardian heroes to ambush Lu Fan at the secret realm and wipe him out. The scene shifts to the Forest of Divine Bones, a mystical and perilous area straddling the border of the 2 great nations. Lu Fan and his team of girls stepped out of the portal, the air thick with tension and excitement. The girls could barely contain themselves. "I can believe this is actually happening," one of them exclaimed. "We stir about to take on a national-level dungeon." Another nodded eagerly. "It sits all thanks to Lu Fan. Without him we wouldn't be here." While the group buzzed with enthusiasm, Lu Fan remained quiet, his eyes fixed on the Sea of Death in the distance. It was here that he would face his next trial, his 5th dragon. As his gaze wandered to the encampment of the Tai Nation nearby, a question formed in his mind: why are there people stationed there? Before he could voice his thoughts, a calm voice spoke from behind. "Ever since construction of the teleportation array began, personnel have been stationed at the border," a woman explained. "But their numbers are small. There sips no need for concern." The group turned to see the familiar figure of Teacher Gu standing behind them. "Teacher Gu, what are you doing here?" one of the girls asked, surprised. With a soft smile, Teacher Gu gently patted Unlu Sip's shoulder. "Don't be nervous," she said. "The academy was worried something might go wrong, so they sent me to support you." She added with a reassuring tone, "If anything goes wrong, you can come to me anytime. The academy is always thinking ahead." Lu Fan silently admired the academy's preparation. Meanwhile, the girls began chatting and joking. One commented that Dad was being praised too much. Another whispered that comparing students like this could drive anyone crazy. Someone else thanked Teacher Gu for taking such good care of Shounen. "Come on," Teacher Gu said, beckoning them forward. "I still take you to the dungeon entrance." As they arrived, she gave a final reminder: make sure to enjoy every reward to the fullest. At dawn, in the heart of the Sea of Death, Lu Fan stepped into the dungeon. The chilling silence was broken only by the faint rustling of wind. Suddenly he spotted something up ahead, a decayed skeleton clutching a sword. He hadn't expected this. There was a gatekeeper. Despite the growing tension, Taozi offered a calm reassurance. "We can handle this one, don't worry." Her words helped Lu Fan ease up a little. The elite monster they were facing, one of the tyrant's personal minions, possessed some impressive skills. Yet the girls remained completely unfazed. Lu Fan wasn't the only one evolving. Everyone had been working hard, pushing their limits to grow stronger. Taozi suddenly summoned a wave of water, slashing her sword through the air. 4 water chains spiraled out, ensnaring the skeleton monster. As the freezing energy coursed through the chains, the creature was immobilized in a sheath of ice. Gui followed up immediately with her move. Starry inhalation, flames ignited from within the frozen enemy, consuming it from the inside out. Lu Fan couldn't help but admire their flawless coordination. Over the past 2 months the team had undergone rigorous training. Their goal had been clear: to catch up with Lu, not as subordinates but as true equals, and now their synergy on the battlefield was undeniable. They had just taken down a level 65 elite monster, even though none of them were beyond level 30 yet. This feat would have been impossible even for students from the prestigious Dragon Capital Academy. But then, Lu suddenly tensed. Something had alerted him. In a flash, he drew his bow and fired Serpent Set's arrow, a dark serpent skill that unleashed 12 enchanted arrows. The arrows flew past Hao's, prompting her to snap. "Luen, what are you doing?" Before she could finish her complaint, the arrows struck their true targets, a group of elite skeletons that had been silently creeping up behind them. The girls froze, stunned by what had just happened. Lu had taken down 8 elite monsters in the blink of an eye, threats they hadn't even noticed. The realization hit hard. They felt like fools for missing such an obvious danger. Trying to brush off their embarrassment, one of them finally spoke. If we stagger your dragons, then bring us out with you. Let us level up together. Lu hesitated for a moment, then admitted, I actually got a new dragon recently, but his temper isn't set the best. The girls were shocked. 6 dragons now. Rather than feeling intimidated, they grew even more excited. Summon him already. We want to see what element he is. With a sigh, Lu relented. Fine. But if he causes any trouble, I accept sending him right back. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning ripped through the clouds, startling everyone. Does he always make such a dramatic entrance? One of the girls muttered. From the lightning emerged a small blue dragon, radiating immense magical power. The girls were left speechless by its sheer aura. Lu smirked, glancing at the creature. Can't you ever make a quiet entrance? The dragon roared, summoning multiple lightning strikes that created a localized storm zone, paralyzing and damaging all nearby monsters. Lu could feel it. This was no ordinary beast. This was a blue dragon king. Despite its small stature, it felt like a colossal force had arrived on the battlefield. Lightning surged across its body as it unleashed devastating electric charge attacks. With dragon resonance activated, Lu and his dragon were able to use the same dragon language magic, doubling the power of every spell. Lu instantly recognized the move. Blue Dragon King's Roar. The moment they cast it together, the dragon leveled up to level 2, unleashing a storm of destruction upon their enemies. Suddenly a dungeon notification popped up. Quest objective: collect the map fragments to reveal the Tyrant Sith's retreat route and locate the hidden treasure. Lu pulled out a single piece of the map. The others quickly gathered around, asking, are we supposed to be looking for the Tyrant Sith's treasure? Jin Yang stepped forward to explain. We need to collect 500 fragments to complete the full map. Only then can we find the treasure. 500? Someone exclaimed. They knew time was of the essence. What are we waiting for? Let Siths flatten this desert and start searching. But Lu raised a hand, stopping them. Don't be reckless. This entire region is a buried desert. We have no idea what lies beneath. If we rush, we could easily trigger a trap. Everyone turned to Lu, now fully trusting his judgment. So do you have a plan? Lu nodded with a confident smirk. Of course, and I have just the right scout for the job. With a motion of his hand, Lu summoned a new dragon, the Fallen Corpse Holy Dragon. But it wasn't alone. Twin fallen dragons appeared beside it, exuding a powerful and sinister aura. The group gasped. These weren't just dragons. They were dragons equipped with unique skills perfect for what they were about to attempt. Next, Lu channeled his inner energy, releasing Fallen Corpse energy. Out of the dungeon, an entire army of fallen demon puppets emerged. The team stood frozen. Is this even possible? Someone whispered. Lu calmly explained. The Fallen Corpse Holy Dragon has the ability to open the Holy Light Gate. It can teleport itself and all fallen puppets to any location without limitations of distance, domains, formations, or even dimensions. Jin Yang looked stunned. This is on a whole different level, even compared to hidden glass necromancy. Tao stared in disbelief. Did you just summon the entire 9-round demon city? Lu chuckled. Well, I couldn't let such powerful miners go to waste. But before they could react, the ground trembled. A giant monster surfaced, letting out a blood-curdling roar. The girls flinched instinctively, but Lu remained perfectly calm. Let them clear the path. With that, the fallen demon soldiers charged forward, clashing with the tyrant's elite forces, skeleton warriors, desert spiders, and monstrous beasts. Chaos erupted all around as more enemies emerged from beneath the sand. The battlefield transformed into a full-scale war zone within seconds. And this was only the beginning. Above them, the sky thundered violently. Bolts of lightning cracked down in rapid succession, forming a terrifying storm zone that swept across the battlefield. The girls could only stand frozen, eyes wide with disbelief at the spectacle unfolding before them. Ta muttered under her breath, voice laced with frustration. I spent 2 months training hard, feeling proud of my progress, and then this guy just wipes out an entire dungeon like it sets nothing. How is anyone supposed to survive in this world? The others remained silent, too stunned to speak. Suddenly, a system notification flashed before Lucip's eyes. Congratulations. The host location matches the coordinates of the Dividing Treasures map. The treasure map has been successfully used. Without wasting a moment, Lu checked the treasure. He was expecting a dragon egg, but what he found was something even more astonishing. The Will of the Blazing Dragon Warrior, a top-tier item. With this, he didn't even need to level up his battle power anymore. It was a massive leap forward. Then his eyes locked onto another item. The Shadow Dragon King Contract Blueprint, a divine artifact, rare and legendary. Without hesitation, Lu activated natural assimilation, merging the contract into his body. It became a permanent summon skill, much like his fallen corpse Holy Dragon. As the fragment collection neared completion, another prompt appeared. Do you wish to assimilate the Tavern Sip's retreat route map? Without second thought, Lu selected yes. And just like that, the mission was complete. Suddenly the scene shifted. Far away, a battalion of soldiers marched in formation. At the front, their commanding officer raised a clenched fist. Stop. The secret realm is currently active, he began, but his words were abruptly cut short. A towering, heavily armored warrior stepped forward from the shadows, and without warning, brought down a massive greatsword, cleaving the captain cleanly in half. Gasps echoed through the ranks. Another soldier, panic-stricken, fired a light gun into the air, sending up a brilliant signal flare, an emergency alert to all nearby units. Enemy attack underway. Back at the outpost, Teacher Gu noticed the sudden chaos erupting around him. Confused and alarmed, he scanned the battlefield, only to witness blood splashing in all directions, soldiers falling one after another, and the enemy cutting through their ranks like a blade through silk. What sep's happening? Gu shouted. Before an answer could come, a wounded soldier crashed into him, shoving him aside, just in time to save him from an incoming fatal strike. They're from the Tai Nation. We need to retreat. The soldier shouted, urgency in his voice. We have to get word back to the Dragon Nation. Realizing the dire situation, Gu immediately bolted toward the teleportation gate, but his heart sank. The path was blocked. An enemy guard stood directly in his way. With no other option, Gu reached into his pack and pulled out a single-use random teleportation scroll, his last lifeline. Just as he would, axe appeared behind him. Gu reacted on instinct. He swung his weapon, landing a direct hit on the enemy's head, giving him just enough time. He activated the scroll, slammed his palm forward in a forceful strike toward the enemy commander, then vanished in a flash of light. The commander, stunned, stood silently as his prey escaped. His identity was soon revealed. That terrifying figure was none other than Light Tai, the dreaded butcher god of the Tai Nation. Back on the battlefield, Lu gained yet another skill, Emerald Mirror, a powerful ability that allowed him to select a friendly unit and generate 2 mirror clones, each one carrying the same skills and techniques, albeit at 30% of the original's attributes. Lu was stunned by its potential. The thought struck him, if a single being could summon 15 dragons, then using Emerald Mirror, there could be 45 dragons on the field. Even gods wouldn't survive that. With his current progress, level 30+, mastery over the dragon domain, Emerald Mirror, and now this overwhelming summoning potential, Lu couldn't help but smile as he gently patted his dragon companion. The team's overall strength had multiplied drastically, and Xiao Fi, now empowered by the Emerald Mirror technique, had become one of the deadliest dragon pets imaginable. But the calm didn't set last. Suddenly, several level 70 tyrant servants emerged from the depths, dozens of them. Jane looked at the mass of new enemies and muttered, this must have been triggered by synthesizing the route map. But Lu didn't seem phased. He smirked. At least now we don't have to go looking for the boss. From behind the tyrant servants, a monstrous figure stepped into view, the cursed tyrant. Zhang glanced at Lu. How do you want to handle this? Tao offered a strategy. Let the demonic army take the vanguard, then Lin Sit's dragon can sweep the rest. But Lin simply grinned and waved off the idea. No need for all that. Earth Berserk will handle it. Tao raised an eyebrow. I know Earth Berserk is strong, but this isn't just some regular level 80 nightmare boss. There are also dozens of elite commanders out there. Are you seriously sending him in alone? Lu just laughed. Why not? Xiaoi, it's time to show off your new skill. As Emerald Mirror activated, everyone watched in awe. 2 perfect clones appeared, identical to the original. With all 9 dragons summoned, that would mean 27 total dragons on the battlefield. Suddenly, the battlefield changed again. One of the massive demons split into 2. The girls stared in disbelief. This skill is insane. Then, it began, the battle against the cursed tyrant. With a roar, the tyrant unleashed his terrifying skill, Desert Howl. A massive swirling vortex of sandstorms erupted over the targeted area, turning the very ground into a chaotic, unstable trap. The group struggled to maintain footing. Whirlwinds raged around them. Panic set in. Tao fell, unable to keep his balance. What do we do now? Someone shouted in fear. But Lu remained calm. Don't panic, just breathe, he instructed, steady as ever. And then before anyone could respond, something struck the cursed tyrant directly in the face. Within mere moments, the tyrant's servants fall one after another. Lu watches with a smug grin as the Earth Berserkers charge ahead, wielding enormous metallic weapons. Their assault is relentless, pounding the tyrant mercilessly. The creature roars in fury, but it's completely helpless under their might. Suddenly, a storm of metallic cubes rains down from the sky, crashing onto the battlefield with terrifying force. These cubes strike with 100% attack damage, slamming into the cursed tyrant and its minions, burying them beneath the earth. The fight is over so quickly, it almost seems too easy. The girls, still processing what just happened, shake their heads in disbelief. Just when everyone thinks they've seen it all, Lu manages to surprise them yet again. Tao, stunned, mutters to herself, "Is it already over? I didn't even get to see how it all ended so fast." With the dungeon now cleared, Lu steps forward, eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazes at the glowing yellow treasure chest. A system notification appears, his level rises to 42. Among the rewards, he receives a precious enchantment level removal scroll. Lu grins broadly, just what I needed. With this scroll, he can avoid the ridiculous costs of gear upgrades. But that's not all. More rewards appear. A seeker paper, a rare item perfect for shy OI, allows one to bypass usage limits, ideal for cracking and looting. There's also a cooking blueprint, a pair of Dawn Step Platinum boots, and a new ability called Tidal Blade, which summons a water element shield that temporarily blocks enemy attacks. Yuen steps up and calmly says, "I'll take the scroll and the seeker paper, the rest can go to whoever needs them." He then adds, "We can farm this dungeon again. Eventually, everyone will get what they need." The girls agree with cheerful enthusiasm. "Then what are we waiting for?" one of them says. "Let's go again." Meanwhile, far from the dungeon, the atmosphere is much darker. On the battlefield, near the teleportation portal, a soldier rushes to report, "We've already sent men to capture the escaped woman," he informs his commander. The commander smirks coldly. "Good. Report to Lord Jean that the Goodborn Forest has been completely purged. As soon as Lu Fan steps out, we wipe him and his allies out in one clean sweep." But before he can finish, a chilling voice interrupts him. "No need for that. I'm already here." A wave of dark magic surges through the air. The figure's grotesque, octopus-like power instantly engulfs the soldier, leaving behind only a decaying corpse. With eyes burning in hatred, the mysterious figure hisses, "Lu Fan, I swear I'll kill you myself." The commander immediately bows. "Welcome, my lord." Without hesitation, the sinister lord gives a command, "Make this scene look like the work of those ancient god-worshipping heretics. The Denjin nation must never know we were behind this." The scene shifts to Xiao Zhang, who mutters under his breath, "Strange, why can Setstai reach the guild?" He picks up the phone and contacts the Dragon Nation Border Defense Department. "This is Xiao Zhang, from Dragon Capital Academy. Is Teacher Gu still at the Death Sansi camp?" A sharp voice replies, "Vice Principal Xiao and his entire camp have already been attacked." Xiao's eyes widen in shock. "What happened?" he demands. The voice continues, "The Tai Nation has officially informed us that over the last 6 months, various active heritage groups from different countries have been launching attacks on Dragon Nation camps." Xiao clenches his fists. How is that even possible? The voice tries to calm him. "Please remain calm and ensure the students and staff stay composed. The Border Defense Department is verifying the reports as we speak." Meanwhile, inside the Jean mansion in the Tai Nation, General Jean sits with one foot propped on the table, smirking arrogantly. "What sits there to verify? Why does Dragon Nation still not trust me?" He waves off his subordinates and casually says, "Tell Dragon Nation that the Death Sand Sea is extremely remote. Even if they sent immortals, it would take 10 days to half a month to get there, if nothing delays them." A young girl approaches with urgency. "General, Dragon Nation has sent 2 letters." Jean raises an eyebrow. "Why are you panicking? What sips so urgent?" She bows and explains, "The letters are from Hanfi and addressed to you." Jean's expression shifts. Quickly he opens the letters. The contents reveal that Han is accusing them of negligence in the heretic investigation. To uncover the truth, Han has dispatched 2 Jean to personally handle the matter. The Griffin squad has already been mobilized to the border. Han warns that, if conflict arises, he hopes the Tai Nation will understand. Jean goes silent for a moment, then fury sparks in his eyes. "They've gotten too bold," he mutters. "Their message is clear, if we interfere it shall mean war." A subordinate hesitates before speaking. "The Griffin squad, we stand not equipped to handle them." Jean slams the letter on the table. "We cannot allow Lord Jin Sep's plan to fail." He gives immediate orders. "Send word to the Godslayer Legion. Have Li Tai deliver a message to the National Guard hero, and deploy the Good Killer Legion to the border to stall the Griffin squad." He leans forward, eyes gleaming. "As long as Lu Fan dies there will be no evidence. Dragon Nation will be forced to investigate only the heretics. We must not fail to eliminate him." Elsewhere, Lu Fan and his group continue traveling. Tao suddenly groans, rubbing her stomach. "Ooh, I'm starving. That secret realm drained me. Can we please stop and eat something decent?" Luen smirks and teases, "Walk just a little more, and you might get tied up." Tao glares at him. "Tired not tied up, you idiot." The group bursts into laughter, unaware of the storm silently gathering on the horizon. The atmosphere turned grim. The moment they arrived at the battleground, moments earlier, there had been laughter, but now, that laughter faded into silence. Before them lay a horrific scene, heaps of lifeless bodies scattered across the ground. The expressions on their faces darkened as the weight of the tragedy settled in. Jean stepped forward to examine the corpses. After a brief inspection, he confirmed what many feared: the victims had died the same way Charles had, drained completely of their life force. A cold shiver ran down Tao's spine as she muttered a chilling possibility: could the heretics who worshipped the ancient gods be responsible? Lu shook his head. No, he replied. There steps no trace of ancient god power here, but the energy lingering feels similar to Jin Xinghan sits. Jin Yang immediately frowned. That's impossible. Jin Xinghan is already, but before he could finish, a voice echoed ominously across the battlefield. It praised them for their sharp senses. All heads turned toward the source. Jin Yang's instincts flared. Danger. Without hesitation he gripped his sword, ready for battle. From the shadows stepped a man with a cold, amused smile. Cleverness won't save you today, he declared. Lu's gaze hardened. Jin Zaishi, he said grimly. He quickly stepped in front of Jin Yang, urging caution. Their opponent wasn't ordinary. He was at level 97, just like Jin Xinghan, and bore the terrifying aura of the abyss. Then, a voice rang out, this time from Qin. My father once mentioned him, she said. This man, he's Jin Ixishi, the national guardian hero of the Tai nation. Lu's breath caught. A realization hit him. If Jin Xinghan was a prince, and this man was Ishi, then Xinghan must be Ishi's son. Suddenly, another figure made himself known. Lounging lazily on a tree branch, a man named Park Jae scoffed. Seriously, the nation lord needs all of you just to handle one brat? He hasn't even undergone the third transformation. Despite the mockery, he and the others agreed. They wouldn't leave everything to Lighty. Lighty, a young widow walker, remained focused. Mock him all you want, he warned, but this boy already killed the Nine Realms demon. Don't underestimate him. Before anyone could respond, the ground trembled violently. Dust rose as something massive approached. A beast named Shun emerged, towering and wild. He scoffed at the mention of the Nine Realms demon. If we killed him once, Chun growled, we can kill him again. His eyes locked onto Lu Fan. A wicked grin stretched across his face. So, you stir the one they say possesses a real dragon? My battle axe is thirsty for its blood. Above them, pillars of light pierced through the sky, illuminating the battlefield. From the heavens, a new figure descended silently, a thunder mage cloaked in a black robe. He said nothing, but his ominous presence spoke volumes. One of the men chuckled. Still mute and dull, eh? The old black mage never changes. Jin Yang turned toward Lu Fan, his voice low. These four they are likely at the same level as Jin Sishi. Qin nodded. No doubt about it. These are the 5 national guardian heroes of the Tai nation. Tension gripped the air. Lu Fan took a single step forward, his expression cold and resolute. These so-called heroes, they are the ones who slaughtered everyone in the camp. His fury flared. I swear, none of you will walk away from this alive. You still all pay for what you did with blood. A green aura ignited around him, as he summoned his dragon. His voice thundered across the battlefield. Come then, national guardian heroes, kill me if you can, or be buried with the innocents you butchered. His Aunt Sep's voice cracked with concern. Lu Fan, they are all above level 90. But Lu Fan remained unmoved. He turned to his female companions. Protect my aunt, he ordered firmly. No matter what happens, I am not holding back. Jin Zaishi sneered. Ignorant brat. With that he unleashed his octopus-like tentacles, lashing out violently. The others followed, weapons raised, striking in unison. Avenge my son, Zaishi roared. Shuni charged ahead, slamming his weapon into the ground. The surface cracked and shattered under the sheer force. Lu Fan, agile and focused, launched himself into the air, avoiding the destruction with ease. Meanwhile, Li readied his arrow, but Lu gave a swift command. Shai, activate the Emerald Dragon Sep's power. In response, a defensive barrier formed, thick, impenetrable, immune to all debuffs. The dragon's bloodline even boosted recovery by 5%. Li released his arrow, but it bounced off harmlessly. Stunned, he stepped back. Lu Fan's fury surged. You want to kill someone? Come after me, he roared. You dare slaughter innocent citizens of the Dragon Nation? I still show you what real vengeance looks like. I still kill every last Tai soldier under your command. Enraged, Park Ji lunged with a sword strike, but it was useless. The barrier didn't even flinch. Cho Hun stepped forward, shoving Park aside. Move. I shall deal with this coward. He hurled his Hellblood Axe Totem, inflicting 300 physical damage, but again no effect. Someone else attempted a summoning. The twin fallen corpse holy dragons were called forth using the natural remediation dragon bone flute, but even their power couldn't breach the barrier. The battle had only just begun, and Lu Fan was just getting started. Lu descended gracefully to the ground, a mocking scoff escaping his lips. "Did you just call me a coward?" he asked, his tone laced with disdain. Jin Yang, visibly concerned, reminded him sternly, "Your only priority should be protecting your aunt." In that moment, a dense yellow energy enveloped Lu's entire body, forming a protective shield. The Holy Light Gate skill had been activated, allowing the power of the fallen corpse holy dragon to reach across every dimension of the battlefield. With the command issued, summoned dragons surged forward in a ferocious charge. The energy of fallen warriors flowed directly into the holy dragon, empowering it with even greater strength. But then, a chilling twist unfolded. Gigantic demons suddenly appeared before the Taiji Nation forces, causing panic to ripple through their ranks. The shocking truth soon dawned on them. Lu had summoned the Nine Realms demons straight from the secret realm. Yet Jean remained unfazed. "So what if he summoned them?" he said with a scoff. "They Citra nothing more than hollow shells now." Even the old mage stepped forward confidently. "We killed the Nine Realms demons before, we can do it again." But Lu, standing tall before his dragons, smirked. "Then show me," he challenged. Let's see how you plan to kill the Nine Realms demons this time." Suddenly Hark's instincts flared. Something felt wrong. He focused carefully and noticed something alarming. The demons were acting oddly. Their thunderous roars shook the earth as their numbers grew rapidly. Using the emerald mirror, Hark counted them again. "There are 18 of them now," he shouted, eyes wide with disbelief. "Everyone, stay close." Despite the rising tension, Jane remained calm. "Even if they're clones, their stats will definitely be lower," he reasoned. To prove his point, he leapt forward and effortlessly slew an earth demon, and another realm demon, bringing the total down to 16. "See? Just a scare tactic," he assured the group. "These clones are far weaker than the originals." His confidence reignited their morale, and the group redirected their efforts to eliminate the clones first. But amid the chaos, the mage noticed something far more ominous. Lu was glowing, surrounded by an eerie energy. "What's he doing now?" the mage muttered with a deep frown. Jean, too, began to feel uneasy. "What trick is he pulling?" Lu's smirk widened. "So you finally noticed. I've been waiting for this skill to fully charge," he declared. "Now, you still face the will of the fierce dragon warrior." In a breathtaking instant, Lu's body transformed into a colossal golden dragon. His voice thundered across the battlefield. "The countdown to your death begins." Everyone stood frozen in awe. The girls gasped. How can Lu Fan turn into a dragon?" The mage Sep's face contorted in horror. Sep's not just transforming, Sep's completely in control of the dragon Sep's power. Realizing the immense threat, he frantically called for reinforcements, but it was too late. The summoned demons overwhelmed their enemies, capturing them one by one. Li found herself trapped with no escape, and the rest of the group struggled in desperation. Their cries for help echoed toward Lord Jean, but he stood frozen. The dragon domain had expanded to an enormous 100-meter radius, enhancing every dragon and any being with dragon blood. The demons were now empowered with layers upon layers of buffs, transforming them into unstoppable forces of destruction. The once feared Nine Realms demons, now resurrected and strengthened, roared triumphantly as they trampled over their foes. At the center of this chaos stood the golden dragon, Lu Fan, his power now doubled and nearly invincible. Jane could only clench his teeth in disbelief. Drenched in sweat, the battle had slipped beyond his control. Before he could react, the golden dragon lunged forward and unleashed a devastating claw strike. It shredded Jane's octopus tentacles like paper, sending him hurtling through the air like a rag doll. Mid-air, Jean struggled to comprehend what had happened. Had he really lost? Could Lu Fan truly be this powerful? Pain engulfed his body. As he crashed to the ground, he heard Li's desperate cries for help, but he could no longer respond. His gaze shifted to the mage, who was also badly wounded and begging to be saved. And then, the bitter truth struck Jean. They should have never provoked Lu Fan. It was over. His comrades lay broken, captured. Blood poured from his mouth as his body gave out. Lu stepped forward, his boots crushing the spilled black blood beneath him. The dragon domain still pulsed with power. "You'll die here like the rest," Lu said coldly. Jean coughed, barely able to speak. "Then, just finish me quickly." Lu unsheathed a glowing red blade. "Killing a National Guardian hero once stopped Taiji Nation from hunting me," he murmured, eyes fixed on Jean. "Do you remember what I said?" Jean, his body shattered, forced himself to stand. "What are you doing?" he stammered. Lu raised his blade. "I'm going to make you watch as I slaughter every last Taiji Nation soldier under your command." Moments later, Lu's blood-soaked sword dripped after slaying the 5 heroes. Ginyang looked on with concern. How are we going to explain this to the Taiji nation? His aunt, however, had a more personal worry. Lu, are you feeling all right? Meanwhile, Qin hesitated. Should we clean up the battlefield? But Tai was focused on something deeper. Who would have imagined Jin Xiaowoshi, leader of the 5 heroes, protector of Taiji, reduced to this end? Lu, still calm, smiled. Who said they suffer all dead? The girls turned to him in confusion. And then it happened. The fallen heroes began to rise again. Lu's smirk deepened. After what they did to the Dragon Nation, how could I let them die so easily? He had resurrected them. They now stood again, strong and alive. Back on the battlefield, a commander and his soldiers raced toward the portal. Tension filled the air. How many lords are waiting for us on the other side? The commander wondered aloud. Upon arrival, he dropped to his knees and reported urgently. My lord, Jin Zion has confirmed. The Dragon Nation is aware of the destruction of the teleportation array. Just as tension thickened on the battlefield, Jinbei had already dispatched envoys to the border in hopes of ending the conflict swiftly. Yet, despite their efforts, the lord of the opposing force remained silent. This growing silence only fed the commander's unease. Had he arrived too late? The battlefield was littered with signs of carnage. Judging by the destruction, Lu Fan should have already fallen. But just as the thought crossed his mind, someone stepped forward from the shadows. The commander instinctively reached for his sword, but froze. It was Lu Fan. Lu's voice rang cold and unforgiving. Who gave you the courage to attack the Dragon Nation? The commander, stunned to see Lu still alive, immediately barked orders for his troops to attack. But before a single soldier could act, an arrow sliced through the air with deadly precision, knocking the sword clean from the commander's grip. Lu himself had fired the shot. The impact sent the commander stumbling backward. Then, out of nowhere, sharp, black tentacles shot forward. They pierced the hearts of nearby soldiers and coiled tightly around the commander. Panic gripped him. His voice trembled. Why, Lord Jin? Why are you doing this? Lu approached slowly, yanking back the commander Sep's cape. Because he said with a smirk, they Sep become my dogs. The commander Sep's eyes widened in horror. He struggled fiercely against the tentacles, finally managing to break free. Enraged, he charged at Lu. How dare you kill Lord Jin? Are you seeking death? But before he could strike, a shadow loomed over him. Another figure brought down a massive axe, slamming the commander to the ground. Lu shook his head with pity. If Lord Jin couldn't survive 2 rounds against me, what makes you think you stand a chance? Pinned beneath the weight of the axe, the commander growled, I swear I still kill you, I still cut you into pieces. But Lu's smirk remained. Save your strength. Tentacles surged again, lifting the commander high into the air. He screamed, what are you trying to do? Lu's expression turned cold. I am giving you one last chance. Tell me the truth. The commander resisted, but after a brutal beating, his resolve broke. Swollen and barely conscious, he finally spilled everything he knew. Tao frowned. I didn't expect the Taiji nation to send 2 elite armies and even a hero just to kill you. Another companion added, there's still no trace of Teacher Gist's body. If what the commander said is true, he must have escaped. Lumnest's aunt turned to him with concern. What sips our next move? The teleportation array is destroyed, and we sit just thousands of miles from the Dragon Nation. Jiang quickly spoke up. The god-slaying army is nearby. We could head to the border and try to regroup with Jinbei Marcus Sest's forces. Kim calculated quickly. After using a random teleportation scroll, their travel distance couldn't have exceeded the map's limits. Their top priority now was to locate Teacher Ge before the god's army did. Meanwhile, the commander, having confessed all he knew, desperately pleaded for mercy, but Lu simply stared. A single tentacle pierced through the commander's chest. As life drained from his body, the commander gasped, You lied to me. Lu replied coldly, I only said I set to let you go alive, but how could I face the fallen soldiers of the Dragon Nation if I allowed you to live? The scene shifted far away to the god-slaying army Sip's barracks. In the command center, a high-ranking officer sneered. By the time Dragon Nation Sip's reinforcements arrive, Lord Jin will already have killed that brat. A nearby soldier frowned. How is that possible? The 5 heroes, the guardians of their nation, fought together, and still, they couldn't defeat a mere second-level job changer. But none of them noticed that Jin's body had already entered the room. And now, he was standing silently behind them. Inside the command center, one of the guards turned his gaze toward the massive writhing tentacles of the octopus-like creature. For a brief moment, he felt a strange familiarity, an aura that reminded him of Lord Jin. Just as he attempted to report his observation, a tentacle pierced straight through his chest mid-sentence. The others stood frozen in horror. Then, without warning, the tentacle expanded and detonated, shattering the guard's body into pieces. Panic set in. The room filled with silence, thick and suffocating. None of the guards could believe what they'd just witnessed. Their own commander slain without mercy by Lord Jean. He's gone berserk. One of the guards finally screamed, "We need to get out of here, now." They sprinted toward the exit, but before they could reach safety, Lord Jean descended, slamming into the ground. His octopus-like arms shot out in every direction, impaling every last one of them. A lone survivor, mere steps from the exit, glanced back. A few guards were still rooted in place, frozen in disbelief. "What the hell are you doing? Don't just stand there, run," he shouted. But before he could say another word, a tentacle slashed clean through his arm. Blood splattered across his face as he stumbled forward, dazed. Just as he reached the entrance and looked outside, his eyes widened in terror. The entire area beyond the command center was already swarming with demons from the demon realm. The massacre had begun. He turned around one last time, only to see Lord Jean ripping into the remaining guards like a ravenous beast. One by one, they were torn apart. There was no escape. When Lord Jean finally stepped out of the building, more demons were waiting for him, already gathered to finish the slaughter. Meanwhile, in the Tai Nation, at Jin's residence, a tall tower loomed above the skyline. Inside, Lord Jean Zion was frantically trying to establish contact. His voice was sharp with frustration as the call finally connected. "Why the hell haven't you been picking up?" he snapped. A calm voice responded, "This is the Slaughter God Legion Command Center." Zion identified himself immediately. "Send your men to the Deathsea's instance right now. We need to link up with Flea. Have him call me at once." But the call was abruptly interrupted. A panicked voice came through on the line. "Outside the base, there are 9. A deafening boom silenced the rest. "Hey, what happened? Talk to me," Zion shouted, but the line was dead. His expression darkened. Something had gone terribly wrong. He turned sharply, ready to dispatch reinforcements. But before he could act, a woman burst into the room. "General, we have bad news," she said, breathless. "The Examination God Legion failed to stop the Dragon Nation. One of their top-tier experts is advancing. They're preparing to breach the Divine Bone Forest." Zion froze, eyes narrowing. "What did you just say?" Far away, late at night along the Dragon Nation's border, several unmarked military ships hovered silently near a jagged mountain range. Tai Nation soldiers guarded them cautiously, scanning for signs of danger. Suddenly, the Dragon Nation's elite Griffin squad descended from the skies. Arrows were already drawn as their formation locked on the ships. From the front line, an elderly warrior stepped forward. "We're under orders to investigate the recent cult attack on our camp. Stand down and let us through," he demanded. From one of the ships, a Tai captain responded firmly, "This is Tai Nation territory. Unauthorized entry will be considered an act of aggression." Another officer leaned in, whispering that these were elite Griffin soldiers. "If we block them, we shall suffer heavy losses." But the commander was unmoved. "If we defeat them, the Extermination Guard Legion will become the top force among the Trump Guards." Drunk on ambition, he issued the command, "Alert all units. The moment they move, we open fire." The old warrior held his ground. "The 3 elders of Dragon Nation and Marcus Shinbi have already issued notice to Jean Sip's leadership. If you deny us, you still bear the consequences." A flicker of dread crossed his face. A memory surfaced. A terrifying weapon known as the Burning Desolation Staff. He hadn't expected it to appear here, nor had he expected him to show up. That man's strength was said to rival the 5 national heroes. Even the Examination God Legion had failed to stop him. But the Tai captain ignored the warning. "Fire," he shouted. Mana cannons roared to life, beams of energy slicing through the night sky. The Griffin squad scattered to avoid the onslaught. 3 massive blasts struck toward them, forcing evasive maneuvers. "They struck first," one Griffin cried. The elder stepped forward, voice thunderous. "I set'll cover you. Advance to the strike zone, don't set hold back." With that, he raised his staff and drove it into the earth. A cataclysmic shockwave erupted, tearing through the air. It obliterated the mana cannons on all 3 warships. In seconds, the ships were engulfed in flames, their weapon systems obliterated, and explosions ruptured the hulls. The skies above the border had turned into a battlefield, and the true war was only just beginning. The commander stood in utter disbelief. His eyes widened with horror as he watched the impossible unfold. A single strike had obliterated all 3 warships. Panic erupted among the crew. The ship was sinking fast, and chaos swept over them like a storm. As the swirling staff returned to the Griffin squad, a sense of dread settled in. The commander stared at it, stunned. Was that really the Burning Desolation Staff? He hadn't expected the old warrior to show up here. And that power, could it truly rival that of the 5 national heroes? Even the mighty Extermination God Legion wouldn't stand a chance against someone like him. Just then, a cloaked figure emerged from the smoke, catching the returning staff effortlessly. He stood with calm authority and lifted the weapon. His voice rang out across the battlefield, clear and unwavering. If you still intend to stop us, he declared, then I won't hesitate to begin a massacre. Choose wisely. The very next day, in Jinu City, panic gripped the public as breaking news spread like wildfire. Reports confirmed that the Divine Bone Forest, located near the national border, had come under sudden attack. Along with it, several nearby towns were ravaged by unidentified beast-like entities. Crowds gathered around large public screens, their expressions frozen in shock as monstrous creatures rampaged across the footage. Gasps filled the streets. Aren't those the Nine Realms demons from the national trial? Someone cried. But that couldn't be. The Nine Realms demons were supposed to be sealed away, witnessed only by the 5 national heroes during the secret realm trials. Their release should have been impossible. Yet the reports grew even more disturbing. Among the monstrous figures were humanoid warriors, figures who bore an uncanny resemblance to the 5 national heroes themselves. Fear swept the city. The Jean residents immediately issued an emergency lockdown. The sudden order stunned citizens who scrambled for answers. Rumors turned to outcries. Are the national heroes attacking us? One protester shouted. They're being controlled. That's not them, another insisted. But names began to circulate. Bashu, Li Renning. The public was stunned. Could it be true? Had the heroes turned against their people? In Tincho City, chaos erupted once more. The same emergency broadcasts flooded every screen, warning of the beasts and lockdowns. But the people reacted differently this time. Outrage. Citizens poured into the streets with banners and signs. Protesters chanted furiously. The 5 national heroes have betrayed us. Lockdowns won't solve anything. Some even claimed that the earlier sealing had been a cover-up staged by the government. The wave of fury crashed all the way to the gates of the Jean residence. The crowd surged, demanding truth. Shouts pierced the air. We saw the footage. Li and the Nine Realms demons are attacking the southwestern town. It's steps undeniable. Guards tried to calm the chaos but struggled to contain the growing anger. Voices rang out from every corner, questioning how the Nine Realms demons had escaped, and why the Jean family remained silent. One of the guards stepped forward, raising his voice. Please, remain calm. The Jean family will release a full explanation soon. No official confirmation has been made about the national heroes betraying the nation. Until then, avoid spreading unverified rumors. But it was too late. The people were beyond reason, demanding accountability from the very leaders who now stood in silence. Far from the capital, in the ruins of the southwestern town, a lone cloaked figure moved through the rubble. His footsteps echoed through the desolate streets. He passed a broken TV screen playing the protests, angry chants calling for the Jean family to answer for the carnage. The newscaster's voice crackled through the static. Current estimates place the death toll at over 10,000. Communication with border garrisons has been lost. The 3 great legions are advancing to contain the beast tide. Citizens are advised to obey lockdown protocols issued by the Jean residents. Evacuation around the Divine Bone Forest is underway. Remain indoors. Stay safe. The cloaked man paused. His expression shifted. He sensed something. From the shadows, hulking earth demon beasts emerged, led by none other than Li. One of the beasts growled menacingly. By my master Sit's order, all of you must die. The cloaked figure narrowed his eyes. So Lufan's pet still obeys commands. That means he's safe. I worried for nothing. With a thunderous slam, he drove his staff into the ground. Cracks rippled beneath his feet. It's not Luan who's at risk. It's the entire Thai nation. He launched himself into the sky, hovering above the battlefield, his gaze turned distant. If Lufan catches the attention of the real powers behind the scenes, it'll already be too late. Even with dragons on his side, he's not ready, and I still can't defeat him. Back at the Jean residence, Lord Jean stood silently by the window. Outside, protesters shouted, their rage echoing across the compound. His secretary approached with grave urgency. My lord, the backlash is getting worse. Even with the Slaughter God and Extermination God legions deployed, the unrest across the Thai nation showed no signs of dying down. But within the Jean residence, Lord Jean remained silent, his mind consumed by dark thoughts. He hadn't anticipated this. Lufan had actually gone so far as to unleash the Nine Realms demons just for revenge. Revenge? The very demons that had once been defeated by the 5 national heroes were now running rampant. But under Lufan's and Bayu's command, everything was uncertain. Had the heroes truly triumphed back then, or had the truth been buried? Lord Jean's fist clenched tightly. If the heroes had actually lost, then perhaps even the ruler of the Thai nation was no longer safe. Turning sharply to his secretary, his voice cut through the air. Alert the guards, enforce the lockdown, shut down all protests, immediately. She hesitated. Isn't that an abuse of power? He grabbed her chin, eyes cold and unyielding. The Thai ruler is missing. That makes me the highest authority. Understood? She gave a reluctant nod and left the room in haste. Alone, Lord Jean straightened his coat and smirked to himself. This lockdown, it sets the perfect opportunity. If I can form a new 5 heroes to take down Lu Fan, I settler race the 9 realms demons and the old heroes with them. A dark chuckle escaped him. I still pin everything on Jianzaishi and take full control for myself. Meanwhile, at the edge of the Divine Bone Forest, a surge of brilliant blue mana erupted into the sky, visible from miles away. Lowen stood with his dragons and companions, shouting at Abeo, the mischievous little blue dragon, to calm down. But Abeo wasn't set listening. It roared wildly, slamming the ground beneath them with reckless energy. Even Lu struggled to restrain the excitable beast. Then, without warning, Abeo's level surged, reaching level 10. Mana crackled around it violently, even shocking its own dragon allies. Kim Sip's temper flared. Abeo, come back here. If you keep this up, I shall deal with you myself. But the dragon continued playing, each roar unleashing more devastating energy. Suddenly, a flash of lightning burst forth. Abeo fired a bolt straight at Tan, who barely managed to dodge it in time. Kim stood frozen as Abeo's form began to shift, its body expanding, power surging. It transformed into a massive dragon before their very eyes. Kim narrowed his gaze. Could this mean Abeo achieved full dragon transformation at just level 10, just like Shai did back then? Then came confirmation on the system screen. Ow ow, the evolved form of Abeo was now fully active, and its stats were staggering. Thunder Roar, Form Transformation, Jumping Thunder, Thunder Favor. These abilities surpassed nearly every known dragon. Even Qin, despite having witnessed dragon transformations before, admitted she still couldn't get used to the overwhelming pressure Abeo now exerted. Lu Fan, too, was deep in thought. If both Abeo and Xiao unlock their dragon forms at level 10, why does Abeo only have one? But even that single form was extraordinary. It increased his speed by 5 times, granted access to the ancient dragon language forbidden spell, unleashed the 3.3 million Thunder Apocalypse skill, and now added a new chained area ability, Jumping Thunder. Lu Fan grinned. Just from the name alone it might rival Xingshan's Star Annihilation Light. Abeo truly lived up to the title of Blue Dragon. Then the system revealed a terrifying new state, Thunder Fever, labeled World Destroying. In this mode, the Thunder Orb's effects evolved. Abeo now held the Crimson Thunder Orb, a rare boss-level orb that boosted all thunder skills by 50%. Each lightning spell it cast created a thunder barrier at the impact site, damaging anything that passed through. Suddenly, Xiao Fi was on alert. Lu Fan turned to her. What is it? Before she could respond, a flash of purple light struck the ground. From the impact, a glowing divine bone revenant rose, surging with dark mana. Jin immediately identified it, an elite monster. Lu Fan merely shrugged. It's no big deal. Shia and Abeo can handle it. As Shia lunged at the creature, Abeo unleashed a thunderous roar, pelting the revenant with lightning. The blast stunned Shia herself. The air filled with panic. Everyone, get back, the girls yelled. That lightning, it's terrifying. It was no ordinary strike. It felt like divine punishment itself. Is that red lightning? Someone asked in horror. Lu Fan's eyes narrowed. It's Abeo again. Indeed, Ebo was wielding the crimson orb, blasting skeletal giants in all directions. More emerged from the shadows, but the dragon charged in with reckless fury, frying them without mercy. Fall back, Luen shouted, but Abeo didn't listen. Instead, it activated Heaven Punishment Calamity, locking onto multiple targets and unleashing a storm of concentrated lightning. It slammed its massive wings onto their heads, obliterating the enemy ranks. Tao stood speechless. The battle was completely one-sided. But then, from the side, a stray bolt of lightning tore through the air, headed straight for Chen. She didn't notice it. Just in time, Luan dashed forward, grabbing her and pulling her out of harm's way. As the dust settled, concern grew among the group. Abeo was getting out of control. They frowned. Looks like Abeo just showing off now. Jim nodded. He acting recklessly, and it's slowing down our search for Teacher Gu. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind swept across the battlefield. Shia's expression darkened. She sensed something strange. This time, Lu Fan felt it too. The dragons circling above suddenly began to flee, reacting instinctively to an ominous, echoing sound. Panic rippled through the girls as an overwhelming sense of dread settled over them. Something immense was approaching. Abeo, sensing the danger, immediately began channeling his mana once more. Then, before their eyes, something astonishing happened. A massive skeletal dragon started reconstructing itself from the scattered remains in front of them. This was no ordinary creature. It was the Divine Bone Death Whisper, a monstrosity once slain and shattered into countless divine bone fragments. And now, those very fragments were reforming. Lufeng watched in stunned disbelief. Could all the revenant fragments be converging into one? As he looked up, a colossal skeletal dragon emerged, its form radiating intense, heavy mana that filled the air with pressure. Abeo roared defiantly at the creature, but Lewin warned him not to get cocky. The skeletal dragon launched into the sky and unleashed a torrent of purple flame directly at Abeo. This time, Abeo was forced to acknowledge its power. It wasn't something he could brush off. Despite its size, the dragon moved with terrifying speed. The girls braced themselves, falling into defensive stances, but the dragon didn't linger. It soared deeper into the divine forest, leaving chaos in its wake. Meanwhile, Jen still clung to Chen without realizing she was pulling away. When Sheen pointed it out, guilt washed over him for not noticing earlier. As Abeo reverted to his smaller form, he was immediately scolded. Xiaoyi grabbed him by the ears and gave him a stern lecture for being so reckless. Jin, still shaken, asked, "What was that thing?" That skeletal dragon was even scarier than the berserk one we saw at the Flying Dragon Mausoleum. Lufeng replied grimly, "That was probably the undead leader of this entire place. If only I stet realized sooner, but I couldn't risk all of your lives chasing a mystery. We don't have time for distractions. We must find Teacher Gu now." Right then, his dragon performed a natural assimilation, guiding their path forward. A paper charm floated into the air, and Lufeng noticed it was pointing in the exact same direction the skeletal dragon had gone. As they moved forward, they spotted a group of dragons flying toward the same destination. The skeletal dragon unleashed a thunderous roar, tearing through the lesser dragons with ease. Lewin wondered aloud where the dragons were heading, while Chen stood in awe of the sight. Even Tao couldn't believe her eyes. She never imagined witnessing a dragon migration in her lifetime. Despite their attempts to flee, the smaller dragons were being shredded to pieces. Lufeng questioned what kind of terrifying force was driving them to continue flying into such devastation. Eventually, all the surviving dragons gathered at a damp, black mountain, covered in the skeletal remains of birds. They landed and collapsed, utterly exhausted. The magical compass pointed directly into the heart of the dark mountains. What secrets could be hidden there? Blackhead noted that the trail of paper dolls stopped right at the mountain's base. Could Teacher be inside? Tao added that the divine-born revenant dragons seemed to have fused with the mountain itself. As Lu stepped forward to clear a path, Tao warned him to be cautious. None of their teachers were with them, but Lu reassured everyone that she knew what she was doing. Activating her dragon claw, she transformed her arm and slashed through the dense growth, releasing a wave of paralyzing energy. The disturbance caught the attention of the skeletal dragons nearby. They stirred and began to take flight once more. Chaos erupted as dragons surrounded the group from every direction. Lu called out calmly, telling them to hold their positions. It was all part of the plan. She left the chaos to her two dragons. The blue dragon transformed and soared into the sky, while the black dragon unleashed a torrent of flames using the crimson orb. Then, the blue dragon let out a mighty roar, summoning a storm zone that devastated the battlefield. Suddenly a deep ancient voice echoed in Lu's mind. "Human, stop." Lu glanced around, but no one else seemed to hear it. The voice spoke again, this time directly to him. "Are you a servant of the divine-born revenant, or of the sacred mountain?" Lu hesitated. Should he introduce himself first? "I am the ancient god of the divine-born," the voice declared. "If you are tied to the revenants or the sacred mountain, leave now. I will spare you this time. But if you disturb my peace again, I shall not forgive you." The voice added, "Only Lu is worthy of hearing these words." Hearing his name spoken through the divine system made Lu pause. The voice felt strangely familiar, powerful, ancient. Could it belong to a giant from the far northern lands? Could this truly be the voice of an ancient god? It spoke once more. "Are you the servant of the divine bone?" And then a final warning. The patience of the ancient gods grows thin. Lu, also called Zulu, looked at the paper dolls in his hand. Then it hit him. No wonder Teacher Zulu was still here. If he left now, she would surely die. If I really am Zoe, he thought, then I have to activate the external guardian for everyone. But was it ready to resonate? Lu hesitated again. Should he announce his name before answering the divine voice? At that moment, Zhaoya transformed into her eternal dragon form and generated a powerful protective barrier around them. She activated the J-Dragon bloodline, dramatically boosting all skill effects and self-recovery by 5,000%. The battle was far from over, but the tides were shifting. Meanwhile, the followers in blue robes, loyal disciples of the protective sect, urged everyone to remain inside the barrier, no matter what happened outside. Tension filled the air. One of them turned to Xia and asked what she intended to do. Xia responded casually, "A fortnight ago, time here regressed by about a decade. Then, when the portal opened, a star diver descended from a distant galaxy and transformed." As she spoke, the ancient god stirred once more, his voice echoing with grim finality. "So Lu Fan has finally chosen his fate." Suddenly, The battlefield began to shift. The skeletal remnants, a massive star progressor, and an enormous dragon skeleton began to reassemble piece by piece. The ground trembled violently. The girls nearby instinctively stepped back, terror gripping their hearts. The ancient god raised his voice. Since you insist on seeking death, you shall all become puppets of the divine bone. Immediately, streams of divine bone energy rose like glowing chains, encircling the battlefield. A whisper followed, barely audible. Look closely. This flow of divine bone belongs to a creature capable of reconstructing its body using nearby broken bones, a terrifying advantage in battle. Observers noted the horrifying truth. The divine-born creature's size dwarfed even Shaoya, but Lu wasn't fazed. In his eyes, it was simply a clone, another fragment of the ancient god. Then came the proclamation, cold and thunderous, in this eternal corridor, all shall fade into dusk. A massive thunderstorm erupted across the corridor. The divine bone throne stretched out, forming a swirling tornado 30 meters in diameter that sucked in every trace of surrounding mana. The violent storm surged toward the two dragons, forcing them back against the protective barrier and halting their movement. A lightning slash tore through the air, striking Lu's hand. Blood splattered from both him and the star dragon. As the dragon crashed to the ground, it released a burst of mana that scattered across the battlefield like a shockwave. Lu didn't immediately notice what was happening, but then Xingqian began to transform. Her body shifted into a stunning humanoid form. Elegant, powerful, and radiant. It had been a long time since Lu had seen her like this, resembling her humanoid school form. Just as Lu took it in, the ancient god sneered. Foolish humans. Nothing more than ants destined to be crushed. The skeletal remnant dragon lunged forward, targeting Lu's dragon directly, but sensing the threat, Abeo, Xingqian, and Lu's black dragon activated their ultimate skills in perfect synchronization. They roared together, their power shaking the skies. Thunderclaps and volcanic blazes surged toward the ancient enemy. At the same time, Xingqian unleashed a wild, unstable assault, an elemental barrage infused with thunderbolts, fire, and blue soul mana. She combined three deadly techniques: Thunder Favor, Crimson Jewel, and Star Crush, blending them into a singular devastating attack. Every ally shifted into full assault mode. The twin dragons let loose their fury. Roaring thunder and lava blaze slammed into the skeletal colossus, causing a massive mana detonation. But the ancient god laughed in disdain. Is this your power? How disappointing. Your struggle is meaningless. His elite skeletal form began gushing with uncontrollable mana. Lu shouted for Xia to activate the Emerald Mirror effect, but to everyone Sit's horror, the skill failed. Confused, Lu asked why. The ancient god Sit's voice responded, cold as ever. You star ignorant. Before the eyes of a true god, all illusions are meaningless. Yellow mana surged around Lu. His voice dropped calm, sharp, and ominous. You used bone reconstruction to become a dragon, so this is your version of godhood. At that moment, Lu triggered a hidden ability, one that negated the will of the fiery dragon warrior. A countdown began, and Lu started transforming. You don't even have a body anymore, he muttered, just a lingering soul. As his transformation completed, Lu emerged as the Golden Dragon King. His stats surged by 200%. Behind him, his black dragon evolved into a terrifying destruction dragon, engulfed in roaring fire. Shaoya entered berserk mode and fused with the black dragon, becoming a deadly star dragon. Lu stepped forward, unwavering. You want to see the body of a true dragon? Then I shall show you one. The ancient god sneered. Your arrogance will summon divine punishment. I still offer your ignorance as a blood sacrifice. He spread his arms wide. Massive eternal tornadoes erupted across the battlefield, vast enough to devour everything. The divine tempest slammed into Lu's dragons, instantly draining their health. Furious, Ao erupted with a burst of mana. The star dragon struck with Star Crush, while the destruction dragon unleashed 4 blazing fire tornadoes. The battlefield ignited. But divine punishment continued. Thunderbolts fell rapidly, striking without pause and tearing through the dragon's defenses. Then the tide shifted. Lu raised his voice. Even if you have the body of a dragon, you still don't have its power. He lunged forward, sinking his teeth into the skeletal dragon's neck. It howled in agony. The ancient god's eyes widened with fury. How dare you wound the supreme god, he bellowed. Suddenly fangs burst from the skeletal dragon's body, forcing the Golden Dragon King to retreat. The ancient god called Lu a fool, condemning him to the endless abyss. This skeletal monster was no ordinary creature. It could rebuild itself using bones scattered across the land. Lu realized the danger. Shay, he called. Activate the dragon domain. Instantly, a massive eye opened above the battlefield. Within its gaze, all dragon-type creatures received a 50% boost in their stats, while all non-dragons saw theirs fall. No one inside could flee. They were sealed in. The ancient god finally began to look unsettled. He realized perhaps too late that being cut off from the outside world might truly be his undoing. Meanwhile, Jean and his black dragon had begun forming an enormous fireball, condensing it into a devastating triple-layered attack. Stepping forward with quiet authority, Jean declared, "In my domain, your skills are worthless." As his voice shifted into the ancient dragon tongue, the atmosphere trembled. A surge of lava erupted at his command, blasting directly into the skeletal frame of the ancient demon god. But the ancient god only laughed. Burning his body meant nothing. As long as bones remained in the world, he could rebuild himself. Even as his scorched bones began to reassemble, he grinned menacingly and taunted, "But can you do the same? Let sets die together." Suddenly he unleashed a wave of purple energy, a soul-consuming technique designed to drag spirits into the abyss. Every undead rune carved into his bones activated at once. The effect was immediate and horrifying, a soul erosion attack capable of slicing away half of a person's life force in an instant. From the ground, corrupted purple souls began to rise and rush straight toward Lu. In a flash, Lu summoned the Eternal Guardian, a protective shield built to withstand even this swarm of corrupted spirits. But the ancient god, too focused on his assault, failed to sense the danger lurking behind him. Without warning, the black dragon reappeared at his back. A burst of crackling mana filled the air as the blue dragon joined in. Together, they invoked the 330 million volt heavenly thunder world destruction technique, a cataclysmic storm of thunder and lightning. The assault locked onto the ancient skeletal god and exploded upon contact, nearly reducing his entire form to dust. Only his glowing eyes remained intact. "I will remember you, and your dragons," the ancient god Sip's voice whispered. "One day, I will return and destroy you." With those final words, the skeletal dragon crumbled into ash, leaving a massive imprint on Lu's dragon lineage. Lu couldn't help but admire Abeo's newest skill. It was absurdly overpowered. At the same time, the system notified him, "Level up, 44. Later, while searching a bone-covered region guided by the paper doll, Tao suddenly called everyone over. She had discovered Teacher Gu, exhausted and collapsed among the remains. The group rushed to her side in concern. Lu examined her condition and assured the others there was no life-threatening danger, but she had fallen into a coma. Turning to the group, Lu explained that since Xie couldn't awaken her, they would need to care for her until she recovered. Xie, standing quietly, looked down in guilt. She had recently changed her class to Holy Light Judge, which meant she could no longer use healing skills. Lu's aunt offered her a kind smile and gently told her to stop blaming herself. Instead, she handed Zhao a water skin and suggested she help by giving Teacher Gu some water. Meanwhile, Lu noticed Abeo digging through the piles of bones with unusual intensity. It didn't take long for Abeo to pull out a shining object, a divine stone crystal, likely the essence of an ancient god. The crystal glowed with a legendary tier aura, though its true properties remained unclear. Lu's eyes widened. If this truly was a god essence, it could have been used to resurrect the holy dragon's fallen corpse. Perhaps, he thought, the ancient god of divine bone had failed to fully reform its body, which explained why the essence was incomplete. Still, even in its current state, the crystal could serve as a core material to form a contract with the Shadow Dragon King. This thought froze Lu in place. Immediately he called out to Tao, urging her to use any cleansing skills she had to purify the crystal. Meanwhile, Abeo kept pestering Lu for the artifact, prompting a playful exchange. The raised an eyebrow and teased, "Are you really gonna treat me like a walking water tap?" She reminded Lu that she was no ordinary warrior. She held a powerful hidden-class swordswoman status. Lu chuckled. "There sits no other water source nearby," he said, "so I still have to trouble you a little longer." As he held the crystal, something unexpected happened. The divine bone crystal began to crack. A drop of divine bone essence fell out. Lu sighed in relief. "No need to keep draining mana," he muttered. "The function still works." That scared me for a second. It seemed the crystal was still usable, at least as a crafting material. He now held an uncharged essence in his hand. Can this half-finished product still evolve the fallen corpse of the holy dragon? He wondered. Without hesitation, he called out to Shia, instructing her to summon the corpse. Shia responded with natural assimilation, summoning a magnificent form, a twin golden dragon horse, imbued with green mana. Lu stepped forward and declared, "Come forth, third ancient god essence." The dragon let out a mighty roar and launched a yellow beam into the sky, signaling the beginning of its evolution. Lu watched with anticipation, but moments later, the beam faded. Lu blinked. "Wait, that sips it?" He quickly opened the system panel. It confirmed his suspicion. The uncharged essence wasn't sufficient for a full evolution. Still, the summon had gained a new skill. Abeo, watching from the sidelines, crossed her arms. "It's showing off again," she muttered, mildly jealous. Lu checked the updated stats of the Fallen Corpse Holy Dragon. With Divine Bone Fusion, it could absorb 1% of another creature's attributes. However, with mastery over Fallen Corpse control, he could endlessly convert puppets, creating limitless growth. After a brief pause, Lu realized something. The ideal targets for this absorption would be the demonic soldiers. It was time to summon them once again. He decided the 9 Realms demons and the 5 national defense heroes should remain behind to continue attacking the Taichi nation. Just then Lance shouted, "Everyone, come quickly." The group turned in surprise. Teacher Gu was awake. As Teacher Gu stirred awake, the girls rushed to her side in shock. Still dazed, she murmured something about an enemy ambush. Then suddenly her eyes snapped open and she shouted, "Return to the Dragon Nation immediately. Our camp has been attacked by the Taichi nation." Lu gently placed a hand on her shoulder and reassured her, "It's all right, you're safe now." The girls nodded in agreement. One of them added softly, "Lu already dealt with those beasts. They fought for hours to protect you. Thank goodness you are okay." Quinn then turned to Lu Fan and asked, "If we head toward the border, can we return to the Dragon Nation?" But Jin looked uneasy. "It won't be easy," she said quietly. "The Taichi Nation SIP's legions are still out there waiting." Lu responded with calm confidence. "Don't worry, just follow me. We leave for the Taichi Nation tomorrow." 8 hours later, the group arrived at a city under strict police patrol. All of them wore masks to stay hidden. Lu led the girls quietly into a nearby love hotel. Sheen frowned at the sight. "Why a couple SIP's hotel?" Lu answered plainly, "The entire city is under lockdown. This is the only place still open." Ta, oddly excited, joked, "That bone dragon ride felt like a private jet. We could flown straight to the Dragon Nation." Sheen chimed in, "But to avoid detection, we had to walk dozens of kilometers instead. Still feels risky." Meanwhile, Lu remained deep in thought. That bone clone is no joke, he realized. The Fallen Corpse Holy Dragon has completely become a puppet through Divine Bone Fusion. If I can absorb all the demonic soldiers, this ancient god's body will be mine. Not only did it retain its original skills, but its enormous size meant it could easily carry a team of 20 across the skies. While Lu was lost in thought, Dao called out from the reception desk. She stood beside the hotel manager with a sweet smile and asked, "How should we split the rooms?" The manager, visibly stressed and suspicious, muttered under his breath, "You shouldn't bring so many girls here without proper security," his eyes narrowing as he stared at Lu. Lu ignored the remark and quickly gave instructions regarding the rooms, promising they would check out before the following night. But just then, a breaking news broadcast flickered across the lobby's television screen. The Jin government had issued an official wanted order for Lu Fan, identifying him as a representative of the Dragon Nation. The bulletin accused him of being the main suspect responsible for a terrorist attack that occurred during the recent national trial. The hotel manager turned to Lu again, his eyes narrowing further. A flicker of recognition crossed his face as he glanced between Lu and the screen. Yet, uncertain, he said nothing and simply handed over the room keys. Lu took the keys without flinching, passed them to Jin and instructed her to help settle everyone in. When Jin asked where he was heading, Lu replied calmly, "ISEP's going to scout the Jin family SEP's movements in the city." Meanwhile, Teacher Go had mostly recovered from her injuries. Tao and Sheen, trying to act normal, found themselves blushing at the provocative posters scattered around the hotel. Lu pulled Jen aside, calmly telling her that she was in charge of the group for now, and reassured her that everything would be resolved by tonight. As the girls entered their rooms, the hotel manager glanced at them with a hint of envy, silently assuming that Lu must be quite the charmer to be surrounded by such a group. That very night, near the Jin mansion in the Taichi Nation, 2 guards stood watch. One of them still couldn't believe that the 5 national defense heroes had defected. The other simply shrugged, saying that guarding the mansion was better than dying on the front lines. But before they could finish their conversation, the building behind them erupted in a massive explosion. Fire and debris rained down, and one of the guards shouted that the 9 realm demons had appeared in Tenyu City. Panic quickly spread. Though reinforcements were called, it was already too late. The Earth Demon had begun its rampage, tearing through the streets and demolishing everything in its path. The guards realized, with horror, that their city was defenseless. Only 4 troops remained. Amidst the destruction, a woman stood firm, calmly giving evacuation orders. She was none other than Jin Shounen, a former elite guard of the Jin family. As the mansion behind her remained in session, she vowed to protect those inside with her life. Then, before her, 2 massive monsters appeared, ready to wreak havoc. Yet Shounen didn't flinch. Just then, Lu descended from the sky and landed within the burning wreckage. Shounen raised her sword and declared in a cold voice that it was just the 2 of them now. She called him a sneaky rat and prepared to fight. Lu smirked and replied that she had finally found him, but did she truly believe she could stop him alone? The very idea was madness. Flames ignited around him as he drew his sword. Far across the city, inside the Jean family office, a man looked at Zan and asked what was wrong. Did he really believe he couldn't handle the situation? Zan, clearly troubled, replied that Qinqing might be from the same family. Still, entrusting him with the mansion and expecting him to defeat Lu Fan seemed reckless. He added that Qinqing didn't truly understand Lu, not even Lord Jean had managed to. Qinqing, another former Jean family guard, fired back, accusing them of looking down on him because he never became an abyssal glass. He said both Jean and Lord Jean had always treated him like he was beneath them. Jean recalled the day Lord Jean expelled Qinqing from the guard. Back then he hadn't cared, but now, seeing Qinqing return with new strength, he wondered if the man had come to claim the title of hero, yet he couldn't let that happen, not at the cost of their plans, nor by risking Lu Fan being alerted. Qinqing assured him that he would test Lu Fan's strength himself. He also revealed that he hadn't come alone. He brought an expert, but just as he said this, the entire building shook violently. One of the 9 realm demons had broken through. As walls crumbled, San panicked and finally relented. He ordered Qinqing to send in the expert. Qinqing hesitated. His plan was to fight Lu, not the demon. Before either could act, something crashed through the window. It was the expert, but she had already been defeated. Outside, Lu hovered over the city. With cold confidence, he declared that if they wanted to fight, then so be it. He would use only one move and one sword. How about that? He challenged. Zan was stunned. How did Lu get here? He demanded, turning to Qinqing, who had lost all of his previous bravado. Qinqing could only mutter that even Shou Yan, the strongest Jean guard, had already fallen. Lu extended his hand, summoning red mana that swirled around him. He gazed down at them and stated that another remnant of the Jean family stood before him. Then he would show them the body of an ancient god. Suddenly, with a deafening roar, the summoned ancient god crashed into the building. In seconds, the entire structure turned to rubble. Underneath the debris, Zan lay gasping for air. Beside him, Qinqing was already dead, still clutching a scroll. Zan whispered to himself that he couldn't die here. The Jean family still belonged to him. But before he could finish unrolling the scroll, a sword slashed through it and pierced his chest. Standing over him was Kim, who coldly declared that the sword had always been meant for him. As Lu Fan walked past Zan's corpse, he spoke to his summoned companion, Lord Jean. The Jean mansion is no more. Did you see it clearly? Jean, once a proud noble, replied quietly that he had. Lu Fan's voice grew colder. Only one remains now. Her name is Jean Zhu. Once I find her, she will not escape death. Without another word, he shot into the sky like a rocket, instructing Lord Jean to remain behind so that the incoming citizens could witness what had happened to their so-called hero. Then, he commanded Bone Clone to finish destroying the city. Suddenly, a blazing red light erupted in midair and a voice boomed through the sky. Lu Fan, stop. The voice was familiar. Soon its source became clear. It was Lu Fan's principal. He had arrived just in time. He told Lu Fan that he had gone too far. If he had been even a second later, Tinchu City would have been completely destroyed. The principal now confessed that he feared Lu Fan's growing power more than the threat posed by the Taichi nation itself. Lu Fan remained completely unfazed by the principal's appearance. Calmly he stated that the Jean mansion had received exactly what it deserved, and admitted without hesitation that he had intended to level it from the start. His words left the principal momentarily speechless. Then another voice joined the conversation, expressing gratitude to the principal for making the journey to rescue them. The speaker confirmed that Teacher God and the others were safe, revealing that he had used Joa's search paper doll to guide the principal to their location. However, the principal cut him off sharply, accusing him of using Showa to deceive him, of luring him away while intending to continue his destruction of the Taichi nation. Firmly, the principal commanded Lu Fan to put away his summons and return home with him. Lu Fan's expression hardened as he pulled his arm back, clearly frustrated. Why are you stopping me, principal? He demanded. The Jean mansion, their supporters, they've been after me endlessly. They even harmed my friends and killed innocent people from the Dragon Nation. If Teacher Go hadn't escaped, would you still be this calm? They deserve to die. The principal remained composed. Lo, I understand, he said. I feel the same anger, but I stemp not stopping you because I don't stek care. I stemp doing it to protect you. Lu Fan paused. The principal continued, explaining that Captain 2 from the extreme north should have already told him just how vast the world truly was. Most people, he said, had never even stepped foot in a real enemy territory. The same truth applied to society. For the average person, a level 94 transformation master was seen as the pinnacle. Beyond that, every single level became a near insurmountable wall. Reaching level 100 was already considered legendary. But then, the principal dropped a greater truth. There were 5th transformation masters out there, who had reached level 120, and some of them were currently hiding within the Taichi nation. Lu Fan was stunned. He already knew that even 4th transformation masters could no longer match him, but if the Jin family was backed by 5th transformation beasts, then this battle might never truly end. Seeing the shift in Lu Fan's expression, the principal explained further. He told Lu that these 5th transformation masters did not pledge loyalty to any nation. Instead, they operated from the shadows, manipulating governments to serve their own goals. The Taichi nation, he added, was the easiest of all to manipulate, exactly why these powerful figures preferred to remain hidden within it. Lu Fan lowered his gaze. He realized now that the Jane Mansion had merely been a puppet, a front for those shadowy masters. If he kept fighting and destroying, he would only draw the attention of even more dangerous forces. The principal nodded. Your goal was to sever ties with the Jane Mansion, and you've done that. Going any further will only bring unnecessary enemies, the kind only the Dragon Nation might have the strength to handle, and you've not the kind of person who seeks out trouble for its own sake. Lu Fan let out a long breath. Understanding at last, he extended his palm as a swirl of purple energy gathered in it. With a single command, he activated his corpse summoning technique, calling back all of his summons including the Earth Demon, who had just been about to flatten the remnants of the city. Facing the principal, Lu said, since the Jin Mansion is gone and you've said your piece, I settle let the Taichi nation go. All of his summons dissolved into golden yellow light, condensing into his hand. The principal nodded in approval, and mentioned that when they eventually confronted their next enemies, he would finally unveil the griffin corpse he had kept in reserve. But Lu Fan raised a hand, stopping him. There's something I want to give first, he said, smiling. The gift I promised earlier. He pulled out a necklace crafted from unmelting ice, an epic-grade accessory, and offered it with a grin. The principal raised an eyebrow, clearly curious about the gesture. Lu Fan chuckled. Come on, drop the act already, bring out your little sister. He added that he had known all along, though she had managed to fool him for a moment, it hadn't lasted. If she didn't want the gift, he joked he'd just give it to their aunt instead. At that moment, the cloaked figure beside the principal suddenly lunged forward, snatching the necklace in a flash. You've got some nerve trying to give my gift to someone else, she snapped, pulling down her hood. It was her, the same clever woman who had managed to fool both him and even the principal for a while. If it weren't set for some family matters, I would had this necklace ages ago, she teased as she admired it for a moment. Then she turned to him with a smirk. So how you know it was me? Lu Fan flashed a cocky grin. Your scent gave you away. She narrowed her eyes. There's no such thing, stop talking nonsense. He stepped closer, still teasing. It was just a faint trace, nothing serious. Blushing, she swatted at him. You little punk, acting like some rogue, just wait till we steer back home. I said I'll deal with you properly then. Lu Fan laughed and pointed down the road. In that case, we better take a different route back. There steps a couple sips in just ahead. She froze, her face flushing red. Flustered, she quickly tried to clear up the misunderstanding, insisting that Lu had it all wrong. Everyone's just resting there, nothing more, she stammered. Brushing it off with an awkward laugh, she urged them to focus on getting everyone back to their homeland. Then pointing at Lu, she added, besides, the principal's better suited to handle unruly students like you. Scene shift. Western border of the Dragon Nation, Long Family Estate. At the Long Family Estate, a report arrived from the Griffin Corps leader. The border conflict had been successfully managed. Even more impressively, the principal of Dragon City Academy had personally ventured into the Divine Valley Forest to rescue stranded students and faculty. An unknown man, seated in a quiet chamber, chuckled softly as he sipped his tea. He mused aloud that although Guzin was supposedly busy rallying reinforcements, he still found the time to care for his little academy. A woman beside him set her cup down and remarked that the Hong family was far too rigid in their ways. If they continued hesitating, they might miss a golden opportunity. Just then, someone approached and presented a teleportation scroll, announcing their intent to head directly to Dragon City. Another voice from across the room simply responded, "Understood." Back at Dragon City Academy, Chi caught Tao Zed slacking off and teased her. Ever since teaming up with Lu Fan, you've been dodging exercise. Dao Zi snapped back. Hey, I helped when we used the Griffin Corpse to repair the teleportation gate. Jenning chimed in, teasing Tao that she must have just been eager to get back. Qin, surprisingly, was pleased someone got her sarcasm for once. Tao, however, shot Jin a side eye and muttered, she used to be quiet, now she seps just like me, corrupted. Later, as the group gathered and spoke with the principal, one of them noted that everyone else had finally moved on, except for Sister Xiaosa. The principal smiled warmly and said, please keep all of this a secret, even Teacher Gen only found out recently. Qin reassured her, don't worry, you're still young, beautiful, and talented. No wonder Lu has been thinking about you this whole time. Tao nodded with confidence. We still keep everything hush-hush. The principal responded playfully, just call me Wuin, Or senior sister if you prefer, but during work, stick to that principle. Sick in the awkward silence that followed, she changed the subject and asked, "Where's Sips Lou?" Jin answered that he was upstairs, taking a serious phone call. Just then, Lou descended the staircase, ending his call with a solemn note. "Please send my condolences to the victims. They were family and friends. If they pass through the portal later, I shall meet them again." He switched to speaker mode and introduced the caller to the others, Captain Lou Fei of the 78th Squad Curriculum Corps. The captain explained that Lou had arranged tombstones for those who perished during the Divine Valley Forest Camp incident, and was currently investigating the border attack. One of his squad mates added that Lou had resolved the issue before they even crossed the border and credited the principal for breaking through enemy lines. The girls were confused, but the principal shut it down. No dumb questions. An officer asked how Lou was doing. "It's been nearly half a year since we last met," Lou replied. The screen then shifted to show a massive blank tombstone standing in a quiet graveyard. Lou silently reflected, remembering those who stayed behind to help him teleport. He hoped the destruction of the Jin Mansion brought them peace. The officer reminded Lou to visit the tombstone once the Taichi Nation matter was resolved. Suddenly, a new figure appeared on screen. Even Lou Fei stood and saluted. Curious, Lou Fan asked who he was. The man replied, "I've come on behalf of the team leader to investigate and deliver the final report. I will inform both nations that heretics attacked the Dragon Nation camp, then continued to the Taichi Nation, resulting in the fall of Jin Mansion." A hero in the room objected. "That Sip's not true. You're blaming the heretics for Jin Mansion Sip's actions." Before Lu Fan could say anything, the principal stepped forward. "This report is the best outcome," she stated firmly. "It's Sep's a win-win." The mysterious figure agreed and praised the principal for her cleverness. With this report, Lu Fan would avoid blame in the Taichi Nation, and the heretics might be baited into revealing themselves. Lu finally understood. "Thanks for explaining." The officer saluted and logged off. Later that day, the principal soaked in a warm bath, her thoughts adrift. She couldn't help but wonder, why would someone with a gold badge salute Lu Fan? Did that mean Lu now held a gold badge too? Meanwhile, Lu's aunt declared she needed a break from all the seriousness. She was starving and offered to cook. The girls excitedly joined in to help. As Lu approached the principal, he asked what was on her mind. She replied casually, "Just thinking about how quickly everything has changed." Elsewhere, Jean looked at Jin and offered to help with the meal prep. "Being bossed around by senior sisters just feels weird," she joked. The principal smiled to herself, a quiet satisfaction flickering across her face. Maybe, just maybe, the path she'd chosen might actually work out. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the house. Lu opened the door and was taken aback to see his old friend Andre standing there with a warm smile. "Of course I came. I'm here for you," Andre said cheerfully. Lu laughed heartily, spreading his arms. "You actually came all the way to Dragon Nation. Come in." As Andre stepped inside, the aroma of food immediately caught his attention. His eyes lit up with excitement. The aunt, recognizing him from Lu's stories, welcomed him warmly and invited him to join the meal. Now seated at the table with everyone else, Andre couldn't help but heap praise on Lu. Much to the annoyance of the girls, one of them teased, "Just admit it. You only came for more food." Even the principal chuckled, commenting on Sister Han's cooking. "It's so good, even foreign students love it," she said. Andre corrected them, grinning. "I'm not a foreign student. I came to invite Lu Fan to Snow Country." Lu was surprised, but before he could respond, Andre pulled out something from his pack, a rare item of epic tier, Shadow Island breed, a corrupted material infused with shadow ice energy. Lu immediately recognized it. After obtaining the ancient god crystal, this was one of the remaining 3 materials needed to form a contract with the Shadow Dragon King. Andre explained, his family had taken on a commission to destroy the Shadow Spring at the center of Shadow Island, a place now covered in black fog and swarming with ferocious monsters. Andre was the only one who made it out alive with this material. The mission had failed, but he thought of Lu. As he reached for the last chicken ball, Lu snatched it first and casually replied, "I sip him in." Andre blinked, stunned at how quickly Lu had agreed. Outside the house, a mysterious man dressed in elegant clothing passed by. Local girls glanced his way, whispering in admiration. He clearly wasn't some nobody. Back inside, Lu excitedly turned to the principal. "I want to explore Shadow Island and investigate the Shadow Spring." The principal, still chewing her food, coughed a little, but eventually nodded. "Of course, it'd still be good for you." Suddenly, another knock came from the door. The aunt, assuming it was the wind that made the principal cough, asked Lu to check. When Lu opened the door, a stranger stood there asking for someone named Ween. The principal froze upon hearing his voice. "I.S. Epim Long," the man introduced himself. "I.S. Epim here on a private visit to discuss major matters concerning the western border." The principal sprang to her feet and rushed outside, shouting, "What are you doing here? We agreed to meet in a month." Lu steadied her, clearly concerned about her health. Long simply shrugged. "Well, this makes things easier. Let's be direct. If you bring the Ye family under the Long family banner, I shall help you deal with Yuan. I shall even give you a mountain. After all, the Ye family owes us from the past." Furious, the principal glared at him. "You jerk." Blood trickled from her mouth, alarming Lu, but she waved it off. That's just an old injury flaring up again." Lu's expression darkened. "Right. Guang Sip's attack left you with internal injuries. That kind of damage doesn't heal in just a month." He looked at her seriously. "With your current condition, there's no way you can fight both the Long and Hong families. You need to reconsider." Before she could say a word, Lu stepped in, his voice firm. "There's nothing to reconsider. She not agreeing to anything." That when Long snapped. "When did the once proud Heath family fall so low that they need some greenhorn to guard their seal? Oh wait, I forgot. You stir the great hero of Dragon Nation now, aren't you?" The principal tried to calm Lu. "Luffen don't worry. The battles between Western families are on another level, something normal people can even fathom." But Lu stood tall. "You've always been there for me. Now it's my turn. I won't just stand by and watch." Long scoffed. "You win a few flashy battles and think you are untouchable. That hero title you carry, you pay for it with your life." Mana began surging in the air as both prepared for combat, but Lu only smirked. "If it's just you, that's more than enough for me." At that moment, Andre and the girls appeared fully armed, standing behind Lu. "It's inconvenient for you to act now," Andre said. "Let me handle him." But Lu raised a hand to stop them. "No need. Espev prepared a grand gift for the entire Western families." Suddenly a figure flashed into view. Shia, appearing out of nowhere and launching a surprise attack. Long immediately shifted into defense mode, summoning a ring of swords around him. "You dare challenge me, you little clown," he snarled. The principal intervened. "Long, you gave your word not to start a fight." Long waved her off. "Don't worry, I won." Before he could finish, Shia crashed into him with a devastating blow, sending him flying through a neighboring villa's window. Lu sighed. "I told you to fight outside. Villa number 1 hasn't been repaired yet. Now you've gone and damaged Villa number 2. Long stood up slowly, brushing dust off himself as a dark blue aura gathered around his hand. "I came to give you a warning, but now, I've changed my mind." He drew his sword, its edge glowing with berserker energy, but up above Lu floated, his red dragon swords hovering ominously. "What a coincidence," Lu said coldly. "So have I." Beside him, Shia transformed into her full black dragon form, her spirit and strength pushed to their absolute peak. Long's eyes widened in disbelief. "This presence, it's overwhelming," he muttered. "This is the most powerful creature in existence." Still, he refused to back down. "No matter. Today, I shall slay a dragon and bring glory to the Long family." Lu activated Dragon Inspiration, boosting Shia's attack power and stats by 30%. The sheer pressure of her presence caused Long to freeze, paralyzed by fear. His body trembled uncontrollably. "This is real dragon power," he whispered. Even then he tried to hold on to his pride. Anyone else would be begging for mercy, but I sip Long family. With a deafening roar, Long launched his swords toward the sky. The attack split the clouds, an overwhelming display of power, but Xiao intercepted it with ease. Without even flinching, she shielded Lu completely, not allowing a single scratch to touch him. Long stood frozen in disbelief. "You've got to be kidding me. Even my swords can pierce her?" Lu stepped forward, calm and confident. "Calm and cold," he said mockingly. "Take a good look. This is what absolute power looks like." Suddenly Xiao opened her colossal jaws and unleashed a roar so thunderous it shook the air itself. Long screamed in agony. She slammed him to the ground with her massive claws, blood splattering as he struggled to breathe. Lu stood over him, now pinned beneath Xiao's crushing weight. "I told you," he said coldly. "Handling you wouldn't even take an hour." He raised his sword to Longset's throat but paused. "I am sparing your life, not because I fear the Long family." He then stepped back and declared, "Go tell the Hong and Long families, we shall return to the west in 1 month. If your sister wishes to settle this, I'll be waiting." With that, he gave a nod. "Xiao Yi, see him off." Xiao didn't need to be told twice. With a powerful flick of her claws, she launched Long into the air like a ragdoll. He vanished into the clouds, a mere speck in the sky. Xiao gave a smug snort, clearly proud of her performance. Lu turned to the principal. "Looks like we share the same fate now," he said with a slight smirk. But before he could say more, she was already standing before him, gently grabbing his shirt with trembling hands, a soft and emotional smile on her face. Caught off guard, Lu tried to brush off the moment. There's no need for formality between us, he said, trying to stay composed. But the principal's heart was heavy. That single moment reminded her of the losses her family had endured just 6 months ago. During their expansion into the uncharted Western territories, the Heath family had been ambushed. 4 foreign experts, including her grandfather, had been killed. The battlefield was left in ruins, weapons scattered, blood soaked into the earth, and bodies littered across the scene. Yet amidst the carnage, a few brave figures stood tall, clutching their tattered flags. She could never forget how the Hong and Long families had taken advantage of the chaos to plunder the Eve family's resources. Though she had begged for assistance, no one dared to challenge the dominance of those 2 Western giants. She had already prepared herself for the worst. The complete collapse of the Eve family. All she wanted was to keep her people alive. As she quietly recounted her story, Lu listened in stunned silence. Your actions today, they seemed reckless at first, she admitted. But now, I realize I sip no longer alone. I sip not helpless anymore. You don't need to thank me, Lu replied gently. You taught me everything, battle strategy, ancient scrolls. You even risked your life traveling thousands of miles to the Taichi kingdom to save me, despite the injuries you hid and the trouble left behind by the Ye family. He looked at her with fierce determination. Now that the Hong and Long families are bullying you, how could I just stand by? Her eyes softened with emotion. In that moment she realized something she hadn't dared to hope for. Lu had become her pillar of strength. Behind them, the rest of the group watched with quiet amusement. Their knowing smiles said it all. To them, these 2 looked like lovebirds lost in their own little world. 1 month later, deep within the primordial forest, the skies thundered as lightning tore through the heavens. This was the secret training ground, granted by Old Han, a trial by fire to prepare for the looming conflict with the Western families. Inside the storm-shrouded realm, Lu and his companions battled fiercely, honing their strength. Tao had now reached level 34, clashing with terrifying monsters. Han, Qin, Jane, and even their loyal blue dragon fought valiantly, wreaking havoc on every enemy that dared cross their path. The dragon, wielding its legendary Crimson Jade Thunder, unleashed apocalyptic-level attacks. As it reached level 25, the Crimson Jade evolved into Yellow Jade, doubling its power and unlocking devastating new abilities, Thunder Vortex and Thundercloud Expansion. Their strength surged. 1 week later, Andre returned with good news. The teleportation array connecting London Academy to Breakwave Harbor had finally been completed. Given the immense risks of Shadow Island, Lu initially planned to go alone with Andre, but the senior sister stepped forward. Her eyes were unwavering. She would go with him, no matter what. Though Lu still worried about her lingering injuries, he couldn't bring himself to refuse her. When they arrived at Breakwave Harbor, nestled in the heart of the snowy nation, the air was biting cold. Andre, spotting Lu from afar, waved with a wide grin, embracing him like a brother long lost. Without wasting time, he introduced the 3 strongest members of their family, all of whom had reached the 4th turn in cultivation. Victor, tall and commanding, stood at level 91, known as the Destroyer. Beside him was Ivan, calm and reserved, radiating frost energy, the Frost Messenger, also at level 91. And then came Kyle, a mysterious figure at level 92, bearing the rare and powerful title of Magic Feather. Aboard their ship were also 23 seasoned 3rd turn experts, all ready and willing to accompany them to Shadow Island. The stage was now set. The storm was coming. Andre stood proudly on the deck as he revealed their final ace in the hole, a colossal warship unlike anything Lu had ever laid eyes on. This was the Sea Emperor-class magic warship, a masterpiece forged from pure mithril and reinforced with ancient ironwood that had aged for over 1,000 years. It was armed with 36 devastating magic cannons, each powerful enough to obliterate an entire island. Constructed by elite engineers and funded with a staggering fortune, this vessel was the strongest weapon they had prepared for the expedition. Lu couldn't help but be impressed. Though the ship felt like overkill, it was clear proof of how seriously the mission was being taken. Andre's confidence had never been higher. With Luca now absent, the mission finally had a real shot at success. As they departed, the magical systems of the warship activated, and a radiant light shimmered across the sky, the beginning of the Starfall formation. Starlight cascaded down in brilliant waves, blanketing the Milky Way range. Within this starlit domain, all combat abilities could be used freely until the spell was deactivated. The storm of celestial energy would continue to rain down unless forcibly stopped. Then came the next magical skill, Heavenly Punishment, Calamity. This devastating spell locked onto a target and unleashed rapid thunder strikes with divine force, each bolt tearing through the sky with destructive might. Andre watched with calm satisfaction. The last time he had ventured into this realm, the challenges had been overwhelming. But now, with this kind of control, everything felt manageable. Nearby, Star Dragon 2 hovered steadily at level 34, its power radiating so intensely that even the wind seemed to yield to it. The blue dragon had reached level 26. Their training had clearly paid off. Both Xingchun and Abeo had also gained levels. Lu remained hopeful. If they could secure the right synthesis materials from the island, their preparations would be complete. Suddenly, a crew member approached with a report. They had arrived. Looming ahead was Shadow Island, cloaked in a veil of mist and mystery. Andre turned to Lu with a calm smile and said, "This is just the outer edge. The real trials lie further within." But there was no hesitation in his voice. With the task-guide compass in hand, he was confident they could safely chart a course to the island's core. The warship began its descent. Their true mission had officially begun. At the center of the landing zone, another figure had already arrived. Hang, now at level 98. His title, Peerless Sword Cultivator, clung to him like a second shadow. Standing quietly before the ancient shrine of the Ye family's flying immortal, Hang reflected on the results. Within just a few days inside the shrine, he had broken through the bottleneck from level 97 to 98, a breakthrough that had eluded him for years. It was proof of the shrine's legendary power. He remembered how he and the elder uncles had once entered seclusion for 3 whole days, but their combined efforts hadn't even yielded half the progress he'd just achieved. Talent, of course, played a role, but more importantly, it was the nature of their respective classes. While the others were Sky Curse Masters, the shrine was built around the energy of a sword immortal. Their resonance with the shrine had been minimal, while his connection had been perfect. Unfortunately, each cultivator could only enter the shrine once, and remain for no more than 3 days. He couldn't help but wonder, if he had stayed for even half a year, or a full year, would he have reached level 100? Turning to Yukon, Hang explained that after the 4th revolution, simple grinding for experience points was no longer the path to growth. What truly mattered now was understanding one's class deeply. Once a cultivator began to master their class traits, power would come naturally, levels would rise with less effort. Yukon finally understood. What he had felt inside the shrine wasn't just experience, it was enlightenment. A deeper connection to his class had allowed that energy to flow into him freely. Then Yin spoke up. On his way up the mountain, he had heard unsettling news. There had been a conflict between the Ye and Long families. A member of the Long clan had attempted to coerce a Ye girl before the agreed time, breaking sacred rules. Surprisingly, one of her students had intervened and humiliated the offender in public. Hang raised an eyebrow. A student? That was unexpected. Even if the youth had undergone the 4th revolution like Ling, he should only be capable of exchanging a few moves with someone of his own level. But Yin clarified, the student was only level 45 and held a rare identity. The only dragon tamer in recorded history. He had become a national sensation, winning the grand trial at level 45 and defeating Long Xing. The ancestor acknowledged the youth's power, though he remained skeptical. The dragons did most of the work, he muttered. Still, the boy had gall. He had even sent word that he would return in 1 month to settle old scores with both the Hong and Long families, and intended to bring the Ye girl back with him. Hang narrowed his eyes. Arrogant, he said. He's still too young to grasp how terrifying noble families can be. If he climbs too high too fast, the fall will destroy him. But there was no denying the strength the boy possessed. With multiple dragons at his side, if he truly stepped into the western borders a month from now, the consequences could be massive. If he could be persuaded to bow to the Hong family, perhaps he could be forged into a formidable general. Only time would tell. The ancestor believed that if the boy had even a shred of sense, he would eventually come to appreciate the opportunity presented to him. Still, he harbored doubts. He suspected the Long family had a similar ambition. Once the Yi family was absorbed, a clash between the 2 great houses seemed inevitable. Yin, however, promised to handle it. If the Long family refused to cooperate, he vowed to show them what it meant to descend from a truly noble bloodline. Meanwhile, aboard the ship, someone voiced concern about the strategy. Bringing too many people into the depths of Shadow Island was a dangerous gamble. While the mist at the island's edge was bearable, venturing deeper would drain their life force and stamina at an alarming rate. A larger group would only slow them down. Doubt began to surface around Lu's decision. Some questioned his authority, pointing out that a 3rd revolution warrior had no right to judge 4th revolution cultivators as burdens. Without a priest to support him, they claimed he wouldn't make it more than a few steps into the mist. Lu, however, calmly explained that his dragon could fulfill the role of a priest. That claim earned skeptical looks and scoffs. After all, dragons were known for offense, not support or healing. But regardless of the debate, everyone respected Lu's command. They remained aboard the warship, awaiting his return. As the group stepped into the mist, Lu immediately felt the change. His body grew heavy. The life force around them was draining fast. Then Shia reacted. She unleashed a wave of emerald light that enveloped the team, bestowing upon them 3 stacks of emerald blessing. Instantly, all negative effects were purged. Their physical stats surged, and each stack could absorb 1 damaging blow. Fatigue melted away. Strength flooded back into their limbs. Even the veteran warriors, those who had battled alongside skilled priests, were awestruck. This dragon's support abilities were unmatched. The entire group stood rejuvenated, ready to march straight into the heart of Shadow Island, toward the fabled Shadow Spring. But just as they began moving, Lu raised his hand. Something felt off. His instinct screamed. In the silence, Lu Fan turned, and then it struck. A glowing shadow sliced through the air. A dagger hissed from the darkness, invisible until the last second. Acting purely on instinct, Lu rolled aside. The blade missed his cheek by inches. His breathing was sharp, but his expression remained calm as he drew his weapon. The dark bow. This was no ordinary bow. It could release 12 magical shots without needing an arrow. Each hit brought the target 20% closer to death. This was more than a weapon. It was a message. This land was cursed, steeped in forgotten magic. Even the air whispered danger. Lu fired. The arrow screamed through the sky. Then, impact. The ground trembled. Flames ignited the grass. Smoke swallowed the battlefield. And from that thick smoke, it appeared. A figure emerged, neither man nor demon. Its presence chilled the air itself. Then it stepped forward. Level 80, the Shadow Swordsman. Its body was shrouded in black mist. Each step echoed the rhythm of death. Lu Fan immediately recognized its abilities. The first Shadow Strike, a sneak attack that appeared behind its victim, fast and lethal. The second Death Barrier, a near-invincible defense that lasted 5 seconds. The third, Resonance, a devastating burst of shadow energy that consumed everything within a 10-meter radius. Before Lu could act, a familiar voice shouted from behind. Andre. The man rushed to Lu Fan's side, breathing heavily. He warned him. The last time they faced this creature, many comrades had fallen. Some never returned. Andre's voice trembled as he revealed the terrifying truth. This enemy resisted 70% of all attacks. Swords, arrows, even magic. Worse yet, it could vanish into black fog without a sound. Then came a hush, until she stepped forward. Senior sister. Her calm eyes burned with a deep scarlet flame. Her smile was not warm. It blazed with fury. In her hand, she wielded a flaming spear. Every step she took scorched the earth. Rising into the air, she hurled the weapon downward. Fire erupted, slicing the demon in two. Flames roared around its form. She hovered above as her weapon transformed, from spear to staff to lance, all in perfect harmony with her will. But then, everything changed. Behind her, something stirred. Dozens of glowing eyes pierced the smoke, watching, but not passively. They stared into her very soul. Andre called out in warning. They never fight alone. Where there was one, there were always more. The shadows crept in, hungry, relentless, familiar. Andre's voice faltered as memories returned. He recalled the last battle. Their every move had been predicted, every weakness exploited. Even a rank 4 warrior had fallen. They didn't win that fight. They survived it. Luen finally broke his silence. His voice trembled. Even a rank 4 couldn't stop them. Andre met his eyes grimly. This place doesn't care about strength. These creatures feed on fear. They rip through your soul. Lu Fan listened carefully. Yet, his face remained unreadable. A small, quiet smile formed on his lips. "Where is it?" he asked. Then came his calm promise. "This time will be different." He turned to Xiao Fi and gave her a subtle nod. He told her to summon the holy dragon. Xiao ascended into the sky, raising the dragon bone flute. The air grew heavy. From the bodies that had fallen earlier, a burst of divine light erupted. And then it came, the holy dragon. Its eyes burned with ancient fire. Radiant waves of divine energy radiated from its body. This was the same fallen corpse dragon, whose strength always matched that of its summoner. Andre stood frozen. His breath caught in his throat. One dragon summoning another, his thoughts couldn't keep up. Lu Fan unsheathed his sword. It shimmered with divine energy. Rising atop the dragon's wings, he soared into the sky, descending like a blade of judgment. And from above, he called out to Xia. Lu Fan stood firm, and commanded her to release the emerald light, the sacred blessing. In an instant, green energy flowed through the air like rippling waves. Glowing symbols etched themselves across the sky. The emerald aura engulfed its target, wrapping them in a divine dragon's power. It wasn't just beautiful, it was lethal. The blessing amplified all damage, provided divine protection, stripped away curses, and enhanced every attribute. Like an invisible shield, it could absorb devastating hits. Luen's eyes gleamed with determination. He roared, ordering the dragon to unleash even more power. Responding to the call, the sacred dragon let out a mighty cry. Golden light erupted like a flood. Every dragon around him shimmered with strength. Their stats and attacks soared. Then from Shia's flute, 2 more dragons descended. One erupted with blazing fire. The other crackled with thunder. Flames coiled around them like the fury of ancient gods. These dragons needed no command. They charged straight into battle. As chaos exploded on the battlefield, Lu Fan's gaze remained steady. His eyes landed on Andre, who was gravely wounded. The pain was clear in his expression. Lu Fan spoke softly, promising to heal him and to take revenge. Though he didn't say much, his eyes burned with silent conviction. Andre frowned, doubting. Are just 2 dragons enough? Lu Fan didn't answer directly. He smiled and stepped forward, swinging his blade through the air. 2 dragons are all we need. Monsters closed in. The battle roared to life. The sacred dragon breathed scorching fire. Shia's dragons scorched enemies to cinders. The earth split open, and the skies turned crimson. Screams rose, thunderous and relentless. But amid the storm, one figure stood unnervingly still. A thick purple mist cloaked its body. Its eyes were pitch black, darker than night. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes and stepped back. He lowered his blade slightly, sensing the true enemy had finally arrived. This wasn't just another fight. This was a hidden war. He warned Shia and Andre to stay sharp. The enemy hunted from the shadows. Its chained weapon didn't strike flesh. It tore at the soul. A single blow could cripple for life. Suddenly, a glowing red chain flew toward Lu Fan. It wasn't ordinary. It bypassed the body and reached deep into the spirit. Another chain lashed toward his senior sister. Lu Fan's expression changed, not out of fear for himself, but for her. He shouted a warning. She heard him but didn't flinch. Her eyes remained calm and focused. She raised her bow and whispered that surrender wasn't in her nature. Her arrow caught the chain mid-air. It yanked but she pulled harder. Now she was the hunter. The demon lurking in the shadows was dragged out, its grotesque face twisted in shock as the mist around it cracked. Without hesitation, the senior sister fired arrow after arrow, each one striking true. She didn't look at Lu Fan. She simply said, "They picked the wrong target this time." The demon flailed, hurling its chains again in a desperate attempt to kill her, but she was too fast. She traced a glowing circle in the air with her arrow. Flames erupted, trapping the demon within. The burning chains snapped. A final scream rang out, then silence. She stood alone, bow still drawn, her breath slowly steadied. "That was too easy," she murmured, frowning slightly. Was it her strength, or the dragon's gift? She scanned the area. The demon had vanished. Or was it simply hiding? That possibility lingered, unsettling her. Normally, a level 85 elite monster required at least 2 powerful skills to defeat. Yet now, they were falling in a single blow. Watching the effects of the dragon's blessing was one thing, experiencing it firsthand was something else entirely. Lu Fan had been told not to get involved in the conflicts at the western border. Someone had even suggested sending Xia alone. That person believed she was strong enough to destroy the Hong and Long families without help. But now, the senior sister was growing reckless. Even Xia looked uneasy. Lu Fan reassured Xia Fei that everything was under control. He made it clear Xia Fei would not be leaving the party under any circumstances. Of course, it was hard to remain calm with Xia Fei nearby. Still, they had more urgent concerns. The drop rate for Shadow Allura was painfully low. They needed more monsters to grind through. Frustration was growing, but so was their resolve. Then came a breakthrough. The Shadow Dragon King contract blueprint, a legendary consumable item, had finally dropped. To synthesize it, they needed 3 rare materials: the Shadow Gleamstone, the Ancient God Crystal, and a full stock of both Shadow Allura and Shadow Spring Water. Currently, they only had 17 Shadow Alluras out of 300. Worse, they had no Shadow Spring Water at all. It looked grim, but no one panicked. The road ahead still teemed with monsters. They pressed forward, following a trail toward the Shadow Spring. A mighty roar echoed across the valley. The group activated Divine Valley Fusion, a rare ability that let them absorb Shadow Swordsmen, converting them into raw attribute points, ensuring nothing went to waste. Then came the sounds, gurgles and hisses from the shadows. New enemies had arrived right on cue. Lu Fan urged the senior sister to stand down, reminding her of her injuries. He and Andre could handle this. But she refused. With Xia Fei at her side, she wasn't about to let anyone steal the spotlight. After 4 long hours of non-stop combat, they managed to secure another Shadow Allura. Their total now stood at 72 out of 300. Finally, they arrived at the center of the island. There stood a ruined city, massive enough to rival Shanghai. Towering gates loomed, surrounded by countless graves, but there were no monsters, no movement, only an eerie silence. The Shadow Spring was said to lie deep within its heart. Something about the place felt wrong. Then, out of nowhere, a sneak attack struck. The senior sister barely dodged. She exhaled sharply, thanking Lu Fan for saving her, but the source of the attack, still unknown, still invisible. And they had just stepped into its domain. Lu Fan swiftly activated a protective barrier, restoring his team's health and buying precious moments for them to regroup. Yet something felt off. There was an ominous presence lurking, hidden from plain sight. Acting on instinct, Shia was instructed to use her perception ability. As her power merged with the Black Dragon's aura, a surge of energy flared across the battlefield. In a single instant, every stealth unit and disguised enemy was exposed. The sky darkened, not from clouds but from the sudden appearance of 1,000 level 95 Shadow Death Singers. These terrifying foes specialized in shadow stealth and death song, skills that triggered hallucinations and disoriented their victims. They hurled magical orbs laced with dark energy, designed to slow down their targets and sap their strength. But despite the overwhelming numbers, the group remained composed. With Lu Fan and the dragons at their side, they knew they could face any storm. Then, something shifted beneath the surface. A different breed of monster stirred underground. Unlike the Death Singers, this creature was of a lower level, but it couldn't be scanned, which made it infinitely more dangerous. Recognizing the threat, Andre and Senior Sister took the initiative to monitor the terrain, while Lu Fan ascended into the sky to clear the aerial enemies. Their goal was clear: eliminate the threats above before advancing deeper into the city. And so, the battle reignited. Lu Fan summoned the true body of the Flame God, unleashing a wave of cataclysmic power that shook the skies. Meanwhile, Xiao Fei uncovered something hidden deep within a rocky crevice, an envelope sealed with black wax. It was a fragment of a secret quest, directly linked to the mysterious underground entity. Once again, Xia Fei proved her value, finding a critical clue exactly when it mattered most. The Shadow Dredger would have to be dealt with eventually. Lu Fan decided that if they were going to fight it, they might as well claim the bonus reward tied to the hidden quest. Activating Volunteer *. 1. Lu Fan awakened the Emerald Dragon bloodline. This sacred bloodline doubled the effect of all dragon-related skills and empowered anyone related by blood. Currently, 2 dragon auras pulsed through the team, Black Dragon and Emerald Light. Together, they cast 3 to 6 protective layers on each ally, each layer cleansing harmful effects and boosting all attributes by 30 to 60%. These layers could even block devastating single strikes entirely. Even high-level skills like Void Break, a level 95 technique, couldn't touch Lu Fan now. And yet, many still underestimated Luan, despite his rapidly growing strength. The Shadow Dredger remained distant, giving them the perfect window to strike first. Lu Fan gave the signal. Xia Fei prepared for the ultimate move, World Ender. The Emerald Dragon bloodline pulsed again, reinforcing all dragonkin and doubling their skill impact. At that same moment, Xiao Fei unleashed Emerald Mirror upon the fallen Holy Dragon. This powerful spell created 2 to 4 duplicates of an ally. Each duplicate possessed the original skills, though at 30 to 60% of their strength. This time 8 mirrors formed, each perfectly positioned for a coordinated assault. With timing as their ally, the team launched their offensive. World Ender Roar detonated with an earth-shattering blast, damaging everything nearby and lowering enemy defenses for follow-up attacks. Demon Dragon Assault absorbed the energy of fallen corpses, forging it into armor. The user then surged forward, dealing massive damage while nullifying incoming harm and reflecting negative effects. Luan's movements became a blur, his strikes hitting 10 times per second. But even amidst their success, a warning came: the Shadow Dredger was closing in. Lu Fan didn't hesitate. He unleashed Break 2 and fused his weapon with Dragon Aura. 2 slashes followed, each laced with draconic power. His dragon companion mirrored every move. Void Break and Snow Country Curse swept across the battlefield, leaving nothing behind. Andre was still catching his breath when the area had already been cleared. Then the true enemy appeared. The Shadow Dredger emerged, a level 90 entity steeped in darkness. It activated Miasma Chrysalis, absorbing surrounding shadow energy and forming a sinister cocoon. But before it could complete its transformation, the Dredger raised the dead from nearby graves. The evolution process had begun. Gravestones glowed ominously as waves of undead rose. The first to emerge was a level 85 Tidewalker zombie, followed closely by a level 90 Blazewalker. One after another, powerful undead flooded the battlefield in relentless waves, signaling that the real fight was only just beginning. Lu Fan stood firm as the battlefield trembled around him. With a surge of power, he shifted into his black dragon form, and moments later, ascended further into the fearsome Doomsday Dragon. The air rippled with energy. Meanwhile, Xiao began casting a massive fire spell, and Xiao transformed, activating Soul Sanctuary. At the same time, the Emerald Dragon triggered its second form, releasing waves of radiant soul light. Once again, all skills for Dragonkin were doubled. Then came Cataclysm. The sky ignited as the dragon flew overhead, scorching everything in its path. Flames exploded across the battlefield, shaking the very air. Shea cheered with childlike excitement. After all, explosions had always been her favorite part. From within the cocoon, the Shadow Dredger stirred. As Soul Sanctuary took full effect, Everyone bathed in soul light had their attributes doubled, or even tripled. With every hit they received, they accumulated 1 or 2 Aegis stacks. At 10 stacks, a shockwave detonated, unleashing the total absorbed damage in a single devastating burst. The blessing also granted healing and a powerful defense. Still, more summons rose from the earth. The miasma chrysalis entered its second stage. While inside the cocoon, the shadow dredger took virtually no damage. When its health dropped below half, it absorbed the summoned undead nearby to restore itself. 9 seconds remained. Then the cocoon began to shake violently. Preparation was complete. With a blinding burst, the chrysalis shattered. Emerging from within was a new terror, the Shadow Dragon General. It was a level 95 entity, far more dangerous than any of them had anticipated. In its night form, the general appeared human. Its attacks inflicted both physical and shadow damage, and its spirit attributes increased by 25%. But in its dragonoid form, it became a full-fledged dragon. In this state, its attacks combined physical and magical energy, and its strength soared by another 25%. When low on health, it would summon a field of shadow miasma, draining life from enemies in close proximity. This wasn't a phase transition. The boss had been hiding inside the chrysalis from the start. Lu Fan saw through the deception instantly. "No more tricks," he muttered. "We end this now." He activated Thunder's favor and transformed into his ultimate state, World Ender form. The Thunder Jade pulsing in his core shifted hue, becoming the rarer and more powerful Amber Jade. This transformation doubled the power of all Blue Dragon abilities. When Amber Jade released its final spell, it created a Thunder Zone, an area where any movement would trigger bonus damage. Luen issued quick orders. Xia was to defend Senior Sister and Andre. In response, Xia cast Emerald Mirror on a bow and Xiao Fei. Then Roar Eternal One began transforming into the Emerald Dragon. Lu the Eternal Guardian raised a powerful protective barrier beneath the entire team. The shield's strength scaled with the caster's health and recovery stats. Emerald Mirror activated again, generating 2 to 4 more mirror images, each inheriting the original skills at reduced power. This time 8 images manifested, instantly taking up combat positions. The Blue Dragon unleashed its charge. Before the enemy could react, it was erased in a single, flawless strike. Lava Burst triggered a hellish sea of flames, creating a molten trap that slowly burned and consumed all enemies caught within. Above them, storm clouds swirled with divine fury. Thunderous clouds summoned pure storm energy, releasing 3 bolts of lightning in rapid succession. Their damage scaled with spirit level and obliterated anything within their radius. The impossible foe had been defeated. Victory was certain. With the battle over, the path into the ruined city finally opened. Lu Fan reached level 46. The Black Dragon advanced to level 45. The Emerald Dragon hit level 40, and the Blue Dragon climbed to level 27. The Guardian Flow skill awakened, and Xiop unlocked a powerful new ability, one that summoned a protective shield lasting 5 full minutes. This shield not only reduced incoming damage by 30%, but also granted total immunity to harmful effects and debuffs. At level 40, the Emerald Dragon contract enabled full use of Guardian Flow. This skill could be applied to oneself or to any chosen ally. According to Shia's analysis, the effect became significantly stronger when used by or on Dragonkin. Thanks to this newfound ability, the team no longer had to constantly replenish Emerald Light to fend off the spreading miasma. Shia immediately cast Guardian Flow across the entire group. A serene energy field enveloped them, easing tension and reinforcing their will. Luen then unveiled a newly awakened skill, and the difference was immediate. Everyone felt lighter, faster, and completely protected. With damage reduced and all status effects blocked, they could now move freely through the thick miasma. One member gasped in surprise. The miasma's effects were gone. The group, newly invigorated, turned their focus to assisting Luen in gathering rare materials. Using Divine Bone Fusion, the fallen Holy Dragon gained the ability to deconstruct its own summons and pets into skeletal remains. By absorbing these remains, it could permanently gain 1% of their total attributes. With 2 dragons gathering corpses, materials became visible and easily accessible. A teammate shifted positions to assist, and together, they completed the task swiftly. Just as the Holy Dragon prepared to absorb the powerful Shadow Dragon General, one team member intervened. They argued that absorbing such a formidable creature for only minor gains would be a waste. Instead, the team agreed to convert the general into a puppet under their command. Thus, the Shadow Dragon General, now a level 95 fallen corpse, joined their forces. It could fight in 2 distinct forms. In human form, its attacks dealt both physical and shadow damage, and its spirit attribute increased by 25%. In dragon form, its strikes fused physical and magical damage, with a 25% strength boost. When its health dipped below a quarter, it drained life from nearby enemies using shadow miasma. With this latest addition, the team's puppet collection now included the 9 Realms Demon, The 5 guardian heroes, the Divine Bone avatars, and the Shadow Dragon General, a force no one could ignore. Each of the newly acquired puppets was strong enough to challenge even 4th Revolution Masters. The group's next plan was to strengthen further by having the fallen Holy Dragon absorb the 5 guardian heroes. If successful, this would push its power to an entirely new tier. Before that, they reviewed the rewards received for completing the Shadow Dredger bounty quest. Among the spoils was an epic quality enhancement scroll, an extremely rare item capable of raising a weapon or equipment's quality by 1 full tier, up to legendary status. Their last scroll had already been used, so obtaining another was a major gain for the team. In addition to the scroll, the group returned with a large quantity of Shadow Allura. They had initially required only 200 units, but after their expedition, they had gathered an impressive total of 397 units, bringing their overall stockpile to 569. With this amount, their crafting needs were more than covered. One team member commented on their incredible luck, and suggested using the new enhancement scroll on the soul wings, which were already legendary. Another member agreed, pointing out that increased mobility was one of the smartest investments they could make at this stage. The enhancement was applied. Not only did the wings become more visually elegant, but their performance also surged. Flight speed and control drastically improved. The user immediately felt the difference. Their movements became quicker, lighter, and far more precise. The upgraded Wyvern Soul Wings now had no level restrictions. Their enchantment limit was removed, and their stats saw massive boosts. Agility increased by 356, Strength by 291, Spirit by 246, and Stamina by 234. The wings also granted the Soar ability, allowing the wearer to fly while boosting all attributes by an additional 20% during flight. With upgrades complete, the group took to the skies, heading for the central palace ruins of the devastated city. Their speed turned the journey into a race. One teammate shouted for the leader to slow down, but excitement kept their pace fast. As they neared the ruins, caution returned. To scout the area unnoticed, one member activated magic mimicry, a powerful illusion technique previously used by Senior Sister to disguise herself as the school principal. Suddenly, a strange echoing sound rose from beneath the palace ruins. No one claimed responsibility for the noise. Suspicion and unease spread quickly. It was clear they would need to investigate from within. At the heart of Shadow Isle, within the ruins of the ancient palace, a voice began to speak. At first muffled, it soon grew clearer. The source was nearby. It confirmed what they hoped: the Shadow Spring was here, untouched for over 3 centuries. Then, without warning, a ghostly dragon appeared and attacked. Panic spread for a moment, until the group heard the voice again. It wasn't hostile. It was familiar. Some members recognized the voice from legends. The apparition introduced himself as the court grand mage of the former Tenfu kingdom. He had died defending the sacred Fortune Light Spring 300 years ago. The mage explained the tragic history. A black dragon's arrival had cursed the land, flooding it with deadly miasma. The toxic fog corrupted the king and transformed the citizens into undead horrors. The once great kingdom crumbled into ruin, leaving only ghosts behind. The mage pleaded for help. He begged them to defeat the corrupted king and bring peace to the tortured souls trapped within the isle. No other adventurers had ever reached this far. The group had become the final hope. The new quest was titled The Court Grand Mage's Request. It detailed how the kingdom of Tinfu Al had fallen, becoming the haunted realm of Shadow Isle. The king had mutated into a monstrous half-human, half-dragon entity, and the people were cursed into restless undead. Now the group was tasked with facing the ultimate threat, the Shadow Dragon King. Victory would not only free the island but also grant the adventurers full ownership of the entire Tenfu territory. As heavy footsteps echoed through the ruins, the team braced themselves. The time had come. The Shadow Dragon King appeared, a level 95 enemy formed entirely from miasma. Its grotesque figure radiated darkness. Its attacks spread corrosive shadow energy, and its movements could not be anticipated through standard techniques. This was no ordinary boss. In its empowered state, it wielded Death Sentence, a devastating skill that slammed enemies with a greatsword, dealing 490% shadow damage. The strike could not be dodged. Its cooldown was 90 seconds. The Dragon Roar skill followed. When released in a dragon's voice, it reduced all of the enemy's attributes. When cast in a human voice, it triggered mind control instead. The Ghost King had fully transformed into a monstrous hybrid, with the terrifying presence of a cursed dragon. The very air around it thickened with dread. Luen stepped forward, eyes locked on the beast. He was ready. Andre was told to hold back and not act recklessly. The team had faced countless horrors, but this was their final trial. Defeating the Shadow Dragon King was the only path forward. Senior Sister quickly shifted roles, reverting back to her original class as a mage. With determination in her eyes, she chose to confront the monster head-on, giving Andre space to locate the hidden Shadow Spring. Channeling her energy, she summoned the true body of the flame god, drawing upon the power of the high flame deity known as Spheric. All of her attributes instantly doubled. Brilliant flame-burst wings ignited across her back, granting temporary flight. The higher her spirit attribute, the longer she could soar. Though she had not been on rear guard duty before, the mage stood tall and confident, ready to unleash everything. The group resumed their advance. Xia Fei, the formidable black dragon, prepared to transform into her final and most terrifying form, the Doomsday Dragon. Meanwhile, Death Sentence was unleashed once more. A devastating slash landed on the enemy, inflicting tremendous shadow damage that couldn't be avoided. With their timing synchronized, the team activated the Gather skill. Eternal Guardian raised a powerful barrier that surrounded all allies within range. The strength of this shield depended on the caster's health and recovery ability, creating a durable fortress against incoming blows. The moment the defense held, Xiao Fei struck back with a calculated counter. Lava burst began to charge. Flames erupted, forming a molten pool at the enemy's feet. Those caught within it began to sink, suffering continuous, severe fire damage. But this boss was unlike any they had faced before. It even deflected Xiao Yi's powerful assault without effort. Vio stepped forward, readying the grip imprison technique. At the same time, Thunder's favor was activated in World Ender Thunder form. The Thunder Jade transitioned into Amber Jade, which immediately doubled the strength of all Blue Dragon abilities. Each use of Thunder magic now created a zone on the battlefield. Any enemy within that zone would take amplified damage if they dared move. Then came the ultimate spell. 3.3 million world-ending thunders was unleashed. A violent tempest of lightning bolts poured down, engulfing the entire target area. Enhanced by Thunder's favor, this spell ignored the usual limitations tied to Thunder sources. It was pure elemental destruction, and the storm showed no mercy. But the battle was far from over. The Black Dragon launched Void Break, a twin slash infused with Dragon Aura. The synchronized attack, bolstered by Dragon Pets, ripped through the enemy. In response, the Shadow Dragon King activated Shadow Corrosion, dissolving its body into pure black miasma. In this mist-like form, it vanished, becoming invisible while still launching attacks. Lisa and Lufan tried to sense its presence, but the skill masked it completely. Then Andre, sensing danger, shouted a warning, "Donset, rush in." It was too late. A roar thundered behind them, and a swift ambush followed. Defensive skills flared to life just in time, sparing the team from what could have been a fatal blow. This was Luenstep's chance. He believed the Shadow Spring was just ahead. Hug let out a powerful dragon roar, while Lowen charged forward, composed and unwavering. Missy, worried, voiced her concern, but Lowen reassured her. At the perfect moment, Emerald Mirror was cast. 2 mirror images of a chosen ally formed. Each possessed 30% of the original skill power. One mirror image moved ahead, right into the path of the enemy's next strike. The real Luen was untouched. Everyone stared in disbelief. Even those who had set the trap hadn't expected it to succeed so flawlessly. With relieved laughter, they regrouped, ready for their next coordinated attack. Luen took the initiative. Lava Burst and Judgment Calamity began charging. Simultaneously, Xia Fui cast Guardian Domain, locking the enemy within a sealed area and preventing it from escaping through the miasma. Xiaofei prepared the final blow. Dragon Domain spread out over 100 meters. Within this field, all dragonkin and blood-related allies received a massive 50% boost to all attributes. Enemies inside, however, suffered a 50% reduction in power. They were also cut off from teleportation, summoning spells, or any kind of movement out of the zone. The trap was perfect. Lava Burst erupted once more, and the molten pit dragged the boss downward. It began to sink as fire gnawed at its form. Then came Judgment Calamity. Bolts of divine lightning hammered down in succession, each one a piece of heaven's wrath. The damage was incredible. The fight had reached its climax. Blue Dragon I reached level 28. Blue Dragon 2 and Emerald Dragon 2 also reached levels 28 and 41 respectively. Black Dragon 2 rose to level 46, and Lufan ascended to level 47. At the crown of the fallen boss lay the Shadow Gleam Stone, a key item for sealing the Shadow Dragon King contract. The final steps of the pact were now within reach. The quest updated. It was now titled The Court Archer's Request. The current objective was clear: defeat the Shadow Dragonoid King and release the tormented souls of the fallen. Though the battle had been won, the mission was not yet complete. A greater enemy still awaited in the shadows. After brushing away the last remnants of shadows clinging to the dragon's corpse, Lufan uncovered something unexpected. Hidden beneath the decaying scales was a crown. He studied it carefully, recognizing that it could be dismantled, just as he had anticipated. But this wasn't an ordinary crown. Embedded within it was the legendary Shadow Glare Stone. Before he could examine it further, Vento suddenly appeared at his side. Calmly, he explained the artifact's origins. This was the Shadow Crown, once worn by the revered king of the Tinfu Islands. Holding it in his hand, Lu Fan silently reflected, aside from the shadow spring, they had now collected everything they needed. Even better, there were leftover materials that could be sold for a hefty sum in dragon coins. Their inventory brimmed with rare treasures, shadow stones, god crystals, island breach keys, and other invaluable equipment. But just as the group began to take in the moment, Missy stormed into the scene, visibly upset. Her voice trembled with frustration as she demanded to know why no one had told her about the coordinated operation. She admitted she had been scared to death. Before the situation could escalate, Andre quickly intervened, asking her to calm down. Lu Fan remained composed, but inside, irritation flickered. Still, he answered evenly. It had been their first time using mirror image techniques on real people, and due to the urgency, they had relied solely on eye contact for coordination. He reassured her, next time she would be included. Missy stood beside him, still clearly frustrated, but after a pause, she muttered a short acknowledgement. Then, from the shadows, an old man emerged. His face was etched with awe and reverence. With a trembling voice, he said their actions had freed his king. Bowing deeply, he called Lu Fan a hero, one he had waited a long time for. With solemn respect, the old man offered him a red sword. At that moment, the system interface lit up. Shadow Greatsword, quest item, a symbol of the King of Tinfu Island Sep's authority. The old man asked Lu Fan to accept the sword and save them from further disaster. As Lu Fan took it in his hands, the elder continued, saying the spirits of the island could now finally rest. Thank you, he added softly, for restoring Tinfu to its rightful state. Almost instantly, a system notification appeared. Lore unlocked. The Dragon King and the Resting of the Kings. Oldwin's voice echoed through the ceremony, pledging the future of Tinfu Island to Lu Fan. Another prompt followed, describing the link between the purified Tinfu Island and the former Shadow Island. Elsewhere, on the nearby beach, two boys looked around in disbelief. The storm was gone. Unbelievable, one murmured. The other nodded. It must be Andre, and that dragon tamer. The old man turned back to Lu Fan with reverence. From now on, this place belongs to you. Lu Fan stood tall, gripping the red sword. A new system alert flashed. Court Arcade request. Accepted. Territory system unlocked. Calmly, but with satisfaction, Lu Fan spoke. I have obtained a territory. Missy, now smiling, congratulated him. She remarked that unlike her, who inherited her territory, he had earned his from scratch. Lu Fan took a moment to study the newly unlocked territory feature. It generated daily resources, brought in steady income, supported wild monster respawns, and functioned as a continuous experience pool. The interface revealed Territory, Tinfu, Level 2 Island Region, Blackened Sea. With Shadow Island now transformed into Tinfu Island, Lu Fan began to strategize. He considered the basic needs, water, stone, and shadow stones. By default, the island's defensive measures, like thunderstorms and fog, were now deactivated. This meant he could now open the port for trade, take monster-clearing commissions, or even develop the island into a private retreat. But if danger loomed, he had the option to revert everything. One switch would bring back the thunderclouds, toxic miasma, and heightened hostility. Resource drops and monster behavior would adjust accordingly. Even dragons and puppets could be stationed here to continue leveling on their own. Importantly, Lu Fan now had access to territory teleportation. He could open a gate to his island from anywhere at will. The system confirmed. Territory teleport. Lord can open such a close a portal to the territory anytime. Missy clapped joyfully, declaring the island not only safe but beautiful. You can bring everyone here now, she exclaimed. But Andre didn't share her joy. A troubled expression clouded his face. Lu Fan turned toward him and asked what was wrong. Andre hesitated, before admitting that his mission had been to destroy the Shadow Spring. However, after exhaustive searching, he had only found one spring, and it wasn't the Shadow one. Missy chimed in, suggesting maybe there was a hidden area, and offered to help. But Lu Fan raised his hand, signaling for patience. He opened the system screen again and asked to be shown the spring Andre had discovered. Maybe I can help convert it into the Shadow Spring, he said calmly. Andre blinked, confused. Switch it? Missy laughed lightly. Well, the island does belong to him now. He probably has a way. As they made their way through the jungle, Andre admitted shyly that although his family had a large territory, he himself didn't own any. Reaching the spring, Lu Fan paused. He had expected something modest, but what he saw was an enormous pool. Missy Sep's eyes lit up in awe. Andre, curious, asked, Wait? Are you going to turn it back into Shadow Island? Lu Fan nodded. If this is the spring, I think it is. Yes. Switching back will restore it into the Shadow Spring. Missy knelt beside the shimmering spring, her gaze captivated by its crystal-clear waters. With a playful smile, She commented that such pristine spring water made her want to take a bath. Lu Fan, caught off guard and slightly flustered, immediately pleaded with her not to act on that impulse. She reached out and dipped her hand into the water, only to gasp in surprise. Lu Fan noticed the sudden shift in her expression and quickly asked what was wrong. With wide eyes, she explained that the water was incredible, just touching it made her feel her attributes rise. Intrigued, Andre followed suit, plunging his hand in and confirming that he felt the same effect. Curious, Lu Fan also placed his hand into the spring, and a system notification echoed in his mind. The message revealed that the spring granted a blessing. Each level allowed 10 seconds of contact, boosting all attributes by anywhere between 3 to 30%. Missy's eyes sparkled with excitement, realizing how much she could improve over time with this magical resource. Before they could fully process the discovery, another system window opened, displaying detailed information about the blessed spring water. Sensing a business opportunity, Missy immediately offered to contact boss Tiana and suggested bottling the water for a high price. She claimed she would only take a small commission. Lu Fan, unimpressed by the sudden entrepreneurial spirit, quickly shut the idea down. He explained that selling it wasn't an option. Helping Andre complete his quest came first. With another tap on the interface, the Shadow Island system loaded. The screen now clearly illustrated the link between Tinfu Island and its corrupted counterpart. Back on the island, two boys were watching the events unfold, visibly confused. One frowned and asked why the water was changing back and forth. "What's going on?" he murmured. The other seemed anxious, wondering aloud if Andre and the dragon tamer had failed. Moments later, the display updated. Island defenses had reactivated. Storm mode, thunderclouds, and miasma fog were all turned on. Andre readied himself to strike the corrupted spring, but before he could act, Lu Fan stepped forward and raised his hand. "Shia, activate Guardian Flow." A new system window appeared, revealing the Shadow Spring's status. Once a sacred source of blessing, it had now been tainted by shadow energy and was generating miasma instead of power. Andre froze in realization. Lu Fan, the quest to destroy the Shadow Spring means destroying your territory's resources. But Lu Fan remained calm, assuring his brother not to worry. He promised to have the spring repaired after the mission. Missy, half joking but with a glimmer of seriousness, added that they might as well renovate the entire ruined city while they were at it. Touched by their support, Andre raised his sword without hesitation and shattered the corrupted spring, completing his task. As they stepped away from the ruins, Andre grinned. "I'll turn this place into a vacation paradise for you." Thunder cracked overhead, lightning slicing across the sky, marking not just a transition in the scene but something deeper within them all. Lu Fan stood silently, lost in thought. Their journey to Shadow Island had ended. It was time to return. He looked back at the land one last time and muttered, "This trip was fruitful. I not only gathered a vast amount of synthesis material, but also unlocked a territory and became a lord." Andre Set's quest had brought in substantial rewards. Feeling responsible for damaging Lu Fan's domain, Andre offered to help with the island's restoration, and as compensation, he handed over a powerful skill book. A bright notification screen lit up, revealing the details. Skill book, Wrath of 10,000 Dragons, requires level 45. As the trio stood together in the brief stillness, Lu Fan's mind drifted ahead. The only task left was repairing the Shadow Spirit Eye. Once complete, he would finally have everything needed to contract the Shadow Dragon King. A week passed swiftly. Since claiming Shadow Island and transforming it into the vibrant Tinfu Island, Lu Fan had made significant changes. He disabled the island's defense systems, allowing puppet armies to spawn monsters freely, perfect for leveling. For convenience, he even moved the teleportation gate to Villa Number 2. The island bloomed with serene beauty and quickly became a favorite among allies. It was lush, peaceful, and unlike any other training ground. Friends who visited often found it difficult to leave. Lu Fan, watching this transformation, began envisioning all the future comrades who would come, not just to train but to relax and thrive in what was once a place of fear. In a short time, Tinfu had become the ideal vacation retreat. Yet, not everything was perfect. Due to the quest's conclusion, the Shadow Spring's inner walls were now damaged. Until the repairs were complete, collecting spring water was no longer possible. This thought pulled Lu Fan back to the edge of the spring, where he stood silently, staring into its crystalline depths. Then, without warning, the water rippled. A massive golden dragon emerged, gliding gracefully through the spring. It placed a clawed foot on the ground, and the earth quivered under its weight. Lu Fan, who had been swimming nearby, shot his gaze upward. The dragon's deep, thunderous voice echoed, "So you were hiding here?" Lu Fan's eyes widened. "Wait, don't come over here." Before the situation escalated further, Missy's excited voice interrupted. She called out, thrilled about the discovery of a hidden hot spring, and accused Lu Fan of keeping it secret. But in her excitement, she stepped forward too quickly, slipped, and fell. landing right on top of him. Instinctively, Lu Fan caught her mid-fall, whispering a sharp warning, "Be careful." Missy blinked in surprise, still awkwardly sprawled on top of Lu Fan. She muttered under her breath about how slippery the place was. Lu Fan, visibly flustered, looked at her and asked why she was even there. But Missy just smirked and leaned in teasingly, pointing out the redness in his face. "Are you shy?" she asked, playfully. Lu Fan immediately denied it, raising his voice slightly and blaming the hot spring for being too warm. Missy chuckled, sat up and backed off, promising she wouldn't tease him anymore. As she playfully tapped her own cheek, she casually mentioned that the shadow spring had been repaired. Lu Fan's eyes lit up. Finally the wait was over. Without wasting a moment, he stepped to the spring's edge, pulled out a special container, and began collecting the freshly restored spring water. "It's finally complete," he muttered. Curious, Missy leaned in beside him. "What have you been making all this time?" Lu Fan smiled without answering directly. "You'll know soon enough." He activated the crafting interface, and a system screen popped up, displaying the diagram for the Shadow Dragon King contract. A confirmation window appeared. "Proceed with crafting?" "Yes." Without hesitation, Lu Fan tapped. "Yes." Immediately the spring water reacted. It began swirling rapidly, a vortex forming beneath the item now hovering in the air. Lu Fan's eyes gleamed with anticipation. "It's done," he announced. Missy gasped. "A summoning scroll." At that very moment, Shia Fi appeared beside them. Lu Fan caught the scroll midair and held it out to her. "Shia Fi, eat it." Without a second thought, she swallowed the scroll whole. Missy was stunned. "Are you insane?" Lu Fan just grinned. "This scroll has limited uses, but once Shia Fi consumes it, it becomes a permanent skill. She has to be able to use it endlessly." A new system window opened. Natural Assimilation. Shadow Dragon King Contractor. Skill. Summons the Shadow Dragon King's blade. Level matches the user. Xia Fei took to the air, energy pulsing around her in waves. Lu Fan pointed toward her. "This time, show me your true form." 5 minutes passed. Missy stood quietly beside him, scanning the skies. Lu Fan frowned. Something wasn't set right. He squinted at the system screen. Status. Contract. Successful. But there was no visible result. Did it actually work? He muttered to himself. The stats were there: extreme agility, overpowered abilities. It felt like a system loophole. Missy Sips's voice broke his concentration. "Stop daydreaming. Did it succeed or not?" Lu Fan straightened. "Release stealth." In an instant, a ripple of white and blue energy shimmered through the air. The energy twisted and reshaped, and suddenly, a massive dragon emerged, sleek, majestic and cloaked in shimmering scales. Its crimson eyes glowed with deadly brilliance. It let out a thundering roar that shook nearby trees and sent pebbles flying from the spring's edge. Missy stood frozen. "You summoned another dragon, and it can turn invisible?" Lu Fan's expression tightened into a calm smile. "This is no ordinary dragon. Let's see what it can really do." As the scene transitioned, a deafening roar echoed from above. A second dragon, larger and darker, burst through the crimson clouds. A system window instantly appeared. New enemy detected. Shadow Dragon General. Level 95. Combat modes. Night Formast, Dragon Formast, Shadow Miasma. This was no mere beast. It was the boss of Shadow Island, second only to the Shadow Dragon King itself. The dragon Sip's glowing red eyes locked onto Lu Fan. Its presence was suffocating, enough to shatter the will of weaker warriors, but Lu Fan didn't flinch. Instead, he smirked and whispered, "Perfect for a test run. Shadow Concealment." He vanished from sight, just as a massive roar shattered the sky. Behind him, red mana exploded outward. From within that furious storm, a black dragon emerged. Its body wreathed in crimson fury, blue light pulsing from its chest like a second heart. It slammed a massive claw into the ground, cracking the earth and distorting gravity for a split second. Debris soared skyward as the creature bellowed. Intruders. With terrifying speed, the dragon lunged, its fangs bared, its roar tore through the atmosphere like a cannon blast. Waves of raw energy erupted across the battlefield. Yet Lu Fan remained calm, his gaze locked onto the beast. A small, confident smile tugged at his lips. The dragon came face to face with him, snarling in frustration, but before it could strike, the sky split open once more. A blinding beam of white and blue energy screamed down from the heavens and slammed into the dragon's side. Roaring in rage, the beast surged with green mana. It retaliated immediately, unleashing twin red beams from both its eyes and gaping jaws, sending violent shockwaves ripping through the land. From a safe distance, Lu Fan and Missy watched the brutal clash unfold. Missy gritted her teeth. "We can't even see where the enemy is coming from. It's all one-sided. This is a nightmare," she muttered, voice trembling slightly. Lu Fan's eyes sparkled. Let me add some fuel to the fire. He cast Soul Perfection on Shia Fie. The moment the spell activated, she flinched as a surge of power coursed through her. The true battle was just beginning. A system screen suddenly materialized, displaying a new transformation for Dragon 2, Light of Soul. Almost immediately, another window appeared, highlighting the Dragon bloodline, an exceptionally rare trait that doubled all skill effects for dragons and those who shared the same lineage. The battlefield surged with magical pressure as Dragon 2 emerged in its full radiant glory. A third notification followed. This one revealed Soul Protection, a powerful support skill that could boost all allied stats by 100 to 200%, depending on conditions and specific attributes. Then, with a roar that shook the very heavens, the Shadow Dragon King launched a devastating wave of energy straight at Jade Dragon 2. The air twisted, space itself blurred under the weight of its dark mana. Jade Dragon 2 flared its wings, slicing through the sky in an effort to evade, but the shadow energy clung tightly, chasing with relentless force. Lu Fan stood still, quietly analyzing. So that sips it, he murmured. The concealment power of the Shadow Dragon King, it seps strong enough to mask even Xia Fi, even when she seps fully bonded. Just then, the dragon landed once more, its body beginning to glow with a strange fusion of blue and pink energy. Its glowing red eyes flared violently before unleashing a blast that sent both Lu Fan and Missy flying into the air. Though the shockwave hurled them a great distance, it was clear, it wasn't meant to harm them. Instead, the energy surged toward an ancient artifact planted in the ground, an upright relic inscribed with old runes. As the energy collided with the structure, another system screen flickered to life. Shadow Cloak activated. Blocks all magical, physical and formation-based attacks. Lu Fan, regaining his footing, spoke in a calm, resolute voice, turning all attacks into nothingness. That seps what I call perfect defense. He raised his hand and called out, Shadow Dragon King, show me your strongest strike. With a deep, growling rumble, the massive dragon twisted its body and unleashed a storm of power. The ground trembled violently as blue energy spiraled outward from the beast, creating shockwaves that sent dust, stones, and trees quivering. Yet Dragon 2 advanced calmly. It stepped across the Shadow Dragon King's sip's tail with surgical precision. At that moment, a new system alert appeared. Skill, Shadow Assassination, aimed at weak points with +1 600% damage. Missy's eyes widened as she watched the looming collision. Terrifying. That's a level 95 boss, she muttered in disbelief. Without breaking stride, Lu Fan replied, the Shadow Dragon King is an assassin among dragons. Its seps built for one-hit kills. Add Seps support, and its seps no surprise, a boss falls instantly. Instantly, Missy echoed, stunned. Level 50 against level 95? I stem a level 96 battle mage with over 8,000 base stats. How overpowered must it be? She clenched her fists slightly before exhaling. Her tone softened. But in 2 days I shall finally be strong enough to stand tall to compete with those two great factions, and as long as you Seger here, that seps my confidence. Lu Fan looked at her with quiet conviction. Don't set worry, with me around, no one will dare to bully you again. A faint smile formed on her lips. All right, she said gently. But inwardly, her thoughts shifted. If you truly can do this, you'll be a great benefactor to the Ye family. I'll present you with a grand gift, a token of gratitude from the Ye family itself. 2 days passed in a blur of preparation. The scene shifted. The ground was now dry and uneven, marked by jagged stones and clusters of rocky hills. They had arrived at the western frontier. Lu Fan stood silently, surveying the land, a memory stirred. 2 days later, as promised, my senior sister and I arrived at the western frontier. Missy stood beside him, her expression unreadable, her gaze fixed on the distant horizon. A flicker of emotion crossed her eyes as she whispered, Western frontier. I stem back. High above, the skeletal form of a dragon glided silently across the sky. Lu Fan's eyes followed it before drifting back to the land below. He remarked to Missy that despite the rugged terrain, the land was rich, vibrant with resources. It made sense why so many noble families had chosen to make it their home. Missy nodded thoughtfully. Calm and observant, she explained that ever since the founding of the Dragon Kingdom, its foundations had been supported by these noble clans. In recognition of their importance, the kingdom had allocated the resource-rich western frontier to them. To preserve their way of life, even city construction had been deliberately avoided in the region. Lu Fan, curious, turned to her. Is that truly the reason? He asked. She met his eyes and confirmed without hesitation. She went on, elaborating that despite its apparent prestige, the Long family, her family held only the lowest noble rank in the western frontier. As they ventured deeper into the frontier, Miss Yi spoke of even more powerful houses, A-ranked clans, guarded by formidable fourth-tier experts. Among such elite lineages, she said, Even a fourth-tier cultivator was considered nothing special. Overhead, the skeletal dragon soared across the vast mountain ranges, its wings stirring the clouds. Lu Fan stood quietly, gazing into the distance. His mind churned. He was beginning to grasp just how shallow his understanding of the world truly was. The secrets buried within the frontier were far deeper than he had ever imagined. In the eyes of these mighty noble families, he realized, someone like him must seem no more significant than an insect. As they flew over the colossal skull of the dragon beneath them, Luan noticed a faint glimmer in the hollows of its eyes, perhaps a spark of awareness, or something darker. Whatever ancient evil animated the beast seemed to sense their presence. Lu Fan's senses sharpened. He reminded himself, this is why the wheel must rise. For this moment alone, the wait is worth it. His thoughts were interrupted by Miss Yi, who calmly announced that they had arrived. Below them stretched a city sprawling across the land. She instructed the dragon to descend toward the Yi family estate. Their vessel landed gracefully over the grand compound, and before long, they stood in front of an elegant villa. Miss Yi turned to Lu Fan, her expression serious. Are you truly prepared to face everything that lies ahead? If you regret this path, now is the time to turn back. But Lu Fan did not flinch. With unwavering resolve, he replied, everyone's set's already gathered. I have no regrets. If anything, it sets the Hong and Long families who should be rethinking their actions. Miss Yi gave a faint smile and extended her hand. Then let me show you where I grew up. Without hesitation, Luan took her hand and followed. The scene shifted to the Hong family grounds. Within the Grand Marshal Arena, streams of blue energy swirled as a red monolith emerged through a teleportation gate, disintegrating into glittering particles. At the center stood two men facing one another, one young with black hair and a dark robe, the other older with white hair and matching robes. The younger man, Utah, summoned red mana from a rose that bloomed in his palm. His voice was steady, full of confidence. He spoke of his clan's ancient techniques and admitted that even after a full month of internal stabilization, he still fell slightly behind. The elder responded with calm authority, unleashing a surge of blue mana. He praised UT for achieving the strength of a level 99 ranked noble, an extraordinary feat given that UT was currently only level 98. He suggested that within 6 more months, Utah might even surpass him. For someone born into a low-ranking noble family, Utah was a true anomaly. Reaching level 99, he explained, would allow their house to ascend into the ranks of C-ranked noble families, finally giving them the political leverage to challenge the 9th family. UT listened quietly but frowned when the elder mentioned their ambition. As if prompted by a premonition, the elder suddenly revealed that a message had arrived from Miss Yi. Both men turned toward the entrance, where a subordinate reported her imminent arrival, accompanied by a mysterious young man riding a skeletal dragon. Ote raised an eyebrow. A bone dragon? Not a black one? The elder confirmed it. This creature has subdued multiple dragons. It should not be underestimated. If left to grow unchecked, it could become a serious threat. UT narrowed his gaze. If that young man can survive in the western frontier, a land ruled by life-or-death struggle, then I want him under the Hong family SIP's banner. Power forged through conviction is exactly what we need. The elder closed his eyes and shifted topics. He revealed that the Long family was on its way to the Ye residence. They intended to demand resources, justice, and even propose a marriage between their heir and Miss Yi. These negotiations cannot be taken lightly, he warned. UT scoffed. The Long family hasn't changed. Same arrogance as always. He decided he would personally visit the Ye estate 3 days later, timing his arrival with that of the Long family. By confronting both families together, he could shift the balance of power in their favor. The elder addressed UT by name once more, voicing full confidence that the western frontier would soon fall under the Hong family's control. Together, the two descended from the arena. 3 days passed. At the Ye family residence, a maid stood outside a guest room and knocked politely. Mr. Liu, breakfast is ready. She knocked again. Mr. Liu, are you inside? But the room was empty. Only a neatly hung jacket and a softly humming teleportation device remained. Elsewhere, on a remote beach of Tinfu Island, Lu Fan stood with Xiao Yi and Xiao Fei. A system notification appeared, confirming level increases for him and his dragons, the Black Dragon, the Jade Dragon, the Star Dragon, and the Blue Dragon. He marveled at their progress. In mere days they had grown stronger than he thought possible. A bold thought crept into his mind. Could he actually challenge the noble families now? He wondered how Miss Yi's preparations were unfolding. As sunlight poured across the shore, Lu Fan found himself suddenly transported back to his guest room. Outside, muffled voices could be heard. A man-Sith's voice spoke gravely. Bad news. The Long family has arrived at our doorstep. Lu Fan arrived just in time. As he opened the door, he saw a young man reporting to Missy. The news was urgent. The Long family members had entered the main hall, demanding to see her, and the Hong family convoy was already approaching the western second slope. Missy remained composed. She nodded and instructed the guards to escort the guests to the reception area and to block further entry. Then she turned to Lu Fan, her voice steady. "They Sep all arrived," she said. "The moment has come." Lu Fan gave her a reassuring smile. "As long as you stature by my side," he replied, "no one can touch you." Inside the grand main hall of the Ye family, they walked toward a long table where several men were already seated. Lu Fan spoke first, his voice laced with sarcasm. "I'm surprised you still remember how to find this place." One of the men, a gray-haired figure, smirked. "The Ye family Sip's hospitality seems to have declined. We've been kept waiting without even a pot of tea." Missy Sip's retort was sharp. "Given your past behavior, you steer lucky we steer even allowing you through the door." The man laughed cruelly. "Even if we pissed on your doorstep, no one in the Ye family would dare stop us." Another man stepped forward, introducing himself with pride. "I stemp Longaru, second brother to Long Xing. I stemp 32 years old, a level 98 cultivator, with a diamond class hidden profession." His tone was arrogant, as he declared the purpose of their visit. The 2-month agreement had expired. The Yi family, he claimed, owed them resources. And worse, they had betrayed Longxing, who had gone out of his way to clear a path for them. "Our patriarch is furious," Long Aru warned, "and demands consequences." Missy Sipsa's eyes burned with anger. She stood her ground. "Longxing broke the rules and disgraced himself. We owe your family nothing, and we still return nothing." Long Aru sits. Expression shifted into a smirk. "Let's not escalate this. There's a peaceful solution. If you agree to marry me, you still become Longxing Sit's sister-in-law. The Long family will protect you. Even the Hong family won't dare interfere. And if hitting me makes you feel better, go ahead." Missy Sip's fury boiled over. She pointed at him defiantly. From the shadows, Longxing chuckled. "If you serve my brother well," he mocked, "I might even spare your life." Before Missy could respond, Lu Fan stepped forward, his fists clenched, his voice cold. "You shameless toads, you don't even know your place." He paused, then added with disdain, "Look in a mirror before you come here throwing your weight around." Long Aru froze, but his brother Ling erupted with rage. "How dare you speak to my elder brother like that?" Unshaken, Lu Fan gently placed his hand over Missy Sep's. Then, with a calm yet firm voice, he turned to the Long brothers. "Their steps no need to be anxious," he told her. "They won't intimidate you again." Missy looked up at Lu Fan, her voice soft. "Lu Fan." A blush crept across her cheeks. Then, half in admiration, half in sarcasm, she glanced at the crowd. "It's impressive, really. The Long family sent such a grand entourage. What could someone as weak as me possibly do?" Lu Fan, briefly shy, let a smirk slip. "We all heard them clearly," he said. "They don't just want the Ye family Sip's resources. They want me too." The hall fell silent. "But I shall look after the Ye family," he added firmly, "and I shall protect you as well." His words echoed through the hall, drawing dark, simmering glares from the Long brothers. Rage flickered in their eyes. Long Aru scoffed. You think you can protect them just because you have taken a romantic spot beside Miss Ye. That gives you no right to meddle in noble affairs." Miss Yespid's expression turned cold. "You are right," she said. "Noble matters follow their own rules, and under those rules, as the current head of the Ye family, I appoint Lu Fan as our representative in this noble conflict." Her voice was final. No one dared argue. Long Aru blinked, caught off guard. "What did you say?" Without hesitation, Lu Fan took the main seat at the head of the hall. Miss Ye stood beside him, her hand resting firmly on his. "He is now the acting head of the Ye family," she declared. "Is that title enough for you to understand where we stand?" The Long brothers burst into protest, shouting that it had to be a joke. "You handed the Ye family to an outsider?" But Long Aru raised a hand, silencing them with a cold glare. "Stand down." And at that exact moment, the system broadcast rang out, an official notification declaring a change in leadership at the Ye residence. Lu Fan was now recognized as the head. The declaration was final. The balance of power had shifted. Long Aru sneered, questioning whether Lu Fan had the courage to sit there solely because Miss Yi had told him to. He openly accused Miss Yi of being blinded by her affection for Lu Fan. But Lu Fan remained calm. Without a hint of emotion, he dismissed the accusation, stating that her feelings were none of his concern. What mattered now was something far more important, determining who in the Long family actually held authority, so he would know who to negotiate with directly. Longxing gave his older brother a glance, silently wondering if it was time to summon their ancestors, but Long Aru had clearly run out of patience. Ignoring both formality and tradition, he raised his voice and barked for everyone to step back. Even Longxing, startled by the sudden aggression, obeyed without protest. Enraged Longaroo declared that Miss Yi's apparent affection for Lu Fan gave no one the right to humiliate him. He swore he would teach them both a harsh lesson. Then came the warning. Although he had always been gentle with women, if Miss Yi dared to interfere again, her beautiful face might not remain so. Miss Yi, furious at the threat, stepped forward to protest, but Lu Fan gently reached out and held her back. In a calm and unwavering tone, he told her to leave this to him. A surge of yellow mana began swirling around Longaroo as he prepared to strike. With a cold sneer, he offered a gesture of arrogance. Since Lu Fan was merely a noble family's descendant, he would grant him the courtesy of a 3-count head start. Yet Lu Fan didn't move. Remaining seated, he casually propped his head up with one hand. His reply was chillingly confident by his own rules. If he survived after the count of 3, he would leave the western frontier and surrender his seat as acting head of the Ye family. Longxing, clearly worried, warned his brother to proceed with caution. He reminded him that Lu Fan's black dragon had been silently observing all their movements, but Longaroo scoffed. He found it laughable. In his eyes, a 4th-tier diamond monk like Lu Fan, even with 20,000 defense, could never endure a few of his serious attacks. Then Longaroo upped the stakes. Voice rising with pride, he proposed a counter-wager. If Lu Fan remained alive after the count of 3, the Long family would return all the resources they had seized. Not only that, they would also hand over Cloud Edge Mountain. Since Lu Fan had already agreed to the rules, Longaroo promised he would not be holding back. Lu Fan began the countdown. Calm, composed, raising 3 fingers. 3. He stayed perfectly still. Longaroo watched, confused. 2. Again, Lu Fan didn't move an inch. Longaroo, now starting to sweat, suddenly remembered a terrifying fact. Lu Fan had once taken 10 out of 10 strikes from an ancestor of the Hong family without a single scratch. If Lu Fan could survive one dragon strike now, the consequences could be devastating. 1. Lu Fan finally said, raising a single finger. In that instant, the air shifted. A cold blue light shimmered in Lu Fan's eyes, transforming the entire atmosphere of the hall. Then silence. Without warning, a tremor pulsed through the air, invisible and deadly. The room quaked under its pressure, yet Lu Fan and Miss Yi sat perfectly still, untouched. To the onlookers, it appeared as though nothing had happened. Longaroo let out a nervous laugh, trying to brush it off as a bluff. He mocked Lu Fan for standing frozen in place and claimed that Miss Yi's family would now face shame. He pointed at Lu Fan, jeering that he was too scared to even stand up. Miss Yi began to shout in anger, but Lu Fan interrupted her once more, softly advising her not to waste her energy on people like them. She was stunned by how composed he remained. Suddenly Longxing placed a hand on Longaroo's shoulder. His voice low, he asked whether his brother still believed this was all bravado. Then, slowly, crimson blood began to seep from Longaroo's midsection. His body trembled. Lu Fan's voice broke the silence. The battle is already over. Longaroo collapsed. Blood pooled beneath him, and the hall fell into complete silence. Then, chaos. The Long family members panicked, shouting for someone to save the second master. Longxing screamed, desperate for help, but no one moved. They all knew the truth. It was too late. Long Eru was dead, not even given the chance to strike back. Ling, watching it all unfold, was shaken to his core. He couldn't understand. Lu Fan hadn't even stood up. How could his brother be dead? Meanwhile, Lu Fan sat there, serene, fingers interlocked as though nothing had happened. Fury erupted from the rest of the Long family. They roared accusations, blaming Lu Fan for killing their second master and demanding he be captured. One even cried out that Lu Fan must pay with his life. But Ling stepped forward. He warned them to stand down, unless they truly wished to die. Despite the warning, the crowd only grew louder. They demanded justice, insisting Lu Fan must be taken back to the Long family. Miss Yi turned to Lu Fan, her voice steady. We should leave one of them alive to deliver the message. Lu Fan nodded. Go ahead, he said. I'll handle the rest. As Miss Yi stepped aside, Lu Fan raised his hand and gave a low whistle. What followed was carnage. One by one, the Long family members dropped where they stood, lifeless. It was a quiet but ruthless slaughter. Ling stood frozen in place, his eyes scanning the bodies. Finally, he broke the silence. Is it over? He asked. Are they all gone? Lu Fan slowly rose from his seat and walked toward Ling with measured steps. His gaze was sharp as he reminded Ling that the Long family's own traditions had clearly been broken. Its servants had refused to obey. With one hand casually sliding into his pocket, Lu Fan locked eyes with Ling and asked coldly, so tell me, who's the young master of the Long family now, and whose legs are too weak to even stand? Ling was already on his knees, trembling. He begged for mercy, pleading with Lu Fan to spare his life. He claimed he was only following his second brother's orders, but Lu Fan showed no sympathy. With disgust in his voice, he told Ling not to touch him with those filthy hands. Miss Yi watched in silence as the scene unfolded. Then, in a surprising twist, Lu Fan revealed that he had no intention of killing Longxing. Instead, he wanted him to return to the Long family, just like last time, and deliver a message. At those words, Longxing's eyes lit up with relief. He immediately agreed, thanking Lu Fan profusely for sparing him. Lu Fan, along with Miss Yi, began to leave the scene. As they turned away, he gave Longxing his instructions. The Long family must return all the Ye family's resources and surrender all territories within 3 days. Not only that, they would be required to offer annual tributes and vote in favor of the Ye family moving forward. Lu Fan declared that even the gods would follow the Ye family's lead from now on. Ling nodded desperately, swearing to carry out the orders, but Lu Fan gave him a final warning. If the Long family failed to comply within 3 days, he would destroy them. Understanding the gravity of the threat, Ling promised to deliver the message word for word. Miss Yi then gave a command to the god standing nearby. Throw him out. Without hesitation, the guards grabbed Longxing and hurled him outside like trash. One spat on the ground, calling him a dog and saying the Long family had finally received the punishment it deserved. As Longxing lay on the ground, he could hardly believe he was still alive. But fear gripped him. Would anyone believe his message? After all, Lu Fan had killed his second brother and many others in an instant. People would surely ask what skill Lu Fan used to wipe them out. Yet Longxing had no answer. Lu Fan hadn't even moved from his seat. He had seen nothing. Suddenly one of the gods shouted at him to leave if he didn't want to die. The voice grew louder and more aggressive, accusing him of ignoring their warnings. Jolted from his thoughts, Longxing realized he was being spoken to. His eyes widened with fear. In the next instant, he bolted, sprinting away from the estate. As he ran, he shouted frantically that they didn't have to kill him. He was leaving, he swore. The guards laughed behind him, mocking his cowardice. One commented that it was fitting for someone like him to run, while another noted that the presence of the Ye family still carried immense pressure. As Longxing raced through the area, he suddenly recalled something. His eyes lit up with recognition as he screamed. Certain of what he had just realized, the system in his mind alerted him. Someone with a shadow concealment ability had been nearby. Turning his head, he sensed the presence of a dragon lurking behind him. Horrified, he shouted that the entity had been hiding there the entire time, and with that, he ran even faster. Half an hour later, far across the western frontier, the wind rustled through the trees and birds chirped gently in the distance. The scene shifted to the Hong family. Yukin, along with several of his clan members, was en route to the Ye family. As they traveled, one of the members reported that the family elder had learned the Long family had dispatched dozens of third-tier servants that very day. He questioned whether that number would be enough to take on the Long family's strength, but Yukin calmly dismissed the concern, saying they were just a bunch of level 60 to 70 players, not even worth watching. It was important to note, Yukin himself was level 98. Suddenly, one of the members pointed ahead. "It's Ling," he announced. Everyone turned to look. Ling was up ahead, pale, disheveled, and terrified. Spotting them, he cried out in panic, urging them to move faster. The Hong family members burst into laughter. They ridiculed his miserable state, joking that the internal conflict of the noble families must have scared him witless. One of the younger members remarked sarcastically that Yuqian's sworn master had always been average, and that his level growth didn't match his stats. Another added that Ling's level couldn't even come close to their young master's. But Yuqian didn't respond to the teasing. His expression was serious as he studied Ling. Then, without warning, he instructed everyone to pick up the pace and head to the Ye family at full speed. Surprised, the others questioned the sudden urgency. Yuqian responded gravely. Seeing Longxing in such a state had given him a bad feeling. Something was wrong. As he floated ahead of the group, he muttered that this journey might not go as smoothly as they had hoped. Another 30 minutes passed. Now on the western border of the Ye family courtyard, 2 guards stood watch at the main gate. From a distance, the group from the Hong family appeared. One of the guards squinted, muttering that the Hong family seemed to be looking for trouble. The other, more cautious, suggested they report the matter to Miss Yi. But before either could act, Yuqian stepped forward. "You don't need to trouble anyone," he said coldly. With a flick of his fingers, he killed one guard instantly. Blood splattered as the man collapsed. The second guard screamed in terror. Panic gripped him as he turned to run, shouting for Miss Yi and warning that the Hong family was killing people. Yuqian raised his hands toward the servant, annoyed by the noise, and threatened to kill him as well. But before he could act further, a blaze of fire surged toward him. He reacted swiftly, blocking the flames just in time. As he looked up, Miss Yi descended from the sky, weapon in hand, accusing Yuqian of attacking in broad daylight. Her tone was fierce. She called him lawless and brazen. Without hesitation, Yuten landed amidst the chaos. Since I've already made the first move, he declared coldly, there's nothing left to discuss. He launched an attack on Miss Yi, warning the entire Yi family that anyone who tried to protect her would die without mercy. The system promptly issued updates. The layered 7 kills technique had been activated, and Miss Yi was wielding an imbued melee weapon radiating blue mana. Yuten smirked at her choice of words, mocking her for daring to speak of killing without mercy. Drawing his blade, he lunged forward, slashing at Miss Yi. Despite being gravely injured by him before, she stood firm. Yuten acknowledged her resolve, calling her extraordinary. Another system prompt revealed the weapon. Yuten was using the White Jade Sword, a level 9 artifact with the abilities World Light Piercing and Illusion. The battle intensified. Yuten sneered, saying Miss Yi must have forgotten the pain of their last encounter and vowed to give her a lesson she'd never forget. Miss Yi was thrown into the air by the sheer force of his attack. She managed to leap to another rooftop, but the members of the Hong family quickly surrounded her. Yuten shouted for them to strike, telling them to make Miss Yi remember the consequences of defying him. Several of them soared into the sky, aiming to strike her down. Their goal was clear: the complete annihilation of the Yi family. But in that very moment, someone else intervened. Long Aru, the second brother of the Long family, suddenly appeared. His explosive entrance sent shockwaves through the Hong family. Panic erupted. Shouts filled the air as no one could comprehend what was happening or who was behind the ambush. Even Yuten was stunned. A Hong family member voiced the suspicion aloud. Was it really Long Aru? From a rooftop, Lu Fan observed the unfolding chaos with a satisfied grin. The system fed him real-time updates, as Long Aru unleashed devastation upon the Hong family. Seizing 2 enemies by the head, Long Aru declared that he was simply following Lu Fan's order. His body, reanimated or otherwise, was at level 98, a terrifying force on the battlefield. Alarmed, the Hong family raised their weapons toward Long Aru, shouting at Yuten and demanding answers. Was there a traitor among the Longs? Why was Long Aru fighting for the Yi family? Yuten stared at Long Aru, still baffled, until Lu Fan chimed in with a cheerful tone. He praised his own foresight and pointed to his system, which was actively reporting on the battle's progress. When the Hong family finally noticed Lu Fan, one of them asked about his identity. At that moment, Miss Yi yelled, warning Lu Fan that Yuten had sent her to kill him. But Lu Fan calmly interrupted, stating that she didn't need to act, nor did she need to defend him. Just then, Yuten slashed his sword, releasing a torrent of blue mana that surrounded Lu Fan. Blades shimmered and gathered. He had activated the Fearless 9 Swords technique. No matter how many allies you have, Yuten barked, they can save the Yi family. He then ordered the swords to strike, declaring that if Lu Fan wanted to die, he'd happily grant that wish. But Lu Fan only smirked. With a calm voice, he summoned the Shadow Dragon King. The enormous creature emerged, instantly defending him with the Shadow Blade skill. The system confirmed the dragon had successfully shielded Lu Fan from all danger. Yuten stared in disbelief. How had this creature suddenly appeared? Was it a real dragon? Had it been hiding all along without detection? The system clarified that only 3 out of the 9 swords had been completed so far. Lu Fan's expression darkened. He vowed to reveal his true strength and reminded Yuten of the grievous wound he had inflicted on Lu Fan's senior sister. Today, he declared that debt would be paid in full. From his perch on the rooftop, Lu Fan remained composed. Behind him, the Shadow Dragon loomed silently. The system whispered another update. Shadow concealment was active, allowing the dragon to appear and vanish at will, granting it unmatched stealth. Yuten, now drenched in sweat, was paralyzed with fear. This dragon was unlike anything he had ever heard of or seen. Before he could react, the cries of his comrades pierced the air. He turned toward the screams and saw Long Aru, eyes blazing with rage, tearing through the Hong family. Despite their pleas, Long Aru showed no mercy. He leapt, slashed, and struck with devastating precision. Blood sprayed across the battlefield, and one by one, Hong family warriors collapsed. Meanwhile, Miss Yi moved forward with silent determination. Lu Fan gave her a subtle nod. He would let her handle Yuten herself. Side by side, the two approached the enemy, ready to bring the battle to its conclusion. Miss Yi gripped her staff tightly, and the surrounding air shimmered with intense heat. Flames crackled through the atmosphere as she declared to Yuchi that today would be the day he finally apologized to the Ye family. Instantly, the system registered the activation of her fire marks, 7 strikes already stacked, increasing her damage output by 7%. Yuchi, fully prepared for battle, summoned his squad and enveloped himself in a vibrant blue aura. This aura tightly synchronized his warriors, a sign of his strategic prowess. With a sneer, he mocked his opponent, scoffing at the notion that a single invisible dragon could stand in his way. The battle erupted as Miss Yi and Yuchi clashed directly. Their squads collided in a ferocious melee. In the chaos, Miss Yi activated her Ice Squad diffusion technique. a rare defensive and offensive maneuver highlighted by the system for its effectiveness. With it, she managed to block Yuchi's initial assault. Frustrated, Yuchi growled and promised to demonstrate how easily he could shatter the so-called steel might of the dragon. The system triggered an alert, Sword Light Pierces Illusion, a high-level technique paired with his legendary weapon, the White Jade Sword, a rare blade at level 90. Several jade swords materialized around him, swirling protectively before being launched directly at Miss Yi, marking her as his sole target. Yuchi leapt high into the air while Miss Yi remained grounded, bracing herself with everything she had. Observing the clash silently from a distance, Lu Fan analyzed every move and energy fluctuation between the two fighters. The tension in the air surged as the system repeated its alert. Sword Light Pierce's illusion was in full effect. Yet despite Yuchi's overwhelming power, he failed to break through Miss Yi's defense. His expression shifted from confidence to confusion. Why wasn't his skill working? His gaze flickered between Miss Yi and Lu Fan, seeking answers. Without a word, Lu Fan slowly raised his hand, and in response, the shadow dragon emerged behind him. Turning to Yuchi, Lu Fan coolly acknowledged his clever tactics, but clarified that none of Yuchi's skills could affect his dragon pet. He mocked Yuchi, reminding him that shadow concealment negates power if the creature remains undetected or unharmed. Suddenly Lu Fan launched a fiery strike at Yuchi. Though Yuchi managed to block it, his composure was beginning to crack. Lu Fan shouted that Yuchi's skills were not enough, warning him against his overconfidence. Yuchi snapped, accusing Lu Fan of overstepping, but Lu Fan didn't back down. He demanded to know if Yuchi truly believed Miss Yi had gone too far. He reminded him how Yuchi had exploited the Yi family's resources and left Miss Yi gravely wounded without a second thought. It was the Hong family, Lu Fan argued, that had no sense of restraint. Enraged, Yuchi prepared to strike again, but before he could, Miss Yi unleashed a powerful counterattack, channeling double her normal strength. She declared the strike to be vengeance for everything Yuchi had done. Her attack landed cleanly. Yuchi fell, clutching his side in agony, his eyes wide in disbelief as Miss Yi's crimson gaze bore down on him. She was not done. She declared she wanted him to die for his sins. Still glaring at Lu Fan, Yuchi blamed the dragon for his defeat. He believed that if Lu Fan hadn't interfered, he wouldn't be lying broken on the ground. Then with a sudden surge of determination, Yuchi began channeling another skill. Clutching his sword, blue mana swirled violently around him. The air grew heavy with menace. He vowed that even in death, he would drag them all down with him. Miss Yi instantly recognized the aura. It was the same overwhelming blue energy from a skill she had once barely survived. The system warned of a weapon fusion technique. 3 weapons combined, with powerful blue mana spiraling into the sky. All of it emanated from Yuchi's blade. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes. Something felt off. He suspected that Yuchi was faking an attack on Miss Yi, baiting him to intervene. With a roar, Yuchi launched his strike directly at Miss Yi, venom in his voice, as he screamed for her to die. Miss Yi, unfazed, steeled herself. She would defeat him alone. The system registered her response. Frost Sword Arise, a technique of icy precision and devastating power. Lu Fan, impressed, decided to act. He commanded the Shadow Dragon King to join the battle. The massive creature materialized at his side and lunged at Yuchi. Furious, Yuchi's blood boiled. He lashed out, blood trickling from his mouth, eyes flashing crimson. He activated a desperate skill, Blood Sword Shackle. The system registered its effect instantly. The dragon recoiled, snarling in pain as glowing shackles bound its limbs. The system displayed a timer, 29 seconds of immobilization remaining. Miss Yi was caught off guard. The sudden reversal left the Shadow Dragon King weakened and restrained. Yuchi laughed maniacally. He had anticipated the dragon's interference and laid his trap perfectly. The system flagged Blood Sword Shackle as a masterful trap. Miss Yi shouted at Yuchi, calling him a deceitful coward. Behind her, Lu Fan remained calm, quietly observing. In a final attempt to escape, Yuchi summoned a mechanical bird, an exceptionally rare mount. The system confirmed its rarity. He leapt aboard, declaring that it was time to flee, but Lu Fan would not allow it. With one command, his squad unleashed a coordinated strike, obliterating the bird mid-flight and sending Yuchi crashing to the ground. Yuchi screamed in pain as he tried to rise. Lu Fan approached, mocking him. "Are you underestimating me?" he asked. Seizing the moment, Lu Fan grabbed Yuchi and pressed his squad's energy blade against Yuchi's throat with crushing force. The battle for now was over. As Lu Fan stepped forward, his gaze pierced through the tension hanging in the air. He questioned Yuchi coldly. Did he truly believe the Shadow Dragon was his only threat? Did he think Lu Fan's power was limited to a mere summoned beast? Cornered and overwhelmed, Yutian's tone shifted to desperation. He shouted that according to noble family laws, killing was forbidden, especially when outsiders were involved. His voice trembled with panic as he tried to shield himself behind protocol. But Miss Ye cut him off sharply. Her voice was resolute as she reminded him that in the Ye family, Lu Fan's word was final. That declaration stunned Yutian. His eyes widened as realization dawned. Lu Fan wasn't just a bystander or an ally, he was the authority, and everything Yutian had assumed until now was meaningless. Desperation clawed at him. Yutian turned to Miss Yi, pleading for peace. He begged for a truce, one that would end the long-standing hostility. He claimed that his earlier words had been spoken in anger, not in true malice. With trembling lips, he insisted he never meant to kill her, that his emotions had gotten the better of him. Then, with a final plea, he looked to Lu Fan and asked for mercy. He suggested a public concession. He would admit defeat to Miss Yi before everyone. He argued there was no real hatred between them, only misunderstandings, but whether this was sincerity or survival instinct, only time would tell. Luen turned to Missy and offered her the opportunity to finish Yuchen herself. Without hesitation, she summoned a formidable fighting aura. Her voice cut through the tension as she remarked on the high value the Hong family placed on Yuchen. Leaping into the air, she channeled powerful mana, her expression darkening with realization she had fallen for the same trick twice. At that moment, the system interface activated, signaling the initiation of the Fight Mark skill. 7 stacks were recorded, each one amplifying her damage output by 7%. Facing certain death, Yukian began trembling violently. His voice cracked with desperation as he shouted that the ancestor merely intended to invite Missy as a guest. It was a panicked plea for mercy, but Missy remained unmoved. With unyielding focus, she hurled her weapon at Yuti's body, ending his life instantly. She shouted with fury, declaring that the souls of the Ye family members slain by Yuti cried out for justice, and now he would join them in death. The system revealed the diminishing energy of her fight marks. From 5, they dropped to 4, then 3, 2, and finally 1. Her final blow left the Hong family member's body charred and burning, a testament to her wrath. After the intense confrontation, Miss Yi called out to Lu Fan. He responded from behind her, quickly closing the distance and wrapping her in an embrace. He reassured her that the threat from the Hong family had been eliminated. Amidst the smoking battlefield, the scorched body of Yu Ti lay among the shattered foliage. Yet Lu Fan's presence was grounding. He urged Miss Yi not to worry anymore. He then issued a command to Long Aru. Spare one of the surviving Hong family followers. Let him return and report the calamity to his clan. Long Aru obeyed, releasing a trembling survivor whose horrified eyes locked onto the remains of his young master. Turning to Miss Yi, Lu Fan asked if venting her anger had brought her peace. Without words, she embraced him tightly, her voice soft but satisfied. It feels great. Lu Fan remained still as his twin dragon companions continued circling above, their vast wings stirring powerful gusts. Around them, something strange began to unfold. The air thickened with a dense vibrating energy. Ashes that had been suspended in the wind began to spiral as if summoned by an invisible force. Slowly they started to coalesce, reforming, reshaping. Before their eyes, the ash solidified into a human form. It was Yukian, fully restored, his body had reassembled with uncanny precision and grace. His voice, calm and unwavering, declared his submission to Lu Fan. The resurrection, he explained, had been enforced by a mysterious purple order, a command beyond his control. The system flickered once again, this time displaying Yukian's full profile. His stats, attributes, elemental affinities, and combat experience appeared on screen, each confirming the strength he now pledged to Lu Fan's side. Lu Fan studied him in quiet astonishment. He had genuinely not expected someone reduced to ash to resurrect so completely. Inwardly, he labeled the ability as dangerously overpowered, likely a forbidden technique. His gaze shifted to his growing ranks. Among the elite 4-stage Perfect Legion, Long Aru remained unmatched in defense, capable of summoning nearly impenetrable barriers. Now with Yukian added to the fold, his high-output offense and control abilities balanced the team's strength. Lu Fan felt his force becoming something formidable. He allowed himself a brief moment to glance toward the sky, where his dragons still circled, eyes sharp and watchful. Yet his thoughts soon turned to the recent deaths. Long Eru and Hong Yutian. He couldn't help but wonder, had their families already learned of the loss, and if so, what would their response be? He knew better than most. Powerful families never let blood debts go unpaid. Elsewhere, within the heavily guarded halls of the Long family mansion, a suffocating silence hung over the grand hall. Long Xing walked with firm steps toward the throne. There sat the clan's king, known as the blood-free Heavenly Rider, a level 98 ancestral force. The king demanded the truth. Long Xing stood tall. His voice was calm, yet grave. He confirmed the worst. Dragon Tremor had struck with overwhelming force. Long Aru had not even managed a single move before he was annihilated. Each strike from the beast was instant death, unstoppable, and absolute. Not even third-stage warriors could endure a second under its might. The elders were left speechless, their faces painted with shock. Troubled yet composed, the king inquired how a girl from the Ye family could locate and defeat someone like Long Aru, but before anyone could respond, another elder interrupted. His voice shook with urgency as he revealed the greater concern. A message had accompanied the dragon. An ultimatum. The Long family was to surrender all territorial rights and valuable resources within 3 days, or face total destruction. The clan leader fell into a deep silence. Someone nearby finally broke it, asking the most pressing question: what should they do now? Before an answer could come, a thunderous explosion erupted above them, dust and debris raining from the ceiling beams. All eyes turned upward. Moments later, a figure stormed into the hall, his voice trembling with rage as he shouted a name: Long Chong Kong. It was an elder from the Hong family. Grief twisted his expression, and his eyes burned with fury. He demanded answers. His grandson Hong Yuan was dead, and he wanted to know why. Long Chong Kong narrowed his eyes, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he dismissed the Hong elder's accusations. He scoffed, calling the claims baseless and mocking the elder for even suggesting an alliance between the Long family and the Ye. Foolish, he said bluntly, accusing the Hong clan of failing to defeat the Ye, and now shifting blame to others to cover their shame. But the Hong elder stood firm. His eyes burned with grief and fury as he accused Long Eru of murdering his grandson, insinuating that it had been done with the knowledge or cooperation of the Ye family. The words were not only bold, they were personal, volatile, and dangerous. Long Xing stared at the elder, wide-eyed in disbelief. He stepped forward, demanding clarity. My brother was killed by Lu Fan's dragon, he insisted. I saw it with my own eyes. He turned his frustration toward the elder, reiterating that Long Eru had never aided Lu Fan and had no part in the death of Hong Yuan. The Hong elder's expression twisted in anguish as he locked eyes with Long Xing. His voice, though calmer, was layered with menace. Then tell me, he asked coldly, was what you saw the truth? A moment of silence passed before he added a chilling warning. If Long Xing was lying, the punishment would be so severe that death would be a mercy. Long Xing trembled. His confidence crumbled, and instinctively he stepped behind Long Chong Kong for protection. Chong Kong stepped forward, commanding attention. This is a place of mourning, he said, but let no one forget, this is still the Long household. His words were steady, a reminder of the power that still held the hall. Confirming Long Aru's death, Chong Kong glanced at Long Xing, who nodded silently in agreement. Then the family leader introduced another possibility. If someone had seen Long Aru aiding the Ye, perhaps it was not him at all, but a necromancer's manipulation of his corpse. The very suggestion sent both elders into a frenzy. Their magical auras erupted, dark, fierce, and immense. Undeterred, Long Chong Kong continued. He revealed that the dragon tamer had intentionally sent Ling back with the surrender message. This was no mere taunt, it was strategy. The Hong elder confirmed that he too had received the same ultimatum: surrender all territory and valuables within 3 days or face annihilation. Enraged, the Hong elder slammed his fist into the floor, scattering stone and dust across the chamber. How did the Ye family gain such confidence in only 2 months? He demanded. Long Chong Kong's eyes flashed with fire. That arrogance, he declared, will be their downfall. Revenge is inevitable. In his mind, images of the dragons flashed. He raised a hand, summoning a flame, and spoke plainly. The most dangerous weapon in the Ye family is not a skill or an artifact. It is the dragon tamer and his 2 beasts. Long Xing elaborated. One of the dragons moved with assassin-like stealth, silent, precise, and deadly. The other relied on overwhelming force. Together, they were nearly unstoppable. The Hong elder stroked his long white beard and thought. Dragon tamers aren't invincible, he muttered. If the dragons can be restrained, the tamer becomes vulnerable. Once he falls, the beasts will vanish back into their pet space. Still, he admitted, the long dragon proved unusually resistant to suppression. Long Chong Kong offered reassurance. The clan, he said, possessed a secret weapon, a sunborn, a rare bloodline tied to the Ao gods. This unique power allowed for instant tracking of the dragon's presence once even a trace was detected. The room fell into an eerie silence as the weight of that information sank in. Breaking the quiet, the Hong elder raised his voice again. If the Ye family dares to provoke 2 ancestral clans, they must have more than just one trump card. But Chong Kong interrupted sharply. Enough speculation, the Ye must be reminded of their place. His voice was firm, final. The legacies of the Long and Hong clans will not be toppled by a lone dragon tamer. He closed his eyes briefly, reflecting, before revealing something unexpected. There had been a time when he had considered recruiting Lu Fan into the Hong family, but as he opened his eyes again, any warmth had vanished, replaced by cold resolve and vengeful intent. Meanwhile, at the Ye family mansion, the evening sky had deepened to a dark indigo, blanketing the estate in shadows. 2 guards stood at the gate, their posture casual, their vigilance dulled by routine until the ground beneath them began to tremble. One of them turned to the other. Did you feel that? Probably just an earthquake, the second replied, dismissively. But that illusion was shattered in an instant. A crow flew overhead, cawing loudly as clouds of dust began to rise in the distance. From the haze emerged a terrifying sight, a pack of blood-soaked wolves. Their snarls echoed like war drums across the night. The guards snapped to attention. These weren't ordinary beasts. This was the start of a beast tide. The horde moved as one, unified by primal instinct. Their roars grew louder and more feral with each step. The guards exchanged a grim look. There was no time to hesitate. They turned and ran, racing to alert the Ye family. Or had arrived. Elsewhere, in a tranquil dining room, aromatic scents filled the space. Fragrant rice steamed alongside sizzling, spicy dishes. Luan and the young lady had just taken their seats, the calm before the storm still lingering. But Luan Sep's eyes narrowed. He felt it, a subtle vibration beneath the floorboards. His voice was soft but serious. Did you feel that? Is it an earthquake? The young lady turned sharply, her senses alert, her expression tightened as she listened. Before she could answer, a faint sound caught her attention. Something was coming. An employee rushed into the room, his face marked with anxiety. Leaning in close, he whispered urgently, "Trouble is coming. The beast tide is moving." The young lady Sip's eyes widened in shock. Her voice barely a whisper, she repeated the words, "Beast, tide." Luan met her gaze, his expression steady. With a firm nod, he stood. "We need to go outside. We must see it for ourselves." The scene shifted to the exterior of the Ye clan's villa. The air was tense, lit only by the fading twilight. Members of the Ye family lined up in formation, weapons drawn, ready to defend their home. In the distance, a massive horde of wolves emerged from the shadows, their eyes glowing an ominous red. A storm of fear settled over the courtyard. Hovering above the pack was an old man, suspended mid-air beside a majestic sky dragon. His face was twisted with fury as he shouted down at the defenders. "How dare you kill Shinger and still expect the Han clan to surrender in 3 days?" His voice cracked with betrayal. "Once the Long and Ye families were bound by kinship, now you've slain one of our own, and you dare stand unrepentant?" He raised a gauntleted hand. Clad in iron armor and riding the sky dragon, the old man delivered a chilling command: "Level the Ye manor, spare no one." With that, the wolves lunged forward. The defenders didn't hesitate. "Charge! Protect the manor!" One guard shouted, rallying his comrades. As the wolves attacked from the front, a new threat loomed from above. Red mana began falling from the sky like a deadly rain. Cries of alarm erupted from the Ye forces. "We're surrounded," one shouted. Another guard, voice shaking with fear, cried, "This is real danger, we start trapped." The lead guard gritted his teeth, steeling himself as the red mana closed in. The glowing shield surrounding the Ye family shimmered with brilliant blue light. When the red mana struck, the wolves slammed into it as well. But the shield held. Against all odds, the barrier did not break. The sight stunned both the Long and Han clan leaders. The old man roared in disbelief. Even legendary defense scrolls shouldn't set withstand that power. What are they using? Murmurs spread among the enemy forces. The Ye clan still had trump cards like this? Then, Luan stepped onto the front lines, flanked by Shiawei and Missy. A system notification blinked into view. Eternal War Barrier activated. A zone of protection had been established. Luan Sep's eyes scanned the battlefield. "Still not enough," he murmured. Even after 4-stage transitions, today Sep's musketeers remain overconfident. But the Hong and Long clans paid no attention. They were focused only on the Ye manor. Missy, voice sharp with frustration, yelled, "They Sifir combining their forces now. The Long and Hong clans, both coming for us." Long Chong Kong stood silent for a moment, eyes locked on Luan. "If anyone here is a dragon," he declared boldly, "that's me." Luan gave a faint smile, nodding coolly. "You may be the only dragon I see, Chong Kong." His words were calm, but his tone dripped with irony. Missy stepped forward, her gaze hard. "Watch your tone, Long Chong Kong. Luan now stands at the very top of the E-clan. His authority isn't set to be questioned." That comment ignited a flare of rage in Chong Kong. "Arrogance," he spat. "You act so mighty with only a few dragons by your side. The noble alliance of 1,000,000 strong will crush you." But Luan remained composed, even amused. "Relying on numbers," he replied. "Absurd. You think a beast wave and some synthetic transfers can crush the E-clan? Laughable." Missy's eyes narrowed. Her fury simmered beneath the surface as she locked eyes with the Long clan's ancestors. At Luan Sep's silent signal, his dragons emerged. One by one, they stepped forward from the mist, majestic, fearsome, and powerful. Their numbers grew until the sky itself seemed darkened by their presence. The battlefield fell silent. The Long family members could only stare in stunned disbelief. Long Chong Kong Sith's voice trembled. How does he have so many dragons? The old man Sith's laugh was shaky, forced. Impossible, he muttered. Genuine dragons? In this world? That should be harder than reaching the heavens. And yet, Luan stood before them, his dragons surrounding him like loyal pets. A system notification flickered once again. Natural assimilation initiated. Mana released by the young dragons enhanced the strength of his elder companions. The phenomenon left the enemies rattled. Long Chong Kong for a brief moment wondered aloud, could he too summon dragons one day? But doubt plagued him. How deep did Luan's powers go? No one knew the answer, and that was the part that terrified them the most. Luan remained composed as ever. With a low whistle he calmly remarked that there was no need to rush. Something far more shocking was still on its way. Missy stood beside him, beaming with admiration, clearly moved by his unshaken confidence. Without hesitation, Luan summoned his underlings, Long Eru and Yukian. They stepped forward before the crowd, drawing gasps of disbelief. The ancestors of both the Long and Han clans were left speechless. Their own sons now stood under Luan's command, loyal to the very enemy they had once vowed to fight. Suddenly a system message echoed through the battlefield, announcing the activation of Corpse Dragon Control, a mechanism that governed all puppets formed from fallen sacred dragons. The old man's expression darkened. He understood the terrifying truth. Even a single puppet from Luan's side could decimate an entire noble clan. His thoughts drifted back to the fall of the Taisher kingdom, a catastrophe brought about by none other than Luan himself. Long Chong Kong began to despair. With their wolves trembling in fear, he wondered if the battle was already lost. A yellow light enveloped Luan's figure. He raised his voice, declaring that he would test the strength of the noble elite. How long could they withstand his wrath before succumbing to destruction? His eyes blazed with yellow fury. Flames circled his body. Then, before the stunned onlookers, he underwent a fearsome transformation, turning into a colossal yellow dragon. The ancestors of the Long family were dumbfounded. Not only could Luan command dragons, he could become one himself. His power now felt immeasurable. Shofi, Luan ordered, create the Jade Mirror clone. Without question, Shofoy obeyed. As the eerie technique was activated, a sinister aura blanketed the battlefield. The system chimed in. The Jade Mirror clone had begun. The massive yellow dragon split into several identical copies, each exuding equal menace. I have never feared being outnumbered, Luan declared thunderously. The old man's doubt deepened. Was their decision to strike the E-clan a fatal mistake? With grim resolve, Luan roared that none of them would be allowed to survive. The system responded with another notification. Dragon language replication had been activated. His dragon pets were now duplicating themselves. One of the yellow dragons unleashed a torrent of white flames, a devastating lava burst. The flames tore across the battlefield, spreading like wildfire. The old man, quick to react, conjured an energy shield. Threads of energy laced through the sky, a desperate attempt to contain the blaze. Long Chong Kong tried to shield himself with his wings, but the fire grew closer. Then came another system announcement. Roaring thunder technique. Lightning bolts crashed down from the heavens, obliterating the targeted area. But it didn't stop there. In a blinding moment, yet another ability followed. Falling stars. From the skies above, resembling a field of constellations, a rain of starlight descended in an apocalyptic display. Panic seized the battlefield. The old man could barely breathe, feeling as though he was living through a nightmare. A chilling realization settled in escaping Luan might no longer be possible. The system announced the final blow, Starfall, a forbidden ancient technique of unsealed dragon language magic. High above, the dragons soared freely while chaos erupted below. Clan members screamed for help, scattering in every direction, desperate to escape the destruction raining from the heavens. But the assault continued. The dragons launched another wave of lava burst, one of them flapping its mighty wings to trigger a massive explosion that engulfed the land in fire. Amidst the carnage, the ancestors of the Hong and Long families shouted over the roar, trying to coordinate through the flames. They used enchanted protective cards, barely holding the blaze at bay. The old man, though still restraining himself, warned that if Luan wasn't stopped now, both clans would be annihilated. He questioned the wisdom of guarding against each other when extinction loomed. Long Chong Kong agreed, albeit reluctantly. He admitted that the old man's curse-based techniques far surpassed Luan's in scale. Now was the time to fight together. With desperation forcing unity, they struck a grim pact. Once the E-clan was destroyed, the Long clan would summon its armies for 3 months, after which the spoils would be divided. Their goal was clear. Luzan had to die. As they sealed the agreement, the old man raised 2 fingers into the sky. His power activated, and the enchanted cards began orbiting around him like stars. Wind lashed against his face. He declared this to be his strongest control technique, one capable of immobilizing even opponents of the same level for at least 10 seconds. He encased himself within a protective sphere, preparing to face Luan, who still in his dragon form was quickly closing in. Meanwhile, Long Chong Kong clutched the written pact tightly. The old man announced that it was time to end the dragon threat once and for all. Yet before he could act, Long Chong Kong burst forward with prideful defiance. He drew in red mana and held the agreement high. "I don't need instructions to act," he snapped. At that very moment, a surge of red mana exploded from two ruptured holes, illuminating the battlefield with a searing crimson light. Under the influence of a mysterious magic, the nearby wild wolves begin to tremble violently, their once natural eyes glow an ominous red, brimming with hostility. Their strength surges, becoming unstable and dangerously unpredictable. Amid this chaos, Lufan stands silently, his eyes fixed on the battlefield as a massive yellow explosion, laced with streaks of red light, erupts violently. At its center, a dark spiraling void expands, threatening to engulf everything in its path. As the destruction spreads, Missy grows increasingly anxious. Her voice, filled with dread, echoes across the field as she calls out Lufan's name, begging for his aid. Watching with smug confidence, Lo Chong Kong sneers. He declares mockingly that Lufan, whom he labels as nothing but a fake shape-shifted dragon, could never survive a direct combined assault from both him and the second elder of the Han clan. To him, Lufan is already a dead rat. All eyes are drawn toward the glowing yellow orb in the distance. Then, in an unexpected twist, Lufan reappears, still in his dragon form, bearing only minor injuries and completely composed. A deeper resonant voice cuts through the stunned silence. It is Lufan himself, mocking the idea that such an attack could destroy him. Lo Chong Kong's confidence begins to crack. As he turns, he's stunned to see Lufan now behind him, revealing that the dragon they attacked was merely a jade mirror clone. The realization hits hard. Lufan had never been in any real danger. Before Chong Kong can react, Lufan's massive dragon tail coils around him tightly. Chong Kong roars in defiance, vowing that now that Lufan's true body is exposed, he will kill him at any cost. Fueled by rage, he unleashes a full-powered strike. Meanwhile, Missy continues her battle against the enchanted wolves, wielding a staff shaped like an arrow. Even as she strikes down another beast, her thoughts remain with Lufan. She shouts his name again, desperate and worried. Back on the battlefield, Lufan effortlessly blocks Chong Kong's attack with a single hand and counters immediately. The sheer force of his retaliation sends Chong Kong flying from his dragon mount. Suspended in midair, Chong Kong unleashes yellow mana from his eyes. He admits in disbelief that he once believed his power to be supreme, but even one of Lufan's clones had pushed him to exhaustion. Clutching his weapon, he trembles. That last blow drained the last of his strength. He struggles to comprehend how someone like Lufan, supposedly only at a second transition class in middle, could endure and counter such a high-tier assault. But before he can make sense of it all, Lufan is standing before him again, unmoved and calm. With chilling composure, Lufan asks what resistance he could possibly offer now. He explains that his dragons are now utilizing advanced combat techniques: Jade Dragon skill, Star Dragon skill, and Steeler Radiance form. Not only that, but they've ascended to Blue Dragon levels and even his pets have evolved. With a tone laced in mockery, Lufan asks if all they have left are broken bodies and crumbling morale. As flames devour the battlefield, Chong Kong watches members of his own clan fall into the fire. His voice drops to a whisper. Had he brought doom upon his people? The old man beside him murmurs that the Han clan, too, lies in ruins. Then, Lufan appears behind both elders and coldly declares, "From today onward, the western region shall hear no more of the Long or Han clans." Both ancestors freeze in disbelief, but Chong Kong, eyes ignited with crimson flame, refuses to accept defeat. He screams that the Long clan will not fall so easily. Suddenly the system announces, "Life Flame Soul Burn activated, warning 50% mortality risk." Beside him, the old man pulls out a hidden artifact from his robes and begins chanting in an ancient tongue. A burst of green light erupts from the object. The system chimes again, Vital Devour Elixir technique activated. Risking their lives, both ancestors launch a desperate full-force assault on Lufan. Chong Kong cries out that even if it costs him his soul and lifespan, he will see Lufan dead. The old man does the same, hovering magical cards around him mid-air, then pressing his finger to his lips. The system responds, Heaven Comedy of 10,000 Talismans technique initiated. Together, they unleash a storm of power. The battlefield turns crimson as blood splatters and magical energy rips through the air. Chong Kong charges toward Lufan once more, while the old man yells for them to combine their strength. The magical cards orbit around Lufan, spinning rapidly before snapping into a complex chain-like formation, binding him tightly. The old man's eyes gleam with satisfaction. At last he believes, they've sealed Lufan. But Lufan stands calm, expressionless. Then he speaks. He says he came only to test the strength of the Hong Kong ancestors, and he is gravely disappointed. With a single sweeping gesture, Lufan shatters every seal and barrier surrounding him. The old man's face twists in horror. His eyes widen as the crushing realization hits. Even with all their strength, they couldn't restrain Lufan for even a second. Against such overwhelming power, they were utterly hopelessly helpless. As the battlefield burned with rising tension, Lan could no longer contain his fury. Yellow flames erupted wildly around his body, and with a voice like thunder, he declared that it was finally his turn to act. At that very moment, the system echoed through the air with a chilling notification. Lufan has activated the dragon language replication technique. Sensing the immediate threat, the old man reacted instinctively, forming a barrier from his enchanted cards. His instincts screamed that Lufan's aura was no ordinary pressure. It could very well decide the outcome of the entire battle. Then, another system alert followed. The Mystic Talisman's Spirit Shield has been deployed. It was one of the legendary 12 elemental talismans, but even that mighty defense began to show signs of cracking. The yellow dragon's eyes suddenly turned blank, pure white, and in a calm, emotionless tone it said, "No matter what, we must endure this strike." Without warning, a massive inferno exploded from its mouth, an overwhelming wave of lava-like flames hurtling straight at the old man. His screams pierced the air as the system confirmed, Lufan's dragon has used the lava burst technique. The flames consumed everything. The enchanted cards, once glowing with power, now shriveled and turned to ash, drifting down like scorched leaves. A moment later, both the old man and his destroyed cards crashed to the ground, utterly defeated. With calm confidence, Lufan reverted to his human form and began walking toward the fallen ancestors of the Long clan. One of them, barely conscious, groaned that even their divine archer capable of piercing through god-tier camouflage couldn't detect how Lufan and his dragons were hiding their presence. The mystery rattled them. Lufan glanced at a Long clan soldier lying lifeless in a pool of blood. With a smug smile he remarked that if they were referring to the little bug lurking in the shadows, then they were already too late. His dragons had already found him. He had seen everything. His mocking tone unsettled Long, who suddenly coughed up blood, realizing their defeat was fast approaching. Nearby, another elder trembled from his injuries. Barely able to remain standing, Lufan's eyes darkened as he calmly informed them that he had already sent someone to deliver a final message. The choice was simple, either submit to a resource transfer agreement, or be annihilated, but clearly, they had already chosen destruction. Lun looked down at them coldly. "This situation," he said, "is of your own making. Whatever pleas you have left, say them in the afterlife." Wounded and exhausted, Long Chong Kong warned Luan not to underestimate the power standing behind their clan. He raised a trembling finger and revealed that both the Long and Hong clans were backed by the Ark clan, a terrifying Class A faction whose level 100 elites could crush Luan without breaking a sweat. But Luan remained completely unfazed. He casually cleaned his ear with his pinky and asked mockingly, "Are you done with your threats?" The elder stared at him in disbelief. The old man behind him shouted once more, desperately urging Lufan to reconsider, warning that unleashing this battle would bring consequences beyond imagining. But Lufan merely replied, "If you love your backers so much, lead the way to the underworld and meet them yourself." As a powerful yellow aura radiated from his feet, one by one, Lufan's dragons returned to the battlefield. Each was glowing with a unique energy signature. Thunder cracked across the heavens, and the sky darkened ominously. The old man Sit's voice trembled. You really plan to drag us into a battle of life and death?" But Lufan only smirked. "Perhaps someone from your precious Ark clan will come, but only to hear your final screams." All of his dragons now hovered behind him in a perfect formation, wings spread, eyes glowing fiercely. Long Chong Kong roared, "If you kill us now, you still turn the entire noble world against you." But Lufan Sit's eyes glowed a deep, menacing yellow. He raised his hand, golden mana swirling around him like a storm. "That," he said, "is exactly what I want." Mana from every element gathered in the sky above them, sparkling like a constellation. Then Lufan made a shocking announcement. He had been saving a hidden technique for this very moment. The old man watched in horror, trying to understand what was happening. Was Luan attempting to fuse all 5 of his dragons into himself? And then it appeared, a massive white dragon materialized behind Lufan, radiant and majestic. Luan stepped forward calmly and declared, "This is the perfect moment to test my new technique." The system chimed again. The Wealth of 10,000 Dragons technique has been activated. This terrifying ability allowed Lufan to fuse with all of his dragon pets at once. The white dragon conjured a glowing orb, which rapidly split into thousands of smaller orbs. These lights swarmed around the ancestors of the Long and Hong clans, who began screaming in helpless terror. Lufan raised a single hand. "Destroy them." A ray of brilliant blue energy surged from the white dragon, and the orbs blasted toward the 2 ancestral leaders. As they were struck, They howled in despair, swearing that the Ning clan would avenge them. The impact shattered the ground beneath their feet. Deep cracks spread outward. The orbs pierced flesh, light, and pride, leaving only silence in their wake. Missy arrived on the battlefield, rushing toward Luan with visible concern etched across her face. Seeing him cloaked in a powerful draconic aura, she called out, only for Luan to ask calmly, "Are you afraid?" Missy shook her head, admitting that she wasn't afraid but rather shocked. With a trembling voice, she confessed that she had seen him collapse earlier and for a moment thought she had lost him. Before she could even come to terms with that fear, Luan had already risen and single-handedly annihilated both the Long and Honk lands. Turning to her, Luan spoke softly, "Protecting you is not just for show." Her face flushed. Embarrassed, she looked away, momentarily at a loss for words. Gathering herself quickly, Missy shifted focus to the battlefield. With the enemy clan leaders and their supporting forces eliminated, she declared that the remaining stragglers posed no real threat. Now, she said, was the perfect opportunity to seize complete control. Luan nodded in agreement, and prepared to advance toward the Long clan's territory, but before he could move, Missy offered to handle the remainder of the Long clan herself. Rising into the air, her staff glowing with radiant energy, she ascended gracefully, accompanied by a fluttering fairy that trailed close behind. Meanwhile, Lufan stood back, examining tactical maps, wondering whether the Long clan's location was marked on one of the two god-tier trigger maps. Without hesitation, he unfurled his wings and soared into the sky. As he ascended, a system notification flashed before him. 17 million Chi enthalpy technique activated. This powerful ability granted him access to the Stellar Code, a rare celestial summoning protocol. Almost instantly, his dragon companion's Star Dragon skill surged to level 40, and the creature flew closely behind him. Lufan scanned the latest system alerts, reviewing all newly acquired upgrades and enhancements. He mused silently. The Stellar Radiance form's earlier restrictions had merely been temporary shackles. Now that barrier had shattered, unlocking a transformation capable of altering the very fabric of the world. Before him, his white dragon manifested a glowing orb of electric energy. Manite patterns scattered across the sky in brilliant formations. The system chimed again, confirming the activation of the 17 million Chi enthalpy, a breakthrough that stirred a storm of unimaginable elemental mana. Elsewhere, Ling stood alone on a deserted road. "Still no word from the Patriarch," he whispered, a creeping dread weighing down on him like a dagger pressing into his spine. Suddenly, a beam of light slammed into the ground nearby. Startled, he looked skyward. The once clear heavens were now flooded with arcs of lightning and swirling mana energies of every hue. Long Xing stood frozen, completely stunned by the unnatural spectacle above. "What is this?" he muttered, unable to comprehend the overwhelming display of power unraveling before him. Back in the heart of Long Street, Luan stood calmly, his black dragon at his side. He silently contemplated the devastating power of his new technique. If fully unleashed, he thought, it had the potential to level an entire city. After a moment's deliberation, Luan stepped forward and opened a golden box. A glowing yellow light surged from within. A system alert rang out. Trigger map location reached. Flame Dragon Warrior Sip's legacy acquired. The treasure, once belonging to the Golden Dragon Kings, was now in his possession. Another notification followed quickly. 3 out of 5 pieces of the Golden Dragon King set collected. The system began listing the attributes of the set and the exclusive traits of each item. A skill book titled Scorching Dragon Sit's Wrath. An enchant level elimination scroll. An acquired enchant quality upgrade scroll. A pet enchantment scroll. A summon slot expansion scroll. Luan beamed with joy. He had worried earlier about having no room left for additional pets, but now, with the summon slot expansion scroll, he could hatch another dragon companion. The pet enchantment scroll, he realized, would grant his Shadow Dragon King a brand new ability. As for the snake dragon, its charm could now be upgraded to the legend tier. This golden chest, he thought, had proven to be a priceless find. With preparations complete, Luan mounted his dragon and ascended once again into the sky. "It's Sep's time," he said, "to return to my senior." Meanwhile, at the ruins of the Hong clan members were gathering, clutching boxes of various sizes. Suddenly, a desperate voice pierced the air. Missy turned, startled, as a man dashed toward her. He collapsed at her feet, clutching her legs and bowing deeply. With trembling urgency, he explained, "Though the Hong clan has fallen in prestige, we still have between 500 to 600 brothers left, and a number of valuable resource points." He introduced himself as Hong King Hanging, a former manager of the clan's outer stronghold. He offered to integrate the remaining assets under Missy's leadership, pledging absolute loyalty to the Ye clan. Speaking with complete humility, he begged for a chance to serve, declaring that he had no desire to go down with the Hong clan. He vowed never to betray the Ye clan, making it clear that he had already resigned himself to becoming their loyal subordinate. Just as Hong Hang Hang pledges his loyalty, a familiar voice interrupts from behind, stern and unmistakably cold. It's Luan. With one hand in his pocket and his wings extended, he warns Hong Hang Hang to remember every word he just said. If he ever dares to betray the Yi clan, Luan vows to make him regret it deeply. Missy's face lights up with joy and surprise. She asks softly if he had been supporting her all along, staying hidden in the background. Meanwhile, Hong Yanshan trembles, muttering in fear that Luan is a terrifying and resolute force to have as an ally. Without wasting time, Luan manifests a glowing blue monolith in midair and turns toward Missy. He notes that with so few Yi clan members left, the burden of management has become too heavy for one person alone. Perhaps, he says, it's time he handles the matters himself. This is no longer just about fighting. As for the Hong clan, he assures her they won't be stirring up any more trouble. Missy gazes at him warmly, her expression showing complete agreement. Hong Yanshan then steps forward and raises his hand in loyalty, swearing that from this moment on, Luan's word is law, and he will obey every command without question. Luan retracts his wings and issues a direct order: integrate all of the Hong clan's resources within 3 days and deliver visible results. Hong Yanshan accepts without hesitation and immediately runs off to execute the task. Watching him go, Missy turns and asks Luan if everything has been settled with the Long clan. Luan reflects for a moment, rubbing his hand, and says it likely has, judging from the destruction he left behind. With a shy yet hopeful tone, Missy invites him to come with her. She leads him aside and produces a set of documents. Luan's eyes widen in surprise as she explains her plan. She had prepared these in advance, knowing that if they won, she would consolidate all the resources of the 3 major clans and hand them over to him. Luan, touched, gives her a polite smile but refuses. He says he never did this for power or territory. His only goal was to help her. Missy smiles again, this time more gently, and tells him that she can continue managing things for now. But if he ever wants to take over, everything will be waiting for him. Blushing slightly, Luan scratches the back of his head and mumbles that this feels like a gift. Missy, stepping closer, asks him, half teasing, half sincere, if he ever considered that she might want to give herself to him as well. Luan turns bright red and stammers, claiming that the thought never even crossed his mind. With a chuckle, Missy presses the documents against his chest and says she's only joking. The documents, she explains, contain confidential information, maps, and details about hidden resources. He's free to choose whatever catches his interest. Curious, Luan begins flipping through the pages. One map in particular grabs his attention. He shows it to Missy and asks if she'd like to go there. Her expression shifts to surprise as she identifies it. It's the ancient Flying Immortal Shrine. The very next day, Luan and Missy soar through the skies together. She glances at him and asks if he's sure about this destination. She reminds him that the shrine allows only 1 entry per person, regardless of their level. He will only gain a single level by entering, hardly a major reward given his current power. Luan tilts his head toward her mid-flight and says that while the shrine will eventually return, he won't be able to sleep peacefully knowing he left it unexplored. Soon, they land at the entrance of the shrine. A group of followers rushes out to welcome them with enthusiasm. Many start declaring their loyalty, hoping to make a good impression. Missy, calm and commanding, tells them to skip the formalities. Loyalty to the Yi clan will be rewarded, she says, but betrayal will be punished without mercy. To her surprise, everyone nods in agreement, their faces filled with determination. Lufan stepped forward, leading the way up the weathered stone steps of the shrine. Just before reaching the entrance, Missy came to a halt. She looked at Lufan and gently explained that she had already entered the shrine once before. By the shrine's rules, she couldn't accompany him again. With a warm, reassuring gaze, she promised to wait right outside until he returned. Lufan paused at the threshold, glancing back at her. With a simple nod of acknowledgement, he turned and entered the ancient shrine alone. As he crossed the boundary, a system message echoed through the air. It confirmed his arrival in the application zone. Inside, he found himself standing before a massive training dummy. The air was dense with silence, the surroundings dimly lit. Lufan cautiously looked around, wondering if this truly was the correct destination. His thoughts drifted to the dragon egg he was meant to retrieve, and curiosity bubbled within him. The moment he sat before the poison dragon egg, a wave of excitement surged through him. It had been far too long since he last encountered such a relic, not since the time with Ball, he thought, his chest stirring with nostalgic thrill. As his hands reached out and secured the egg, he bowed his head in respect. "Thank you for the Senior Sep's blessing," he whispered sincerely. "I subtle asked the Hong family to send people to restore this old shrine once I return." It was only then that he noticed the book he had been holding all along. With a soft chuckle, he realized how deeply absorbed he had been in the moment. He opened it and examined the weathered pages. It was an explorer's notebook, crafted with care and once belonging to a seasoned wilderness adventurer. The notebook's cover was faded, the pages worn thin from time and hardship. Still, the handwriting was legible, and within its pages was a harrowing tale. It recounted an event dated January 30th, in the year 589 of the Dragon Kingdom calendar. According to the journal, 3 adventurers had stumbled upon a colossal, injured dragon deep within the infamous Fallen Dragon Valley. One of their teammates had perished during the encounter, but the surviving 2 remained hopeful. They believed the sacrifice might allow them to tame the wounded dragon and retrieve the corpse of another for valuable materials. The narrator had prepared a taming scroll, confident that their rank as 4th-tier masters would suffice. But the dragon's roar shattered that illusion. The deafening sound paralyzed them. Poison gas erupted violently, forcing them to grab onto vines to avoid being consumed. In the chaos, the narrator fled, helplessly watching his companions scream and vanish in the spreading toxins. Barely surviving, his body already corroding, he used his final moments to pen a desperate warning, begging that no one ever enter the Fallen Dragon Valley again, and above all, never awaken the dragon slumbering at its heart. He described it as a creature whose power rivaled that of a god, its name, the devoured demon dragon Abyssal. Closing the notebook, Lufan murmured the name quietly to himself. He then suddenly remembered something critical, a hidden quest item, the seed of the flying dragon Divine Wood. Long ago the Divine Wood had been overrun by the minions of that very demon dragon. Back then, during a quest in the Flying Dragon Mausoleum, he had neither the clues nor the power to complete it, but now, everything felt within reach. As he prepared himself, he unfurled a device designed to ignite fire. At the same time, he recalled a powerful item he had acquired, a summon slot expansion scroll. With it he could now tame a new dragon companion directly. Behind him 4 glowing summoning circles spun in slow rhythm, each casting a faint colored light. From within, dragons emerged, summoned by his call. Standing proudly before the poison dragon egg, Lufan announced with confidence, "A new companion has arrived." He activated the scroll. A holographic screen appeared, listing the names and levels of each dragon. The sky dragon summoned the others closer, and Lufan introduced the newest member, the little poison dragon. All the dragons gathered around the egg, visibly intrigued. He turned to 2 of his dragons. "Xiaobo," he said, with a grin, "Dawn set, bully your new sibling later." As the egg began to glow with an eerie emerald light, something strange occurred. Green fluid leaked from the shell, not the usual signs of hatching. Instead of breaking open, the egg released a cloud of dense poison gas. Shaya, standing nearby, began to cough and struggle to breathe. Finally, the shell cracked. A message on the screen confirmed that the taming process had succeeded. The contact slot updated with the dragon's details. Lufan studied the data carefully. The stats appeared on screen: level, strength, agility, spirit, and stamina. He frowned slightly. Most stats were average, but the spirit stat stood out, though still falling short by approximately 1,394 points from what he had hoped. Then his expression shifted to awe. He read through the passive abilities. One entry caught his attention upon receiving lethal damage. The dragon would disintegrate, only to revive automatically. Another stated that any being who made contact with it would be infected by deadly toxins. "This passive, it's incredible," Lufan whispered to himself. Unlike other dragons, which relied on healing and high regeneration rates, this one didn't need recovery at all. It simply revived itself. At that very moment, Bao cracked open the remaining shell, and from it burst forth a green-scaled dragon, emanating a poisonous aura unlike anything they had seen before. Lufan quickly called out to Bao, telling him firmly that the hatchling was not his prey. Startled, the green dragon immediately pulled back, allowing the tiny creature some space. The rest of the dragons, along with Lufan, watched it closely. Its small, timid form trembled as it emitted a soft mouse-like squeak, so gentle and afraid that it barely seemed like a dragon at all. Unexpectedly, Bao approached with surprising tenderness. He caught up to the hatchling and softly said, "Got you." The tiny poison dragon responded with an adorable, almost endearing sound. Lufan stepped forward and gently picked it up. Its body felt like a gooey slime, and a green fluid coated his hand. Thanks to his bloodline affinity class feature, Lufan was immune to the dragoncep's poison. While the other dragons looked on with puzzled expressions, he remained calm. Looking at the fragile creature in his arms, he smiled and said, "Since your cry is so distinct, I shall name you Shawi." He advised the hatchling to eat its eggshell nourishment essential for growth and health. It was clear to him now this poison dragon was unusually shy and most likely suffered from social anxiety. Turning to Shaya, he gently passed her to another dragon. "Shaya Fi, please take care of her," he said. "Make sure she eats properly." Watching the 2 young dragons together, Lufan noticed something interesting. Despite being of different types, Xiaowei and Xiaowei looked remarkably similar. He was certain they would become close companions. Xiaowei, as it turned out, had an exceptionally rare trait. She could absorb and store multiple types of poison without limit. Her ability to stack toxins gave her immense potential for the future. Lu Fan smiled to himself, knowing this made her perfectly suited for their next destination. Fallen Dragon Valley. That place was soaked in poison. In just 3 days, when they would finally leave the shrine, it would be Xiaoi's moment to shine. The scene shifted to Lu Fan, sitting among all his dragons, reflecting on the 3 intense days they had spent inside the flying immortal ancient shrine. During that time, he had made significant progress, reaching level 49 and unlocking a new passive ability called Weapon Master. With it, he had gained access to a new weapon style, specialized forward-type weapons that enhanced accuracy and reduced the enemy's chances to dodge. He glanced at Xiaowai with pride. The little dragon, starting from a lower level, had gained experience at a rapid pace, and now stood at level 13. More impressively, she had unlocked a new skill, Netherworld Guardian. Over the past few days, Lu Fan had grown to understand her deeply. She was unlike the others, timid, insecure, socially anxious, and completely non-aggressive, but she had a rare talent for stealth and escape. After guiding Bao and helping Xia confront her fears, Lu Fan had seen a beautiful transformation. Xiaoyi had dropped her guard and formed a genuine bond with Xiaop. With Xia unlocking her new skill and the 3-day preparation now complete, it was time to leave the shrine. Just as they were about to depart, Missy arrived. Her eyes immediately landed on the green hatchling, and with an excited gleam, she asked, "What is that adorable thing?" Lu Fan smiled. "Her name is Xiaowei. She sips my new dragon companion." Missy leaned forward playfully. "She looks like jelly. Can I touch her?" But Lu Fan gently warned her. "She's different from the others, very shy and anxious around strangers." Seeing the hatchling start to retreat, he decided to stow Xiaowei away before she became overwhelmed. Then, with a softer tone, he asked, "Have you been waiting long?" Missy chuckled. "I almost forgot. I actually came to tell you something important." Her expression turned more serious. She cleared her throat and continued, now speaking in her formal tone. "I'm speaking to you now as the principal of Dragon City Academy," she said. She explained that Zhao Sungming had contacted her the previous day. The final assessment at the academy was being prepared. Although Zhao had mentioned that Lu Fan's participation could be considered optional due to his overwhelming strength, Missy firmly disagreed. In her view, no student from their academy should skip such an important event. Before she could say more, Lu Fan interrupted with a half-smile. "Come on, drop the principal act, and talk like you normally do." Missy rolled her eyes, then laughed. "All right, senior sister mode, then." She introduced herself again as Nero and reminisced fondly about the past. "Feels like just yesterday that Teacher Guru recruited me," she said. "You Steph always been traveling between the extreme north and the Tai Chi nation. Time passed so quickly." Lu Fan nodded, then asked, "Before the final assessment, I want to visit a place. Do you know where Fallen Dragon Valley is?" Her smile faded. "Why do you want to go there?" Lu Fan was surprised. "Wait, you actually know the place?" Missy, Nero, looked solemn. "My grandfather Sip's death is tied to that valley." She began to recount what had happened 6 months ago in the deepest ravine of Fallen Dragon Valley. Her grandfather, the head of the Ye family, had led 3 fourth-tier masters to explore the western frontier. Their goal was to push into the valley floor and annex it into their family's domain. Confident in his strength and experience, he believed the area could be tamed, but they unknowingly stepped into a forbidden zone. Though they initially found a relatively open area, what awaited them was beyond anything they had anticipated, a final boss-level threat far beyond their capabilities. One of the companions had even warned her grandfather to be cautious. Realizing the danger, her grandfather finally gave the retreat order. He had planned to return later, with a stronger force. However, during the retreat from Fallen Dragon Valley, the poison Missy's grandfather had been exposed to proved incurable. Even the priests of Dragon City could not save him. His condition worsened quickly, and he collapsed, surrounded by weeping followers. As he lay dying, the Hong and Long families seized the opportunity to stir conflict, taking advantage of his weakened state to spark a territorial dispute. In his final moments, he held Monsieur's hand tightly and revealed one last secret. During the retreat, he had heard a dragon's roar echoing from even deeper within the valley. Though he knew he would not live to see it, he died hoping that one day the valley would belong to the Ye family. Missy finished recounting the story, revealing it had been kept secret within her clan. Then turning to Lu Fan, she asked again, why did he want to go there? Lu Fan replied that he had received a rare hidden quest, to slay a Dragon King-level entity. Missy was stunned, though not entirely surprised that someone like Lu Fan could be entrusted with such a mission. Aware of the risk, Lu Fan admitted that the challenge would be extreme, but he believed he now had enough trump cards to survive. He asked if she would support him. Without hesitation, Missy agreed. As a key decision-maker in the Ye family, she had the authority to reveal the location of Fallen Dragon Valley. Lufan thanked her sincerely and advised her to return to the Ye Manor and begin preparations for departure the following day. That afternoon, the scene shifted to Old Hong Manor. A powerful punch struck the ground, shaking the earth. A young boy nearby burst into tears from fear. In the courtyard stood Ningtu, cold and menacing. He declared that the tribute was now 3 days overdue, and once again the scoundrels of the Hong family were in serious trouble. A desperate man nearby begged him to stop, insisting that this was no longer the Hong family SIP's territory, but Ning paid him no mind. His expression remained stern as he barked, "Where is the core of the earth? My sister is still waiting for it." The man stammered, "It steps over everyone, flee." Panic erupted. "Young Master Ning has arrived. We're doomed," someone shouted. Another voice echoed, "Who is Ning? What steps happening?" Ning remained unmoved. "I don't care if it's the Wang family or the Ye family in charge now. Not a single tribute item is allowed to be missing." With that, he raised his hand and gave the command, "Ghost Generals, charge." One of the Ghost Generals activated its eyes, releasing a sharp red light. The ground exploded beneath them. Rocks and debris flew through the air. People were flung aside like dolls. Then, with both eyes glowing, the ghost began a rampage, destroying everything in sight. Screams rang out. "What SIP's going on? Run for your lives." Then came a burst of purple light from the ghost SIP's eyes, an even deadlier force that amplified the destruction. Amid the chaos, Ning chuckled darkly, muttering, "You are all like insects underfoot." At the front of the mansion, a man turned toward the crashing noises, his voice rising in panic. "What are those sounds?" The ghost advanced without pause, crushing everything in its path. But as the devastation mounted, Ning's smirk faded. A creeping unease stirred within him. "This is bad," he thought. "Even I might be in trouble now." Elsewhere, a man stood frozen with fear, too stunned to move. There was no time to alert his family. They were completely unprepared for this catastrophe. Meanwhile, far from the chaos, the scene opened in the vast wilderness of Fallen Dragon Valley. Birds circled overhead in a hazy sky. As Lufan made his way forward with steady, purposeful steps, a translucent screen floated before him, confirming his current coordinates. "I finally found it," he thought. "Based on the location Senior Sister gave me, this is the place." This uncharted zone of the western frontier was a level 90 regional area, Fallen Dragon Valley, the same domain that the once powerful Ye family had failed to conquer. Setting his pack down gently, Lufan remembered the moment Missy handed it to him the day before. Inside were various supplies, consumables, scrolls, buff-enhancing food, all collected from her grandfather's records. He had told her it wasn't necessary, but she had insisted. "Too many unpredictable events have occurred in the valley. Be fully prepared," she'd said firmly. Lufan had thanked her, then apologized that she couldn't join him on this journey. She had replied calmly, "When it comes to dragons, I be of little help anyway. I need to stay and manage the rising tensions between the Yi and Hong families." Before parting, she had offered one final warning: be extremely cautious around the Dragon King. Elsewhere, Missy was soon approached by another girl, who delivered an important update. "The Hong family has officially transferred the high-level secret realm, Molten Core Cavern, to us. Hong Inn is now organizing resource collection." Missy nodded in acknowledgement. "I still personally inspect the cavern," she replied, before giving an instruction. "Assist Hong Ing with management, and keep an eye on him." The girl bowed and left to carry out the task. Meanwhile, in the guest hall of what had once been the Hang family estate, Ning sat with raised brows as a messenger reported to him. The man bowed low, sharing the latest news. Ning repeated the information in disbelief. "Miss Hay entered the mine herself." He chuckled, impressed. This new clanmaster really is something else. It was the first time he had heard of a leader who personally gathered ore and entrusted her house to former enemies. The realization left him both amused and intrigued. A maid approached Lufan and offered him a cup of tea. He accepted it calmly, remarking with a slight smirk that even third-rate clans seemed to understand proper etiquette. After taking a sip, he declared that he would grant them a few more days, just enough time to meet the clan leader he found quite fascinating. The man standing before him bowed deeply in gratitude, clearly relieved. Meanwhile, back at the entrance of Fallen Dragon Valley, Lufan activated a circular device in his hand. It hummed to life, revealing itself as a portable magnetic light. He nodded to himself, thinking it would serve perfectly as a light source deep within the treacherous valley. Just as he was preparing to press forward, Xiaoji suddenly popped out from his bag. Lufan glanced at her and instructed firmly, "Stay put." He gently packed her back inside and resumed his trek. His thoughts echoed with confidence. "Thanks to Shia's presence, I'm completely immune to the toxins that plague this place." Determined, he vowed aloud, "I'll show them what true dragon combat looks like." At his command, Shia and Abeo moved forward, clearing the path ahead. Lufan stood calmly at the center of the formation as his dragons advanced. cutting down every obstacle in their way. He mused inwardly, if Xiaowei had been the first dragon I'd ever encountered, maybe I would have doubted whether dragons are truly the most powerful beings alive. Just then, Bao confirmed the path ahead was secure, but that moment of calm shattered when a venom slime, level 85, emerged from the shadows. The grotesque creature attacked with a mucus-like strike that significantly lowered defenses. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes and scoffed, unimpressed. Time for Shia to shine. One of his dragons roared to life, launching a wave of raging fire at the slime. However, Lu Fan quickly ordered, leave one slime alive, but Bao, acting out of impatience, pushed another creature with his legs. Frustrated, Lu Fan stood his ground and sternly repeated, I need one alive, stronger enemies are ahead. Turning to Shai, he spoke with purpose, it's time, absorb the toxin. As she approached the venom slime, a black silhouette began to form, its red glow pulsing with malicious energy. It uttered a vile curse of destruction, causing the venom slime to swell and mutate, but Lu Fan remained unshaken. Go Shai, he said, you're destined to become the mightiest of all dragons. With fearless resolve, he mounted another dragon and sent her forward. Xiaowei soared through the air, heading straight for the venom slime. As she engaged it, she began absorbing the poison, swallowing the deadly toxins directly while Lu Fan watched with pride. Her body emitted a low, resonating cry as her level increased to 14. Thanks to the venom slime's attack, which lowered defenses and heightened the valley's ambient toxicity, Shia unlocked a new tier of toxic resistance and gained a stacking passive. The tank units within Lu Fan's team received buffs as a result, enhancing their endurance. You've done an amazing job, Lu Fan praised as he lifted Xiaowei in both hands. You're strong and promising. When you grow up, you'll stand beside your older brother and sister as one of the most powerful beings in existence. Xiaowei let out a soft sound, her small frame releasing a faint poisonous mist that shimmered gently in the air. The scene shifted. A translucent system screen appeared in front of him, displaying the next incoming threat, Phosphor Fire Moth, level 86. The monstrous insect began to tremble its wings rapidly, scattering phosphor dust into the air. Mid-flight, the powder ignited into blazing flames, creating a burning haze. The effect? Temporary blindness for 6 seconds and a brutal 45% increase in damage taken. Standing at the center of his squad, Lu Fan eyed the glowing display and braced himself for what came next. Mind-focused, strategy forming. After 2 intense hours of combat training, Xiaowei had finally grown more accustomed to the chaotic flow of battle. Her movements became sharper, her instincts more attuned. Empowered by this newfound confidence, the team ventured deeper into the valley. Leading the charge were Xiaowei and Baowei, clearing obstacles with swift precision, while Xiaowei moved from corpse to corpse, scavenging and absorbing the toxins of fallen enemies, each essence adding to her ever-growing power. Among the emerging threats was the green-armed poison scorpion, a formidable level 87 monster. Its rock-hard carapace reduced both physical and magical damage by 70% for an entire minute, and it carried the dangerous potential of a rare counterattack. But Xiao, unfazed, absorbed its venom. This particular toxin inflicted paralysis for 12 seconds, and even after that, slowed the victim's movements by 30% for another 20 seconds. When she absorbed it, Luen placed a gentle hand on her and offered a proud smile. You've now acquired 3 powerful toxins, muster, corrosion, burning and paralysis, he said with admiration. Xiaowei had reached level 15, and with that came something unexpected. She unlocked a new ability, Form Shift. When Luen glanced at the system screen, his eyes widened in disbelief. Her new transformation was listed as the legendary source of all venoms, a form that ancient bestiaries spoke of in hushed reverence. It wasn't a typical evolution. She wasn't turning into a creature. She was becoming a domain, a poison swamp. As Luan watched in stunned silence, Xiaowei's body slowly shifted, morphing into a venomous terrain capable of controlling the battlefield itself. Her very existence was now a toxic zone. Meanwhile, Luen noticed Bao off to the side, still poking at some glowing mushrooms. Why are you still sparring with fungi? He called out, half amused. Bao simply poked another glow cap, watching it light up. Luen shook his head, wondering if the dragon found genuine entertainment in such trivial distractions. He made a mental note, once they left the valley, he'd need to find Bao some toys to stay busy. Turning back, he noticed something strange. Xiaowu herself was glowing now. A soft luminous shimmer radiated from her body. She had absorbed the bioluminescent toxins from the glowcap mushrooms, and the effect transformed her into a glowing beacon. Though glowcaps were toxic, their properties weren't limited to harmful effects. Xiaowu now served as a light source too. Just then, a sickening noise echoed through the shadows. A swarm of grotesque black worms slithered forth, their level 88. Lu Fan grimaced at the sight. Disgusting. Burn them with fire, he commanded. The dragons turned in unison as Yaowei rose into the air. Gone was the timid girl they once knew. Luin narrowed his eyes, realizing something was coming. At that moment, Yaoi underwent another transformation. She unlocked 2 new skills, Toxic Sea Surge and Nether Spirit Counter. Her form liquefied, melting into a venomous tide that spread across the battlefield. The worms screeched as the corrosive poison engulfed them. Lufan shouted, exhilarated, "Devour them, show your strength." As Yaoi dissolved into the poisonous swamp, tiny versions of her began rising from the ooze, miniature poison dragons, born from the domain itself. They swarmed the worms, attacking in perfect synchrony. Lufan and the others erupted in cheers, watching her fight on her own. She doesn't need Bao or Shoya anymore, Luin thought. She sets become someone who can hold her own. With that, he drew his weapon, the dark serpent arrow. It's time to fight together, he declared. Charging the bow, he began drawing back the string. A full 3 seconds was needed to unleash its full potential. An attack that increased damage output by 500%. 1 second passed. He called out to Xiaowei, warning her of incoming flames. 2 seconds, he shouted at Bao. And by the third, he reminded them, leave at least 1 worm alive for Xiaowei. Then, he released it. The arrow surged forward, crackling with red, yellow, and deep blue energy. It exploded in a fiery blaze, disintegrating the swarm in a blinding flash. As the smoke cleared, Luin turned to Xiaozhou. Go. Absorb what sips left. She nodded and glided over, soaking up the poisonous remnants. Luin watched silently, deeply moved. He had never imagined the shy girl would come this far, but now, she wasn't just adapting, she was evolving. Cutting off his bowstring, he gathered the dragons. There sits a deeper cave ahead, he said. He activated a round device that cast a soft light across the shadows. Javari, stay alert, he warned. As mum ready, she replied, confidently. As they ventured forward, Lufan muttered, we're almost there, the bottom of Fallen Dragon Valley. His grandfather Yian had once spoken of this place in grave detail. Finally, the path opened into a massive hollow chamber. At its center stood an ancient gnarled tree. Its bark was twisted and unnatural. Thousands of glowing red eyes stared back from every branch and root. They had arrived face to face with the Venom Devil Vine, a monster unlike any they had seen before. And the true battle was just beginning.